On the playground of Linhai No. 1 High School, thousands of senior year students waited to awaken their supernatural abilities. After the principal delivered an impassioned speech on the high platform, the awakening ceremony began. Many students stepped forward to awaken, but the highest level achieved was only C rank. When it was my turn, I placed my hand on the awakening crystal and felt two surges of energy flash by, only to end up with dual element lightning and fire abilities, but at the pitiful F rank. The principal and teachers sighed repeatedly as I clenched my fists and descended the platform, filled with frustration. But then, the system activated. Now, let us see just how far the system can take me. I stood on the playground of Linhai No. 1 High School, surrounded by over 1,000 senior year students. Principal Yang Zirong stood atop the high platform, delivering a rousing speech. Students, 3 years of middle school, 3 years of high school, countless days and nights of hard training have all led to this moment. Today is the day you rewrite your destinies. He also said that no matter what type or rank of ability they awaken, even the lowest F rank, they should never lose confidence. What truly mattered for a qualified awakened was having a strong heart. The students below murmured among themselves until, half an hour later, the principal waved his hand and declared, "I now announce the awakening ceremony officially begins." At that moment, everyone buzzed with excitement. I gazed at the massive diamond-shaped awakening crystal floating above the playground, my heart brimming with anticipation. Silently, I thought, I hope I awaken a high-rank ability, preferably elemental or beast transformation. The staff began calling names. Zhang Koan was the first to step onto the platform and, under their guidance, placed his hand on the awakening crystal. A flash of earthy yellow light later, the crystal displayed, Elemental Class, C rank, Earth, in yellow text. Zhang Koan walked off the platform with a disappointed expression. Over a dozen more students followed, but none awakened higher than C rank. Finally, my name was called. I stepped onto the platform and placed my hand on the crystal. In an instant, I sensed two distinct energies, one wild, one scorching, but before I could fully grasp them, they vanished. The staff member sighed regretfully. Elemental Class, Dual Element Lightning and Fire. What a shame, only F rank. Principal Yang Zirong and the other teachers shook their heads repeatedly. Though Dual Element Lightning and Fire was powerful, F rank was simply too low. Expressionless, I descended the platform, fists clenched, my heart seething with resentment. An F rank ability meant I could, at best, become a first-tier awakened, a dead end in this world, not even enough to get into a martial arts university. How could I, a transmigrator, end up with an F rank ability? Whereas the system? Shouldn't it show up now? Just then, a hoarse mechanical voice echoed in my ears, ding. Congratulations, host. 5 years since transmigration system activation successful. As a first-time activation gift, a newcomer S package is available for immediate claim. To me, this voice was nothing short of heavenly. My expression shifted instantly, though I fought to suppress my elation. Without a word, I turned and left the playground. My homeroom teacher probably assumed I was too upset about my low-rank ability and needed space, so he didn't pay much attention. Not long after I left, a dense white mist enveloped the high platform, carrying an extreme chill that plunged the surrounding temperature. Instead of panicking, Principal Yang Zirong's face lit up with excitement. Soon, the awakening crystal displayed, Chuyu, Elemental Class, Ice, a rank. The entire crowd erupted in shock. Holy shit! As expected of my goddess Chuyu, not just beautiful and kind, but now she has awakened the rare ice element, and at a rank. She is destined for greatness. Damn, a rank. Same as that senior last year. By now, he has probably reached 3rd tier cultivation, right? Ugh. 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 The gap between me and the goddess is getting wider. After leaving the playground, I returned to the classroom alone, eager to find out what my cheat ability really was. System, introduce your functions? I silently asked in my mind. Ding! This system has granted the host the innate divine ability, Infinite Devour, as well as an attribute allocation function. The mechanical synthesized voice rang out, and I instantly understood all the system's features. Strong. It was ridiculously strong. The innate divine ability Infinite Devour could absorb any form or attribute of energy from the world and convert it for my own use, meaning my cultivation could advance rapidly. There was also the attribute allocation function. Defeating or killing enemies would earn evolution points, which could directly enhance my chi, spirit, combat skills. With a thought, I opened the system panel, and a pale blue screen appeared before my eyes. It displayed all my stats. Abilities were Blue Lightning F+, Crimson Flame F+ level, Early Awakening Chi, 10+ Spirit, 12+ Physique, 1% Mortal Body plus Combat Skill, Thunder Fist D Minor Mastery plus Innate Divine Ability Infinite Devour at level 1. The plus signs after the attributes indicated they could be upgraded by spending evolution points. After awakening my abilities, my chi increased by 2 points, but I'm still in the early awakening stage, I mused to myself. After all, every awakened individual experienced a chi boost upon awakening. The higher the ability rank, the greater the increase. My abilities were F rank, so a 1-point increase was normal. She was the standard for measuring in Awaken's realm: 130 points for early awakening, 30-60 for mid-stage, 60-90 for late stage, and reaching 100 points would allow a breakthrough to the next tier, becoming a first-order awakened. Looking at the spirit attribute on the panel, a flicker of shock passed through my eyes. In this world, besides awakened individuals, there were even more powerful psychic masters who could attack enemies with intangible spiritual force. They were formidable in combat and exceedingly rare. Only one might appear among hundreds of thousands of people, and every psychic master was a spiritual type awakened. If I can enhance my spirit, could I also become a psychic master? A bold idea rose in my mind, but I quickly shook my head to calm myself down. In terms of combat skills, nothing had changed from before awakening. Thunder Fist was a D-rank combat skill I had been diligently practicing, reaching minor mastery just 3 days ago. As for physique, with evolution points, improvement wasn't an issue. I remembered reading that awakened individuals had varying physiques, similar to ability ranks, some strong, some weak. Some with low rank abilities possess special physiques, focusing on physique cultivation with abilities as a supplement, yet still achieving formidable combat power. It seems that with enough evolution points, I could also acquire a powerful special physique in the future. The thought excited me, and it took a while to calm down. With the system, even if both my abilities were F rank, I was confident in rapid growth. Alright, there's also the newbie gift pack. Just as I was about to check it, my deskmate Li Fei's voice sounded beside me. Phone GE, you okay? I looked up and saw him. Phone GE, even though you awakened an F rank ability and the gap between us might grow, don't worry, I won't forget you. We'll still be the best of brothers. Li Fei spoke with deep sincerity. Alright, then I'll have to trouble young Master Li to look after me in the future, I teased with a smile. He had awakened a D rank ability, and it was support type. His direct combat strength might not even surpass mine. After exchanging a few more words, he relaxed when he saw I was stable and added, Phone GE, the principal just announced that we can reapply for our academic tracks now. If you switch to liberal arts, there's still time. In this world, universities are divided into liberal arts and martial arts disciplines, and the college entrance exams are also split into liberal arts and martial arts tests. The liberal arts exam is safer and more stable, requiring only answering questions in a classroom, while the martial arts exam involves battling ferocious beasts. Before awakening my supernatural ability, I had already chosen a martial arts university. Phone, your academic performance has always ranked in the top 3 of our grade. If you apply for the liberal arts track, you're sure to achieve excellent results, Li Fei tried to persuade me. I shook my head slightly. In this world, even top-performing liberal arts students remain at the bottom of society. Even without activating the system, I had planned to risk my life to take the martial arts exam, let alone now, with the system giving me unwavering confidence. I will never abandon the martial path, I declared firmly, then slung my backpack over my shoulder and left the classroom, asking Li Fei to inform the homeroom teacher that I was heading home early. Watching my retreating figure, Li Fei muttered, Fine, leave the duty of protecting the nation to you brave souls. The girls in the liberal arts track are waiting for me anyway. As I stepped out of the school gates, I once again inquired about the newbie gift pack from the system. Ding! The newbie gift pack contains, hearing the contents, I gasped sharply. The system's voice echoed in my mind, ding. The newbie gift pack includes an S-rank supernatural ability Chaos Divine Thunder and another S-rank ability Crimson Lotus Karmic Flame. Evolution points, 200. 2 S-rank abilities? I froze in place, my breathing growing ragged. S-rank abilities were exceedingly rare, even across the entire Great Xiao Nation. In Jiangnan province, out of hundreds of thousands of high school seniors taking the exam each year, at most 1 or 2 students might awaken an S-rank ability. Those who possessed one were likely to become pillars of the nation in the future. And now, I had 2. How could I not be thrilled? Barely containing my excitement, I returned to my residence Hope community. Both my parents had been awakened, but tragically, they died in a beast tide when I was 5. Afterward, I spent several years in an orphanage before moving here once I could support myself. The moment I got home, I didn't hesitate, I immediately claimed the newbie gift pack. However, the system prompted, ding. Due to the hostess' low cultivation level and insufficient physical strength, only 1 S-rank ability can be accepted at this time. Please choose. After brief consideration, I selected Chaos Divine Thunder. After all, once my cultivation improved and my physique strengthened, the other ability wouldn't escape me. Ding! Chaos Divine Thunder fusion initiated 10%, 30%, 60%, fusion successful. Boom! The instant the fusion succeeded, a deafening thunderclap erupted. Outside the window, the clear sky darkened instantly as ominous clouds gathered. Terrifying peals of thunder roared from within the clouds, echoing across the skies of Linhai City. Most of the city's inhabitants were drawn by the commotion, their gazes fixed on the heavens. Hidden within the clouds were thick bolts of blue lightning, radiating a violent aura as if the apocalypse had arrived. Shuzhen, the city lord of Linhai, narrowed his eyes, his dark pupils exuding an intimidating presence. He recognized this phenomenon. It was the sign of an awakening, something that only occurred with the emergence of an S-rank ability. Investigate. Find the person who triggered this phenomenon at all costs, Shujin ordered. Yes. If it truly is an S-rank ability, then our Linhai city might just have a shot at this year's provincial top scorer, he mused. Meanwhile, my entire body was enveloped in crackling arcs of deep blue lightning, the sound of surging currents unceasing. An intense tearing sensation overwhelmed me. It felt as though the lightning was trying to rip my body apart from the inside. My blood, organs, even my soul, were all bathed in the blue electricity. Endless bolts of blue lightning poured from the clouds, converging toward me. Ugh! I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain. Boom! The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of my soul, and I lost consciousness on the spot. I don't know how much time passed before I slowly opened my eyes, a fleeting flash of deep blue lightning passing through them. Fusion successful. I could feel boundless power coursing through my body. Slowly, I extended my right hand, palm facing upward. With a mere thought, a blue arc of electricity appeared in my palm, its form shifting freely under my control. Though no thicker than a thumb, it sent a shiver down my spine. After a brief surge of excitement, I calmed down and surveyed the chaotic room and shattered furniture, letting out a bitter laugh. The fusion of this ability had caused quite a commotion. I felt a twinge of relief. At least the lightning had only targeted me and hadn't affected the other residents in the complex. I'll have to figure out how to explain this to the landlord, I muttered. Opening the system panel, I checked my stats. After fusing with the Chaos Divine Thunder, my vitality had increased by 40 points, my cultivation had reached the mid-stage of awakening, and both my spirit and physique had improved. Clenching my fist, I felt an overwhelming surge of power. Even without using my ability, my combat strength had multiplied several times over. Time to test my strength downstairs. Glancing at the wrecked room, I decided to tidy up first. An hour later, I arrived at the open training ground in the complex, ready to gauge my power on the battered combat testing machine. Chapter 3, Fusion of Abnormal Abilities, Chaotic Divine Lightning. Ding! The newbie gift pack contains the S-Class Supernatural Power Chaos Divine Thunder and the S-Class Supernatural Power Red Lotus Flame. 200 evolution points. 2S ranked powers? After hearing the system broadcasting sound resounding in his mind, Sheen Fong directly froze in place, even his breathing became rapid. Evolution points aside, he was well aware of what an S-ranked psychic ability meant. This kind of grade of psychic ability was extremely rare in the entire Grand Xia. If an A-ranked psychic ability was 1 in a million, then an S-ranked psychic ability could even be said to be 1 in 100,000. Not to mention anything else, in their entire Jiangnan province, out of the hundreds of thousands of senior high school candidates every year, only 1 or 2 students at most would be able to awaken S-class psychic abilities. The awakened person with S-class supernatural ability, without accident, in the future will grow up to become the pillar of a country's general existence. Not to mention the fact that he also possesses 2 S-class supernatural abilities. Sheen Fong returned to his place with uncontrollable excitement. Hope Neighborhood. The original body's parents were both awakened. Unfortunately, they both died tragically in a beast tide when the original body was 5 years old. Since then, the original body first lived in an orphanage for a few years, and then moved here when he was able to take care of himself. Returning home, Sheen Fong didn't hesitate and directly received the newbie gift pack. Ding! Because the host's cultivation is too low and his physique isn't strong enough, he can only accept 1 S-ranked psychic ability at the moment. Please choose. Hearing this, Sheen Fong pondered slightly and finally chose Chaotic Divine Lightning. With the same S-ranked ability, no matter which one he chose, Sheen Fong was satisfied, not to mention that when his cultivation increased and he strengthened his physique, the second S-ranked ability would be just as much his. Ding! Chaotic Divine Thunder begins to fuse 10%, 0.3%, 0.6%. Fusion successful. Boom! This is? Sheen Fong was a bit confused. Just as the moment of successful fusion resounded in his mind, a deafening thunderous sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, he saw the originally clear sky outside the window become cloudy in an instant. Boom! Rumble! Terrifying thunderous sounds emanated from within the dark clouds, resounding in the sky above Linhai City. At this moment, most of the people within the city were caught by the commotion brought about by this terrifying thunderclap, and they all looked to the sky in unison. There was an incomparably thick blue thunder hidden within the dark cloudy sky, which emitted an incomparably violent aura, giving people a feeling of the end coming. Those strong awakened people in the city all changed their faces at this moment, and they stared cautiously at the dark clouds in the sky. Shujin, the lord of Linhai City, had a flickering aura in his eyes, and his dark eyes emitted an intimidating aura. He recognized that this was an awakening vision, a vision that only appeared when one awakened an S-class ability. Check, we must find out the person who induced the vision. Shujin gave an order. Yes. If it's really an S-class alien ability, then I, Linhai City, will be able to compete for this year's provincial scholar. Hopefully within the small area. Zip! Zip! At this moment, Sheen Feng's entire body was enveloped in dark blue electric arcs, and a dense surge of electric current emanated from him. He only felt an intense tearing sensation as the lightning seemed to be ripping his body apart from the inside. The blood, organs, and even the soul within his body were enveloped in blue lightning at this moment. Not only that, there was also a steady stream of blue thunder pouring out from the dark clouds in the sky, converging towards Sheen Feng's body. A muffled grunt escaped Sheen Feng's mouth as he gritted his teeth and held on. Boom! However, in the very next moment, along with a thunderous boom appearing in the depths of his soul, he also lost consciousness on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, Sheen Feng slowly opened his eyes. Zip! Z! Dark blue arcs of electricity flashed past his eyes. The fusion is successful. At this moment, Sheen Feng felt that his body contained endless power as he slowly stretched out his right hand, palm upwards. With a thought, a blue arc of electricity appeared at his palm like an arm. Under his manipulation, this blue arc of electricity could change its form at will, and even though it was only as thick as a thumb, it exuded a palpitating aura. It was important to realize that right now his cultivation was still in the awakening stage, and later on, as his cultivation increased, the power of his supernatural ability would also become stronger and stronger. After a short period of excitement, Sheen Feng also quickly calmed down. The commotion caused by this alien energy fusion is indeed a bit intense. Looking at the messy room around him, as well as the furniture that had been blown to smithereens, Sheen Feng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Just the fusion of the powers had caused such a big commotion. This was something Sheen Feng had not expected. One could only say that it was worthy of being an S-ranked power, Chaotic Divine Lightning. At this moment, he also felt a bit lucky. The commotion caused by the fusion of the powers just now was too great, especially the thick thunderbolt in the high sky. He himself was protected by the Chaos Divine Lightning, so naturally he wouldn't have any accidents, but those residents in the area would be in danger. However, it was good that those thunderbolts only targeted him alone, and did not cause any other effects. Those other items in the room, such as the destroyed furniture, were also rippled by the energy surrounding his body. Gotta find a way to deal with the landlord. Saying that, Qin Feng opened the system panel with a thought. Name, Qin Feng. Ability, Chaotic Divine Lightning S+, Red Fire F+. Level, Mid Awakening. Blood, 50+. Spirit, 32+. Physical, 10% Mortal Body+. Battle Technique, Thunder Fist D minor+. Talent Aptitude, Infinite Swallow Level 1, can devour any energy with any attribute to enhance cultivation. Evolution Points, 200. After successfully fusing the Chaotic Divine Lightning, his chi and blood directly increased by 40 points and his cultivation reached the middle stage of awakening. Not only that, his spirit and physique were equally enhanced. Qin Feng clenched his fists. He felt that his body was now full of power. Even without using his supernatural abilities, his battle power was several times stronger than before. Go downstairs and test your battle power. Qin Feng, who thought of this, turned around and was ready to go downstairs, but after seeing the mess in his room, he decided to clean up first. An hour later, Qin Feng arrived at the open-air martial arts arena within the small area. It was almost after 5 in the afternoon, which was the time to prepare for the next lunch, so by the time Qin Feng arrived here, there weren't many people here. After waiting for a while longer, he was the only one left here. Qin Feng lifted his foot and came to a somewhat shabby-looking instrument. The Battle Power Tester, as its name suggested, was an instrument that could detect the battle power of an awakened person. When using it, one only needs to hit the instrument with all one's strength, and it will display the battle power number on it. Chapter 4, Reach Out a Little, and the battle technique is perfected. The realms of the awakened were differentiated by chi and blood, but the actual battle power was different. The specific battle power was based on a number of other factors such as the battle techniques one had mastered, the level of one's supernatural ability, and so on. Just like Qin Feng's own current cultivation level was in the middle stage of awakening, but because of the existence of the chaotic divine thunder, his actual battle power was far beyond that of his peers. Let's first try out the battle power that comes from fighting with physical strength. Qin Feng, who had arrived in front of the battle strength tester, took a deep breath, then clenched his right hand into a fist and fiercely blasted out towards the front. There was a bang of a tremor. On the screen above the instrument, the row of red numbers began to rapidly soar upwards. 100, 0.300, 0.600. Eventually the number stopped at 700. I can't believe it reached 700. Qin Feng was a bit surprised, although he knew that when he fused the chaotic divine lightning just now, his physique had also received a significant increase. He didn't expect to hit 700 battle power now just based on his physical strength. The average awakened person's battle power was almost 10 times that of their chi and blood. Of course, this was without using battle techniques. Qin Feng's current chi and blood was only 50, and his battle power was almost 1.4 times that of an unusual awakened. An ordinary awakened person would at most be similar to him even if they used battle techniques. Try using a battle technique next. Qin Feng began to mobilize the chi and blood in his body, his fists clenched tightly as a dazzling ball of thunder light enveloped his fists. The thunder light fist struck out in a smooth motion. Bang! Bang! 2 shocking sounds rang out, and the red numbers on the instrument once again changed significantly. 100, 0.300, 800. The battle power quickly surpassed the 700 from earlier and finally stopped at 1000. Qin Feng wasn't surprised by this number. His Thunder Light Fist had already reached the small completion realm, and it was normal for his battle power to reach 1000. Bang! 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 Next, Qin Feng quickly swung his arms, his fists like rain blasting out towards the front, ruthlessly smashing down on the tester. After blasting out a dozen or so punches one after another, the battle power was almost all around 1000. Immediately after that, Qin Feng took a step back and began to mobilize another energy within his body. Z. Accompanied by a dense surge of electric current, Qin Feng's right hand was wrapped in a thumb-thin blue arc of electricity. In the next instant, he violently raised his arm. Thunder Light Fist. The fist wrapped in blue arcs of electricity was like a bolt of lightning as it quickly dashed out towards the front. Bang! Bang! Lightning flashed, and the wind of the exploding fist shook the air, making a burst of airborne sound. Boom! As a violent collision sound rang out, the Thunder Light Fist also heavily bombarded the tester. Visible to the naked eye, the tester began to shake violently. The thunder aura then dissipated, and a visible crater appeared in the center of the bullseye on the tester, which was made of a special alloy. There was also a spiderweb-like crack around the crater, and the numbers on the screen above the tester began to jump continuously, eventually stopping at 2000. Battle power 2000? A flash of shock appeared on Qin Feng's face, realizing that 2000 battle power was almost equivalent to a mid-first stage awakened who could strike with all his might without the use of battle skills. And right now, his chi and blood had only just reached the middle stage of awakening. But then after he thought about his special ability being an S-rank chaotic divine lightning, Qin Feng felt nothing. Although the strike just now was very powerful, but likewise, his consumption was also extremely great. With his current cultivation level, the attack just now could be struck twice at most. Still, I have to raise my cultivation realm as soon as possible. Qin Feng thought this in his heart. Only by raising his cultivation level would he be able to truly bring out the power of the chaotic divine lightning. Right, there are still 200 evolution points. Right at this moment, Xin Feng thought of the 200 evolution points gifted by the newbie gift pack. Name, Xin Feng. Ability, Chaotic Divine Lightning S+, Red Fire F+. Level, Mid Awakening. Blood, 50+. Spirit, 32+. Physical, 10% Mortal Body+. Battle Technique, Thunder Fist D minor+. Talent Aptitude, Infinite Swallow Level 1, can devour any energy with any attribute to enhance cultivation. Evolution Points, 200. Looking at the illusory system panel in front of him, Xin Feng thought for a moment and then attempted to add a little bit of evolution points to his Qi and Blood. Qi and Blood, 50.1+. 1 evolution point increased 0.1 Qi and Blood, a 10-to-1 ratio, followed by Xin Feng trying Spirit and Physique, both of which were also about the same 10-to-1 ratio. A total of 30 evolution points were consumed, and Qi, Blood, Spirit, and Physique were all raised by 1. Looking at the remaining evolution points, Xin Feng started trying to add points to his battle skills. He first used 10 evolution points to add on the Thunder Light Fist. In the next instant, Xin Feng felt that his mastery of the Thunder Light Fist became a bit more skillful. Even if he hadn't broken through to the Grand Completion realm yet, it wasn't far off. Next, Xin Feng did not hesitate and began to add all his remaining evolution points to the Thunder Light Fist. Ding! Consumed evolution points 1. Raise D-grade combat skill Thunderbolt Fist to the Perfection realm. After consuming the last 1 evolution point as well, the Thunder Light Fist was successfully upgraded to the Perfection realm. Reaching out with 1 point, the battle skill was perfected. Xin Feng stretched out his right hand, only slightly mobilizing his body's Qi and Blood, and his fist was covered by a dazzling blue aura. As the Thunder Light Fist was elevated to the Perfection realm, he became more skillful in using it. Xin Feng looked up at the battle power tester in front of him, which had been restored as before, then he violently blasted out with a fist. The target centers of the battle power tester were all made from a special kind of memory metal. This battle force tester was exclusive to First Order Awakened, and would not be damaged unless it suffered from a battle force far beyond the First Order. Xin Feng's battle power from the outbreak of his supernatural ability just now had only just reached 2000, and had not yet reached the battle power of the late First Order, so it was impossible to damage the tester. Boom! The tester trembled violently once more as the Thunder Light Fist blasted out, and the numbers on the instrument stopped at 1400. On top of the 1000 battle power of the Thunder Light Fist minor achievement realm, the battle power had been raised by almost 400. Xin Feng was still satisfied with this. The Thunder Light Fist was after all only a D-grade battle skill. The amount of battle power it could raise was limited. Moreover, this kind of low-grade battle skill, along with the increase in one's cultivation level, the increase in battle power would also become even weaker. Therefore, if an awakened person wants to obtain higher battle power, in addition to raising their cultivation and supernormal abilities, they will be able to master higher-level battle techniques. Xin Feng then tried combining the power of Chaotic Divine Thunder with the Thunder Light Fist, and ended up hitting a battle power of 2500. In the end, he left the place with a satisfied look on his face. Not long after Xin Feng left, a figure once again appeared within the martial arts arena. The white-haired Moncler Outlet Storely walked towards the battle tester, and as he grew older, he felt his own Qi and Blood weakening more and more. Today he also wanted to see how far the battle power had decayed. But when he got close to the battle power tester and saw the 2500 number on the screen, he directly sucked in a breath of cool air. It should be known that the people who live in this neighborhood are some older people, or some senior students. Usually there will basically not be First Order Awakened people running here to test their battle power. Could it be little Qin? Masterly thought of the Xin Feng he had just encountered when he arrived, and his heart couldn't help but begin to suspect. Chapter 5 Teaching Battle Skills, Principal's Nephew. Class Teacher Laoli, tomorrow is the last day to finalize your volunteers. Prepare 20,000 daxia coins for those applying for martial arts, and prepare your brains for liberal arts. Returning home from the open-air martial arts arena, Xin Feng saw the notification message sent by Laoli in the class group. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts, this has been the case since ancient times. Looking at this message, Xin Feng frowned slightly. Taking out 20,000 daxia coins was still a bit difficult for him right now. After all, his original body was an orphan whose parents had died, and he barely had any family income. Normally, he was only able to barely maintain his daily needs by relying on the relief money issued by the officials. However, according to the official regulations, as he reached the age of 18, this relief money could not be collected anymore. Xin Feng's eyes twitched slightly as he began to ponder. There was no doubt that he would absolutely participate in this martial arts exam. Not only would he participate, he had even greater ambitions. The purpose of the martial arts exam was to go to a martial arts university, and martial arts universities also had grades. Before this, Xin Feng's idea was that it would be good to get into a third-rate university. But now, with the Chaotic Divine Thunder, the existence of the system, his goal had long been placed on those superb martial arts universities. But right now, the first order of business was to find a way to raise money first. More than just the 20,000 entry fee, Qin Feng knew that if he wanted to rapidly increase his cultivation and battle power, he would need to purchase other resources. Energy liquids, battle skills, and other resources that could enhance one's cultivation, all of which required a large amount of dasha coins to purchase. Gotta find a way to get money. Day 2. Qin Feng came to school as usual. Today he was going to apply for a student loan from his homeroom teacher. He remembers that every homeroom teacher has a student loan quota in their hands, and although the loan amount is not big, only about 100,000, it can still be a solution to the pressing problem. When he came to the school, he went directly to the homeroom teacher, but someone else applied for a student loan before him. That person's name is Joan. His family is poor, similar to him. Joan, although you've awakened your B-class psychic ability, you've only just awakened it, your battle power is limited, and it's normal to lose to those people in the martial arts arena. This bursary should be enough to fulfill the resources you need right now. For the time being, it's better to focus on your cultivation and stop going to places like the martial arts arena. I know, teacher. Inside the office, class teacher Old Lee was saying something to Joan with a bitter face. Qin Feng, who was about to turn around and leave, happened to hear this. A martial arts fighting arena? Qin Feng walked back to the classroom while recalling the information about the martial arts fighting arena. Brother Feng. Li Fei, who saw Qin Feng, opened his mouth to greet him. Seeing Li Fei's, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He then opened his mouth to ask the other party about it. Hearing this, Li Fei was first slightly stunned, and then opened his mouth tentatively. Brother Feng, you're not going to go to the ring, are you? Qin Feng shook his head, indicating that he was just a bit curious. Seeing this, Li Fei also opened his mouth and gave Qin Feng some general information about the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena was considered a kind of gray industry in Linhai City, and was commonly known as a competition between awakened people. The kind where you get money if you win. Only because it's a gray industry, there's no such thing as holding back when it comes to a fight, and it's possible to accidentally die in the ring when you're not as skilled as you should be. Brother Feng, if you want to visit the martial arts arena's bouts, I can take you there, but if you're participating, forget it. Joan went there yesterday to participate in a ring battle, and ended up being defeated in the first match. If he didn't concede quickly, he might still be lying in the hospital now. Afraid that Qin Feng would raise thoughts that he shouldn't have, Li Fei continued to speak. Well, I'm just curious. Qin Feng slightly waved his hand. Joan's B-rank alien ability went up there and got it over. I'm still self-aware, don't worry. After patting Li Fei's shoulder, Qin Feng sat down on his seat. That's it. At this moment, Qin Feng had already made a decision in his mind to wait until the afternoon and head directly to the martial arts arena. Qin Feng believed that with his current battle power that far exceeded that of his peers, it was possible to make up for the lack of combat experience. Since he had just awakened his psychic ability yesterday, the school's lesson for today was basically to teach everyone how to utilize their psychic ability, as well as attaching the power of their psychic ability to their battle techniques. For these Qin Feng had already tried on his own, and compared to these, he felt that the school might as well teach them one more battle skill. Just when Qin Feng was thinking like this in his heart, the class teacher, Old Lee, suddenly appeared at the door of the classroom. Everyone all gather at the playground. The crowd that heard this had some doubts, but they all got up in unison and rushed towards the playground. Meanwhile, the principal's office. I say, old uncle, it's not easy for your nephew to come back for a trip, and you're still arranging this hard job for me. Really not treating me as an outsider. A young man with short hair crossed his legs and said something to young Zirong with a resentful face. Alright, old uncle will treat you well tonight. Hurry up, the students are in the playground. Saying that, young Zirong tugged on the short-haired man's shoulder, then directly pulled him out of the office. In response, the short-haired man was also helpless, but in the end, he obediently followed behind young Zirong. First things first, old uncle, I'm only responsible for teaching as for whether these schoolmates can learn it or not, it's up to their own enlightenment. The short-haired man slowly opened his mouth. Enlightenment, poor enlightenment, you just teach a few more times, don't worry, the time I arranged enough for you. Facing the short-haired man's complaint, Yang Zirong disliked it with one sentence. The short-haired man's name was Zhang Long, a junior student who had taken the time to come over to see Yang Zirong because he was in the neighborhood on a mission sent by the school. It was just that what he didn't expect was to be treated as a laborer when he came here. Zhang Long came to the playground with a helpless face, and at this time, almost all of the senior students within the school had gathered here. Students, this person beside me is a genius student from our Jiangnan University. Today I specially asked him to come over and teach you a battle technique. The opportunity is rare, you must grasp it. The principal's words made the students below all get energized. Although Jiangnan University is not as good as Kyoto and Mordor where the super first-class universities are, but it is still a first-class university, and it is a first-class university. The talented students in the first-class university came to teach them battle skills. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. I really didn't expect it. Our principal actually knows how to use the back door as well. Li Fei, who was standing beside Qin Feng, muttered in a low voice. Compared to the others who were all excited, he, who had already enrolled in liberal arts, was lacking in interest. He knew his position very well. The reason why the principal had hired someone to teach battle skills was only for those students who had awakened high-level psychic abilities. And the fact is exactly the same. At this time in the front row of the playground, standing are those who have awakened the C-class, B-class alien energy students. Even Chuyu, who had awakened a class psychic abilities, was standing directly on top of the high platform, teaching battle techniques. Compared to the swinging Li Fei, at this moment, Qin Feng's eyes were flickering with essence, and his eyes landed on Zhang Long on top of the high platform without blinking. Chapter 6 Entry Angry Thunderstrike, Terrifying Cultivation Talent. The next thing I'm going to demonstrate is a C-grade battle skill called the Raging Thunder Splash. I'll demonstrate it 5 times in slow motion, so watch carefully, and after the 5 times, it's up to you guys to rehearse it on your own. Zhang Long on top of the high platform took a step forward, and a strong voice mixed with the power of qi and blood came out from his mouth. As soon as the words fell, he began to take his stance. At this moment, the entire room was incredibly quiet, even for a liberal arts student like Li Fei. At this moment, he had the sense to close his mouth, fearing that he would make some strange noises that would affect the others. Chuyu above the platform has even begun to follow Zhang Long's maneuvers. I'll be more serious, C-rank battle techniques are not something that can be learned casually. Class teacher Old Li whispered to his students. After saying that, even he himself twisted his head and looked up at the high platform with wide eyes. He was only a first rank awakened, and the attraction of a C-rank battle skill to him was equally great. On top of the high platform, Zhang Long, who had finished playing once, only paused for a split second before starting to rehearse for the second time. At this moment, he opened his mouth as he practiced his battle technique. Raging Thunder Slash is a battle technique with irregular moves that can be either a leg technique or a sword technique. The main point is to gather one's own energy to a point and then release it with lightning speed, and the power is one of the best amongst C-class battle techniques. Boom! Saying that, Zhang Long's athletic legs were like 2 sharp axes, chopping into the air one after the other, emitting a violent sound of exploding air. At this moment, it seemed as if even the air was going to be chopped by his legs. Bang! Bang! The next Zhang Long kept displaying the angry thunder slash stance. After displaying it 2 times in a row, Zhang Long stopped the movements of his hands, at which time his eyes swept across the bottom. Under his gaze, a silhouette was following a gourd and doing similar movements as he had just done. However, most of them didn't even memorize the movements clearly, and some of the ones that performed well were only doing so in vain. In the end, Zhang Long's gaze rested on Chuyu, who was closest to him. The cultivation talent of Chuyu, who had awakened her rank psychic ability, was much higher than the other students, and compared to the others, her movements looked much smoother. I'll give you guys a minute to digest, later we'll start playing for the 3rd time. Is this a C-rank battle technique? I can't understand how to read it, and those movements just now, did any of you memorize them? At the back of the crowd, someone whispered. I can't even remember the movements, what's the point of learning this? I'd better focus on practicing my D-rank battle techniques. There are so many people learning, if it was one-on-one, I might still have a chance, now it's better to forget about it like this. Many people had already given up at this point, they already had limited talent, and now that the college entrance exam was around the corner, it would be better to leave time to practice more D-grade battle techniques, so that they might progress even more. Cut. Li Fei had a look on his face that I knew this was going to happen. Brother Phone, why don't you stop practicing as well? I still have a D-grade battle seal at home, I'll bring it over to you when the time comes, you can master one more battle skill if you use it. Saying that, Li Fei turned his head to look at Qin Feng on the side, but the next moment, he froze. He only saw that at this moment, Qin Feng was practicing with his eyes closed, and although his movements were not very standard, for some reason, Li Fei felt that the Qin Feng at this moment was very dangerous. Intuition told him that Qin Feng in this state could defeat him in one move. How is this possible? Li Fei shook his head, only thinking that it was his illusion. Before awakening their powers, the two of them had similar qi and blood, and normally the increase in qi and blood from awakening a D-ranked power was far greater than an F-ranked power. So no matter how you look at it, now that he was compared to Qin Feng, he was the one who was stronger. Qin Feng over here didn't care about Li Fei's abnormality, and after practicing once, he stopped his hand movements. Good, now start rehearsing for the 3rd time. At the same time, Zhang Long on the high platform also started rehearsing again. Bang! Bang! Soon, a violent sound of exploding air rang out once again. Time quickly passed, the 5 times of the Raging Thunder Splash rehearsal was completed, and Zhang Long, who had wanted to leave directly, was once again pressed by the principal's shoulders and stayed behind graciously. Alright, the following begins the 2-person sparring mode. Coach Zhang will be right here to watch you. If there is anything you don't understand, hurry over and ask. With a command, the principal once again sold his nephew. Then the students of each class, led by the class teacher, began to fight 2 by 2 as a class. How about it, old uncle, test your eyesight, are there a few good seedlings in here? The principal opened his mouth to Zhang Long and asked. In response, the extremely reluctant Zhang Long still reached out and pointed at a few people. Other than the one who awakened his A-rank psychic ability, there are only a few people left whose enlightenment is not bad. But even so, with all this time before the college entrance exams, they will at most only be able to cultivate the Raging Thunder Splash to the point of initiation, and if they're lucky, they might be able to reach a minor accomplishment. The principal was not surprised by this. Zhao Cheng of Zhanglong's finger, Luo Kai. These people had all awakened their B-class psychic abilities, and their comprehension abilities were naturally a bit stronger than the others. The difference between the grades of battle techniques is not only the difference in the power of the outburst, but also the difficulty of practicing them is the same as the higher the grade, the more difficult it is. The degree of mastery of the battle technique is divided into 4 realms: introduction, small success, great success, and perfection. Deshang principal dare not hope, as long as these people can start, then his nephew today, even if it is not in vain. The next principal and Zhang Long both focused on these students at the front of the line, and sometimes Zhang Long would open his mouth to give a few pointers. And at the back of the team, at this time, Qin Feng had also started practicing against Li Fei. Li Fei, who had already enrolled as a liberal arts student, was not required to participate in such activities, but Old Li had still put him on a team with Qin Feng. In Old Li's opinion, Qin Feng, who had awakened his F-level psychic ability, was certainly a bottomless existence, while Li Fei, who had awakened his D-level auxiliary psychic ability, could just be his opponent. Another thing was that Old Li knew that the two of them had a good relationship, so he didn't have to worry about Li Fei hurting Qin Feng. Bang! However, right at this moment, a violent sound of exploding air rang in Old Li's ears, and immediately afterward, he saw a chubby figure flying backwards. When Old Li fixed his eyes, that person was none other than Li Fei, who he thought would show mercy to Qin Feng. How is this possible? What truly shocked Old Li was not the fact that Qin Feng had defeated Li Fei, but the battle technique Qin Feng had just used. It was none other than the Raging Thunder Slash. Could it be that he has already cultivated the Raging Thunder Splash to the introductory level? In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, he immediately changed Qin Feng's sparring partner. This time it was a student who had awakened his strengthening department's D-rank psychic ability, and his battle strength was much stronger than Li Fei. Bang! However, the end result was a shock to Old Li, as the man was similarly sent flying by Qin Feng's kick. There's no mistaking it, it's indeed a Raging Thunder Strike, and it's introductory. Old Li's face was filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Qin Feng's enlightenment to be so strong. C-class battle techniques were practiced like this twice before getting started, knowing that even Chuyu, who had awakened her A-class psychic abilities, had not made it this far. Old Li wasn't wrong. At this moment, Qin Feng had indeed already initiated the Raging Thunder Slash. In fact, this is the point that Qin Feng himself is also very surprised. It seems that not only the physique, but even the cultivation talent has changed tremendously after fusing the chaotic divine lightning. Qin Feng thought this in his heart, but compared to the introductory Raging Thunder Splash, he was more concerned about the evolution points he had just gained from defeating Li Fei and the two of them. Chapter 7, Martial Arts Arena, Ring Master Mode. Raging Thunder Strike, Introductory 1%. Evolution Points, 25. This was exactly the evolution points gained from defeating Li Fei's two men just now. Only 25 evolution points for two people, a bit less. Qin Feng frowned lightly, but he also knew that it was mainly because these two people's battle power was really too weak. That's why the evolution points were relatively low. Just as he was about to apply to Old Li to get him another opponent with more strength, he realized that Old Li had already left the place. In response, Qin Feng could only give up, and then he left the playground without moving. Now that he had been initiated by the Raging Thunder Split, there was little need to remain here. When did Brother Feng become so strong? Li Fei rubbed his butt that hurt from the fall just now and looked at Qin Feng's back. Expressions of disbelief, elation, and sadness kept switching on his face. Looks like I'm the only one who's a loser. On the other hand, Old Li, who had left this place, had arrived on the high platform and was reporting something to the principal. How can it be? Are you sure you're not mistaken? His Raging Thunder struck the gate? After hearing Old Li's report, the principal's spirit instantly shook and his face was agitated. To be able to get started with a C-rank battle technique in such a short period of time was enough to show that this person's cultivation talent was extraordinary. Zhang Long, who was on the side, also brightened up after hearing this, knowing that even he, at first, had spent almost a day before barely being able to get started with the Raging Thunder Split. But just like that, he had even received praise from his own mentor. Where is that man? Hurry, and bring him here. The principal urged it Old Li. He couldn't wait to meet this genius student who was able to initiate a C-rank battle skill in less than an hour. Zhang Long was also very much looking forward to it. For him, befriending this kind of genius in advance would only have benefits and no disadvantages. However, at this time, Old Li was in a difficult situation, and in the end, he still opened his mouth. Principal, that man is Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the student who awakened the F-rank thunder and fire duel system. At this moment, the principal was first stunned, followed by a look of disbelief. Normally speaking, the cultivation talent of an awakened person is closely related to the level of the awakened alien ability. The higher the level of the alien ability, the stronger the cultivation talent will be. For someone like Qin Feng who had awakened an F-ranked alien ability, his cultivation talent should be extremely poor, so how could he have been introduced to a C-ranked battle technique in such a short period of time? Zhang Long, who was originally looking forward to this, lost all interest when he heard that Qin Feng's alien ability level was only F-rank. Maybe it's just that enlightenment is more prominent. But with only an F-ranked level of psychic ability, he's destined to have limited growth. Alas! It's such a shame to have such good enlightenment. With that, Zhang Long got up and walked towards Zhao Chang and Luo Kai, the few people below. The principal on the other side was still a bit undeterred as he directly walked down to the high platform, wanting to personally check Qin Feng's changes. However, when he arrived at the very back of the group, he realized that Qin Feng had already left the area. In response, the principal could only shake his head and cry out straight in his heart. What a pity! Qin Feng on this side walked out of the school directly after leaving the playground. At this moment, he had already added all the 25 evolution points he had just obtained to Raging Thunder Slash. Raging Thunder Slash C intro 89% plus. It's just one step away from minor accomplishment. My battle power has increased quite a bit more if I have Raging Thunder Splinter in, but it's still only the introductory realm, so the improvement is limited. Still have to find a way to obtain evolution points. Qin Feng thought in his heart. The way to obtain evolution points was to simply kill or defeat your opponent. As for the number of evolution points, it is determined by the opponent's battle level. If that's the case, then the martial arts arena is more than appropriate for me right now. As long as I defeat my opponent there, not only will I be able to obtain prize money, but I will also be able to obtain evolution points. Two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer hesitates, and after stopping a cab in front of the school, he heads straight to the martial arts arena. Half an hour later, a cab stopped in front of a steel building, and then a figure came down from the car, which was none other than Qin Feng. Looking at the tall building in front of him that was like a steel beast, Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly lifted his foot and walked in. Before going in, he had already changed his clothes and also put on the mask he had just bought on his way here. The reason why he did this was also to avoid some non-essential trouble. After all, the current him was still a student. After walking into the building and explaining his purpose to the staff here, the other party brought him to a closed room. After walking in, Qin Feng realized that there was a young woman with a charming figure and wearing a black uniform. New here? The young woman looked up and sized up Qin Feng, then pointed to the screen on the side and said, "There are rules on here, read it yourself. Remember to pay the $2,000 deposit after reading it." Not caring about the young woman's disdainful attitude, he looked up at the screen. Awakening stage, ring sparring, 1,000 dasha coins for a win. First level awaken, 5,000 coins for a win in the ring. Second level awakener. Not only that, but there would also be additional bonuses if they were able to make it to the end of the ring after winning the final victory. One of the bonuses for the awakening stage was 50,000 dasha coins. Qin Feng's gaze fell behind the awakening period on the first line, which had a number of 35 on it, which meant that there were already 35 people in the awakening period who had participated in the ring battle. There's only about 3 dozen people in total, and if they fight 2 by 2, they'll only be able to battle for a maximum of 5 or 6 matches. In that case, even if we add that 50,000 dasha coins, it's still not enough at all. Enrolling in the martial arts section would require a 20,000 enrollment fee, and he would also need to purchase weapons, battle techniques, and energy fluids. It was obvious that just a few tens of thousands of dasha coins was simply not enough for him to squander. There's no way to be able to get more prizes. Qin Feng opened his mouth and inquired to the young woman. "Just you still think the money is too little?" After hearing Qin Feng's words, a flash of disdain flashed across the young woman's face, and then as if she had thought of something, she said with a playful-like smile on her face, "If you are confident in your own strength, you can hog a ring by yourself and let the others challenge you. The prize money will change this way?" Qin Feng instantly became interested. Looking at Qin Feng, who was wearing a black mask in front of her, the young woman who had read countless people at this time could already tell that Qin Feng should not be very old. This mode is known as the Ringmaster mode, occupying the ring. The bonuses you get for each opponent you defeat are stacked. And as long as you are able to defeat all your opponents in this state, the final bonus will be doubled straight away. However, if one is defeated by an opponent in the middle of the game, then the prize money is automatically transferred to that person. Understood? Aha! Qin Feng nodded. "Well, kid, you still participate normally. I'm going to participate in Ringmaster mode." Before the young woman over here could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted by Qin Feng speaking. Really a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers. Since you seek death, there's no reason to stop you. Saying that, the young woman directly handed Qin Feng a participant's token, as well as an electronic contract. Chapter 8 1 Move, 1 second. Inside the electronic contract was a disclaimer, which roughly stated that anyone who participated in the martial arts arena ring tournament, all of them volunteered to do so. Any accidents that happen to any of the participants in the ring have nothing to do with the martial arts arena. It's like a life and death contract. Alright, go over there and test the chi and blood. The young woman reached out and pointed in a direction. With that, Qin Feng did not hesitate any longer and turned towards the qi and blood detector. There was already someone testing qi and blood in front of him. He saw that it was a middle-aged man with a burly figure, only to see him walk up to an advanced instrument, extend his palm out and place it on the instrument. Then the next moment, the screen above the instrument displayed a red value, 120. This indicated that the middle-aged man's cultivation level was at the early stage of the first rank. It was soon Qin Feng's turn and his qi blood reached 56. Not far away, the young woman who was surreptitiously observing this side of the room showed a touch of disdain on her face after noticing that Qin Feng's qi blood was only 56. Thereupon, she beckoned for a staff member to come from outside. "There's 100,000 daxia coins in here, go place a bet for me on that guy to lose." "Okay, Sister Yao." The man didn't ask more questions, and after reaching out and accepting the card handed by the young woman, he left the place straight away. Obviously, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The ring battle in the martial arts arena wasn't just as simple as both sides competing. Behind the scenes there were countless gamblers involved, placing bets for their favorite players. Of course, the players themselves could not participate in the betting. "New rookie, I hope you're lucky enough to save a little life." After Qin Feng on this side had finished testing his qi and blood, a staff member came forward and brought him to a dressing room with various masks and robes that could conceal his figure. This was also to make it easier for those who didn't want to reveal their identities to hide their information. Still very thoughtful. With this thought in his mind, Qin Feng walks over to a row of masks. He searches through them and sees a white cat face mask. This is it. Reaching out to remove the mask, Qin Feng put it on his face. With that, he walked towards a ring with the mask on, the very ring of the awakening stage. By the way, can an awakening stage player go to the ring of a first order awakened? Right at this moment, Qin Feng, who thought of something, opened his mouth and asked the staff at the side. In the face of Qin Feng's inquiry, the staff member was first stunned before he spoke in a deep voice. Lower ranked awakened can go to the ring to challenge higher ranked awakened and have their rewards doubled. His words caused Qin Feng to light up. Yesterday, when he was testing his battle power, if he went all out, his battle power was close to 3,000, almost equivalent to an ordinary late first rank awakened person. However, Qin Feng knew that just 3,000 battle power to fight a first rank awakened person was still a big risk. After all, those who dared to come here to participate in a ring battle were all experienced outlaws. When my cultivation breaks through to the late awakening stage and my raging thunder slash is raised to the perfection realm, then I'll challenge the first rank ring. Qin Feng, who thought like this in his heart, quickly arrived at the edge of a ring. At this moment, there were more than 30 people gathered at the edge of this ring. Some of them were wearing masks to hide their identities just like Qin Feng, and there were also some people who directly revealed their original appearance. The latter were mostly those who had awakened low-level psychic abilities and were unable to advance in their cultivation. Qin Feng's eyes trembled slightly. Without the appearance of the system, the current situation of these people could be his future. Qin Feng, who thought of this, also strengthened his determination to become stronger. It was also at this moment that a staff member came to the side of the ring and loudly announced the official start of the awakening stage ring match. Just as the crowd had just reacted, a figure wearing a white cat face mask had already ascended the ring. Qin Feng didn't say anything after ascending the stage, quietly waiting for his opponent to appear. After a few seconds passed, a burly figure stood in front of him. And those below all cast their gazes above the ring. "It's Tenshin, it looks like that guy is going to have bad luck." Tenshin's record is 9 consecutive victories, and he's already qualified to challenge the Ringmaster mode. I heard that he's going to challenge the Ringmaster mode today. The people under the ring were talking a lot, but compared to the masked Qin Feng, these people were very favorable to that strong man. Can we start? Right at this moment, Qin Feng opened his mouth, and the opposite party, Zhangli, was first stunned, but then he nodded heavily. At the same time, Zhangli began to mobilize his body's qi and blood, even though he was confident in his strength in this awakening stage ring. But confidence doesn't mean carelessness. He never underestimated any of his opponents. But just the moment he nodded his head, he only felt a black shadow appear in front of him. Immediately after that, bang! Along with a violent shocking sound, a tall figure flew directly out of the ring. What's going on? Tenshin, who had fallen under the ring, only felt his head confused, recalling what had just happened, but in the blink of an eye, he had fallen from the ring. But quickly reacting to the situation, Tenshin only felt incomparably grateful. He knew that he had met a real expert. And it's obvious that the other party stayed his hand, otherwise he couldn't possibly be as unharmed as he is right now. After casting a grateful look at Qin Feng in the ring, he turned straight around and left the place. It was also when Tenshin was preparing to leave that those around him reacted, and a shocked voice resounded in the arena. One must know that Zhangli was not a mediocre person. His battle power had even reached 1003, and his battle experience was also extremely rich. But just like that, he was given a second in the ring. Such a situation was extremely rare even within the martial arts arena. It's fortunate that I didn't rush up rashly just now, or else today would be considered a wasted visit. If we meet him later, we have to admit defeat at the first opportunity. Those players who hadn't yet ascended the ring were shocked, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel thankful for their own sanity. If they were the ones who had just boarded the ring, then there was no doubt that the $2,000 deposit would have been in vain. After all, the martial arts arena had a rule that the deposit would not be refunded if any participant in the ring battle was eliminated without a single victory. No, why is he still in the ring? Could it be he's going to challenge Ringmaster mode? It was at this moment that the crowd realized that Qin Feng, who had sent Zhang Li flying with a single move, was still standing on the ring without coming down. Continue. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng reached out and hooked his hand at the players who had yet to take the court, the meaning obvious. Chapter 9: Encountering a Sneak Attack. Sympathy? Looks like today was a wasted visit. That guy Tenshin couldn't even withstand a single move, we'll only get beaten up if we go up there. At this time, in the face of the ring Qin Feng's provocation, the players below are indifferent, has recognized the Qin Feng that strong strength, they have decided to admit their own bad luck. Seeing that there was still no one walking up to the ring, Qin Feng frowned lightly under his mask. To him, these people could be walking dasha coins and evolution points. Hee, what a bunch of losers. Not even having the guts to stand in front of opponents stronger than yourselves, no wonder you people can't even reach the first order awakened. Just as most of the players were preparing to leave, a voice filled with disdain rang out. The crowd looked in unison, only to see that the one who opened his mouth was a man wearing a black dog head mask on his head. After saying these words, the man directly jumped onto the ring with a leap of his body. Gotta reel it in a little, or we'll lose a lot of money if we scare all these people away later. Thinking like this in his heart, Qin Feng clenched both his fists, his body's chi and blood rolled over as he began to fight with this person. Bang! This time, under Qin Feng's staying hand, the opponent also lasted for more than 10 seconds before being knocked out of the ring. Likewise, there were no fatal injuries sustained. For a while, the players who saw this scene, you look at me. Why don't we go up and try to fight with this person? We usually don't have such a strong opponent to spar with, not to mention, just now, that person in tension didn't get hurt much. It shows that this person isn't the kind of person who's keen on killing, will go up and get a beating at most. Right at this moment, someone couldn't help but speak. His words also woke up the crowd, and then one after another, people started walking up to the ring to fight against Qin Feng, but without exception, all of these people ended up losing to Qin Feng. In line with the principle of I won't offend you if you don't offend me, I won't offend you, for these people, Qin Feng didn't lay too heavy a hand on them, most of them just knocked them off the ring. As one player was defeated by Qin Feng, the prize money was increasing while the evolution points were also increasing. Soon, after he defeated his 10th opponent, the evolution points also reached 400. The battle power of these players he defeated varied, but the lowest was one that possessed late awakening battle power, and on average, each of them could almost bring him 40 evolution points. This kid, what exactly is his identity? Obviously his chi blood is just over 50 points, yet he possesses such a strong battle power. Damn it, it even made me lose $100,000. In the corner, at this time, the young woman's face was gloomy, originally thought that betting on Qin Feng to lose could make a big profit, but did not expect it to be this ending. Sister Yao, this time, but by you harmed misery, I just followed you to bet 2 months of wages. The staff member at the side couldn't help but complain to the young woman. In response, the young woman just gave him a cold look, and the staff member instantly had a mental shock before realizing that he had said the wrong thing. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately knelt down on one knee at the young woman and lowered his head fiercely. Without bothering to look at him again, the young woman once again turned her head and directed her gaze towards Qin Feng in the ring. Humph. Battle power is strong, that also depends on who you're comparing with. Good luck won't always favor you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 200 evolution points. Raging Thunder Splash has reached the grand completion. Listening to the system announcing sound resounding in his head, a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Taking advantage of the opening he had just knocked one of his opponents out of the ring, he directly added the evolution points he had gained this moment to Raging Thunder Slash. Evolution points were supposed to be a resource for him to raise his battle power, and it was only true that he had the resources to realize them at the first opportunity. With his mastery of the Raging Thunder Split reaching its grand completion, Qin Feng's battle power had once again increased. It was also at this moment that another contestant walked onto the ring. This was an old man with a cane and a head full of white hair. Soon enough, the match between the two began. Compared to those in front of them, the old man's battle power was a bit stronger, but the difference wasn't that big for Qin Feng. Not to mention that he had just raised his Raging Thunder Slash to the grand completion realm. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a violent sound of exploding air. It could be seen that at this moment, his legs were like two sharp axes, constantly slashing down hard towards the old man's body. In the face of Qin Feng's fierce attack, the old man who could only barely fight could no longer hold on, and his rapidly retreating body soon came to the edge of the ring. In response to this, Qin Feng is also the same as before, a kick out. The old man is the body backward leap. Although he dodged Qin Feng's attack, his body also left the ring, and the next thing that happened was that as soon as his feet landed on top of the ground, it meant that the battle was over. Qin Feng thought so too, but just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, the old man in midair suddenly made a move. He only saw that he picked up the walking stick in his hand and threw it violently, and then it instantly turned into two pieces. The head of one of them revealed a sharp blade, as if it was a sharp knife rushing towards Qin Feng. Instantly, Qin Feng, who was aware of it, changed his face violently, and he clearly saw that the position pointed by the sharp knife was precisely his head. At this moment, Qin Feng didn't hesitate for a second. The chaotic divine lightning instantly galvanized, tiny blue arcs of electricity appearing on the surface of his body. Under the stimulation of the lightning, his body's reflexes were greatly increased. Qin Feng's body quickly sidestepped towards one side, and the sharp knife pierced through the air at a position less than an inch away from him. Surprisingly, it dodged it? At this time, the old man had also re-stood on the ring. Sure enough, it's him. This old man likes to show his weakness first and then sneak attack every time. That's how he wasted that youth in his 20s yesterday. Actually, he had already won every time, but he just had to hit hard. Old Ian then won. Listening to the comments of the people under the stage, the old man did not get angry. A bunch of naive guys. Battles between awakened people are supposed to be a matter of death for you and death for me. Sympathy will only harm yourself in the end. Just as the old man was thinking this in his heart, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was none other than Qin Feng. Only to see the blue light flickering above Qin Feng's right fist at this moment, a strand of blue electric arcs surrounded his fist, emitting a furious aura. Thunder Light Fist. The fist went straight for the face. The old man's face changed slightly. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and swung it out with the same ferocity, and a faint earth-colored light enveloped his arm. The earth-crushing fist. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, a violent collision sound was emitted, and the air fluctuated like a stream of water. Ah! But in the very next moment, a miserable scream came directly out of the old man's mouth. Only to see his clenched fists directly become bloody and his hand bones shattered. Not only that, the terrifying impact directly knocked his entire arm backwards, and eventually the bones scurried out of the skin and flesh, exposing them. Chapter 10 Strong Kill, Redeeming Beast Crystals. Ah! In the ring, the intense pain caused the old man to directly half kneel on the ground, and that old face became incomparably distorted. It was also at this moment that a silhouette appeared in his line of sight. The old man looked up and the person who came was none other than Qin Feng. Instantly, the old man's face changed violently, then without the slightest hesitation, he immediately opened his mouth. I recognize. Well. The old man who had wanted to speak directly was directly pinched by Qin Feng's hand on his neck, the tremendous force preventing him from making a sound. Fear began to spread throughout his entire body. Burning. It's. The fearful old man's legs went weak and he was about to fall to the ground. Die. Facing the old man's plea for mercy, Qin Feng's pitch-black eyes were filled with indifference without a trace of pity. Then his right hand slowly loosened, followed by a kick on the old man's chest. Bang! Although this kick Qin Feng did not use a battle technique, it was equally powerful, directly sending the old man's body flying out and eventually landing heavily on top of the ring. It could be seen that at this moment, the old man had completely lost his life, and there was an obvious collapse in his chest. Qin Feng, who had finished resolving the old man, did not open his mouth to speak, only that pair of pitch-black eyes exuded an endless coldness. In itself, he upholds the principle that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. Before this old man, almost all of the opponents he fought with had not suffered any substantial damage. However, this was also based on the fact that they hadn't laid a harsh hand on themselves as well. And the sharp knife that this old man had just thrown was aimed at killing him. If it wasn't for the help of the chaotic divine thunder, it would have been nearly impossible for him to safely dodge the attack of that sharp knife. That was why at this moment, he would directly lay his hands on the old man. Less than a minute had passed since the old man had sneak attacked Qin Feng. It wasn't until now that those players below as well as the surrounding spectators reacted. For a while, the surrounding area fell into a silence, but soon after reacting they became red in the face and began to hiss madly. Well done. That old Ingbi doesn't know how many young geniuses he screwed up. He deserved retribution a long time ago. What exactly is the identity of this white cat brother? His battle power is surprisingly so strong. Being able to easily crush that old Ingbi means that his battle power has already reached the early first stage. Today's ringmaster is none other than him. The ring. Qin Feng, who had killed for the first time, was more or less not quite comfortable with it, but when he thought about it, it was this old man who first moved to kill him. The discomfort in his heart eased a bit. Qin Feng carefully felt the slightly trembling body, not knowing whether it was fear or excitement. The old man's sneak attack was also a wake-up call for Qin Feng, making him realize that no matter what time of the day it was, he could not let his guard down, especially in this kind of occasion. After quickly adjusting his state, Qin Feng's gaze once again fell on those players below who had yet to ascend the stage. Continue. However, after Qin Feng's words fell this time, there was a silence from the players below. Previously, they had only dared to go up to the stage because Qin Feng wouldn't strike with a deadly hand when he fought, but now after witnessing the old man being killed with their own eyes, they were beginning to feel fear in their hearts as well. Seeing this situation, Qin Feng also shook his head. He knew that wanting these people to ascend the stage again was indeed a bit difficult. He then turned his head to look at the staff at the side. This staff member was also a bit speechless at this. This was also the first time he had seen this situation. After hesitating for a moment, he took a step forward and stood out. Is there anyone else on? On the field, this situation is still on the chicken hair off. Whoever goes up now, that's the one who really doesn't want to die. As the staff's words fell, all the contestants who had not yet appeared on stage left without looking back. The staff couldn't say anything else. Even though Qin Feng's success in challenging the ringmaster mode would bring some losses to their martial arts arena, there was nothing he could do about the current situation. He couldn't take a knife and force those people to go on stage to fight Qin Feng. What's more, Qin Feng's combat strength was there. Even if he went up a dozen or so people, it would still be useless. There was no way around it. In the end, he could only loudly announce the awakening stage ringmaster mode challenge successful. In an instant, countless gazes from all around landed on Qin Feng. Those who were able to successfully challenge the ringmaster mode were undoubtedly strong, no matter what stage they were in. No one would underestimate them. Facing the gaze of these people around him, the masked Qin Feng didn't have a trace of panic and left the place straight after the staff. What Qin Feng didn't know was that because it was daytime now, if it was nighttime, there would be several times more people here than now. Following the staff, Qin Feng came to a bar. Congratulations, you have successfully challenged the ringmaster mode. Counting the 100,000 bonus, you will receive a total of 114,000 dasha coins. Please check if it's accurate? A voice came from within the bar. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Counting the old man, he had defeated a total of 14 players, which cumulatively added up to 14,000. 114,000 dasha coins. You can choose to exchange it in resources, currency, any form. You can directly exchange for resources? The staff member's words made Qin Feng come to his senses. Then he directly opened his mouth and asked, what resources can all be exchanged? Weapons, battle armor, battle techniques, energy fluids, beast crystals, they can all be exchanged. You can check on this yourself. Saying that, a tablet-like device was handed out within the bar, and Qin Feng was astonished when he swept it with a glance. Just like what the man said just now, battle armor, energy fluid, as well as some other items that could be used for cultivation, there were almost all of them on here. It was simply comparable to a martial arts mall. No, I'm afraid this place is a martial arts mall, Qin Feng said in his heart. He then picked on top of the tablet. Although 110,000 dasha coins seemed like a lot, in reality it was not even enough to buy a C-grade battle skill, and even a D-grade battle skill would cost nearly $100,000. Having no choice, Qin Feng could only dismiss the idea of purchasing a battle skill and instead set his sights on the energy fluid. Energy liquid was created by extracting the energy within the beast crystal and mixing it with some other materials, which could quickly boost the chi and blood within the awakened person's body. The energy within the beast crystal was too violent and could not be directly absorbed by the awakened person. The price of the energy liquid was also very expensive. Even the lowest level D-grade energy liquid cost 100,000 a bottle. Qin Feng was a bit hesitant, but just then, he suddenly thought of his talent Infinite Swallow. Talent Avatar, Infinite Swallow Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to enhance cultivation. Try buying beast crystals directly, Qin Feng said in his heart, then spoke directly. Help me exchange all these dasha coins into first-order beast crystals, with unlimited attributes. Beast crystals? Qin Feng's words caused the staff inside the bar to faintly stare. Chapter 11, Devouring Beast Crystals, Targeting the First Order Ring. Linhai First Middle School. This Qin Feng, he even skipped class again. Looks like it's necessary for me to make a trip to your home at night. Oldly, the class teacher, walked out from inside the classroom. Originally, the principal had told him to bring Qin Feng to meet him at the principal's office in the afternoon. It caused him to wait for an afternoon without waiting for anyone, and he couldn't get through on the phone. At this point, Lao Li had already decided to make a home visit in the evening. Although Qin Feng's awakened psychic ability was the lowest level F, judging from his performance today, his enlightenment was far beyond normal. In the short term, this advantage was still obvious. After all, low-ranked awakened had limited development of their supernatural abilities, and most of the time, they still had to rely on their battle techniques to face the enemy. If Qin Feng's advantage of enlightenment was utilized well, it shouldn't be much of a problem to get into a martial arts university. This was also the reason why Old Li was so attached to it. Soon it was time for school to end. Inside the classroom, didn't Brother Feng say that he wanted to go to the martial arts fighting arena to see what's going on? Turns out none of the afternoon classes are in session, so sadly, I'll have to go by myself, Li Fei muttered under his breath, and then he rushed towards the location of the martial arts arena with a few other students who had an appointment. Observing the battles between those awakened people in the martial arts arena would also be beneficial to students like them who had just awakened their psychic abilities. Of course, unlike other students who held the idea of studying, Li Fei, who had already enrolled in liberal arts, was purely doing it for fun. Soon, the group rushed together towards the martial arts arena. A cultivation room within the martial arts arena. This martial arts arena is really well equipped. Xin Feng, who walked into the cultivation room, said in his heart. Before coming here, he had thought that the martial arts arena was just a place specializing in ring fights. What he didn't expect was that not only could the prize money be used to directly exchange for various cultivation resources, but it even specialized in providing independent cultivation rooms for some of the contestants to use. After closing the door of the cultivation room behind him, Xin Feng looked down at the 3 beast crystals in his hand as a flash of color flashed across his eyes. The 3 beast crystals were exactly the ones he had just exchanged, 1 water attribute mid-first stage and 2 earth attribute early first stage. The beast crystals were much cheaper than the energy liquid in terms of price because they couldn't be directly absorbed by the awakened. Since it was the first time he tried to devour a beast crystal, to be on the safe side, Xin Feng first took out an early first order one and placed it in his palm. Begin! Xin Feng said in his heart, then he directly began to unleash his innate divine ability, Infinite Swallow. It could be seen that a black aura appeared in Xin Feng's palm, followed by the black aura drowning the beast crystal that was glittering with an earthy yellow light in his palm. After a few seconds had passed, Xin Feng felt a violent energy appear within his body. Instantly, he felt his body swell a little and a tingling sensation came from various parts of his body. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Xin Feng's qi and blood tumbled within his body as a loud popping sound emanated from within his body. Xin Feng slowly closed his eyes, carefully feeling the changes in his body. The next instant, Xin Feng violently opened his eyes, an intimidating sharpness flashed out from his eyes, and with his body as the center, an invisible aura surged out, spreading in all directions. The originally smooth air around him became as volatile as a tidal wave. Not a moment passed. The berserk aura began to gradually converge, and the air became stable again. Success! Xin Feng's face revealed a look of delight. Since the emergence of the system, this was the first time he had used his natural aptitude, and before that, he had been more or less unsure in his heart. But fortunately, the final result did not disappoint him. Qi and blood reached 67. Almost an increase of almost 10 points of Qi blood. Bang! Xin Feng formed his right hand into a fist and violently swung it out towards the front. Instantly a popping sound was emitted in the air. After his Qi and blood had been raised, he clearly sensed that his power had become stronger. Continue. After his body gradually adapted to the surging Qi and blood, Xin Feng took out another beast crystal and started devouring it. Half an hour later, the remaining 2 beast crystals had all been completely absorbed by Xin Feng as well, and it could be seen that at this moment, his body was like a bulging leather ball with his entire body swollen. Surging Qi and blood power kept erupting out of his body. Only after a dozen seconds had passed did the swollen body begin to slowly recover, and the Qi and blood power gradually became stabilized. The Qi and blood had increased to 92 points. A mid-first rank beast crystal could raise almost 15 points of Qi blood. Xin Feng clenched his fists and began to mobilize the power of Qi and blood in his body, and instantly, a crackling sound emanated from his body. The feeling of becoming stronger, it's really cool. At this moment, if he were to encounter his previous self, Xin Feng was certain that he would be directly knocked down with a single punch. Looks like I'll have to change into a suit with sufficient toughness next time. Looking at the clothes on his body that were stretched out, Xin Feng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. When he had just devoured that mid-first stage beast crystal, his body had swollen nearly twice as much, and now those clothes on his body had become similar to strips of cloth. At the same time, Xin Feng also realized something, that is, the energy that his body could withstand right now was limited. Just now, that mid-first rank beast crystal had almost burst his body. If it was replaced with a second rank beast crystal, then there was a possibility that his body would explode and die. Although the natural aptitude Infinite Swallow allowed him to devour energy without limit, his body could not withstand it. Xin Feng had expected this. After all, his current cultivation was still in the awakening stage, and being able to devour a first-order beast crystal was already considered good. There were 3 beast crystals in total, adding up to a total of nearly 35 points of Qi and blood for him to raise. If he were to switch to an F-rank psychic ability, he probably wouldn't be able to raise that much in half a year's time. Next, it's time to upgrade the battle technique. Evolution points, 240. Looking at these remaining evolution points, Xin Feng didn't hesitate and directly added them all to the war machine Raging Thunder Splash. Raging Thunder Split, add points to me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 220 evolution points. Raging Thunder Cleave has been raised to the perfection realm. Accompanied by the sound of the system broadcasting, Xin Feng's mind also instantly gained an additional section of comprehension of the Raging Thunder Cleave. Unable to help himself, his body began to move, only to see that at this moment, his 5 fingers were together, using his palm as a sword, and began to slash at the air without stopping. Puffing! Puffing! The hand knife tore through the air, making a sound of air tearing. Only after a long time did Xin Feng slowly stop. The power of the Perfection Realm's Raging Thunder Slash had once again increased, and Qin Feng was able to utilize it either with his legs or arms. His combat power had skyrocketed by a large margin. Next, we'll go directly to challenge the first rank ring. After familiarizing himself with his current power, Qin Feng walked straight out of the training room as he prepared to go challenge the first rank ring. But before that, he first asked the staff here for a suit. At the same time, Li Fei and his group also happened to arrive inside the martial arts arena at this time. Chapter 12, a little difficult, but not much. You're going to challenge the first rank ring? Inside the martial arts arena, a staff member said with incomparable shock. In response, Qin Feng nodded and did not open his mouth to explain anything. The staff member gave Qin Feng a complicated look in his eyes, but then proceeded to enroll him. He had already recognized Qin Feng as the one who had successfully challenged the ringmaster mode in the afternoon. After all, the white cat face mask was still highly recognizable. However, he thought that Qin Feng had been overwhelmed by his victory in the morning, and that was why he wanted to challenge the first rank ring. If you perceive danger in the ring, you can directly shout to admit defeat so that the referee will step in at the first opportunity. In the end, the staff member still droned on. Got it. Qin Feng nodded his head indifferently. This was the rules of the martial arts arena. The old man he had killed earlier was supposed to admit defeat, only that he had stopped him. Afterward, under the leadership of the staff, Qin Feng was brought to the area of the first stage ring. Since he had already tested once today, Qin Feng wasn't testing his chi blood this time. The martial arts arena believed that no one could raise their chi blood too much in one day. Even taking a bottle of D-grade energy liquid would only raise less than 10 points of chi and blood at most. But obviously they were destined to miscalculate today. The martial arts arena was segregated in the middle for the different levels of rings, so no one noticed Qin Feng as he walked into the marquee area of the first rank ring. Everyone here just treated him as an ordinary first order awakened. Audience seat. What kind of strong person can there be in the awakening stage? The fight between them isn't much different from us students. Not to mention the fact that you and I have both reached the late stage of awakening, and a breakthrough to the first stage is just around the corner. So coming here in advance to watch a battle between first order awakened is also something that can only benefit us and do us no harm. Zhao Chang spoke to Luo Kai, who was at the side. Luo Kai, who heard this, also nodded. The two of them were originally the most talented in Lin Hai No. 1 except Shu Yu. In itself, if they were to just rely on their own cultivation talent, it would be difficult to raise their cultivation to the late awakening stage in such a short period of time. But just this afternoon, the principal had given them, the students who had awakened their B-class psychic abilities, a bottle of D-class energy liquid each. It was also after taking the energy liquid that their chi and blood reached over 60 points. Apart from the two of them, there were also a few people, Li Fei, who also came here, only that their seats were not together. The time was nearing evening, more and more spectators walked in, and soon, the audience seats around the first stage ring were filled with people. The referee then went straight to the stage and announced the official start of the ring match. Just after his words fell, a young man with short black hair was the first to ascend the ring. It's Luo Xiu. Didn't he just win 15 consecutive victories a few days ago and successfully challenge the Ringmaster mode? What? Could it be that he's going to continue to challenge Ringmaster mode today? Luo Xiu's cultivation has already reached the middle of the first rank, and his battle power has all reached more than 3,000, so it's going to be hard to suppress him except for a late first rank. Awakened people who came to the martial arts fighting arena to participate in the competition were usually there for the sake of wealth, and basically, it was rare for a late first order as well as a second order awakened person to come to participate in the competition. After all, when one's cultivation reaches the late stage of the first order, one already has a certain amount of combat power, and one can form a team to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, which can also obtain a certain amount of remuneration. At this time, Qin Feng in the war zone was also focusing his attention on the ring. This time he didn't directly mount the ring like he did in the awakening stage ring. This was, after all, a first stage ring, so to be on the safe side, he still decided to observe the situation first. Luo Xiu, I'll meet you. A loud shout rang out on the field, followed by a silhouette leaping onto the ring. It could be seen that it was a man who looked about the same age as Luo Xiu. After the man mounted the ring, his eyes were dead set on Luo Xiu on the opposite side, his body tensed, not daring to have a hint of carelessness. The match begins. Accompanied by a referee's order, the man seized the opportunity, his feet stomped on the ground to force the ground, his body was like a cannonball, violently rushing forward. Facing the man's impact, Luo Xiu's face was calm, without a trace of panic, his body moved quickly, instantly fighting with the man. Although the man's strength was good, there was still a clear gap between him and Luo Xiu, and after a dozen or so moves, he was blasted outside the ring by Luo Xiu's fire fist. Worthy of being Luo Xiu, I'm afraid that in the face of this fire fist, it would be very difficult for an average late first order to resist. Yeah, the fire fist is a C-rank battle skill, and looking at Luo Xiu's stance just now, it has reached at least the grand completion realm, so the power isn't normally strong. Fire-type psychic ability, coupled with a fire attribute battle skill, the power is indeed stronger than normal battle skills. Qin Feng looked at the reddish-yellow flames surrounding Luo Xiu's fist in the ring and let out a soft murmur from his mouth. Attribute battle skills, which were created for the various attributes of an awakened person's supernatural abilities, were slightly stronger than ordinary battle skills of the same level in terms of power. However, the same attribute battle skill also has restrictions. Only by those who have the same attribute of the awakened person can cultivate. Looking at the fire fist Luo Xiu performed in the ring, at this moment, Qin Feng was even less anxious to mount the ring. Soon, following the man, a few more people mounted the ring and challenged Luo Xiu. But without exception, all of them were easily defeated by Luo Xiu. This person is very strong. There's also that fire battle skill that isn't weaker than the Raging Thunder Split, which is just as powerful. Luo Kai and Zhao Cheng in the audience seats stared at the ring without blinking, especially Zhao Cheng, who had also awakened his fire ability. His eyes were dead set on the fire fist that Luo Xiu was performing, as if he wanted to learn this battle skill like this. But this was clearly impossible. If one wanted to master a battle technique, other than teaching them like Zhang Long did within the school before, there was another way to directly use battle seals. Battle seals were engraved by those awakened who were above the 7th rank and contained their comprehension of battle techniques. Normally, using a battle seal would allow the awakened person to master a battle technique faster, and some geniuses could even get started in one go. However, the price of the corresponding battle seals was also incomparably high. For someone like Zhao Cheng to want to learn an opponent's battle techniques just by watching a person's battle scene was tantamount to a fool's errand. Not long after Luo Xiu defeated another person, Zhao Cheng also closed his eyes, and a touch of regret appeared on his face. Sure enough, it can't be done. Zhao Cheng smiled to himself. I'm afraid that only those supreme geniuses who have awakened their S-class supernatural abilities can do it. At the same time, a whisper escaped Qin Feng's mouth. A little difficult, but not much. Fire Fist Grade C, Intro 1%. Chapter 13, Come Alive, Dead Ghost. S-class supernatural ability, it's still terrifying as hell. Qin Feng, who had once again learned a C-rank battle skill, had a smile on his face. The current me is able to master a C-ranked battle skill just by watching battle footage, so if I absorb the Red Lotus Karma Flame later on, at that time, with the 2 major S-ranked supernatural abilities at my side, my cultivation talent will definitely become even more terrifying. Another person defeated. This is already the 9th person, right? It looks like he's going to be challenged again this time. The people below the ring were murmuring, and those players who hadn't gotten on stage yet had all beaten a retreat by now. Luo Xiu in the ring also looked at the referee at this time, and the other party instantly comprehended his meaning and stepped forward to announce the result. However, just at this moment, he was able to see a silhouette flash by, followed by a figure wearing a white cat face mask on his head appearing above the ring, and it was none other than Qin Feng. White cat face, could it be him? Seeing this familiar cat face mask, the referee instantly thought of the person who had successfully challenged the ringmaster mode in the afternoon. It should just happen to be wearing the same mask. The referee thought this in his mind, and since another person had ascended to the ring, the fight was about to continue. This fellow, he actually dares to go up, what a madman. In a hidden location, the young woman looked at Qin Feng, who walked up to the ring with a gloomy face. She had been paying attention to Qin Feng's movements, so she recognized him at a glance. Who is this person, wearing a mask? Could he be a hidden big shot? What bull, big brother, look at how many people wearing masks are here, are they all big brothers? But even if they aren't big brothers, this person's strength shouldn't be weak. After all, Luo Xiu has already defeated so many people. In this situation, he still dares to mount the ring. He must be very confident in his strength. Just as the surrounding area was talking, Luo Xiu in the ring was frowning. Awakening stage? He sensed that the qi and blood power in Qin Feng's body was very weak, not even reaching the first stage. This was the case unless Qin Feng had practiced some sort of battle technique that could mask his qi and blood, or else his qi and blood itself was that low. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Qin Feng didn't open his mouth and only nodded faintly. His information was clear within the martial arts arena, so there was no need to hide it at this point. He's awakening stage? An awakening stage rookie is going to challenge Luo Xiu? Crazy, this guy is absolutely crazy. Audience. Awakening stage challenging a mid-first stage, and such a thing. Looks like today was not a wasted visit. Li Fei couldn't help but say, only that for some reason, when his gaze landed on the figure wearing a white cat face mask in the ring, there was a vague sense of familiarity. Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai, who were not far away from him, shook their heads at the same time. The gap between the awakening stage and the first order was huge, even they were unable to do combat across a large realm. At this moment, whether it was the spectators on the field or those players, they all thought that it was impossible for Qin Feng to win, and there were even people shouting for Qin Feng to hurry up and roll down. However, compared to those people, there was one person who acted very calmly, and that was Luo Xiu on the ring. Luo Xiu looked expressionlessly at Qin Feng opposite him, his calm eyes without a single fluctuation. He didn't feel slighted because his opponent was in the awakening stage. A person who dared to challenge a first-order awakened at the awakening stage was either a madman or a true genius. Luo Xiu admonished himself in his mind that either of these two were not to be messed with. What a cautious person. Luo Xiu's performance also caused Qin Feng to hit the ground running. Soon the battle between the two began. Luo Xiu took the lead in launching his attack, only to see his feet move quickly 3 steps in front of Qin Feng, followed by a fierce punch slamming out. In order to test Qin Feng's true combat power, he didn't use any combat techniques for this punch. If Qin Feng's strength was only like the surface awakening stage, then this punch would be enough to finish him off. Facing the attack, Qin Feng was not afraid in the slightest. His figure did not retreat but advanced, directly raising his fist to collide with it head-on. In the next instant, the two fists collided together. Instantly, Luo Xiu's eyebrows narrowed, and immediately afterward, it could be seen that his body shook as he took a step backwards towards the back. Qin Feng on this side, on the other hand, took 2 steps backward. Bro, did I read it right just now? Luo Xiu took a step back? In this moment, everyone on the field was shocked. Who exactly is this white cat, knocking back a first rank at the awakening stage? This battle power is really a bit exaggerated. Continue. In the ring, Qin Feng's battle intent rose in his eyes. The mid-first rank Luo Xiu was, without a doubt, the strongest opponent he had encountered since he had awakened his powers. The same Luo Xiu's heart was shocked and at the same time was starting to get excited. To be able to possess first-rank combat power at the awakening stage was definitely an extraordinary genius, and to be able to fight with such a genius was also extremely rare. Battle! Luo Xiu let out a low gulp as strong qi and blood power surged out from within his body, reddish-yellow flames covering the tops of both fists. Fire Fist! After seeing Qin Feng's battle power, Luo Xiu also got serious and used his strongest attack right off the bat. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate any longer. It just so happened that he also wanted to finish as soon as possible to collect his prize money. With a thought, the chaotic divine thunder was galvanized in a flash. Z. Dense sounds of surging electric currents emanated from Qin Feng's body. After his cultivation broke through to the late awakening stage, the power of the chaotic divine lightning similarly followed suit. Under Qin Feng's manipulation, tiny blue arcs of electricity surrounded his hands. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng brought his hands together and used his palm as a blade, slashing straight out towards the front. Raging thunder slash. Giggle. Puffing. Wherever the handblade passed, the air seemed like a stream of water that had been chopped off, sending out a ripple. The next instant, the lightning hand blade and the flaming fist collided together. Well, it was also the instant the two came into contact that Luo Xiu only felt an incomparably violent force conduct down his arm to his body. While a muffled grunt escaped his mouth, he covered his arm and retreated several steps towards the back. At this moment, Luo Xiu only felt as if his arm was going to be wasted without any sensation. What an overbearing lightning supernatural ability! Luo Xiu was incomparably shocked in his heart, and he knew that he had lost this battle. Tearing through the air with his bare hands, could this be? A Perfection Realm's raging thunder split. In the audience, Zhao Chang and Luo Kai looked blankly at the figure in the ring, their eyes filled with shock. And that lightning ability, it even directly suppressed Luo Xiu's flame ability. Without caring about the shocked gazes of the crowd, after the referee announced the results, Qin Feng directly collected his prize money and left the martial arts arena. Surprisingly, it's still a supreme genius, in that case. After secretly watching Qin Feng leave, a sardonic smile appeared on the young woman's face before she took out her cell phone and sent a message. Come alive, deadbeat. Chapter 14 Inexplicable Assassination. A silhouette stepped on the streets covered in night color. It was none other than Qin Feng who had left from the martial arts arena. At this time, the time was already close to 10 o'clock in the evening, and the streets were also empty, with hardly a few silhouettes. While walking, Qin Feng reviewed the gains he had just made. According to the rules of the martial arts arena, after he defeated Luo Xiu, the prize money he had gained from defeating his opponents before also belonged to him. There were nearly 200,000 dasha coins, and this time Qin Feng didn't choose to exchange them for resources, but instead had them credited to his account. With regards to this money, Qin Feng already had plans in mind. In addition to the bonus, 60 evolution points were also obtained, for which Qin Feng did not waste them directly adding them to his qi and blood. Along with a warm current appearing inside Qin Feng's body, his qi and blood also increased by 6 points again, reaching 98, just one step away from the first rank. Qin Feng was still very satisfied with today's harvest, but he also knew that behaviors like his today's. It was fine if he came once or twice in the martial arts arena, but if he did it more often, he would definitely be blacklisted. After all, the martial arts arena is to make a profit. All like him, the martial arts arena does not lose money are considered good. Another point is, in the martial arts arena are fighting with people, and nowadays the real enemy of the Great Summer Kingdom is those fierce beasts that are eyeing the human race, attempting to completely destroy the human race, the 10,000 races. The qi and blood has reached 98, tomorrow I will be able to break through to the first rank. In that case, tomorrow, we'll first go certify the first order awakened, and then go directly to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city. Xin Feng thought like this in his heart. Now that there was still about half a month left before the college entrance exam, he wanted to take advantage of this time to raise his cultivation and battle power as much as possible. In this world, although S-class supernormal abilities were very rare, it didn't mean there weren't any. Xin Feng didn't think that he was invincible with S-class supernormal abilities. Hunting ferocious beasts outside of the city, you can directly absorb the beast crystals to enhance your cultivation, and you can also take the opportunity to hone your combat skills. Xin Feng thought about the arrangements within the next few days while walking towards the Hope Cell. However, just at this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of him. Xin Feng looked up to see a pair of middle-aged men and women walking side by side. Something's wrong? He let out a cry in his heart as Xin Feng detected a hint of abnormality. If he had just encountered two ordinary pedestrians, Xin Feng naturally wouldn't have cared. However, he noticed that these two had been staring at him with their eyes if anything ever since they appeared. Is it a martial arts arena? Or? Xin Feng was alerted in his heart. The chaotic divine lightning was catalyzed in an instant, hidden on the surface of his body, and underneath his clothing, he was already prepared for battle. At this moment, Xin Feng was already less than 10 meters away from these two. Without knowing the strength of the other party, if he directly turned around to escape, he might have spooked the snakes. So Xin Feng was planning to observe the cultivation of these two first at this point. On the surface, Xin Feng continued to walk forward with the same expressionless face as before, but in reality, his entire body was already taut, like a cannonball, ready to fire. 8 meters, 5 meters. Soon, the distance between the three kept getting closer. Late first order, him. Also, just when the distance between the two sides was only 3 meters left, Xin Feng instantly brightened up as he roughly judged the cultivation level of his opponent. Without the slightest hesitation, a burst of dense electric current surging sound suddenly rang out, blue arcs of electricity in the darkness of the night, revealing eye-catching light. Raging thunder split. Xin Feng's feet stomped on the ground, and his body sprang out like a cannonball between violent bursts of force. Because of the close proximity, the two men hadn't even reacted before Xin Feng's figure had already arrived in front of them. Block him. In her haste, the woman took a quick step back and hid behind the middle-aged man. It's not just a brat who hasn't even reached the first rank. Are you as bad as that? Regarding the woman's actions, the middle-aged man seemed to be a bit disdainful. In his opinion, both of them could be at the late stage of the first rank. Could it be that they would lose in the hands of a brat who had just awakened her powers and had not even reached the first rank? The middle-aged man who thought this in his heart directly reached out and grabbed towards Xin Feng's kick, seemingly trying to grab his leg with his bare hands. Xin Feng's eyes flashed a stern aura. The middle-aged man's contempt just gave him an opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, Xin Feng immediately mobilized the power of chaotic divine lightning to gather on top of his right leg. The dense blue arcs of electricity emitted a crackling sound. Until then, the middle-aged man seemed to notice a hint of abnormality, but it was obviously too late. With a booming sound, Xin Feng's right leg was like a sharp axe, heavily cleaving at the middle-aged man's chest. Ka-ching! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, and the middle-aged man only felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, followed by his body flying out uncontrollably towards the back. It was only after finally hitting the guardrail on the side of the road that he came to a stop. Too bad it wasn't taken out straight away. Looking at the middle-aged man who had collapsed by the parapet and was still gasping for air, Xin Feng's face revealed a touch of regret. However, although he did not directly resolve the middle-aged man, at this point, he had also lost his ability to fight. With more out of breath and less in, all he could do was wait for death. Who are you people, and why are you staring at me? Xin Feng turned his head towards the woman and asked in a low voice. You, what are you talking about? What stares at you? Wasn't it you who made a direct move on my lover as soon as you came up? I've just called for help from the law enforcement team. You'd better get out of here. The woman said with a nervous expression. In her hand she was still holding the cell phone that had just extinguished the screen, as if it was really like what she said. She had already notified the law enforcement team. Ha! However, in response to this, Xin Feng directly sneered. If this woman really dared to notify the law enforcement team, it would in turn save him trouble. Oh. Law enforcement? Such a coincidence. I just called to inform them as well. I guess this will take less than 10 minutes. They should be able to come over. At that time, let them have a good look into who is trying to turn against whom. Xin Feng said with a cold smile. The face of the woman who heard this changed slightly. She hadn't expected Xin Feng to see through her concealment with a single glance. Can't keep him. The woman said in her heart. Now that she had been exposed, if she allowed Xin Feng to leave, then sooner or later, she would be caught by the law enforcement team as well. With the things she had done in the past, once she fell into the hands of the law enforcement team, it would definitely be worse than death. The woman with this thought in her heart reached out and took out a dagger. Zip! Zip! A surge of electricity then sounded, and only a blue arc of electricity was seen wrapping around the dagger. Surprisingly, it's also a lightning-type ability. Looking at the dagger that was wrapped in blue electric arcs, a flash of gravity flashed across Xin Feng's eyes. The woman's cultivation was at the late stage of the first rank, which was sufficiently higher than him by a large realm, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Chapter 15 Kill, Awakened Alliance. Flash Thunder Strike. At night, a soft cry came out from the middle of the dark streets, followed by a dazzling blue aura flashing in the night sky. Only to see the woman holding a dagger wrapped in blue electric arcs, ruthlessly rushing towards Qin Feng's location. Stabbing. The blue arc of electricity drew a curve in the air as if it was a lightning chop. Facing the woman's attack, Qin Feng did not recklessly resist it. The other party's cultivation level was already a large realm higher than his, and now that she was also holding a dagger in her hand, she obviously held a great advantage. Under Qin Feng's full force, the chaotic divine lightning instantly transformed into a tiny blue arc of electricity surrounding his body. Qin Feng in this state had an obvious enhancement in both his body's ability to react and his movement speed. Giggling. Giggling. A cracking sound rang out, and despite the fact that the woman had gone all out, every attack was dodged by Qin Feng. How is it possible? His cultivation level is only at the awakening stage. How can he have such strong reflexes and speed? The woman's heart was getting more and more shocked. Originally she thought that the middle-aged man was only careless just now before he was heavily injured by Qin Feng, but now it seemed that Qin Feng's frontal combat power was also not weaker than the two of them in the slightest. No, the law enforcement team will soon be rushing over. We have to find a way to hurry up and get out of here. The big deal is to change cities and start all over again. The woman who had this thought in her mind, after using her dagger once again to force Qin Feng back, she then directly turned around, wanting to hurry and escape from here. Sorry, I can't let you go yet. Thunder Fist. Seeing the woman preparing to leave, Qin Feng began to turn defense into offense, his fists clenched and violently smashed towards the woman's back. Bang! The wind of the fist shook the air and made a cracking sound. The face of the woman who noticed the movement behind her changed slightly. In front of her, the middle-aged man was half killed by Qin Feng's blow. So at this moment, when faced with Qin Feng's attack, she didn't dare to take it hard at all. She could only barely sidestep and dodge it. But in this way, she couldn't continue to escape either. At this moment, the woman felt incomparably depressed. Facing Qin Feng, she was unable to fight or escape. I don't believe it, I'm a late first stage. Can't I still consume you, this awakening stage kid? The woman thought this in her heart. Same time. At the other end of the street, several figures appeared there. One could only see that these few people were wearing uniform black standardized clothing, black trench coats with the standardized long knives on their bodies, looking very cold. Team Chen, it's the faint fluctuation of alien energy coming from this neighborhood. Based on the movement, it should just be a few First Order awakened. Humph. The one called Team Chen was a middle-aged man who was the leader of this squad. Split up and search, notify each other the first time you find a situation, and don't make a move without full certainty. Team Chen said in a heavy tone. Yes. After the words fell, several people quickly scattered. Alas, the city is getting more and more unsettled lately. The good old days seem to be gone. Team Chen sighed, and then his figure flashed as he rushed over in a direction. 5 minutes later. The deceased are a man and a woman, both with cultivation at the late first rank. The man was first hit in the chest by a heavy object, and then died after his neck was stepped on. A man wearing glasses opened his mouth and reported. As for the other female victim, even without him saying it, the several members of Team Chen had already seen the cause of his death, only to see that there was a sharp dagger inserted in the woman's chest, and red blood slowly flowed out from there. Investigate the identities of the two people. In addition, notify the security department side and have them pull up the CCTV footage of this neighborhood to line up any suspicious people. After briefly surveying the scene, Team Chen calmly gave the order. Several of them were members of the city's law enforcement team. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up, and the few people quickly left the place. Hope Neighborhood. An upright figure appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood, and it was none other than Qin Feng. Only to see that at this moment, Qin Feng's body faintly exuded a hostile aura, with a feeling that no one should be close to him. Today in the martial arts arena, but he is the first time to kill people, has not been fully adapted to his this and even killed 2 people, although they are all damned people, but Qin Feng more or less still a little unaccustomed to. That pair of middle-aged men and women were obviously here to take his life, although Qin Feng ultimately did not obtain any useful information from the woman's mouth. However, he also had some vague guesses in his mind. So far, he had only exposed his strength and information in the martial arts arena, so these two must have some sort of ulterior relationship with the arena. Even if they weren't from the martial fighting arena, then they must have some connection with someone in it. Martial combat arena, just wait, I'll make a note of this matter. Phew. With this thought in his mind, he took a deep breath and after a brief adjustment, he directly lifted his foot and walked into the small area. After returning to the neighborhood, Qin Feng simply washed up and went straight to bed. As for the bodies of the middle-aged man and woman who were killed, Qin Feng knew that in a short period of time, the people from the law enforcement team wouldn't be able to check on his head. After all, who would believe that he, a senior student who had just awakened his psychic abilities, could kill 2 late First Order awakened people? A night without words. Qin Feng slept until dawn. After getting up, he opened his cell phone and was about to talk to his class teacher Lao Li about the enrollment fee. Class teacher Lao Li, Qin Feng, skipping class for no reason, are you not going to go to this school? Lolly, I'm going to your house for a home visit after school this afternoon, wait for me at home. In the class group, there were a full dozen messages from Chin Feng, along with a dozen missed calls. This? I don't think there's anything old Lee wants to see me about, is there? A murmur escaped Chin Feng's lips. Yesterday, when he was rushing to the martial arts arena, he realized that his cell phone was turned off, and as for what he said to that woman behind him about notifying the law enforcement team, it was naturally false. Buzz. Just then, the phone churned once again, and it turned out to be old Lee once again sending an angry emoji and at him in the class group. Seeing the scene, Chin Feng simply did not do anything and directly transferred 20,000 Dasha coins to Li Fei, instructing him to help pay the enrollment fee and then help him take a leave of absence by the way. After doing so, Chin Feng directly turned his cell phone into silent mode. First go to the Awakened One Alliance to certify a First Order Awakened One, and then go straight out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. After washing up with this thought in his mind, Chin Feng goes downstairs and simply eats a breakfast before taking a taxi and heading straight to the Awakened One's Alliance in Linhai City. Chapter 16, Certified First Order Awakened. Taking leave again, could it be that Brother Feng has really gained some extraordinary chance and is going to soar to the heavens from now on? At the entrance of the first middle school, Li Fei looked at the message within his cell phone and muttered, but then he shook his head and stopped thinking randomly. Right now it's better to think of a way to deal with old Li as well as help Feng enroll. With this, Li Fei walked inside old Li's office with a complicated face. Leave of absence, leave of absence. Go back and tell him that if he doesn't come back for the mock exam in a week, he doesn't have to take this martial arts exam. Old Li's voice filled with anger echoed within the office. Linhai City, Awakened Alliance Building. The Alliance of Awakened Ones was the official organization of Dasha, and every Awakened One could come here to complete their certification and officially become an Awakened One after breaking through to the First Order. After successful certification, according to the rank of the Awakened, they can receive a certain amount of allowance every month. And for the first certification, there would be a generous reward. But for these, Chin Feng didn't particularly care. What he cared about was the breathing method. As everyone knew, every Awakened could receive a breathing method suitable for them from the Awakened Alliance after their cultivation broke through to the first rank. By practicing the breathing method, one could more quickly absorb the spiritual chi scattered in the heavens and earth to strengthen oneself. So many people? Chin Feng, who had arrived in the hall, looked at the densely packed silhouettes in front of him and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Today is a Wednesday, and there are still so many people. Looking around at the silhouettes of those entering and exiting, Chin Feng sensed a strong chi and blood power in these people. Just by looking at the power of chi and blood alone, there was no one here who was weaker than him, but this was normal. After all, being able to come here meant that these people were at least First Order Awakened Ones. Following the signage, Chin Feng arrived at the window for Certified Awakened Ones. Inside the window was a well-behaved looking girl with short, floppy hair. Hello, I'm here for the First Order Awakened certification. Okay, please fill out the information once you've done so you can proceed to the next step. The short-haired woman who heard the voice spoke while handing Chin Feng a form. That young? But right after she looked up and saw Chin Feng's clear, handsome face, she was slightly stunned. How old are you? Offhand, the short-haired woman spoke again. Just turned 18. Chin Feng spoke while reaching out to take the form. Sure enough. After hearing Chin Feng's age, the short-haired woman gave a cry in her heart as a complex look flashed across her face. Then after a brief struggle, she still spoke. This student, if you are looking for a good tour of the Awakened Alliance building, I can show you around for free without having to certify an Awakened. The short-haired woman opened her mouth, especially biting the word free extremely hard. In fact, this is not to blame her. Before there are young people under the guise of Certified Awakened, ran into this building, East Swing, West Stroll, in the side to take some pictures. This is not to certify? It was clearly to satisfy their own teenage vanity and prove that they had been to the Awakened One Alliance building. I don't know what kind of wind was in those people's brains, as if they could become a real Awakened One just because they had come to this building. So then the building changed the rules. Certified Awakened person can first pay a deposit of $5,000, certified successful refund, certified failure, sorry, deposit is not refundable. Since then, it has greatly reduced the workload of the staff. At this moment, the short-haired woman was treating Chin Feng as the kind of teenager whose vanity was at work. No need. I'm here to certify the Awakened. At the short-haired woman's words, although Chin Feng was a bit puzzled, he didn't pay too much attention to it and directly handed over the filled-out form to the other party. Then, all right. In the face of Chin Feng's refusal, although the short-haired woman was a bit disappointed, she didn't say anything more, and after confirming that the information Chin Feng had filled out was correct, she reached out and pointed him in a direction. You can go for the next step of the chi and blood test. Good. Little Feng, you're just too kind. For this kind of vanity-crazed youngsters, you should let them learn a lesson. These people just turned 18, some of them even just awakened their supernormal abilities, and they ran over to certify a first-order awakened person. They don't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. This kind of mentality is going to be a big loss when they go into battle in the future. After Qin Feng left, a man sitting opposite the short-haired woman said in a serious tone. In response, Xiao Fang also shook her head and didn't say anything more. She had just seen Qin Feng's information about being a senior student at Linhai No. 1 Middle School and was even more convinced of the idea that he was just here to spend some time. Regarding the thoughts of these two people, Qin Feng was naturally unaware of them in his heart. At this moment, he had already arrived inside a closed room. Qi and blood testing room. As the name suggests, this place was used to test the qi and blood of awakened people. Qin Feng, who had arrived here, handed the information in his hand to a staff member. Linhai No. 1 Middle School, senior high school student. The staff member was slightly stunned, but didn't open his mouth to say anything more. He just turned his back to Qin Feng to operate some instruments on the side. Put your hand in. The staff member, who didn't bother to say anything more, reached out and pointed to a circular hole in the instrument. In response, Qin Feng didn't care, stepping forward and lifting his right hand to reach into the passageway. The qi and blood tester could accurately test the current qi and blood of the awakened person with an error control of 0.1%. At this moment, Qin Feng only felt that his arm was temporarily fixed within the channel, followed by a faint tingling sensation at his thumb. After an instant of tingling, Qin Feng felt his arm regain action. Drip! Drip! Drop! Also, right after he withdrew his arm, the instrument let out a beep, and then a line of red numbers appeared within the screen on the instrument. 102. Qin Feng wasn't surprised by this number. His qi and blood had already reached 98 points last night. With his current talent, even without deliberate cultivation, it was normal to raise his qi and blood by 4 points in one night. Alright, failed the test, can you? The staff member over here was about to open his mouth to send Qin Feng away, but right after he saw the line of red numbers, he instantly froze. Qi and blood 102, how is this possible? The staff's pupils widened with disbelief. For him, a qi blood of 102 wasn't so shocking that he was shocked. Here he could see countless awakened people whose qi blood far exceeded 102 every day. What only shocked him was Qin Feng's identity, a senior student who had just awakened his psychic abilities. Could he be a genius? Or is he taking advantage of his age? The staff thought this in their minds. Some senior students would awaken their psychic abilities early because of their age, and he guessed in his heart that Qin Feng was in this category. Can we proceed to the next session? Seeing that the staff had been frozen in place, Qin Feng couldn't help but speak. Chapter 17. Is this ing human? Can. Yes. The staff member who reacted immediately nodded his head, and his face immediately changed to a respectful expression. Next is the battle strength test. Please follow me. Even though Qin Feng was one of those senior students who awakened their supernatural abilities early, the fact that he could break through to the first rank in such a short period of time was enough to prove that his talent was extraordinary. When this kind of person grew up in the future, his achievements were definitely going to far exceed his, an existence he could not afford to offend. Soon the two of them arrived in front of a first-order battle tester. Although qi and blood was a measure of an awakened person's realm, battle power was the truest reflection. After all, qi and blood could be raised by relying on energy liquids as well as some other external objects, but battle power was a real existence. In the past, there had been awakened people whose qi and blood had reached the standard, but their battle strength was not up to the standard, so the certified awakened people not only had to test their qi and blood, but also their battle strength. Standing in front of the tester, Qin Feng exhaled lightly, held his breath, and then swung out a fist. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, the red numbers on the tester's screen also began to rapidly soar upwards. 200, 500, 800. The initial value spiked straight up from 200, and quickly came to 1000, and continued to spike upwards. 1000, 0.1100, 0.1300, 0.1500. As the value came to 1500, the staff couldn't help but burst out. A battle power of 1500 was simply not something that could be fought by an awakened who had just broken through to the first rank, and just as he was overwhelmed with shock, he noticed that the value continued to rise. 1800, 1900. It's not going to break 2000, is it? 2000 battle power was something that could only be fought by a mid-first stage awakened, and Qin Feng's qi and blood was only 102. The staff was a bit confused. The final value stopped at 2100. Breaking through 2000. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, an awakened whose qi and blood was similar to Qin Feng's would be able to reach a maximum of 1500 in battle power, and it would be difficult to break through 2000 even if they used battle techniques. Wait. Battle techniques? He hasn't used a battle technique just now? Hiss. The staff sucked in a breath of cool air. 2100 battle power, not bad. Then next in the trial of using battle techniques, with the battle power of the supernatural powers. Qin Feng muttered. He had already understood the rules for testing battle power when certifying an awakened, and could freely use battle techniques and supernormal abilities. As long as you hit the tester more than 3 times in a row, the final score would be calculated according to the average. Thinking of this, Qin Feng took a step back and clenched his hands into fists, his body's qi and blood rolling around, radiating a strong aura. Thunder Light Fist. Instantly blue light wrapped above his fist, his right arm raised, and as his waist rotated, his fist blasted out as if it were a cannonball. Boom! An even more violent tremor sounded than just now, and the already refreshed value on the instrument began to soar once again. 500.1000. 0.1500. 2000.2500. This. Boom! It was also right after the value on the instrument reached 3000 that the instrument flew out directly, hitting heavily on top of the wall at the back. The huge impact caused several cracks to appear on the wall made of special materials, and a burst of black smoke emerged from the tester. Is this ING still human? Once again, the staff member who witnessed this couldn't help but burst out, smashing the tester with one fist. He had been working within this building for 10 years or so, and had never seen such a scene. Busted? At this time, Qin Feng was also a bit confused, focusing on testing his battle power but forgot that the battle power tester still had a battle power test limit. The upper limit of the first order battle power tester is 3000, obviously, the punch he just threw has already exceeded the 3000 battle power. This is a normal test of my battle power, there should be no need to compensate for damage to the tester. Qin Feng opened his mouth and muttered. The corner of the staff member's mouth straightened when he heard this, knowing that every battle strength tester was expensive, even the first order tester was close to 1,000,000 dasha coins. However, Qin Feng was right, he was testing his battle power normally, and it really wasn't his fault that the tester was damaged. Zip! Z. Looking at the tester in front of him, which had fallen to the ground and was smoking, the staff member looked worried and, my score should be considered a pass, right? Right at this moment, Qin Feng turned his head and opened his mouth to the staff and asked. Qualified. Qualified. The staff member nodded his head like a chicken pecking at his heart. More than qualified, you're simply exceeding the standard too much. After learning that he had passed, Qin Feng directly turned around and left the place. After his qi and blood and battle strength had all passed the test, he only needed to be in the hall and let the staff there enter his information. I have to leave the city later, so I can't delay too much time here. Qin Feng, who thought like this in his heart, couldn't help but speed up his pace of leaving. However, in the eyes of the staff, how his behavior had the feeling of fleeing from a crime. It's better to hurry up and report the matter to the director and see how he handles it. The staff member who thought like this in his heart also jogged all the way out of here. Inside the hall. Taking advantage of the gap in the queue, Qin Feng took a careful look around. This hall was like a shopping plaza with a dozen or so windows that looked like stores. There were various materials, battle techniques, and weapons and equipment for sale. The Awakened Alliance Mansion was not only a place to certify awakened people, but it was also the largest trading market in Linhai City other than the Blue Ocean Trading House. Compared to the Blue Ocean Mall that was spread all over Dacia, it was only just a hair's breadth away. Uncommonly awakened people were all over the place, some coming to certify, some coming to buy equipment, resources. We can stroll around here later. Qin Feng thought this in his heart. 5 minutes later. Qin Feng, who had successfully completed entering his information, was led by a staff member to the elevator and arrived at the topmost floor of the building. That person has already become a First Order Awakened at such a young age, what a genius. Yeah, I look at him and estimate that he's not even 20 years old, his cultivation talent is not ordinary. Some people noticed Qin Feng, who had come to the top floor, and began to talk about it. They all knew that there was only one type of people who could be brought to the top floor, those who had completed the certification of First Order Awakened and needed to receive the breathing method. At the same time, Director's office. Wang Ping sat on the chair with a sad face. Recently the number of people who successfully certified awakened people was getting less and less, along with that his performance was reduced by most of the time. For this reason, he was even condemned by Minister Yang. Dang! Dang! Just then there was a knock on the door. Enter! A staff member walked into the office with a nervous face and said to Wang Ping, Director, there is a first order tester that has been blown up. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping instantly became angry and without thinking, he directly opened his mouth and drank. That dumbass did it. How many times have I said it? Don't let high-ranked awakened people hit low-ranked testers. Don't they know the price of testers? Who busted it? Take me too. Director, that person's chi blood was only 102, and he fought at 2100 without using battle techniques. And is also a senior. Looking for. Wang Ping, who hadn't finished his sentence, froze. Quick, take me to him right away, right now. Chapter 18, 100% fit and blown up again. Top floor of the building. Breathing method, inhale the aura of heaven and earth, enhance chi and blood, polish your physique, and strengthen your body. At the same time, there are attributes between the aura of heaven and earth. Depending on the type of psychic ability, the breathing method likewise has a difference in attributes. Inside a closed room within the top floor, a staff member was meticulously introducing information about breathing techniques to Qin Feng. Your psychic ability is the elemental class of the thunder system, so the only one suitable for you is the thunder spirit breathing technique. Xin Feng, who heard this, pondered for a moment and then opened his mouth to ask, "Can the same awakened person practice multiple breathing techniques at the same time?" The staff member who heard this was slightly stunned, then instinctively had to shake his head. However, at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and after showing hesitation, he still opened his mouth and said, "Under normal circumstances, one person can only cultivate one breathing method, but there are some exceptions that exist. There are some geniuses who have awakened two supernormal abilities at the same time, and they will choose two different breathing techniques based on the type of supernormal ability respectively. However, practicing both breathing techniques at the same time will waste a lot of time, and usually, unless both of the alien ability grades are above B rank, they will choose to practice them at the same time." Hearing half of it, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. As for the second half of the staff's sentence, it was directly ignored by him. Grade B, not even close to his grade S alien ability. After breaking through to the first rank, Qin Feng clearly felt that his physique had been enhanced. He estimated that by the time his cultivation reached the second rank, he should be able to fuse the S-rank psychic ability, Red Lotus Karma Flame. By that time, being burdened with two S-rank supernormal abilities, his cultivation talent would reach an unprecedented height. Not to mention the existence of the system, cultivating two breathing techniques at the same time would not be difficult for him at all. "Let's test the fit between you and the Thunder Spirit breathing technique first." The staff member got up and walked over to a metal cabinet, then after entering the password, he took out a fist-sized blue crystal from inside. "This is a Thunder attribute crystal. All you have to do is place your hand on it and then use the power of your supernatural ability, and the crystal will automatically test the fit between you and the Thunder Spirit breathing method." "There's still a degree of fit for the breathing method?" Xin Feng frowned slightly. He hadn't come into contact with this aspect of information before this. "Don't worry, under normal circumstances, as long as one possesses an ability with the same attribute, even if it's a D-ranked ability, the degree of fit with the breathing method can reach 20%. It is possible to practice the breathing method normally." The staff member who noticed Qin Feng's performance opened his mouth to explain. With that, he took out another crystal from a metal cabinet on the side. "This is the test crystal for the fire attribute." Saying that, he only saw him place his hand on the test crystal, and immediately afterward a fiery energy emanated from him, and instantly a blinding crimson light emanated from that crystal. Qin Feng noticed that the crimson glow took up roughly 2/5 of the crystal. "My psychic ability is rank C, fire type, and my fit with the fire spirit breathing technique is about 40%. Normally, the higher the level of the alien energy, the higher the fit with the breathing technique. You try it. As soon as the fit reaches 20%, you will be taught the breathing method." The staff member's gaze fell on Qin Feng while reaching out and handing over the test crystal. To be able to raise his cultivation to the first rank in his senior year of high school, his alien ability level should be at least B rank, and his fit should be able to reach around 60%. With this kind of talent, it would be considered a minor genius in Linhai City. He thought this in his heart. "Yes." Qin Feng reached out and accepted the test crystal, the expression on his face gradually becoming grave. The moment he gripped the test crystal, Qin Feng began to mobilize the power of the chaotic divine lightning within his body. Crackle! Crackling! In an instant, a dense roar of thunder and lightning rose across the field, while a blinding blue aura began to bloom on the test crystal. The piercing blue aura caused the staff member's eyes to widen, and in his line of sight, the blue aura had covered the entire test crystal. "This is?" The staff member's eyes froze in disbelief. The blue aura completely covered the test crystal? A 100% fit? It's, like, impossible? A gasp of shock escaped the staff member's lips. At the same time, the blue aura that had completely covered the test crystal was still rising greatly, and a tiny crack began to appear on the crystal. Boom! Right at the next moment, accompanied by a violent shocking sound, the test crystal unexpectedly blew up directly. It blew up again? Qin Feng was a bit speechless. He hadn't even fully activated the power of the chaotic divine lightning before the test crystal couldn't carry it anymore. Monster! The staff member who witnessed this scene on the side was in a state of shock, and then he left the place directly after dropping a sentence. "Wait for me here. That shouldn't cost me anything." Looking at the staff's back, Qin Feng sardonically touched his nose. What he wanted to say was that he really didn't mean it. The other side. When the staff member had just stepped out of the secret room, he met Wang Ping, who had an anxious face. Director. The director, who was usually avoided with fear, was like a savior in his eyes at this moment. "Director, there was a person who burst the test crystal when testing the breath method fit." At this moment, Wang Ping was looking for the person who had burst the battle strength tester, and he froze after hearing that even the test crystal had been propped up. Could these two be the same person? An incredible thought rose in Wang Ping's heart. A minute later, a handsome-looking young man with a straight posture appeared in front of Wang Ping, and it was none other than Qin Feng. 102 chi and blood, battle power over 3000, fit is suspected to have reached 100%. Genius, absolute genius. At this moment, Wang Ping's eyes were on fire, and when his gaze landed on Qin Feng, it was like seeing a peerless beauty. He simply couldn't move his gaze. Cough. Director Wang, since my fit has met the requirements, isn't it time to teach me the breathing method? Qin Feng opened his mouth. Wang Ping's hot gaze made him a little uncomfortable. At this moment, he only wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Yes. Qin Feng's opening also made Wang Ping realize that his actions just now were a bit inappropriate, and he immediately nodded his head repeatedly. He then personally led Qin Feng to a secret room, from which he took out a jade slip emitting a blue aura and handed it to Qin Feng. This is the Thunder Spirit breathing technique personally inscribed by a Grandmaster level powerhouse. There are still 3 more chances to cultivate it. It should be enough for you to reach initiation, or even a minor accomplishment. Thank you. Qin Feng was not polite and directly reached out to take it. At this moment, he could also see something. He first blew up the battle strength tester, and then propped up the test crystal. Just like that, not only did they not pursue the responsibility, instead the director here even personally entertained him, which could already tell something. Little brother, this is my business card. Within this Linhai city, you can call me directly for anything. Good, then thank you Supervisor Wang. Chapter 19 Wilderness Base, Forced Buying and Selling. What? The cultivation of an early stage of the first rank blew up the battle power tester, as well as the test crystals are holding up. Or a senior student? A shocked voice rang in the ears of Wang Ping, who was holding up the phone. Yes, Minister, this is a true genius. Wang Ping was similarly agitated. Qin Feng had gone through the Awakened One certification with them, and in the future, as long as he could grow up, then the benefits they would receive here would be equally immeasurable. Especially the one on the other end of the phone, Minister Yang, who was the minister of the Linhai branch of the Awakened One's alliance, who also held the position of the director of the Linhai City Education Bureau. So a genius like Qin Feng was extremely valued by him. Which school is he from? Hurry up and tell me all his information. Also, tell him to wait inside the building for a while. I'll be there soon. Minister Yang's voice sounded again. 10 minutes later. An old man with a full head of white hair and a rosy complexion arrived on the top floor of the building. He was Minister Yang of the Alliance Division. The people have already left. After learning that Qin Feng had already left the place, Minister Yang's face showed a touch of regret, but then he looked at the information in his hands. Qin Feng, from Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Could you Yang Ziron, to hide such a treasure from me? It looks like I have to give you a good beating. Yang. At the same time, the principal, who was far away from the principal's office in the first middle school, suddenly sneezed. Could it be my nephew complaining about me again? On the city wall that was nearly 100 meters high, a city guard in military uniform was patrolling the surrounding area. In order to prevent the invasion of ferocious beasts, within the Great Xia, every city had built such a wall around it, and there were also city guards patrolling the area 24 hours a day. At this moment, a figure arrived at the city gates, and it was none other than Qin Feng who had left from the Alliance building. There were several city guards at the huge city gates that were more than 10 meters high, and every awakened who entered or left would have their identity checked. Qin Feng lined up at the back of the queue leaving the city and soon came to a guard. An 18-year-old First Order awakened. The guard glanced at Qin Feng thoughtfully, then did not say anything more. Going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts was a personal choice, and he had no authority to intervene in anything. Good luck, lad. Thanks. After confirming the information, Qin Feng walked straight out of the city gates. Outside the city gates was a large open space, and after roughly judging the direction, Qin Feng moved to rush towards the direction south of the city gates. He had already checked the information about the wilderness in advance, and a wilderness base had been constructed to the south of Linhai City. The base had a history of several decades and was built specifically for those awakened who hunted ferocious beasts outside of the city. After years of development, the facilities within the base were already very complete, and that was exactly where Qin Feng was aiming for. At the entrance of the base, there were dense silhouettes of people, ranging from solo travelers to small groups of 3 or 5. There are quite a few people. It didn't take long for Qin Feng's figure to appear. Looking at the base in front of him that was lined up in order to get in, he let out a sigh of emotion in his heart and then silently stood at the back of the line. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng entered the base. Looking around, the base covered a vast area, enough to house thousands of people at the same time. Class D healing fluid, affordable and powerful, limited time and limited quantity. Alloy weapons for sale, D grade, C grade, as long as the funds are available. B grade is also available. Outer area, Black Ape Forest, one teammate is still missing, with a minimum battle power in the late first rank. All sorts of yells came into Qin Feng's ears, giving him a feeling like a bazaar in his previous life. Qin Feng just roughly swept his eyes twice before withdrawing his gaze. Little brother, this is the first time you've traveled out of the city to come to the wilderness base, right? Just as Qin Feng was about to leave the place, a voice came from behind him. Looking back, it was a middle-aged man with a thin figure. It could be seen that at this moment, a smile was piled on his face. Little brother dares to go out of the city alone at such a young age. He really has the courage. Facing the middle-aged man's boasting, Qin Feng was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. Something wrong? Facing Qin Feng's slightly indifferent attitude, the middle-aged man did not care and continued to speak with a sardonic smile on his face. Little brother, this is the first time you've come to the base, so you shouldn't know the situation in this neighborhood. You should know that the wilderness is densely populated with ferocious beasts, and if you're not careful, you may lose your life in the mouth of the beasts. I have a map of the surrounding area of the base here, which details the types of ferocious beasts in each area as well as their grades. I think you, little brother, should need this map very much. Map? Qin Feng frowned. In the middle of an unfamiliar wilderness, if one really had a map, it would indeed be twice as effective. At the very least, it wouldn't allow him to mistakenly enter the areas where those high-grade ferocious beasts were located. However, Qin Feng remembered that the distribution of ferocious beasts around this base had long been finished and published by the official statistics, and could be picked up by going to the office at the center of the base. Then the behavior of the middle-aged man in front of him was somewhat intriguing. How much does a map cost? Qin Feng asked with feigned interest. Originally, it was $10,000 a copy, but I see that I'm more in tune with you, little brother, so I'll give you $8,000 a copy. Oh, then it seems I have to thank you more. Speaking with his mouth, Qin Feng's gaze was getting colder and colder. Obviously, this middle-aged man was treating him as an ingrate. A map that was given away for free and sold for $8,000, really thinking about money like crazy, he thought in his heart. At this moment, the middle-aged man also noticed Qin Feng's change, and the smile on his face gradually tightened. Kid, since you've already seen it, there's no need for me to hide anything. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked Qin Feng up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, eventually lingering on a black bracelet on his hand for a split second. Since you can afford to wear a weapon ring, it means that you don't lack this $10,000 either. If you were sensible, you should hurry up and buy this map. Oh. How did it become $10,000 again? Wasn't it $8,000? Qin Feng had a sneer on his face. As for the weapon ring in the middle-aged man's mouth, it was gifted to him by Director Wang when he purchased a weapon at the Alliance building. The weapon ring was a prop similar to a storage ring, with a separate space on the inside that could store weapons in, but because of the smaller internal space, it could only store weapons. $8,000 is the price quoted to the little brother who was sensible just now, not you. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Qin Feng was not the least bit afraid of this. A stern aura flashed across his face, and just as he was about to open his mouth, a dainty voice came from the side. Shenmu, you're forcing your way in here again. In a group of 5 people, the one who opened her mouth was a woman with a tall figure and wearing a black battlesuit. Only to see the woman's eyebrows lightly frowning, a face of exasperation as she quickly stepped forward and blocked in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 20 The kind Zhang Qing, all surname Chen. It's you? Looking at the woman who stood in front of Qin Feng, a touch of sinister flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. This person's name was Zhang Chang, and he had been tricked once at the very beginning, but only once. Later on, as Zhang Qing leveled up, he had the good sense not to trouble her, but he didn't expect her to come forward to protect a newcomer. If Zhang Qing was the only one, then he was naturally unafraid, but at this moment, Zhang Qing had a 5-member squad behind her. With some scruples in his heart, he did not continue on, but only let out a cold snort from his mouth. Kid, count your luck. But if you can hide from the first day, you can't hide from the 15th, you'd better not leave the base these days, or else? Ha! After sneering twice, Chen Mu directly turned around and left the place. Another unlucky newcomer has been targeted by Chen Mu. Looks like there's another good show to watch. This little guy is also right, is not just $8,000, take out to give him just broken money to eliminate disaster. Shenmu just broke through to the 2nd level some time ago, and this newcomer just broke through to the 1st level, so it's a disaster, a disaster. Strength is one aspect, it's not like you guys don't know, the reason why this Shenmu dares to do this within the base, there must be someone behind it. The commotion here drew the attention of people all around. Linhai City was just a small city, and the awakened within the base weren't very strong. The 2nd rank was already considered a strong person, and newcomers like Qin Feng, who had just arrived, were mostly first-order awakened, so it was obvious that they couldn't possibly be Chen Mu's opponent. Listening to the comments of the surrounding people, Zhang Cheng, who had protected Qin Feng behind her, changed her face slightly. Then she turned her head to Qin Feng and said, although that guy Chen Mu often does some unseemly deeds, his strength is not weak, so just to be on the safe side, it's better for you not to leave the base recently. Fighting is prohibited in the base, even if he is bold, he wouldn't dare to make a move on you directly in the base. Thanks. Although he was not at all afraid of Chen Mu's threat, the young girl in front of him had just made a righteous move, and now she was opening her mouth to remind herself. Qin Feng still had a few moments of gratitude towards her. No need to be polite, that Chen Mu guy just likes to find some newcomers to start with, even I was cheated by him once back then. Zhang Chang waved her hand graciously. For behavior like his, don't the administrators within the base even bother to ask questions? Qin Feng's brows wrinkled. In response, Zhang Qing, who heard this, showed a hesitant expression, then stepped forward and spoke in a small voice. Chen Mu has backers within this base, that's why he dares to do such a trick. I heard that his backer is one of the administrators of this base. Xiao Chang, time is almost up, we should go submit our mission. Hearing her teammate calling out to her, Zhang Cheng immediately answered, and then once again barked at Qin Feng. Remember, you must not leave the base in the recent days. What a kind-hearted girl. Looking at Zhang Qing's back as she left with her teammates, Qin Feng secretly nodded. Regardless of which world one was in, there were not many good people, and those who had gotten wet in the rain did not necessarily think about holding an umbrella for someone else, but how to destroy someone else's umbrella. Just like that scene just now, don't even need to think about it. Among those people watching around here, 9 times out of 10, there were still people who had been pitted by Chen Mu. However, they didn't come out to stop Chen Mu, and were mostly gloating. Only Zhang Qing, who had just taken the initiative to stand out. In this world, such a character was extremely rare. However, Zhang Qing might not know that Qin Feng had not placed Chen Mu in his eyes since the beginning, just an awakened who had just broken through to the second stage, and could not block the chaotic divine lightning's bombardment at all. After taking over Qin Feng's office in the center of the base and receiving a free map of the surrounding area of the base, he purchased a maximum capacity tactical backpack. As for those healing liquids sold in the base that could quickly recover from injuries, as well as the energy bars that could provide the body with the energy it needed, Qin Feng had bought them long ago when he was at the Alliance building. After getting everything ready, Qin Feng spread out the map and began to check the situation around the base. The area recorded on the map was divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Among them, level A was the strongest, and it was basically filled with late second-order ferocious beasts, and even third-order ferocious beasts were also present. To be on the safe side, Qin Feng targeted the C-class area, which was filled with first-order ferocious beasts. Let's hone our combat skills here first before rushing to the C region. Qin Feng thought this in his heart. After setting his target, Qin Feng walked towards the exit of the base. Much like when he entered the base, there was an extremely long line at the exit of the base as well. There were solo travelers like Qin Feng, as well as small groups of 3 to 5, all of whom were awakened who were preparing to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. There are so many people. Qin Feng was a bit helpless, but he could only abide by the rules and silently lined up behind the line. Hunting and killing ferocious beasts could not only be exchanged for rewards within the base, the materials on the beasts could likewise be sold at a high price. This was also the reason why countless awakened people would go to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. After all, the human race and ferocious beasts were originally natural enemies, and there would be no guilt in killing ferocious beasts. I hope the fierce beasts in this neighborhood haven't been killed off. Just then. Get out of my way, all of you. A rough voice came from the back of the crowd. Qin Feng turned his head to look at the sound. He only saw a small team of 5 people, appearing at the back of the group, headed by a young man with a haughty face. Under the young man's leadership, this team came directly to the front, grandly cutting in line. The ones that were lining up were all awakened squads, and many of them were stronger than the squad led by the youth. But surprisingly, all of these teams acquiesced to the youth's behavior of them cutting in line. Even those staff members likewise acquiesced. Heh, quite sensible. A soft laugh came out of the youth's mouth, and then he directly led the team out of the base and into the wilderness. It was also not long after they left that a clamor rang out. What's the point of yanking? It's just because you have a good big man. If it wasn't for his big brother, I would have hammered him to death long ago. Someone led the way, and everyone else followed suit and grumbled along with them. It didn't take long for Qin Feng to realize what was going on. It turned out that the young man's name was Qin Feng, his cultivation was at the late stage of the first rank, and his strength could only be considered average when placed within the base. However, his grandfather, Chen Jun, was a third-order powerhouse, and was also one of the base's administrators. Chen Jun could be said to be extremely pampered towards this nephew of his, and had long since greeted him within the base. Chen Jun. Chen Feng? Chen Mu? This shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Qin Feng thought this in his mind. Forget it, I hope I don't mess with my head, otherwise who cares who your grandpa is. Chapter 21, Top-Notch Combat Sense. Outside the base. Brother Feng, aren't we going to make a move on that kid now? Chen Mu, a lean middle-aged man, was saying something to a youth with a respectful face. The youth was none other than Chen Feng, and even though Chen Mu was almost twice his age, he indeed did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable in the face of the other man's brotherly address. Wouldn't it be cheaper to take a shot at this kid now? It's free labor. When he returns to the base a few days later, he should be carrying quite a few beast crystals. By then, those beast crystals won't all still be ours. Chen Feng said with a sinister face. Chen Lin, who heard this, was first stunned, and then immediately squeezed out a smile on his extremely responsive face. Ha, it's true that it's still Brother Feng who thought it through. Alright, you go back, continue to keep an eye on those newcomers, and directly strike out if there is a suitable object, don't have any worries. Chen Feng waved his hand, then greeted those teammates behind him and left the spot. Marred, this kid really doesn't give a damn about people. Looking at the departing backs of several people, Chen Mu gave a dark voice in his heart. He was selling maps to those newcomers to make a small fortune. After all, to the awakened, 10,000 dasha coins were nothing at all. Even if they sometimes kicked the bucket, the most they would get was a lesson. But the value of beast crystals was completely different. Everyone knew that the most valuable thing on a ferocious beast was the beast crystal. Robbing someone of a beast crystal was tantamount to taking away someone's chance. But that kid is not a soft persimmon to look at. Shenmue thought of Qin Feng, but then shook his head. So what if it's not a soft persimmon? People have a good grandpa. Kid, you're on your own. Base export. So young? Looking at the handsome-looking young man in front of him, the staff was slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything more and directly released him. The young man was none other than Qin Feng. Walking out of the base, in front of him was a passageway that was more than a dozen meters long, and beyond it was the wilderness. Soon, Qin Feng's figure came outside the passageway and looked at the endless wilderness in front of him. Fierce beasts, I'm coming. After confirming the direction, Qin Feng rushed over with great strides. Not long after, a dense forest appeared in front of Qin Feng, and this was precisely the sea-level area. Qin Feng, who had come here, had a grave expression on his face. This was the first time he had come to the wilderness, and his heart was more or less still a little nervous, but more than that, he was excited. Swish! Swish! It was also at this moment that a patch of grass in front of them trembled slightly. Qin Feng raised his head to look, only to see two black shadows scurrying out of the grass and rushing towards his location at great speed. Black demon rabbits, ranked at the early first stage. With just a glance, Qin Feng judged the opponent's species and rank. Bang! Bang! Without the slightest bit of panic, Qin Feng sought his chance and quickly swung out two punches, and he directly resolved these two black demon rabbits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an early first stage black demon rabbit, gaining 50 plus 50 evolution points. At the same time, a system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. It seems that as my battle power increases, I get fewer evolution points for killing opponents of the same level. He remembered that yesterday in the martial arts arena, killing those late awakening opponents to gain evolution points was almost 40, and now it was only 50 at the early first rank. In that case, we can only kill a few more. Qin Feng stepped forward and took out a dagger from within his tactical backpack, removing the beast crystals from the black demon rabbit's body and placing them within his backpack. Then without stopping, he quickly left the spot. Half an hour later. Bang! A giant dog as tall as a man fell to the ground, splattering a cloud of smoke. Beside the giant dog was an upright figure, which was none other than Qin Feng. Counting this late first stage bloodtooth dog, we've only encountered 3 ferocious beasts in this half hour. The ferocious beasts in this neighborhood should have been cleared long ago. Frowning slightly, after a slight hesitation, it's a waste of time to continue here, go directly to the B-class area. To kill this late first rank bloodtooth dog, he didn't even utilize his supernatural abilities. Roughly estimating, Qin Feng felt that if he were to fully activate the chaotic divine lightning right now, his battle power would be at least at the middle of the second rank, and even a normal late second rank would not necessarily be his opponent. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and took out the bloodtooth dog's beast crystal. With that, his legs powered up and his figure quickly moved deeper towards the forest. 10 minutes later. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, a huge object appeared in front of Qin Feng. It was an infernal leopard that was more than 2 meters long and covered in reddish fur. Early second stage, Inferno Leopard. Thanks to the teachings from school, Qin Feng recognized the ferocious beast in front of him. Roar! Looking at the human that appeared in front of him, the Inferno Leopard didn't act like those first-order ferocious beasts. The moment it came up, it directly launched an attack, but first issued a low roar of warning, and then the pair of beast pupils stared at Qin Feng. Heh, even knows how to test the opponent's bottom. With a cold snort, Qin Feng's icy cold eyes flashed with a smear of killing intent. Along with the higher the level, the spiritual intelligence of the ferocious beasts would also increase. Some experts had researched that a fifth-order beast's spiritual intelligence was already equivalent to that of a human child in his or her teens. As for those 10,000 races, they are even more intelligent as demons, such as that spirit species. A race, its birth will have the spiritual intelligence of adults. Roar! The field. After a brief trial and error, the Inferno Leopard gradually became excited as it realized that the human in front of it was the weakest existence among the humans it had encountered. After a low roar, the Yen leopard opened its bloody mouth, its thick limbs lashed out and ran towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face stared as his body gradually tensed up. Facing an opponent like Yen Bao, he began to gradually get excited. His body's qi and blood rolled over as a strong aura was released from him. Just as Yen Bao arrived in front of Qin Feng, his figure quickly dived down. While dodging the 2 sharp clawed pounces, he came to the belly of the Yen leopard. Hostility was revealed in his eyes, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were merged together like a knife, followed by a fierce slash forward. Raging thunder slash. Zip! Zip! The blue arc of electricity was instantly wrapped around the hand blade like a thunder blade. Put! The thunder blade quickly slashed out, transforming into a lightning chop that directly tore a huge gash in the Yen Panther's abdomen. In the next instant, red blood gushed out from there, while Qin Feng's body had long since flashed to the side. Roar! The abdomen was torn open, and the intense pain caused an agonizing hiss to come out of the inferno leopard's mouth, and then it shook its body and collapsed to the ground. The weak point of the yen leopard was its abdomen. If it were any other position, Qin Feng's strike would have been far from achieving such an effect. Phew! Qin Feng let out a light breath as his tense body gradually relaxed. He then stepped forward to take out the yen leopard's beast crystal and turned to leave. As Qin Feng walked, he recalled the battle just now. Just now, at the moment when the inferno leopard pounced on him, the action he made was almost subconscious. Before awakening his supernormal ability, he definitely did not have such reaction speed. It seems that the enhancement brought to me by the chaotic divine lightning is all-encompassing. Not only is the power of the supernormal ability, the cultivation talent, and the battle sense just as top-notch. Chapter 22, Attack, Heavenly God Cults People? Huffing. Huffing. Within the dense woods, a behemoth with a body size close to 4 meters was staring menacingly at a figure in front of it. The two huge fangs protruding from its mouth emitted a cold aura. A mid-second stage tusked boar, let's take you for practice. Standing opposite the tusked boar was none other than Qin Feng, only to see that at this moment, he was holding a black tang knife in his hand, its pitch-black blade incomparably sharp. The black tang blade was none other than the D-grade alloy weapon that he had purchased at the Alliance building, which was worth over 100,000 dasha coins. Those winnings from yesterday's martial arts arena were basically used to buy this tang blade. One man and one beast faced each other, and in the end, it was the tusked boar that made the first move. Only to see its huge body like a small mountain, it quickly rushed over towards Qin Feng's location. At this moment, Qin Feng vaguely felt that the ground was trembling slightly. Tear! The two huge fangs tore through the air, like two spears stabbing viciously towards the front. In response, Qin Feng stomped his feet on the ground and dodged his body to the side, easily neutralizing the tusked boar's attack. Next, the tusked boar kept turning his body to charge at Qin Feng, but without exception, they were all dodged by him one by one. Sure enough, the tusked boar is a purely strength-type ferocious beast, and because of its huge size, it is quite a bit worse in terms of reaction speed. 10 minutes later, the tusked boar's attack began to gradually decay. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face and didn't even take a breath. Right now I can maneuver around a mid-second stage ferocious beast based on my body's reflexes alone. If I were to master a body technique type battle skill, it would be even more perfect. Qin Feng thought this in his heart. Then he looked up at the tusked boar, a stern aura flashing through his dark eyes. Almost there. Seeing Qin Feng looking towards himself, the tusked boar tilted its head and let out a roar, its huge body tensing up like an arrow off the string, rushing forward. This time Qin Feng did not choose to dodge, only to see him holding the black tang sword in his hand. His body surged out a violent energy. Crack! Crack! Explosive thunderous sounds resounded on the field, and visible to the naked eye, blue arcs of electricity surged out from Qin Feng's palm and wrapped around the black blade. Flash thunder strike! Holding the black blade in his hand, his figure surged out as if it was a bolt of lightning, coming face to face with the tusked boar. Plop! A red blood splattered out, and the huge body of the tusked boar trembled violently, followed by a sharp pain emanating from its abdomen. Giggling. Puffing. Before it could react, several more air-breaking sounds rang out, and the blade wrapped in lightning was like a lightning blade, ruthlessly splitting on the tusked boar's body. Until finally, with a bang, the huge body of the tusked boar fell to the ground. The ground shook with it. Compared to the raging thunder slash, the destructive power is somewhat inferior, but the advantage is the speed of the attack. Qin Feng muttered. The lightning flash strike was exactly what he had learned last night, when he fought against the woman who had come to attack and kill him. Just a short while ago, with his efforts plus the help of evolution points, he had also managed to reach the perfection realm. After receiving the black blade in his hand into his weapon ring, Qin Feng stepped forward and was ready to take out the beast crystal. Bang! But just then, a cracking sound came from behind him. Qin Feng, who was aware of it, quickly stepped aside to avoid it, and in the next instant, a boulder half a person high landed on the spot where he had just stood. Your reflexes and battle prowess don't look like a first rank. A rough voice came from behind. Qin Feng turned his head and looked coldly. He only saw a burly, simple-looking man appear there. In the man's hand was a nearly 2-meter-long zanmazu, its silver-white blade emitting a compelling cold aura. I have to say, young man, you are considered a genius to have such strong strength at this age. Although they were words of praise, a stern aura flashed across the man's naive face. Hand over the beast crystal, and in breaking one of your own arms, I can let you leave peacefully. Killing people and robbing treasures, aren't you afraid that the law enforcement team will know about it and track it down if you do this? Qin Feng's face was cold. Law enforcement team, young people are really still too naive. Hunting ferocious beasts is already a crisis. It's normal for a first-order awakened person to die in the wilderness. The man laughed coldly and raised the chopper in his hand, the blade pointing straight at Qin Feng. Young man, you better make your choice quickly, I don't have the time to spend on you. Qin Feng frowned slightly, he was somewhat unable to figure out what the man in front of him was doing. Now that he had only come to the wilderness less than half a day ago, the beast crystals added up to less than 10, and they were mostly first-order beast crystals. These beast crystals alone were of limited value, and were simply not enough to attract the coveting of a man whose cultivation was at the late second stage. No, his target isn't the beast crystals, it's me. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something and his eyes changed violently. You're from the Heavenly God sect? Oh, I can't believe you saw that. The man whose identity had been dismantled was a bit surprised, and a fierce smile appeared on his face. Since you guessed your identity, it's all the more reason not to keep you. The reward for killing a genius like you is quite a lot. After the words fell, the man held his sword in both hands and slashed out towards the front with a fierce force. Hurricane chop. Wild winds twisted above the silver-white blade, as if it was a wind blade, ruthlessly slashing towards Qin Feng. Facing the man's attack, Qin Feng's face was grave and he didn't dare to be careless. Gripping the black blade in his hand, his body's chi and blood rolled over, and chaotic divine lightning was stimulated in an instant. Crackle! Crackle! Exploding blue arcs of electricity surged out from his body, instantly covering his entire body, followed by Qin Feng's figure moving quickly as if it were a bolt of lightning. While dodging the attack, he attacked towards the man from the other side. Holy, such quick reflexes? Qin Feng's attack came too quickly, catching the man off guard, but he was after all a late second stage awakened, and quickly reacted. Phew! One could only see an invisible gale wrapping around him, and then his burly body became incredibly flexible, dodging Qin Feng's attack with just a slight sidestep. Flash thunder strike. Stab! But before the man could breathe a sigh of relief, a blue aura was reflected in his pupils. Only to see the black blade wrapped in blue arcs of electricity speeding towards him as if it were lightning. In his haste, the man frantically activated his wind attribute supernatural ability, trying to dodge this attack. Put! But in the end, he was still a step too slow, and the black blade slashed at his shoulder, splattering a patch of red blood. Well! The intense pain caused a cry of pain to escape the man's mouth. One should know that his cultivation was at the late second stage, but he would be injured by a first stage awakened person. Could it be that he's an S-ranked aberration? The man covered his shoulder and quickly took a few steps back, his eyes filled with fear. Chapter 23 Counter Kill, Cultivation Edition. The Heavenly God sect was a force formed by those humans who betrayed the human race and defected to the 10,000 races. Those who joined the Heavenly God cult were all vicious and evil, and in order to become traitors to the 10,000 races, they took pride in hunting down and killing the geniuses of the human race. The 10,000 clans also began to support the Heavenly God cult in order to disintegrate the human clan from within. Not only did they invest a large amount of resources, but they also set up various reward mechanisms, one of which was that as long as they could successfully hunt down and kill a genius of the human race, they would be able to obtain the essence blood of the 10,000 races. Fusing the essence blood of the 10,000 races would not only enhance the awakened person's strength, but in the end, they could even shed their bones and completely become a part of the 10,000 races. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, those people from the Celestial God sect were all just a bunch of fools, only being treated as traitors by the 10,000 races. Absorbing the essence blood of the 10,000 races and becoming a 10,000 race was just a fool's dream. Crackle! Crackle! Qin Feng's eyes were cold as he looked towards the man in front of him, intense killing intent emanating from him. Regardless of whether this man was a member of the Heavenly God sect or not, the moment he struck out at him, there was no way Qin Feng would let him leave here peacefully. Miscalculated, this kid's alien ability level is at least A rank or even S rank, gotta get out of here quickly. At this moment, the man also realized the gap between his and Qin Feng's combat power. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and was about to flee from here. In response, Qin Feng naturally could not let him leave. Thunderons flashed on his body, the power of chaotic divine lightning being fully energized by him at this moment. Crackling! Crackling! Terrifying thunder and lightning roars emanated from his body, followed by Qin Feng reaching out and pointing. Boom! A blue thunderbolt as thick as a baby's arm surged out from his body, as if it was a thunder snake, and heavily bombarded the man's body. The man who was struck by the lightning stopped in place on the spot. Crackle! Crackle! The exploding thunderons raged within him, directly annihilating his vitality. In the end, the man didn't even have time to use his divine skill Heavenly God transformation before he directly turned into a charred corpse. Energy externalization, S-ranked ability? After the last 8 words appeared in the man's mind, he completely lost consciousness. It was well known that a first-stage awakened person could only initially utilize the power of their supernatural abilities, while a second-stage awakened person could attach their supernatural abilities to a weapon or their body to enhance their power. Only the third-order awakened person can do the alien energy externalization to hurt the enemy. However, there is a special case in this, and that is the S-class supernatural ability. S-class supernormal ability, from the moment of awakening, can do external injuries to the enemy, and the attack power far exceeds the awakened person's own power. If the man had known that Qin Feng possessed S-class psychic abilities, he wouldn't have dared to make a move against him even if he had been given 100 guts. Ha ha! Qin Feng panted heavily, his forehead covered with beads of sweat. The man's cultivation was at the late second stage and he was only at the early first stage, spanning more than a large realm. If the chaotic divine lightning wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have any chance of winning this battle. At this moment, the power of his qi and blood and supernormal abilities had almost all been consumed within his body. In fact, if the man chose to fight him head-on, not to mention defeating Qin Feng, there was still a high hope of preserving his little life. After resolving the man, Qin Feng did not stay too long and quickly left. The Heavenly God sect was a powerful organization, and it was likely that there were still his companions in this vicinity. The current him was incomparably weak, and if there was another person with the same cultivation level as the man, then he would be in danger. While leaving this place, Qin Feng took out a beast crystal from within his backpack. The talent aptitude infinite swallow was unleashed, and instantly the beast crystal was covered by a flash of black aura as a warm energy appeared within his body, replenishing the qi and blood he had just consumed. Swish! Swish! 10 minutes later, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the location where Qin Feng had just been. This is Old Wu's body. Oh, looks like he planted it. A snort escaped from the mouth of the thinly built man as he walked over to the charred corpse. The other woman also had a touch of disdain on her face. Waste 1. Well, since Old Wu has planted himself, the task will be completed by the two of us. Lord Protector has given a deadly order this time. He must make sure that we find the one who induced the vision in Linhai City yesterday. For this reason he's even prepared to visit Linhai in person. The lean man spoke slowly. As for the people around this wilderness base, they have Lin Kai's side to entertain them. And the woman didn't refute this, and after nodding her head, she and the lean man quickly left the place one after the other. Other side. At this time, Qin Feng had already arrived at a hidden location, absorbing beast crystals to replenish his body's energy. Half an hour later, a pair of pitch black eyes snapped open, blue lightning flashed in them. A majestic aura emanated from Qin Feng's body. In this half-hour time, he had absorbed a total of 3 early first-stage beast crystals, the consumed qi and blood in his body had been restored as before, and the power of the chaotic divine lightning had likewise recovered most of its power. It was at this time that the terror of the natural talent aptitude, infinite swallowing, gradually manifested itself. If it was an ordinary awakened, in a state like the one he had just been in, even with the supply of energy liquid, it would take at least half a day to slowly recover. And it only took him half an hour, and that was even with him recovering in a low-key manner in order not to cause too much commotion. If he had launched Infinite Swallow with full force and directly devoured the second-ranked beast crystals, that time would have been shortened by half. After his body recovered, Qin Feng opened the system panel with a thought. Name, Qin Feng. Ability, Chaotic Divine Lightning S+, Red Fire F+. Level, Early First Order. Blood, 130+. Spirit, 33+. Physical, 11% Mortal Body+. Breathing Technique, Thunder Spirit Breathing Technique complete. Battle Technique, Thunder Fist D Perfection, Raging Thunder /C Perfection, Fire Fist C Perfection. Talent Aptitude, Infinite Swallow Level 1, can swallow energy of any attribute to enhance cultivation. Evolution Points, 350. Although the energy from the 3 beast crystals had all been used to recover, his qi and blood still followed suit and increased partially to 130. The number of evolution points also came to an unprecedented high of 350. Nearly 100 of those evolution points were gifted by the man he had just killed. At this moment, Qin Feng began to think about how to distribute these evolution points. The Thunder Spirit breathing technique, after using up the number of times he had practiced on the Jade Slip yesterday, reached a small level of success, and then he directly used the evolution points to add points to reach perfection. However, now Qin Feng found a problem. With the talent avatar Infinite Swallow in, he advanced his cultivation by simply devouring beast crystals or directly adding points. So at this stage, the breathing method didn't help him much. In terms of battle techniques, they had also basically reached the perfection realm. Now that there are still people from the Heavenly God sect appearing within this wilderness in addition to the ferocious beasts, it's still necessary to raise our battle power first. Raise your cultivation to the mid-first stage first. Qin Feng quickly made a decision in his mind. He then began to add points, and the evolution points were quickly consumed, while the feeling of surging qi and blood once again appeared in his body. With 350 evolution points, his qi and blood directly increased by 35, reaching 165, not far from the mid-first stage 1. Continue devouring beast crystals. Chapter 24, Returning to the Base, Being Stopped. Boom! Rumble! After finishing devouring a second-order beast crystal, a popping sound came from within Qin Feng's body. Mighty qi and blood power rolled around inside him like a wave. At this moment, he only felt his body burning, and a swelling and painful sensation came from his limbs. Tear! Accompanied by a ripping sound, his top was instantly burst by his expanding body. It was only after nearly a minute that the raging qi and blood power in his body slowly stabilized. Qin Feng also changed from a muscle-bound man back to his original type. Mid-first stage now. Feeling the strong qi and blood power within his body, Qin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. The current him was gradually becoming obsessed with this feeling of becoming stronger. There was nothing more obsessive than watching his strength grow stronger and stronger. 3 days later, a figure with a stern aura quickly scurried within a jungle. His face was cold, and his dark eyes slightly condensed, emitting a compelling cold aura. The figure was none other than Qin Feng. At this moment, there was already a great change in his temperament compared to 3 days ago. The student aura from before had disappeared, and now he looked like a hunter who had been dealing with ferocious beasts for years. Can't just let you run away like this. Right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth and let out a murmur. Zip. In the next instant, a dense sound of surging electricity came out from his body, only to see a thumb-thin blue arc of electricity appear and surround his body. Under the increase of the power of lightning, Qin Feng stomped on the ground with both feet. His entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he sped towards the front. Ahead, less than 200 meters away from Qin Feng, there was a huge black shadow. It could be seen that it was a feline with black scaly armor all over its body. Black-scaled cat, late second stage fierce beast. It was said to be a cat, but its size was close to 2 meters, and it was quite a bit larger than a normal tiger. Aim! Noticing the movement coming from behind him, the black-scaled cat instantly cried out and once again sped up, running wildly towards the front. Humans are really cunning, obviously looking so weak, but their battle power is terrifyingly strong. At this moment, the black-scaled cat was thinking like this. Originally, it had taken the initiative to come forward to provoke Qin Feng after sensing that he only had a cultivation level of the first rank, but what it hadn't expected was that Qin Feng had directly crushed it in terms of battle power. Even if it wasn't for the fact that it ran fast, it might have been killed by now. Swish! However, right at this moment, a blue shadow sprang out from its back like lightning, blocking the black-scaled cat. It was none other than Qin Feng. Qin Feng hooked his finger at the black-scaled cat, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up with a playful-like smile. This black-scaled cat was the strongest amongst the second-order fierce beasts he had encountered in the past few days, both in terms of melee attacking ability and reflexes were extremely strong. Battle intent surged from Qin Feng's body, his right hand stretched out, and a black blade appeared in his hand as his chi and blood tumbled. Bear! Seeing that he couldn't escape, the black-scaled cat's ferociousness also appeared, opening its mouth to reveal a mouthful of fangs. Whoosh! In the next instant, the black-scaled cat's limbs lashed out, its huge body transforming into a black shadow as it rushed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who was about to make a move in response, seemed to have sensed something, and his face changed slightly. I said, how did the guts become bigger? So it's the rescuers coming. Swish! Qin Feng's figure flashed as his body flashed towards his right-hand side. Whereas, 2 black shadows appeared at the same time at the position where he was originally standing. 2 black-scaled cats. Meow! Meow! After the 2 black-scaled cats shouted at each other, they simultaneously locked their gazes on Qin Feng. The 2 pairs of beast pupils emitted an intimidating cold aura. Whoosh! In an instant, one of the black-scaled cats turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Qin Feng. The other one kept roaming around, waiting for an opportunity to move. Facing 2 late second-stage ferocious beasts at the same time, Qin Feng not only didn't feel a trace of fear, but instead, he felt incomparably excited. Crackle! Crackle! Chaotic divine lightning was stimulated by him, and a dense roar of thunder and lightning emanated from him. Between turning his body around, he dodged the black-scaled cat's attack while violently swinging a blade forward. Raging thunder slash! The thunderbolt of explosive lightning was wrapped above the black blade, transforming into a lightning blade that fiercely blasted towards the black-scaled cat. Whoosh! However, right at this moment, another black shadow scurried out as another black-scaled cat launched an attack towards Qin Feng. In response, Qin Feng naturally didn't choose to take it on the chin. After dodging the attack sideways, his body quickly retreated and pulled away from him. Next, 1 person and 2 beasts began to tangle up. The 2 black-scaled cats attacked and defended, working very well together, causing Qin Feng quite a bit of trouble. However, with his top-notch battle sense, Qin Feng quickly adapted, and as time passed, he began to gradually gain the upper hand. Eventually, he seized the opportunity to directly use the power of chaotic divine lightning to summon a thunderbolt to heavily injure one of the black-scaled cats. In an instant, that black-scaled cat was scorched black all over its body and directly collapsed to the ground, losing its life. The remaining one was ultimately beheaded by Qin Feng as well. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng went forward and took out the beast crystals of the 2 black-scaled cats and put them into his tactical backpack. After these 3 days of hunting, the tactical backpack was already bulging at this point. At a rough estimate, there were at least dozens of beast crystals. Almost there, these beast crystals are enough for me to cultivate until the entrance exam. Qin Feng muttered under his breath, then turned around and walked towards the outskirts of the jungle. The college entrance exam was less than half a month away, and this time was enough for him to finish absorbing all the beast crystals. Qin Feng was confident that he would be able to raise his cultivation to the 2nd stage before the college entrance exam, and by then, he would be able to fuse the Red Lotus Karma Flame. A second-order awakened person with dual S-rank psychic abilities should be enough to win the top prize in Jiangnan province. Before coming to the wilderness, Qin Feng had checked the information that last year's Jiangnan province's top scholar cultivator was a second-ranked awakened person who also possessed S-ranked psychic abilities. Although currently, Qin Feng had not encountered any other awakened who possessed S-class abilities. However, Qin Feng was confident that at the same level, he was not afraid of anyone, even if his opponent also possessed S-ranked psychic abilities. On the way back, Qin Feng had also encountered other awakened. When these people saw his bulging back, a flash of greed flashed in their eyes. But in the end, reason overcame the impulse. Being able to kill such a large number of ferocious beasts was enough to prove that the other party was a ruthless person, and such a person was not someone they could afford to mess with. However, just when Qin Feng was still more than 2,000 meters away from the entrance of the base, a squad of awakened ones appeared in his line of sight. A squad of 5, each of them carrying a bulging backpack behind them. The leader was the arrogant youth named Qin Feng. Seeing these people, Qin Feng frowned slightly, but he didn't care too much. If these people dared to mess with him, then he didn't mind stepping in to give them some lessons. And at this moment, Qin Feng also noticed Qin Feng, especially when he saw Qin Feng's backpack. His eyes lit up for a moment. Then he directly raised his hand and greeted a strong man beside him. You go, snatch his back. If he dares to resist, directly move. There's no need to have any worries. Qin Feng didn't deliberately lower his voice when he spoke. Not only did Qin Feng hear it, even some of the surrounding awakened who were passing by heard it. However, these people all seemed to be a bit surprised by this scene, as they directly accelerated their steps and quickly left the place. Some of the good-hearted people even made a look towards Qin Feng, signaling him to be soft. Chapter 25 Strike First. My lord, the front will be close to that wilderness base. There are several third-order awakened ones in there. Do we really want to go there to hunt those awakened ones? Within a hidden path, a dozen figures appeared. The leader was a young man dressed in black. The youth's name was Lin Kai, and like the man killed by Qin Feng, he was a member of the Heavenly God sect. Similarly, these people following him were all members of the Heavenly God sect. Those in charge are there to protect the security of the base and will not leave the base easily. As long as we are fast enough, it is possible to leave before those people arrive. Facing the report from his men, Lin Kai waved his hand expressionlessly. Old Man Li and that prodigal Hoth have gone to Linhai City on a mission, so I can't leave them behind too much. After I finish this job, I'll be able to gain quite a few more merits, and after counting my previous inventory, it'll be enough for me to redeem a drop of essence blood in. As long as I absorb one more drop of essence blood, my talent ceiling will be able to be pulled up once again, and it's possible for me to reach the 4th rank later on. A strange color flashed in Lin Kai's eyes. Like many of the Heavenly God cultists, Lin Kai's own cultivation talent was not superior, and his alien ability level was only D rank. If he cultivated normally, he would only be able to reach the 2nd stage, whereas now he had already reached the 3rd stage. This was the efficacy of the essence blood of the 10,000 races. Within the Heavenly God sect, all the followers aspired to obtain the essence blood of the 10,000 races to improve their talents and increase their battle power. However, because of this, the essence blood of the 10,000 races had always been in short supply within the Heavenly God sect. In order to obtain the essence blood, one had to be a member of the sect who had made great contributions. Continue rushing, everyone cheer up. This time when the mission is completed, I'll vouch for it and apply for a drop of essence blood for Lord Deacon to distribute to everyone. Lin Kai's words instantly energized the people around him. Excitement appeared on everyone's face. Only Lin Kai had a hidden cold smile on his face. The other side. The burly man who had received Qin Feng's order did not say much and directly took a few steps forward to Qin Feng. During this period of time, the strong man could be said to be having a great time. Robbing everyone. Many of the awakened who were stronger than them in battle and had higher cultivation levels than them dared not speak out in anger in the face of their snatching because they were in Qin Feng's way. They could only choose to offer a portion of their beast crystals. Ever since he had followed Qin Feng, he had almost never taken the initiative to hunt ferocious beasts, and the beast crystals he had obtained from robbing people alone were already enough for him to exchange for a large amount of resources. In the past, this was something he almost didn't even dare to think about. Thus, these few teammates who followed Qin Feng, they were all incredibly loyal to him. Even if they knew that what Qin Feng had asked them to do was something unseemly. Kid, immediately hand over the backpack and your life can be spared. The burly man who came to Qin Feng's front opened his mouth. Saying that, he reached out and yanked towards Qin Feng's backpack. At this moment, he thought that Qin Feng would be the same as those before him, choosing to hold his tongue and immediately hand over the beast crystal. Giggling. But in the very next moment, a black aura flashed past his eyes, while he only felt a coldness at his wrist. Bang! He then saw a palm fall to the ground. Why is that palm so familiar? The strong man said in his heart, but in the next moment, a sharp pain came from his wrist. Ah! A miserable scream came out of the burly man's mouth, and it was only at this point that he reacted to the fact that the falling palm was none other than his. What happened to Wang Lian? Listening to the screams ahead, Qin Feng frowned. However, in the very next moment, the screams came to an abrupt end, and then Chen Feng saw the burly man in front of him, that is, Wang Liang, tilting his head back and collapsing towards the back. It could be seen that there was a hideous wound at Wang Liang's neck, with bright red blood gushing out from there like a fountain. However, the most striking thing was the black-haired teenager at the back of that blood-colored fountain. His pitch-black eyes exuded a cold light, and a strong killing intent emanated from Chen Feng, who was holding a black sword. The beast crystals were all obtained from his desperate hunting of ferocious beasts, so how could he possibly give them away? Instead of waiting for the burly man to snatch his backpack, it would be better for him to strike directly. After all, the first to strike is the strongest. After killing the strong man, Chen Feng turned around and was ready to leave the place, but before he left, he stepped forward and removed the backpack from the strong man. With that, he directly turned around and rushed towards the depths of the jungle. Although he had killed the strong man by surprise, there were still 4 other people on the other side, and they were all second-order awakened. Therefore, Chen Feng decided to avoid the front line for the time being. Waste, what a waste! Seeing Wang Liang being killed and Chen Feng escaping, Chen Feng instantly became furious, thinking that it must have been Wang Liang's carelessness that caused him to be killed by Chen Feng's sneak attack. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly gave orders to the remaining 3. What are you waiting for? Give me a chase. Chen Feng's words caused the 3 to change their faces. The 3 of them weren't too far off from Wang Dio in terms of battle power, their cultivation levels were all at the early second stage. Right now, Wang Liang had all been given a single second by Chen Feng, even if there was a reason for Wang Liang's carelessness in this. However, it was undeniable that Chen Feng himself did have enough strength to threaten them. And there was also the more important point that several of them were a bit wary of Chen Feng's identity at this point. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that Chen Feng wasn't very old. Such a young genius might be the descendant of some big family who went out to practice, or even worse, a genius from some college. It didn't matter if ordinary awakened people robbed or killed them, with Chen Feng's identity weighing them down, they wouldn't have any concerns. But if they really killed a genius like Chen Feng, then both the law enforcement team and the education bureau would definitely send someone to check it out. At that time, Chen Feng might be fine, but it wouldn't necessarily be the case for them who had no background. Brother Feng, this teenager's identity shouldn't be simple, should we? A man opened his mouth to Chen Feng and reminded him. However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Feng, who heard this, was directly enraged. Identity? I don't care what his identity is, this is the wilderness, it's normal for someone to die here. Besides, if anything happens, there is still me to bear the burden, what are you afraid of? Chase after them with me, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Chen Feng said in an icy tone. After saying that, he directly turned around and chased after Chen Feng in the direction he had left, and the remaining 3 could only choose to follow behind Chen Feng after glancing at each other. At this moment, they could only hope that Chen Feng could run faster, preferably so that they couldn't find him. However, it was obvious that they had ultimately miscalculated. In less than 10 minutes, they saw Chen Feng's figure. He only just showed his head before disappearing into a dense forest. Split up and chase me, if we don't kill this kid today, I'll take his last name. Chen Feng said with a tone filled with killing intent. Chapter 26 Grade Battle Skill, Thunderlance. Marred, how come this little bastard is so fast, he's gone in the blink of an eye. Within a dense jungle, a burst of angry curses came from within. Chen Feng was cursing from his mouth. Brother Feng, I heard that someone recently encountered someone from the heavenly god cult in this wilderness, shouldn't we go back earlier to meet up with Zhou Hui and the 2 of them? The teammate on the side cautiously opened his mouth to test the waters. At this time, they had already searched for nearly 2 hours within this jungle, and still hadn't found any traces of Chen Feng. The wilderness was already full of ferocious dangers, and during this period of time, he had been following Chen Feng and acting as a bully in front of the other awakened, so it had been a long time since he had fought against ferocious beasts. This, coupled with the recent messages from the heavenly god cult from time to time, made him even more a little scared. Rubbish! Seeing his teammate in this state, Chen Feng could not help but open his mouth to curse. Let's go, return to the base entrance first, this guy is still holding so many beast crystals, he'll definitely return to the base to redeem his bonus. As long as we guard the base entrance there, we are not afraid of not catching him. Chen Feng muttered under his breath, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the jungle. The teammates hurriedly followed. Other side. 2 other teammates. Shouldn't we head back, FAI? Yes. Hearing this, Zhou Hui nodded without hesitation. Having already wandered within the jungle for 2 hours, they had long since exhausted their patience, preferring to go back now to receive a scolding from Chen Feng. With that, the 2 of them turned their heads and prepared to leave the place. However, right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly sprang out from the shadows. Giggling. At the same time as a cracking sound rang out, the pitch-black blade wrapped in blue electric arcs landed on the chest of one of them. Put! The blade didn't enter the flesh, and red blood splashed out with it. It's you! It was only at this moment that the other person could see the visitor, and it was none other than Chen Feng. Well, Just then, a cry of pain escaped the mouth of Zhou Hui, who had been struck by the black blade, and his body staggered backward a step towards the rear. Flash lightning strike. Take advantage of your illness. Seizing this opportunity, Jin Feng once again stepped forward and swung out a knife in a hurry, the sharp blade landing straight at the other party's neck, ending him on the spot. You, kill. The remaining man seemed to have been stunned at this point, stumbling over his words. Such goods, this is what Qin Feng's vision is. Qin Feng was a bit speechless, and eventually also directly stepped forward, and 2 slashes made the other party completely quiet. Qin Feng, who killed several people one after another, didn't have a trace of guilt in his heart. These few people either voluntarily or were forced, but they were the ones who did it to themselves first. After taking away the backpacks of the 2 people and hiding them in a hidden location, Qin Feng once again left the place with a flash of his body. There were still 2 last people left, so Qin Feng wouldn't let them leave peacefully. Damn Zhou Hui, he's an idiot. Well, he hasn't rushed over by now. Do you want me to find him personally? Chen Feng on this side's face became more and more ugly after waiting late for Zhou Hui and the 2 of them to come back. Forget about them, let's go back first. After saying this, he directly turned around and left the place. However, he soon sensed that something was wrong, as he did not hear the footsteps of his teammates following him. What's wrong with you, don't you know? Chen Feng turned his head and was about to let out an angry curse, but his voice soon ended abruptly. A familiar face appeared in his line of sight, while his teammate had already collapsed in a pool of blood at that moment. The pungent smell of blood caused Chen Feng's face to change violently, but soon, a sardonic smile appeared on his face. Kid, since you dared to send yourself to the door, then die. Thunder gun. With that, Chen Feng's fingers were compared to a pistol-like shape as he stretched them out in front of him, and exploding blue arcs of electricity converged at his fingertips. Poof. Poof. In the next instant, a cracking sound rang out. Only to see several clusters of blue balls of light the size of a baby's fist spewing out from his hands, as if they were an enlarged bullet, hurtling towards Qin Feng's location. Thunder system? Qin Feng frowned slightly, then quickly urged the chaotic divine thunder, his body manifesting a blue arc of electricity, while then quickly moving his body to dodge the blue light mass. Boom! A blue ball of light brushed against him and landed on a half-man-high rock in the back. In an instant, the rock was directly shattered with a strong destructive force. Grade B battle technique. Qin Feng began to be wary in his heart. Chen Feng sneered at the sight. The reason why he dared to be so wild in the base, besides relying on his great-grandfather Chen Jun being the base's administrator, there was also his own strength that could not be underestimated. Class A Thunder System ability, late second stage cultivation, and also mastered a small success B grade battle skill. Such a configuration was enough to allow him to walk horizontally within this base. As long as he didn't encounter a third-order awakened person, he wouldn't have any worries. And the reason why his great master had allowed him to run amok within the base so much was only because he saw his cultivation talent. If you keep hiding, maybe I really can't do anything about you, but now. Oh, you're dead. A cold smile continued on Chen Feng's face, and then he continuously urged his foreign energy and chi and blood power. The Thunder Lance was continuously utilized, and a ball of blue light coalesced out, blasting towards Qin Feng in a hurry. The power of AB grade battle technique could not be underestimated. Even Qin Feng did not dare to resist it, and could only continuously utilize his flexible stance to dodge it. Ha! A scumbag is a scumbag. Seeing Qin Feng in such a sorry state, Chen Feng's heart began to relax and his mouth began to mock continuously. What a bull genius, not still being pressed by him. However, he probably didn't notice that Qin Feng was staring at him with unblinking eyes every time he executed his thunder gun. Several minutes later, Chen Feng vaguely detected a hint of abnormality. During this period of time, although he seemed to have been gaining the upper hand, forcing Qin Feng to keep retreating, he hadn't inflicted any substantial damage on him. On the contrary, the chi and blood in his own body was constantly depleting. After all, it was a B-grade battle technique. Even if he was in the late second stage, it was impossible to use it for a long period of time. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Chen Feng's face changed slightly, and just as he was caught in hesitation, the Qin Feng in front of him suddenly dodged and sped towards his location at an extremely fast speed with a black blade in his hand. Seek death. Seeing this, Chen Feng's face turned vicious, his body's chi and blood tumbled, and the Thunder Lance was once again used. And when Qin Feng saw this, a hidden smile appeared on his face. That's it, go on. With that, he began to turn his body around again, dodging the lightning gun's attacks. A few more minutes passed in this manner. Ha ha. At this moment, Chen Feng was already sweating profusely and was panting heavily. This guy, is he a monster? Chen Feng looked at the expressionless and calm Qin Feng in front of him. A touch of fear gradually appeared on his face. It was also in the next moment that his pupils shrunk violently. Thunder gun. Qin Feng slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. Chapter 27 like a delivery. No way, this could never happen? After seeing that Qin Feng had actually used the thunder gun on the spot, Chen Feng's face was filled with disbelief. The Thunder Lance was a battle skill passed down within his family, and it would not be outsourced. Other than their Chen family members, it was simply impossible for outsiders to master this battle skill. Could it be that he just mastered it? Chen Feng, who had this thought in his mind, quickly shook his head. More than this, he would rather believe that Chen Feng had stolen this battle skill from somewhere. However, although he felt shocked, Chen Feng also knew that now was not the time to think about this. At this moment, the thunder lance released by Chen Feng had already arrived in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng similarly released the thunder lance, and in an instant, the two clusters of blue ones collided together. Boom! The impact of the two set off a strong shock. However, in the end, Chen Feng was still the better fighter. After all, he had already mastered this battle technique to the small completion realm. And Chen Feng had only just started. Worthy of being a B-class battle skill, the power of just the introductory realm is already comparable to a C-class battle skill at the consummate level. But introductory is just the beginning. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up in a smile, followed by a movement of his mind. System, add points. In the next instant, he directly added all the evolution points he had accumulated over the past few days to the thunder gun. Ding! Consuming 300 evolution points, the thunder gun has reached the minor achievement realm. Ding! Consuming 500 evolution points, the thunder gun has reached the grand completion. A total of 800 evolution points directly raised the thunder gun to the grand completion realm. Instantly, Chen Feng's mind was filled with additional senses about the thunder lance, as if he had been practicing this battle skill for several years, and was incomparably skilled. Now try it again. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at Chen Feng across the room with a smirk, then he raised his hand and the power of chaotic divine lightning converged on his fingertips. Z. Accompanied by a burst of dense electric current, a blue thunderball the size of an adult's fist converged. Shoo! Under Chen Feng's maneuvering, the thunderball sped towards the front, its speed far exceeding the blue light mass released by Chen Feng earlier. Converging thunder into a ball, the grand completion realm, this. Chen Feng, who noticed this scene, was already numb. It was less than a minute from just now when Chen Feng mastered the thunder lance and he had reached the grand completion. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Chen Feng wouldn't have believed this scene in any way. Escape! Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng at this moment directly turned his body around and withdrew towards the back. Thunder steps. In the next instant, a blue arc of electricity surged out from within his body and wrapped around his legs. With the power of his supernatural ability, his speed instantly increased drastically. A lightning attribute body combat technique. While at this moment, Chen Feng was brightening up at the sight of this scene, and a smile could not help but appear on his face. Looking at the back of Chen Feng's departure, Chen Feng was more and more joyful. Now he felt that the other party was here to deliver goods. In order to live up to Chen Feng's good intentions, he decided to let the other party bounce around for a little while longer, and for this reason he even slowed down the movement speed of the thunderball, so that it wouldn't catch up with the other party for the time being. Just like that, the battle was reversed, and the offense and defense were alien. Chen Feng was transformed from the original prey to the hunter, while Chen Feng was transformed into the prey that fled in haste. Damn it, what the hell is this guy's origin? A flash of anger appeared on Chen Feng's face as he sensed that at this moment, Chen Feng was following closely behind him, but did not seem to have the intention of killing him. After 10 minutes of chasing after him, Chen Feng stopped. At this time, he had already exhausted his body's qi and blood, and the power of his supernatural energy had also bottomed out. But despite this, the look on his face was gradually relaxing. Oh, stop. Just as Chen Feng felt puzzled. Alright, that's pretty much it. Your strength is good. I can guarantee that I won't trouble you in the future, and that you can come to me whenever there's anything going on within the base. Chen Feng's voice came over, only to see that at this moment, he had already turned his head, with a touch of arrogance on his face as he looked towards Chen Feng. In Chen Feng's opinion, the reason why Chen Feng didn't put him to death was that he was still afraid of his status and his grandpa. Ha! Chen Feng was amused. He didn't expect this guy Chen Feng to have such a rich imagination. But it's almost the same. Chen Feng looked at the just introduced thunder steps and said in his heart. Then do I still have to thank you? Thanks is not necessary, as long as you avoid me when you see me in the future. Crackle! Crackle! Chen Feng over here was saying something when he suddenly heard a dense roar of thunder and lightning, and instantly his pupils jolted. Only to see that in his line of sight, at that moment, Chen Feng's entire body was surrounded by blue lightning, and a berserk aura was released from him. What do you want? My grandpa is Chen Jun, the manager of the base. Also, I'm the young master of the Jiangnan Chen family, the future successor of the Chen family. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. It was only until this moment that Chen Feng truly recognized the reality, but even then, he did not open his mouth to beg for mercy. Instead, he brought out the forces behind him, wanting to use this to deter Chen Feng. However, it was obvious that he had overthought it. At this point, no matter what he said, Chen Feng would not be able to let him go. Because only the dead were the most peaceful. Thunder gun! Without giving Chen Feng the chance to open his mouth again, Chen Feng directly reached out his hand and pointed his finger, and the power of exploding lightning instantly converged on his fingertip. Boom! In the next instant, right along with a violent explosion, the fist-sized thunderball was like a bolt of lightning that crossed in mid-air at extreme speed. Spare! Bang! Shen Feng, who was about to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, was struck in the head by the thunderball, and in an instant, his head directly exploded like a watermelon, dying on the spot. Crackling! Crackling! At the same time, countless blue arcs of electricity surged out from within the thunderball and landed on the headless corpse. However, after just a few seconds had passed, the corpse became incomparably charred, and a burning smell spread towards the surroundings. Phew! Shen Feng let out a light breath from his mouth. In fact, by now, the qi and blood in his body and the power of his supernatural energy had been pretty much depleted. Although S-class alien energy was much stronger than A-class, his cultivation level was only mid-first stage after all. It was only because he had just devoured 2 first-rank beast crystals to replenish his qi and blood that he was able to hold out until now, otherwise, his state wouldn't be much stronger than Shen Feng's. A lot of people saw Chen Feng and the others besieging me earlier. If his lordship learns of this guy's death, he'll definitely suspect me. Looking at the charred corpse on the ground, Chen Feng said in his heart. In that case, then go straight back to the city. Chen Feng quickly made a good decision, although he would lose those rewards from the base if he did so, but the victory was safety. Plus, the amount of beast crystals he now possessed had reached a staggering amount, enough for him to splurge for quite a while. Thinking of this, Chen Feng didn't hesitate any longer and bypassed the base, directly returning to the city from another direction. It was also shortly after he left that the Heavenly God cultists led by Lin Kai rushed to the vicinity of the base and began to ambush the incoming and outgoing awakened ones there. Chapter 28, The Hijacking of the Heavenly God Cult, the base's reaction. A single punch dryly crippled a first-order battle tester? And burst the test crystal when testing the fit of the breathing method? The principal of the first middle school, Yang Zirong, looked across the room with an incredulous face, and if he wasn't in the way of the other party's identity as the top boss, he would have said, "You guy, dreaming? You really don't know?" At this moment, Minister Yang also frowned after seeing this expression on Yang Zirong's face. Could it be a renaming? Is there anyone named Chen Feng in your school? Give me his information. Minister Yang slowly spoke. At this moment, he was in the principal's office of the first middle school. Soon, Yang Zirong pulled up information about Chen Feng on his computer. F-rank lightning and fire duel system? Could it really be a mistake? Minister Yang muttered. Where is this student now? Call him over and I'll take a look. Minister Yang still didn't want to give up. Since Meng Xingchen had gotten into the Shaojing Martial Arts University 5 years ago, Linhai City hadn't produced a seedling who could get into a top martial arts university for several years in a row. Although this year, the first and second middle schools combined also had a few students who had awakened class of psychic abilities, Minister Yang still hoped that Linhai City could have more geniuses. Hearing that the leader wanted to see Chen Feng, Yang Zirong didn't dare to slack off and immediately called Chen Feng's homeroom teacher, Lao Li. 3 minutes later, Old Li and the principal stood side by side, looking at Minister Yang on the opposite side. They were not daring to breathe a breath. Bang! With a loud bang, only Minister Yang slapped his palm on the desk, and the tremendous force caused several visible cracks to appear on the desk. Missing, a student has been missing for 3 days, and none of you are going to ask? Yang Zirong, I think you don't want to be the principal anymore? Minister Yang shouted. I'll give you 2 hours to hurry up and find the person for me, or else, you'll be ready to go to the training room and practice with me. Minister Yang glared fiercely at the other party, then got up and left the office. When did Chen Feng disappear? Why didn't you report to me? As soon as Minister Yang left, the principal immediately aimed his spear at Old Li. In this regard, Lao Li also felt incredibly wrong. A student to take a few days off, still need to report to the principal? Why haven't I heard of this rule before? But now, if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to ask such a rhetorical question. Ever since he learned about the angry thunderstrike, this kid has taken a vacation. There was no way around it. Old Li could only report truthfully. And at this time just walked out of the office a few meters away from Minister Yang's face slightly changed, and then only to see him take out his cell phone, dial a number to call. Chief Xiang, this is Yang He. Check if there's a person named Chen Feng with the age of just over 18 years old who left the city in the recent week. Good boy, what guts. Only just at the first rank and he dares to go out of the city single-handedly to hunt ferocious beasts. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. It would be fine if it was usual, but recently. It's all because of that die-hard stubborn old Zhou, who had to drag me to see some venue, wasting 3 days at once. With this in mind, Minister Yang dialed a phone number once again. Immediately go to the wilderness base outside the city and pick up Chen Feng. Okay, Minister. Inside the Alliance Mansion, Wang Ping, who had received the notification, did not hesitate for a moment and immediately moved towards the outskirts of the city. What do you want? Beast crystals. If you want them, I can give them to you. Pust. The man who hadn't even finished speaking was stabbed through the chest with a gunshot, dying on the spot. Kill you, and these beast crystals are just as much ours. A middle-aged man holding a long spear said coldly. And a similar scene was being played out all around the man. A dozen or so silhouettes with sharp weapons and fierce eyes were besieging a small team of awakened ones. With the double gap in numbers and strength, all the members of this team soon fell into a pool of blood. My lord, this is already the third squad we've hijacked and killed. Should we continue now? Lin Kai, who heard this, hesitated slightly and then ordered. Let's go, let's change directions and sneak around to the entrance of the base. Lin Kai raised his hand to greet the crowd, and then his group quickly moved their bodies to leave the area. It was also shortly after they left that one after another, people came here and discovered those corpses lying on the ground. Not good, it's the Heavenly God cult's people. We have to quickly go and inform the base so that they can send reinforcements. 10 minutes later. The Heavenly God cult's people dared to hijack our people around the base. They're looking for death. Inside the wilderness base, a burly middle-aged man had a furious look on his face. If one looked closely, one would realize that this man bore a slight resemblance to Chen Feng. He was none other than one of the base's managers, Chen Feng's grandpa, Chen Shan. Inform down, gather all the second order awakened in the base and go with me to settle those human traitors. Chen Shan shouted loudly. At his order, the awakened within the base began to gather in an orderly fashion. No news from Little Wind yet? Taking advantage of the time when the team was assembling, Chen Shan opened his mouth to a person on the side and asked, his tone revealing obvious anxiety. Knowing that Chen Feng was not only his nephew but also the genius of the Chen clan, if anything were to happen to him, then he too would be implicated. The one being questioned shook his head at Chen Shan before speaking. Director Chen, we have sent 3 teams to search for young Chen, but none of them have any definite news. His words caused Chen Shan's face to sink. Damn the Heavenly God cult. A dark curse escaped his lips. Notify down the line, anyone who reports information about Chen Feng will be rewarded with 10 bottles of D-grade energy liquid. Anyone who can find Chen Feng, 10 bottles of C-grade energy liquid, plus a personal favor from me. Yes. Soon, the second order awakened within the base assembled. Under Chen Shan's orders, soon the matter regarding the search for Chen Feng reached everyone's ears. Chen Feng, the second-generation ancestor, has disappeared. He really deserves it. It's best if he was robbed and killed by the Heavenly God sex people. That's right, this kind of social assholes, they deserve to die. After hearing the information about Chen Feng's disappearance, most of the people were feeling happy inside. After all, this guy Chen Feng's style had long since caused those of them to look at him with disdain. Of course, at this time, in the way of Chen Shan's presence, those words just now they could only think about in their hearts. Still no news? Chen Feng was somewhat disappointed. We can only look for it in the wilderness. With this thought in his mind, he directly led the awakened who had assembled behind him to leave the base and began to search in the wilderness. On the surface, Chen Shan's banner was to look for the Heavenly God sex people, but in actuality, he was taking the opportunity to look for traces of Chen Feng. However, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to find them, because at this point, Chen Feng had already turned into a charred corpse that had been chewed on by ferocious beasts. Chapter 29, Encountering the Heavenly God Sect Team. A small road not far from the entrance of Linhai City. Xin Feng was holding a long alloy stick with 5 backpacks picked on top of the stick. The backpacks were filled with beast crystals, which were precisely those obtained from Chen Feng and his teammates. Xin Feng roughly estimated that counting the beast crystals he had obtained from hunting ferocious beasts on his own earlier, he now had nearly 200 beast crystals on him. With such a large amount, even if they were all first-order beast crystals, they were still worth millions. It's still necessary to get a storage ring as soon as possible, otherwise it's too troublesome. Xin Feng thought this in his heart. Holding such a large quantity of beast crystals greatly affected his rushing speed. Nearly an hour had passed since he had killed Chen Feng, and he had only traveled less than half the distance. At this rate, by the time he arrived in the city, it would probably be evening. However, at this time, he had no better way but to choose to continue rushing. 10 minutes later, Xin Feng stopped with a slight frown. No, going on like this is too much of a delay. By the time Chen Feng, his great master, reacts, he will definitely send people here to block me, and by then it will be troublesome. With this thought in his mind, Xin Feng's eyes roamed around. Eventually his eyes stopped at a rock cluster. It was a rock cluster that covered an area of several hundred meters and was filled with dark brown scorched rocks. After a slight hesitation, Xin Feng moved to rush towards this rock cluster. Let's put a portion of the beast crystals here first, and wait until the beast crystals on hand are consumed, then we'll find an opportunity to come out of the city to get them. With this thought in his mind, Xin Feng directly dug a 2-meter deep pit in the rock cluster, and then placed 3 behinds into the deep pit. At this point, he was left with only 2 backpacks in his hands, one on each shoulder in front and behind. With a load of close to 100 pounds, with his current physique, this load was nothing to stress about. Just as Xin Feng was about to walk out of the rock cluster and resume his journey, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Only to see a group of a dozen or so people appear more than 1,000 meters away from him. They are? Xin Feng vaguely sensed an abnormality. He had been walking on this path for more than an hour, not to mention that he hadn't encountered any people, he hadn't even seen a single ferocious beast. Now that a dozen people had appeared at once, it was hard not to be suspicious. Most of the normal awakened would choose to return to the city from the base there, and as for those teams that went out to hunt ferocious beasts, they would not come here. There's someone there? Just as Qin Feng noticed these people, they similarly discovered Qin Feng. The senses of an awakened person were already much stronger than the average person. This line of people was none other than Lin Kai and the others. Go to 2 people and finish him off. Although running into someone here surprised him a bit, Lin Kai didn't think much about it and directly ordered the 2 people in his team to rush over and finish off Qin Feng. In Lin Kai's opinion, an awakened who could be encountered in such a remote place would not have a cultivation level that was too high. Sending out 2 second-ranked awakened were enough to solve it. Swish! Swish! The 2 who received the order did not hesitate and quickly dodged, rushing towards Qin Feng's location. As for the others, they did not stop and continued to follow Lin Kai towards the front. Could it be someone from the Heavenly God sect? Looking at the 2 people rushing towards him, Qin Feng began to feel alert in his heart. He didn't think that these 2 people were here to chat with him. Without hesitation, Qin Feng directly turned around and ran wildly in one direction. The other party had a dozen or so people, and all of them looked not weak. Although Qin Feng had a certain level of confidence in his own strength, he was not blind enough to think that he could deal with these dozen people at the same time. So withdrawing at this time was the best option. Although he was withdrawing, Qin Feng didn't explode his full speed and slowly released a portion of his qi and blood. He also had his own plans in mind. Only 1 rank. The 2 men who had chased after him quickly detected Qin Feng's qi and blood, from which they deduced his cultivation rank. The 2 of them immediately put their hearts at ease, and after giving a reassuring gesture to Lin Kai and the others, they began to accelerate towards Qin Feng in pursuit. Lin Kai on this side, after receiving the gesture from the 2 of them, also stopped paying attention there and began to accelerate and lead the others to catch up. 10 minutes later. After noticing that Lin Kai and the others had already walked away, Qin Feng began to gradually slow down his pace while putting on an appearance that his qi and blood had been exhausted. This brat, his qi and blood have finally run out. Those 2 who noticed this scene were instantly delighted in their hearts, and then they increased their speed to catch up with him. So young, it seems like he's still a little genius. It wasn't until they got closer that the 2 of them noticed Qin Feng's age, and they were instantly delighted, and a cruel smile appeared on their faces. For them, the followers of the Celestial God sect, the younger the awakened they killed, the more accomplished they felt. Especially one like Qin Feng who had reached the 1st rank in cultivation at such a young age. Who are you people? Facing the 2 men who were constantly approaching, Qin Feng questioned loudly with a cautious face. We are? Facing Qin Feng's questioning, one of them spoke with a cold smile on his face. The one who killed you. Boom! After the words fell, a strong force of qi and blood erupted from his body. Immediately afterward, this person sped towards Qin Feng with a sharp sword in his hand. As for the other person, perhaps he was very confident in his teammate and had no intention of striking at all. Standing in place with his arms wrapped around his chest, he was ready to enjoy a good show. Mid-second stage. With the help of the other party's erupting qi and blood, Qin Feng roughly judged his cultivation level. Giggling. Also at that moment, along with the sound of a cracking sound, that person had already arrived in front of Qin Feng. The sharp blade of the sword tore through the air and stabbed viciously towards him. In response, Qin Feng quickly sidestepped and dodged the sword blade attack while flipping his right hand, the black blade instantly appearing in his hand. Flash thunder strike. Zip! Zip! Accompanied by the sound of surging electric currents, the Perfection Realm's flash lightning strike was instantly swung out as if it was a lightning blade, slashing down fiercely towards this person's chest. From dodging the sword blade's attack to swinging out the flashing thunder strike, Qin Feng's movements were all in one go, not giving this person the slightest time to react. Put! The blade wrapped in blue arcs of electricity directly slashed at his chest, and red blood burst out from there. Giggling! Immediately, without giving this person a chance to react, Qin Feng flipped his wrist and slashed out another knife. This time the blade landed directly at the other person's neck. Bang! After only having the time to let out a cry of pain, the man directly collapsed to the ground, his vitality quickly dissipating. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and before his teammates with the attitude of watching the show could even react, Qin Feng had already decapitated him. Cartwheel. Without the slightest hesitation, after seeing that his teammate was almost killed by Qin Feng in seconds, this person directly turned around and was about to flee the place. Boom! However, in the next instant, as an explosion sounded, his head directly exploded like a watermelon. It seems like it's old Ding in his side? On the other side, Lin Kai and the others, who hadn't gone far yet, also heard the violent explosion. You guys go first, I'll go check out the situation. Lin Kai quickly gave the order, then directly turned around and rushed over towards the direction from which the explosions had come. After seeing Lin Kai rush over, the others also put their hearts down. Lin Kai, as a third order awakened, was the strongest existence in their team. Chapter 30, Encountering Base Reinforcements, Good Luck? Qin Feng, who had finished resolving the 2 people, didn't stop for anything, turned around and ran wildly in the opposite direction. He knew that the roar of the thunder gun just now had attracted the attention of those people. Thunder step. Zip. Zip. Blue electric arcs surrounded Qin Feng's legs, followed by his figure seemingly transforming into a bolt of lightning as he sped towards the front. Thunder Steps was also a battle skill he had learned from Chun Feng, a C-grade body technique type battle skill. Before this, he had allowed the lightning to stimulate his body by releasing the power of the chaotic divine lightning, which would increase his body's reaction speed and serve as a certain speed increase though. However, the consumption was far greater than the Thunder Steps, so at this time, Qin Feng chose to use the Thunder Steps. However, he also realized that the Thunder Steps could only increase his running speed, and his body's reflexes weren't enhanced much. If I could have the ability of Thunder Steps cover my entire body, then both my body's reaction ability and speed would be greatly increased. Qin Feng thought this in his heart. He decided to wait until he returned to the city and had the time to try it out. Surprisingly, they were all killed? It was at this moment that Lin Kai had arrived in front of those two corpses. Thunder System. Looking at the blue arcs of electricity on the charred, headless corpse, a stern aura flashed in Lin Kai's eyes. Immediately, his body's chi and blood rolled over, and as his feet stomped on the ground, his figure quickly chased after him towards the front. Boom! Boom! As Lin Kai moved quickly, a violent explosion rang out. It could be seen that from time to time, clusters of crimson flames exploded beneath his feet. With the help of the impact of the flame explosions, his figure leapt more than a dozen meters, and he soon came to a position hundreds of meters behind Qin Feng. Grade C stance type battle skill, explosive step. So fast? Could it be the third rank? Qin Feng, who had sensed the movement behind him, frowned as his expression became grave. Although Qin Feng had killed late second stage ferocious beasts before this, and even Chen Feng's cultivation level was also late second stage. But that didn't mean that the current him could fight against a third order awakened. Qin Feng knew that there was a huge gap between the second and third rank, not to mention the fact that the current him was only in the middle of the first rank. Even if it was an S-rank psychic ability, it would still be difficult to bridge the gap between the first and third rank. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng began to unleash his Thunder Steps with full force. Z. Z. Above his legs, a roar emanated from the dense blue electric arcs. Although Qin Feng had done his best, Lin Kai at the back had similarly begun to explode. Boom! Boom! While a flame explosion sounded, the distance between him and Lin Kai continued to shorten. At this rate, he would be caught up in less than 10 minutes. But just at that moment, another group of a dozen people appeared ahead. Seeing these people, Qin Feng's face flashed with thoughts as he wondered which side this team that had just appeared was from. It shouldn't be from the Heavenly God sect. Qin Feng said in his heart. Although the Heavenly God sect's followers were quite numerous, it was impossible for two teams to come out from the same area. The main reason was still that Linhai City was just a small city that was not valued by the Heavenly God sect. Qin Feng felt that his luck shouldn't be that bad. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate any longer and directly turned his body around and rushed over towards this team that had just appeared. At the same time, someone in that team had also discovered Qin Feng. Director Chen, there's a person there who seems to be being hunted down and is rushing over in our direction. This team was none other than the team of awakened ones within the base led by Chen Shan. Listening to his men's report, Chen Shan turned his head to look, and with his mid-third stage cultivation, he instantly noticed Qin Feng, as well as Lin Kai behind him. In his own heart, he who had been worried about Chen Feng did not want to be involved in this matter at all, but naturally, this team of theirs was under the banner of searching for the Heavenly God sect. If he didn't care at this point, it wouldn't be justifiable. Come over with me to rescue them, and if it's confirmed that they're from the Heavenly God sect, do it directly. Chen Shan said in a cold tone. With that, he led the team to rush over in the direction of Qin Feng. The reinforcements from the base rushed over so quickly? At this moment, Lin Kai also noticed Chen Shan and the others who were rushing towards here. After a flash of hesitation in his eyes, Lin Kai still decided to get away first. Although he was confident in his own strength, Chen Shan and the others were outnumbered, and even he was unsure that he would be able to take down this team with the strength of one person. Right bet. After noticing the departure of Lin Kai behind him, Qin Feng was relieved in his heart. I still have to seize the time to raise my strength. When my cultivation reaches the second stage, even if it's the third stage, I'll have the same power to fight. Thinking like this in his heart, Qin Feng turned his head to look ahead. In an instant, his pupils shrunk violently, but it was only for a split second before they resumed as normal. Is my luck that good? Looking at the front of the group, the face that bore some slight resemblance to Chen Feng, Qin Feng thought this in his heart. He recognized Chen Shan's identity. At this moment, Qin Feng felt grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he had stopped his thunder steps just now, otherwise at this moment, he might have been able to see some clues from Chen Shan. First stage? You should hurry and return to the base from here, and don't leave the base for a while until you've been notified. After noticing that Qin Feng's cultivation level was only at the first rank, Chen Shan merely sized him up before withdrawing his gaze. Good. After hearing that Chen Shan wanted him to return to the base, Qin Feng didn't say anything more and turned his head towards the direction Chen Shan and the others had come from. Let's go. The group of scumbags from the Heavenly God sect should be right in front of us. I've already notified the city guards to assist us in our quest to wipe them out. After Qin Feng left, Chen Shan once again led the crowd to start rushing. However, at this time, he might not have noticed that in the group behind him, there was one person who had his head bowed in deep thought. I remember that at that time, it seemed like Chen Xiao was the one who grabbed the beast crystal from that person just now, and now since that person is still there, could Chen Xiao be by him? The man thought secretly in his mind. We have to quickly distance ourselves from them, or we'll be in trouble when Chen Shan reacts. Qin Feng on this side began to increase his speed, rushing towards another direction, which was not the direction to return to the base. Qin Feng is very clear in his heart, if he returns to the base, when Chen Shan reacts, he will become a turtle in a jar, and at that time, he will not be able to run away even if he wants to. At that time, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. So at this time, staying away from the base was the best choice, and as luck would have it, there was still a way to return to Linhai City. Although the journey was a bit far, he couldn't care less at this time. This is Thunder Gun? It's Little Wind. Chen Shan over here had already arrived in front of the corpses of the two celestial god cultists who had been killed by Qin Feng. Looking at the headless corpse, Chen Shan sensed a familiar power on it. It's just that Little Wind. When will he cultivate the Thunder Lance to its great completion? Chapter 31, The Reacting Chen Shan. Director Chen. Just as Chen Shan was feeling puzzled, a silhouette stepped forward and whispered a few words. What? Why didn't you say that earlier? Chen Shan's face instantly changed, then without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and ran wildly in the direction he had just come from. Brother, when will that reward be given? Hearing this, the man who had just spoken to Chen Shan waved his hand and said, Don't be in a hurry, would a big shot like Director Chen still lose your energy liquid? Alright, now that Director Chen has something temporary to take care of first, let's continue to pursue the Heavenly God Sect's people as originally planned. The man's words changed, directly ending the conversation. He then led the others to continue their journey. Crackle! Crackle! An ear-piercing rumble of thunder and lightning emanated from Chen Shan's body, only to see that densely packed blue arcs of electricity had similarly appeared at his legs. It was precisely the thunder step. However, unlike Qin Feng as well as Chen Feng and the others who made it, the blue arcs of electricity that surrounded Chen Shan's body at this moment were just like real thunderbolts. Wherever his body passed, the ground was scorched black by the lightning blasts. At this moment, he had already learned that during the day, Qin Feng had been robbed of the beast crystal by his own nephew. He thought that even if Chen Feng's disappearance wasn't directly related to the other party, Qin Feng must know something about it. Chen Shan, who thought like this in his heart, once again accelerated his steps, his tall body resembling a real lightning, swift and incomparable. 10 minutes later. Nope, the kid didn't return to base. Chen Shan suddenly reacted and immediately halted his forward charging body. Qin Feng's cultivation level was only at the first rank, so he was definitely far behind him in terms of speed. And now that he had been chasing after him for 10 minutes straight and had yet to see a single silhouette, it meant that Qin Feng hadn't come in this direction at all. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Shan directly turned his body around. If just now Chen Shan was only skeptical, then now he was almost certain that Qin Feng definitely must have a direct relationship with his nephew's disappearance. Just now, when he appeared on that path back to the city, it's possible that he was trying to avoid encountering me at the base. If that's the case, then he will definitely find a way to return to the city again now. A brilliant light flashed in Chen Shan's eyes. To be able to sit in the position of administrator within the base, he was not an idle man. In fact, if it wasn't for the limitations of his own talent, with his background in mind, his accomplishments would be far greater than they are now. Chen Shan's mind quickly flashed through several routes back to the city, and he quickly determined the direction. Swish! Without hesitation, under the full force of his thunder steps, his figure once again moved quickly. Other side. The leader left? Is it a trap or? Lin Kai, who had given up on chasing Qin Feng, didn't choose to rejoin his team, but instead hid in the shadows and observed the situation. After realizing that Chen Shan had unexpectedly broken away from the group, he fell into deep thought. 15 people, with cultivation levels averaging at the middle of the second stage, if that's all it is? After a slight hesitation, Lin Kai took out a special sound transmission stone and passed a message to his companions. The wilderness belonged to the realm of ferocious beasts, and the human race hadn't built signal towers here, so it was impossible to contact them via cell phone in the middle of the wilderness. This sound transmitting stone was a product forged from a special ore, which could transmit sound to each other within a certain distance, very suitable for transmitting information to each other in the wilderness. Of course, the sound transmission stone is worth a lot of money, and belongs to a class with the storage ring. Where are those people from the Heavenly God cult? Can it be that they all hid in fear when they saw us coming? Within the base team on this side, after the delay in seeing the Heavenly God sex people, they had already begun to talk about it. However, some of these people who had seen the Heavenly God sex methods were beginning to be alert. Knowing that Chen Shan, the strongest person in their team, was no longer there, if there was a third order awakened person in the Heavenly God sex team, then they would be in danger. It was also at this moment that a silhouette suddenly appeared right in front of them, and it was none other than Lin Kai. It's that person from earlier. Someone recognized that Lin Kai was the same person who had chased after Qin Feng just now. The group began to stop, and the looks on everyone's faces began to become tense. The Heavenly God sect was notorious for its ferocity, and the few people who had been clamoring just a moment ago also had serious faces at this moment. Don't be intimidated by him, we can all be of the second rank, not to mention he's only one person. Someone shouted. However, right after his words fell, his pupils shook violently. Only to see that in his line of sight, a figure began to appear in front of him again. Voodoo. Boy, this is a mess. My lord. Do it, and after we finish them, we'll just get out of here. Lin Kai didn't talk nonsense and waited until his companions had all arrived before he began to directly greet the crowd and make his move. Mard, put up a fight. Not just a bunch of human traitors, I'm not afraid of you. Soon the two sides began to clash. Although in terms of numbers, the base side had the advantage, because of Lin Kai, a third-order awakened person, the battle quickly took on a one-sided situation. Sure enough, it's here. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Chen Shan's face revealed a touch of joy, and then he once again increased his speed and chased forward. Surprisingly, he chased over, reacting so quickly. At this moment, Qin Feng was also the first to notice Chen Shan behind him, alarm bells ringing in his heart. The cultivation level of the third rank made him feel a great pressure. At this moment, Qin Feng made a shocking move, only to see him stop and turn around to stand in place waiting for his opponent. Qin Feng knew that his speed was far inferior to the other parties. Even if he used his full strength now, he would be caught up sooner or later. Instead of that, it would be better to let go. Qin Feng reached out and took out a first-order beast crystal from within his backpack and then directly unleashed his natural aptitude infinite swallow. In the next instant, the black aura that devoured everything covered the beast crystal, and then a warm energy appeared in his body, replenishing the chi and blood he had just consumed. With a flip of his right hand, the black blade appeared in his hand. Crackle! Crackle! At this moment, the power of the chaotic divine lightning was fully energized by Qin Feng, and the exploding thunderons were like real lightning that surrounded his body, exuding a berserk aura. Humph! I don't know what's going on, tell me the whereabouts of Chen Feng. After seeing Qin Feng's move, Chen Shan had a disdainful look on his face. In his opinion, with his third-order cultivation placed here, even an awakened with S-rank psychic abilities would not be able to defeat him with his first-order cultivation. Chen Feng's whereabouts? You might have to look inside the bellies of those ferocious beasts for that one. Qin Feng said in a cold tone. By now, there was no need to hide anything. Even if he didn't say anything, Chen Shan was able to think of something. Chapter 32, Developing a New Function, Devouring the Power of Same Attribute Alien Energy. On the field. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Shan's face instantly changed. Even though there were already suspicions in his heart, when he actually heard the news that Chen Feng was already dead, his heart still sank violently. You're looking for death. But immediately after that was a monstrous rage rising from his heart. One must know that although Chen Feng was nominally his nephew, because of his excellent cultivation talent, within his family, Chen Feng's status was higher than his. Especially since Chen Feng's father was also the Chen family head. Thinking about that cold-blooded brother of his, if he knew that after his son died here, Chen Shan already didn't dare to think about what kind of punishment he would receive. You must die. Chen Shan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards Qin Feng. Thunder gun. As he raised his hand, exploding thunderbolts converged into a basketball-sized ball of thunder at his fingertips. Crackle! Crackling! A terrifying aura was released from within the thunder ball. The same kind of battle technique was used by Qin Feng and Chen Shan, but their power was vastly different. Thunder gun! Qin Feng did not dare to be careless when he saw this. His body's thunder aura flickered and the thunderballs similarly converged. Surprisingly, you've also mastered the thunder gun? A flash of surprise flashed through Chen Shan's eyes. Their family's probability of awakening a lightning ability was much greater than ordinary people because of their own bloodline. And the thunder gun was a battle skill that belonged uniquely to their family. No matter how you learned it, you're going to die. Chen Shan's face was ruthless as he directly maneuvered the thunderball to blast towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was equally unwilling to show weakness. Boom! In the next instant, a violent rumbling sound rang out, only to see the two thunderballs collide together in mid-air. The violent collision set off a violent impact. Boom! Boom! It was also at this moment that two more air-breaking sounds rang out. Qin Feng looked up and instantly his pupils shrank, only to see two more thunderballs, one on the left and one on the right, speeding towards his location from different directions. Crackling! Crackling! Without the slightest hesitation, thunder and lightning exploded on Qin Feng's body, the power of chaotic divine lightning being pushed to the extreme by him at this moment. Rumble! Under his control, a thunderbolt as thick as a baby's arm surged out from his body and rushed towards one of the thunderballs. Raging thunder slash! At the same time, he gripped the black blade with both hands, storing up his strength for a strike towards the front, and the long blade wrapped in lightning collided with a ball of thunder. Stab la. The moment the two collided, Qin Feng felt a raging force travel down the black blade to his hand. Shatter me. Qin Feng fiercely exerted his strength between clenched teeth, eventually chopping the thunderball down the center. Z. Z. However, the severed thunderball did not directly dissipate, but instead transformed into two thunderbolts that bombarded his body. In an instant, Qin Feng felt a blast of energy appear on the surface of his body, which had an extremely strong impact, causing his body to fall back several steps towards the back. Bared. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and endured the thunderball's bombardment, but he also realized something. That was that probably because he himself already possessed an S-ranked thunder ability, the damage caused by this thunderball to him wasn't as great as he had imagined. Aside from the initial impact, that strong blast quickly dissipated. Those blue arcs of electricity that originally surrounded his body directly suppressed the power of the thunderball to death. Ding! Detecting the appearance of energy with the same attribute as one's supernatural ability on the surface of one's body, one can activate Unlimited Swallow and directly devour it. It was also at this moment that a system announcing sound suddenly resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Same attribute energy, devour? This is developing a new function? Qin Feng was only slightly stunned, then his face immediately revealed a joyful expression, then without the slightest hesitation, he directly launched Infinite Swallow. In an instant, a wisp of black aura appeared on the surface of his body, and in an instant, the energy that had been suppressed by the chaotic divine lightning directly dissipated. Corresponding to this was Qin Feng feeling an extra strand of energy combining with the power of the chaotic divine thunder within his body. After successfully dissolving the thunderball's attack, Qin Feng couldn't help but have a smile on his face. While at this moment, Chen Shan looked at the smile on his face, he frowned. Is this kid stupid? Although he said this on his lips, Chen Shan's heart was beginning to be alert. It was very unusual for Qin Feng, who was only at the first rank of cultivation, to be able to block his attacks consecutively. Moreover, the lightning bolt released by Qin Feng just now had actually directly shattered that thunderball. Chen Shan had never seen any first-rank awakened person who could do that. An S-ranked supernatural ability of the thunder system. He said in his heart, his face showing coldness. If he had wanted to kill Qin Feng before to avenge his nephew, but now, he knew that if Qin Feng didn't die, it would be him who would die in the future. With the other party's S-ranked psychic ability, it would only be a matter of time before he achieved the rank of Grandmaster in the future. At that time, not to mention his small third rank, even if he lost the entire Chen family, he would not necessarily be able to fight against him. Thunder Spear. Chen Shan, who thought of this, no longer hesitated as lightning exploded from his body and a violent aura emanated from him. Immediately afterward, a ball of exploding lightning surged out from his body, converging into a lightning spear in front of his body. Crackle! Crackle! The lightning spear exuded a terrifying destructive power, and the surrounding ground was caught in the waves, all turning into a scorched earth. Come on! Chen Shan's outburst also gradually excited Qin Feng. Now that the power of chaotic divine lightning could suppress the opponent's lightning, Infinite Swallowing could even directly devour it and transform it into his own power. At this time, he was full of energy in his heart, and facing Chen Shan, a third-order lightning awakened person, he also had the will to fight rising in his heart. Kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven, even if you're an S-class alien ability, you'll still have to die here for me today. Boom! Under Chen Shan's maneuvering, the lightning spear instantly sped forward, and from afar, it looked like a thunderbolt. Facing the attack of the lightning spear, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to directly receive it with his body. Even if the chaotic divine lightning could suppress the power of those raging thunderbolts within the thunder spear, this was provided that he could block the impact of the thunder spear. Rumble! Qin Feng, who didn't dare to be careless, began to fully utilize the power of the chaotic divine lightning, and in an instant, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm sprang out. The blue lightning was like a thunder snake as it danced in mid-air before heavily colliding with the thunder spear. Compared to the previous thunderball, the attack of the thunder spear was clearly stronger, and the thunder snake only lasted less than 2 seconds before it was crushed. However, the strong impact of the thunder spear was also disintegrated for the most part, so when the thunder spear bombarded Qin Feng's body, he only took a few steps back. Immediately afterward, the talented avatar was unleashed once again, and the thunder spear that landed on Qin Feng's body was also devoured by the black aura in a matter of moments, becoming a nourishment for the chaotic divine lightning. I'd like to see just how many lightning spear attacks you can resist. After seeing that the thunder spears had been disintegrated by Qin Feng again, Chen Shan was completely enraged, only to see one thunder spear after another coalesce and hurtle towards Qin Feng's location. Chapter 33 Blood-Busting Pill, Two People in a Frenzy. Boom! Boom! A lightning spear crashed through the air like a bolt of lightning as it kept blasting towards Qin Feng's location at breakneck speed. Thunder Steps! Qin Feng didn't hesitate for a second when he saw this, his body quickly flickered, dodging the attack of the thunder spear. He would also unleash the power of chaotic divine lightning to block the thunder spear if he really couldn't dodge it. Not only that, he would also take the opportunity to absorb the energy of one or two of the thunder spears. In this way, he gradually recruited Chen Shan's round of attacks. And because of the energy replenishment from the Thunder Spear, he hadn't even consumed too much of his own energy and was still at full strength by now. However, in contrast to this was Chen Shan, who could be seen that beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead at this point. The Thunder Spear was a B-class battle technique, and even if he was a third stage awakened, he could not withstand such exertion. Looking at Qin Feng, who was still alive and well in front of him, Chen Shan frowned. Although the S-class supernormal ability, at the first rank, can be externally released to injure the enemy, but the consumption of the same is also extremely great, how can he, a first rank, possibly hold on until now? And he can still resist the Thunder Spear's attack? Could it be that this kid also possesses a special physique with the Thunder attribute? Chen Shan gave a cry in his heart. A special physique already possessed some unimaginable powers that ordinary people could not imagine. If Qin Feng possessed a special physique with the Thunder attribute, coupled with his S-rank Thunder System supernatural ability, then his own resistance to lightning attribute energy was extremely strong, so that it was possible that the lightning spear could not cause substantial damage to him. In that case, Chen Shan muttered, and then in the next instant, he directly stopped continuing to release the Thunder Spear, and instead stretched out his right hand, and a pitch-black metal stick appeared in his hand. Zip! Z! Blue electric arcs wrapped around the metal stick, causing it to emit a furious aura. With that, Chen Shan held the metal stick in his hand and his body moved quickly, speeding towards where Qin Feng was. Chen Shan had already seen that if he continued his attack just now, he would not be able to help Qin Feng even if he drained his body of qi and blood. Finally reacted. Qin Feng was not surprised by Chen Shan's actions. The opponent was a third-order awakened. If he did not even have this fighting sense, then it would be abnormal on the contrary. Thinking like this in his heart, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth slightly attacked. Since you've had enough fun, it's my turn too. Thunder gun. Qin Feng raised both his hands in a pistol shape and aimed them forward, exploding thunderons condensing at his fingertips. Bang! Bang! In the next instant, a basketball-sized thunderball converged, tearing through the air as it blasted toward the front at extreme speed. Oomph! Classy! In response, Chen Shan coldly snorted, holding the metal rod in his hand, and then aimed at one of the thunderballs and violently swung it forward. Boom! The metal rod instantly landed on top of the thunderball, and the huge impact directly blasted the thunderball into pieces, transforming into a blue arc of electricity that splashed towards the surroundings. Chen Shan, who had swung out with one strike, flipped his wrist and swept violently, shattering another thunderball. Although the thunderball did not cause substantial damage to Chen Shan, it did slow down his movement speed. Boom! Boom! One after another ball of thunder coalesced under Qin Feng's unconsuming urging of the chaotic divine thunder. The energy of those thunder spears that had been absorbed earlier were all released by Qin Feng at this moment. Damn it! Chen Shan, who had once again shattered one of the thunderballs, cursed out of his mouth as he had guessed Qin Feng's idea of trying to stall for time. However, there was nothing he could do about it. If it was usual, he wouldn't need to worry about this at all. But now that the Heavenly God sect had appeared in this neighborhood, the city guards would absolutely search the surrounding area of the wilderness after learning the news. If the people from the city protector guard saw the scene right now, then he would be in trouble. And with Qin Feng's arguably top-notch talent, Chen Shan guessed that the forces behind him were also not simple. No, he must be dealt with as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chen Shan's face turned hard, then he took out an elixir and sent it to his mouth. Boom! In the next moment, his body's aura soared, his body's qi and blood rolled up as if it was a wave, and the skin on the surface of his body was broken by that raging aura. Wisps of blood appeared on the surface of his body. Not good, it's the blood-storming pill. Qin Feng, who had sensed the change in Chen Shan, changed his face violently. The blood-storming pill was a D-ranked pill that when taken by an awakened person, it could erupt into strength beyond their full strength in a short period of time, but the cost was also extremely high. If it was light, one would lie in bed for a week, but if it was heavy, it was possible to damage the foundation of the martial arts, and it would be difficult to advance further from then on. Qin Feng didn't expect the other party to go this far in order to kill him. Put up a fight. A touch of madness also appeared on Qin Feng's face when he saw this as he reached out and yanked, opening the zipper on his back. A dozen or so beast crystals of different colors emitted a different light within the backpack. Give it to me to swallow. Qin Feng directly unleashed Infinite Swallow. A black aura appeared out of nowhere and directly enveloped all the beast crystals. The speed of swallowing was fast. In less than a second, Qin Feng sensed a warm current appearing within his body. But only for a split second, this warm current expanded at a rapid speed. Rumble. At this moment, the power of qi and blood within Qin Feng's body began to grow at a terrifying speed. The body began to swell up because it could not withstand this energy, and visible cracks began to appear on the surface of the skin as red blood flowed out from within the cracks. At this moment, Qin Feng looked similar to Chen Shan, who had taken the blood violence pill. Both had become a bloody man. Next, it's time to fight for your life. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth grinned, revealing a crazy smile. Crackle! Crackle! In the next instant, an ear-piercing roar of thunder and lightning rang out as a blue arc as thick as a baby's arm surrounded Qin Feng's body, emitting a furious aura. At this moment in time, Qin Feng directly released the full power of the chaotic divine lightning regardless of consumption. Those beast crystals that he had just devoured would replenish his energy at any time, allowing him to not have to worry about the depletion of energy in his body. It was just that by doing so, Qin Feng's body would endure an intense tearing sensation, and even if he wasn't careful, his body would collapse because it couldn't withstand the energy of the beast crystals. But now at this point in time, Qin Feng could not care less. Even if he was propped up by the beast crystal, it was still better than being killed by Qin Shan. Thunder Gun. Thunder Spear. With the chaotic divine lightning fully energized, Qin Feng used two techniques in one mind and directly unleashed two battle skills at the same time. Boom! Boom! Thunder balls and thunder spears coalesced at the same time, all of them blasting fiercely towards the front. Chen Shan, who had taken the blood violence pill, also had a crazed look on his face at this moment. Holding the metal stick in his hand, he directly rushed forward to meet the thunderballs and thunder spears. There was only one thought in his mind at this moment, and that was to kill Qin Feng. Also at the time when the two were fighting to the death, two figures appeared not far away. Chapter 34, Retesting the Level of Alien Ability. Luckily, I made it in time. At this moment, Wang Ping had a look of celebration on his face. Looking at the young man beside him who had fallen into a coma due to his immense exertion, he reached out and wiped a false sweat from his forehead. The young man was none other than Qin Feng. Looking at the scorched black ground that had been blasted around him, as well as Chen Shan who was lying there on the opposite side, with more out of breath than in, Wang Ping somewhat dared not to imagine what had actually happened here just now. For Chen Shan, who was the base manager, Wang Ping was not a stranger. Occasionally he would go out to hunt ferocious beasts, and the two sides also had a brief contact. Director Wang, do you think we should all take the people away first, and wait for the specifics until they have all recovered more or less? Right at this moment, a middle-aged man standing beside Chen Shan spoke up. Joey, the Grand General Manager of the Linhai Wilderness Base, was Chen Shan's top boss. Okay, Chief Administrator Zhou. At this, Wang Ping smiled and nodded. He was able to find Qin Feng thanks to the help of this General Manager Zhou, otherwise it would not be difficult for him to find someone in this wilderness if he relied on him alone. However, before he left, his eyes flashed a stern aura when they landed on Chen Shan. If he really was as he suspected, then this Chen Shan would undoubtedly not survive. With that, after feeding Qin Feng a bottle of healing liquid, he carried him behind his back and quickly rushed towards Linhai City. Old Chen, you're on your own this time. Looking at Wang Ping's departing back, General Manager Zhou's face was complicated while at the same time, he felt a hint of fluke in his heart. Luckily, he had run into the team that had been besieged by Lin Kai and the others while searching for traces of the Heavenly God sect, and after stepping in to save a few people, he knew where Chen Shan had gone. At the same time, he also learned that Chen Shan was suspected to be chasing after a young man, and it just so happened that before that, Wang Ping had already sent him a message asking him to help find someone. At that time, he was just holding on to a hint of luck, thinking of coming over to take a look. After all, Chen Shan, as the base's administrator rashly chasing down a young man, there were still some repercussions for this kind of thing. And then he rushed over towards Chen Shan's location, and on the way, he also happened to meet Wang Ping. Then when they arrived here, they saw the scene where Qin Feng was fighting for his life against Chen Shan. Without hesitation, the two of them directly stepped in to stop it. With their eyesight, they had already seen that if they had come one step later, the probability was that both of them would have turned into corpses. Cultivation is clearly only in the late first stage, but he was able to fight against Chen Shan, who was in the middle of the third stage. It seems like we are going to have a true demon in Linhai. Cough cough. On the other side, Qin Feng, who had taken the healing liquid, didn't take long to wake up. Just the moment he regained consciousness, he sensed an intense and sharp pain coming from various parts of his body. Hiss. Even he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at this moment. Brother Qin, you're awake. After sensing that the person behind him had woken up, Wang Ping stopped his steps at the first opportunity. Thank you very much, Director Wang. After hearing this familiar voice, Qin Feng also knew that he was now saved. An hour later, Qin Feng appeared in the VIP ward of the best hospital in Linhai City, Blue Ocean Hospital. Not only that, less than half an hour after Qin Feng arrived at the hospital, Minister Yang also arrived within this hospital. It is suspected that he has taken an eruption-type drug similar to the blood-storming pill, with multiple cracks appearing on the surface of his body, and there is a severe extrusion of internal organs. However, his physique is quite good, plus he has already taken the healing liquid. He only needs to rest for almost a night before he can act normally. The dean respectfully reported Qin Feng's condition to Minister Yang. Have him come by the building when he's recovered. After turning his head to Wang Ping and instructing him twice, Minister Yang directly left the place. He had to go and take care of something else. Jiangnanshen family, no matter how powerful you are, if you dare to put your hands inside my Linhai City, I will definitely make you pay the price. Minister Yang, who had left the hospital, had a stern look on his face, then took out his cell phone and dialed a call. Day 2. The Qi and blood have reached the late first stage. Walking out of the hospital, Qin Feng briefly moved his body and noticed that his Qi and blood had once again made a breakthrough. With the presence of chaotic divine thunder, the increase in battle power brought to me by the increase in chi and blood is not obvious, in that case. Qin Feng frowned slightly as he began to think about his future direction of development. In itself, his intention was to raise his chi and blood to the second rank first, but after the battle with Chen Shan, he had temporarily changed that idea. Chi and blood was only a part of determining battle power, it wasn't the whole story. Physique, if at that time, my physique could have been a bit stronger, I might have been able to withstand those energies. There's also the mental enhancement that can't be left behind. Qin Feng muttered. Boosting his chi and blood alone would have a limited increase in his battle power, what he wanted was an all-round boost. There are also battle techniques, I have to learn a few more when I have the chance, otherwise, the means of attack is too single. Half an hour later, Qin Feng, led by Wang Ping, once again came inside the Alliance building, and this time he met Minister Yang, who he could only see on TV in the past. I've inquired about Chen Shan's matter, don't worry, he'll be duly punished. Minister Yang directly opened the door and said. But Chen Shan's back is the Jiangnan Chen family, the ancestors of the Chen family once produced a patriarch and have a deep heritage, so be careful when you encounter them in the future. In response to this, Qin Feng, who heard these words, his face changed slightly. A family that had once produced a Zhongsher-level powerhouse was indeed not something that the current him could mess with. However, Qin Feng wasn't too worried about this, not to mention that the Chen family only used to possess a patriarch, even if there was a patriarch blessing the Chen family now, so what? Seventh Order can be called a sect master. Qin Feng is very confident in himself. With the existence of the system and the double S supernatural ability, it won't take him long at all to become a Seventh Order sect master. Seeing Qin Feng's calm face, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because he heard that the Chen family was powerful. At this, Minister Yang couldn't help but secretly nod his head. But you don't have to worry too much, although the Chen family is powerful, but Daxia has Daxia's rules, as long as you're within the city, they will never dare to make a move against you. It's just that outside the city, they will also have concerns and won't be able to explicitly target you. It seems like we'll have to be more careful when going out of the city in the future. Qin Feng instantly understood Minister Yang's implication. Minister Yang then briefly exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Feng before turning his words and opening his mouth. I heard that your awakened psychic ability is a double F ranked fire, thunder? Indeed. Qin Feng murmured in his heart, but for this he had already prepared for it and had already thought of something to say. Yes, my supernatural ability is indeed F-ranked fire, thunder, though, said Qin Feng as his words changed to a puzzled tone. At the back, it seems that my thunder system ability is mutating, and the power of the ability has become much stronger. Qin Feng said with a slight frown on his brow, pretending to be somewhat confused as to why. Then how about testing the level of the supernatural ability once more? Minister Yang said almost offhandedly. Chapter 35 Minister Yang, who straightaway called it impossible. Sure enough, Qin Feng was not surprised in his heart when he heard that Minister Yang was going to have himself retested for his alien ability level. His cultivation and battle power had grown so rapidly that anyone else would have been skeptical. After all, the F-class ability was recognized as the weakest ability, and judging from his performance after awakening his ability, it was not at all like what an F-class ability could do. With the status of this Minister Yang in front of him, Qin Feng knew that his identity information had long been exposed. Good. Qin Feng nodded. He did not refuse the other party's request to let him retest his alien ability level. This time outside the city, if Wang Ping hadn't arrived in time, the outcome of his battle with Chen Shan would still be unknown. After all, both of them had almost reached their limits at that time. It could be said that Wang Ping had sort of saved his life. And Wang Ping was sent by Minister Yang, so for him, Qin Feng was still quite grateful inside. After seeing Qin Feng agreeing to test the level of his alien ability, Minister Yang made a look at Wang Ping. The latter instantly understood and immediately turned around and directly left this office. At this moment, only Minister Yang and Qin Feng were left here. Come with me. Minister Yang lifted his foot towards the other door of the office, and Qin Feng followed behind him. Immediately afterward, the two of them arrived at a wide cultivation room. This is where I usually cultivate, and there is a B-class formation inside, so you can test your powers without worry. Minister Yang slowly spoke, then reached out and pointed to an advanced instrument in the center of the cultivation room. Just channel the power of your supernatural ability into the instrument. Qin Feng turned his head to look, only to see that this instrument was even more precise than the previous Qi and blood tester. The exterior was forged from a special kind of mineral iron, emitting a pitch-black metallic luster. There was no ambiguity about this as Qin Feng directly stepped forward and stood in front of the instrument. Crack! Crack! In the next instant, a dense roar of thunder and lightning emanated from him, and thumb-thin blue arcs of electricity surrounded his body, exuding a furious aura. Sure enough, even though I don't know the grade, this is by no means a might that an F-class ability can emanate. Looking at Qin Feng, whose entire body was shrouded in blue lightning, an aura flashed across Minister Yang's eyes. With his eyesight, he could tell with a single glance that the lightning-type psychic ability released by Qin Feng was definitely not ordinary. Not to mention an F-ranked ability, even a B-ranked ability would not be able to emit such an aura at the first rank. Thunder system? Could it be the anomaly from the other day? Right at this moment, Minister Yang's mind suddenly thought of the several palpitation-inducing thunderbolts that appeared over Linhai City a few days ago. A bold speculation rose in his mind. Boom! It was also at this moment that Qin Feng was seen slightly raising his hand, followed by a thunderbolt as thick as a baby's arm surging out from his body. The thunderbolt crashed through the air and heavily blasted on top of the instrument. Drip! Drop! The instruments sounded a quick alarm, only to see the originally dim screen instantly light up, followed by a letter that made Minister Yang feel ecstatic appeared on the screen. S. S rank, surprisingly it's really S rank. At this moment, Minister Yang was already excited and didn't know what to say. S-class psychic ability, so far, the highest known psychic ability level within the Great Xia. Every awakened person who has awakened S-class psychic ability is the pride of heaven. For those who possessed S-class psychic abilities, as long as there were no accidents in the middle of the future, the powerful sect masters that countless people admired were just their starting point. Not only is it an S-rank ability, but it's also in the elemental category, the lightning system that is one of the top in terms of destructive power. Minister Yang tried to suppress his inner excitement, his face was expressionless, only his body trembled slightly. It wasn't that Minister Yang didn't have insights, but the S-ranked powers were just too rare. Especially in a small place like their Linhai City, there had never been a student who had awakened an S-ranked psychic ability since he became the director of education. There were still a few years to go before he retired. How could he not expect that he would really be allowed to wait for a true heavenly pride? In the future, as long as Qin Feng could grow up, he would surely become the pillar of the Great Xia to resist the invasion of the 10,000 races, and at that time, they, Linhai City, would also follow the light. In the past, the chiefs of several other cities in Jiangnan province had usually mocked him about the matter of student achievements. Usually, either someone there has produced a grandmaster, or someone their student killed a beast king. In the past, this kind of topic was never something he could interject. Just wait for me, you few, this year's top scholar in Jiangnan province will definitely be mine, Linhai City. Minister Yang thought this in his heart, then he hoped it to take Qin Feng to test his battle power. Phew! Standing in front of the battle power tester, Qin Feng took a deep breath and adjusted his state, then fiercely blasted out a fist. Blue lightning seemed to appear out of nowhere, wrapping around his arm. The ability to retract and relax, a normal awakened can only do this when they reach the third stage. Minister Yang couldn't help but nod secretly. Boom! Accompanied by a violent tremor, the fist hit the tester's bullseye squarely, and the numbers on the screen began to jump rapidly. 1000, 0.1500, 0.2000. It started at 1000 and is still going up at a very fast rate. 2500, 0.3000, 0.4000, 0.4500. Eventually the numbers stopped at 4500. Hiss! Minister Yang, who saw this number directly, sucked in a mouthful of cool air, knowing that the normal late first rank's battle power was only around 3000, even when using battle techniques it was over 4000. He had just seen very clearly that Qin Feng had just used only the power of his supernatural ability in that punch, and had likewise not used a battle technique. Minister Yang stood still and froze for a while before reacting. At this moment, he was incredibly curious. If Qin Feng was allowed to use his battle techniques, coupled with his supernatural ability, what kind of battle power would he reach? You wait a moment. Minister Yang, who thought of this, seemed to have reacted and immediately opened his mouth to stop Qin Feng, who was preparing to use his battle technique. Change it to a third order one. With that, he reached out and pointed at the second order battle power tester. Qin Feng naturally didn't dare to have any opinions on this. He then arrived in front of a third-order battle tester and took a few more steps backward. Immediately afterward, his body flashed with lightning, and explosive blue arcs of electricity surrounded his entire body. Thunder gun! In the next instant, one could only see Qin Feng raise his right hand in a pistol shape and aim it at the tester. Zip! Zip! A thunderball the size of an adult's fist quickly coalesced. This is AB-class battle skill? It's reached a minimum of great success. But why do I feel that this battle skill is somewhat familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere? Minister Yang thought this in his heart. Boom! It was also at this moment that the thunderball violently blasted out towards the front, heavily hitting the tester. Immediately afterward, a value that caused Minister Yang to plummet appeared in his line of sight. 8,500? That's impossible? Chapter 36 Elite Training Camp. 8,500. Looking at the red numbers on the screen, Minister Yang had a look of disbelief on his face, and didn't slow down until a while later. 8,500 battle power, only those late second stage awakened could barely hit it, and that was with the use of battle techniques. And Qin Feng's current chi and blood had only just reached the late first rank, a full span of a large realm. Moreover, Minister Yang knew that this shouldn't be Qin Feng's limit. After all, he had fought with Qin Shan, who was at the third rank, in a lose-lose battle. S-class alien ability, terrifying as hell. After the shock, what followed was ecstasy. If he had only held high hopes for Qin Feng being able to win the Jiangnan province scholarship before. Now, he thought that the position of the scholar had been welded to Qin Feng. To be able to fight 8,500 battle power at the late stage of the first rank, then when his Qi blood is raised to the second rank, what step will his battle power reach, for which Minister Yang is looking forward to? Ha, good. Qin Feng, are you willing to represent our Linhai city to participate in the Jiangnan province's elite training camp? Minister Yang said with a big smile. Training camp? Qin Feng frowned slightly. The elite training camp was created by the Great Summer Kingdom in order to train the students of your class. Minister Yang, who said this, sighed as his face sank. In recent years, the attack of the 10,000 races on the human race has intensified. Some powerful people of the human race have prophesied that the final Great War may come before long. In the end, all the human race executives of Blue Star unanimously decided, after a joint consultation, to organize an elite training camp starting from your term. The elite training camp is organized on a provincial basis, gathering the geniuses of each province together. For the training camp, each country will pour in a large amount of resources in order to allow the young people of your generation to grow up faster. And even though we, Linhai City, are just a small city, we were also given 5 training camp spots. After hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Although he knew that the human race and the 10,000 races had always fought, what he did not expect was that the situation had evolved to this point. Although there was a taller one to hold the sky when it collapsed, there would be no egg under the overthrow of the nest. If said human race really lost the war, then Xia would also cease to exist, and at that time, even if he had a system in place, he would not necessarily survive. The 10,000 races of the heavens. Qin Feng thought that these were still far away from him, but now it seemed that it was his idea that was too naive before. The final great battle. Qin Feng muttered, feeling both nervous and excited at this moment. After seeing how quickly Qin Feng adapted to this information, Minister Yang immediately brightened up. A top S-class alien ability, an enlightenment that could be described as terrifying, and this mind that far exceeded that of his peers. At this moment, Minister Yang realized that the future achievements of the young man in front of him would be unimaginable. Those who can join the elite training camp are none other than the top geniuses of each region. As long as you can come out there, I'm sure you'll have a sea change. Minister Yang looked at Qin Feng with an expectant face, waiting for his reply. I'm in. And Qin Feng did not fail to disappoint him, nodding heavily. Good. I'll notify your principal and ask him to reserve a spot for you directly, and let the others compete for the remaining one. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was worried about not having a chance to obtain evolution points. Wait, Minister, I want to compete fairly with the other students. Qin Feng said with a righteous face. At this, although Minister Yang felt a bit surprised, he did not object in the end. After all, with Qin Feng's battle power that was comparable to that of the third rank, I'm afraid that all the senior students of the entire first middle school combined would not be his match alone. Young man, the path of martial arts is meant to be a battle between you and me. Sometimes being too upright can be a disadvantage. Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Minister Yang shook his head, thinking in his heart that if there was an opportunity in the future, he still had to teach him a lesson. It was also shortly after Qin Feng had just left that a middle-aged man arrived inside the building. Oh, what kind of wind is this that has blown our city lord over? Teacher, don't tease me. After leaving from the Alliance building, Qin Feng went straight back home. The first thing he did when he returned home was to take a shower first. During those few days in the wilderness, he was either hunting ferocious beasts or on his way to do so. The clothes on his body had long been soaked with blood, emitting a strange odor. When he was in the wilderness, Qin Feng's nerves had been in a highly tense state, and he wouldn't have cared about this at all, but now, he couldn't stand it a bit himself. After taking a painful shower, Qin Feng walked out naked. The upper body that didn't seem to be burly had clear lines and contours, and was full of a sense of power. With a thought, Qin Feng opened the system panel. Name, Qin Feng. Ability, Chaotic Divine Lightning S+, Red Fire F+. Rank, Late First Order. Blood, 310+. Spirit, 35+. Physical, 15% Mortal Body+. Breathing Technique, Thunder Spirit Breathing Technique Perfection. Battle Techniques, Thunder Fist D Perfection, Raging Thunder /C Perfection, Fire Fist C Perfection, Flash Thunder Strike C Full, Thunder Spear B Greatest Achievement. Thunder Spear B Beginner. Talent Aptitude, Infinite Swallow Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to enhance cultivation. The Qi in blood had come to 310, and was only 90 points away from breaking through to the second stage. According to Qi blood, the early second stage is 400, the middle second stage is 600, and the late second stage is 800. Physique and spirit were still about the same as before, although there was an increase, it was almost negligible. As for battle techniques, the strongest attacking power at the moment was still the Thunderball that had already been mastered to the Grand Completion realm, followed by the Thunder Spear that had just reached the introductory realm. There's a tight shortage of evolution points. Qin Feng had a bitter smile on his face. In terms of chi and blood, he could raise it by devouring beast crystals, but for the other attribute points, if he wanted to raise them quickly, he could only do so through evolution points. Although I can obtain some evolution points in the school's quota battle tomorrow, those students' cultivation levels are all weaker than mine, so evolution points won't give much. Why don't we make another trip to the martial arts arena? Xin Feng said in his heart, then he thought of the two people who had assassinated him a few days ago after leaving the martial arts arena. Go, just in time to investigate. A stern aura flashed in Xin Feng's eyes, and then without further hesitation, he directly put on his clothes and went downstairs. Half an hour later, Xin Feng, wearing a black mask, once again arrived inside the martial arts arena. This time, he familiarly arrived at the enrollment office, and coincidentally, the one who received him was still the same young woman from before. The awakening stage ring is already full, only the first stage ring remains. Seeing someone coming, the young woman looked up while saying carelessly. However, just as the young woman saw the black mask on Xin Feng's face, her pupils involuntarily trembled. Chapter 37, Returning to the Martial Arts Arena, the fish takes the hook. Something's wrong? The young woman's abnormality did not escape Xin Feng's observation, and he was instantly suspicious. However, in order not to alert the snakes, he pretended to be at peace with each other and signed up to participate in the ring battle of the First Order Awakened. Then just like before, a staff member took Xin Feng to have his chi and blood tested. Chi and blood 310? After seeing Xin Feng's chi blood value, that staff member felt a bit surprised. Normally, most of the people who came to the martial arts arena to participate in the first rank ring battles were those who were in the middle of the first rank, as well as the early first rank awakened. Those in the late first stage would mostly choose to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, as that would result in a higher reward. However, the staff didn't think much about it. Although the cultivation of the late first rank could sweep away most of the competitors, the martial arts arena was prepared for this situation. The martial arts arena had hired several awakened with cultivation at the peak of the first rank, and they existed to deal with people like Xin Feng. Soon after the chi and blood tests were completed, Xin Feng was first taken to a locker room just like before. Upon entering, Xin Feng's eyes landed on the familiar white cat face mask. It's better to pick you. The corner of Xin Feng's mouth hooked up slightly, and he then put on the white cat face mask. After that, he arrived at the waiting area of the first rank ring. At this moment on the stage there were two awakened who were fighting against each other. Xin Feng just glanced at them and averted his eyes. The cultivation level of those two were both in the middle of the first rank, and it was no exaggeration to say that if he went all out, these two together would not be enough for him to punch. The two people on the field quickly divided the winners and losers. Xin Feng saw this and no longer hesitated, directly flashed his body and came above the ring with a nimble figure. White cat mask. Audience area. Li Fei, who was sitting in the front row, was slightly stunned after seeing Xin Feng ascend to the ring. A few days ago there was also a person who wore this mask and successfully challenged the ringmaster mode of the first rank ring with an awakening stage cultivation. It shouldn't be the same person, right? Li Fei muttered, but then he shook his head. Little master, I came here as a pastime, who cares who he is? In addition to Li Fei, not far away also sat Luo Kai and Zhao Chang. After these few days of cultivation, they had similarly progressed rapidly, and had even both broken through to the first rank. Thanks to the principal personally guiding us, otherwise it might take a few more days for us to break through the first rank. That's because we're gifted. It's not like the principal only instructed the two of us, but we're not the only ones who broke through the first rank. Zhao Chang said with a proud face. Luo Kai, who heard this, didn't open his mouth to object, and the two of them looked at each other with an unspoken smile. I just don't know what step Chu Yue's cultivation has reached now. With her a ranked cultivation talent, I'm afraid she still has to reach the first rank before us? Luo Kai opened his mouth. Who cares? Anyway, I, Zhao Chang, am bound and determined to win the spot in the elite training camp tomorrow. I must have, not really, I haven't agreed to it yet. You agree? That depends on whether or not you have the skills. Just as the two of them were fighting with their mouths, Xin Feng had already defeated his opponent and then stood in place, quietly waiting for the next contestant to come on stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating his opponent mid-first stage, gaining 30 evolution points. Only 30. Never mind, it's better than nothing. Xin Feng consoled himself like this in his heart. In order to gain some more evolution points, Xin Feng had just fought against that person. He purposely lowered his battle power and exchanged a dozen or so moves with him before defeating the person for fear of scaring off the other contestants. I'll come to meet you. It was also at this moment that a player jumped onto the ring and appeared in front of Xin Feng. Come on. Ready to score. Is that him? Within the hidden corner, the young woman was hiding in the shadows and observing Xin Feng's battle in the ring. The person who had assassinated Xin Feng in the first place had been notified by the young woman, but after that day, the young woman couldn't contact her two companions. She knew that the moment those two were out of contact, it meant that they were killed in action. The young woman had also secretly investigated this, but had found nothing, and Xin Feng had also disappeared since that night. Because of this, when she saw Xin Feng just now, she had such a big reaction. If it's really him, in less than a week's time, he raised his cultivation level from the awakening stage to the late first stage. This cultivation talent is somewhat terrifying. A strange aura flashed across the young woman's eyes. Whatever, it's not like I did it anyway, it's not my business if I planned it. The young woman who thought this in her heart turned around and left the place. However, she probably didn't notice that the very moment she turned around, Qin Feng in the ring also inadvertently turned his head to look at her. The fish has taken the bait. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth under his mask hooked up slightly, revealing a smile. Immediately afterward, he began to paddle around the ring again without slowing down. Just like that, under Qin Feng's deliberate control, one after another contestant was defeated by him, and another after another ascended the ring. Until the 10th player was defeated by him, a short silence appeared in the waiting area below the ring. Even though Qin Feng's acting skills were quite good, the fact that 10 people in a row had been defeated, cutie. One could also tell something. Che, it looks like today was a wasted visit, wasting the entry fee for nothing. Alas, it can't be helped, there are too many big brothers. The contestants who could already tell that Qin Feng was not simple had also lost the idea of going on stage. Alas, it's a pity. Qin Feng in the ring also sighed when he saw this, and then just as he turned his head to look at the referee, ready to remind him if he could announce the result. Hee, what big brother, but he's just bullying people with the advantage of his qi and blood. Let me teach you a lesson today. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, followed by a man with a long sword in his hand and a hideous scar on his face arriving at the ring. As he spoke, the scar on the man's face moved around like a centipede. Kid, this grandpa will let you know today that there are rules that exist everywhere you go. The scarred man's words caused Qin Feng to freeze, but then he reacted. Oh, what rules, I'd like to see them. He guessed that the scarred man should be someone sent from within the martial arts arena. Worthy of being a businessman, he really doesn't let himself lose at all. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. In the audience, the spectators who were already ready to leave also resettled their seats after seeing another person on the stage, their eyes looking expectantly at the scarred man. At this time, the audience had also seen that Qin Feng's combat power was extraordinary. They hoped that Scarman could give some strength, and it would be best to force Qin Feng's true combat power out. But it was obvious that they were overthinking it. This time Qin Feng didn't hold back, and the moment he exchanged blows with the scarred man, he directly sent him flying with a punch. Anyone else continue? Chapter 38. Sorry, I declined the invitation. How is that possible? Old Zhang didn't even block a single punch? At the back of the waiting battle area, two people directly turned around and left there without looking back after seeing the scarred man being defeated by Qin Feng with a single punch. Like Scarman, they were all hired by the martial arts arena to help. Even though their battle power was slightly stronger than Scarman's, they were unable to do anything to defeat their opponent with a single punch. In this situation, they would only get beaten up if they went up, so they might as well just give up, so that they could still keep some face. Sure enough, it's a big brother who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers. How can anyone dare to go on stage now? Let's go. The surrounding spectators all got up and left the place at that moment as well. Seeing this, the referee on the other side also stepped forward to announce the result, and then brought Qin Feng to collect the prize money. Almost nearly 200,000 daxia coins, Qin Feng also had no problem accepting it directly. After the funds arrived, Qin Feng left the martial arts arena. Before leaving, he purposely passed in front of the young woman. After confirming that Qin Feng had left the martial arts arena, the young woman, just like last time, came to a hidden location, took out her cell phone and dialed. The person has been found, the location is at. On the cool street, Qin Feng pretended to walk as if nothing had happened, but soon, a strange color flashed in his eyes. It really is her. Qin Feng, who said in his heart, turned his head directly to look behind him, only to see a male and a female figure appear in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, you guys should be people from the Heavenly God sect, right? Qin Feng looked at the two of them with a smirk. Surprisingly, it was discovered in advance, no? You drew us out on purpose. Faced with Qin Feng's inquiry, the aged old man was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. This brat isn't quite right, do it together and fight quickly. Good. In response to this, although that woman on the side felt that the old man was a bit petty, within the Heavenly God sect, the old man's status was higher than hers. Plus, the old man's own battle power was also stronger than hers, so she didn't dare to disobey the old man's orders. The two of them, one after the other, directly began to attack Qin Feng. In response, Qin Feng was naturally not afraid in the slightest. 2 minutes later. Zip! Zip! Qin Feng raised his arm and flung it out, shaking out the blood from the black blade before storing it in his weapon ring. And at this moment, it could be seen that the old man as well as the woman had already fallen in a pool of blood. There was an obvious cave-in in the old man's chest, and senile white bones were exposed from there. There was a hideous wound at the woman's neck, with red blood trickling out. Qin Feng, who had finished resolving the two, took out his cell phone. Hey, guard department, I want to report a case. Some Heavenly God cultists are assassinating me. Yes, they're in the martial arts arena. You hide first, try to run to a crowded place, the law enforcement team will be here soon. Good. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng didn't stop and directly turned around and rushed over in the direction of the martial arts arena. The appearance of the two old men was enough to prove that his suspicions were true. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts arena, those two guys, one late second stage and one mid-second stage, they shouldn't be missing out this time. The young woman muttered under her breath. But for some reason, she always felt that something was wrong. It's better to find a chance to apply for a transfer to another city. After staying here for a long time, it's only a matter of time before we're exposed. The young woman thought this in her heart. I'll go back first, keep an eye out for me. The young woman turned her head to a staff member on the side and said, and without waiting for the other party to reply, she turned around and left. Stinking, is not just evening the supervisor, what is there to drag? The staff muttered, but those eyes were unblinking, staring at the young woman's tantalizing back, full of fire. The young woman on this side had only just left the martial arts arena when she came face to face with a handsome-looking teenager with an upright posture. Handsome boy, pleased to meet you? The young woman couldn't help but open her mouth to flirt. Recognize? Don't we know each other well? Qin Feng opened his mouth to reveal a smile. Oh, it seems like it's familiar. Spectral Claw. The young woman who had a seductive smile on her face in the previous second suddenly stormed up. Her body was like a black cat as she rapidly lunged towards Qin Feng's location. Grade C Bestialization System Ability, Spectral Shadow Cat. After activating her psychic ability, her physique, flexibility, and reflexes will be significantly improved. Only to see that at this moment, the young woman's originally fair skin became dark, and the nails of her hands grew rapidly, forming two sharp claws. Giggling. The sharp claws tore through the air and slashed towards Qin Feng's body. It's really you. Facing the young woman's offense, Qin Feng's face did not change, his face did not change in the slightest. Flash Thunder Strike. While sidestepping the sharp claw attack, Qin Feng quickly swung out with the black blade in his hand. Ah! In the next instant, an ear-piercing scream rang out on the field, only to see that the young woman's right hand, which had just been stretched out, was a bloody mess, and all 5 fingers had been cut off in unison. The young woman's cultivation was only at the early second stage, and she had no ability to resist in Qin Feng's hands. Qin Feng didn't even utilize the power of his supernatural ability before easily defeating her. However, Qin Feng didn't kill her directly, he only temporarily incapacitated her. It's almost time to go home. Qin Feng glanced at the young woman who had fainted due to blood loss, then turned around and prepared to leave the place. Swish! Swish! However, just at this moment, several silhouettes appeared to surround him. These people were all dressed in uniform black trench coats and wore standardized long knives, and were precisely the people from the law enforcement team. You guys are here. This person is a follower of the Heavenly God cult, specially reserved for you to bring back for interrogation. Qin Feng was not surprised by the appearance of these people. After all, he had already reported the case before this, and it was only abnormal for the law enforcement team not to come. Hearing the words that Qin Feng said, Captain Lao Chen's expression was a bit less natural, but he still stepped forward and said, "It's not just her, it's time to ask you to come with us to the law enforcement department." Old Chen looked at Qin Feng with skeptical eyes. Before coming here, they had already discovered the bodies of the 2 old men. He guessed that those 2 were most likely killed by Qin Feng. To the guard department? Qin Feng frowned slightly as his gaze swept around, sizing out the 5 members of the law enforcement team. Apart from this person whose cultivation cannot be sensed, but the probability is that they should be of the 3rd rank, as for the other few, they are all of the late 2nd rank. It's possible to engage. A strange aura flashed across Qin Feng's eyes, followed by turning his head to look at Team Chen. Sorry, I declined the invitation. Crackle! Crackle! As the words fell, dense blue arcs of electricity rapidly surged out from Qin Feng's body. The arcs of electricity wrapped around his legs, emitting an ear-piercing roar. Swish! Immediately afterward, his figure was like a bolt of lightning as he dashed wildly towards the distance. Chapter 39. The game is over. Captain, are we? Qin Feng's movements were so fast that several members of the law enforcement team hadn't even reacted before he had already rushed out. Looking at Qin Feng's back, the captain, Old Chen, quickly gave an order. Stop him. Swish! Swish! The few people who instantly received the order all flashed their bodies and chased towards Qin Feng. Old Chen, on the other hand, stood still and guarded beside the fainted young woman. Most of his team members' cultivation levels were at the late 2nd stage, and they still held an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, so he didn't see the need for him to make a move at all. Front! Giggle! Right at this moment, a cracking sound suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's ears. He turned his head to look, only to see an invisible wind blade like a crescent moon scurrying out from the shadows, tearing through the air as it sped towards his location. Thunder Step! Thunderons flashed on his body, and between the rapid movement of his legs, Qin Feng's body made a sharp turn, dodging the attack of the wind blade. You can't escape. After seeing that the wind blade he released was dodged by Qin Feng, the person hiding in the dark stopped hiding his figure. I've never thought of escaping. Qin Feng said in his heart. With that, he raised his hand and flung it out, a blue thunderbolt surging out from his body. Zip! Zip! The blue thunderbolt emitted a furious aura, and then it was only seen as a thunder snake, blasting towards the person just now at a rapid pace. Wind shield. Seeing this, the man reacted extremely quickly mobilizing the power of his supernatural ability and condensing into an invisible shield in front of his body. Boom! In the next instant, the thunder snake heavily bombarded on top of the shield, and it was visible to the naked eye that the shield began to tremble violently just the moment the two came into contact. Isn't it a late first stage? Even if it's a lightning system, the attack power shouldn't be this strong, right? Looking at the several cracks that appeared on the shield, the man's face was filled with shock. At this rate, he would not be able to block Qin Feng at all. Fire Dragon Fist. However, right at this moment, a low voice rang out, followed by a ball of crimson flames illuminating the dark night sky. The flames tumbled rapidly, like a dancing fire dragon, charging towards Qin Feng from the rear. The one who struck was none other than another member of the enforcement team. Almost at the same time, Qin Feng felt that something was wrapping towards his feet. He looked down and saw that 2 wrist-thick vines had appeared under his feet. A petite member also rushed over at that moment, and in her hands shone a rich green light. Grade C with system ability, Grade C battle skill, wooden vine binding. Crackle! Crackle! Just as the wooden vines were about to wrap around his legs, Qin Feng instantly exploded as a terrifying thunderous sound rose up on the field. Thick blue arcs of electricity surged out from within him. The wooden vines under his feet were directly shattered by the blue electric arcs and turned into countless wood chips. Swish! And Qin Feng's figure rushed out in a flash, dodging the fire dragon's attack while arriving in front of the person at the very beginning. Without giving the other person a chance to react, Qin Feng held the black blade in his hand, the pitch black blade covered by blue electric arcs. Flash Thunder Strike. In an instant, Qin Feng quickly swung his sword, and the blade landed at the opponent's neck as if it was a lightning blade. The other members were first stunned after seeing this scene, but then they all burst into speed and rushed over desperately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating his opponent late second stage and gaining evolution points. Swish! Also right after the system beep sounded, Qin Feng directly put away his sword, his body quickly flickered and left the same spot. Little Hui Yu. Zhao Jia, who was the first to rush over, anxiously opened his mouth to inquire, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiao Hui. I'm fine, he didn't seem to want to hurt me just now, he was just… Scare me? Fai himself had some difficulty determining this, and just now when the knife was on his neck, he was also thinking that he was going to die. Sure enough, as long as you break your opponent's guts down, you can also gain evolution points. On the other side, after confirming the conjecture in his mind, Qin Feng couldn't help but have a smile on his face. He then turned his head once again to look at Zhao Jia and the others at the back. It's your turn next. Phew! Right at this moment, a cracking sound rang out. Instantly, the alarm bells rang loudly in Qin Feng's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he stomped on the ground with both of his feet, and the whole person retreated violently towards the back. It could be seen that an energy arrow had appeared at the location where he was originally standing. Nana, find a way to control him. Zhao Jia, you main attack and I'll assist. The man with a bow and arrow in his hand revealed himself. Divine Soldier System awakened. Qin Feng's face gradually became grave. Little Hui, you've been eliminated. Just as Xiao Hui was about to move with Zhao Jia, the archery man spoke again. People just want to play with us, so we have to follow the rules of the game as well. His words also caused the others to react, especially Xiao Hui, who had just had a knife placed on his neck by Qin Feng. Thorn Entanglement. Just as the crowd froze, the petite little girl named Nana had already made her move, only to see her raise her hands, which were wrapped in a dense green aura, and a strange energy gushed out from her hands. Shoo! Shoo! Instantly, the patch of lawn behind Qin Feng began to shake, and a thorny thorn with thorns scurried out from within the lawn and sped towards Qin Feng. Wind-breaking arrow. At the same time, the bow and arrow man also launched an attack. Only the light of the longbow in his hand rose, and then an energy arrow quickly condensed. Shoo! In the next instant, the energy arrow tore through the air and sped in at extreme speed. The remaining Zhao Jie also came in front of Qin Feng at this time, his body's qi and blood rolling around, crimson flames surging out of his body from time to time, ready to wait for an opportunity to act. Facing the attack of the three at the same time, even Qin Feng felt a hint of pressure at this time. Not daring to be careless, he quickly made a move, only to see his hands raised in the shape of a pistol. Thunder gun! Crackle! Crackle! In the next instant, the sound of explosive thunder rang out, only to see 2 fist-sized thunderbolts quickly coalesce. Boom! Boom! Immediately after that, Qin Feng quickly moved his arms and released the thunderballs one after the other. 2 thunderballs, one clashed with the energy arrows in the air, while the other blasted into those vines behind him. Zip! Z! As for himself, he unleashed his thunder steps once again, and between the flashes of his body, he arrived directly in front of Zhao Jia. Waiting for you. Zhao Jia, who had prepared for this, raised his arm, crimson flames surged out madly, and a fire dragon fist burst out with it. Boom! The crimson flames rolled over like a wave, blasting towards Qin Feng head on. At this time, Qin Feng still maintained his forward posture, wanting to dodge was already too late, and could only meet the crimson flames and collided together. Success! Zhao Jia, who noticed this scene, was delighted in his heart, but he was well aware of the power of his punch. Not to mention that Qin Feng's cultivation level was only at the first rank, even an awakened who was at the same rank as him might not be able to carry it. Careful! But just then, the anxious voice of the bowman suddenly rang out, but it was obviously too late. A figure whose entire body was wrapped in blue lightning sprang out of the flames and arrived in front of Zhao Jia. How is this possible? Just as Zhao Jia was feeling incredulous, Qin Feng had already placed the black knife on his neck. Game over, everyone. Chapter 40, Adding Physique, Terrifying Boosts. 2 hours later. Inside the Department of Law Enforcement. It has been investigated clearly, that woman is indeed a member of the Heavenly God cult and has sent someone to assassinate him. Law Enforcement Minister Zhou Yi turned his head towards the young man in front of him and smiled after listening to the report from his men. Although the matter has been investigated clearly, but kid, I'm warning you to be honest, don't keep thinking of provoking the law enforcement team over nothing. The young man was naturally Qin Feng. After he defeated those few members of the law enforcement team, he took the initiative to come here with them and explained the information he had. Looking at the smiling Zhou Yi in front of him, Qin Feng nodded heavily. Provoking the law enforcement team, he definitely didn't have this idea. His idea was simple, he just wanted to earn some evolution points. Alright, you can go home now. Zhou Yi waved his hand, signaling that Qin Feng could leave. Good. Qin Feng directly got up and left the place. Minister, just let him go so easily? Our team members are. Enough. Without waiting for one of the men on the side to finish his sentence, Zhou Yi directly let out a low gulp as a stern aura was released from him. A squad with 4 members of the late Second Order striking at the same time, and they still lost to a First Order awakened. You don't want face, I still want face. Alright, this matter ends here. No one is allowed to disclose any information about Qin Feng. Violators will be directly fired. Recently, the college entrance exam is around the corner. The Heavenly God sect's followers are active quite frequently. Make sure you keep a close eye on them. If anything happens, both of us should not do our jobs. After reprimanding him, Zhou Yi simply got up and left. Someone who can make both the city lord as well as Minister Yang pay attention to him at the same time. It seems that a true genius is about to emerge from my Linhai. Zhou Yi, who thought this in his heart, couldn't help but have a smile on his face, but this smile instantly disappeared after seeing old Chen and the others outside the door. Go back and strengthen your training. I don't want to be in a situation like today. Hopefully within the small area. 700 evolution points is quite a lot. Qin Feng, who had returned home, checked his earnings at the first opportunity. First, I'll raise my physique and battle skills. As for spirit, I'll find a chance to raise it later. Qin Feng muttered, then he moved his mind and started adding points. First was the battle skill. Ding! Consuming 300 evolution points, Thunder Spear is upgraded to the minor achievement realm. As the tone passed, Qin Feng's control over the Thunder Spear reached minor accomplishment. With the remaining 400 evolution points, Qin Feng directly added them all to his physique without much consideration. Instantly, Qin Feng only felt a mysterious force appear within his body, followed by a sharp pain that instantly overwhelmed him as if his body was pierced by 10,000 needles. Beneath his skin, veins like furious little snakes jumped wildly, as if they wanted to break through the skin, and a burning sensation like a blazing fire came from his lungs. Holy, so ruthless. Before Qin Feng had time to think about it in detail, another wave of even more ferocious pain hit him. The muscles of his entire body began to spasm, starting from his legs and spreading to his entire body, the muscle fibers continuously tearing and reorganizing in pain, emitting zippy sounds. The bones clacked as if they were not willing to give in, like a worn-out machine in overdrive, with sharp stabbing pains coming from the joints, as if countless broken bones were rubbing together. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that his vision was starting to blur and his consciousness was gradually becoming lax, but whenever he was about to completely lose consciousness, a mysterious force appeared and brought him to his senses. It was like this for an unknown period of time before the intense pain in his body began to gradually diminish until it finally disappeared completely. Qin Feng also violently opened his eyes at this moment, a brilliant aura flashing through his eyes. Qin Feng at this moment clenched his fists tightly. He felt as if his body had inexhaustible power. What flavor? However, soon Qin Feng realized that a strange smell was coming from him, and only then did he notice those black liquids on his skin. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly dodged to the bathroom, and after carefully rinsing, Qin Feng walked out of the bathroom with a refreshed face. Compared to before, the muscle outline of his body has become more clear, although it doesn't look as good as those muscular men. Only Qin Feng himself knows how much terrifying power is contained within his body. If it wasn't for the fact that it was already late at night, he would definitely find a place to test his body's strength. Although there was a battle strength tester in the small area, the rating was only of the first rank, with his current strength. Even in the case of not utilizing his battle skills, his supernatural abilities, he was still able to blow it up with a single punch. For this kind of public property, Qin Feng was generally very loving. With a thought, Qin Feng opened the system panel. Name, Qin Feng. Ability, Chaotic Divine Lightning S+, Red Fire F+. Rank, Late First Order. Blood, 310+. Spirit, 35+. Physical, 55% Mortal Body+. Evolution points, 0. After the boost just now, the physique progress has reached 55% Mortal Body, such a huge change from just a 40% boost in progress. The current Qin Feng was looking forward to waiting until the progress of the Mortal Body reached 100%. What kind of changes would his physique have at that time? Day 2. Qin Feng woke up and ate breakfast downstairs before heading straight to school. After coming to the class, Brother Feng, you're finally here. You don't know, that oldly guy has been bugging me to death these past few days, chasing me every day for news about you. If you don't come today, I guess I'll have to report it to the police. After seeing Qin Feng, Li Fei first had a relieved expression on his face, but immediately afterward, he was complaining loudly to him. Honestly, where have you been these past few days? Saying that, Li Fei directly changed his words and asked with an interrogative tone. Went out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Qin Feng said truthfully. Right, you paid my enrollment fee for me, right? Paid it. Li Fei waved his hand and said. As for Qin Feng's words about going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, he didn't believe it at all and just thought that he was blowing off steam. Qin Feng's arrival didn't attract too much attention. After all, now that the college entrance exam was around the corner, everyone was focusing on raising their qi and blood and polishing their battle skills. Not everyone was as free as Li Fei. Brother Feng, I'll tell you an inside news Our Jiangnan province is preparing to organize an elite training camp, saying that we are going to gather the geniuses of the entire Jiangnan province together for special training. And as long as you can join the training camp, you can be exempted from the college entrance exam, and after graduation, you can directly join the major martial arts colleges. I heard that our first middle school has also been allocated 2 places in the training camp. Li Fei whispered to Qin Feng. In response, a flash of surprise flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. He didn't expect Li Fei to have learned of this news as well. Just as Li Fei was gushing over here, the class teacher Old Li walked into the classroom. Old Li noticed Qin Feng with a glance, and after giving him a look that wanted to knife someone, he walked up to the podium. Chapter 41. The battle begins. Provocation of the principal of the second middle school. Inside the classroom. Ahem. Old Li, who was standing on the podium, coughed and cleared his throat to speak. Students, because the war between the 10,000 races as well as the ferocious beasts and the human race is intensifying, and the front line is tense, the Great Summer Kingdom has decided to hold a genius training camp starting from your term. In the training camp, there are abundant resources and strong teachers, and there are even powerful people at the level of patriarch to serve as your mentors and teach you to cultivate. And our first middle school, as the most outstanding school in Linhai City, has also been allocated 2 places in the training camp this time, and the school will hold a battle for the places next to decide where the 2 places belong. Elite training camp? What's all the fuss about? This training camp is obviously for those geniuses. Yeah, our school has only been allocated 2 places. It looks like I'm hopeless. No bro, what do you mean by that? I remember your ranking in the school is outside the hundreds. Right, talking as if you'll have you if you're given 2 more spots. There's also a Zhongshan powerhouse as a mentor. Our principal seems to be less than 4th rank. It's really cheap for Zhao Chang and Luo Kai both. For a while, there was a lot of talk in the class, and Old Li didn't stop it. He was equally shocked when he first learned the news. Alright, everyone follow me to the playground to gather. After a while, Old Li waved his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, and then led them to the playground. Playground. By the time Qin Feng and his class arrived, the students from the other classes had almost arrived, and as far as the eye could see, they were all densely packed. At this time, most of the students had already learned about the elite training camp, and without exception, they all set their eyes on the front of the line. The students standing there were all students who had awakened B rank and C rank psychic abilities. Among them, the gazes that fell on Zhao Chang, Luo Kai, and the 2 of them were the most numerous. The 2 of them, who were being watched by the crowd, had a flat face and acted very calmly. The 2 of them, like Li Fei, had already learned about the elite training camp before this. For the 2 of them, they were both desperate for a spot in the training camp. Originally, they were worried about Chuyue's existence, but early this morning, they learned the news that Chuyue had already obtained the spot through other means. This also made the 2 of them secretly breathe a sigh of relief. So at this moment, the group of teachers and students within the school thought that it was a done deal for them to enter the training camp. Although there were still a few people within the school who had awakened B-class psychic abilities just like them, they were still slightly inferior to them in terms of combat power. I was a step slower than you when I broke through the 1st rank, but I'll take the 1st place in this battle. Zhao Chang looked at Luo Kai beside him with a provocative gaze. Facts will prove everything, losing to me won't be too humiliating for you. Luo Kai said with a calm face. Che, Chuyue didn't come, it's really cheap for these 2 boys. Li Fei said in an indignant tone. It was supposed to be, who doesn't know that these two have already broken through to the first rank? How can those of us hope to compete with them? If you ask me, it would be better to just announce the quota to them. The students around them were talking about it. Qin Feng, on the other hand, just turned his head and glanced at Zhao Chang, Luo Jia, and didn't say anything more. Right after all the students had assembled, Principal Yang Zirong also came to the playground. After first giving an impassioned speech, immediately afterward he announced the official start of the battle. The first thing was the drawing of lots. After the speeches, the principal took a few steps back and stood on top of the high platform, only his eyes falling on a figure at the back of the line every now and then. It was none other than Qin Feng. Because of Minister Yang, at this moment, he was very skeptical that Qin Feng was a genius. However, he didn't have any evidence for this. After all, Minister Yang had only told him later that he didn't need to go searching for Qin Feng, and didn't say much as far as the rest was concerned. Headmaster, the principal of the second middle school brought. Right at this moment, the director of instruction walked up to Yang Zirong and whispered a few times. Fatty Shui, what is he doing here at this hour? Yang Zirong frowned, then directly waved his hand. Tell him to get lost, I'm busy as hell, how do I have time to give him idle talk? But he's all ready. The director of instruction over here was about to say something. Yo, let's see who's being told to get lost. Yang Zirong, we are at least the head of a school and were once comrades in arms, this is how you entertain me. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Hearing the voice, Yang Zirong turned his head towards the back, only to see a familiar face appear in his sight. Fatty Shui, what are you doing running to our school? The person who came was none other than the principal of Linhai No. 2 Middle School, Shui Jinshan. Although he was called Fatty, in reality, he only had some blossoming in his figure. Facing the visitor, Yang Zirong's face was ugly, obviously not welcoming the other party. First middle school, second middle school, the same high school in Linhai, they had always been in competition with each other. There are rumors that the second high school has long wanted to squeeze the first high school down and become the boss themselves. What, I can't come and hang out at first middle school anymore. Saying that, Shui Jinshan's gaze fell on the students below, and eventually his gaze stopped on the duo of Zhao Chang and Luo Kai. He then turned his head and said to Yang Zirong in a slightly provocative manner. Old Yang, the quality of your students doesn't look good, I think. This Linhai First Middle School's name might as well just give way to our second middle school. Hearing this, Yang Zirong had a displeased look on his face and immediately opened his mouth. The quality of this year's students is indeed average, but beating your second middle school is still a handful. Shui Jinshan, who heard this, instantly brightened up. With a teasing smile on his face, he said, Really? Since you're so confident, old Yang, it just so happens that I brought two of my students here today, so how about we let your student who won the first place in the battle for the top spot come and spar with them later? Hello Principal Yang, my name is Lu Wu. A young man stepped forward and said with a smile on his face in an unassuming manner. The other student also had a confident look on his face. They were both the most outstanding students of the second middle school and had already obtained a place in the elite training camp. They came here today to suppress the first middle school and let them know that the second middle school was the strongest high school in Linhai. Seeing Yang Zirong sizing up his students, Shui Jinshan spoke again. Old Yang, these two students of mine are just average. One has just broken through to the middle of the first rank and mastered a great C-grade battle skill. As for the other one, he's only just broken through to the early first rank. You nod your head if it's okay, but of course, if you don't have much confidence, then forget it. As he spoke, Shui Jinshan always had a smile on his face. Chapter 42. Could he really be that Qin Feng? Nima. At this moment, Yang Zirong only wanted to curse in his heart. He didn't expect that the second middle school had produced two such outstanding students. Although Zhao Chang and Luo Kai had also broken through to the first rank, they were clearly inferior to these two. If only Chu Yu was there. Yang Zirong thought this in his heart. Chu Yu, who had awakened her class's psychic ability, was far beyond ordinary people in terms of both her cultivation talent and her enlightenment. He believed that even this student in the second middle school whose cultivation had reached the middle of the first rank was inferior to Chu Yu. But unfortunately, Chu Yu was taken away by his father for special training. Yang Zirong's face changed for a while. He knew that if he agreed to Shui Jinshan, then their side was bound to lose, but if he didn't, wouldn't that be even more disgraceful? Thinking of this, Yang Zirong directly pretended to be unconcerned and said, Okay, but this student's psychological quality should be pretty good, right? Don't lose at that time, can't bear it, can't be fun. Don't worry, it's just a sparring match, winning or losing doesn't matter. Seeing Yang Zirong agree, Shui Jinshan directly turned around and left. Taking this time, he planned to take a good turnaround in the first middle school. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy is the only way to fight 100 battles. As for this battle, he didn't even bother to watch. He had already investigated what level the students of the first middle school were at, and it was only Chu Yu who could make him pay attention to them. As for the others, they could never be a match for the two Lu Wu. This old Inbi, after so many years, it still hasn't changed at all. Yang Zirong gritted his teeth. He then turned his head to look at those students below and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas! As much as I hate to admit it, it's true that the first high school has not done as well as the second high school in the past few years. He knew in his heart that if it wasn't for Chuyu's appearance this year, then their first middle school would still be the same as in previous years, and they would be ruthlessly pushed down by second middle school. However, right at this moment, Yang Zirong seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze once again fell on the back of the team. I hope some surprises will appear. Just as Yang Zirong set up a cutthroat pact with the second middle school, the students on the playground below had finished drawing lots. Qin Feng had also found his opponent according to his number plate, number 111. Zhang Quan, C-Class Alien Ability, Late Stage of Awakening. I heard that he has already mastered a C-Class battle skill. Your luck seems to be a bit bad, Brother Feng. Li Fei on the side had already helped Qin Feng investigate his opponent's information before he even stepped on stage. If you really can't carry on, admit defeat at the first opportunity, don't force yourself. Li Fei murmured in a small voice. He who had enrolled in a liberal arts university was unable to join the training camp, so naturally he did not need to participate in the battle for supremacy. Please come to the stage, number 110, number 111. An announcement-like voice rang out. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and lifted his feet to the ring. Don't worry, I'll give you a pain in the ass and let you go down to rest as soon as possible. Upon seeing Qin Feng, a smile appeared on Zhang Quan's face as he recognized him as the one who had awakened his double F-ranked psychic ability. In response, Qin Feng did not reply and stood quietly waiting for the referee to announce the start of the competition. Soon, the referee signaled the start of the competition. Ready. Zhang Quan over here was about to say some grand words to bolster his momentum, but the next moment, he only felt a blackness before his eyes. By the time he was opening his eyes, he was sitting on his but outside the ring. Zhang Quan was a bit confused. What's going on? Isn't he an F-class alien? Who the hell said that F-ranked psychic ability is the weakest psychic ability? At the same time, after seeing Qin Feng send Zhang Quan out of the ring with a single move, the surrounding students were shocked. No way, when did Brother Feng become so fierce? Li Fei was in disbelief. And the class teacher, Old Li, was likewise a bit disbelieving. Could it be that the Qin Feng that Minister Yang is looking for is really my student? There are only 5 evolution points. Qin Feng walked out of the ring with a disappointed face. The battle for supremacy then went on in full swing for the rest of the day. Among them, Zhao Chang and Luo Kai were still the most eye-catching. The opponents who met with the two of them were basically given a one-move solution by them. In addition to them, there were 2 other students who had also awakened their B-rank psychic abilities, and their performances were also eye-catching. The group of teachers were also secretly nodding their heads as they watched them. In fact, these teachers had a preconceived notion in their minds as to what the level of these students would be. After all, for awakened people, the level of their powers had already determined their future achievements. So the performance of these few people was all within their expectations. On the other hand, Qin Feng was also continuously defeating one opponent at this time. Without exception, with his current strength, none of these students could block a single move from him. Almost all of them had just had the referee announce the start of the competition when they were directly knocked off the ring by Qin Feng, revealing a dumbfounded look on their faces. Seconds, again? No, is this really Qin Feng? The Qin Feng who awakened his double F-ranked psychic abilities? As the battle continued, the attention Qin Feng received began to gradually increase. Looking at the handsome young man in the ring, they all felt incomparably shocked, especially those classmates of Qin Feng. Their knowledge of Qin Feng was still stuck on his double F-ranked psychic abilities. The class teacher, Old Li, was first overwhelmed with shock, but a wave of pride rose in his heart immediately afterward. This is my student, the student that I, Li Chaofeng, taught. Ha ha ha. The pride inside made Old Li unable to stop himself from letting out a loud laugh. No one cared about Old Li's abnormality, as most of the attention was on the ring at this point. Yang Zirong, who was on top of the high platform, had similarly noticed Qin Feng at this time. Could he really be the person Minister Yang is looking for? The same thought as Old Li's rose in his mind at this moment. I wonder if his cultivation has broken through to the first rank. Yang Zirong thought this in his heart. Because of the distance, coupled with the fact that Qin Feng had not exploded all of his qi and blood power, he was unable to sense Qin Feng's cultivation realm. Even if the qi and blood didn't reach the first rank, this battle power is still almost close to catching up with Zhao Chang and Luo Kai. Now that Qin Feng had encountered opponents whose cultivation was almost in the middle, late awakening stage, this kind of intensity, Zhao Luo duo were also able to do a second kill. Time passed quickly, and the battle for supremacy gradually came to an end. Most of the students had already been eliminated, and those who remained were still the group of top students. Alas, it's still these people. It's true that the gap in talent is hard to cross. Ordinary students like us can only go so far. The students murmured and began to spit out acid. Number 111 Qin Feng, number 245 Chen Liang, come up to the stage to fight. It was also at this moment that the caller sounded once again. Chen Liang, is that the Chen Liang who awakened the B-ranked bestialization lineage, the iron-armed ape? Nonsense, there are several other Chen Liangs in our school. Chapter 43 No, who the hell F, who B? Looks like Qin Feng has come to this point. What do you mean by stopping here? He's a double F ranked psychic ability, being able to get to this point is already very impressive alright. The crowd murmured. Old Li's eyes were also filled with regret when he looked at Qin Feng. He now very much regretted not realizing Qin Feng's change earlier, otherwise he might have gone farther. Although Qin Feng's current display of battle power was very strong, Old Li thought that he shouldn't be Chen Liang's opponent. You group of people with no vision, how dare you underestimate my brother Feng? Just wait, brother Feng will go up in Chen Liang and give this group of people a long time to see. Li Fei drank with a displeased face. However, turning his head he whispered to Qin Feng, don't force it huh, go up there and throw a few random punches and just admit defeat, there's no shame in it. Okay, got it. In response, Qin Feng didn't say anything more and directly walked onto the ring. A few random punches? It shouldn't be necessary. The ring. Seeing Qin Feng on the stage, Chen Liang was also energized as he raised his head with an arrogant face. Your performance just now wasn't bad, but you're unlucky to run into me. How about this, in order to take care of your face, I can let you have 3 moves. Qin Feng, who heard this, shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I don't think that should be necessary. What the hell, still letting 3 strokes, you think you're the number 1 in the whole school, you're really addicted to pretending still. Listening to the taunts from the stage, Chen Liang didn't care and said in a casual tone. I wouldn't dare to be the number 1 in the whole school, but compared to you guys, I'm still quite a bit stronger. Upon hearing these words, the crowd on the stage all looked like they were choking on invisible air, unable to make a sound. Heh, a bunch of trash, how dare they provoke me. After a cold laugh, Chen Liang waved at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, on the other hand, ignored him and looked directly at the referee. Don't know what's going on, I'll let you know the power of a B-class alien ability later. Chen Liang, who had this thought in his mind, was about to directly unleash his alien energy the moment the referee announced the start of the competition. However, right at that moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and by the time his eyes focused to see the black shadow, only then did he realize that his body had appeared in mid-air, followed by a quick fall down to the ring. I lose? Chen Liang, who was face down on the ground, felt a little dizzy. He, a quality student with B-rank psychic abilities, had just been kicked out of the ring by an opponent who had awakened F-rank psychic abilities. No, who the hell is F and who is B? In less than 5 seconds from start to finish, Chen Shan appeared at the bottom of the ring. Everyone in the arena froze at this moment, and the scene fell into a silence. Both the students and teachers now had expressions of disbelief. Especially those students who had just been mocked by Chen Liang. Although they were all supporting Qin Feng with their mouths, they were also not used to seeing Chen Liang's style, and in their hearts, they still understood that Qin Feng could not win. But what everyone didn't expect was that Qin Feng really won. And as usual, he killed in seconds. No, it's done. Looks like this Chen Liang can't do it, he can't even block a kick. At this moment the crowd below the ring had a thought rising in their minds that I can do it too. No, that kick just now? Qin Feng's cultivation has reached the 1st rank. Right at this moment, Old Li suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and the others around him all froze. A first order awakened person? No, we've been awakened for less than a week, right? It's not even a problem that Zhao Chang and Luo Kai, who were given a separate lesson by the principal, broke through to the 1st rank, but how come even Qin Feng has now broken through to the 1st rank? Looking at Qin Feng in the ring, Li Fei suddenly felt that he knew too little about this dead friend. 1st rank, really 1st rank. On the high stage, Yang Zirong's face was agitated, but he quickly reacted. He hasn't used a battle technique until now, he wouldn't have mastered even a single battle technique, right? If that's really the case? At this time, Yang Zirong, because of excessive excitement, had just forgotten what Old Li had reported to him in the first place. 1st rank? There was a lot of commotion on Qin Feng's side, and the news of his breakthrough to the 1st rank had already reached Zhao Chang and Luo Kai's ears. After a short period of shock, they quickly calmed down again. So what if they were at the 1st rank, they had similarly reached this realm, and they were B-ranked psychic abilities, their increase in battle power was far from what F-ranked psychic abilities could compare to. So at this moment, they were equally confident. Soon, another round of competition passed. By now, there were only 6 students left on the field. Other than Qin Feng, everyone else was almost expected. At this moment, most of the gazes on the field were gathered on Qin Feng, the dark horse. The 3 students other than Zhao Chang, Luo Kai, all had bitter smiles on their faces at this moment. Their cultivation had yet to break through the 1st rank, so they knew very well that it would be their turn to be eliminated in the next battle. And that was exactly what happened. Another round of competition. I don't know if it was intentional or coincidental, but these 3 people were each assigned to the 3 of them, Qin Feng, who had already broken through to the 1st rank. Without any suspense, seconds. Whether it was Qin Feng or Zhao, Luo, all of them killed their opponents with a single strike. Next, the battle officially entered the white-hot stage. At this moment, everyone on the playground focused their gazes on these 3 teenagers at the very front. Compared to Qin Feng, who was halfway killed, most of the people were still more optimistic about Zhao, Luo, and the two of them. After all, the two of them had always occupied the second and third place in the entire school, and as for the first place, it was the recognized Chuyu. As for Qin Feng, although his performance this time around was also excellent, there still weren't too many people who favored him. Although they're both at the first rank, Zhao Chang and Luo Kai have already cultivated the Raging Thunder split to the minor achievement realm, which is incredibly powerful. As for Qin Feng, even though he's shown great battle power, if he hasn't mastered a powerful battle skill, it would be difficult to win this battle. Next up, number 111 Qin Feng versus number 2 Luo Kai. Just as the crowd was talking, the caller sounded. After hearing the sound, Qin Feng walked up to the ring with an expressionless face. It's finally almost over. Qin Feng's face revealed a touch of relief. Originally he had wanted to utilize these students to test the strength of his current physique, but the result was a disappointment to him. Until now, for the sake of those students' safety, he hadn't made a single strike with his full strength. After all, with his current physique, even with just his body's strength, a full strength strike would be enough to burst their bodies. Phew! Luo Kai over here took a deep breath after hearing his name and similarly stepped onto the ring. Although he was confident in his strength, he still felt the pressure when he actually faced Qin Feng. Waiting for you. But right at this moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. Luo Kai turned his head to look, and the one who opened his mouth was none other than Zhao Chang. Good. Luo Kai nodded heavily, confidence resurfacing on his face. Chapter 44, The battle ends, the deserved first place. Luo Kai is going to fight Qin Feng. Li Fei was still somewhat in disbelief of the scene in front of him. It was like a dream to him. This mediocre dead friend of his, in the blink of an eye, had become a first-order awakened person, and now he had even become the third rival of the school. See, that's my brother, my best brother. But soon after reacting, Li Fei started to show off the relationship between him and Qin Feng to the crowd with a smug face. On the ring. At this moment, the duo of Qin Feng and Luo Kai were like all eyes on them, enjoying the attention of everyone around them. Luo Kai, who had adjusted his mindset, looked at Qin Feng with a grave expression on his face. His character had always been calm and steady. He wouldn't underestimate any opponent, let alone Qin Feng, who had also broken through to the first rank. The competition begins. The referee on the stage announced the start even after both of them were ready. Raging Thunder Strike. Also at the instant the referee's words fell, Luo Kai immediately let out a low shout, followed by his legs moving quickly, arriving in front of Qin Feng. Giggling. Puffing. Several air-breaking sounds rang out as Luo Kai's legs were like two sharp axes, slashing viciously towards Qin Feng's body. Luo Kai didn't hold back anything and went all out. With the referee watching, he didn't need to have any worries, he just needed to go all out. Raging Thunder Slash of the minor realm. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as an alternative idea rose in his mind. In the face of Luo Kai's offense, he made an astonishing move, only to see that he stood still without any movement. It was as if he didn't see Luo Kai's attack. The referee who had just stepped out of the ring's face changed violently when he saw this. His body tensed up as he was ready to make a rescue at any time. What's going on with Qin Feng? Could it be that he was shocked by Luo Kai's strength? I don't think so. Even if Luo Kai has mastered the Raging Thunder split, Qin Feng has already broken through to the first rank. Even if he's undefeated, it's not so bad that he doesn't dare to fight back, right? The people around were confused by Qin Feng's actions. Boom! Right at the next moment, Luo Kai's right leg that was like a sharp axe directly swept across Qin Feng's body. But the next scene made everyone's eyes widen. Only a figure in the ring flew backwards, and that person was Luo Kai. How is it possible? Luo Kai's face showed a touch of panic. He was a bit unable to believe this scene right now, but the severe pain coming from his right leg was telling him that this was reality. Just now, when he kicked Qin Feng's body, it felt like he had kicked a 10,000-year-old shin iron. Not to mention causing any damage to Qin Feng. Instead, he himself was sent flying out by that huge recoil. Yang Zirong on the high platform rose violently at this moment, his eyes filled with shock. Resisting the Raging Thunder strike of the minor achievement realm with your body, such a strong physique, special physique, it must be a special physique. Yang Zirong was agitated. In his cognition, even the most inferior special physique was comparable to an A-class alien ability. Ha ha ha. The heavens have favored my first grade. That's it? Didn't care about the crowd's reaction. At this time Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. He wanted to take Luo Kai's to test the current body strength, but the final result was still a big disappointment to him. The other party was simply unable to shake his physique. Forget it. Qin Feng shook his head with a disappointed expression. He then stepped forward and directly sent Luo Kai out of the ring with a kick. With his strength, Luo Kai had no chance of resisting in front of him. Under the ring. Luo Kai, who had been sent down from the ring, had a face of despair. The feeling Qin Feng gave him was like an insurmountable mountain, making him unable to see any hope. The special physique only gives us an advantage in the early stages. After we raise our cultivation and master more battle techniques, surpassing him is not impossible. But right at this moment, Zhao Cheng's voice rang in his ears. Although his mouth said so, Zhao Chang also had a heavy expression at that moment. Now that Luo Kai had lost the battle, it was going to be his turn to compete with Qin Feng, and the result was obvious. His strength was similar to Luo Kai's, and it was impossible for him to be Qin Feng's opponent. And that was exactly what happened. Soon Zhao Chang came on stage. This time Qin Feng no longer had the mind to consume it, and when Zhao Chang hadn't even activated his supernatural abilities yet, he directly got in close and blasted his opponent out of the ring with a punch. Qin Feng won first place in the whole school? I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhao Chang and Luo Kai were both seconded by Qin Feng in one move? Looking at Qin Feng in the ring, the crowd was shocked beyond belief. Originally, they thought he was just a dark horse, but they didn't expect him to become a fierce dragon. My student became the number one in the whole school. At this moment, old Li's entire body felt giddy, as if he had drunk two tails. Li Fei and the others on the side were also shocked beyond words. Hey, first in the whole school, my brother, hey. Li Fei giggled. The defeated Zhao and Luo on this side glanced at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Originally, I thought it was a competition between the two of us, but I didn't expect it to be a Qin Feng who killed out halfway. Alas! Looking at Qin Feng who walked down the ring, the two of them sighed at the same time. As the number one in the whole school, Qin Feng exclusively enjoyed the attention of everyone on the field at this moment. By this point, the battle for supremacy was almost over. Qin Feng was naturally the undisputed number one, but the second and third had yet to be divided. Under the treatment of the school doctor, Luo Kai and Zhao Chang quickly recovered. The two of them then stepped into the ring again and began to fight for second place. The two of them had comparable cultivation levels, both at the early first rank, and there was not much of a difference in terms of battle power, and in the end, after exchanging dozens of moves, it was Zhao Chang who was the better man and defeated Luo Kai. If it was before, after defeating Luo Kai, Zhao Chang could wake up laughing in his dreams, but now he couldn't feel a trace of joy in his heart. By now, the battle for supremacy was completely over. As usual, Yang Zirong made his appearance again at this time and launched into an impassioned speech. As the first and second in the battle for first place, Qin Feng and Zhao Chang managed to obtain a place in the elite training camp. Greeted by Yang Zirong, the two of them, Qin Feng, arrived on top of the high platform. After some pleasantries, Yang Zirong said with a solemn face, "You are the most outstanding students of my first middle school, and it can be said that within this Linhai city, you are also top-notch existences. However, don't be proud and complacent because of this. You should know that the elite training camp is a gathering of geniuses from the entire Jiangnan province, and there are people in here who have already reached the middle of the first rank, and even the late first rank." Hearing this, Qin Feng didn't feel much. After all, he had similarly reached the late first rank. However, Zhao Chang on the side could not sit still and said with a shocked face, "Late first order, how is this possible?" Knowing that he was only at the early stage of the first rank, a difference of two small realms, it was hopeless for him to compete with this kind of monster. Zhao Chang turned his head to look at Qin Feng on the side. "I don't know if you can hold up against it." Chapter 45, The Principal of the Second Grade, That's Impossible? On the high platform. Unlike Zhao Chang who felt shocked, Qin Feng was instead gradually excited after hearing that there would be a lot of geniuses in the elite training camp. To him, the more geniuses there were in this training camp, the better, so that the more evolution points he could obtain. Scions of the great families, geniuses of the powerful families, clan master descendants, all of you come. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. With his talent plus the system, Qin Feng was only worried that those geniuses weren't talented enough. Linhai City was after all only a small city with limited resources. Take battle skills for example, their first high school, being the best high school in Linhai, the highest graded battle skill within the school was just a B-grade fist technique. In the entire Linhai City, not to mention that there wasn't a single A-grade battle technique, even if there was, it was still in the hands of a few people. For Qin Feng, if he wanted to master more battle skills, he would have to find a way from the elite training camp. Alright, that's all for now. You two get ready. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, the training camp's special bus will arrive at the school on time. Don't be late. Saying that, Yang Zirong paused and turned his head to look at Qin Feng, about to open his mouth to say something. "Old Jiang, it's almost time. I still have things to do when I go back to school later?" Suddenly, a flirting voice rang out, and the one who opened his mouth was none other than Xue Jinshan. Only to see him bring the two of them, Lu Wu, to the high platform. "If it's over then hurry up and start." Saying that, a smile appeared on Xue Jinshan's face, and just now, while the teachers and students of the first middle school were focusing on the battle, he had almost finished strolling through the entire school, gaining some information that he found useful. When he got closer, Xue Jinshan also noticed the two of them, Qin Feng and Zhao Chang. Instantly, he frowned. This was a bit different from what he expected. His eyes swept over Qin Feng's body, and when he sensed that the qi and blood fluctuations in his body were only at the early stage of the first rank, a smile bloomed on his face once again. Because Qin Feng at this moment did not utilize his own qi and blood, even the third-ranked Xue Jinshan was unable to sense his exact cultivation level. Seeing Xue Jinshan walking with two students, Yang Zirong's face instantly sank. However, when his eyes fell on Qin Feng, his face instantly relaxed. With Qin Feng around, some accidents were destined to happen today. In the blink of an eye, the same smile as Xue Jinshan appeared on his face. It's over, this is all ready to send someone to inform you. The moment he heard this, Xue Jinshan was happy. He didn't realize that Yang Zirong was so tough talking. He had reached this point and was still pretending there. He thought that he had completely seen through Qin Feng and Zhao Cheng's two people. They were just two early stage first rankers and could never be his students' opponents. Laugh, you won't be able to laugh after a while. Xue Jinshan let out a light laugh in his heart. At this moment, the two Luwu behind him were also sizing up the Qin Feng duo, their faces filled with indifference. They thought that beating up a student of the first middle school was just like beating up a child, there was no difficulty to speak of. With that, Xue Jinshan turned his head to look at the ring on the side. Alright old Yang, enough with the extra nonsense, let your first place come out to face the battle. On my side, I'll let Luwu come out to fight. As the words fell, behind him, Luwu stepped forward, walking towards the ring with a confident face. Yang Zirong on this side saw the other party looking like they were sure of themselves, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. He took a deep breath, tried to suppress the smile, and nodded his head. Okay, let's get right to it. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, there are two students from the second middle school here who have come to study with us, so you'll be responsible for teaching them a bit. Saying this, he paused for a moment and continued. By the way, it's just teaching, don't hit too hard. At this, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, for him, the other party was just sending evolution points to his door. Old man, you're really capable of pretending. Seeing Yang Zirong's look of determination, Xue Jinshan couldn't help but say in his heart. In front of all the teachers and students of the first high school lost to my second high school, now I'll see how your first high school can still claim to be the strongest high school in Linhai in the future. At this moment, Xue Jinshan was already fantasizing about how second middle school would replace first middle school later. And at this time, Qin Feng had also come to the ring and stood opposite Lu Wu. Lu Wu of the second middle school, ability class B wind system, mid-first order. Lu Wu was the first to introduce himself. In response, Qin Feng also smiled helplessly and could only open his mouth to report his information. First middle school Qin Feng, exotic ability. When he was introduced to the alien ability, Qin Feng hesitated slightly, but still opened his mouth. Abnormal ability Thunder, cultivation level first rank. If he said now that his supernormal ability was F rank, it would be purely a lie, but if he said it was S rank, Qin Feng felt that no one would believe him either. So he could only choose to say that. And the surrounding crowd in the first middle school thought that Qin Feng was just trying to save face, to which they naturally wouldn't break it up. Thunder system? Lu Wu over here frowned, and his originally indifferent expression became serious. As one of the top two thunder systems in the elemental system, if the level of the ability was comparable to his, it was not something to be underestimated. But the good thing is that he still occupies the advantage of cultivation realm. Lu Wu was still full of confidence. However, this battle was about the face of the second middle school after all, so to be on the safe side, he still directly unleashed his supernormal abilities before the competition had even officially begun. Phew! Only to see an invisible wind attribute energy rapidly surging out with his body as the center, emitting a stern aura. Grade B wind attribute energy plus a mid-first rank cultivation? Can Qin Feng still win this time? With Lu Wu's movements, the surrounding students' psyches couldn't help but start to tense up. However, they probably didn't notice the couldn't-care-less expressions of their own principal as well as their teachers. Although Lu Wu was strong, he was by no means a match for Qin Feng. The vision of the teachers was not something they, the students, could compare to. Just from the fact that Qin Feng was able to kill Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai in a single move in a second, it was inferred that not to mention a mid-first rank, even a normal late-first rank would not necessarily be a match for him. On the ring. Blizzard Blade. The moment the referee announced the start of the match, Lu Wu, who had long ago released his supernatural ability in advance, instantly made a move. Only to see him raise his hands and quickly wave them, and in a blink of an eye, a 1-meter-long wind blade quickly coalesced. Giggling. The wind blades tore through the air and sped towards Qin Feng's location. Not bad. Xue Jinshan on the high platform couldn't help but secretly nod his head as he noticed this scene. Lu Wu's strike was very swift. On the contrary, Qin Feng, at this moment, it was as if he hadn't reacted and was still standing in place. A solid win. Xue Jinshan, who saw this scene, directly declared the result in his heart. Lu Wu's cultivation had already reached the middle of the first rank. This move was another one of his full-strength strikes, even a late first rank awakened would not dare to resist it. This is impossible? But in the very next moment, an expression of disbelief directly appeared on his face. Chapter 46 Gravity Manipulation, 4 times gravity. Directly using your body to carry it hard? Just as Xue Jinshan inwardly cried out impossibly, Yang Zirong, who was standing beside him, was also shocked. It's all been told to him that it's too dangerous to use his body to fight hard against battle techniques. Alas, it's true that the students in this class aren't very good to lead. But turning his head, he sighed at Xue Jinshan and said, "I'm yet." At this moment, Xue Jinshan tried to suppress the urge to curse, but his eyes were still filled with shock. On the face of the second middle school student behind him, there was the same expression of disbelief. As a student from the same school, he had fought with Lu Wu more than once, and although he had won steadily every time, he didn't dare to directly carry this wind blade with his body. Che, what the heck, this is the level of the students of the second middle school, even my brother Feng's body defense can't be broken. That's right, how dare they come to challenge us in the first middle school, get lost before it's too late. The Li Fei few below opened their mouths to taunt. Hearing this, Xue Jinshan's face flushed red. Alright, what great truths are all talking blindly. Yang Zirong also took the opportunity to open his mouth at this time, and at this time, he had a springy face. These brats are too ignorant, don't be angry, old Xue. Hee, too unintelligent, I think it's too knowledgeable. Xue Jinshan sneered in his heart and said nothing. Compared to the shock of the others, Lu Wu in the ring at this moment was the one who felt the most deeply. Are you a monster? Looking at Qin Feng, who was blocking his battle technique with his body in front of him, he couldn't help but open his mouth. However, Qin Feng ignored him and just muttered to himself. Although it's a bit forced, this wind blade didn't cause any substantial damage to me, at most, it's a bit painful. Looks like I can't be so reckless next time. I'm talking to you? Seeing that he was ignored, Lu Wu's face was furious, then he released a wind blade once again and attacked towards Qin Feng. But this time Qin Feng didn't give him another chance. With his feet stomping on the ground, his body was like a cannonball rushing out at great speed. When the wind blade was still in mid-air, he had already arrived in front of Lu Wu, followed by a fist blast. Qin Feng's speed was too fast. In this flash of lightning, Lu Wu could not react in time and could only barely raise his arms to crossblock. Boom! However, in the very next instant, he only felt a huge force appear on his arm, followed by his body flying backwards with difficulty in controlling it. It wasn't until he reached the edge of the ring that Lu Wu barely managed to stabilize himself. But before he could make a move, a black shadow appeared in front of him, and then he felt his body fly. He then landed on his butt on the ground below the ring. I lost. The cold touch coming from his buttocks made Lu Wu look dejected. Old Yang, your luck is good, special physiques have been encountered by you. Xue Jinshan at this moment did not hide his emotions as he said to Yang Zirong with an envious face. His eyes were also filled with admiration when they fell on Qin Feng. Still want to battle? With that, he turned his head to look at the teenager behind him, who also gave him an affirmative reply. War. Good, worthy of being a student of my second middle school. A smile appeared on Xue Jinshan's face. And Yang Zirong didn't say any more mocking words at this moment. In the end, both he and Xue Jinshan were contributing to the education of Daxia, and competing with each other was just trying to make Daxia, trying to make Linhai City stronger. The teenager then walked up to the ring. Mengyu of the second middle school, ability class a gravitational manipulation, early first order. The teenager reported his name to himself as he came on stage. Sure enough, it's him. Yang Zirong said in his heart. After Lu Wu made his appearance first, he had a guess about the identity of the teenager. Among all the senior students in this session of Linhai City, only 3 students had awakened a class supernormal abilities. Other than Chuyu from their first high school, and a student from another high school, the remaining one was Mengyu in the ring. Gravity manipulation? Your powers can control gravity? Qin Feng instantly became interested and spoke to Mengyu. Yes. Mengyu nodded. It was clear that he could not be Qin Feng's opponent, so there was no need to hide his abilities. Try. Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately opened his mouth. Good. Without refusing, Mengyu unleashed his powers on the spot. Only at this moment, with his body as the center, the air within a dozen meters around him began to tremble violently, and then the airflow speed became slowed down as far as the eye could see. Qin Feng, on the other hand, felt his body sink and a powerful sense of oppression appeared at his shoulders. Almost twice as much. There are some physical effects, but not a lot. Qin Feng gradually adapted after simply moving his body. Mengyu was not surprised by this, it was only twice the gravity, not to mention Qin Feng, even other first order awakened could adapt just as quickly. He didn't move and adjusted the gravity multiplier. Boom! This time Qin Feng had a distinct sensation of a heavy feeling coming from all parts of his body. However, it still couldn't incapacitate him, it only limited the speed at which his body could move. Even so, this ability was still heaven-defying enough. After all, the current Mengyu was only at the early stage of the first rank. Can it continue any further? Qin Feng spoke tentatively. At this time, Mengyu, whose forehead was already covered with beads of sweat, was somewhat speechless. This guy thought he was a gravity cultivation room. He shook his head helplessly. So? Qin Feng was a bit disappointed, but in his heart, he was even more excited about the elite training camp. I heard that within the training camp, there was not only a gravity cultivation room that could exercise the physique, but also a stance cultivation room that could sharpen the stance. Next, Qin Feng also defeated Mengyu with an absolutely overwhelming advantage and harvested a dozen or so evolution points. Is this a true genius? After seeing that even Mangyu was defeated, Luwu's face was filled with a bitter smile, no longer having the same arrogance he had before arriving. Mangyu was the same, but compared to the former, a fighting spirit rose in his heart. Xinfeng, I'll remember you, just wait, one day I'll surpass you. Xinfeng on this side walked down the ring after defeating Mangyu. He then left the place directly after greeting Yang Zirong. Looking at Xinfeng's departing back, everyone present all had a silent look on their faces. They all knew that there was a true dragon in the first middle school that was about to take off. After a while, the crowd came back to their senses. I have to congratulate you, old Yang. First middle school has produced such a demon. It looks like there is no hope for my second middle school to replace you this year. But don't be complacent, we still have a chance next year. Well, we're always waiting for you to come to the second middle school for advice. Both of them were tough talkers, and as they glanced at each other, smiles appeared on their faces. Chapter 47 City Lord's Big Spending, Storage Ring, a Great Battle Skill. S-ranked Thunder System ability. It looks like he was the one who induced the vision a few days ago. Linhai City, inside the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Chuzhen muttered out of his mouth. The chances of a second awakening of psychic abilities were small, but it was not unheard of in Daxia, so he and Minister Yang did not look deeply into Qin Feng's change in psychic ability level. As an awakened person, everyone has their own secrets in their hearts. If it was in previous years, with an S-ranked Thunder System ability, then the position of Jiangnan Province's top student would definitely be a sure thing, but this year? I'm afraid it won't be that easy to take the top spot from those little monsters. A flash of contemplation flashed across Chuzhen's face. If you're in the Thunder System? A gift from the Lord of the City? Inside the Awakened Alliance building. Looking at the exquisite wooden box handed over by Director Wang in front of him, Xinfeng frowned slightly, somewhat confused. For City Lord Chuzhen, he had only seen it on TV, and it felt very sudden for the other party to give him a gift like this out of nowhere. Brother Qin, don't be polite, the City Lord has a big family and doesn't care about this little thing, just accept it. Alright then. Seeing that Wang Ping had said so, Xinfeng wasn't being melodramatic. Right after he reached out and took the wooden locket in the other party's hand, Wang Ping whispered, I heard that Lord City Lord's daughter will also be attending the elite training camp this time. Do you think that he wants you to help look after her? Hearing these words, Qin Feng's mind immediately flashed back to the figure of that one who exuded a high and cold aura. I don't think so, right? Xinfeng was a bit uncertain in his heart. City Lord Chuzhen's daughter was none other than the goddess of their first high school, that Chuyu, who had awakened her ranked ice system psychic ability. In the first middle school, most of the people knew Chuyu's identity, and Xinfeng was no exception. Although he and Chuyu had been classmates for 3 consecutive years, the two had never exchanged words. After all, whether it was in terms of identity or talent, the two before were far apart. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have socialized much in their lives. Forget it, if we do run into each other, we'll help if we can. Xinfeng thought this in his heart. He then went to a training room after greeting Director Wang. In itself, he came here because he also wanted to test his current physical strength. Xinfeng, who walked into the training room, walked straight towards a second-order battle strength tester. Just by purely utilizing the strength of his physique, his battle strength would not exceed the third order. So Xinfeng felt that the second-order tester was enough. Brother Qin, wait, Brother Qin. But just then, Director Wang's anxious voice came from behind him. What's wrong? Xinfeng turned his head in some confusion. Use that tester, it was just procured from the Kyoto side, the values are precise, it can more accurately test out Brother Qin's your current battle power. Alright. Looking at the tester that Director Wang was pointing at, labeled with the words Third Order Battle Force Tester, Xinfeng also smiled helplessly and did not tear him down. Xinfeng was already very familiar with the steps of the battle power test, not to mention that this time, he would only test the battle power that he was able to fight out with his body alone. So in no time, he completed the test. Battle power 4000. It didn't differ too much from what he had guessed, and was equivalent to an average late first rank awakened. After the battle power test, Xinfeng took another turn around the building. In the end, he replaced his D-grade alloy Tang blade with a C-grade alloy one in the same style as the previous black blade. The price of a C-grade alloy weapon reached 500,000 Daxia coins. Xinfeng naturally couldn't get that much money, but the good thing was that it could be paid in installments. He only made a down payment of $200,000. Brother Qin, take your time, just come directly to me if you need anything in the future. At the entrance of the building, Director Wang sent Xinfeng out with a smile on his face. This scene instantly caught the attention of the people around. Who's that handsome guy, to have Director Wang personally send him? I remember a while ago when the young master of our Linhai's #1 family, the Luo family, came to the building to certify a first-order awakened person. Director Wang didn't even show up, right? It seems that this person's identity is even higher than the Luo family. The Luo family is nothing, they only have a bit of power in Linhai City. If I look at that person just now, he might be Minister Yang's illegitimate son. The people around them were murmuring, all speculating about Qin Feng's identity. Alright, all disperse. In the end, it was only under the urging of the staff that these people gradually dispersed. Golden scales are not the stuff of the pool, once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. On the top floor of the building, Minister Yang, who was standing in front of the windowsill, looked down at the bottom and muttered. On the other hand, Qin Feng, who had left the building, returned directly to his home. Returning home, he simply tidied up and couldn't wait to open the exquisite wooden box that the city lord had sent to him. He was also curious as to what the other party would send to him. Qin Feng guessed that the odds were that it should be a battle technique or something else that could be used for cultivation. I'm going. In the next moment, a cry of surprise escaped Qin Feng's lips. He hadn't expected the city lord to be so generous. It could be seen that there were two items within the wooden box, one of which was a blue jade slip. Blue light flowed on the jade slip, and when one looked closely, it looked like a tiny blue arc of electricity was flowing on it. The jade slip was precisely a battle seal, and the grade was by no means low. Qin Feng estimated that it had to be a B-grade battle skill at the very least. However, compared to the seal of war, Qin Feng is more concerned about another thing, only to see that next to the jade slip, there is a black ring. A storage ring. How could Qin Feng not expect that the city lord would directly give him a storage ring? One should know that even in a luxurious region like Kyoto, this thing was a priced existence, not to mention a small city like Linhai City. Looks like I owe a not-so-small favor this time. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, but then he didn't think much about it. He knew very well that the reason why the city lord would send him such a generous gift was nothing more than that he sought his cultivation talent and wanted to invest in it and cultivate him. Since he had already received the gift, Qin Feng wouldn't dwell on it too much. With that, he stretched out a finger, mobilized the power of qi and blood in his body, and forced out a drop of blood onto the ring. Immediately afterward, he established a marvelous connection with the ring, just like the weapon ring before. Qin Feng mastered the usage of the storage ring after a few simple attempts. He only saw that he put his hand on top of the wooden box, and in the next instant, the wooden box instantly disappeared into thin air, and then with a movement of his mind, the wooden box appeared in his hand again. Let me see what grade of battle skill it is. After familiarizing himself with the usage of the storage ring, Qin Feng focused on the battle seal. He picked up the jade slip with one hand and held it in the palm of his hand before he began to activate the qi and blood power in his body. Grade A battle skill, Thunder Swamp. Chapter 48 Arrival. The more geniuses there are, the more excited I am. The next day. Phew. Qin Feng, who hadn't slept all night, let out a light breath from his mouth. Worthy of being in a class battle technique, the difficulty of cultivating it is really not something to talk about. Muttering, although it was a night without sleep, at this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. Instead, he had an excited look on his face. It could be seen that at this time in his hand there was also a jade slip, the very same battle seal that recorded the A-class battle technique. Only compared to before, the light of the battle seal at this time was dull, and there were a few obvious cracks on it. This was caused by the fact that Qin Feng had already used up all the cultivation times within the battle seal. A battle seal could be used 5 times. The average awakened would progress gradually, waiting until they had digested all the knowledge gained each time before using it the next time. However, Qin Feng did not do so, and he directly used up all 5 opportunities at once. With the existence of the system, he didn't need to worry about the progress behind him. 5 chances, plus those evolution points he gained yesterday in the scramble, allowed him to directly reach the introductory level of this A-ranked battle skill. Introducing an A-ranked battle skill in a single night, even a 7th-ranked sect master would not be able to achieve this step, I'm afraid. It's almost time to go to school. Saying that, Qin Feng got up and simply cleaned up, went downstairs and ate a breakfast before directly moving to rush to school. After mastering the Thunder Swamp, his battle power had once again grown significantly. Qin Feng was confident that if the current him were to encounter Qin Shan, then he was certain that he would directly defeat the other party. However, this also had something to do with the fact that Qin Shan's supernatural ability was of the Thunder system, which was suppressed by the Chaos Divine Thunder. If it was replaced by a third-order awakened of another lineage, Qin Feng would not have any certainty. By the time Qin Feng arrived at the school, the principal as well as the homeroom teacher Old Li and the others were already waiting at the school entrance. Zhao Chang was also standing behind the principal, but what surprised Qin Feng was that Luo Kai had also come. But then he learned what happened from Old Li. It turned out that the principal had secured another spot for Luo Kai. Qin Feng didn't say much about this, after all, it had nothing to do with him. After arriving at the training camp, you are all students of the same first middle school, you should learn to be united and take care of each other. Right in the middle of Yang Ziron's gushing, time passed quickly. Once 10 o'clock arrived, a bus appeared at the entrance of the school right on time. Qin Feng and the 3 of them then boarded the bus and quickly drove away from the place. After picking up Qin Feng's trio, the bus went to several other places and picked up several other students from Linhai City who had obtained places on the bus. These people were Lu Wu from the second middle school, Meng Yu, and a young man from another high school, and the last one, Shu Yu. Shu Yu seemed to have just returned to Linhai City, and the bus had received her on its way out of the city. After receiving everyone, the bus went straight out of the city. All of them were the best students in Linhai City, and there was a feeling of sympathy when they gathered together at this time. Plus, several principals had instilled in them the idea that they, as people of Linhai City, should be united before they set off. So a few people quickly talked within the bus. Shin Feng also learned the information about that teenager at this time. Chen Mo, Beast Transformation Department A ranked ability, cultivation at the middle of the first rank. The strongest of us here should be Chuyu, after all, she has already reached the late first rank. Right at this moment, Chen Mo suddenly spoke. Yes, Chuyu's cultivation had already reached the late first stage, and although she didn't say so herself, probably because she had just broken through not long ago, the chi and blood fluctuations within her body were very strong, and the few people present all sensed it. Zhao Chang and Luo Kai, who heard this, glanced at each other and did not open their mouths. As for the Mangyu duo on the side, they even lowered their heads in embarrassment. If it was said that before, Chuyu, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the first rank, and who also possessed an A-ranked ice ability, was undoubtedly the strongest amongst the few of them. But now, they were also unsure whether Qin Feng or Chuyu was stronger. What are you guys? Looking at the strange appearance of a few people, Chen Mo felt a bit strange. And at this time, Chuyu, who had been silent since she got on the bus, also had her eyes quivering slightly as her eyes turned and landed on that one handsome teenager. Double F ranked psychic ability, interesting. The bus traveled quickly and soon moved away from the town, as if heading towards the mountains. Could it be that the training camp is located in the wilderness? Through the car window, Shin Feng noticed the scene outside. If that's really the case. Shin Feng was vaguely excited in his heart, and his eyes became hot. If the location of the training camp was really set in the wilderness, that would mean that they would encounter ferocious beasts, so that he would be able to obtain more evolution points to add to his battle skills and improve his physique. After traveling for almost another hour, the bus stopped at the foot of a mountain. There was a large open space at the foot of the mountain, and at regular intervals, there was a guard standing watch, keeping an eye on the surroundings. You guys can get off now. Just then, the driver spoke. The car door then opened automatically, and Qin Feng's several people stepped out of the car one after another. Only after getting off the bus did they notice that there were already a few buses that had arrived here before them. Just like that, time passed slowly, and another half hour or so passed. One bus after another arrived here, and soon a total of 28 buses arrived. One student stepped off the bus. At this moment, all the geniuses from the 28 cities in Jiangnan province had converged here. The students sized each other up and divided into small groups on a city-by-city basis. Each group was wary of each other. All the students knew in their hearts that after entering the training camp, they could all be competitors with each other. Even Qin Feng was pumped up at this moment. He sensed a few strands of strong qi and blood power. The aura emanating from these few people was even more robust than Chuyu, who was in the late first stage. Originally, he had thought that Chuyu, who had reached the late stage of the first rank, should be considered the first echelon in the training camp. But now it seemed that he was the one who had somewhat underestimated people. At a first approximation, among the nearly 200 students, there were a dozen or so who had reached the late first stage. Those in the middle stage of the first rank were even more visible everywhere. Like Zhao Chang, who had just reached the early stage of the first rank, Luo Kai undoubtedly became the existence of the bottom. Worthy of being an elite training camp, there really are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qin Feng's eyes sizzled as he grew more and more excited. To him, the more geniuses there were, the more evolution points there were. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion didn't allow it, at this point he would have wanted to directly strike and harvest a wave of evolution points first. But in the end, he still tried to suppress his inner thoughts. What, is a small place like Linhai City even worthy of participating in the elite training camp? Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out on the field, reaching the ears of Qin Feng's several people. Chapter 49 Genius Girl, it's getting interesting. Listening to the mocking sounds coming from his ears, Qin Feng's brows furrowed as he turned his head towards the side, only to see a 6-member squad appear in his line of sight. The young man at the head was none other than the one who had just opened his mouth. Facing the young man's mockery, Xiao Cheng's few people were furious. Everyone was a young man, with a lot of fire and a good face, and with so many people watching, the other party even directly insulted their Linhai City. Can't endure a little. Lu Wu and Meng Yu directly stepped forward and were about to open their mouths to dislike each other back. Boom! However, right at this moment, a strong qi and blood fluctuation erupted from the young male. This qi and blood power was incomparably strong and had already surpassed the average late first stage, and was only a step away from the second stage. At the same time, the companions beside the young man also released their qi and blood power at the same time. At this moment, the abundant qi and blood power seemed to turn into substance, transforming into a wave that bombarded towards Qin Feng's location where they were. Facing the oppression of this qi, Lu Wu and Meng Yu, who bore the brunt of the attack, instantly felt a strong sense of oppression, and their bodies could not stop trembling. In itself, the young man's cultivation was much higher than theirs, plus the other party was a few people joining forces. It would be very difficult for the two of them alone to withstand this aura bombardment. Enough, Li Yan. However, right at this moment, a light voice rang out, and immediately afterward, one could only see a silhouette take a step forward, blocking in front of Lu, Meng, and the two of them, and it was none other than Chuyu. Can see at this time Chuyu body chi and blood surging, a dense white fog around her body, ice system supernatural ability has been ready to go. Chuyu's face was indifferent, her eyes were like a deep bottomless ice pool, emitting endless coldness. At this moment, Chuyu's actions gave off an intention to strike at any time. Don't ever wimp out, guys. However, at this moment, Shin Feng was looking at the opposite young male Fu with an expectant face. At this moment, he was ready to harvest the evolution points. As long as they took a step forward and had the intention of making a move, he would directly strike. But in the end, Shin Feng's face still revealed a touch of disappointment. Humph. Chuyu, in the test later on, you and those trashy companions of yours had better be careful, or else you might be eliminated at any time. The young man at the head, also known as Li Yan, let out a cold snort from his mouth and opened his mouth to threaten. However, in the end, he still took a step back and gradually dispersed the power of qi and blood from his body. Although Li Yan was confident in his side's battle power, it was absolutely possible to eat Chuyu and the others. However, at this time, the entrance examination had not yet begun, and he was not sure if he would be eliminated if he rashly made a move now. Plus, there were still geniuses from other cities watching from all around, so even if he had a grudge against Chuyu, now was not the time for him to launch his revenge. Alas, it's a pity. Shin Feng sighed softly with a look of regret on his lips. It seems that we can only wait for the start of the camp entry test before harvesting the evolution points. He thought this in his heart. The entrance examination was a test for everyone before they entered the training camp, although the exact content of the test was not yet known. However, Shin Feng judged based on the surrounding environment that the entrance examination should have something to do with ferocious beasts. I had some grudges with Li Yan when I was practicing outside the city before, so when the camp entry test starts, we'll act separately and I'll lure them away first. Chuyu turned her head and said to the several people. After saying that, and without waiting for a few people to reply, she turned around and stood aside. Get out of my lady's way. It was also at this moment that a female voice filled with arrogance rang out on the field, and several people turned their heads to look, only to see a young girl with a double ponytail and wearing a long black dress appear on the field. The young girl's tender face was full of arrogance. For some reason, no one came close to her in her surroundings. Even the companions who got off the bus with her also kept a certain distance from her. Where did the little girl come from? Junior high school graduation has not, so crazy. Keep your voice down. This girl is the daughter of the Jiang city lord, pampered from a young age, has a big temper and is extremely strong. The man who just opened his mouth had a disdainful face. Who cares whose daughter she is? I don't believe that coming to this training camp, her family can still. Swish. Before the man could finish his sentence, there was a cracking sound, only to see a silver aura streak through the mid-air, arriving in front of the man with a swift and thunderous momentum. Only then did the crowd see clearly that the silver aura was actually a sharp silver flying knife. At the same time, a childish voice that was cold without a trace of emotion rang out. What did you just say? Try saying it again? Humph. It's just a flying knife, who are you scaring? To be able to come to this training camp meant that that person's talent was also extraordinary, with the same arrogance of his own present in his heart. Naturally, he would not be intimidated so easily. Pust. But in the very next instant, a red blood splattered up, only to see that the man's arm was instantly slashed by the flying dagger. Wasting one of your arms lets you learn a lesson, and the next time, I'll directly take your little life. Well. The man covered his arm, a cry of pain escaped from his mouth, his eyes looked scornfully at the young girl, and eventually took a step back, not daring to open his mouth in. Count on your sense. The young girl snorted coldly, while the flying sword flew back to her side again, like a swimming dragon, roaming around her. Spirit Numinous Master. Could it be that she's that genius girl in Zhangcheng whose spiritual value reached the early second stage at only 16 years old, Lin Xiaoqian? No wonder people are so proud, so they have the capital to be proud. A 16-year-old second-ranked spiritual numinous master. Shin Feng was also shocked in his heart. The number of spiritual luminaries was extremely small, even less than the number of awakened who possessed S-class psychic abilities. Even the weakest spiritual nihilist could manage to cross the ranks, and that spiritual power that kills invisibly makes people defenseless. She is a spiritual Nian master, then it seems that the boss of the training camp is none other than her. That's not necessarily true. A simple-looking man with a somewhat chubby figure laughed and shook his head. If it was in previous years, a spiritual numinous master could indeed suppress the current generation, then the situation is indeed completely different this year. In addition to Lin Xiaoqian, a spiritual numinous master, South City has produced a genius with a special physique. I've heard that that person was born with divine power from a young age, and before he even awakened his psychic abilities, he possessed a combat power comparable to that of a first-order awakened person, which isn't even remotely close to that of this genius girl. There's also Kuan City. Haven't you heard about the vision that appeared over in Kuan City a week ago? There was a student with S-class supernatural abilities there. The man whispered. And because Qin Feng was not far from the other party, he also happened to hear these words. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. It's getting interesting. Chapter 50 Entrance Examination to the Camp, Rules. Look, that person is Sher Cohen, the genius with the special physique in South City. Accompanied by a cry of alarm, the crowd on the field turned their heads in unison towards the tall figure. Only to see that the person was nearly 2 meters tall, standing there like a lofty mountain peak. His body was tall and straight, standing in the crowd like a crane, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Sher Cohen's body exudes a terrifying aura. Lifting his feet slowly toward the front, where he passed, the crowd consciously for him to make a clearing. Big guy, what do you mean? Are you trying to steal the limelight from me? Facing the sudden appearance of Sher Cohen, Lin Xiaoxian directly opened her mouth to dislike him. Little girl, others are afraid of you, but I'm not. If you don't believe me, you can try. In the face of Lin Xiaoxian's provocation, Sher Cohen did not get angry, but only returned in a light tone. In response, Lin Xiaoxian stared at him for a while and ultimately did not make a move. You'd better pray that you don't run into me during the camp entry test, or else. Lin Xiaoxian grunted twice and dropped a few harsh words. Not long afterward, after Sher Cohen, another genius shone. This person's name was Joey Yang, the very same student in Cohen City who possessed S-class psychic abilities. For a moment, the gazes of everyone in the arena gathered on these three. It seems like the only true geniuses within the elite training camp are the three of us. Joey Yang was arrogant, his contemptuous gaze sweeping across the field, and no one dared to meet his gaze wherever he passed. Hearing this, Sher Cohen and Lin Xiaoxian didn't say anything in reply, but the expressions on their faces already said it all. I don't care about the rest, the first place is mine anyway. Lin Xiaoxian still had a proud face. The students present were also top geniuses within each school before they came, but in front of these three, all of them became companions. However, there were also exceptions that existed. Joey Yang, stop talking big, it's not just an S-class psychic ability. Do you dare to be sure that you're the only one present who has one? It was also at this moment that the fat man standing not far from Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth. It's you, Su Yuan. Just in time, the matter of you pitting my beast crystals last time hasn't been settled yet, so let's settle it together today. Joey Yang recognized the other party at a glance, and his face immediately revealed anger. Before, with your family's bodyguards protecting you, I couldn't do anything to you, but now, I'll see who else can protect you. Joey Yang said in a bad tone. However, perhaps with misgivings in mind, he did not choose to make a move now. After letting you bounce around for a while. What do you mean? Could it be that apart from these people, there is someone else present who has awakened an S-class ability? And that fatty just now, what is his status? He even dared to mess with Joey Yang. People around the room were talking about the scene. As for Qin Feng, he also looked at that fat man with suspicious eyes. He had a feeling that the fat man seemed to be talking about himself. It was also at this moment that two terrifying chi and blood forces came from high up in the sky in the distance. Everyone looked up in unison, only to see a male and a female instructor in military uniforms stepping into the air, and a terrifying chi and blood force emanated from them, directly covering this entire area. Rumble! Rumble! Majestic chi and blood surged out from these two people's bodies as if they had turned into substantial energy, squeezing the air around them and emitting a burst of explosive air sounds. Patriarchal powerhouse. At this moment, all the students' hearts trembled. It was well known that after reaching the 7th stage, awakened people could detach themselves from the control of gravity and manage to step into the air. Before this, they had only heard that there would be Zongshire powerhouses within the training camp, but when they saw it with their own eyes, they were still very shocked. However, what immediately followed was excitement. Having a patriarchal powerhouse teaching them, this would undoubtedly allow their cultivation to progress faster. With the intimidation of a sect master powerhouse, these talented students from all over the world instantly settled down. High in the air, Tang Yun and Yang Xian also glanced at each other, and after secretly nodding their heads, the two of them simultaneously received that terrifying power of chi and blood into their bodies, and their physical bodies slowly descended and landed on a boulder. Both of them were only at the 7th rank, and had only just mastered the skill of stepping into the air, so staying in the air for a long period of time would be extremely exhausting for them. Wearing a military uniform, Tang Yun's face was rigid and flexible, with a resolute look clamped on her high nose, and her deep eyes exuded a sharpness. Then she was only seen taking a step forward and opening her mouth. I am the instructor of the Jiangnan training camp, Tang Yun, you can call me Instructor Tang. Next to me is Yang Xian, Instructor Yang. Tang Yun, who said this, paused for a moment, her sharp eyes sweeping over the students below. You are all geniuses selected from the 28 cities of Jiangnan province. You should be clear that the root of the creation of this elite training camp is to make you geniuses even better. However, as the words turned, Tang Yun's expression gradually became serious. Wanting to truly join the training camp isn't that simple, you have to pass an examination. Only by passing the examination can you truly join the training camp and enjoy the various resources of the training camp. Below, all the students were all pumped up at this moment, listening carefully to Tang Yun's speech. In fact, most of the students, before coming here, had already heard about the elite training camp from their own families or schools. Although there was an abundance of resources within the training camp, similarly, the competition was extremely fierce. However, those who were able to come here were not idle people, and at this time, they were more excited and expectant. Looking at the group of students below with fighting spirit in their eyes, Tang Yun's eyes similarly flashed with a flash of anticipation. This group of people were the future of Daxia. She didn't dare to expect these people to grow up, but as long as one or two could rise in the future, the organization of this elite training camp would not lose its significance. Begin. She turned her head to look at Yang Xian and said. The other party also immediately made a move, only to see those guards around them begin to make a move at Yang Xian's signal. The guards handed out a smart bracelet to everyone. This bracelet is for you to use to record your points. The real training camp is in the Black Forest mountain range, 100 kilometers from here, and all you have to do is get there in 3 days' time. Of course, to enter the training camp you need to pay 200 points. Points can be obtained by hunting ferocious beasts. 1 point at the beginning of the first stage, 2 points at the middle stage, 3 points at the later stage. 5 points at the beginning of the second stage, 10 at the middle stage, 15 at the end. Early third order 30. There are only 3 days in total. Once the time is up, those who didn't make it to the training camp or don't have enough points will all be eliminated, no limit to the number of people. Hearing this, all the people present all showed serious faces. They had come here through great hardships. If they were eliminated just like this, then who would have the face to go back? However, unlike the others, at this moment, Xin Feng had an excited look on his face. It wasn't just killing ferocious beasts, he was more than happy to rid the people of evil. Chapter 51. The competition is really cruel, but I like it. Oh yeah, just to remind you guys, the closer you get to the Black Forest mountain range, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts there. There are even quite a few third-ranked ferocious beasts. Tang Yun's words caused most of the students' faces to change. This isn't fair, some of us here only have a cultivation level of first rank. Wouldn't it be a dead end if we encountered a third-rank ferocious beast? Fair? Hearing this, Tang Yun instantly snorted as she lifted her foot and took a step forward, her stern aura releasing from her body. I think some people might not have gotten the situation clearly. Is there any justice in this world? Some people are born in the family of patriarchs, the descendants of war kings. Cultivation talent is born to be the top of the existence, and there are even people who awakened a special physique, S-class alien ability. With them, do you have anything fair to say? It is you yourselves who are now able to appear here by nothing more than luck. If you don't want to let yourselves encounter high-level ferocious beasts, then act carefully and do your best to kill the ferocious beasts and rush to the training camp. Lastly, I'm warning you about one thing. The elite training camp is going to cultivate those geniuses who will be able to go up to the battlefield of the heavens in the future and fight against the 10,000 races to help my human race get out of their predicament. Not those trash who only shout the word fair on their lips. Fair, in the future, when you guys go to the battlefield of the heavens you'll realize how cruel the reality really is. Tang Yun's words caused everyone to become silent, and the one who had opened his mouth before lowered his head with a face of shame. Heh, get lost if you're afraid. Standing with such a person is a disgrace to me. Someone mocked. Not bad, anyone who can't mentally handle it, take advantage of this, hurry up and leave, so as not to waste everyone's time. The crowd said one thing to you and one thing to me, and it also eased the tense atmosphere from earlier a bit. Instructor, if a strong student wants to grab our points, is that against the rules? Right at this moment, a student questioned Tang Yun. You tell me. At this Tang Yun laughed and didn't say anything else. Instantly, countless pairs of eyes below snapped to life. On the other hand, those students whose cultivation was at the early stage of the first rank had bitter faces, and most of them were already thinking about forming a team. It's true that the competition is cruel, but I like it. At this moment, Xin Feng was ecstatic in his heart. Before this, he was worried that there might be bad repercussions if he frequently took action against other students during the camp entry assessment. But now with the unwritten unspoken rule of grabbing points, he had a legitimate reason. I'm simply doing it for the points, I don't have any other ideas. Xin Feng said in his heart, his eyes falling on the surrounding students as if he was looking at prey. There were also Lin Xiaoqian, Shi Kuan, and Joey Yang who had the same thought as him. Ha, interesting, all of you wash your necks and wait. I, Lin Xiaoqian, will take this first place. Shi Kuan's eyes were equally hot. They had gotten some inside information that the points gained in the entry camp examination could all be directly exchanged for resources after they had successfully joined the training camp. So to them, it was natural that the more points they had, the better. Although there are no rules restricting you students from grabbing points from each other, but remember one thing, when grabbing points, you can't lay your hands on them, violators will be directly expelled from the training camp. And you can only grab half of the other party's points each time. Tang Yun's words brought a hint of comfort to the hearts of those students with weaker cultivation levels. Alright, I'll cut the crap, there's a map within the points bracelet that can help you find the location of the training camp. After 1 minute, anyone still standing in place will be directly eliminated. As Tang Yun's words fell, there were immediately students who made a move. Only a single figure quickly scurried out and away from this place. Those who acted first would have a certain head start, either by ambushing them, or by hiding and hunting ferocious beasts in the shadows. And those who acted later had a high chance of becoming prey. As the three of them, Lin Xiaoqian, who were present at the first echelon of battle power, also rushed out at the first opportunity. Should we take out one first? Looking at the backs of several people leaving, at this moment, Qin Feng was thinking in his heart about whether or not to make the first move to harvest a little bit of evolution points. But in the end, he shook his head. It's better to wait until they gain a little bit of points, that way we'll get two birds with one stone. He then turned to Zhao Chang and the others. Let's go too. Well. Swish. Swish. A figure quickly left, and in less than half a minute, all the students had left the place. What do you say, Shi Kuan and the three of them, who gained the most points? Just then, Yang Xian spoke with interest. And hearing this, Tang Yin fell into a moment of contemplation. Lin Xiaoqian is a spiritual numinous master, and her cultivation has also reached the early second stage, so if we were to fight head-on, her battle power should be the strongest of the three. But her character is too arrogant and her mind is immature, those ferocious beasts won't be stupid enough to line up and let her kill them. Therefore, the chances of her obtaining the first place in points are not great, but there shouldn't be any problem in retaining the second place. As for first, it should be Shi Kuan. Awakening a special physique, his frontal combat power is stronger than Zhou Yang's, and he will also have a certain advantage when fighting against ferocious beasts. As for Zhou Yang, although his S-ranked powers are just as strong, he's only at the second rank now, and it's hard for him to really bring the power of his powers into play, so he should be able to get third in points. Yang Xian, who heard this, also nodded. The view in his heart was similar to this. 10 minutes later. It's a pity, if Qin Feng could have teamed up with us, there would have been a greater chance of passing the examination. On a huge open space, Zhao Chang said with a look of regret. Well, Qin Feng's battle power is too different from ours, so if we really team up, we'll only become a burden to him. Luo Kai, who was on the side, opened his mouth to comfort him. That's right, how come you don't know enough when you have this grandmaster covering you? Lu Wu opened his mouth with an arrogant face. You kid, it's not certain who covers who. Zhao Chang, who had already gotten acquainted, didn't care about the other party's words and immediately disliked him back. However, at this moment, he still felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Now he and Luo Kai, along with Lu Wu, Meng Yu, and Chen Mo had temporarily formed a squad. With his and Luo Kai's cultivation at the early stage of the first rank, their battle power was the weakest in the team. The other side. In a dense forest, Qin Feng's figure appeared, and it could be seen that there was a small team not far in front of him, the very same team that had mocked their Linhai city with their words earlier. Shuyu was just like what she said before. When the examination started, she was directly alone on her own. Although Chuyu's cultivation was at the late first rank, she didn't stand much of a chance of winning against the siege of a small team. Consider this as returning a portion of the favor to City Lord Chu first. Looking at the figure ahead that was being chased by the squad, Qin Feng muttered. Chapter 52. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Brother Yen, she is the daughter of the Linhai City Lord, do we really have to do this? A man with short hair in the squad ahead of Qin Feng spoke to Li Yen beside him. What's wrong with the city lord's daughter? We are geniuses who are going to enter the elite training camp. Are we still afraid of his revenge? Besides, her father is only the city lord of Linhai City. What does it have to do with our Yang City? If you're afraid, but you can break away from the team and go to complete the entrance examination alone. Li Yan said with a disdainful face. The face of the man who heard this changed for a while. His cultivation was only in the middle of the first rank, although a bit of caution would be able to barely complete the entrance examination into the camp. But he understood Li Yan's character. If he turned his head and left now, then the other party would definitely find a chance to retaliate against him. That's right, I didn't expect you to be so timid, young Ping. Brother Yen usually takes care of us so well, and even teamed up with us to complete the entrance examination. You're too heartless. Just at this moment, several other teammates on the side all sneered in order to flatter Li Yan. Seeing this, young Ping could only choose to be soft. He lowered his head at Li Yan. I'm sorry, Brother Yen, I said the wrong thing just now. It's alright, we are all from Yangchang, it's only right that we take care of each other. I also hope that all of us can pass the entrance examination for the battalion, and fight for the glory of Yangchang. Reaching out and patting Yang Ping's shoulder, Li Yan said with great righteousness. Fight for the glory of Yangchang. Fighting for Youngstown. A few other people immediately opened their mouths to agree when they saw this. Li Yan also had a smile on his face when he saw this. A bunch of losers, if it wasn't a little difficult for me to deal with Chuyu alone, the hell I would have brought you guys along. After secretly saying in his heart, Li Yan once again turned his head towards the front. A silhouette appeared in his line of sight. It was none other than Chuyu. Insensitive woman, how dare you reject me? I hope you won't beg for mercy later. A stern aura flashed across his face. Then Li Yan was about to lead the crowd to speed up and chase forward. Roar! However, just at this moment, a beastly roar resounded in the ears of several people. Turning their heads to look, they only saw a ferocious beast that was nearly 2 meters tall appear in their line of sight. It was a ferocious beast that was pitch black, exuding a berserk aura, with 2 rows of sharp fangs showing between its open mouth, shaped like a cheetah. Late first stage, Black Shadow Leopard. Li Yan's eyes narrowed as he observed the situation around him, and after determining that there was only this one ferocious beast, his eyes flashed with a stern aura. Then he only saw his figure move quickly, and between the tumbling of chi and blood in his body, a crimson flame surged out from his body, while a long knife appeared in his hand. Flame chop. Li Yan, who was holding the long knife in his hand, fiercely exerted his strength. Crimson flames wrapped around the long knife, and in the next instant, a flaming blade burst out from the long knife and slashed fiercely towards the Black Shadow Panther. Li Yan's chi and blood had already reached the peak of the first rank and was just a thread away from the second rank. His battle power was strong. This Black Shadow Leopard lasted less than 10 moves in his hands before it was struck in the abdomen by one of its slashes and fell into a pool of blood with a bang. Worthy of being Brother Yan, a Black Shadow Leopard of the late first rank was easily taken down. I'm afraid this battle strength has already reached the early second rank. It's just about the same compared to Sher Cohen's trio. Those 3 are just taking advantage of the special physique and the alien ability level. By the time Yan's cultivation reaches the second rank, he may not be inferior to them. Listening to the pursuit of several people, Li Yan's heart was very flattered, but on his face, he pretended to have a serious face and admonished. Alright, start moving, don't let Chuyu run far away. Saying that, Li Yan raised his arm and aimed the points bracelet at the Black Shadow Panther's corpse, and instantly the original number 10 within the bracelet turned into 13. The other few people had envious expressions on their faces, but after all, this ferocious beast was decapitated by Li Yan himself, so they couldn't say anything. What a pity, came a step late and lost 3 points. It was also at this moment that a low murmur came from the back of several people. The expression of Li Yan, who had been disturbed one after another, became gloomy, and just now he had noticed that the distance between Chuyu and them was becoming farther and farther. Chuyu's battle power was already not weaker than his, so if there was any further delay, it would be very difficult for them to catch up with each other. Li Yan turned his head to look at the rear, and upon realizing that the visitor was only one person, and that the chi and blood fluctuations were still very weak, he immediately opened his mouth. Yang Ping, you go and take care of him, the others will come with me to chase after Chuyu. Yes, Brother Yan. Although his heart was reluctant, Yang Ping could only choose to follow Li Yan's orders. Li Yan on this side did not say more, directly turned around and led several people to chase after Chuyu in the direction she had left. At this time, Li Yan had already lost sight of Chuyu's figure, and with anxiety in his heart, he made an immediate decision. I'll chase after them first, you guys speed up and follow. After saying that, without waiting for a few people to reply, he directly exploded his chi and blood to flash and quickly leave the same spot. The remaining few people looked at each other in dismay and could only choose to follow. I didn't ask you guys to leave. However, right at this moment, a blue shadow figure flickered and appeared in front of several people. Yang Ping, how did you? One of them saw this and thought that Yang Ping had not followed Li Yan's orders to block this man, but when he turned his head towards the back, he froze in place on the spot. Only to see that at this moment, Yang Ping had already covered his chest and was half crouching on the ground, and there was a touch of crimson at the corner of his mouth. Yang Ping has been defeated? Instantly, several people showed shocked faces. Yang Ping's cultivation level was a mid-first stage, even Li Yan could not have defeated him in such a short period of time. What's more, they hadn't heard any movement just now. You're the one from Linhai City? Right at this moment, an exclamation of surprise came out of one person's mouth, recognizing the handsome-looking teenager in front of him. The teenager was none other than Qin Feng. Although he was recognized, Qin Feng did not care. At this moment, his gaze swept over the points bracelets on the hands of several people. The expression on his face was immediately somewhat disappointed. Forget it, a mosquito is still meat, it's better than nothing. He's only one person, let's go together and finish him off. Right at this moment, a man with a bangs hairstyle among several people shouted out. He was the one with the highest cultivation level in the team other than Li Yan, and had similarly reached the late first stage. His words were also a reminder to a few people, who then all began to erupt their chi and blood, and catalyzed the power of their supernatural abilities, preparing to surround Qin Feng. It's time to end this, gotta go find bigger mosquitoes. Qin Feng opened his mouth to let out a murmur. Zip! Zip! And then the next instant, accompanied by a dense surge of electric current, Qin Feng's figure resembled a bolt of lightning as he quickly shuttled in front of several people. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating his opponent late first order. Mid first order. In less than a minute's time, along with the sound of the system announcing, several people including Qi Lu Hai all collapsed to the ground. At the same time, not far away, after noticing this scene, a figure without the slightest hesitation directly turned around and ran wildly in one direction. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Zip! Zip! In the next instant, a blue shadow sped in the direction of the man. Chapter 53 Su Yuan, I'm Minister Yang's nephew. How could a small place like Linhai City have someone that strong? A figure quickly traveled through a dense forest, it's none other than Li Yan. Originally planning to go after Chuyu alone first, he could only choose to return the same way after realizing that he couldn't find any trace of the other party. Returning, he happened to witness the scene where Qin Feng defeated Qi Lu Hai and the others. At this moment, a wave of fear rose in his heart. If he had been present at that time, he might have been defeated and plundered for points just like the others. Gotta break through the second stage as soon as possible. Li Yan thought this in his heart. Although his current battle power was very strong, it would be difficult to get out of the trap if he encountered a small team in an ambush. Zip! Zip! Just as Li Yan was thinking this in his heart, a sudden surge of electricity came from the back. Surprisingly, it's catching up. Instantly, Li Yan's face changed, and after a brief moment of thinking, he stopped. The other party was a lightning-type ability, his speed was much faster than his own, and he knew that even if he continued to flee, it was meaningless. What's more, this area was infested with ferocious beasts everywhere, and he didn't dare to flee at will at all. Stopping, Li Yan turned his head to look behind, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Friend, is there any misunderstanding between us? We can talk properly. Li Yan, who had not finished speaking, instantly had his pupils shrink, only to see a basketball-sized thunderball like a cannonball, blasting towards his location at extreme speed. Talking is definitely possible, but not now. Qin Feng stretched out his right hand, comparing it to a pistol-like shape aimed at Li Yan. Crack! Crack! In the next instant, berserk blue lightning converged at his fingertips, and in an instant, another ball of lightning quickly coalesced. The boom! The thunderball shattered the air and blasted towards Li Yan's location at great speed. Flame chop! Li Yan, who had already seen Qin Feng's battle power, didn't dare to be careless at all, and immediately activated his supernatural ability and unleashed his battle skill with his long sword in hand. The flame blade aura struck out in a smooth manner and blasted on top of one of the thunderballs. The crimson flame, blue lightning collided together, and the clash of fire and lightning immediately set off a violent impact. At the location where the two collided, the surrounding air fluctuated like water flow. However, before Li Yan had time to breathe a sigh of relief, the second thunderball had already blasted into the air. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, a figure quickly flew backwards, and it was none other than Li Yan. Friend, we. Boom! Boom! Li Yan on this side still wanted to fight for a bit, but what responded to him was still the thunderball that emitted a furious aura. 1 minute later. Ha ha! Li Yan's chest was heaving together, panting heavily. One could see that at this moment he looked incomparably wretched, his clothes appeared torn in many places, and his right arm was drooping. The points are given to you, and I guarantee that I won't make a move against Chuyu in the camp entry test. Li Yan directly softened. The opponent's battle power was terrifyingly strong. Just standing there without moving to release the thunderballs had already made it impossible for him to carry himself. Seeing that the other party had gone soft, Qin Feng didn't continue to do so. Just now when the thunderball struck Li Yan's left arm, the system had already decided that he had been defeated by himself, and the evolution points had already been credited. There was no point in continuing. Here. After seeing that Qin Feng wasn't making a move, Li Yan took off the points bracelet and threw it to him. Another mosquito. With the help of the other's bracelet, and then a stroke on his own, the points were automatically transferred to the. Qin Feng then threw the bracelet to him. Qin Feng didn't say anything threatening, not to mention that he wasn't afraid of retaliation from the other party. Li Yan's battle power was already comparable to Chu Yu's, plus he was now injured in his left arm and his battle power was damaged. Even if he still wanted to continue to retaliate against Chu Yu, he still had to weigh it up. And there was also the point that it was only the first day, and the entrance examination was a total of 3 days. If he was really dishonest, Qin Feng wouldn't mind coming to catch up with him every day. After catching his points bracelet, Li Yan directly turned around and left without a word. However, just in the instant he turned his head, his face changed violently. Just wait, I will definitely get back today's scene. Come on out, the good times aren't all over. Not long after Li Yan left, Qin Feng turned his head towards a direction. Ha, sure enough, you still found out. A laugh rang out, and then a chubby figure was seen stepping out from behind a giant tree, revealing its figure. It's you! The person in front of him was the one who had dared to engage in a verbal argument with Joey Yang, who had awakened his S-class psychic ability, in public before the entrance examination. Hello brother, my name is Su Yuan, a student from Jiangchang. The fat man walked towards Qin Feng with a smiling face. Say it, what's the purpose? You followed me all the way. Qin Feng looked at the other party with unkind eyes. From the very beginning, he had sensed that this person had been secretly following him, only that at that time, his attention was focused on Li Yan and his group and he paid no attention to him. Hey! The fat man reached up and scratched his head with a sardonic smile on his face. Brother Qin, you may not know, but Minister Yang of your Linhai city is my old uncle. Before coming here, he greeted me and told me to find you in the entry camp examination and we'll team up together to pass. Hearing this, Qin Feng's face changed slightly. He didn't believe a word of this. If it was really Minister Yang's nephew, then the other party would have greeted him before he came. If you're being insincere like this, then I'll leave. In response to this, the fat man froze, so he stopped pretending and immediately opened his mouth. I want Brother Chinyu to protect me to pass the entrance examination. As for the conditions, you can open at will. Of course, I'll find my own way to get the points needed to enter the camp. You just have to help me deal with that Joey Yang. Joey Yang, you're looking down on me too much. He can have S-class psychic abilities and his cultivation has reached the second stage. Qin Feng directly shook his head in rejection and became alert in his heart. To know that in the entire Linhai city, the people who knew his true battle power were no more than a handful, but this fatty, far away in Jiangcheng could know something, this was absolutely not normal. However, it couldn't be ruled out that he really had some sort of intimate relationship with Minister Yang, and then the other party had informed him of his information. But even so, Qin Feng still couldn't dispel the doubts in his heart. Seeing that Qin Feng still didn't believe in himself, Fatty became a bit anxious. Without Qin Feng's blessing, he was definitely going to be eliminated by that guy Zhou Yang. I should have known that I would have kept a lower profile just now. Fatty thought this in his heart, but then he seemed to think of something and his eyes lit up. I can tell you a message to show sincerity. Chen Feng should have been killed by you, right? The Jiangqing Chen family has paid a high price to buy off a lot of people in order to deal with you, just to eliminate you from the camp entry test. Chapter 54, Qin Feng, I'm worth a small goal now. Linhai City, Qin Feng? It's not simple to be able to defeat Li Yan, who has reached the early second stage of the battlefield, so easily. Inside the center control room, Tang Yun looked at the image within the monitor, a flash of surprise on her face. Within the image was exactly how Qin Feng defeated Li Yan. Pull up Qin Feng's information. Tang Yun immediately spoke to the staff member at the side. Yes. The staff member who received the order immediately pulled up Qin Feng's information. Qin Feng, cultivation level early first stage, special ability? Instructor Tang, I don't have enough authority. The staff member looked at the screen. A trace of doubt flashed across his face, but he didn't think much of it. After all, he was just an ordinary staff member in the camp. It was normal for some students to need to hide some information due to their special status, or for other reasons. I'll do it. Tang Yun on this side likewise didn't think much about it and stretched out a finger to place it on the fingerprint receiver. Ding! Fingerprints received successfully. Instructor Tang Yun, level 1 authority. As the announcing sound rang out, the interface on the screen began to refresh, and Tang Yun watched quietly, waiting for Qin Feng's information to refresh. But in the very next moment, a flash of shock appeared on her face. Qin Feng, cultivation at the early stage of the first rank, supernatural ability? Just like earlier, it was also impossible to check the level of the alien ability. How is this possible? Before Tang Yun could say anything, a shocked cry came out of the mouth of a staff member on the side. Tang Yun was a level 1 authority, a special level authority second only to the chief instructor in the training camp. The information that even the first level authority couldn't access, what exactly was the identity of this Qin Feng, or what exactly was the level of his special ability? Could it be S-class? Alright, information about Qin Feng is not allowed to be revealed to anyone. Right at this moment, Tang Yun's voice rang out, and the staff members who heard this immediately stopped their speculations just now. Yes, Instructor Tang. Interesting, I hope you can surprise me a little more. The corner of Tang Yun's mouth hooked up slightly as she looked at Qin Feng in the surveillance screen. Linhai City, inside the city lord's mansion. The group of guys from the Heavenly God cult have been getting more and more active lately, of which the law enforcement team has also captured a few people. It was learned through interrogation that they all seem to have been lured here by the visions from the other day. For this reason they seem to have sent a deacon to come to the Sea City. Listening to the report from his men, a stern aura flashed in City Lord Shuzhen's eyes. Even though my Linhai City is only a small city, that can't allow this group of traitors to run amok. Notify the law enforcement team's side, tell them to step up their vigilance lately, pay close attention to all the changes within the city, and report to me at any time if there's anything out of the ordinary. Yes. A hidden location within the city. Received message, target personnel is no longer in Linhai City, operation here is temporarily interrupted. There's a new operation on the South River Province side, go support them. Zhang Hao, who had just rushed to Linhai City, received a transmission from the people above him. Already left Linhai City? Zhang Hao murmured out of his mouth, and after hanging up the phone in his hand, he fell into deep thought with his brows locked. He was none other than that deacon of the Heavenly God sect. That bastard old he, does he really think that I don't know that Jiangnan province has organized an elite training camp and all the geniuses have gathered there? Zhang Hai had a cold smile on his face. Within the Heavenly God sect, there were also various factions that were in constant strife. The one who had just notified him was a protector, who had usually been targeting him. Now leaving those geniuses from the training camp alone and instead letting him go over to the Southern River province, it was nothing more than trying to suppress him. I've now reached the late 7th rank and am only one step away from the 8th rank, so I can't turn my back on him at this critical moment. Forget it, let the credit go to that punk this time. Zhang Hao, who thought this in his heart, directly disappeared in a flash. And then, not long afterward, all the devotees lurking within Linhai City received orders from their superiors. Temporarily lurk until the entrance exam. Chen Feng? Jiannan Chen family? Listening to the words coming out of the fatty's mouth, a flash of surprise appeared on Chen Feng's face. At that time, although he had already guessed that Chen Feng's identity was not simple, he had not thought that the forces behind it could reach out to this elite training camp. He gave the fatty a complicated look in his eyes. Not only did the other party know his information, but now even the actions of the Chen family were known to him, thus it was clear that the fatty's identity was by no means ordinary. Ahem, my father is the president of the Blue Sea Merchant Bank in Jiangnan Province, Su Tian. In order to bring the relationship with Chen Feng closer, the fatty also went out on a limb and directly reported his identity as well as his background. Sure enough, Chen Feng murmured in his heart. The power of the Blue Sea Merchant Company was spread throughout the entire human race, not only in Grand Xia, but other countries likewise had the presence of the Blue Sea Merchant Company. Not only that, there are even rumors that the business of the Blue Sea Trading Company has already reached beyond the domain. This is a fat sheep. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he mentally considered whether or not to agree to this business. Although Zhou Yang, who had awakened his S-class psychic ability, was strong in battle, Chen Feng was absolutely confident that he could deal with him. Moreover, according to his original idea, not only Zhou Yang, Lin Xiaoxian and Shi Koan were three people he did not intend to let go. After careful consideration, Chen Feng still nodded his head and agreed. Your family runs a merchant house, so you shouldn't be short of money, right? Chen Feng smiled and spoke to Fatty. Seeing Chen Feng loosening up, a smile appeared on Fatty's face as well, and he immediately said with a bold face. That's of course, the price you can open at will, 1 or 2 million is no big deal. Seeing that Fatty was so bold, Chen Feng, who had originally planned to ask for a few million daxia coins, changed his mind at once. Daxia coins are just currency, they can still play some role in the early stage of martial arts, but as the cultivation level rises, the role of daxia coins for the awakened person will become smaller and smaller. Forget it, I'm not the kind of person who lacks money, let's wait until I pass the entrance examination. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, after that he turned around and walked towards the front. Alright. Fatty naturally wouldn't have any opinions on this, and followed behind Chen Feng. Brother Chen, let me tell you, although this Chen Feng is a lousy person, but because this guy's alien ability level is quite good. So his father, that is, the Chen family's head of the family still pays more attention to him, and in order to prevent you from successfully passing the entrance examination, he directly took out 100 million daxia coins out. As far as I know, there are several cities that have secretly contacted the Chen family. Tell me, which cities are there? Chen Feng said without moving his face, but was exclaiming in his heart. Nima, I'm worth a small goal. Jiangcheng, Kunsheng, and Nanchang are all in contact. Fatty's words caused Chen Feng to faintly freeze, then look at the other party with skeptical eyes. These three cities were exactly the cities where Lin Xiaoxian, Shi Koan, and Zhou Yang were located. He didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence. Chapter 55, Cultivation Breakthrough. Zhou Yang, Finding Fatty. Brother, don't look at me like this, the Chen family isn't unaware of your strength. Of these people who came to the elite training camp, the only ones who can press you head on are these three. Meeting Chen Feng's skeptical eyes, the fat man waved his hand repeatedly. Ow! As he spoke, a gray-furred wolf with a huge body and an open mouth showing a mouthful of fangs suddenly appeared in front of the two. Looking at the two people in front of him, the gray-haired wolf rapidly secreted saliva on its sharp teeth, emitting a fishy odor. The gray-haired wolf's body tensed and sank slightly, seemingly ready to launch an attack on the two Chen Fengs at any time. Boom! But before it could make a move, a violent burst of air rang out, only to see a basketball-sized ball of thunder come roaring in. Boom! Eventually, accompanied by an explosion, a body fell to the ground convulsively. So violent. After seeing that Chen Feng's battle power was surprisingly so strong, the fat man immediately brightened up and then said to Chen Feng, who was at the side. Brother Feng, with your battle power, dealing with these first-order ferocious beasts is a waste of time. Do you want us to go and do a big job together? Not caring about Fatty's change in address, Chen Feng directly said. You know the geographical distribution of ferocious beasts? At this moment, Chen Feng had some vague guesses in his mind. He. And it was just as he expected, only to see Fatty heave a smile, and then a paper map appeared in his hand. This is the location of those third-ranked ferocious beasts. I spent a huge amount of money to get it from Shi Koan's hands. Shi Koan? Chen Feng frowned. Could this map have been given to them by the training camp? Fatty nodded as he sniffed. At this moment, Chen Feng also sort of figured it out. At the beginning, when Tang Yun announced that there were still third-order ferocious beasts in this area, he also felt a bit strange. After all, most of the students didn't have more than second-order combat power, so if they really encountered a third-order beast, there was no doubt that they would only die. Now, it seemed that these third-order beasts were prepared for Lin Xiaoxian's people. The reason why Fatty had chosen to pull himself in was to deal with Zhou Yang on the one hand, and on the other hand, he wanted to divide up these third-order fierce beasts. Chen Feng guessed that after killing these third-order fierce beasts, there should be some unexpected gains. At the same time, deep in the dense forest. Bang! Accompanied by a violent shocking sound, only a huge figure fell heavily to the ground. It could be seen that it was a one-horned rhinoceros that was over 5 meters in size and had a sharp horn on its head. Late second stage ferocious beast, one-horned rhinoceros. Afterwards, only a tall figure was seen coming to the corpse of the one-horned rhinoceros, and it was none other than Shirkoan. Shirkoan took out his points bracelet and swept it against the one-horned rhinoceros, and the points instantly increased by 15 from the original 90 to 105. The points that made other people feel that it was as difficult as climbing up to heaven seemed to be at Shirkoan's fingertips here. At this rate, it would only take less than half a day for him to reach the 200 points required to enter the camp. At that time, all he needed to do was rush to the camp and he could directly join the training camp. Obviously, though, he wasn't going to do that. Shirkoan's ambition was far from that. Entering the camp couldn't be simpler for him. What he wanted to fight for was the first place in points, as well as those third-order ferocious beasts. It should be just ahead. Shirkoan raised his head and looked ahead, only to see the entrance of a cave that was as tall as a 2-story building appear in his sight. The cave entrance was covered by a green vine. Shirkoan walked forward and blasted out a fist. The explosive fist wind shattered the air like an air cannon and blasted on top of the green vines. Bang! With a shocking sound, the green vines instantly turned into countless debris that flew in all directions. Without the obstruction of the vines, Shirkoan raised his foot and walked into the cave. Roar! A minute later, a deafening beast roar rang out, and it seemed that even the entire cave trembled twice with it. And then not long afterward, a slightly wretched figure appeared at the entrance of the cave, and it was none other than Shirkoan. One could only see that at this moment, his face was flushed and his right arm was slightly trembling. It's true that it's still a bit too much of a stretch to face a third-ranked ferocious beast right now. Shirkoan muttered under his breath, and after turning around and glancing at the cave behind him, a flash of fear flashed through his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the berserk demon bear was unable to leave the cave, he would have needed to pay some price if he wanted to escape from here. There are still 2 days left. Come back after raising your cultivation to the middle of the second stage. Shirkoan thought this in his heart. The battle power of a third-ranked ferocious beast was there, and he wasn't worried that it would be snatched away by others. Just wait, this young lady is coming over to clean you up tomorrow. In another location, Lin Xiaoqian glanced at the behemoth in front of her with a haughty face, and then left the place with a flash of her body. Like Shirkoan, she had also suffered a loss at a third-ranked ferocious beast. If I'm not wrong, those two will definitely go straight to those third-ranked ferocious beasts, but the third-ranked aren't that easy to deal with. Inside a hidden cave, Joey Yang muttered under his breath. Unlike Shirkoan and the two of them, he didn't go directly to the third-ranked ferocious beasts, but found a hidden location to hide in, preparing to raise his cultivation first. At this time, his chi and blood had already reached 580, and he was just a hair's breadth away from the middle of the second rank, so he decided to raise his cultivation first, and then go hunting for the ferocious beasts. Although he didn't know the exact battle strength of those third-order ferocious beasts, with his S-rank wind ability, Joey Yang was confident. As long as he raised his cultivation to the middle of the second rank, not to say that he could defeat all the third-ranked ferocious beasts, at the very least, he could stand undefeated. Thinking of this, Joey Yang no longer hesitated and took out an elixir that emitted a red glow. The blood enhancement pill, which could boost the awakened person's chi and blood in a short period of time, had a better effect than normal energy liquids, and also had few side effects. Only that this kind of elixir can only be taken once in a year by each person. If it wasn't because of this examination, he wouldn't have chosen to take it at this time. Originally, he had planned to wait until his cultivation reached the late second stage and break through the third stage to take it. Taking it earlier now was also to maximize the benefits. Without hesitation, Joey Yang tilted his head and swallowed the blood-increasing pill. In the next instant, a strong force of chi and blood erupted from within him. Bang! Bang! An explosive sound came from within Joey Yang's body as a violent aura emanated from him. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the boiling chi and blood within his body gradually calmed down. Joey Yang violently opened his eyes, and a regal sharpness flashed out from his eyes. It's the middle stage of the second rank. Joey Yang's face revealed a flash of joy. Brother Yang. It was also at this moment that a shout came from outside the cave. Come in. Joey Yang said in a deep voice. Ta! Ta! With the sound of footsteps, a young man walked into the cave. Brother Yang, news has come in that someone has discovered Su Yuan's trail. Found that dead fatso. Where? Upon hearing this, Joey Yang instantly came to life and hurriedly spoke. Although we have found Su Yuan, that person said that there is a thunder system abnormal ability awakened beside him, and his strength doesn't seem to be weak. The young man said with a slight frown. Just tell me where he is directly. In response, Joey Yang but directly waved his hand. What kind of thunder system awakened? He didn't care at all. Chapter 56 An Unlucky Squad. No, is this map of yours accurate or not? How come we haven't even seen the shadow of a third-ranked ferocious beast now? In a dense forest, Chin Phone looked at Fatty on the side with a skeptical look. Don't be in a hurry, brother Phone, trust me, if you go a little further, you can definitely find a third-order fierce beast. Seeing that Shin Fong was starting to doubt himself again, Fatty directly opened his mouth and said with a straight face. He was close to patting his chest to guarantee it. In response, Shin Feng's face revealed a touch of helplessness. From the time he agreed to team up with Fatty until now, nearly half a day had passed, but he still hadn't found a third-ranked ferocious beast. He now seriously doubted that this map was fake. Mard, that Shirkuan fellow won't really screw me over, right? Fatty, who was patting his chest at this moment, couldn't help but stutter in his heart. He was also worried that the information on this map was fake. In that case, there was a high possibility that his hard-won teammates would simply abandon him. Swish! Swish! Just as the two of them were talking, several figures flashed out from the shadows and appeared around the two of them in an encircling position. This is to rob us? Looking around at the several people who kept approaching them, Fatty was happy. He was worried that he had no place to spread his fire. But just as he was about to make a move, Shin Fong on the side had already made a move. Zip! Zip! One could only see that at this moment, Shin Feng's entire body was enveloped in blue electric arcs, his body charging forward like lightning. Hand over your... The leader over here was about to open his mouth to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, Shin Feng's figure had already arrived in front of him. You! Raging Thunder Strike! Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Shin Feng lifted his right leg and swept it violently across the room. The right leg that was wrapped in blue electric arcs was like a lightning-sharp axe, fiercely swiping at that person. Bang! The person who was attacked was like being hit by a high-speed SUV, his body flew backwards at extreme speed. It didn't stop until it hit a large tree. Captain? Several other people all froze in place after witnessing this scene. One should know that the captain they were talking about was an awakened whose cultivation had reached the late first stage, and was the strongest among them. But even so, even this person's kick could not be carried. A touch of fear began to spread in the hearts of several people. They knew that they had kicked the iron plate. Run! I don't know who yelled out, waking up the crowd, followed by a few others who turned around without the slightest hesitation and were about to flee the place. However, it was obvious that Shin Feng wasn't going to give them a chance. To him, it was a waste not to want the evolution points that were delivered to his door. Thunder step. Crackle. Crackle. Blue arcs of electricity gathered in his legs, then Shin Feng moved his body quickly, weaving through the field like a bolt of lightning. In less than a minute, all of these people fell to the ground. Spare us and the points are all yours. One of them covered his chest and handed his points bracelet to Shin Feng, and the others followed suit when they saw this. In response, Shin Feng naturally came to the rescue, only to his disappointment, these people didn't have many evolution points. A total of 6 people only brought him 60 evolution points. You guys are not good at this business. Shin Feng opened his mouth and muttered, originally thinking that he had come across a group of fat sheep, but he didn't expect it to be a few bunnies. The few people who heard this lowered their heads in shame. They had only just decided to plunder other people's points, but they didn't expect to kick the can down the road on their first order. Shaking his head, Shin Feng waved his hand to greet Fatty. Let's go. Oh, good. The reactive Fatty immediately followed Shin Feng. Looking at Shin Feng's back, a flash of determination flashed in Fatty's eyes. At this moment, he was incredibly sure that his decision was very wise. Must get on good terms with him now. Fatty said in his heart. Captain, do we have to keep doing this? After waiting for Shin Feng and the two of them to walk away, a member of the team spoke to the captain who was still there rubbing his waist. The captain who heard this was also caught in a tangle on his face, but then his face hardened and he gritted his teeth. I don't believe it, can I still kick the bucket every time? All cheer up and keep your eyes sharp. With the captain's order, their team once again found an area to ambush after a short rest. Soon enough, they found a suitable target once again. Captain, there's only one person this time, but the other party is wearing a mask, so I can't tell their identity. Wearing a mask and pretending to be a god, just him. The captain gave the order, and once again, as before, they moved out in unison to round up their target. Interesting. The one wearing the mask was none other than Joey Yang. Although he was very unhappy with that fat man Su Yuan, he could not come out in the open due to the other party's identity background. Wearing a mask, even if the identity of the fat man is recognized, but as long as he is dead not to admit, the other party cannot take him what? Looking at these people who surrounded him, the corner of his mouth hooked up to reveal a cold smile. 1 minute later. Spare me the points, they're all yours, they're all yours. That captain was stepped on by a foot on his back, his mouth constantly begging for mercy. In response, Joey Yang was sneering. Hee, save it, just your points, you think I'll look at it? The face of the captain who heard this revealed despair. Although there were rules stating that students couldn't fight each other to the death if they were knocked unconscious, or after being seriously injured and incapacitated, the training camp would directly determine that they had failed the test. Where to go back and forth? Ever seen? Here? It's over there. Joey Yang let out a murmur from his mouth, then turned his head to look at the captain who had already gotten up. You guys better do a good job, I'll come find you in a day's time. If I find out that the points don't meet the requirements, then you know the consequences. Words full of threats came out from his mouth. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, in the face of Joey Yang's formidable battle prowess, he simply had no power to refuse and could only nod his head in response. Seeing this, Joey Yang did not say anything more and directly disappeared in a flash. "Captain, are we really going to continue to ambush here?" as he said, grabbing other people's points and handing them over to him. "Isn't this practice of his too vicious? Isn't this forcing us to be free labor for him?" "That's right, Captain, this is something we can't do," several members of the team said with an indignant look on their faces. However, in response, the captain said with a bitter smile on his face, "Even if we escape now, and by some chance, we pass the examination and succeed in joining the training camp. But do you guys think that person will just let us off so easily? With his strength, entering the training camp is almost a nail in the coffin," and at that time, the captain's words caused the other players to freeze. Yeah, being weak, they had no choice at all. The other side. Xin Feng and the two of them were standing at a fork in the road, while Fatty was gesturing something with the map in his hand. If one looked closely, one would realize that Fatty's face was even starting to sweat. It should be. Watch out. Just as Fatty reached out and was about to point at one of the paths, Xin Feng suddenly shouted. He then reached out and quickly threw a punch at the Fatty while his body stormed backward at breakneck speed. Giggle. Giggle. Just as the two of them had left, two invisible wind blades tore through the air and appeared where they had been standing. Chapter 57. Goodness, what two monsters! It must be that guy Joey Yang. Looking at the invisible wind blade that was only less than a meter away from his body, Fatty shouted with palpitating heart. "Where is everyone? Mud, what a villain to stage a sneak attack." Fatty looked around, searching for his opponent's figure. There. Right at this moment, Xin Feng raised his hand and opened his mouth to point to a location, only to see that there was a huge rock that was nearly 3 meters high. Zip. Z. In the next instant, dense blue arcs of electricity converged at his fingertips. Shoo. Accompanied by a cracking sound, a basketball-sized thunderball appeared in mid-air and sped towards the location where the giant stone was. Boom! In the next moment, the thunderball bombarded on top of the giant stone, emitting a violent rumbling sound, and the violent thunder attribute energy directly shattered the giant stone, transforming into countless debris that splattered towards the surroundings. At the same time, a masked figure scurried out from behind the boulder and appeared in Xin Feng's line of sight. It was Joey Yang who chased him over. "Mard, it's really you. Dare to take a shot at Little Master, Joey Yang. You wait until you get out of the training camp, Little Master. I'll have my bodyguards keep an eye on you every day." Although Joey Yang was wearing a mask, the fat man still recognized him at a glance and immediately cursed. "Damn Fatty." Joey Yang's face under the mask was ugly. He had been set upon by Fatty when he was hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness before. The other party had sent out 2 bodyguards to keep an eye on him for several days. As long as he encountered a ferocious beast, that bodyguard would strike before him and kill the beast, causing him to have nothing to gain for several days. However, at this moment, compared to Fatty, he was more concerned about Xin Feng, who was not far away. The power of that one thunderball just now was something that even he had to pay attention to. His eyes fell on the handsome teenager in front of him, and Joey Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. "Now roll, I can disregard that blow just now," he said in a cold tone. Boom! However, in the next instant, what responded to him was a ball of thunder that emitted a furious aura. Seek death. Seeing that Xin Feng was so ungrateful, Joey Yang's face instantly sank as the chi and blood in his body rolled over. Rift Blade. Just seeing him wave one hand, the air in front of him instantly fluctuated as if it were a tidal wave, and in an instant, wind blades like a round curved moon flashed out. Giggling. The wind blades tore through the air and crashed into each other with the thunderballs in midair. Tear. The wind blade emitting a stern aura chopped the thunderball in the middle and turned into 2 hemispheres falling towards both sides. Worthy of being an S-class ability. After seeing that the lightning ball he released was easily dissolved by his opponent, Xin Feng immediately brightened up with an excited expression on his face. Ever since he had awakened his supernatural ability, there was almost no one amongst the same rank who could catch a single move from him. Even Chen Feng, who possessed a rank's psychic abilities, was no match for him when he was a large realm above him. And now that he had encountered Joey Yang, who also possessed S-class psychic abilities, it made the battle spirit rise in his heart. Xin Feng lifted his foot and took a step forward, and in the next instant, a terrifying energy surged out from his body. Crackle! Crackling! The chaotic divine lightning was instantly energized, and a blue thunderbolt seemed like a spiritual thunder snake as it lingered around his body. Eyes like a torch, Xin Feng raised his head and gazed at the opponent in front of him, a powerful aura emanating from him. S-class alien ability? How is this possible? An expression of disbelief appeared under the mask as he looked at the blue lightning that lingered around Xin Feng's body. How could Joey Yang not expect that in Jiangnan province, apart from him, there was someone else who had awakened an S-class ability, and it was still of the lightning system? But in the very next moment, the shocked expression on his face was replaced by a flash of excitement. The thoughts in Xin Feng's mind were similarly shared by him. Intense battle intent erupted from him. Giggling, puffing, An air-tearing sound rang out as invisible wind attribute energy surrounded Zhou Yang's body, and the S-class ability Blizzard Blade was fully activated by him at this moment. An aura that was not the least bit weaker than Qin Feng's was released from him. Boy, what two monsters! The pupils of the fat man at the side shook. From the aura emanating from the two men, it was not even weak enough to be a normal third stage awakened. Immediately after that, without the slightest hesitation, his body's chi and blood erupted, his feet stomped on the ground and quickly pulled away from the two. Sure enough, it's S-class, old young, this guy didn't lie to me, go back and eliminate the account for him. Fatty thought this in his mind. He had indeed learned the information that Qin Feng possessed S-class psychic abilities from Minister Yang. As for that nephew's identity, he had made it up in order to draw closer to Qin Feng more quickly. Linhai City, inside the Awakening Alliance building. It's a rare opportunity, I hope that boy in your family can grasp it, Minister Yang's voice rang out. Heaven's destiny is hard to disobey, whether or not Xiao Yuan can break through the shackles in the future still depends on his own destiny. A middle-aged man standing opposite Minister Yang slowly spoke. Central Control Room. Sure enough, it's an S-class ability. Tang Yun's eyes blossomed with a strange light as she looked at the blue lightning that lingered around Qin Feng within the surveillance screen. Instructor Tang, the chief instructor, has informed us to go over there. Right at this moment, a figure appeared behind Tang Yun, and it was none other than fellow instructor Yang Xian. This? Could it be an S-rank lightning ability? As soon as he arrived, Yang Xian's gaze gathered on Qin Feng within the surveillance screen. With his eyesight, he could tell with a single glance that the lightning released by Qin Feng was by no means an ordinary lightning-type ability. Looks like we've got a dark horse here as well. Yang Xian had a smile on his face. As the instructors of the elite training camp, the stronger the talent of the students here, the happier they were in their hearts. After all, in the future, Qin Feng and the rest of them would grow up to become the mainstay of the human race against the 10,000 races. Whether it's a dark horse or not isn't certain, but it should be considered a good whetstone. Tang Yun muttered under her breath. What does the chief instructor want with us? It's not because of that head, the chief instructor has decided not to deal with him this time and is going to do it directly. A stern aura flashed across Tang Yun's face, who heard this. I told you earlier that one is not that communicative, it would be better for the three of us to join forces and directly slaughter him, and get it over with. Saying that, Tang Yun lifted her foot and walked out of the center control room. Yang Xian on this side also rushed to follow, opening his mouth as he walked. After all, it's an 8th order beast king, and besides, there is an agreement that exists between our great Xia and the fierce beast side. Other than the younger generation, other awakened can't directly make a move to kill a beast king. Killing a beast king is a small matter, but if it causes the fierce beast side to become enraged and gather all their power to attack our Grand Xia, then it will be a big matter. Yang Xian said with a helpless face. Chapter 58, Your attitude makes me want to beat you up first. Chief Instructor. The two Tang Yuns over here quickly arrived in front of a middle-aged man and bowed slightly to him. Zhao Hong, Chief Instructor of the Jiangnan Province Elite Training Camp, 8th Order Grand Master. You guys are here. You guys just keep an eye on those students, and as for that one, I'm going over there right now to get him to move over. Zhao Hong said in a neutral voice. Yes. Yes. Tang Yun and Yang Xian nodded in unison. Zhao Hong then directly stomped on the ground with both feet, his body catapulting into midair in an instant. 1 minute later, Zhao Hong's figure appeared in a high altitude, and it could be seen that below him was a black jungle that covered an area of 100 kilometers. The plants here were all black as if they had been polluted. Zhao Hong, who had come here, locked his gaze in one direction, and then the chi and blood in his body surged and gathered at his throat. The next moment, Black Ape King, get your ass out here. A loud and resounding shout came out from his mouth, and as visible to the naked eye, the air within a radius of 1,000 meters began to tremble violently with Zhao Hong's body as the center. The huge black trees below that were 100 meters tall were directly shaken and broken apart. Countless ferocious beasts trembled all over their bodies as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and instinctive fear surfaced on their faces. Zhao Hong, are you trying to destroy the agreement between my beast race and your Grand Xia by provoking this king like this? It was also at this moment that a furious roar came from a black mountain below that was thousands of meters high. Immediately afterward, he only saw a figure that was covered in black mist and held a long pitch-black stick in his hand appear in front of Zhao Hong. 8th rank Beast King, Black Ape King. The higher the rank of the ferocious beast, the stronger the spirit, and after reaching the 8th rank, some of the ferocious beasts could also take human form. Just like the Black Ape King at this time, now he looks similar to a normal human, only his body type is a bit more robust. Yan Hong, what exactly do you want? This king has already said that I will not leave the Blackwood Forest. The Black Ape King said with an angry face. Little Black, I feel that your current attitude is a bit not so good, so I decided to beat you up first. Zhao Hong said indifferently. Right after his words fell, a terrifying aura was released from Zhao Hong's body, followed by a wave of his one hand. Wow! Wow! Raging blue water surged out from his body, which then quickly condensed into a water dragon that was tens of feet long. A terrifying aura emanated from the water dragon. Under Zhao Hong's control, the water dragon roared as it charged towards where the Black Ape King was in front of it. In an instant, the Black Ape King's body was directly submerged by the water dragon. Roar! However, in the next instant, a terrifying beastly roar rang out, followed by a huge black shadow surging out from within the body of the water dragon. In the next instant, a black ape that was 100 feet tall appeared on the field, and in its hand, the black ape held a pitch-black iron rod that was about the same size as him. Zhao Hong, you're playing with fire. After a furious shout, the Black Ape King swept violently towards Zhao Hong in midair with his iron rod in hand. Rumble! The iron rod shattered the air as a huge black shadow enveloped Zhao Hong's body. Ha! Playing with fire, old me is water. Facing the Black Ape King's attack, Zhao Hong had a disdainful face. He was in the late 8th stage, while the Black Ape King was only in the early 8th stage. Zhao Hong stretched out a hand without panicking, and the power of his alien energy surged crazily within his body. Wow! Wow! The sound of water tumbling resounded, and in an instant, a solid wall of water that was 100 feet wide appeared, resisting the iron rod's attack. Water Dragon Chain. And then Zhao Hong waved his hands once again, and in an instant, several more 100-feet-long water dragons coalesced. Under his control, the water dragons swam their bodies and quickly wrapped around the Black Ape King's gigantic body. Giving you face, you really think you have face? Looking at the bound Black Ape King below, Zhao Hong directly raised his right palm, and at the same time, the water below followed suit and quickly surged, condensing into a giant palm. Palm! In the next instant, Zhao Hong directly slapped his palm on the Black Ape King's gigantic head. Roar! Zhao Hong, I want. Snap! Snap! Pop! What are you going to do, you want? Snap! His mouth said that, but Zhao Hong's hands didn't stop, and a dozen slaps in a row were slapped on the Black Ape King's head. It's not just borrowing your territory for a while, it's not like I won't give it back to you. Let you make a place, you also on the end. Snap! Snap! The more Zhao Hong on this side talked, the more angry he got, and the palms he raised didn't stop, slap after slap, directly slapping the Black Ape King into confusion. The huge gap in battle power left him with no resistance at all when facing Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong on this side, seeing this situation, also felt that it was almost time and withdrew his palms behind his back. Little Black, now we can talk properly. The Black Ape King gritted his teeth with an ugly face. Half a month, you can only be given half a month, or else I will directly report to Lord Beast Emperor and have. Snap! Before the Black Ape King over here could finish his words, he received another solid slap. Still ING reported to the Beast Emperor, do you think I'm afraid of him, you let him come? At this moment, Zhao Hong was like a street punk, his mouth kept outputting expletives, and the movements of his hands didn't stop. Another dozen or so slaps went down, and the Black Ape King was completely honest. The strength was inferior to others, even if he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Get lost, when I've had enough fun, I'll leave. With the last slap, Zhao Hong directly slapped the Black Ape King's huge body out. Zhao Hong, I'll remember you, when the final battle comes, I'll definitely make you pay. In the end, the Black Ape King only gave Zhao Hong a look filled with killing intent before leaving as a black shadow. Alright, they all let him go, why don't you hurry up and leave as well? After the Black Ape King left, Zhao Hong raised his head and shouted to the high sky, only to see that there was a golden aura flashing there, followed by a voice filled with majesty coming out from there. Human, you are limited to a period of 1 month, once that time is up, this Blackwood forest must be returned to my beast race. Zhao Hong, who heard this, was disdainfully skimming his lips, then directly ignored the other party and turned around to leave the place. If it was your main body that was here, I might still have some scruples, but with just a split body you want to shock me. Heh, Ape Emperor, you'd better focus on dealing with our Luo Battle King. With that, Zhao Hong's figure had also disappeared. 10,000 meters away. Mard, it's a good thing I ran fast, or else I would have lost money if I was caught and beaten up by this guy. Zhao Hong thought with a palpitating heart. He then went straight back to the training camp. The location of the elite training camp was built right in the center of the Blackwood Forest, and the reason for driving away the Black Ape King was also the fear that he would secretly be unfavorable to these students. In addition to the Black Ape King, all the other ferocious beasts within the Blackwood Forest that exceeded the 4th rank were also driven away, and were divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D, by Zhao Hong by forceful means. The purpose was to facilitate the training of those students in a few days. Chapter 59, Xin Feng, I'll still be looking for you. 10 minutes ago. Just as Zhao Hong was heading to the depths of the Blackwood Forest to deal with the Black Ape King, Xin Feng over here had also been battling Zhou Yang. Boom! Boom! A violent burst of air sounds rang out, only to see that at this moment, Xin Feng's hands were in the shape of a pistol, blue lightning converged at his fingertips, a basketball-sized thunderball quickly condensed and sped towards the front. Thunderball condensed by the power of chaos divine lightning, exuding a terrifying aura, even Zhou Yang could only use the blizzard blade to resist, or dodge away, not daring to take it hard at all. At this moment, it was as if the two of them were testing each other. While Xin Feng was releasing thunderballs, he was similarly releasing a wind blade to attack Xin Feng. In the face of the wind blade's attacks, Qin Feng immediately used his thunder steps to dodge them one by one. The way he attacks with his supernatural ability is more on the side of long-range offense. As he dodged the wind blade attack, he was also calmly analyzing Zhou Yiyang's weaknesses. He realized that from the start of the fight between the two until now, Zhou Yiyang had basically been attacking him from a distance. He tried to get closer to the other party, but as soon as he was detected by the other party, it would once again pull away from him. In that case, it's time for the trial to end. A brilliant aura flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Spiral blade. Underneath the mask, Zhou Yiyang's face showed a grave expression as the power of his supernatural ability was fully activated by him, and one after another of wind blades flashed out of the air. Immediately under his control, all the wind blades gathered together, as if they were propellers on an airplane spinning at breakneck speeds. The wind pressure. At the same time, Zhou Yiyang quickly stretched out his hands and fiercely pressed downwards. Instantly, a fierce gale descended from the sky and fiercely pressed down towards Qin Feng's location. Almost instantly, Qin Feng felt a strong sense of oppression appear on his back. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng directly urged the chaotic divine lightning with all his might. Crackling! Crackling! Explosive thunderous sounds resounded on the field as blue lightning lingered around Qin Feng, emitting a terrifying aura. Immediately afterward, a thick blue thunderbolt sprang out from his body and blasted towards the extremely fast rotating propeller. Boom! Thunder and wind, the collision of the two S-ranked supernormal abilities instantly set off a strong impact. The air around them fluctuated as if it was a tidal wave, setting off a puff of smoke and dust. It was also at this moment that Zhou Yiyang's vision was temporarily obscured by the smoke and dust, and Qin Feng's figure disappeared from his sight. Something's not right, Zhou Yiyang said in his heart, and without the slightest hesitation, the power of his supernatural energy was instantly activated. The invisible wind attribute energy instantly wrapped around his entire body, and with both feet stomping on the ground, his body violently retreated towards the back. Pretty quick reaction, though. It was at this moment that Qin Feng's figure suddenly arrived at a position less than 10 meters away from Zhou Yiyang. It's already too late. Qin Feng opened his mouth and let out a low gulp, and then his hands, which were wrapped in blue lightning, directly pressed on the ground. Thunder swamp. Crackle. Crackle. In an instant, the sound of thunder and lightning explosions were endless, and in this moment, blue lightning surged out from Qin Feng's body as if it was a tidal wave, spreading rapidly towards the front. Within moments, a thunder swamp covering an area of 30 meters appeared on the field. And Zhou Yiyang's figure just happened to be within the coverage area of the thunder swamp. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Zhou Yiyang's heart, and he immediately exploded all the energy in his body, wanting to quickly escape. Prick la! However, right at this moment, a thick blue thunderbolt surged out from the ground beneath his feet and ruthlessly struck his body. Instantly, Zhou Yiyang only felt his body go numb, and the strong energy in his body became sluggish. Crack! Crack! It was also at this moment that one lightning bolt after another surged out from the ground, all of them fiercely bombarding his body. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yiyang's body was flooded by a lightning bolt. Voodoo. Boy, and a ranked battle technique? Fatty, who witnessed this scene from hundreds of meters away, involuntarily gulped, his eyes filled with shock. He had never seen anyone who could master an A-class battle skill at the first rank, and looking at the power of this thunder swamp, it had at the very least reached a minor accomplishment. It won't electrocute that guy, Fatty thought in his heart with a complicated face. Although he was very unhappy with Zhou Yiyang, it would be troublesome if the other party died at the hands of Qin Feng. After all, before the start of the entrance examination, Tang Yun had said that students should not fight each other to the death. However, soon enough, Fatty knew that his worries were redundant. Only to see that in his line of sight, the thunder swamp emitting a terrifying aura began to rapidly dissipate, and eventually a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight, none other than Zhou Yiyang. However, at this moment, he looked incomparably wretched, his clothes all became charred and black, and the mask on his face had also turned into fragments. The original head of flowing black hair at this time is also rooted up, a scorched odor from there. I lost. Zhou Yiyang opened his mouth and slowly said, in his face was all loss. Since the awakening of the supernormal ability, he has not encountered any enemy in the same class, even if it is the same talent of Shi Kuan and Lin Xiaoqian, he did not put in the eyes. But did not expect now is defeated in the hands of a student who was not known. By now he didn't even know what the other party's name was. Points bracelet, map, hand it over. Just then, Qin Feng's voice rang in his ears. Zhou Yiyang's face was filled with unwillingness. Be numb, or else I'll directly knock you out. Fatty's voice appeared, only to see him walk over with a smug look on his face. Brother Feng, awesome, this guy is all ate up by you. Fatty gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. In response, Qin Feng was unimpressed. Zhou Yiyang, who possessed S-class psychic abilities, was indeed not weak, far exceeding those awakened he had encountered before. However, this guy is too arrogant and too dependent on his own powers, so against him Qin Feng is still very certain. Just now, if he hadn't taken the initiative to disperse the thunder swamp, then this guy would have turned into a charred corpse by now. Success is king and defeat is enemy. Defeat is defeat, although very unwilling, but Joey Yang is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. Only to see him remove his points bracelet and take out a map from his storage ring, throwing it to Qin Feng. Reaching out to take it, Qin Feng directly scratched the points within the bracelet to himself. Joey Yang also didn't concentrate on hunting ferocious beasts, but now the points were only 200 only, but now there was only 100 left. Qin Feng then handed the bracelet to Fatty again. The other party also instantly understood and scratched on his bracelet again, and his points were once again halved. Witnessing this scene, Joey Yang gritted his teeth to hold back the anger in his heart, being scratched away by Qin Feng's points, even if, after all, his own skills are not as good as the others, but this fat man picked up the ready-made, simply let him hate his teeth itchy. Cheer up and earn points, I'll find you again. After putting down a sentence, Qin Feng directly turned around and left. Nima. Chapter 63 Inches of Gold Grass, excited Fatty. Joey Yang actually lost? Still with a realm lead? Inside the center control room, Tang Yin returned once again and pulled up the battle footage of the two Qin Fengs just now. Top-notch S-ranked psychic abilities, first-rate battle sense. Genius, absolute genius. Essence flickered in Tang Yin's eyes, her gaze full of admiration as it landed on Qin Feng, then she shifted her gaze to the defeated Joey Yang. S-ranked psychic abilities are certainly powerful, but if they are overly relied upon, they will only backfire. She similarly saw the weakness of Joey Yang's over-reliance on her powers. A flash of thoughtfulness flashed across Tang Yan's eyes as she pondered on her next training for Joey Yang. Joey Yang, Lin Xiaoqian, Shi Kuan, and now there was an additional Qin Feng. These four were definitely the ones to focus on training. That guy Shi Kuan looks honest, but I didn't expect to have so much heart, he even pitied me. A flash of anger appeared on the face of the fat man holding two maps in his hand. He had spent several million dasha coins to purchase the maps from Shi Kuan, but he didn't expect that this guy had even tampered with the maps. Just wait, when Little Master gets out of this training camp, he will definitely find him to settle the score. Fatty muttered non-stop. In response, Qin Feng also couldn't help but blank him as he felt more and more that this Fatty was unreliable. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived in front of a cave that was as tall as two buildings, with a field of broken green vines at the entrance. Someone has been here. Qin Feng's eyes stared. It's not possible that even the treasures inside have already been taken away by them. Fatty couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw this. Just as Qin Feng had guessed, every third-stage ferocious beast guarded some treasures, either energy fluids or weapons, battle techniques. Energy liquid Qin Feng didn't lack it, but battle skills, as well as other resources, were still useful to him. Besides, if he couldn't use the energy liquid, he could also use it to sell it for money or exchange it for resources with other people. I don't think it's there yet. Feeling the raging aura inside, Qin Feng muttered. He then turned his head to look at Fatty. Are you going to follow along inside? Me? A flash of hesitation flashed in the fat man's eyes, and in the end he shook his head. I won't go in, the third-order fierce beasts aren't something the current me can fight against. With that, Fatty said with a turn of phrase. But brother Feng, if the treasure inside is the 3-inch gold grass, could you sell it to me? The conditions are whatever you want. As he spoke, a despondency flashed across the fat man's face. Good. Qin Feng didn't say anything more about this and directly waved his hand and walked inside the cave. Roar! It wasn't long before Fatty heard a deafening roar of a beast, and then even the cave trembled. Crackle! Crackle! Ear-piercing thunder continued to resound, and even though he was standing outside the cave, Fatty felt a palpitating energy. It was not until 10 minutes later that this energy gradually dissipated. Is this resolved? Or was it solved? The expression on Fatty's face kept changing as he speculated in his heart about the battle inside the cave. Although Qin Feng had displayed incomparably strong battle power in his battle with Joey Yang, the third-ranked ferocious beasts were equally terrifying in battle power. Defeating Joey Yang didn't mean that he could defeat a third-order fierce beast. Fatty, come in and see if this is what you're talking about. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng's voice suddenly entered his ears. Winning! The fat man's face instantly revealed a joyful look, then without hesitation, his body quickly moved towards the cave. Hiss! Fatty, who had walked into the cave, sucked in a breath of cool air, stunned by the shocking scene in front of him. Only to see a huge figure that was over 5 meters in size fall to the ground. There were hideous wounds all over that huge body, especially the 2-meter-long penetrating wound at the chest, which made people shudder a little at the sight of it. Crack! Crack! The violent thunder power hadn't completely dissipated, and a crackling sound came from time to time from the corpses. Berserk Demon Bear! Fatty recognized the ferocious beast, and although its cultivation level was only at the early 3rd stage, its battle power was comparable to that of a mid-3rd stage due to its strong physique. Compared to the miserable condition of the Berserk Demon Bear, at this moment, Qin Feng looked to be in a much better situation, but if one looked closely, one would also notice a touch of crimson at the corner of his mouth. After all, it was a third-ranked ferocious beast with a strong combat power. Even Qin Feng had to fight with all his might before he could barely kill it. There! Qin Feng reached out and pointed towards the back of the berserk demon bear as he opened his mouth. After hearing Qin Feng's voice, Fatty, who had returned to his senses, also hurriedly took a few steps forward, only to see a bronze iron box appear in his line of sight. At this time the iron box had already been opened and a dazzling golden aura was reflected in his pupils. Lying within the box was clearly a small golden grass. 3-inch golden grass, it's really it. Fatty was so excited that even his body was trembling slightly. That look in his eyes was like a lecherous devil seeing a supreme beauty. Brother Feng, you. At this moment, Fatty was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. This thing is useless to me, you use it first and talk about the rest later. Although he didn't hear what the Fatty was saying, it was nothing more than some words of thanks, to which Qin Feng directly waved his hand and said. He then stepped forward and received the corpse of the berserk demon bear within his storage ring. In addition to the beast crystal, the other parts of the ferocious beast's body were also of some value. Previously, it was just inconvenient for him to carry it in the wilderness, but now that he had a storage ring, he naturally wouldn't let it go, not to mention that it was the corpse of a third-ranked ferocious beast. I'm going to take a break, you help me guard here and call me promptly if there's any abnormality. Saying that, Qin Feng's figure quickly flickers and rushes towards the depths of the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye from Fatty's line of sight. Alright. The fat man who had just obtained the treasure had a smile on his face and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Turning his head to look at the golden grass inside the iron box, the fatty's eyes sizzled, then he reached out and took it out, placing it in the palm of his hand. Qin Feng on the other side had also come to the depths of the cave at this time. He reached out and touched his chest, when a sharp pain came. Sure enough, the physique is still not strong enough. With a thought, Qin Feng opened the system panel. Name, Qin Feng. Ability, Chaotic Divine Lightning S+, Red Fire F+. Rank, Late First Order. Blood, 320+. Spirit, 35+. Physical, 56% Mortal Body+. Breathing Technique, Thunder Spirit Breathing Technique Perfection. Battle Technique, Thunder Step C Perfection, Thunder Spear B Perfection. Thunder Spear B Perfection, Thunder Swamp a Minor Achievement. Talent, Infinite Swallow Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to enhance cultivation. Evolution Points, 500. After seeing that there were still 500 evolution points left, Qin Feng placed his gaze on the physique column. Chapter 61, Physique Evolution, Demon King Body. 3-inch gold grass, this top-notch body refining herb. If it wasn't for the fact that there are too few awakened who can use this in our great summer, I'm afraid that this time it wouldn't be cheaper for this fatty. Inside the center control room. Through the surveillance screen, Tang Yun and Yang Xian had also witnessed Fatty receiving the 3 inches of golden grass within his storage ring. This thing itself was taken out for him, I just didn't expect it to be so easily gotten by him. Tang Yun's face revealed a touch of helplessness. In itself, she was still thinking of stimulating Su Yuan with this thing later on, but now it seemed that she had to think of other ways. After her eyes lingered on the fatty for a few seconds, Tang Yun turned her head to look at another image, where there was a figure. It was none other than Qin Feng in the depths of the cave. Sure enough, the battle with the berserk demon bear still left him with some injuries. Tang Yun murmured, then stopped paying attention to Qin Feng and checked on the other students. At this time, it was already nearing evening, and some of the students had already begun to look for a place to rest for the night. After all, in an unfamiliar environment, moving at night would often add more variables. However, there were also some brave people who planned to take advantage of the cover of darkness to hurry. Sure, Koan is getting ready to break through. Just then, Yang Xian's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun followed his line of sight, only to see a tall figure arrive at a hidden location, and it was none other than Sure Koan. It could be seen that at this moment, his body seemed like a balloon that was being inflated, rapidly expanding. That stoic face became somewhat hideous at this moment due to the intense pain, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down from his forehead. As an awakened with a special physique, Sure Koan needed to endure more pain than the average awakened when he broke through the realm. Well! A muffled grunt emanated from Sure Koan's mouth as he gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain coming from various parts of his body. I don't know how long it took before this intense pain began to gradually diminish. Sure Koan violently opened his eyes, and a regal sharpness burst out from those dark eyes. After briefly adapting to the changes in his body, Sure Koan raised his right arm and then fiercely blasted out a fist. Bang! In an instant, the wind of the fist shook the air apart, emitting an ear-piercing sound of exploding air. Take a night's rest, and tomorrow we'll go and have a go at that black bear again. Sure Koan muttered under his breath. Central Control Room. Sure Koan's special physique that he awakened is the Overlord Physique, and this physique brings him an absolute increase in strength, along with a strong physique. Initial estimation, I'm afraid that his physical strength at the middle of the second stage has already reached the level of an early third stage ferocious beast. There is an ancestor right outside the domain who also possesses this kind of physique. As long as there are no accidents, this fellow will definitely be able to become a Battle King powerhouse in the future. Yang Xian muttered under his breath. In response, Tang Yun also secretly nodded her head. However, for some reason, Tang Yun's mind suddenly flashed back to the figure whose body was wrapped in blue lightning. If the two of them were to meet, I wonder who's stronger in battle. She thought this in her heart. Although Qin Feng had defeated Joey Yang, who also possessed S-rank psychic abilities, if it came down to frontal combat power, Shirkoan was stronger than the former. If Qin Feng fought Shirkoan, it would be difficult to predict whether he would win or lose. After looking at Shirkoan, Tang Yun checked again Lin Xiaoqian's movements. This arrogant little girl had now easily broken through to the middle of the second stage, her spiritual power had become even stronger, and her battle power had skyrocketed. If one were to purely talk about cultivation talent, Lin Xiaoqian's talent was definitely the strongest. After all, the current her was only 16 years old, and she was still actively awakened to the spiritual system of psychic abilities. This kind of genius of hers, when placed in the entire Grand Xia, was also considered to be one of the top 3. The only thing missing was her heart. For this arrogant little girl, Tang Yun still had a bit of a headache. Deep in the cave. System, add some physique to me. Looking at the remaining 600 evolution points, Qin Feng directly chose stud this time and added all of them to physique. In just an instant, Qin Feng felt a terrifying energy appear within his body. Instantly, his body began to tremble as that strong energy began to rampage through his body, impacting his meridians like a tidal wave. His skin began to glow with a faint reddish aura, as if there were flames burning inside his body, and a strong burning sensation appeared as if the qi and blood inside his body had been vaporized. Well, Qin Feng, who had already had one experience, gritted his teeth and held on. The fat man at the entrance of the cave seemed to be aware of it as he turned back and glanced towards the cave, but quickly withdrew his gaze. Everyone had their own secrets, and he himself was no different. After an unknown period of time, Qin Feng's trembling body gradually stabilized, followed by a terrifying force erupting out from his body, shaking all the surrounding air away, emitting a burst of airborne sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving his physique and obtaining a spirit stage demon king body primary. At the same time, a system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Spirit rank demon king body, I wonder what rank of supernatural ability it is equivalent to. Qin Feng muttered under his breath. He clenched his hands into fists, feeling as if there was endless power within his body as he raised his hand and blasted out with a fist. Bang! The exploding fist wind bombarded the rocky wall to the side, instantly striking a visible fist mark. The power has increased several times. Qin Feng's face revealed a flash of joy. One should know that the hardness of the rocks inside this cave was no weaker than normal metal, and one could leave a mark on it with just the wind of his fist. It was hard to imagine what would happen if one's punch hit a human body. If he was in his current state against that berserk black bear just now, Qin Feng felt that even if he didn't use the power of his supernatural abilities, he would be able to arm wrestle with him. Strike the iron while it's hot and go find another third-ranked ferocious beast to practice with. Qin Feng, who thought of this, didn't hesitate as he lifted his feet and walked towards the cave entrance. Going to find a third-ranked ferocious beast now? A cry of shock escaped from Fatty's mouth. Looking at the handsome teenager in front of him, Fatty only wanted to say, "Big brother, are you a perpetual motion machine? So much energy." Although awakened people's physique was strong, under normal circumstances, even if they didn't sleep for several days and nights, it wouldn't have any effect. But that was under normal circumstances, and one should know that today Qin Feng had fought several battles one after the other. First, he defeated Li Yan and his group, followed by killing an unknown number of ferocious beasts along the way in passing. The latter was even a battle with Joey Yang, and immediately afterward, without even much rest, he was alone, hunting the berserk demon bear whose battle strength was comparable to that of a mid-third stage. Other than that, even if it was Shirkoan who possessed a special physique, Fatty thought that it was impossible for him to recover so quickly like Qin Feng. Although he called out perverts in his heart, Fatty still followed Qin Feng and left the place together. This black light, how can I not let Brother Feng you risk alone, isn't it? Chapter 62, Dead Fatty, did you rob my fierce beasts? Roar! Within a dense forest, a figure with a huge body that was shrouded in crimson flames tilted its head and let out a tiger roar. Early third stage, flaming tiger. Endless coldness emanated from that pair of beast pupils. The flaming tiger stared at the teenager in front of it who was destroying its dreams, and terrifying fire attribute energy surged out from its body. The teenager was none other than Qin Feng, and the flaming tiger was his first target. That's you. A low murmur escaped Qin Feng's mouth, followed by a direct flash of his body as he sped towards the location where the flaming tiger was with his bare hands. Facing Qin Feng's offense, the flaming tiger had a disdainful look on its face. It had never seen any awakened that dared to use no weapon whatsoever like Qin Feng and directly rushed to it. The flaming tiger raised one of its tiger paws unhurriedly as it prepared to slap this ignorant human flat with one palm. At the same time, Qin Feng, whose figure had arrived in front of the flaming tiger, raised his right arm and violently swung a fist forward. Boom! In the next instant, along with a violent collision sound ringing out at the same time, Qin Feng's fist and the tiger's palm ruthlessly collided together. Instantly, a terrifying impact force appeared, with the place where the two touched as the center. The surrounding air fluctuated as if it was a tidal wave. The flaming tiger that originally wanted to slap Qin Feng to death completely froze. The gusts of intense pain coming from the tiger's palm made it somewhat incredulous. The human in front of him, who was several times smaller than himself, had directly blocked its attack with his body. Boom! Just as the flaming tiger froze, Qin Feng seized the opportunity and threw another punch. The explosive fist wind shook the air, and under the impact of this punch, the huge body of the flaming tiger violently flew backwards until it slowly came to a stop after a dozen meters. Holy! This. Fatty, who was not far away, froze in place as if struck by lightning after witnessing the scene. Using his body to fight against a ferocious beast, and it was still a third-order ferocious beast. The fat man violently raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. He was afraid that he had just blinked. However, the next image was what made him even more incredulous. Only to see that at this moment, Qin Feng had once again arrived in front of the flaming tiger and greeted it with one punch after another. Just a moment ago, the mighty flaming tiger, at this moment, was like a kitten, directly suppressed by Qin Feng. Special physique? And it's definitely not an ordinary special physique. Fatty couldn't calm his mind for a long time. When his eyes fell on Qin Feng again, he cried out straight in his heart. Is this Nima a genius? It's simply a statement, alright. S-ranked Thunder System abilities, and now with an additional special physique. If one day Qin Feng said that he was still a spiritual nihilist, Fatty would choose to believe it. Inside the center control room, Tang Yun and Yang Xian had both left the place at this time, and only one staff member was keeping an eye on the monitor screen. However, his gaze mostly rested on those students of the first rank, as these students were of average strength and could easily encounter danger if they didn't act with enough caution. As for the likes of Shi Koan and the others, he didn't pay much attention to them. As for the current Qin Feng, who was in the area of the third-ranked ferocious beasts, the staff thought that no one should dare to challenge the third-ranked ferocious beasts right now, so he directly ignored the monitoring of this area. This also led to the fact that he was the only one who saw this unbelievable aspect in front of Fatty's eyes. 5 minutes later. Bang! Along with the ground trembling violently, the huge body of the flame tiger fell straight to the ground. Until it died, it still had a shocked expression on its face. Can be seen, in the flaming tiger, that huge body has a number of obvious collapse, where the flesh and blood, these are Qin Feng fist bombing out. That's add up. At this moment, a feeling of I'm okay suddenly rose in Fatty's heart. However, he knew that it was just his own illusion. 5 minutes is a bit long. Qin Feng muttered. And when the fat man who had just walked over heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Next, Qin Feng first received the body of the flaming tiger within his storage ring, and then found a bronze iron box nearby. After opening it, Qin Feng realized that inside was a jade slip glowing with crimson light, precisely a battle seal. Grade B fire attribute battle skill, flaming avalanche fist. B grade battle skill, it's not bad, but it's fire attribute phone, you can't use it. How about selling it to me? I can pay a high price. There was a line of small words next to the battle seal, which Fatty had similarly seen. In the face of Fatty's goodwill, Qin Feng rejected it directly without even thinking about it. The fire attribute battle technique, he would use it soon. The current him had a spirit-grade demon king body, and he was already able to fuse his second supernatural ability, the S-grade red lotus karma flame. Qin Feng already had plans in his mind to wait until the end of the camp entry test to find an opportunity to fuse his supernormal abilities. As for now, go on, carry on. Qin Feng greeted Fatty, then turned his head and left. No way, still coming? Fatty had a bitter look on his face, but he still quickly followed. He was just purely worried that Qin Feng acting alone was too dangerous, and had nothing to do with Joey Yang. It was also shortly after Qin Feng and the two of them left that a petite figure appeared. It was none other than Lin Xiaoqian. She, who had made a breakthrough in her cultivation, did not choose to rest and recuperate like Shi Koan, but prepared to hunt the third-ranked ferocious beasts all night long and snatch the treasures. Although Lin Xiaoqian was proud of herself, she similarly understood the principle of striking first. Who the hell is it that dares to rob this young lady's prey? Looking at those fallen trees in front of her, as well as the scene of a mess around her, and the empty iron box that had been thrown aside, Lin Xiaoqian realized that it had been shortchanged. Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate for a second. Her body quickly flickered and ran wildly towards the next area. She was the one who wanted to win the first place in points. How could she lag behind others? 10 minutes later, she once again came to a pool of water, but it was immediately followed by another angry cry. Damn it, who the hell is it? No matter who you are, if you dare to go against this young lady, I will make you pay. Lin Xiaoqian's pretty face darkened, then she once again moved to rush to the next area. But the anger in her heart grew more and more intense in the next. Robbed again, robbed again. Ah! Lin Xiaoqian's expression gradually became somewhat maniacal, and then she accelerated on her way without saying a word. Must catch you, must. In Lin Xiaoqian's subconscious mind, all these third-ranked ferocious beasts were prepared for her, and all those treasures were hers, but now, the ferocious beasts had been killed, and all the treasures had been snatched. This made her gradually go mad. It wasn't long before she once again arrived at a location, which was likewise a huge cave. And at the mouth of the cave there was a figure. Lin Xiaoqian did not hesitate, quickly rushed there, and when she saw the figure clearly, she immediately let out an angry cry. Dead fatty, is it you who robbed my treasures? Shoo! 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 After the words fell, instantly 10 silver flying daggers sprang out at the same time. Chapter 63. Little girl, you've lost. Fatty, who was dozing off, suddenly heard someone scolding him just as he looked up to see who had the audacity to do so. Shoo! 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 Accompanied by several air-breaking sounds at the same time, 10 silver flying daggers sped through mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Fatty and surrounded him. It's that little girl. In an instant, Fatty's sleepiness was gone, his spirit was tense, and dense beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Say, was it you who robbed my treasures? Lin Xiaoqian walked over with a gloomy face, her tone cold and full of killing intent. Little girl, you. The fat man over here still wanted to let out a couple of harsh words, but when he saw the flying daggers that surrounded his body, he also had the good sense to shut his mouth. At this time, he was really afraid, in case this little girl accidentally lost control of her spiritual power, then these flying daggers would not give him a sieve. Big sister, do you think I can deal with those third-order ferocious beasts? There was no way around it, the fat man who was not as strong as the others could only choose to admit defeat. Humph. Fatty's words also caused Lin Xiaoqian to react, a cold snort escaping her mouth. Even if it's not you, you're still an accomplice. Looking at the fat man in front of her, Lin Xiaoqian's eyes became more and more unkind. Ta! Ta! It was also at this moment that a sound of footsteps rang out, and then an upright figure was seen walking out from within the cave, and it was none other than Qin Feng. Brother Feng, save me. Qin Feng's arrival was like a savior to Fatty and immediately shouted. Lin Xiaoqian? Looking at the girl with a haughty face in front of him, Qin Feng felt a little surprised. Take out all my treasures and I can spare your life. Seeing someone come out, Lin Xiaoqian immediately spoke. In response, Qin Feng let out a light laugh from his mouth. Your treasures? What, does this treasure have your name on it? Raising her condescending head, Lin Xiaoqian said in an extremely arrogant tone. Kid, cut the crap and hand over the treasure, or I'll let you see how powerful this young lady is. Qin Feng skimmed his lips. Since I took the treasure, it's mine, you're not qualified to order me around. Don't know what's good for you. Lin Xiaoqian, whose heart was already filled with anger, faced with such an attitude from Qin Feng, could no longer hold back and directly made a move. Swoosh! Shoo! Only to see the 10 flying daggers that were originally surrounding Fatty's body instantly sprang out and ran towards Qin Feng. After this young lady defeats you, let's see if your mouth is still that hard. Facing Lin Xiaoqian's attack, Qin Feng's right hand probed out and instantly a black blade appeared in his hand. Not very old, but your temper isn't small. Today I'll educate you properly on behalf of your parents. Zip! Zip! After the words fell, a blue arc of electricity surged out from Qin Feng's body with a thunderous roar. Thunder steps. Between his feet stomping on the ground, Qin Feng's figure began to rapidly flash up, dodging the flying daggers' attacks like a bolt of lightning. Still trying to educate me. At this moment, Lin Xiaoqian had been completely enraged, and invisible spiritual power surged out of her mind like a tidal wave. Shoo! 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 In an instant, 10 more silver flying daggers appeared around her, then turned into a silver aura and sped towards Qin Feng. I'll see how long you can last. A total of 20 flying daggers began to launch a siege against Qin Feng. Lin Xiaoqian stood in place with a proud face, her invisible spiritual power began to dance at this moment. 20 flying daggers suddenly increased in speed in an instant, frantically attacking towards various parts of Qin Feng's body. Boy, this girl doesn't look very old, but her methods are quite ruthless. Fatty, who had already gotten out of danger, pulled away from the two at the first time. Looking at the rapidly flashing silver on in mid-air, he couldn't help but start worrying for Qin Feng in his heart. Although Qin Feng's frontal combat power is already strong enough, but Lin Xiaoqian is after all a spiritual master. Invisible spiritual power makes people defenseless, can be said to kill in the invisible. So at this moment, Fatty couldn't be sure whether Qin Feng could withstand the other party's offense or not. Worthy of being a spiritual nihilist who claims to be able to fight 10 with 1, if it wasn't for the fact that my physique has evolved and my reflexes have been enhanced by several times, it might really be a bit tricky to face her. While dodging the attack of the flying daggers, Qin Feng thought in his mind. After fighting several third-ranked ferocious beasts one after another, the current him had already adapted to the evolved Demon King body. The enhancement of the Demon King body on him was not only at the level of physical strength and power, but also at the level of combat awareness, as well as physical reflexes, which had also doubled. At this moment, his entire body was covered by blue arcs of electricity, and his entire body was like a bolt of lightning that kept flickering on the field. Before, he had thought about covering his entire body with thunder steps, and now it was just time to try it out. As time passed, Qin Feng's speed became faster and faster, and the pressure brought to him by these 20 flying daggers began to gradually become smaller and smaller. What the hell? Is Brother Feng using her to hone his battle skills? Fatty couldn't help but let out a shocked cry from his mouth as he seemed to have seen something. Lin Xiaoqian, who heard this at the side, instantly turned her head and gave him a look filled with a murderous aura. Trying to use this young lady as a tool person, what gives you the right? After a soft shout, Lin Xiaoqian began to explode, her spiritual power was pushed to the extreme by her, and the movement speed of her flying dagger instantly went to the next level. At the same time, she once again took out 5 flying daggers from within her storage ring, maneuvering so that they joined the battlefield. In an instant, Xinfeng felt a sudden increase in pressure, but he was not shocked but pleased. The faster the flying daggers were, the more pressure they gave him, the smoother his improvements to the thunder steps would become. Seeing that 25 flying daggers were unable to take down Xinfeng, a flash of anxiety appeared on Lin Xiaoqian's arrogant face. Since it's not enough, keep adding. A touch of madness appeared on her face. I don't believe it, I can't take you just like that. Shoo! 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 Several air-breaking sounds sounded at the same time, and 5 more flying daggers joined the battlefield. At this moment, it could be seen that Qin Feng's body had been completely enveloped by a silver aura, caught in the encirclement formed by the flying daggers. Almost there. Thunder Steps is only a C-grade battle technique after all, and being able to develop it to this point is already the limit. Seeing that Lin Xiaoqian had already started to get real, Qin Feng was also not interested in continuing to play along with her. In an instant, Qin Feng's eyes fiercely changed as an intimidating sharpness burst out. Flash Thunder Strike. In the next instant, the black blade in his hand was wrapped in a streak of blue lightning, and Qin Feng began to rapidly swing the black blade. Giggling. Giggling. The black blade directly transformed into a blue shadow, flashing brightly under the dark night sky. Clang. 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 An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, only to see that the silver flying knives were all sent flying by the black knives. How is this possible? Lin Xiaoqian, who saw this scene, was in disbelief. Swish. But in the very next instant, she only felt a blue shadow flash before her eyes. Little girl, you lost. A hot breath appeared in her ear. Chapter 64 Defeated, past, Shi Kuan's doorstep. Swish. The hot air in her ears caused Lin Xiaoqian to instantly rise at first glance. Her body was enveloped by a strange energy in a split second, and then she directly disappeared from her original position, appearing a dozen meters away. Lin Xiaoqian's pupils trembled, her face filled with disbelief. Shoo. 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 In the next moment, she only slightly raised her hand and instantly summoned dozens of flying daggers all around herself. The tips of the flying daggers pointed outwards, hovering around her body. And at that moment, Qin Feng's figure had already disappeared in front of her once again. Lin Xiaoqian forced herself to calm down and searched for Qin Feng's location with her spiritual power. Over there! Lin Xiaoqian instantly had a flash of light before her eyes, and at the same time, all the flying daggers all blasted violently in one direction. Quite observant. Seeing that he had already been exposed, Qin Feng stopped, wielding the black blade and swinging it frantically once more. Clang! Clang! Another intense metallic clashing sound rang out, and all the flying daggers were all intercepted head-on by Qin Feng. At this moment, even as condescending as Lin Xiaoqian was completely frozen. If that time just now was a coincidence, then this time Qin Feng had truly blocked all the flying dagger attacks. In this moment, a fear that had never existed before rose in Lin Xiaoqian's heart. The idea of wanting to leave this place as soon as possible even sprouted in her heart. However, it was obvious that Qin Feng wasn't going to give her this opportunity. After flicking all the flying daggers away, his figure disappeared once again in a flash. Instantly, Lin Xiaoqian began to feel alert in her heart. Little girl, with such a wild personality at such a young age, and with such a ruthless hand, I'll have to educate you today. The voice ringing in her ears made Lin Xiaoqian instantly alert, just as she wanted to repeat her trick and escape. Thud. Suddenly, a popping sound came, followed by Lin Xiaoqian feeling a pain in her head and a bit dizzy. This guy even dared to knock her on the head. Since childhood, she was never the only one who bullied others. Berserk spiritual energy instantly erupted. She wanted to use her spiritual energy to directly bounce Qin Feng out. Thud. However, Qin Feng's movements were even faster, and another brain crash directly greeted him. You give me. Thud. 2 brain crashes in succession directly caused Lin Xiaoqian to have a splitting headache. With Qin Feng's current physical strength, the intensity of these cerebral melons crashing was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Moreover, this was still under the circumstance that he had withdrawn his strength. If he exerted his full strength, he could even directly pop Lin Xiaoqian's head. Little girl, it's better to be a little more restrained when you're out and about. Saying on his lips, Qin Feng flicked another cerebral crash over. This time Lin Xiaoqian's body shook, and after taking a few steps back, she sat on her but on the ground. At this moment, her eyes were lifeless, looking a bit bewildered and aggravated. However, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to this. He had already stayed his hand because he was concerned about the other party's age. At the very least, compared to Joey Yang, her outcome was much better. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something and turned around to her again. Points bracelet. Don't you bully people too much. Lin Xiaoqian, who was paralyzed on the ground, gritted her teeth. Hearing this, Qin Feng did not open his mouth, but only stretched out one hand to make the motion of flicking his brain to crash. Instantly, Lin Xiaoqian's face changed, and she ended up obediently handing over her points bracelet. Compared to Joey Yang, her points were much higher, a full 500. At this, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't be polite and directly accepted half of it. He then threw the bracelet to the fat man, who was full of anticipation on the side. "There's still the last third-ranked ferocious beast, try to finish him off before dawn," Qin Feng said in his heart, then left the place with Fatty. "Damn it, just wait, when this young lady's cultivation breaks through to the third stage, she will definitely make you pay," Lin Xiaoqian said viciously with her mouth, then slowly got up and left the place. According to the current situation, there was no hope for her with the third-order ferocious beasts and those treasures, so she could only go and hunt other ferocious beasts to accumulate points. Therefore, Lin Xiaoqian turned her head and spread all her anger towards Qin Feng on those ferocious beasts. With her mid-second stage cultivation, comparable to third-stage combat power, not a single ferocious beast could stop her in this area. Soon, Lin Xiaoqian's points began to rise wildly at an extremely fast rate. At the same time, Qin Feng and the two of them had arrived at the habitat of the last third-ranked ferocious beast. This was also a ferocious beast with a cultivation at the early third stage, and after less than 5 minutes had passed, Qin Feng had resolved the other party. The training camp had arranged for a total of 6 third-order beasts, and all of them had been killed one by Qin Feng by now. "The last bronze iron box is up, I wonder what's inside," Qin Feng muttered, and then he also directly opened it. Only to see a red elixir lying inside, which was none other than the blood-increasing elixir. "Sold to you." The moment he saw the blood-enhancing pill, Qin Feng revealed obvious disappointment before he threw it directly to the fatty. This kind of elixir that could increase qi in blood was of little use to him, who possessed a natural aptitude in system. In total, there were 6 third-ranked ferocious beasts, which meant there were 6 bronze iron chests. In addition to the 3 inches of golden grass at the very beginning, that 1B grade fire attribute battle skill, Qin Feng also obtained 2B grade battle skills, a bottle of special healing potion, and a B grade alloy weapon respectively. The only thing he could use in here was that 1B grade body refining battle skill and the healing potion. As for the rest, Qin Feng had sold them all to Fatty. Fatty naturally refused. On the one hand, in order to close the relationship with Qin Feng, on the other hand, Qin Feng's price is really lower than the market price. After resolving the last third-order beast, Qin Feng decided to take a break for a while. Give those students some more time to harvest a wave this afternoon so that it can refresh again once tomorrow, and then we can have another wave then. Qin Feng thought like this in his heart. He had tried it before, and if he defeated the same opponent within the same day's time, only the first time would be able to gain evolution points. Only until the next day would it be refreshed. Finally, I can rest. After hearing Qin Feng offered a rest, a smile immediately appeared on Fatty's face before he followed Qin Feng to directly rest in situ at the habitat of this last third-ranked ferocious beast. The berserk demon bear was actually killed. Who was it, Lin Xiaoqian or Joey Yang? An hour later, a tall figure arrived muttering. The person who came was none other than Shirkuan, and looking around at the scene of devastation, Shirkuan's face changed slightly. Could it be that even the black demon giant spider here has been killed? Shirkuan was somewhat in disbelief, but just at that moment, a familiar face appeared in front of him. "Shirkuan, you still dare to come?" Chapter 65: The Devil King Body versus the Overlord Body. "You are Su Yuan?" Facing the fat man who was cursing profusely, Shirkuan instantly frowned. He simply couldn't figure out what the other party was talking about. "Shut your mouth, or else even if you're a young merchant leader, I'll make you pay the price." Although he couldn't figure out the situation, Shirkuan wouldn't let him scold himself like that. Even if the fat man had a powerful background, he was not afraid in the slightest, and in the battle of peers, he did not believe that the other party could still invite someone to deal with him. Shirkuan's reaction also caused the fat man to frown, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Mard, being pitted by this little ninny Suku. At that time, when he purchased the map, he didn't directly interface with Shirkuan, but bought it through a middleman. The fat man who thought of this immediately had a dumbfounded expression on his face. "It was you who killed the third-ranked ferocious beast here?" Shirkuan looked at Fatty with skepticism in his eyes. He had already sensed that Fatty's cultivation was at the early second stage, and it was somewhat unrealistic for such a cultivation to kill a third-stage ferocious beast. "Not me." Fatty skimmed. It was also at this moment that a silhouette appeared behind Fatty. "Ha!" The person who came stretched his back. It was none other than Qin Feng. Looking across at Shirkuan, Qin Feng was not surprised by his arrival. The reason why he chose to rest here was because he wanted to wait for this fellow to take the initiative to come to his door. "I wonder how his special physique compares to my Demon King body," Qin Feng muttered as a strong battle intent was released from him. Almost instantly, Shirkuan detected the battle intent on Qin Feng's body, to which he was naturally unafraid. Raising his foot and taking a step forward, the same terrifying aura surged out from his body. "It's starting again." Seeing this, Fatty also had the good sense to take a quick step to distance himself from the two. "I wonder how long Shirkuan can last." He thought this in his mind. After seeing Qin Feng's terrifying battle power one after another, Fatty had already firmly believed in his heart that Qin Feng was definitely the strongest student in this session of Jiangnan province, and that there was no one. Even more than Jiangnan province, even if it was put into the entire Grand Xia, Fatty felt that there was no one who could beat Qin Feng at the same level. On the field, the two people who were facing each other made a move at the same moment, only to see Shikuan's tall and sturdy body, as if it was a lofty mountain, charging straight towards Qin Feng's location. Qin Feng is naturally not afraid of this, his body's qi and blood rolls over, his body also rushes towards the front. Compared to the tall and lanky Shikuan, Qin Feng's body type did not have an advantage, and he looked a head shorter than the other party. Boom! In the next instant, accompanied by a violent tremor rising, a large and a small figure collided together. The violent collision set off a terrifying impact, and the surrounding air fluctuated as if it were a tidal wave. After a short period of contact, the two men each took a step back and pulled away. How is this possible? Shikuan's heart was shocked beyond belief. He knew very well that just now, Qin Feng did not use the power of his supernatural ability. Just like him, he was purely confronting with his body. Could it be that you also possess a special physique? Shikuan couldn't help but ask. To which Qin Feng did not reply. Seeing this, Shikuan also stopped asking more questions, only his face became gloomy. The test just now was enough to prove that Qin Feng's physique was not weaker than his. However, immediately after, Shikuan began to get excited again. He had never met an awakened person with a special physique like him, and now he could just let go and fight. Battle! Shikuan opened his mouth and shouted, then his tall body violently rushed forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, carrying a whistling sound of wind, rushing straight at Qin Feng's face. Where the fist wind passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a hissing sound. In response, Qin Feng was unperturbed. His terrifying battle sense allowed him to anticipate the trajectory of this fist. Slightly sideways to avoid Shikuan's fist attack at the same time, his body violently dived, and then his right leg is like a sharp axe, violently toward Shikuan's feet sweep. Noticing this, Shikuan pushes out one of his feet and tries to resist Qin Feng's strike. However, it was obvious that he had underestimated the power of this strike. Boom! In just an instant, a sharp pain came from his calf, and Shikuan felt like his bones were about to break. He gritted his teeth and endured the sharp pain. Not only did he not retreat, instead, he took the opportunity to raise his arm and violently slammed it downwards towards Qin Feng. A strange aura flashed across Qin Feng's eyes as he braced himself on the ground with one hand and instantly stomped his legs upwards. Boom! The fists and feet collided, once again emitting a vibrating sound. The next Qin Feng began to take the initiative to attack. Relying on his strong physique and top-notch fighting sense, he gradually suppressed Shikuan. Sure enough, Fatty, who was watching the battle from a short distance away, noticed this scene and had a look on his face like I knew it was so. Stomp! 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 After another collision, Shikuan's body shook and fell back several steps towards the back. Chance! Qin Feng's eyes lit up as his nimble figure quickly rushed out, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shikuan, whose body had not yet stabilized. Boom! Qin Feng violently swung out a fist, the wind of the fist tearing through the air and emitting a furious aura. Seeing this, Shikuan did not hesitate for a second and immediately turned his body around, trying to dodge, but he was still a step too late and ended up being blown to his left shoulder by Qin Feng's punch. In just an instant, his tall body flew straight backwards until it hit a rock wall before coming to a halt. It should be over. Fatty muttered at the sight. Nope, the real battle is next. Also right after Fatty's words fell, the fallen Shikuan slowly got up, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. I admit that you're strong, but I'm not weak either. With that, a terrifying aura surged out from his body, and the muscles of his body began to expand, his skin becoming even tougher. He then charged straight towards Qin Feng, this time at an even faster speed. Feeling the powerful pressure emanating from his opponent, Qin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes equally hot. Stomping on the ground with both feet, he rushed up to meet Shikuan, and for a while, the two of them were once again in a battle. For a while, the field of fists and shadows were interlaced, and from time to time, there was a sound of exploding air. As the battle between the two became more and more intense, the surroundings also became a mess under the impact of their powerful force. A deep pit appeared above the ground. Gradually, as the battle came to an end, Shikuan felt a bit physically exhausted, and a sense of weakness enveloped his entire body. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was getting more and more courageous, as if he was a perpetual motion machine, without the slightest bit of fatigue. In the end, it was Qin Feng who won this battle. Inside the center control room, two geniuses with special physiques? A staff member witnessed the battle between Qin Feng and Shikuan, and a strange aura flashed through his eyes. It looks like this one is going to be full. Chapter 66 A bunch of rubbish, come fight if you don't conquer. Hunted all the third-ranked ferocious beasts in one night? And also defeated Lin Shaoqian and Shikuan one after another? Inside the center control room, Yang Xian had an incredulous expression on his face. The fact that Qin Feng had been able to defeat Joey Yang before had already shocked him, but what he hadn't expected was that the other party had brought him an even bigger surprise. No, we have to notify the chief instructor and have him come over to take a look. Saying that, Yang Xian picked up the landline on the side and directly dialed the chief instructor's number. Tang Yun on the side didn't stop him when he saw this. Qin Feng's battle prowess had already surpassed their imagination and could no longer be generalized within the average genius. This kind of student who could be called a demon was not something they could teach. 2 minutes later, Chief Instructor Zhao Hong came inside the center control room, and after watching Qin Feng's battle footage, a similarly excited expression appeared on his face. Bang! Zhao Hong slammed his palm on the table. Ha, old Wang said last time that our Jiangnan province was inferior to their Xia province, as well as a few other provinces. This time I'd like to see who's better. Saying that, Zhao Hong directly picked up his cell phone and tapped on an exchange group called Great Xia Elite Training Camp. Inside the group were the chief instructors of the elite training camps in each province of Daxia. Chief instructor of Manhwa province, the quality of the students from Manhwa province is average, they can barely get by with third-order ferocious beasts. Below the message, there was also a small video attached. Within the video, there was a teenager with a long spear in his hand, fighting a ferocious beast that was 1 story tall. These chief instructors inside the group, the lowest cultivation level was an 8th order Grand Master, so with their eyesight, they naturally saw that the video was a 3rd order ferocious beast. To be able to fight against a 3rd order beast was enough to see that the teenager was extraordinary. Chief instructor of Hadong province, you have the nerve to send out this old money. It's not just a 3rd order ferocious beast, let's show you what it means to be a real genius. Someone in the group quickly jumped out. The same video was sent over immediately afterward, which also showed a student battling a 3rd ranked ferocious beast. Swish! Swish! As if they didn't want to be outdone by these two, the chief instructors of other provinces followed suit and sent a video with some pretentious words. Until finally, the chief instructor of the Xia province also sent a video out. Within the video was a teenager with a blood-stained longsword in his hand and a straight face. However, what attracted the most attention was the behemoth underneath the teenager's feet, which could be seen as a black lion with black scale armor all over its body and a unicorn horn on its head. After this video was sent out, there was a moment of silence in the group. Chief instructor of Xia province, this kid is just average. The black horned lion of the late 3rd stage just lasted less than 10 moves in his hands. A moment of silence passed. Chief instructor of Guanyuan province, indeed, it is still Wan Lao who is better. Dongshang province, worthy of being the number 1 province in Ardisia, geniuses are like clouds. A chorus of compliments followed. Guanyuan province. By the way, where's old Yang? Didn't he go to Jiangnan province, and he hasn't ventured out by this time? It can't be that he doesn't have a few students who can hold their own, right? South River province, Jiangnan province is not unknown. The quality of students in previous years is also general. I remember last year there was only 1 student who awakened S-class psychic ability, right? Maybe the situation is even worse this year. Even if there's no S-class psychic student, there has to be one with a special physique, right? Seeing that Yang Hong was slow to speak in the group, the other chief instructors couldn't help but open their mouths and flirt a few times. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on Yang Hong's face, and then he clicked on the already edited message and sent it. Yang Hong of Jiangnan province, a bunch of trash, also worthy of being compared to the geniuses of my Jiangnan province. The rest of the chief instructors froze at this moment. They didn't expect Yang Hong to directly pull a big bubble as soon as he opened his mouth. Just as they were about to open their mouths to fight back. Yang Hong of Jiangnan province, come and fight if you don't. South River province, old Zhang, what kind of extreme genius did you run into that's so tuggy? Guanyuan province, that's right, what kind of genius? Send it out for everyone to see. Ha, let you all see it now, nice try. Looking at the messages within his cell phone, Yang Hong directly muted it and pressed the lock screen button. A plan had risen in his mind. Inside the exchange group. This guy ran away? Old John, this guy is just tough talking. It was because he was tough talking and had to make a bet with me that he lost this A-class ally weapon to me in the first place. Really, he's a big old man and still likes to pretend so much. After seeing that Yang Hong no longer replied to the message, the rest of the chief instructors burst into a burst of output and began to mock wildly. The Black Forest mountain range should be up ahead? The 2 figures arrived in front of a black jungle, and it was none other than Qin Feng and his 2 men. Brother Feng, we'll lose a lot of points if we just go straight into the camp now. Within the training camp, all sorts of resources can only be exchanged with points, so should we not wait a little longer? Looking at the dark jungle ahead, thinking that Qin Feng was trying to enter the camp directly, he frowned and said. In response, Qin Feng just blanked him. Who said I want to enter the camp now? If you don't enter the camp, then come here? A flash of thought flashed through the fat man's eyes, but he quickly reacted and brightened up. Brother Feng, you are thinking of guarding this place and robbing the other students of their points. The children are teachable. Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, this is the only entrance into the Blackwood Forest. If you want to enter the campground, this is the way to go. As long as one guards here, anyone will have to pay a toll. Fatty mumbled under his breath. Fatty didn't have any sense of guilt about something like robbing other people of their points. The survival of the fittest. Even the training camp was secretly supportive of students grabbing points from each other. Only by competing with each other could one progress faster. Finally earned enough points, next as long as we find the location of the campground, we'll be considered to have passed this camp entry test. It didn't take long for a small team of 5 people to arrive here. Captain, there are 2 people there? One of the team members spotted the 2 chin foams, and instantly, the entire team became alert. The squad leader looked at the 2 chin foams in front of him with a cautious gaze, then he lifted his foot forward a few steps and spoke. Friend, a few of us are from Chincheng. I don't know if you have found the location of the camp yet? The location of the campsite right behind here. Fatty pointed behind him, but then the words changed. However, if you guys want to go over, you have to. Boom! Boom! Before Fatty over here could finish his words, Chin Fong on the side had already fired his gun. Thunder gun! Only a basketball-sized ball of thunder appeared in mid-air and quickly blasted towards several people. A dozen seconds later. We admit defeat and give you all the points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining evolution points. Chapter 67, Chin Fong, it's good to be here, it's good to be here. All the third-ranked ferocious beasts are gone? Is it Lin Xiaoxian or Shi Kuan? No, both of them are at most comparable to me in terms of battle power. Even if they can kill third-order ferocious beasts, it's impossible for them to manage to kill all of the third-order ferocious beasts in a single night. Inside a huge cave, looking at the mess within the cave and the empty iron box, Joey Yang's face changed slightly. Could it be him? A handsome figure surfaced in Joey Yang's mind. It was none other than Chin Fong. Brother Yang, the Chen family side has sent a message. Just then, a voice entered Joey Yang's ears. Chen family. Humph. If it wasn't for the sake of selling Yashao a face, who would pay them any attention? Joey Yang let out a cold snort from his mouth, then lifted his foot and walked out of the cave. Brother Yang, we've already found the approximate location of the one called Chin Fong, and the Chen family side said that Shi Kuan will follow us when the time comes. Ha! Could it be that they are looking down on me, Joey Yang? Isn't it just a late First Order Lightning Awakened who still needs Shi Kuan and I to do it together? Joey Yang said with a disdainful face. Take me there. Brother Kuan, this is Yushao's face after all, let's just. At this moment, Shi Kuan had just taken a bottle of healing potion not long ago, and there were still several obvious wounds on his body. These were all caused during the battle with Chin Fong just now. Listening to the report of a young man in front of him, Shi Kuan's brows furrowed. He didn't want to pay any attention to any conflict between the Chen family and Chin Fong, it was just that he couldn't afford to mess with that person called Yushao. Good, I know. Shi Kuan finally nodded helplessly. How are you guys doing? Have you gotten enough points together? Enough already, Kuan, but I don't know what's going on. Since last night, the number of ferocious beasts in this neighborhood has been reduced by a large portion. We haven't encountered a single ferocious beast for more than half an hour. The young man frowned. Is it those two? 2 figures flashed through Shi Kuan's mind when he heard this, and then not long afterward, he also got up and left the place. Quickly, where are the ferocious beasts in this neighborhood? Duh! Sister, all the ferocious beasts around here have been cleared out by you, and now you can't find a single one. A short-haired man's eyes looked at the petite figure in front of him in horror, and his mouth was still trembling as he spoke. Standing in front of him was none other than Lin Xiaoxian. At this moment, she had almost finished cleaning up all the ferocious beasts within a radius of dozens of kilometers, but even so, the anger in her heart still hadn't dissipated. I heard that there are also quite a few ferocious beasts in the Blackwood Forest, that is, near the campsite, so why don't you go there and take a look? The short-haired man spoke tentatively. You'd better not be lying to me, or else this lady won't be able to spare you. Lin Xiaoxian let out a cold snort from her mouth, then turned around and left the place, while there were several silver flying daggers following behind her together. Finally sent this ant away. The short-haired man had a bitter smile on his face. He also did not expect his luck to be so bad. Not only did he run into Lin Xiaoxian, but he was also used by the other party as a hard laborer to look for ferocious beasts. This search was for most of the day. But luckily, my points barely met the requirements for entering the camp. After letting out a whisper from his mouth, the short-haired man left the place with quick steps. It was too late for that. He was ready to find the location of the camp and go right into it. On the other side, the entrance to the Black Forest mountain range. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion rang out, only to see a basketball-sized thunderball appear in midair, rapidly blasting towards a small team. Hand it over, we'll hand over the points. In the face of the thunderball's offense, this squad with an average battle strength of only mid-first rank was simply unable to resist, and immediately chose to hand over their points. At that moment, Chin Fong had also received the information that evolution points had been credited to his account, and then stopped his hand movements. It could be seen that within a range of several hundred meters in front of Chin Fong, the ground there was a mess, with deep craters of various sizes spread out, all of which had been blasted by the thunderballs. It's really fierce beyond words. Looking at Qin Feng on the side, Fatty couldn't help but murmur in his heart. This squad was already the fourth squad they had encountered, and without exception, all of them were shocked by Qin Feng alone. Brother Feng, how about I don't want these points? Looking at the points bracelet that Qin Feng threw over, Fatty spoke up. It wasn't that he disliked the amount of points he had, but he had been sitting on his hands like this, even he was feeling a bit embarrassed. The main reason was still that Fatty didn't want so many students eliminated in his heart. Now that there was still nearly a day and a half until the end of the camp entry assessment, if it was just Qin Feng himself harvesting a wave of points, these students could still scrape together enough points if they worked a little harder. However, if he was harvesting a wave, then these people would have much less hope of successfully joining the training camp. Oh, good. Qin Feng didn't reject Fatty's offer. In fact, in his heart, he didn't value these points so much, he was more concerned about those evolution points. However, as his battle power increased, the evolution points brought to him by these ordinary students were becoming less and less. On average, one person even had less than 10 evolution points. Evolution points, 400. Counting those third-ranked ferocious beasts that he killed last night, as well as defeating Lin Xiaoqian, Shikuan, and the others, the evolution points had also reached 400. Those three should have already rushed over this way. Qin Feng muttered under his breath. After all, among the crowd of students, the three of them were way ahead of the others in terms of battle power. Correspondingly, the evolution points that could be brought to him were also more. It was at this moment that another squad arrived, and the leader was none other than Joey Yang. Brother Yang, that person is Qin Feng. This person seems to be intercepting other students and grabbing points right now. His battle power doesn't seem to be weak. Following the gaze of the person who spoke, Joey Yang looked up, and with just a glance, his pupils contracted violently. It's him! Joey Yang was surprised. How could he not have thought that the Qin Feng that the Chun clan wanted to deal with was the one who had defeated him not long ago? Marred, he's an ordinary late First Order awakened? At this moment, Joey Yang only wanted to curse in his heart. Surnamed Zhou is here. A smile instantly appeared on the face of the fat man who noticed the line of people in front of him. He might still be unable to bear the thought of robbing other people's points, but if it was Joey Yang's, then that would be a different story. Qin Feng, who heard the sound, looked up. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't help but have a bright smile on his face. It's good to be here. It's good to be here. Boom. After the words fell, Qin Feng immediately raised his hand and unleashed his thunder gun towards his opponent. Bang! Bang! Several basketball-sized thunderballs blasted out violently, speeding towards where Joey Yang and the others were. Chapter 68, Qin Feng, luckily I reacted quickly, or else this kid would have gotten his way. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion rang out as several thunderballs landed on top of the ground, setting off a huge cloud of smoke. And the figures of Joey Yang and the others appeared on the side. Grade B battle technique? Looking at the deep pit that had been blown out by the lightning ball on the side, several people looked shocked. They hadn't expected Qin Feng's battle power to be so strong. What are you afraid of? There's Brother Yang. But right at this moment, a voice rang out, and the person who opened his mouth had a confident look on his face. Even if this person's battle power is strong, it's impossible for him to be a match for Brother Yang. After all, Brother Yang is in possession of S-rank psychic abilities. The few people who heard these words also cast their gazes towards Joey Yang. Facing the gaze of several people, Joey Yang's face was ugly and he couldn't help but explode in his mind. At this moment, he was also riding a tiger. If he did it, he couldn't beat them. If he didn't do it, he lost face. Just as Joey Yang was torn in his heart, a tall figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight, and it was Shikuan. That person is Qin Feng? However, at this moment, he had the same shocked expression on his face as Joey Yang just now. However, compared to Joey Yang who wanted to save face, Shikuan was more after practicality. Brother Cohen, Joey Yang has also come to join. With him. Let's go, I'm no match for him. Without waiting for his teammates on the side to finish their words, Shikuan turned around and was about to leave the place after dropping a sentence. What? You're no match for him, Quinn? An expression of disbelief immediately appeared on the face of the man who had just opened his mouth. In his impression, Shikuan, who possessed a special physique, was strong in battle and had not lost at all amongst the same rank. Could it be that the injuries on Brother Kuan's body were caused by Qin Feng? No, why is he gone? Joey Yang, who thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, froze when he noticed Shikuan turning away again. Could it be that even Shikuan also? Joey Yang's face changed slightly, and then he couldn't care less about face. Now is not the time to make a move, go back first. With that, Joey Yang was about to turn around and leave the place. His teammates were immediately surprised, and after glancing at each other, they all had surprised expressions on their faces. As students from the same city, they could know Joey Yang's character very well. Usually when faced with this kind of situation, he would just go ahead and do it, not to mention that this time the matter was still ordered by Yu Xiao. One must know that Yu Xiao was a Battle King family, and there was more than one Battle King level existence within the family. The 7th rank could be called a grandmaster, the 8th rank was a grandmaster, the 9th rank was a battle general, and only on the upper level was a battle king. The power of that level was not something they could imagine. Joey Yang's behavior at this moment, coupled with Shirkuan, who had come here and turned around, made a few people notice a hint of abnormality. However, a few people did not think much about this. After all, they could not change Joey Yang's mind. I didn't agree to let you guys go. However, right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind the several people. The face of Joey Yang, who heard this voice in front of him, changed violently. Then he slowly turned around, only to see a familiar figure appear in his line of sight. It was none other than Qin Feng. Instantly, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. It's all sent to the door, how can I let you run away? Qin Feng had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then the next instant. Crackle! Crackling! A dense thunderous roar rang out, only to see a blue arc of electricity surging out from Qin Feng's body, lingering around him, emitting a furious aura. Swish! Almost at the same time, Joey Yang, whose entire body was wrapped in an invisible gale, also charged straight forward. You few, hurry up and go. Joey Yang opened his mouth and gave a low shout. It wasn't that Joey Yang had sacrificed himself for the sake of others, but he knew that Qin Feng's target was himself, and even if he left now, the other party would still come after him. Instead of that, it would be better for him to take the initiative and stop Qin Feng, so that he could still buy a wave of hearts. In his opinion, although Qin Feng's battle power was stronger than his, if he went all out, stopping the other party for a moment would be possible. But imagination was beautiful and reality was cruel. The moment their figures came into contact, a black shadow was like a cannonball, flying straight backwards towards the back. It was Joey Yang. Brother Yang. When the other few people saw this, their mouths exclaimed in shock while their faces also showed a horrified expression. Zip! Z! However, in the very next instant, a blue shadow like lightning flashed in front of the several people. A dozen seconds passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating. Gained evolution points. Other than Joey Yang, the others present generously contributed evolution points. Impossible, when did his physique become so strong? Joey Yang, who had been sent flying out, only slowly came to a stop after his figure had impacted a huge boulder. It could be seen that at this moment, he was covering his right arm, a look of pain on his face. He felt like his arm was about to shatter. He had only made contact with Qin Feng's body for a split second. What a pervert! Joey Yang thought this in his heart. At this point in time, he no longer had the desire to compete with Qin Feng. The difference between the two men's combat strength was too great, and continuing to fight would only be self-defeating. He stretched out his left hand that could still move, wanting to take down the points bracelet and hand it over to Qin Feng. Thunder gun! Boom! However, right at this moment, a violent sound of exploding air rang out, and Joey Yang looked up, only to see a basketball-sized thunderball coming straight at him. Joey Yang was a little confused. Clearly he had been prepared to remove the points bracelet and hand it over to Qin Feng. Boom! Just like that, after a violent explosion, Joey Yang's body once again flew backwards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating. It's a good thing I reacted quickly, or else this kid would have gotten away with it. Listening to the system broadcasting sound coming from his mind, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He then stepped forward and removed the other party's points bracelet, directly scratching away half of the points. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. At this time, Fatty appeared out of nowhere, his eyes locked onto Joey Yang's points bracelet. At this, Qin Feng naturally did not begrudge him and directly threw the bracelet to him. After cleaning up Joey Yang's group, Qin Feng didn't stop and disappeared once again with a flash of his figure. He didn't ignore Shirkuan's people. Although Shirkuan's evolution points hadn't been refreshed yet, the ones following him hadn't been defeated by him yet. 3 minutes later, Qin Feng once again returned to the entrance of the Blackwood Mountain Range. That great god is back again. Looks like we can't hide from it either. Several small teams around the area had planned to sneak into the Black Forest Mountain Range while Qin Feng was away. It was just that they didn't expect that before they could put in their actions, Qin Feng had already returned. Just as the crowd was sighing, a petite figure arrived. Finally here, little girl. And Qin Feng instantly brightened up. Chapter 69, 2,000 points, elevated into the battalion. 5 minutes later. A petite young girl sat paralyzed on the ground, staring at Qin Feng in front of her with 2 tearful eyes. What the hell, you can't cry. Qin Feng was instantly a bit speechless. He just wanted to spar with Lin Xiaoqian in a friendly manner and then harvest a bit of evolution points along the way. But what he didn't expect was that this little girl was actually made to cry by him. Looking at Lin Xiaoqian, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, even though the evolution points hadn't been scored yet, he could only give up helplessly. Alright. No more punching you. Qin Feng helplessly waved his hand and turned to leave. It wasn't until Qin Feng had left for a while that Lin Xiaoqian sat up from the ground with reddened eyes. She looked up at Qin Feng's departing back, a strong sense of shame rising within her. Growing up, she had never cried in front of outsiders, and this time she had lost a great deal of shame. She lowered her head and secretly looked towards the surroundings for a few moments, and after realizing that there were no other people who saw this scene, she also secretly let out a sigh of relief. Qin Feng, right, this revenge this young lady has memorized. However, very quickly, reacting to this, she was a little frightened in her heart again. Since she was a child, among her peers, she had yet to encounter an existence with such a strong combat power as Qin Feng. Because of being highly favored since she was a child, she had once followed her family's elders and visited the Xia province more than once. She felt that even those geniuses in the Xia province were inferior to Qin Feng. It was she herself who had become a spiritual numinous master early on because of her outstanding spiritual power. Spiritual luminaries already had the title of being invincible at the same level, and in Lin Xiaoqian's heart, she herself was the general existence of the daughter of heaven's destiny. But what she didn't expect was that she would meet such a terrifying person in this training camp. In a situation where his cultivation level was lower than hers, but he had directly crushed her in terms of battle power. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoqian looked downcast and turned around to leave the place. This little girl has a terrible mind. Inside the center control room, Yang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Actually, if the little girl can explode all of her own battle power, even if she doesn't defeat Qin Feng, at the very least, she won't lose so miserably. This is also normal. The Lin family hasn't had any spiritual luminaries. The cultivation of Lin Xiaoqian is always a bit worse, but this Qin Feng is really getting more and more surprising. S-ranked Thunder System psychic ability, and also possessing a special physique that is not weaker than the Overlord's body. Such a talent is also in the first tier when placed in the whole of Dixia. Tang Yun slowly spoke. Hearing this, Yang Xian also nodded heavily. Let's hope that these little guys can give us more surprises. The entrance to the Black Forest Mountains. Qin Feng returned with a helpless look on his face. The battle with Lin Xiaoqian just now was considered a waste of effort. The evolution points and points were all gone. I should have known that I should have scared her again just now. At the very least, I should have gotten the evolution points first. It was also at this moment that a squad emerged, but right at the moment they saw Qin Feng, without hesitation, they turned around and were about to leave. However, it was obvious that Qin Feng would not let them go. Boom! Boom! The thunder spear was set up, and the exploding thunderballs blasted out like cannonballs. After a few cannons, evolution points were scored, and a few people threw in their point bracelets. In response, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't be polite and directly accepted it as it was. This squad was also unlucky. They originally wanted to take advantage of Qin Feng's absence and then sneak over, but they didn't expect the other party to come back just in time. For a while, the members of the squad all looked bitter. With this squad's previous experience, those squads hidden in the dark also gave up the idea of trying to break out. Forget it, this great god is too fierce, let's just immediately go and hunt ferocious beasts and earn points. The big deal is to wait until the points reach 400 and get robbed by him once. The crowd hung their heads and left the place. 2 hours later. It seems that all these people have learned the news and are afraid to come over for the time being. Fatty squinted his eyes and turned his head towards the surroundings. Not a single silhouette appeared within a radius of several hundred meters. Qin Feng, who heard this, nodded, but he was not the least bit worried about this. Tomorrow was the last day of the camp entry test. As long as they wanted to enter the camp and pass the test, then this was the way to go. He just needed to sit here and wait for the prey to be delivered to his door. The two of them then continued to keep watch, and as evening approached, Fatty even took out a specialized barbecue tool from within his storage ring, as well as a very complete set of ingredients. Immediately after Qin Feng blasted a late first-stage black demon rabbit to death, the two of them began to enjoy a delicious meal of roasted rabbit meat. What had to be admitted was that Fatty's handiwork was really good. The meat was tasty and elastic, emitting a rich aroma, and the golden-colored shell was glistening, so people couldn't help but look at it with a big appetite. After a full meal, Fatty set up 2 more military tents on the spot, and even for the convenience of their observation of the outside environment, the tents used a special transparent material. It's a pity that my personal bodyguard didn't follow me, otherwise it would have been better to have her massage my tendons. Fatty muttered under his breath. Hearing this, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and in the end, he also walked inside one of the tents without saying a word. As far as the Great Spirit is concerned, is this preparation for a night without rest? It's really not giving us any life at all. As the sky gradually darkened and night descended, there were some people who were prepared to take advantage of the cover of night to try and see if they could sneak past. However, after seeing those 2 tents, they too were instantly disheartened. It's better to go find the ferocious beasts for the night. Looking for ferocious beasts, that must be there too? I don't know what's going on. The number of ferocious beasts in this neighborhood is getting smaller and smaller. I've been looking for more than an hour before coming here, and I didn't see a single ferocious beast. No, we can't just let this kid continue. Inside the center control room, looking at the 2 tents at the entrance of the Black Forest mountain range, as well as Lin Xiaoqian, who was still frantically searching for ferocious beasts, Tang Yin frowned. Nowadays, close to half of the ferocious beasts in the assessment ground had been killed by Lin Xiaoqian alone. If this continues, when the time to enter the camp arrives, close to half of the students won't be able to meet the criteria to enter the camp. This is not the result that the training camp wants. Forget it, let's get this kid into camp first. 1 minute later. Inside the tent, Shin Fong, who was closing his eyes as if he had sensed something, violently opened his eyes, only to see a familiar figure standing outside the tent looking at him. Instructor Tang? Shin Fong frowned, his face feigning an expression of surprise. Sure enough, it's still here. Almost time to give the other students a chance. Tang Yun spoke. What do you mean by that, Instructor Tang? I shouldn't have violated the rules of the camp entry test. Hearing this, Tang Yun also directly blanked him, then directly spoke. Alright, 2,000 points in exchange for your early entry into the camp, and you're not allowed to be grabbing points from other students. Good. Shin Fong, who heard this, did not hesitate and directly nodded. Chapter 70, Entering the Camp, Breaking Through the Second Stage. Being set up by this kid. After seeing Shin Fong nod without hesitation, Tang Yun realized that the other party was just waiting for her to come. Forget it, consider it an investment for him. After shaking her head, Tang Yun's figure flickered and disappeared. Spiritual Numinous Master? Shin Fong was a bit surprised. Just at that moment just now, he felt a terrifying spiritual power being released from Tang Yun. In front of that spiritual force, he felt like an ant that could be crushed at any time. This is the terror of a spiritual numinous master. Shin Fong muttered. He understood that Tang Yun was knocking him down, not wanting him to belittle spiritual Nian masters just because he had defeated Lin Xiaoxian. I need to start raising my spirit next. Thinking like this in his heart, Shin Fong reclined back inside the tent again. It was just a matter of entering the camp early. There was no hurry. It was not too late to rush over early tomorrow morning. Let's put 500 more ferocious beasts in. Arriving at a hidden location, Yang Xian spoke to the two staff members in front of him. Yes. I was planning to wait until the end of the initiation camp to give that group of students to use to hone their battle skills, but now it looks like it will have to be put to use earlier. Saying that, Yang Xian walked to the side and dialed a number. In order to safeguard the safety of the training camps, Da Xia purposely communicated with the beast race side and set up signal towers near each of the training camps, in order to be able to ensure smooth communication. So as long as you are in the vicinity of the training camp, you can directly use your cell phone to contact the city. Hey, Lao Chen, this is. Yes. This time I might have to trouble you guys to send 2 more batches of ferocious beasts over. Good. Hearing that he was going to send another ferocious beast over, old Chen on the other end of the phone was a bit surprised, but didn't think much of it. Wasn't it just a low-ranked ferocious beast? There were plenty of them in the wilderness. Roar! Ow! It was not a quiet night, and towards the latter part of the night, a beastly roar rang out. If it was in the past, when one heard the roar of a beast in the night, one's heart would be more or less tense. But now, it's coming, the ferocious beast is coming. Don't even grab it from me, that tusked boar is mine. A figure advanced instead of retreating, all rushing towards a ferocious beast with an excited face. It was as if what was in front of them was not a beast, but a rare treasure. Finally got enough for 400 points. A figure whose entire body was covered in red blood had a face filled with excitement. There were several other team members around him, and they were all in a similar situation at this time. After a night of killing, their points had almost all reached 400. There was no hesitation as these people flashed, quickly rushing towards the entrance of the Black Forest mountain range. However, it was only when they arrived there that they realized that Shin Fong and the 2 of them had already left. Has the great god left? Several people looked at each other and felt a hint of gratitude in their hearts. Although they had reached 400 points, who would mind having more points? Without hesitation, after making sure that Shin Fong and the 2 of them had really left, their figures flashed and they quickly entered the Black Forest mountain range. Without Shin Feng's obstruction, those students whose points had already reached the criteria for entering the camp all entered the Black Forest mountain range. The other side. 2 figures appeared in front of a huge camp. It was none other than the 2 Shin Fong. After entering the Black Forest mountain range, the 2 of them did not take long to find the location of the campsite based on the map markings recorded on the integral bracelet. It could be seen that at this moment, there were 2 guards in military uniforms standing guard at the entrance of the camp. After showing the guards the points on their point bracelets, the 2 of them entered the camp directly. You have to gather here by 6 in the afternoon, remember not to be late. The guard barked at Shin Fong and the 2 of them. Good. The 2 nodded faintly. Most of the buildings within the camp were constructed with a special black metal that shone with a metallic luster, and at regular intervals, there were well-equipped guards patrolling the surroundings. On the walls around the camp, Shin Fong also saw a door of energy cannons. The energy cannons were a latest weapon researched by the researchers of Grand Xia, which could fire powerful cannonballs as long as energy was channeled into them. The power of the energy cannon is so strong that when a cannon goes down, even a third-order beast must be blasted into slag. There were hundreds of energy cannons, and just by placing them there, the deterrent power was amazing. For the elite training camp, Da Xia was extremely valued, and the students who could come to the training camp were all geniuses from various cities, Da Xia's future elites. In order to prevent accidents, each training camp was equipped with hundreds of energy cannons. Shin Fong just took a general sweep before withdrawing his gaze. The energy cannons were certainly strong, but in the end, they were just external objects. The only thing that was real was being strong in oneself. The two of them wandered around the camp for a while before arriving at the dormitory area. After agreeing to go to the camp entrance together by 6 p.m., they each picked up their dormitory keys. It was said to be a dormitory, but each dormitory was a small villa, with bedrooms, kitchens, and bathrooms on the first floor, and a spacious training room on the second floor. Shinfeng first went to the bathroom to wash up, then directly threw away the clothes that were stained with the blood of several third-order ferocious beasts. With his current battle power, an unusual second-ranked ferocious beast would be blown away by him before it could even get close to him. After washing up and changing his clothes, Shinfeng walked out of the bathroom and came to the living room. Since the physique has now finished evolving, it's time to start raising the chi and blood. Shinfeng muttered. Right now, his realm was only at the late stage of the first rank, compared to the three Shirkuan who had already reached the middle stage of the second rank. He was indeed lagging behind by quite a bit. Thinking of this, Shinfeng moved his mind and began to check his chi and blood values. Blood, 338 plus. In the last few days, he had been improving his physique and battle skills, so there was no significant increase in his chi and blood. Evolution points, 600. Shinfeng then checked the number of evolution points again and without hesitation, once again chose stud. System, add some chi and blood to me. In the next instant, Shinfeng's body shook violently. The muscles of his entire body instantly bulged, his veins were exposed, and the clothes he had just changed were directly broken by his expanding body. The original upright body instantly turned into a muscular man. However, perhaps because Shinfeng's physique had already evolved into a demon king body, the one at this moment didn't feel much pain. It was only that he clearly felt his own chi and blood power had increased substantially. 2 minutes later, Shinfeng's body was restored to its original form, only that his clothes were rotten to rags, so he had no choice but to change again. Chi and blood, 398. Not even close. Shinfeng muttered, then took out 2 more first-rank beast crystals from his storage ring. In the next instant, the innate divine ability Infinite Swallow was unleashed, a ray of black aura instantly covered the beast crystals, and then 2 streams of heat appeared in his body. Boom! In less than a minute, an explosive sound came from within Shinfeng's body as a strong chi and blood force emanated from him. Second stage now. Chapter 71, preparing to fuse the Red Lotus Karma Flame. Dang! Dang! There was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Shinfeng slowly opened his eyes, his agitated chi and blood instantly smoothing out, making it impossible to see the depths. Shinfeng glanced at the electronic watch on the wall and realized that the time had come to 5:30 p.m. In less than half a day, he had already stabilized the realm he had just broken through. Let's go to the camping ceremony first, then come back and directly fuse the Red Lotus Karma Flame. Shinfeng said in his heart, then got up and opened the door to his room. Standing at the doorway was none other than Fatty. The two then hurried together towards the entrance of the camp. Entrance to the campground. It could be seen that a figure entered the camp one after another, and the moment they entered the camp, a look of relief appeared on everyone's face. The elite training camp, for them all, was a chance to get off the ground. As long as they were able to successfully enter the training camp, then they would be able to distance themselves from ordinary students, and even if they were the bottom of the camp, they would still be able to go out and hang on to ordinary students. On the contrary, those students whose points did not reach the standard could only be forced to leave, and would be distanced from them from then on. However, things were not absolute. Those who entered the training camp did not necessarily become strong, and leaving the training camp did not mean that they had lost the possibility of becoming strong. It wasn't long before Shinfeng and the two of them arrived here as well. It's that great god. Sure enough, he came in long ago. Shinfeng attracted the attention of the crowd on the field as soon as he appeared, but the pairs of eyes were not particularly friendly. In response, Shinfeng was unconcerned. If someone came to give away evolution points, he wouldn't mind taking them. Humph. Just wait, this young lady will definitely surpass you. A cold snort escaped from the mouth of Lin Xiaoxian, who was standing at the front of the crowd, and her eyes were filled with fighting spirit as they fell on Shinfeng. The same was true for Shirkuan and Joey Yang not far away. They were both high-minded and proud, and a momentary success or failure could not knock them down at all. Nowadays, they regarded Shinfeng as a target to catch up with. Shinfeng gazed around and realized that only 100 or so students had managed to enter the training camp, and nearly a third of them had been eliminated. The competition was brutal. At this moment a silhouette appeared in his line of sight. It was none other than Chu Yu. Shinfeng was not surprised that she had passed the examination, and after nodding his head faintly to it, he moved his eyes away. It was also at this moment that the two instructors, Tang Yun and Yang Xian, arrived. First of all, congratulations on successfully entering the training camp. Tang Yun slowly spoke, but immediately afterward, the words changed. But entering the training camp is just the first step. I hope you guys don't slack off. A final elimination system will be held every week within the camp, and students who fail to meet all the indicators will be eliminated outright. Hearing this, the look on the faces of the crowd of students immediately became tense. Especially those students whose cultivation was only at the early stage of the first rank. If they really wanted to eliminate students, then there was no doubt that it would definitely be from amongst them. Tang Yin noticed the change in these students, and the corner of her mouth unconsciously lifted up an arc. Let me introduce you to the general situation within the camp below. There are several important facilities within the camp. The Gravity Cultivation Room, the Body Technique Cultivation Room, the Battle Technique Hall, and the Battle Power Ranking. I won't introduce the first two too much. One can help you hone your physique, and the other can improve your stance. The Battle Technique Pavilion, you can also think of it as a shopping center. Inside there are battle techniques, energy fluids, healing potions, alloy weapons, and a few other resources you need here. The highest you can exchange for a class battle techniques. When this was said, all the students all brightened up. They had come here for these resources. However, there were exceptions, just like the fatty beside Qin Feng. When he heard about the A-class battle techniques, the bastard didn't even raise his eyelids. However, just as Tang Yun's eyes fell on the fatty, the latter instantly changed his expression. It's true that life is like a play, it's all about the acting. Qin Feng, who had sensed this scene, gave a cry in his heart. Although there are numerous resources within the camp, none of this is free. There are points that need to be collected. Even to eat, you need to pay points. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the crowd of students changed slightly, and close to a large portion of them were intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Qin Feng. These people had all been robbed of points by Qin Feng. Among these people, Zhou Yang's face was the most ugly. Originally, with his battle strength, reaching 1,000 points was not a problem. However, after being robbed by Qin Feng twice in a row, it caused his mind to be a bit tense, and by now his points were still less than 500. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Qin Feng naturally didn't care. Instructor, is there any way to gain points quickly? It was also at this moment that a student opened his mouth and asked the heart of the crowd. Yes. Tang Yun nodded. For your training, there are layers of standards set up within the camp, and as long as you meet the standards you will be rewarded with corresponding points. And there are weighted undershirts in the warehouse over there, starting at a minimum of 100 kilograms, and wearing a weighted undershirt will also earn you a certain amount of points. Saying that, Tang Yun raised her hand and pointed to the warehouse on the side. The higher the weight of the load, the longer the time, the more points you get. The points bracelet will record the weight you wear as well as the time you wear it, and settle the points at midnight each day. Alright, that's the general situation of the training camp. Next, dismiss in place, you can directly return to the dormitory for a good night's rest. Gather at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning for the battle ranking battle. After the words fell, Tang Yun and Yang Xian turned around and left the place. After the two left, the crowd murmured, then all turned around again and walked in the direction of the warehouse. Rest, which is not as important as points. In response, Qin Feng was directly turning around and leaving the place. Points? Are you kidding? He's short on points. But the weighted undershirt can sharpen your physique, so you can come over and receive one after your powers are fused. Why did that person just leave? Could it be that he couldn't take the pressure of the 100 kilograms weighted undershirt? Someone noticed the departing Qin Feng. And the people around him all looked at him with a strange look after hearing his words. A 100 kilograms weighted undershirt couldn't even withstand it. What a joke. Ordinary awakened people could easily lift 200 kilograms weight when they were at the early stage of the first rank, not to mention that all of them were geniuses from various cities. 100 kilograms, looking down on who? That person seems to be Qin Feng? Zhao Cheng muttered under his breath. He was lucky and managed to pass the entrance examination. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get your weighted undershirt. Right at this moment, a familiar voice entered his ears, and the one who opened his mouth was none other than Luo Kai. He had similarly passed the examination. Good. Zhao Chang, who heard the shout, turned his head and withdrew his gaze, walking towards the warehouse with Luo Kai. On the other side, Qin Feng had already re-entered the dormitory by now. System, start fusing the Red Lotus Karma Flame. Chapter 72 A Shocking Vision, fusion successful. Ding! The fusion of the S-Class Red Lotus Flame has begun. As Qin Feng's order was given, the next moment, a system broadcast sounded in his head. In the next instant, only Qin Feng's body was seen as the center, and the air around him began to fluctuate violently, as if it was about to be torn apart. Immediately afterward, a path of crimson flames surged out from Qin Feng's body. The flames contained terrifyingly high temperatures. The air constantly resounded with crackling sounds. Unlike ordinary flames, these flames carried a bizarre crimson color, as if they contained endless destructive power. The flames spread rapidly, enveloping Qin Feng's body in an instant. And Qin Feng also felt a strong burning sensation at that moment. Having already had one experience, he gritted his teeth and held on. It wasn't long before a flower of flames coalesced around Qin Feng's body. These flames were like blooming red lotuses. The petals of the flower were made up of pure flames, emitting a dazzling red aura. Each red lotus exuded a powerful heat and oppressive feeling, as if they were karmic flames from hell as they swirled around Qin Feng's circumference, filling the entire training room with a blazing flaming aura. At the same time, above the training camp, a deep red cloud with a range of 10,000 meters suddenly appeared. The crimson clouds covered the sky, turning this area of the sky into a deep red color. What is this? Hurry up and inform the chief instructor. A guard noticed the abnormality and immediately shouted. Swish! 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 However, right at this moment, three figures appeared in mid-air one after the other, and it was none other than Yang Hong, Tang Yun, and the three of them. The three of them looked up with shocked faces at the crimson clouds high in the sky. The camp is on first level alert, open the camp protection formation and keep an eye on those students, don't let them run around. Yang Hong gave the order with a grave face. Could this be a trick by the Fire Cloud clan? Yang Xian muttered under his breath, his special ability was also fire, so his perception of the fire element was more sensitive than the average person. In this deep red cloud layer above his head, he perceived a terrifying fire attribute energy. The fire cloud race was a special being among the 10,000 races, and they used clouds as carriers to control terrifying elemental forces. It shouldn't be. Yang Hong shook his head. The Fire Cloud clan is far outside the domain, it's almost impossible for them to sneak in easily, not to mention that this is that monkey's territory, and it's never been at odds with the 10,000 clans. Even if it wanted to deal with us, it wouldn't let the beings of the Fire Cloud race in. If it's not the Fire Cloud clan, could it be that Fire Feather Crow King? Yang Xian spoke again. The Fire Feather Crow King was the closest 8th Order Beast King to the Black Forest mountain range, and could similarly manipulate the energy of the fire element. Awakening a vision? Looking at the crimson clouds that shrouded the sky, Tang Yin felt some déjà vu with this scene. She thought of the genius who had awakened an S-class fire ability in the Xia province not too long ago. That person had similarly induced a large crimson cloud when he awakened his powers, only the range wasn't as large, only a few hundred meters. This idea was so absurd that it was Tang Yun herself who was somewhat unable to believe it, so she didn't say it out loud. And at this moment, Joey Yang, who had just entered the warehouse and was preparing to pick out a weighted undershirt, seemed to have sensed something, and he raised his head to look towards the outside of the warehouse, and with just a glance, he froze in place. The sky. Fiery clouds cover the sun, could it be that some terrifyingly powerful person has come? More and more students were spotting the crimson clouds covering the sky, and without exception, their faces were filled with shock. The people who were about to pick out their weighted undershirts also all stopped their hand movements and looked at the crimson clouds without blinking. Awakening vision. Just as the crowd was still wondering what exactly the crimson clouds were, Joey Yang slowly opened his mouth and spat out 4 words. When he had awakened his powers, he had similarly invoked a vision, so he could tell at a glance that the crimson clouds were a vision. Who on earth awakened their powers in the training camp? The same question flashed through Tang Yun's mind. She had already decided that when she went back later, she would check out all the people who possessed fire-type psychic abilities within the camp. Under the crowd's gaze, the crimson clouds gradually began to change. A raging flame rushed out from the clouds. The crimson flame was like a karmic fire from hell as it kept rolling around in the clouds. Yang Hong, who saw this scene, didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness. His body's chi and blood rolled over, a terrifying power surged out from his body. Then he only saw his hands lifting up. Wow! Wow! In the next instant, countless blue water streams sprang out of the ground and surged towards mid-air. In an instant, the blue water tumbled and coalesced into a wall of water that was enough to envelop the entire training camp. And Yang Hong's trio rushed out of the water wall, facing the crimson clouds directly. If there were any accidents, they would strike at the first opportunity. Under the trio's gaze, a crimson flame in the clouds gradually coalesced into a huge red lotus between rapid tumbling. Similar to the red lotus that surrounded Qin Feng's body, both were composed of pure flame, only much larger in size. Each red lotus was 100 feet in size. Tens of thousands of meters away in the void. Such a dense fire element, could it be that Guy Firecrow had another breakthrough again? No, it's where those humans are. A murmuring voice came out from the void. Buzz. It was also at this moment that space trembled and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared, followed by a man wearing black battle armor and holding a pitch-black spear stepping out of the crack. Found you, 8-Ba. Inside the dormitory. At this moment, Qin Feng was on the verge of losing consciousness. One could see that his entire body was now wrapped in crimson flames, and the power of the Red Lotus karmic flame had invaded within his space of consciousness, and Qin Feng felt like his soul was burning. Just like when he had fused the chaotic divine lightning at that time, the Red Lotus flame was similarly changing his physique, talent, and soul. Not long after, Qin Feng closed his eyes and completely lost consciousness. It was also at this moment that the surrounding space fluctuated like a tidal wave, and Qin Feng's body became illusory. Above the camp, those huge red lotuses began to emit a dazzling red aura before they began to dissipate one by one. Along with the dissipation of the red lotuses, the crimson clouds were gradually fading away, until finally, the pitch-black night sky descended once again. It was then that everyone noticed that night had already fallen. Qin Feng's figure had completely dissipated, covered by a ball of crimson flames, and there were also strands of crimson flames pouring out from the fluctuating space, converging into Qin Feng's body. It was like this for an unknown period of time before the space gradually stabilized and the flame mass began to slowly dissipate. Qin Feng also violently opened his eyes at the last moment, only to see two bizarre red lotuses reflected in his pupils. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful fusion of his alien abilities. Chapter 73: A surprise for the camp. After the awakening vision disappeared, a group of students couldn't calm their hearts for a long time. Whether it was the awakening vision or the descent of an overwhelmingly powerful person, it wasn't something that they could not reach. After adjusting their minds, they once again focused on the weighted undershirts. The mountains of weighted undershirts in the warehouse came into view. 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, 400 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms. According to different weights, the weighted undershirts were placed in different areas. There are even 5,000 kilograms ones? Instructor is also looking down on us too much. It's the third order awakened that can't necessarily carry a weight of 5,000 kilograms, right? A crowd of students kept discussing with their mouths. However, right at this moment, they all stared with wide eyes, only to see a tall figure walking straight towards the 5,000 kilograms weighted undershirt. Impossible, does he want to challenge 5,000 kilograms? Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Shirkoan reached out and grabbed a 5,000 kilograms weighted undershirt, followed by his arm powering up and directly picking it up. However, from his trembling arm, it could be seen that picking up this weighted undershirt was also a struggle for him. Picked it up? The faces of the surrounding onlookers were filled with disbelief. Worthy of being a hegemon body known for its strength, this physique is comparable to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus rex. Joey Yang shook his head helplessly, then picked a 1,000 kilograms weighted undershirt to wear on his body. His supernatural ability did not have a strong increase in his physique, and 1,000 kilograms was pretty much his limit. Lin Xiaoqian on the other side also only picked 800 kilograms. It was well known that physique was the weak point of spiritual nihilists. What's the use of having a strong physique, it's just dregs compared to my mental strength. Lin Xiaoqian said with a disdainful face. The people around were already not surprised by her arrogant character. It's still a bit of a stretch, although the body can withstand it, it will affect other cultivations. Shirkoan, who had picked up the 5,000 kilograms weighted undershirt, murmured in his heart and turned around to pick up a 3,000 kilograms one to put over his body. This weighted undershirt was all forged with special materials, and wearing it on his body was similar to a normal piece of clothing. Although Shirkoan, who wore the 3,000 kilograms weighted undershirt, was shocking, another figure flashed through the fat man's mind at this time, namely Qin Feng. He had seen Qin Feng defeat Shirkoan with an absolute overwhelming advantage in the physical confrontation. If Brother Feng comes, he'll have to start with 5,000 kilograms. The fat man who said in his heart turned his head and took a 500 kilograms set on his body. Then he directly turned around and left the place. The fat man who left the warehouse returned directly to the dormitory, but unlike him, the other students all headed towards the gravity cultivation room as well as the stance cultivation room after picking out their weighted undershirts. Previously, Tang Yun's words about the one weekend place elimination system had still stimulated them, plus they all had points in their hands now. So everyone couldn't wait to experience those facilities within the camp that aided in cultivation. Inside the center control room. Not bad for a young man, really energetic. Watching one student walk into the cultivation room, Yang Xian said with a smile. The final elimination system means to them a sharp sword hanging over their heads, not knowing when it will fall. Under such circumstances, they must not cultivate with all their strength. Both Tang Yun and Yang Hong who heard this nodded. Right, the surprise for them at night is already, right? As if he thought of something, Yang Hong opened his mouth. The surprise is already on its way, it won't take long to reach the camp. Yang Xian opened his mouth and replied. However, Chief Instructor, what level of opponents are you planning on arranging for Lin Xiaoqian? Several people? Several of them have already reached the 3rd rank, so to be on the safe side, I transferred 4 soldiers whose cultivation levels are all in the middle of the 3rd rank. Yang Hong faintly said. Mid-3rd stage, looks like we have a good show to watch tonight. Looking at the figures that kept pouring into the training room, Yang Xian had an impish smile on his face. Practice, the harder you practice now, the bigger the surprise for you guys later. For this surprise, they had spent a lot of effort, and Yang Xian was very much looking forward to this. But unlike him, at this time Tang Yun's heart was a little worried. If the vision just now was really induced by him, is that mid-3rd stage really enough? Before this, Tang Yun had already checked out all the awakened in the camp who possessed fire-type abilities, and even the staff members hadn't been ignored. After conducting one-by-one elimination, she eventually targeted one of them. Qin Feng, Heterokinesis F-Class Thunder, Fire Dual System. Inside the dormitory. So this is the power of the Red Lotus Karma Flame. Qin Feng raised his right hand and a red lotus condensed from crimson flames slowly flowed in his palm. On this red lotus, Qin Feng felt 2 distinct energies of purification and destruction at the same time. If he applied the power of the Red Lotus Karma Flame to himself, it could help him expel the impurities within his body, and on the contrary, when it fell on his enemies it was an endless power of destruction. With a slight flip of his palm, the red lotus instantly dissipated. With a thought, Xin Feng opened the system panel. Name, Xin Feng. Ability, Chaotic Divine Lightning S+, Red Lotus Karmic Fire S+. Level, Early Second Stage. Blood, 450+. Spirit, 55+. Physical, Spiritual Order Demon King Body Primary 20%+. After successfully fusing the Red Lotus Karmic Flame, the Qi, Blood, Spirit, and Physique all improved. Xin Feng clenched his fists and felt the strong power within his body as a smile appeared on his face. The current him was enjoying this feeling of getting stronger more and more. Learn this battle skill first. Xin Feng muttered, and then a jade slip glittering with crimson light appeared in his hand. It was the fire attribute B grade battle skill, Fiery Flame Avalanche Fist, which he had previously obtained from within the bronze iron box. This battle seal was complete and had a total of 5 more chances to use it. Without hesitation, Xin Feng immediately began to use it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully initiating the B grade combat skill Fiery Flame Avalanche Fist. Ding! The Fiery Bombardment Fist has reached a minor level of success. Ding! Fiery Fist has reached its peak. In less than an hour's time, Xin Feng had already used up all 5 chances, and his mastery of the Fiery Flame Battering Fist had reached the grand completion realm. Sure enough, after fusing the Red Lotus Karma Flame, my cultivation talent has once again been significantly enhanced. If it was before, the 5 chances of the B-grade battle seal would only allow him to reach the minor accomplishment realm at most. This time, however, it was a direct breakthrough to grand completion, just one step away from perfection. First go and receive a weighted undershirt, then go to the gravity cultivation room to hammer your physique. Xin Feng, who had this thought in his mind, immediately moved off and quickly arrived inside that warehouse. At this time, the warehouse was already empty. The heaviest weighted undershirt is 9,000 kilograms. Xin Feng walked straight up and reached out to hold a 9,000 kilograms weighted undershirt, while then exerting a fierce force, directly lifting it up. Chapter 74. Who breaks who? It's not certain yet. Somewhat reluctantly, wearing it will affect the flexibility of the body parts even though the body can bear the weight. Xin Feng shook his head, then slowly lowered the weighted undershirt. 9,000 kilograms, which was 9 tons of weight. Amongst the second order awakened, it was estimated that he was the only one who could lift it. Even Shirkoan, who also possessed a special physique, couldn't make it this far. After putting down the 9,000 kilograms weighted undershirt, Xin Feng tried a few other weights and eventually realized that the 6,000 kilograms weight was just right for him. This weight is just right. Xin Feng lifted his arms and swung them twice, and briefly moved the rest of his body, finally nodding his head in satisfaction. I don't know what weight Shirkoan shows, he also possesses a special physique, the weight shouldn't be much different from me, after all, his cultivation is in the middle of the second stage. Xin Feng thought this in his heart. However, it was obvious that he had underestimated the power of the Demon King body. Buzz! Just then, a vibration came from the points bracelet and began to count the time spent wearing the weighted undershirt. Xin Feng didn't care about this, the current him didn't lack points. In the camp entry test, counting the ones he had grabbed from other students, he had gained a total of nearly 2,000 points, plus the 2,000 gifted by Tang Yun. He now had close to 4,000 points, which was enough for him in the short term. After picking out the weighted undershirt, Xin Feng directly left the warehouse and headed to the gravity cultivation room. Same time. A figure appeared at the entrance of the camp, and they stood in place waiting. It could be seen that at the very front of the group, there were 4 figures wearing military uniforms. These 4 people were exactly the ones Yang Hong had specially transferred over to deal with Qin Feng's several people. Isn't this our army's genius Li Yuntian? How come you've also been pulled over to be a chaperone for these students? That's right, if I don't remember wrongly, your kid's age is not a few years older than these students. If it's a few years later, I'm afraid it's not going to be the same as them, entering this elite training camp. Of the 4, 3 middle-aged men flirted with one of the younger men. In the face of these people's flirting, the face of the man named Li Yuntian also revealed a touch of helplessness. Born at the wrong time. Born at the wrong time. Good boy, compliment you twice, and you're still on the end of it. Several people immediately laughed and cursed. It was also at this moment that Yang Hong brought the 2 of them, Tang Yun, over. Instantly, the originally noisy atmosphere came to an abrupt end, and everyone on the field stood up straight. The 4 Li Yuntian in front of them even raised their hands in a standard military salute. Patriarchal powerhouses, with their great contributions to the human race and to the Great Xia, were worthy of everyone's respect. Alright, the purpose of calling you all here this time is to suppress that group of high-minded geniuses. First of all, to emphasize one point, none of you are allowed to keep your hands off. Those who win will be rewarded, and those who lose will go back where they came from. Yes. The crowd shouted in unison with their mouths, but in their hearts, they were unimpressed. One must know that their cultivation levels were all higher than those students, on average almost 2 small realms higher. A late first stage beating an early first stage, that was not a handful. The information is sent to you, everyone has their own target, one-on-one, don't make any mistakes. Right after Yang Hong's words fell, 2 staff members came forward and distributed the students' information one by one. Soon there were only a few Li Yuntian left. The four of you are responsible for the strongest few in this group of students in terms of battle power, so be careful and don't get caught in the gutter. After hearing Yang Hong's words, the four of them were slightly stunned, but then said with a relaxed face, Lord Chief Instructor, don't joke, we are Third Order awakened. It's hard to believe that this group of brats who have just awakened their powers not long ago can still reach Third Order in terms of combat power? A mid-second order spiritual nihilist? Special physique, overlord body? And an S-rank wind awakened person? Several exclamations rang out in a row. All this strong? Then my opponent? Li Yuntian lowered his head towards the information in his hand. Late First Order, S-rank Thunder System awakened? No, how come they're all in the middle of the second rank and I'm only in the late first rank? Li Yuntian said with some dissatisfaction. Although several people's cultivation levels were all at the middle third stage, his battle power was the strongest. Even though his S-rank powers were strong, his cultivation level was a mid-third rank, and there was a difference of nearly 2 major realms between him and a late first rank. There wasn't the slightest bit of challenge. What, you don't want to? Yang Hong's gaze fell on Li Yuntian. Even in the face of a grandmaster's gaze, Li Yuntian at this moment did not flinch in the slightest as he looked straight at the other party. Chief Instructor, mid-third rank against late first rank, I feel that this is more or less a bit insulting? Li Yuntian, do you really think that this kid is as simple as he appears to be? If that was the case, would I have transferred you over? Yang Hong didn't have the good sense to say. To remind you, this kid has killed a third-ranked ferocious beast, and there's more than one. Hearing this, the remaining three all showed shocked faces. A late first stage killing a third stage ferocious beast, where did this pervert come from? So fierce? Li Yuntian was also a bit shocked, but he remained unimpressed. It was just a third-ranked ferocious beast, it wasn't like he hadn't killed them before, and he also knew that the third-ranked ferocious beasts in the entrance examination were all in the early third-ranked stage. He had even killed late third-stage beasts. Alright, that's it, all cheer up and don't roll over. After saying that, Yang Hong turned around and was about to leave the place. Seeing this, Li Yuntian was anxious and stepped forward and said loudly, Chief Instructor, why don't you give me a new opponent, one with a cultivation at the second rank? You kid, you don't know what's good for you anymore. Yang Hong frowned and with a casual wave of his hand, he directly slapped Li Yuntian out. Fight when you're told to, if you don't feel like having fun, just let go of me and fight. I'm not worried about breaking your precious student. Break it! Upon hearing this, Yang Hong was happy. In his opinion, it wasn't certain who had broken who. He couldn't wait for Li Yuntian to defeat Qin Feng or to thwart him. For Li Yuntian, Yang Hong was also very familiar with the other party, who was his subordinate in the army. This time, he had called him over just to deal with Qin Feng. After thinking for a while, he decided to make things a little more difficult for Qin Feng. Kid, it's not that I'm looking down on you, even if you go all out, you're not necessarily a match for someone else. You'd better be careful, don't lose at that time and have no face to see me. Lose. Li Yuntian's face was disdainful, he didn't expect to be looked down upon in such a way, and he immediately opened his mouth. Since you say so, then I will let go and fight, when something happens, you can't blame me. In response, Yang Hong waved his hand with a disinterested face and then directly left the place. No, Jun Tian, pay attention, that's a grandmaster, it's only Yang Hong who has a good temper, if it was anyone else, he would have already hung you up and beat you up. Li Yuntian did not think about it, it is not just getting beaten up, it is a common thing in the army, it does not scare him. Qin Feng, wait for me to give you a good lesson. Chapter 75 Gravity Cultivation Room, Remarkable Effects. Gravity Cultivation Room. The cultivation room was divided into a chamber-like room, and each individual room could individually adjust the gravity multiplier, in order to be able to provide targeted training to each student. Outside the cultivation room was a hall that covered an expansive area. A figure entered through the doorway and came inside the hall. It was none other than Qin Feng. Did you guys just see that Shirkoan directly walked into the cultivation room wearing a 3-ton weighted undershirt and had 2x gravity turned on? 6 tons a full 6 tons of weight, put it on me and it directly crushed me down. Not to mention you, in terms of physique, even Lin Xiaoqian and that Joey Yang and the two of them, they can't be outmatched. That goes without saying, a spiritual numinous master and a wind attribute ability, what would you have them compare to Shirkoan who has a special physique? Just as he came in, Qin Feng heard several students discussing Shirkoan's battle record. Nope, he just wore a 3-ton weighted undershirt. Qin Feng frowned. It seems like the Demon King body isn't as simple as I thought. Qin Feng said in his heart, then he turned his head and his gaze scanned a cultivation room. Close to hundreds of cultivation rooms, with most of them being empty, Qin Feng casually found one and walked in. Qin Feng. It was also at this moment that a familiar voice rang out. Qin Feng turned his head to look, and the people who came were none other than the two Zhao Chang and Luo Kai. After a brief greeting, Qin Feng spoke. You guys are preparing to go back? Yeah, it's not like we have a special physique like Shirkoan, being able to hold out until now is already at our limit. Zhao Chang said with a helpless face. Fine. Xin Feng didn't say anything more in response to this as he turned around and walked towards the cultivation room. It's been an hour and a half. Shirkoan is really perverted, wearing a 3-ton weighted undershirt and still being able to hold on for so long in 2x gravity. I wonder how long Xin Feng can last. Zhao Chang said in his heart. Hey, what's going on? How come someone chose triple gravity? It was also at this moment that an alarming sound rang out, only to see a person pointing at the cultivation room that Xin Feng had just entered and said. There was a screen on the door of the cultivation room, which would display the time of entry and the gravity multiplier. A conspicuous 3 appeared on the screen at that moment. No, was that person wearing a 100 kilograms weighted undershirt just now? Really, just to pretend to come here to waste points, as far as that goes? Someone said with a disdainful face. It's true that every bird in the forest has a bird, regardless of him, it's time to go back and rest. Inside the cultivation room. One could see that at this moment, Xin Feng's face was flushed red and his body couldn't stop trembling. In itself, he was wearing a 6-ton weighted undershirt, and under triple gravity, it was directly 18 tons of weight. Even he was feeling a strong sense of oppression at this moment. The pressure around him that was like a mountain landed on him, along with the blood circulation speed in his body became slowed down. Xin Feng attempted to lift his right arm up, and just for an instant, a distinct tearing sensation arose. Xin Feng gritted his teeth and held on. He then started trying to move other body parts, arms, legs. The tearing sensation gradually covered his entire body. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that a warm current appeared within his body, and immediately afterward, Xin Feng felt as if the pressure his body was under had gotten a little smaller. Physique, Spiritual Order Demon King Body Primary 21% plus. The progress of the physique has increased. Xin Feng immediately brightened up. The Xin Feng at this moment realized more and more that the Demon King body was not as simple as it appeared. Under the stimulation of the terrifying pressure, the Demon King body advanced instead of retreating, and a breakthrough was ushered in just 10 minutes. Continue. An excited Xin Feng began to try to do some running, bouncing movements. Half an hour later. It must be 100 kilograms, right? Seeing that Xin Feng had actually lasted for half an hour under triple gravity, those people outside the training room reinforced their earlier opinion. Forget it, someone who likes to pretend like that won't be eliminated in a long time, it's not worth our attention. After discussing for a while, these people withdrew their gazes and placed their sights on Shirkuan's training room once again. At this time, the time displayed above had already come to 2 hours. A voice of emotion came out from these people. In fact, these people had already completed their cultivation, and they stayed here at this time just to see how long Shirkuan could actually last. Half an hour later. 2 figures walked out from the 2 cultivation rooms respectively. It was Lin Xiaoqian and Joey Yang. This savage dragon, surprisingly, is still inside. After coming out, Joey Yang was also the first to look towards Shirkuan's cultivation room. After seeing that the other party hadn't come out yet, shock also appeared on his face. He who had planned to go directly to the body technique cultivation room also decided to stay here, and he was curious as to how long the other party would be able to hold out. Ha! This young lady isn't going to play with you guys anymore, I'm going back to rest. Lin Xiaoqian snorted with her mouth and lifted her feet to leave the place. After another half an hour in this manner, under the gaze of the crowd, the door to that cultivation room slowly opened and a tall figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was none other than Shirkuan. It could be seen that at this moment, Shirkuan's entire body had reddened skin, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his body was trembling violently. However, what the crowd admired was that even so, Shirkuan did not take off his weighted undershirt. Weight-bearing 6 tons and still managed to last for 3 hours, what a pervert. One can only say that it deserves to be a special physique. The crowd murmured. Go play in the stance training room. Just then, Joey Yang's voice entered Shirkuan's ears. Good. At this Shirkuan did not refuse, he knew that the other party was losing face here and wanted to get it back there in the body technique training room. However, he also wanted to see just how fast Joey Yang was. The surrounding crowd also moved to follow after seeing these two prepare to go to the body technique cultivation room. Phew! Inside the gravity cultivation room, Xin Feng let out a light breath from his mouth. At this moment, he looked almost the same as Shirkuan just now, his whole body's skin flushed red and his body trembled. 18 tons of weight bearing, 2 hours of time, almost there. Xin Feng muttered under his breath, the current him had almost reached his limit state. If he continued, it might be counterproductive. After all, fat people weren't made in one bite. After turning off the gravity, Xin Feng instantly felt his body loosen up, and the tense muscles all over his body began to relax. Surprisingly, even the chi blood has increased by 2 points. It seems like this training camp is the right place to come. Xin Feng checked the system panel. The chi and blood and physique had all increased, especially the physique, which had increased by almost 3% in 2 hours. Go to the body technique cultivation room again to try out the effects. Xin Feng, who got up and left the gravity cultivation room, left the place straight away. At this moment, he was full of anticipation for those few important facilities within the camp. Chapter 76, Terrifying Talent, Redeeming Battle Skills. Body Technique Training Room. It was a large open space with countless airsoft guns suspended by steel cables around the air. When Qin Feng arrived here, there were a dozen or so figures gathered there, watching the training of one of them. This stance training room is differentiated according to difficulty levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 10 being the highest. I tried level 3 before and only lasted less than 10 minutes before I couldn't top it. Those air bombs move too fast, plus they're still shot from different directions, it's simply impossible to defend against them," said the student who opened his mouth with a palpitating expression on his face. Joey Yang was able to last for half an hour on level 6 difficulty, it's truly terrifying. Half an hour? Look at his current state of ease, I feel like he can still hold out for another 2 hours at the very least. The crowd murmured. As expected of an S-rank wind ability, coupled with an introductory A-rank body technique, his speed is indeed far beyond normal. Sure, Cohen muttered, but his face was still filled with confidence. Even if Joey Yang was faster than him, he was still just as confident that he could defeat the other party. A class stance? At this moment, Qin Feng also noticed Joey Yang, who was showing off his skills in the training room, and immediately brightened up. Poof! Poof! Inside the training room. At the same time as an air explosion sounded, an air bomb tore through the air and impacted from different directions. Joey Yang was not the least bit afraid of this, the corner of his mouth always held a smile, he did not even use his supernatural power. Simply by virtue of his superior reflexes and an erratic stance he dodged all the impacts of the air bombs. Phantom Misty Steps, a ranked stance. This stance technique Joey Yang had also just started not long ago. The reason why he chose a body technique battle skill without attributes was because Joey Yang had also realized his weakness of relying too much on his supernatural abilities. Level 6 difficulty isn't very challenging for me, try level 7. Joey Yang let out a soft murmur from his mouth, then directly adjusted the difficulty. In an instant, those airbursts around them disappeared, and the movement speed of the air bombs became even swifter. Without the sound, Joey Yang could only rely on his eyes and his own perception to determine the location of the air bombs, which was more than twice as difficult as just now. Even Joey Yang was feeling the pressure at this point. The Phantom Misty Steps were pushed to the extreme by him, and between his feet stomping on the ground, his body moved quickly as if creating a trail of residual shadows. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes were staring at him in the training room without blinking, and the information about the phantom trail steps was continuously engraved in his mind as his eyes kept changing. It didn't take long. Ding! Congratulations to the host who, with his exceptional talent, has independently realized the A-ranked battle technique, Phantom Misty Steps. The system announcing sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Phantom Misty Steps Grade A, uninitiated, progress 50%. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. After fusing the Red Lotus Karmic Flame, his cultivation talent had become even more terrifying, and now he was even able to control a grade battle techniques on his own. With his current talent, even without the system, it wouldn't take long to successfully get started. Since I've learned an A-rank stance, even though it's not a lightning attribute, it's enough for now. With this thought in his heart, Qin Feng turned around and left the place, heading towards the Battle Skills Pavilion. The current him was holding nearly 4,000 points, it would be a shame not to go and exchange the resources. Soon Qin Feng arrived at the Battle Skills Pavilion. Since today was the first day of the camp, there were basically no students coming here to exchange resources. Qin Feng, who came here, only saw a staff member who was napping there. Ta! Ta! At the sound of a footstep, the staff member immediately woke up, and what he had thought was the captain making his rounds immediately got up and shot to his feet. However, after seeing that it was only a young man, a flash of surprise appeared on his face. There's a list of resources in there, everything that can be exchanged is in there, you can check it out yourself. The staff member pointed his finger to the side, where there was an electronic screen that reached half a meter in diameter. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and walked over to the screen. The staff member over here sat down once again, his head propped up with a look of inaction. In his opinion, today was only the first day of camp, and the students wouldn't have many points in their hands at all. Even for those few students with top combat power, it would be a ceiling if they had 1,000 points in their hands. As for the rest, most of them would not have more than 500 points. Although he didn't see Qin Feng's specific cultivation level, he didn't take it to heart and just treated him as an ordinary student. Qin Feng on this side tapped on the screen and instantly the screen refreshed. Grade D Energy Liquid, 20 points. Grade C Energy Liquid, 50 points. D Grade Blood Booster, 50 points. C Grade Blood Booster, 100 points. The first page was basically resources used to increase chi and blood, which Qin Feng wasn't interested in, as he reached out and switched the page to the battle technique interface. Grade A Wind Attribute Battle Skill, Vacuum Cannon, 2,000 points. A Class Wooden Attribute Technique, Wooden Dragon Strangle, 2,000 points. A Class Thunder Attribute Battle Skill, Triple Thunder Blade Decomposition Battle Skill of S-Class Battle Skill, 9 Thunder Blades, 2,000 points. Grade A Fire Attribute Battle Skill, Fire Dragon Wild Dance, 2,000 points. Grade A Body Refining Technique, Vajra Body, 2,000 points. Xin Feng's eyes flickered. This elite training camp was really rich and generous. There were more than a dozen grade A battle techniques alone, of which even the rare body refining battle techniques were present. After looking at the battle skills, he browsed through the other resources, and finally his eyes stopped on a kind of elixir called concentration pill. This kind of elixir was similar to the blood enhancement pill, except that while the latter could enhance chi and blood, the former was used to enhance the spirit. Thinking of spirit, Lin Xiaoqian's figure appeared in his mind, even though she had been defeated by himself twice in succession. However, it was undeniable that the invisible means of attack of the spirit nemesis was truly defensible. D-grade spiritual condensation pill, 200 points. Class C pill of concentration, 500 points. A concentration pill of the same level was several times more expensive than a blood enhancement pill. At this moment, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. He had just checked and he now had over 3,900 points. You can exchange one for an A-class battle skill, and the rest in exchange for a C-class god condensation pill. Qin Feng said in his heart and quickly made a decision. Originally, he had thought that the close to 4,000 points would be enough for him to use for a while, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. After confirming that he had redeemed an A-ranked battle skill, Qin Feng was thinking about what attribute battle skill to redeem. Although he had now mastered a grade A thunder attribute battle skill, Thunder Swamp, which was more oriented towards control and group attack, was not strong enough for single killing power. It's better to redeem the thunder attribute battle skill first. Qin Feng quickly made his decision. I want to exchange for an A-grade lightning attribute battle skill, triple thunder blade with a C-grade god condensation pill. Qin Feng turned his head and spoke to the staff. Chapter 77. A good show is about to unfold. Oh, you're redeeming an A-ranked thunder attribute. The staff member over here muttered to himself, but he froze just as his words were in mid-sentence. What did you say to redeem? His brows furrowed as he spoke to Qin Feng. There was no way around it. Qin Feng could only repeat it again. I want to exchange for an A-grade lightning attribute battle skill, the triple thunderblade, and a C-grade god condensation pill. Upon reconfirming that he hadn't heard wrong just now, the staff member looked at Qin Feng with a skeptical expression. Kid, an A-class battle skill costs 2,000 points? The staff member couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. In response, Qin Feng didn't open his mouth and just raised his hand to show him the numbers on his points bracelet. 3,900. How is this possible? The staff member was inwardly shocked. Today was the first day of the camp, which meant that all of these points were earned by Qin Feng in the camp entrance examination. Awesome! The staff member couldn't help but praise, and then without any further hesitation, he took the battle seal with the triple thunder blade engraved on the inside, as well as the C-grade god condensing pill to Qin Feng. Kid, although the god condensing pill can enhance your spiritual power, you can only take one in a year, so you have to be careful. There's also this triple thunder blade, although its power is strong, the same because it's a disassembled version of the S-class battle skill 9 Thunderblade. The difficulty of cultivating it is higher than a normal A-ranked battle skill. If you really can't learn it, don't force yourself and try to switch to another discipline. Good. In response, Qin Feng nodded without saying anything more. And at this time, the staff seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. The triple thunderblade is a lightning attribute blade technique. I suggest that you exchange an attribute alloy weapon in so that you can better utilize the power of the battle technique. Hearing this, Qin Feng slightly froze. Attribute alloy weapons are similar to attribute battle skills, using an attribute alloy weapon with the same attribute as one's ability attribute, You can save some of the consumption of your alien energy power when fighting, and you can also increase your power. The staff continued. At this moment, Qin Feng also realized that he knew too little. Still, the realm is too low, there are some things that can't be touched. Qin Feng said in his heart, inwardly becoming even more determined to climb to the top of the martial arts path. You're a lightning attribute psychic, considering exchanging for a lightning attribute alloy weapon? The staff opened their mouths, revealing a hint of envy. The thunder attribute ability had a strong attack power and was the rarest of the elemental classes. Attribute alloy weapons are a bit more expensive than normal alloy weapons. A C-grade attribute alloy weapon costs almost 1,000 points. There are all kinds of weapons in here, you can pick and choose. Saying that, the staff member took a few steps forward and switched the interface on the screen to weapon exchange. Qin Feng's gaze also fell onto the screen once again. D-class alloy weapons, knives, swords, guns, styles can be customized, takes 12 hours, points 200. D-class attribute alloy weapon. Points 500. C-class alloy weapon. Points 500. C-class property alloy. Points 1000. Qin Feng continued to look down, but in the next instant, his pupils shrunk violently. D-grade composite attribute alloy weapon. With 2000 points 2 attributes. C-class composite, points 5000 2 attributes. Instantly, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, a composite attribute weapon, exactly what he wanted. Only that the high points were a deterrent to him, the lowest level D-grade required 2000 points. In the end, Qin Feng could only choose to give up. The staff didn't say anything else when they saw this. After leaving the battle technique hall, Qin Feng walked in the direction of the dormitory. Go back and take the spirit condensing pill, then raise your spirit up as soon as possible. Shin Feng thought this in his heart. Nowadays, he was wearing chaotic divine lightning, red lotus karmic flame, 2S rank supernatural abilities, coupled with the demon king body. His battle power was so strong that it wasn't too much to say that he was invincible at the same level. Waiting until he raised his spirit up and became a spiritual numinous master, at that time, he would be a true hexagonal warrior. With this thought in his heart, Shin Feng had a flash of excitement on his face. The kind of means of killing people invisibly by a spiritual master, just thinking about it made people look forward to it. Soon after, Shin Feng returned to his dormitory and checked the spiritual panel with a thought. Spirit, 55 plus. Let's first try how much spirit can be increased by a single concentration pill. Looking at the god-condensing pill in his hand, Shin Feng's eyes sizzled, and then without further hesitation, he tilted his head and took the pill. As the elixir entered his body, a cool sensation instantly surged into Shin Feng's mind. The slightly exhausted spirit instantly recovered at this moment, and his brain was clearer than ever. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that this state slowly dissipated. The medicinal power of the god-condensing Dan had also been completely digested by Shin Feng. Shin Feng couldn't wait to open the system panel and check his spirit. Spirit, 75 plus? Spirit reached 75, an increase of 20 points of spirit from before. Shin Feng was still satisfied with this. It's a pity that you can only take one a year. Shin Feng showed a touch of regret on his face. In fact, what Shin Feng didn't know was that when awakened people other than spiritual luminaries took the spirit condensing Dan, only the first time would it have the effect of elevating the spirit. Taking it later would only have the effect of relieving fatigue and refreshing the mind. After all, if one could always rely on the concentration pill to raise their spirits, then the number of spiritual luminaries wouldn't be so low. The instructor seemed to have said that he would prepare ferocious beasts for us to hone our battle skills. I don't know if those ferocious beasts have come yet. Shin Feng muttered. At this moment, he couldn't wait to hunt the ferocious beasts and accumulate evolution points. However, when he looked up and saw the pitch-black night, he held back. It was nearing midnight, and the assembly was to take place first thing in the morning. Forget it, it's better to devour the beast crystals to raise your chi and blood. From the storage ring, he took out a dozen first-order beast crystals. Looking at these beast crystals, Shin Feng thought of the time when he was in the wilderness base. In order to avoid Qin Shan's pursuit and to be able to return to the city as soon as possible, he had also hidden quite a few beast crystals in the wilderness. There's a chance to go back and sell them all. Shin Feng thought this in his heart. Those beast crystals were mostly first-order beast crystals, which didn't help him much right now. Just like now, these dozen or so beast crystals in his hand were all devoured by him in less than half an hour. And the increase in chi and blood was even less than 100 points. Shin Feng shook his head helplessly and could only take out some more beast crystals to devour. In the meantime, not far from the dormitory area, a group of figures gathered here, and at the head of the group were none other than the 4 Li Yuntian. Nima, these little guys are really energetic, causing us to wait until now. But they've been doing gravity training and stance training again. I reckon that each and every one of them is exhausted by now. He, isn't that just convenient for us to move? A group of people were talking. Start moving. With Yang Xian's order, a figure quickly scurried out and quickly surged into the dormitory area. A good show is about to unfold. Chapter 78 Li Yuntian who wanted to slap himself twice. Inside the center control room. For the record, anyone among the students who can kill their opponents back will be rewarded with points directly tomorrow, with the number of points differentiated according to the opponent's level of combat power. Gotta ruthlessly stimulate those high-minded brats. Yang Hong muttered under his breath. Yes. Tang Yun on the side as well as a staff member nodded. It was also at this moment that Yang Xian, who was guarding the vicinity of the dormitory area, said into his headset. Chief Instructor, is there really no need to watch this brat Li Yuntian? Just now, he was clamoring for Shin Feng to be severely repaired, the kind that would make him unable to get out of bed straight away. Yang Hong who heard this had a bitter smile on his face. Li Yuntian, this kid, within the military camp, after being trained for so long, this character still hasn't changed. He then thought for a moment and was about to speak. I have a feeling that he won't necessarily be a match for Shin Feng. But right at this moment, Tang Yun suddenly spoke up. Oh. After seeing that Tang Yun didn't look like she was joking, Yang Hong paused and then said. Forget it, just let the two of them play freely. The big deal is to give Shin Feng a bottle of B-grade healing liquid. When Yang Xian on the other side heard this, he exclaimed in his heart, you really are willing to give up. A bottle of B-grade healing liquid was worth millions of dasha coins, several times more expensive than energy liquids of the same grade. At the same time. Alright, you guys should focus on your opponents and leave me alone. Li Yuntian waved his hand, then his figure flickered and disappeared in front of the eyes of the 3 people traveling with him. This kid, really? Forget it, this kid is used to getting beaten up anyway, besides the chief instructor can't really be bothered with him, at most he'll whip him. The three people who had wanted to persuade Li Yuntian not to really hit him hard later on smiled helplessly, and then they too spread out individually, rushing towards their targets. Soon, the group all arrived in front of a dormitory building and waited for orders. Begin. Yang Hong didn't let them wait too long and gave the order immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, the people who received the order immediately concealed their breath and lurked into the dormitory building, searching for their target. Kid, I'm coming. Li Yuntian walked into the dormitory building where Qin Feng was, holding a long alloy stick with a sardonic smile on his face. 1 minute later. Sneak attack, who are you that you dare to break into the training camp at night? You wait for me to get dressed first? Heh, the same old routine, the instructors are really too. Bro, wait for me first. A student was squatting in the bathroom with a few sheets of clean toilet paper in his hand. Inema, you don't speak martial. For a while various shouts disrupted the tranquility of the night, and the dormitory area instantly became a pot of gruel. It's fortunate that these opponents are all differentiated according to gender and battle strength, otherwise, this scene would probably be even more exciting. After tonight, I reckon these boys will have to be on edge for a month. Yang Hong inside the center control room couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh. While Tang Yun on the side seemed to have thought of some bad memories, her face gradually darkened. Seeing this, Yang Hong immediately changed the topic and said, "Do you think Lin Xiaoqian and the three of them can kill their opponents back? I almost forgot that when Xiao Tang entered the military camp in the first place, he wasn't caught by the group of naive pussies under my hand." Hearing this, Tang Yun's face slightly eased. The battle power of the three of them should be at the early stage of the third rank, there isn't much hope of winning. However, they are all top geniuses and can't be judged by normal people, so even if they can't fight back, they won't lose miserably. Tang Yun spoke. It seems like we have to take some time to visit those old comrades from the past. She thought this in her mind. Dormitory area. Qin Feng, who was devouring beast crystals and boosting his qi and blood, violently opened his eyes. The sounds of door kicking, exclamations and angry curses rang out one by one in his ears. Could it be the heavenly god cult attack? Qin Feng was instantly alerted in his heart, and with a flip of his palm, the C-grade alloy weapon black knife appeared in his hand. This black knife was still something he had purchased within the Linhai City Alliance mansion. Although it wasn't an attribute alloy weapon, it could still add a few points to his battle power. No, it should be an examination arranged within the camp. Soon Qin Feng reacted. This camp was guarded by an 8th Order Grandmaster and 2 7th Order Grandmasters. If this could be lurked in by the Heavenly God sect, then the Great Xiao would have perished long ago. Bang! It was also at this moment that the door of the room was kicked open. Qin Feng looked up at the sound and saw a figure with a metal stick in his hand walk into the room. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Li Yuntian had a sardonic smile on his face and his eyes were fierce. Could it really be the Heavenly God cult? Looking at this appearance of Li Yuntian in front of him, Qin Feng somewhat doubted his judgment just now. Whatever, let's collect the evolution points first. With this thought in his mind, Qin Feng's body's qi and blood rolled over as a strong aura erupted from within him. No, this is early second stage? Noticing the power of qi and blood erupting from Qin Feng's body, Li Yuntian's face instantly became excited. Giggling. However, right at this moment, a cracking sound rang out, only to see a blue blade ripping through the air and appearing in front of him. Li Yuntian's heart tightened and he immediately sidestepped to avoid it. So fast, it seems like the chief instructor didn't lie to me, this kid does possess third order battle power. He had thought that the other party was fooling him before. But with just this kind of battle power, it wasn't enough to look at. Kid, continue, let me see if you're qualified enough for me to go all out. Li Yuntian stood in place with a proud face and hooked his hand at Qin Feng. Ha! Is this being underestimated? A cold smile hung on Qin Feng's face, then as you wish. Crackle! Crackle! As the words fell, an ear-piercing thunderous roar rang out as explosive blue arcs of electricity were erupted from Qin Feng's body. It spread out in all directions with his body as the center. A blue arc of electricity lingered around him, as if a pet was greeting the arrival of its master, cheering and jumping for joy. Thunder Swamp! Qin Feng slowly opened his mouth and spat out 2 words, followed by his body half squatting on the ground and pressing his hands on the floor beneath his feet. This is? Instantly, an ominous premonition rose in Li Yuntian's heart, and at this moment, he felt that he had been a bit too big for his britches. Crack! Crack! A thick blue thunderbolt sprang out of the ground. Walls, room doors. With Qin Feng's body as the center, a blue thunderbolt scurried out from a distance of 20 meters all around. A class battle technique of the Grand Completion realm, or arranged form. Li Yuntian suddenly wanted to raise his hand and slap himself twice, but it was too late to say anything now. At this moment, he could only explode his qi and blood to break out. Earth armor! A loud cry came out of his mouth, followed by earth-colored energy surging out of his body. After the light dissipated, a dark yellow armor appeared on his body. Chapter 79 completely suppressed Li Yuntian. Crackle! Crackle! The thunderous roar of explosive thunder was unceasing as a thick blue thunderbolt sprang out from the ground and rushed towards Li Yuntian's body. Snap! Snap! The earth armor that had just coalesced on Li Yuntian's body had visible cracks appearing on it after being bombarded by lightning strikes one after another. Really think I'm paper mache? The shattering of the earth armor also caused Li Yuntian to begin to explode, the chi and blood in his body surged wildly, and a berserk aura emanated from him. Thick earth stick technique. A low drink came out from his mouth, only to see him holding the alloy long stick in his hand, and violently sweeping it towards the blue thunderbolts on the one around his body between the strength of his arms. Between the swinging of the long stick, it was as if a mountain descended from the sky, giving a sense of heaviness and stability. Boom! The thunder and earth collided, emitting a violent trembling sound. With his strong chi and blood of the middle third stage, Li Yuntian gradually resisted the thunder swamp's attack. Late third stage battle power? The instructors really look up to me. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with essence when he saw this, and a strong battle intent was released from within him. The stronger Li Yuntian was, the more excited he was. Kid, I admit that you're strong, but unfortunately, you ran into me today. Li Yuntian, who was holding a long stick, had a huge surge of aura on his body, and while resisting the thunder swamp's attack, he was constantly moving his body towards Qin Feng's location. In his opinion, if Qin Feng was a thunder awakened and had mastered such a wide-range battle skill, then he must not be good at close combat. As long as he could get close, then he could easily defeat his opponent. At the same time, Yang Xian, who was near the dormitory area, also noticed the movement on their side. This Li Yuntian fellow even used his rank battle skill thick earth stick technique. No, I still need to go and check out the situation, in case something really messes up, it'll be troublesome. Yang Xian, who had this thought in his mind, arrived on the roof of a building with a flash of his body. He turned his head and locked his gaze on Qin Feng's dormitory. Swish! But right at this moment, a black shadow quickly flew backwards. When he saw the person's face clearly, Yang Xian instantly froze. Li Yuntian? Crackle! Crackle! Before he had time to be shocked, he saw a thunder spear condensed from blue lightning tearing through the air and appearing in mid-air, speeding towards the location where Li Yuntian had fallen. Good boy, Li Yuntian has been suppressed. Yang Xian's eyes widened, his heart shocked beyond belief. He simply couldn't believe the scene in front of him. To know that Li Yuntian was a mid-third stage, his chi blood was at least 1400 or more, which was more than 3 times ahead of Qin Feng. But it was under such circumstances that the former was actually sent flying by the latter. Boom! Rumble! Right at this moment, a violent tremor emanated from the small 2-story building where Qin Feng lived. And then, under Yang Xian's incredulous gaze, that small building began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it didn't take long for it to turn into a ruin. Zip! Z! A figure whose entire body was wrapped in blue lightning then walked out from within the ruins, and it was none other than Qin Feng. Blue lightning surrounded his body, his gaze was like a moment, and a terrifying aura emanated from Qin Feng's body. There! Eyes trembling slightly, Qin Feng quickly found the location where Li Yuntian was. Without the slightest hesitation, his thunder steps instantly activated, his figure rushing out as if it were a bolt of lightning. Still coming. Li Yuntian on this side had an ugly expression on his face. Just now he had thought that he had found Qin Feng's weakness and foolishly stepped forward to fight him in close quarters. And the result was predictable. He, a mid-third stage physique, surprisingly could not match an early second stage. Special physique, it must be a special physique. Li Yuntian secretly said in his heart. At this time, he already didn't want to make a move with Qin Feng. This kind of situation, it's nothing to fight through, it's no face to fight through. It would be better to stop now and still save face. Kid, wait. Boom! Li Yuntian was about to open his mouth to stop the battle when a blue thunderbolt as thick as a grown man's arm descended from the sky and struck down fiercely towards his location. At the same time, a blue shadow arrived in front of him, and it was none other than Qin Feng. Raging Thunder Strike! Qin Feng held the black blade and violently swung it out towards the front. Instantly, the black blade wrapped in blue lightning transformed into a lightning blade, tearing through the air and sweeping towards the front. Li Yuntian, who did not dare to be careless, immediately exploded his chi and blood, and pushed his alien energy to the extreme. Thick earth shield. The energy of the earth element converged in mid-air, and then quickly coalesced into an earth wall at the top of his head. He himself was holding a metal stick in his hand to block the black blade's attack. Clang! A crisp metallic collision sound was emitted between the two colliding with each other. At this moment, Li Yuntian only felt his tiger's mouth vibrating with pain, and the alloy long stick seemed as if it would come out of his hand at any time. What a monster! He thought this in his mind. Click! It was also at that moment that a cracking sound came from the shield above his head. Only to see dense cracks appear on the shield under the blast of that blue lightning. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Yuntian stomped on the ground with both of his feet and vigorously exerted his strength as his body swiftly flashed backward. Snap! It was also the moment his body had just left that a blue lightning bolt blasted where he had just stood. Thunder gun! Boom! Boom! Facing Li Yuntian, whose figure was rapidly retreating, a basketball-sized thunderball coalesced from Qin Feng's fingertips before it blasted towards the front like a cannonball. The mid-third stage Li Yuntian barely has the power to fight back in his hands? Yang Xian, who had been following the situation over here, was inwardly shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Before this, he was even worried whether Li Yuntian would break Qin Feng, but now it seemed that his worries were too redundant. Bang! Bang! Li Yuntian continuously swung the long stick in his hand, sending a thunderball flying out. At this moment, he felt very suffocated, he couldn't fight and he couldn't escape. Mard, put up a fight. The big deal is to go back to bed for half a month. Li Yuntian's face was ruthless, then his body's qi and blood erupted once again, and his entire body quickly charged forward. Come! In response, Qin Feng was naturally not the least bit fearful, and a feeling of soundness rose in his heart as he fought against Li Yuntian. The next two people completely let go and started a big battle. Inside the center control room, Yang Xian's side should be almost over, it's our turn to step in. Yang Hong spoke faintly. He then rushed towards the dormitory area with Tang Yun. 1 minute later, just as the two of them had just reached the dormitory area and were about to enter, a silhouette flew by in a hurry and fainted in front of them. This is Li Yuntian? After seeing the man's face, a strange expression appeared on Yang Hong's face. At this moment, Li Yuntian's entire body had multiple scorched black spots, and a burning smell emanated from that black hair. Just at this moment, a figure whose entire body was wrapped in blue lightning appeared in front of the two Yan Hongs. Chapter 80, All Knocked Out. It's Qin Feng. Yan Hong, who recognized the person in front of him, had a wonderful expression on his face. Chief Instructor, Instructor Tang. Qin Feng also noticed the two who had arrived. It's a pity, it's not easy to find such a good chaperone. Qin Feng, who muttered with a regretful face, left the place. Just now, during his pursuit of Li Yuntian, he had discovered several figures that had attacked them, the students, just like the other party. These people could be walking evolution points for Qin Feng, so how could he let them go? This kid, what was that expression just now? He's not done yet? Didn't fight enough? Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Yang Hong was instantly somewhat confused. But you kid, you're just so unbreakable. Yang Hong looked down at Li Yuntian, who had fainted on the ground, and said without any good humor. This kid was acting so wild at the beginning, but now it was this end. Yang Hong seriously suspected that this guy had slacked off on his cultivation recently. However, immediately afterward, Yang Hong's face revealed a touch of gravity. Pass it down, block today's news, never exposed the matter of Qin Feng defeating Li Yuntian. Yes. Tang Yun, who was on the side, obviously realized this as well. If some well-intentioned people learned that a senior like Qin Feng was already able to defeat a mid-third stage awakened, then things would be serious. The first thing that would happen was that the Celestial God sect would do whatever it took to get rid of Qin Feng. Such a thing was something they would never allow to happen. However, how exactly did this brat defeat Li Yuntian? Yang Hong muttered under his breath. He couldn't figure out why Li Yuntian lost even if he thought about it. Whatever, anyway, with Qin Feng around, I'll definitely ruthlessly crush old Wang this time. Yang Hong thought this in his heart. He then kicked Li Yuntian, who was blocking the way in front of him, a dozen meters away while walking towards the dormitory area. Remember, what happened today cannot be spread out. Yang Hong's voice slowly sounded. Li Yuntian, who was more than 10 meters away, reached out and rubbed his butt. Even without Yang Hong's words, he would never say a word about this kind of disgraceful matter outside. Luckily, he reacted quickly just now and pretended to faint in time, otherwise he would have been taunted by Yang Hong. Hurry up and slip away while you can. Li Yuntian, who had this thought in his heart, quietly turned his head towards the dormitory area, after noticing that Yang Hong and the others had already walked away. Without hesitation, he immediately got up and directly slipped away. The two Yang Hongs over here quickly arrived at the dormitory area. It was also at this time that Yang Xian quickly walked over. What happened? How exactly did Li Yuntian lose? Before Yang Xian could come over, he immediately opened his mouth and asked. This? Yang Xian was at a loss for words for a moment. Why don't we not interfere with Qin Feng's cultivation? I feel that he's developing quite comprehensively, as long as we put resources into him. Yang Hong, who heard this, was slightly stunned. Knowing that Yang Xian himself was a 7th-ranked sect master, his eyesight wouldn't be anywhere near as bad. He paused for a moment and then spoke. Change the battle for tomorrow's battle power ranking battle, and let the students test their battle power and chi blood value first, including the battle skills that are displayed one by one. I want to clearly know exactly what step Qin Feng has reached in all aspects of his development. There's also the Lin Shaoxian trio, as well. In the meantime, brother, which city are you from? More. Boom. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was blown backwards by a thunderball. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating. And gained evolution points. Next. Qin Feng muttered a low sound from his mouth, then his figure disappeared in a flash. Soon his figure arrived at another dormitory building where a student was fighting the sneak attacker. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate for a second and immediately stepped forward to join the fight and began to help the student deal with the sneak attacker. The sneak attacker's cultivation was at the late first stage, compared to Qin Feng's combat strength. In less than 10 seconds, he was already lying on the ground. Thanks a lot, brother, still don't know brother you. After the students on the side saw that the sneak attacker who had pinned him down was resolved by Qin Feng in 3 or 2 moves, an expression of admiration appeared on their faces. He stepped forward, wanting to properly thank Qin Feng. However, just in the next moment, a thunderball made of converging blue lightning appeared in his sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating, gained evolution points. At this moment, a bizarre scene occurred in the dormitory area, only to see that a figure whose entire body was wrapped in blue lightning was continuously shuttling between one dormitory building after another. Looking at that stance, it seemed as if he was rescuing people, only what made it strange was that whenever he entered a dormitory, there was no movement there. 10 minutes later, Yang Hong's trio standing at the entrance of the dormitory area felt that something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, at this time, those people they had called over should have withdrawn, regardless of whether they had defeated their respective opponents or not. I'll go check the situation. Yang Xian spoke out of his mouth, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. A minute later, he walked back with a surprised face. What's going on in there? Yang Hong opened his mouth and asked. All of them were knocked out, both those students and the people we invited here. All knocked out? Yang Hong, who heard this, froze. It was important to realize that they were looking for one-on-one opponents for these students, and by chance, it might be possible for 2 people to pass out at the same time. But the current situation was that all of them fainted? Could it be Qin Feng? Right at this moment, Tang Yun on the side couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a low murmur. She had been paying more attention to Qin Feng since the beginning of the camp entrance examination, and had discovered that he very much enjoyed battling against other students. Of course it could be related to the points, but it couldn't be ruled out that Qin Feng was the kind of martial arts nerd who liked to find people to spar with. Forget it, let's wake them all up first. Yang Hong waved his hand and said. He was not expecting a mess like this on the first day, and originally wanted to use those sneak attackers to stimulate these geniuses. Now it seemed that it should be that they hadn't thought it through. At this time, the originator of all this was coming to a new dormitory building. It was none other than Qin Feng. The dormitory he originally lived in had been turned into a ruin during his battle with Li Yuntian. It's only been a short day, these 3 people's battle power has increased significantly, they are worthy of being geniuses. Qin Feng muttered out of his mouth. Just now, he had also approached the 3 of them, Lin Xiaoxian, and knocking out the 3 of them still took him some effort. Especially Joey Yang, who had mastered the A-ranked body technique, it took almost 2 minutes just to get on top of him. I have to raise my spirit as soon as possible, and strive to become a spiritual numinous master as soon as possible, so that I have one more means of checking the enemy. There's also the battle technique aspect that has to be upgraded as soon as possible. I heard that Instructor Yang seems to be a fire attribute awakened person. With this thought in his mind, Qin Feng moved his mind and began to check what he had just gained. Evolution points, 700. A full 700 evolution points, a great harvest. Looking at these evolution points, a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Raise your spirit to the first rank first, then raise your battle skills. Chapter 81 Breakthrough, Becoming a Spiritual Numinous Master. System, add some spirit and raise your spirit to 101. Ding! Consuming 330 evolution points, spirit progress 101. In an instant, along with the system announcement falling, Qin Feng only felt a sense of coolness appear in his mind. This feeling was mesmerizing. Qin Feng gradually became intoxicated in it, and after an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment he felt an extra strange energy in his mind. Qin Feng attempted to mobilize this energy as he turned his head and his gaze fell on the black blade on the side. In an instant, a feeling he had never felt before appeared in his mind. After that strange energy radiated out, it was as if it had become an organ of his body, and he only needed a thought to make it move. Qin Feng closed his eyes and began to carefully sense that energy. It wasn't long before he opened his eyes again. A brilliant aura flashed out. He once again landed his sight on the black blade, and then that invisible force instantly surged out and wrapped the black blade. And then he only saw the black blade begin to slowly take off into the air, and even made some chopping, slashing motions in mid-air. Success! A smile suddenly appeared on Qin Feng's face. He had become a spiritual numinous master, and this feeling was just like when he had successfully fused the chaotic divine thunder, making one's heart excited. Qin Feng, who had mastered this energy for the first time, began to experiment as he began to maneuver the black blade to continuously make various movements in mid-air. He then used his mind in 2 ways and took out another weapon from within his storage ring while maneuvering them to move in mid-air. At first, Qin Feng was still a bit uncomfortable, but with his terrifying cultivation talent, it only took him less than 10 minutes before he was comfortable maneuvering 2 weapons at the same time. After experimenting for a while, Qin Feng stopped. After receiving the 2 weapons back into his storage ring, Qin Feng opened the system panel with a thought to check the spirit. Spirit, 101. Spirit reached 101, and the rank division of spiritual nemesis was the same as awakened, so now he was an early first order spiritual nemesis. It's not just Instructor Yang now, there's also Instructor Tang, who's going to have more contact with her. Xin Feng thought this in his heart. The night passed quickly. Most of the students had a full night during this night. After entering the camp, they first went to the gravity cultivation room, followed by the body technique cultivation room. They were already exhausted and had thought of going back to the dormitory for a good night's rest, but it turned out that they were attacked in the middle of the night. At the end of the day, most of the students were still confused when they saw a thunderball blasted at them, knocking them all out. At 6 in the morning, one student woke up rubbing his head. It wasn't that they didn't want to go back to sleep, but the radio was already ringing in their ears. Everyone, gather at the camp square in 3 minutes, 50 points will be deducted for each person who is late. The piercing sound of the radio woke up all the students, and they didn't even have time to recall the events of last night before they quickly dressed and rushed towards the camp square. On the other side, Xin Feng, who held a light blue battle seal in his hand, opened his eyes. What was recorded within this battle seal was exactly what he had exchanged yesterday within the battle skill pavilion, that a great battle skill, the triple thunder blade. After a night's cultivation, he had already used up all 5 cultivation opportunities within the battle seal. Grade A battle skill, triple thunder blade, introductory 90%. The difficulty of cultivating the triple thunder blade was indeed higher than a normal A-ranked battle skill, if it was him before fusing the Red Lotus Karmic Flame. Without using evolution points to add points, it was almost impossible to get started with the triple thunder blade in one night. Xin Feng took a look at the remaining several hundred evolution points, then with a thought, he added them all to the triple thunder blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming evolution points, the triple thunder blade has broken through to minor completion, progress 35%. Time to gather. At the same time as the system broadcast sounded in his head, Xin Feng also got up and quickly rushed towards the camp square. Good morning, Brother Feng. Having just stepped out of the dormitory building, Xin Feng bumped into Fatty head-on. Morning. Xin Feng nodded. Fatty turned his head to look, and a ruin appeared in his sight not far away. There was precisely the dormitory building where Xin Feng had previously resided. Boy, was the commotion yesterday that big? A flash of shock flashed through Fatty's eyes. He had also encountered an attacker yesterday, but the two had similar battle strengths, and in the end, he barely managed to defeat the other party. After that, although he also heard some commotion, he didn't pay much attention to it. Looks like I missed a good show, Fatty said in his heart, then the two of them rushed towards the square together. Soon, a figure appeared in the square one after another. 3 minutes was a short time, but it was enough for them, the awakened. In less than 3 minutes, all the students had gathered here. Then Tang Yun, Yang Xian, the two instructors walked over. However, right at this moment, Tang Yun discovered a strange scene, only to see that among the nearly 100 students on the field, there was close to half of them looking towards Xin Feng. Indignation, unwillingness, anger, all kinds of eyes were directed at Xin Feng. Among them, Lin Xiaoqian and the 3 others were the last, especially the former, who was almost on the verge of spewing flames within her eyes. Just last night, she had been on the verge of defeating her opponent, but she didn't expect Xin Feng to kill her halfway. Even if she resolved her opponent, she even knocked her out. Both Shirkuan were in a similar situation. But although they felt anger in their hearts, in the same way, a touch of panic vaguely rose in them. Xin Feng's battle power had grown too rapidly. Before he was only able to defeat them, but now he was able to knock them out without injuring them, which required a much stronger battle power. Looks like he was the one who did what happened yesterday. Tang Yin glanced at Xin Feng with a smile, then took a step forward and spoke. Alright, what happened yesterday was arranged by the training camp in order to make you guys more vigilant. Tang Yun, who had said this, paused for a moment and then spoke again. Oh, by the way, we'll be doing training like last night at any time during this month in the training camp. No way, still? The group of students who heard this instantly looked bitter, but there were a few who jumped into action. Among them were the 3 of them, Lin Xiaoqian. Humph. One more time, I'll definitely finish off my opponent before you get here. I won't give you another chance. Shirkuan similarly murmured in his heart. To get an idea of the level of combat power of each of you. Before the battle power ranking battle begins, there is a need to assess your chi and blood, your battle power, your mastery of battle techniques, and your level of development of your supernatural abilities. All of these have to be tested in all directions. Chapter 82, the tests begin, the 3 who regained their confidence. For all test items, the top-ranked students will be rewarded with points. After hearing that there were point rewards, the crowd all brightened up. However, they then reacted by landing their eyes on Xin Feng. Most of the students had seen Xin Feng's amazing battle power at the entrance of the Black Forest mountain range, plus last night's experience. They knew that with Xin Feng around, there was no hope for them in this first place. It wasn't just Xin Feng, there was also the 3 of them, Lin Xiaoqian, whose battle power was equally ahead of the others. However, there were only 4 of them, the other rankings they, the ordinary students, could still fight for. For a while, a strong smell of gunpowder spread among the students. The 3 of them, Lin Xiaoqian, also glanced at each other. They knew that they couldn't beat Xin Feng, but they were no one's match for each other. Joey Yang clasped his hands around his chest with a haughty expression. I won't compete with you guys for the others, this Chi blood first place must be mine. Lin Xiaoqian, who heard this, said with a speechless face. Comparing Chi and blood with me, is your brain kicked by a donkey? Disliked back, Joey Yang's face was ugly. Little girl, if you can't beat Qin Feng, can't you still beat you? He thought this in his heart. Shirkoan on the side didn't open his mouth, but those confident eyes already said it all. Except for Qin Feng, he didn't obey anyone. Although the three's attitude of ignoring everything was a bit off-putting, their strength was there and there was nothing one could do about it. Special physique, S-ranked psychic ability, spiritual numinous master. Without Qin Feng's presence, these three were undoubtedly the best geniuses in the training camp. But now, the three of them would only be able to compete for the second name. The crowd then followed Tang Yun to a large open space. Yesterday this place was still empty, but at this moment there were already several precision instruments placed here. Chief Instructor Yang Hong also came here at this time. Chief Instructor! The two Tang Yuns shouted out in a respectful tone, and the other students followed suit when they saw this. In response, Yang Hong did not open his mouth, but only nodded faintly, his face in a state of desirelessness. Chief Instructor is worthy of being an 8th Order Grand Master, just this mentality alone is worth learning from. Yeah, I wonder when I'll be able to become a sect master level powerhouse. Envy, respect, awe, for a while, all kinds of eyes fell on Yang Hong. Yang Hong was very flattered by this, and even unconsciously straightened his back. Immediately after that, Yang Hong stood in front of the group and said in a deep voice. You are all geniuses from various cities in Jiangnan province, so without any unnecessary nonsense, the following will directly begin the battle strength test. Test rules, respectively, in the state without the use of combat skills, supernormal abilities, full force one blow, test physical combat strength. Then use the battle skills and alien energy to test the individual's strongest battle power. After the words fell, the many students began to rub their fists together, each with an expression of excitement on their faces. At the end of all the tests, the student with the first overall score will be rewarded with an A-grade battle technique, the type of which will be picked at random in the Battle Technique Pavilion. This was something he added on an impromptu basis. And there was only one purpose, and that was to tell Qin Feng to go all out and not hide anything. Also right after his words fell, shock appeared on the faces of the crowd of students. Class A battle technique, Chief Instructor is really generous. But does this have anything to do with us? This is obviously for the great god, okay. For a while, Qin Feng once again became the center of attention. The crowd looked towards him in unison, but some of them also looked towards Lin Xiaoqian's trio. The three of them had all reached the middle of the second stage of cultivation. Qin Feng's battle power was strong, but what Yang Hong had just said was a comprehensive score. So it wasn't like Lin Xiaoqian's trio didn't have a chance. At this moment, the three of them were also equally aware of this, and each of them looked at Qin Feng with provocative gazes, their eyes already stating everything. The A-grade battle skill was equally extremely attractive to them. I won't lose to you this time. The A-rank battle technique must be this lady's. Lin Xiaoqian was full of confidence. Shirkoan and Joey Yang on the side were equally confident. The reaction of the three was noticed by the others, and they were envious in their eyes. After all, that was an A-class battle skill, but unfortunately, they were not qualified to compete at all. I wonder if I can discuss this with Instructor Tang, and give the reward to be replaced with an A-ranked spiritual battle skill. Qin Feng muttered under his breath. When he checked out the battle technique hall yesterday, he didn't find any spiritual battle techniques, so if he wanted to learn them, he could only think of a way to do so from Tang Yun, who was also a spiritual nihilist. In fact, even if Yang Hong didn't take out his A-ranked battle skills, Qin Feng had no intention of hiding his strength. He knew very well that the better he performed in this elite training camp, the more resources he would receive. In this situation, one would only hide their strength unless they were out of their mind. At this moment, he had already taken the reward of the A-ranked battle technique as if it was in his pocket. Although he was not as good as Shirkoan and Joey Yang in terms of chi and blood, he had complete confidence in other aspects. Let me see just how talented the geniuses of Jiangnan province are. Yang Hong, who had secretly said in his heart, directly announced that the battle power test had officially begun. Wu Hui. Yang Xian held a list of names in his hand, stepped forward, and shouted out a person's name. Then in the crowd, a man with short hair took a few steps forward and came in front of the battle tester. Phew! As the first student to test his battle power, the much-anticipated student was a little nervous, but he quickly adjusted. After taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and fiercely blasted out a fist. The wind of his fist shook the air and quickly cut through it. Bang! With a jarring sound rising, the fist hit the center of the instrument's bullseye. 2,500. A row of red numbers appeared on the screen. The short-haired man's cultivation was in the middle of the first rank, and it wasn't bad for him to be able to put up this kind of battle with just his physique. Immediately after that, he used a combination of battle techniques and the power of his supernatural abilities to blast towards the battle power tester. The final battle power was at 4,800. The short-haired guy was middling to average. Next, Zhao Jun. Final battle strength 5600. The test went quickly as one student stepped up to take the test. Shu Wei. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng heard a familiar name. He turned his head to look only to see a silhouette standing in front of the tester. It was none other than the school flower Chuyu. Only to see that at this moment, her entire body was enveloped by a white mist, and with her body as the center, the temperature around her began to drop rapidly. Ice blade stab. A dainty cry came out from her mouth, and then only a diamond-shaped ice spike was seen condensing in front of her. The sharp ice spikes emitted a compelling cold aura. Grade A battle technique, and it has reached the minimum of the grand completion realm. A shocked voice rang out on the field. Chapter 83 Testing Battle Strength. Bang! Bang! Under Chuyu's maneuvering, an ice spike broke through the air, raced through mid-air, and heavily blasted above the tester's bullseye. 8000, 8100, 8120. The red numbers on the tester kept changing and finally stopped at 8150. With only an A rank in her own alien ability level and a cultivation level of late first rank, she is able to cultivate an A rank battle skill to the grand completion realm. This little girl's enlightenment is not ordinary. Tang Yun muttered under her breath, then turned her head to the staff member at the side, signaling him to record this scene. If she's mastering a single battle technique, then this battle power value might be even higher. Yang Xian spoke. Yan Hong, who was at the side, also secretly nodded his head. For awakened people, although the level of the ability determined the cultivation talent, it was not absolute. Some people's awakened ability levels might not be high, but it was also possible that they were more outstanding in other areas. Just like Shu Yu, who had mastered an A-ranked battle technique, her enlightenment was not much different even when compared to Joey Yang, who had awakened an S-rank alien ability. Shu Yu's performance also drew the attention of the other students on the field. At the late first rank, she was able to put up a battle power of over 8,000, which already surpassed a large portion of the crowd. It's just average, not even close to me. Lin Xiaoxian just glanced at it and averted her gaze, not putting it on her mind at all. Enlightenment is good, but it's a pity that the alien ability level is only a rank. Joey Yang murmured out of his mouth and didn't care too much about it. All the A-ranked battle techniques have been mastered to the great achievement realm? A flash of surprise flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. From the aspect of enlightenment alone, Shu Yu could even already be compared to him before he fused the Red Lotus karmic flame. Joey Yang. My turn. Hearing the voice, Joey Yang took a few steps forward with a confident face and arrived in front of the tester. Although frontal combat strength wasn't his strong point, he didn't care. After all, the final score was a combination. He had plenty of confidence in his stance speed, and chi, and blood values. As long as he could lead in the speed test, as well as the chi and blood test, that would be enough to make up for the lack of battle power. Joey Yang in front of the tester took a deep breath, followed by raising his hand and violently swinging a fist forward. Boom! A line of eye-catching red numbers ensued as the tester trembled violently. 8,100. Instantly, the crowd of students all froze. This is still a human being. You have to know that this is a battle power that was fought without utilizing battle techniques and supernatural abilities. Do I remember if he said that his frontal battle power isn't strong and that speed is his strong point? 8,100. You call that not strong? Don't you guys ignore his cultivation level. His cultivation has already reached the middle of the second stage. To be able to put out this kind of battle power is shocking but not unacceptable. A crowd of students murmured, their tones revealing obvious envy. Compared to them, Lin Xiaoqian and Shikoan acted very blandly. To them, the district's 8,100 battle power was not worth mentioning. Joey Yang on the field began to activate his supernatural abilities and use his battle techniques after a brief rest. Storm Blast. A bellowing cry came out of his mouth, followed by a wave of invisible energy that emitted a stern aura surging out of his body. Giggling. Puffing. Instantly, an air-tearing sound rang out while countless invisible wind blades emerged, all blasting towards the center of the target on the tester. 11,000.11500. 12,000. The final number stays above 12,000. Hiss. Instantly, all the students present sucked in a breath of cool air. 12,000, under normal circumstances, the battle power that only a third order awakened could fight. Today's Joey Yang was only in the middle of the second rank, and he was already able to achieve this. Battle power over 10,000? Worthy of being a genius who has awakened an S-rank ability, only at the second rank and already possessing a battle power comparable to the third rank. Compared to the shock of the students, Yan Hong, as well as Tang Yun, didn't have much of a reaction. Joey Yang was an S-ranked exalt, so it would be abnormal if he couldn't fight over 10,000 battle power even in the middle of the second stage. Joey Yang, who was enjoying the attention of the crowd, had the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up as he returned to the team with a smile on his face. With this, you still have the nerve to be smug? Lin Xiaoqian said with a disdainful face. Shikoan also had a disdainful face. Ha! In response, Joey Yang sneered. Frontal combat power is not my area of expertise in the first place, just wait, it's my home turf when I test my speed. He thought this in his mind. Sure Kuan. Hearing his name, Sure Kuan's face was bland as he took large strides to the battle force tester. At this moment, everyone present landed their gazes on him. Shin Feng also looked on with interest. The frontal combat power of a special physique is yet to be stronger than a normal S-class ability. Especially since Sure Kuan's special physique is still known for its strength. His cultivation has also reached the middle stage of the second rank, and in terms of battle power, he is definitely going to surpass Joey Yang. During the time when the crowd was talking, Sure Kuan had already raised his right fist and fiercely blasted towards the tester. Boom! In the next instant, a violent roar sounded, and then a shocking number appeared on top of the screen. 10,000. With a punch that relied purely on his physique, his battle power directly reached 10,000, already reaching the entry standard of a third-stage awakened person. No bro, you're so perverted, you're letting people play chicken? One of his random punches has reached 5 digits, and he's even close to catching up to Joey Yang, who is using battle techniques. Is this the terror of a special physique? All of the students at this moment, all of them had their eyes wide open, and their mouths kept emitting exclamations of shock. Yang Hong also nodded his head and praised. Not bad. Sure Kuan's hegemony body was just placed in the special physique, it was also ranked at the top, and in the future, as long as there were no surprises, becoming a Battle King powerhouse was almost a nail in the coffin. The corner of Sure Kuan's mouth that was praised also revealed a smile, and then only saw lifting his foot and taking a step backward, a strong aura emanated from his body. Everyone present, all of them looked at Sure Kuan without blinking, they knew that Sure Kuan was going to use a battle technique. The special physique was different from the abnormality-based awakened, their own abnormality would not be too powerful, and in most cases, they relied on their physique to fight. So the special physique's battle techniques are also all physique-based. What Sure Kuan was about to perform was an A-ranked fist technique battle skill, a battle skill performed with a purely physical body. Xin Feng's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura, his attention all focused on that tall figure. The last time he fought with Sure Kuan, the other party had performed this fist technique, only that at that time, he was mainly focused on the battle and did not learn it. This time, he wouldn't be letting go of this opportunity. Overlord Fist. A loud shout came out from Sure Kuan's mouth, and immediately afterward, his body was like a cannonball as he charged straight towards the tester. The right arm that was raised high began to expand, and eventually the huge fist violently blasted at the center of the tester's bullseye. On the screen, a terrifying number was fixed there. Chapter 84, Is the Chief Instructor Crazy? 16,000. The moment they saw this number, all the students present were dumbfounded, and an expression of disbelief appeared on everyone's face. 16,000, a mid-third stage battle power. To know that the current Sure Kuan was only in the middle of the second rank, he had directly struck a battle power that crossed a large realm. The mouths of the crowd of students were wide open, their eyes filled with horror. It was important to know that they themselves were geniuses within each city, placed outside they were all 1 in 100. But now, in front of geniuses like Joey Yang and Sure Kuan, they felt that they were too ordinary to be ordinary. Whoever says I'm a genius again in the future, I'll be in a hurry with him. Good, with your talent, as long as you cultivate hard, you'll definitely be able to shine in the future outside the domain. Yang Hong had a smile on his face and praised without mincing words. Thank you, Chief Instructor, for the compliment. Sure Kuan bowed slightly, then returned to the group. What a tyrannical dragon. Seeing that his limelight had been completely overshadowed, Joey Yang's heart was a bit upset. It's your turn. Sure Kuan, who had finished the test, turned his gaze to the side, and there was none other than Lin Xiaoqian, who had a proud face. At this moment, she and Qin Feng were the only 2 people left on the field. Lin Xiaoqian. It was also at this moment that Yang Xian's voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Lin Xiaoqian raised her head and walked towards the tester with a proud face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending a rank unarmed combat skill, Overlord Fist. It was also at this moment that the system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Overlord Fist A, uninitiated 20%. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, then he looked at Lin Xiaoqian with an expectant expression. He's so generous, you shouldn't be stingy either. Qin Feng murmured in his heart. Spiritual battle skills, he was very keen on them. This is worth it even if there isn't that A-class battle skill from the chief instructor. Because there was the reward of being able to obtain an A-grade battle skill for being first, plus the reward of points for being ranked high. Everyone wouldn't hold back, and this was what gave Qin Feng the opportunity to learn. On the field, Lin Xiaoqian raised her hand and blasted a fist into the center of the tester's target. Boom! All immediately turned their eyes to the screen. 6,000. With this, let alone catching up with Sure Kuan, it's still not as good as Joey Yang, huh? Bull, she's a spiritual numinous master, it's normal for her to have almost as much physical strength, right? To be able to fight at 6,000 battle power is already considered good. Not bad. It seems that the Lin family hasn't overlooked her physique. Yang Hong slowly spoke. Tang Yun on the side also nodded. She, who was also a spiritual numinous master, knew very well that physique was the only weakness of spiritual numinous masters, and that this weakness would be magnified as their cultivation level increased. Just like herself, the battle power fought with a purely physical body could at most reach the level of a late 6th order awakened. It was also at this moment that Lin Xiaoxian in front of the tester began to mobilize her spiritual power. Invisible spiritual energy surged out of her mind, then condensed into a diamond-shaped spike in midair. Giggling, puffing, the spiked cone spun at extreme speed, tearing through the air. Then under her control, the spike cone violently blasted towards the bullseye on the tester. Boom! After a jolt, red numbers followed. 14,000. Silence all around. Although the battle value did not exceed Shirkuan, it was shocking enough. One had to know that Lin Xiaoxian's age was only 16 years old, which was a full 2 years younger than the rest of them. 2 years was enough time for this little girl to grow to a terrifying level. Worthy of being a spiritual numinous master, there is no one in a million existences. Truly enviable. What's even more terrifying is that spiritual attacks are invisible and formless, it's simply impossible to defend against them. Not even close. Qin Feng frowned slightly, a touch of regret appearing on his face. The spiritual battle skill that Lin Xiaoxian had just executed was much more difficult than a normal A-ranked battle skill, and just going through it once wasn't enough for him to comprehend it. However, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry about this, there was still the battle ranking battle at the back, he still had a chance. After testing her battle power, Lin Xiaoxian returned to the team with a proud face and incidentally gave Zhou Yang a provocative look. The latter merely sneered and didn't care. Last one, Qin Feng. It was also at this moment that Yang Xian read out the name of the last person. In a flash, the gazes that had been gathered on Lin Xiaoxian all turned their heads towards that handsome figure. It's finally the great god's turn. Lin Xiaoxian and the few of them are more terrifying than one another, I don't know if the great god can still suppress them. Although before this, Qin Feng had already displayed terrifying battle power. However, what Shirkuan's few people had just typed out was actual battle power data, which was more likely to shock people. However, amongst these people, only Fatty had a firm look in his eyes, he knew very well that compared to the previous few, Qin Feng's battle power would only be stronger. Not only the students, but the three of them, Yang Hong, also gathered their gazes on Qin Feng at this moment. A large portion of the reason for these temporarily added tests today was for him. Greeting the gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng lifted his foot to leave the group and walked to the battle strength tester. At this moment, he was also curious as to what step his battle power had reached. Phew! Letting out a light breath from his mouth, Qin Feng, who had adjusted his state, bowed slightly, and as his waist rotated, his right fist violently blasted out. Boom! A deafening churning sound rang out as the tester began to tremble violently. Everyone held their breath at this moment, their eyes fixed on the screen, the red numbers that were rapidly jumping. 5,000, 7,000, 9,000, 10,000. Breaking 10,000. Before the crowd had time to be shocked, the numbers jumped again. 12,000. 13,000. Eventually a breathtaking number appeared in front of the crowd. At this moment, the entire room was so silent that even the sound of breathing was clearly visible. A full minute passed. 1, 10,000, 13,000 battle power? Still without using battle techniques, I'm not dreaming, am I? No, is this tester broken? 13,000 battle power, that's 3rd rank battle power? That's a 5th rank tester, it can withstand nearly 100,000 battle power, how could it be broken? Originally thought that Shirkuan's battle power was already enough to sweep the entire camp, it turns out that there are still dark horses. This is a dark horse, stop it, this is clearly a vacuum alright. No, have you guys ever thought about the fact that Shirkuan, who has a special physique, only hit 10,000 battle power without using battle techniques, while he is hitting 13,000 straight away? What does that mean? It shows that Qin Feng also possesses. Looking at the red numbers on the screen, all the students felt a bit unimaginable, and a bold speculation rose in the minds of all of them. He also possesses a special physique. Genius. No, a demon. An absolute demon. Yang Hong was inwardly shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time, then he even directly opened his mouth and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Is the chief instructor out of his mind? Looking at the laughing Yang Hong, the crowd thought in their hearts. Chapter 85, Battle Strength 20,000, Yang Hong starts pulling hatred. Go on. Yang Hong, who was laughing maniacally, also immediately put his hands behind his back and adjusted his emotions after reacting. However, from his eyes, a touch of uncontrollable excitement could still be seen. S-Class Thunder System abilities, a special physique that surpassed the Overlord body, the word genius was no longer enough to describe this terrifying cultivation talent of Qin Feng. If there were no surprises, Qin Feng would definitely be able to become the type of person who breaks the status quo of the world when he grows up in the future. Hee, old Wang, just wash your necks for those students of yours and wait for me. Yang Hong thought secretly in his heart. Try the triple thunder blade of the minor achievement realm. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng, who was in front of the tester, muttered softly, then took out the black blade from his storage ring. The test of battle strength did not say that weapons could not be used, and there were several students who had similarly used various weapons before. Could it be that he has also mastered a sword battle technique? Shirkoan's brows furrowed as a flash of surprise appeared on his face. When he was fighting Qin Feng, the other party was simply using his physique against him. Crackle! Crackle! Just as the crowd watched, a dense rumble of thunder and lightning erupted from Qin Feng, who was holding a black blade in his hand. Only a thick blue arc of electricity could be seen surging out from his body, lingering around him, as if his subjects were cheering in the face of their king. The power of the chaotic divine lightning was completely energized by him, and a palpitating aura emanated from him. Qin Feng gripped the black blade with both hands, his eyes cold. Under his maneuvering, berserk blue lightning wrapped around the blade, emitting an ear-piercing thunderous roar. In the next instant, Qin Feng held the blade with both hands and swung it out sharply towards the front. Tear! In an instant, an exploding lightning blade burst out from the pitch-black blade and fiercely blasted towards the tester. This is the triple thunder blade? When did Qin Feng master this battle skill and have it all reached the minor achievement realm? A flash of suspicion appeared on Yang Hong's face. It was also at this moment that a flash of hesitation flashed across Yang Xian's face, and then he wanted to say something. Qin Feng, he seemed to have gone to the battle skills pavilion yesterday. Isn't it normal to go there? After all, this kid's points aren't. Yang Hong said something with his mouth, but suddenly reacted with a shocked face. You mean, yesterday Qin Feng exchanged the triple thunder blade at the battle technique pavilion and then used a night to reach the minor achievement realm? I've checked the information and he did exchange the triple thunder blade. Yang Xian laughed bitterly. His words instantly shook Yang Hong's spirit, and his face was filled with disbelief. In one night, he had cultivated an A-class battle skill to the minor achievement realm, and it was still a triple thunder blade. A disassembled version of this S-ranked battle skill was even twice as difficult as a normal A-ranked battle skill. Yang Hong at this moment felt like his brain had short-circuited a bit. Boom! It was also at this moment that a deafening trembling sound rang out. One could only see the lightning blade aura, like a thunderous thunderclap, heavily bombarding the center of the target on the tester. Crack! Crack! The explosive lightning attribute energy spread in all directions, blasting the ground near the tester into a scorched black. And then a number that made everyone feel incredible appeared on the screen. 20,000. No, brother, your chi blood has reached the third rank, right? 20,000 battle power is the standard for a late third order awakened, and to be beaten by a senior like you, as a fellow senior, I feel like I've been insulted. All the students, even the three of them, Lin Xiaoxian, were all looking like they had seen a ghost at this moment. At this moment, even the knowledgeable Yang Hong was stunned speechless. Having mastered an A-class battle skill overnight, and having reached the minor achievement realm, he now even fought with the battle power of a late third stage with an early second stage cultivation. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed this scene if he hadn't said anything. Are we inviting a monster in? Yang Xian's mouth twitched. Even Tang Yun's pupils shrank, her face filled with disbelief. If spiritual luminaries were geniuses that could not be found in a million miles, then Qin Feng's kind was definitely a demon that could not be picked out in 100,000 miles. And at this moment, after Shirkuan's trio saw that Qin Feng had actually hit a battle power of 20,000, a feeling of despair rose in the trio's hearts. Before this, they only thought that Qin Feng was just temporarily ahead of them, and that in the future, as long as they practiced hard, they would be able to catch up with him. But now, they felt that there wasn't much hope. What's the point of comparing? Why don't we just declare Qin Feng number one on the battle power list? Directly hitting the late third stage of the battle power, I'm afraid that so many of us combined won't be enough for him to fight alone. A crowd of students murmured. Yang Hong, who heard these words, also began to think. According to this situation, there was definitely no need to compete one-on-one. Even if it was Lin Xiaoxian's trio, they wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves in front of Qin Feng. Originally, his intention was to have Lin Xiaoxian's trio, 3 against 1, engage Qin Feng. But now, it seemed that even if the three of them went on together, they still had no chance of winning. If you want to compete, let all the students go together. He thought this in his heart, then he let the two Tang Yuns continue to preside over the next test while he himself took out his cell phone and stepped aside. Yang Hong reached out and tapped a few times on his cell phone, opening the Elite Training Camp Exchange Group. This time he directly at all the chief instructors. Yang Hong, all you trash, hurry up and wash your necks and wait, I'll be bringing the geniuses of my Jiangnan province soon. Go and teach you all a lesson, so that you can see what a true genius is. Yang Hong started pulling hate. But it was just a matter of 10 seconds or so. Buzz. 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 The cell phone then began to vibrate violently, and the originally cold exchange group instantly began to buzz. Chief instructor of Manhwa province, Yang Hong, who gave you the courage to dare to be so crazy and sweep us away, I, Manhwa province, am waiting for you, come if you have the guts. Huan Yuan province chief instructor, oh, old Yang, don't you understand? He's just playing smart, how dare he really go to you? Chief instructor of Hadong province, forget it, this kind of person who likes to play smart, it's better for everyone to stay away from him. Chief Instructor of Xiao Province, Little Yang, if you really want to bring your students to Xiao Province to see what's going on, I'd welcome it, but don't worry, I'll find a few average students to cooperate with you in your drama. Accompany me in a play, I'm not willing to accompany you. The corner of Yang Hong's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Yang Hong, don't even talk nonsense, and a grade battle skill, or any other resource of the same grade, it or not at all. Come on, you're always welcome to deliver battle skills at my doorstep in Manhwa Province. Several other provincial chief instructors have behaved in the same way. For such a good thing that was delivered to their door, they did not have any reason to refuse it. Chapter 86 Spiritual Battle Skill, Nimbus Soul Charge. Inside the Summer Province Elite Training Camp. An old man with a head full of white hair was looking at the contents inside his cell phone with a smile on his face. He was none other than the chief instructor of Xiao Province, Wang Shi. This Yang Hong, after so many years have passed, this temperament still hasn't changed at all. It just so happens that this time, I'll let you in to grow a long memory. Speaking on his lips, he directly ate Yang Hong in the group. Wang Shi, Little Yang, come directly to Xiao Province. I just happen to have a genius here who has awakened an S-class water ability. I'll thank you for her first. The moment these words came out, the chief instructors of the other provinces were instantly unhappy. However, they didn't choose to continue communicating in the group, but instead, one by one, they all ran off to send a private message to Yang Hong. Chief Instructor of Manhwa Province, Old Yang, come over to our side of Manhwa Province. It just so happens that the two of us haven't seen each other for a long time. Compared to the Chief Instructor of Southern River Province, the Chief Instructor of Guanyuan Province was more direct. He only saw that he directly took a picture and sent it to Yang Hong, and on the picture was an aquamarine-colored spear. Nima, this brat Zhang Chang, deliberately pissing me off right, then as you wish. Tomorrow, go to Guanyuan Province. Yang Hong, wash your neck and wait. After editing the message, he sent it directly to the Chief Instructor of Guanyuan Province, also known as Zhang Chang. As for Nanhua Province, just wait. There are a lot of people who want to challenge us in Jiangnan Province, so line up and wait for them one by one. After doing so, Yang Hong put away his cell phone, then turned his head and refocused his attention on the students' tests. It could be seen that at this point, both the Qi and Blood and Stance tests had already ended. In terms of Qi and Blood, Joey Yang had achieved first place with 650 Qi and Blood points. As for the body technique test, originally, the crowd had thought that Joey Yang would similarly achieve first place. After all, he had already demonstrated an introductory A-grade body technique to the crowd yesterday. However, the truth was out of everyone's expectations. Qin Feng had similarly achieved first place in the stance test. Phantom Misty Steps, when exactly did he learn this battle skill? Until now, Joey Yang was still somewhat unable to accept it. If Qin Feng was only stronger than him in battle, then he could still barely accept it, but now his body skills that he was so proud of had been crushed by the other party. And Qin Feng was still using the same A-rank stance battle technique as him. On the side, Lin Xiaoqian, Shi Kuan and the two of them were equally ugly. Qin Feng's terrifying talent made them feel a bit suffocated. What a pervert. The three of them thought this in their hearts at the same time. Alright, the morning's test is over, now dismiss and place and gather at 1 p.m. for the battle ranking scramble. Yang Hong glanced at the time, then announced to the crowd. Immediately afterward, he landed his gaze on Qin Feng and then spoke. Qin Feng, come with me to the office. Yes. Qin Feng nodded, then walked out from the group and followed behind Yang Hong. Looking at that upright back, a crowd of students had complex expressions, envy, jealousy, unwillingness, and all sorts of strange emotions rose in their hearts. Alas! Don't look, a demon like Qin Feng isn't something we can compare to. With all this time, we might as well grab a bite to eat, and then cultivate to raise our Qi and Blood and hone our battle skills. One of them opened his mouth and sighed. The group then walked quickly towards the cafeteria. Lin Xiaoqian and the three of them also didn't say a word at this time. Originally, they thought that after joining the training camp, they would be riding high and become the brightest star. But now it was becoming the companion of others. A strong unwillingness rose in the hearts of the three. Just wait, this young lady will definitely catch up with you. Now is just the beginning, I won't fall too far behind you. Qin Feng, there's now a chance to exchange with geniuses from other provinces, do you want to go? Inside the office. Yang Hong went in single-handedly and directly explained his intentions to Qin Feng. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly. If it was before, he would have never let go of such an opportunity to exchange with geniuses from other provinces. But now, within this training camp itself, there were ferocious beasts for him to kill, and there was no shortage of evolution points. As for battle techniques, apart from those A-ranked battle techniques that he had already mastered, he was only lacking in spiritual and fire attribute battle techniques. And these two types of battle skills were also obtainable in this training camp. So at this moment, he was caught in a tangle. For every genius who beats a province, you can obtain an A-grade battle technique or resources of the same level. Seeing that Qin Feng was a bit hesitant, a flash of anxiety appeared on Yang Hong's face. He had already drawn all this hatred. If Qin Feng was unwilling, then he would not be able to get off the stage. I promise. Yang Hong's words had reached this point. If he still didn't agree, he would be refuting the chief instructor's face. Defeating those geniuses from other provinces, he could similarly gain evolution points. I hope those geniuses are talented enough. Xin Feng thought this in his heart. To him, the stronger his opponent was, the more evolution points he would gain. Xin Feng believed that those talented students could bring him more evolution points compared to those ferocious beasts prepared by the training camp. And there was also the reward of a ranked battle skills. Even if he didn't need that many battle skills, it was still possible to exchange them for other resources. Good. Wait, you'll go to the battle technique hall to pick an A-ranked battle technique first, and then we'll head out directly after the battle list scramble in the afternoon. Leaving today? Xin Feng was a bit surprised, but he didn't think much about it. After hesitating slightly, he spoke to Yang Hong. Chief Instructor, is it possible to change the A-ranked battle skill to a spiritual battle skill? Yang Hong, who heard this, froze as he looked at Xin Feng with skeptical eyes. Spirit-based battle techniques are not suitable for awakened people to cultivate, in the case where the spirit does not exceed 100. Even the lowest level D-grade spiritual battle techniques cannot be successfully cultivated. Yang Hong slowly opened his mouth, then as if he had thought of something, he directly pulled out a jade slip glittering with glistening white light from within his storage ring. This is a great spiritual battle skill that I obtained by chance, called Nimba Soul Charge. I don't have much use for keeping it, so I'll give it to you for free to study. Yang Hong thought that he was just more curious about spiritual battle skills and wanted to try it out, so he didn't think much of it. When he first became an awakened, he had also tried to cultivate spirit system battle skills, but there were no surprises and he failed. Don't waste time on this. With your talent, as long as you develop your own physique and thunder system abnormal ability, these two powers, it will be enough to be invincible at the same level. After handing over the jade slip in his hand, Yang Hong said with a serious face, "This. Okay." In response, Xin Feng could only nod against his will. He originally wanted to tell the other party that he was now a spiritual numinous master, but thought better of it. After all, there was still a long time behind him in the training camp, and the other party would know sooner or later. Chapter 87. Can we start straight away? I'm in a hurry. Inside the office, Xin Feng, who had gotten the jade slip, turned around and was about to leave the place. However, right at this moment, Yang Hong spoke again. By the way, for the battle ranking battle in the afternoon, I plan to have Lin Xiaochen and the three of them go on the field together to deal with you. How about it? Is there any pressure? In response, Xin Feng had a confident smile on his face. What do you think, Chief Instructor? Why don't you just have everyone go on together? A quick battle. I'm going to take some time to go to the Fierce Beast room to hone my battle skills before we leave. Xin Feng said in a light tone. If someone else had said this, Yang Hong would have thought that this person was too rampant. But at this moment, when Xin Feng said it, he felt so taken for granted. Good. Yang Hong, who already had this thought in his heart, immediately nodded his head and agreed. Inside the dormitory, having just returned from the cafeteria, he couldn't wait to take out the spirit-based battle seal. Begin. Without hesitation, holding the battle seal tightly in his hand, his eyes closed tightly as he began to receive the information within the battle seal. Instantly, the information about the battle skill of Nianzhu Soul Charge surged into his mind as if it was a tidal wave. At this time, he was like a sponge, constantly absorbing the information. Half an hour later, Xin Feng slowly opened his eyes. A flash of excitement flashed through his eyes. It's worthy of being a spiritual battle skill. The difficulty of cultivating it even exceeds that of the triple thunder blade. A murmur escaped Xin Feng's lips. He then raised his head and glanced at the time on the wall, closing his eyes once again after realizing that there was still almost an hour to go before 1 p.m. Camp Square. Lin Xiaochen and the three of them are also too exaggerated. They went to the ferocious beast room after eating and haven't come out until now. It's been almost 2 hours. I heard that the one they chose is still the B-level difficulty Fierce Beast room, and the highest ranked Fierce Beast in there is the 3rd rank. The three of them are so strong, and they are still working so hard. Do they still let us people live? A few students murmured. More and more students then arrived, and just as the time came to 12:50, 3 figures slowly walked over. It was none other than Shi Kuan's trio. It could be seen that at this moment, the 3 of them exuded a bloody aura. This was because they had just been killing ferocious beasts, and their bodies were tainted with the aura of ferocious beasts. Seeing the 3 of them arrive, a group of students consciously made a path for them. This was the deterrence of strength. 5 minutes later, Yang Hong brought Tang Yun and the 2 of them here as well. HM? Xin Feng hasn't come over yet? Yang Hong's eyes looked around and frowned after not spotting Xin Feng's figure. You go find. Just as he was about to ask Yang Xian to find out where people go. Zip. Zip. Suddenly, a surge of electricity sounded. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see a blue shadow appearing not far away, heading this way at breakneck speed. The blue shadow was like a bolt of lightning, moving swiftly and violently, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived here. The person who came was none other than Xin Feng. Luckily, I caught up. A soft murmur escaped Qin Feng's mouth, after which he directly raised his head to look at the chief instructor standing in front of him. Can we start straight away? I'm in a hurry. Crackle! Crackle! As he spoke, the blue lightning that lingered around him was like a thunder snake as it roamed around the surface of his body, exuding a furious aura. Starting straight away, what do you mean? Aren't the rules of the battle for supremacy the ring system? Are there new rules? When the crowd of students heard Qin Feng's words, they all felt a bit cloudy. Good boy, can't wait for this. Looking at the nearly 100 students below, the expression on Yang Hong's face suddenly became wonderful. I'll announce the rules of the battle below. It's very simple, all of you go together and beat Qin Feng alone. What? All of us beating one of him? No, chief instructor, you're not kidding, right? The crowd looked at Yang Hong in unison to confirm if he had just misspoken. You guys get ready, let's make it quick. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth, his tone flat, as if he was saying, have you eaten yet? However, the others directly exploded when they heard this. What the hell, and let us get ready. Even if you're a great god, you don't bring anything crazy. Look down on people also do not bring this right. We are nearly 100 people, one person a fist can also give him dry downright. This force to pretend, do not know still think you are a master of the strong it? Instantly, the field became lively. At this moment, a group of students all felt that they had been insulted. Qin Feng's bland attitude was as if all of them were rookies with no power in their hands. That's right, your Qin Feng's talent is high, his battle power is strong, and he's handsome, but he can't be this crazy. Especially Lin Xiaoqian's three people, at this moment, they were even more angry and unable to speak. The eyes that looked at Qin Feng became more and more unkind. It's like he really thinks he's invincible. Zhou Yang had a cold smile on his face as a stern aura emanated from him. Sure Cohen and the two of them did not open their mouths, just the expressions on their faces already said it all. Alright, you guys can start now. Right at this moment, Yang Hong spoke again. Upon hearing this, a group of students rubbed their fists together with excitement on their faces. A genius like Qin Feng, if they were in a one-on-one situation, they wouldn't have any chance of winning, but now, if they were all together, it would be a different story. To be able to beat up such a demon, even if it was many against one, it was enough for them to blow it for a while. Everyone together, him. It was also at this moment that a loud shout rang out. After the words fell, instantly, a dozen or so people's bodies erupted with chi and blood, and their supernatural powers were frantically activated, ready to unleash their battle techniques at Qin Feng's position. These people had all been robbed of their points by Qin Feng, and with this opportunity to take revenge, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Fire Dragon Fist. Wind Blade. Earth Spike. Energy attacks of various colors sped towards Qin Feng for a while, instantly enveloping his figure. Boom! In the next instant, all of the energies collided together, sending out a violent explosion. The explosion produced a strong impact, and the originally smooth air around them instantly became dazzled. Chief Instructor, isn't it a bit too much to let Qin Feng deal with all of them by himself? Yang Xian said with a worried expression. 1 against 100, even if Qin Feng was strong in battle, he still had little chance of winning. However, in response, Yang Hong directly waved his hand and said, watch on carefully, there might be surprises coming up. On the field, also at the instant the sound of the explosion appeared, Qin Feng's figure also disappeared in place. Where is everyone? Why is he gone? Has he been blown to smithereens? Looking at Qin Feng who had disappeared into thin air, the few people who had struck out muttered. It's finally time to start. But right at this moment, a blue shadow sprang out from the side and came straight to the center of the crowd. Thunder Swamp. Chapter 88, Lin Xiaoqian, was that spiritual power just now? Crackle! Crackle! An ear-piercing boom of thunder and lightning rang out across the field. One could only see that with Qin Feng's body as the center, the ground within a 30-meter radius around him was covered by a touch of dark blue energy. Immediately afterward a blue lightning bolt sprang out from the ground. Snap! Snap! The blue lightning that surged out from the ground was like a spirited thunder snake, blasting towards one student after another. Ah! How does this lightning? Some of those who reacted slowly were directly hit by the lightning. Instantly a strong sense of paralysis spread throughout the body, and in the end, without even speaking, they all staggered their bodies towards the ground. What a waste! Lin Xiaoqian, whose figure flickered rapidly and moved away from the area of the Thunder Swamp's attack, said with a disdainful expression. After the words fell, strong spiritual power instantly surged out from her mind. Phew! Shoo! Immediately afterward, a silver flying dagger surged out from her body, transforming into a silver aura that sped towards Qin Feng's location. Wind pressure. At the same time, Zhou Yang also made a move. Only to see that at this moment, the air around his body trembled and fluctuated as if it was a tidal wave, and the power of his supernatural ability was being pushed to the extreme. Afterwards, he stretched out his hands and pressed downward. Instantly an invisible gale landed from high altitude, fiercely pressing down towards Qin Feng's body. Around Qin Feng, those students who had managed to dodge the lightning attack were similarly affected, and before their figures could stand still, they were crushed to the ground by this gale. For these people with low battle power, Joey Yang didn't have any concern with their battle power. Even if Qin Feng stood still and let them fight, they couldn't win. On the other side, a strong aura erupted from Shi Kuan's body, and his already tall body swelled a few more points. The power of the overlord body was all stimulated by him, and his body was taut, his eyes staring at Qin Feng as if he was a tyrannical dragon waiting for an opportunity to move. Once he seized the opportunity, he would immediately pounce over and tear his opponent apart. Meanwhile, facing the attack of Lin Xiaoqian's several people, Qin Feng did not feel the slightest bit nervous. Instead, he was getting more and more excited. Crackle! Crackling! Blue lightning traveled throughout his body cells were stimulated, and his speed was greatly increased. As for the gale that fell from the sky, Qin Feng directly ignored it. With his physique, Joey Yang's strength alone could not shake him at all. His figure then flashed across the field like a bolt of lightning. Every time he showed up, a student would fall to the ground with a scream. Damn it, all you losers, get out of my way. Because Qin Feng's figure had been scurrying through the crowd, causing Lin Xiaoqian's flying dagger attack to not be able to unfold at all, which caused her little face to turn red with anger. Boom! However, right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly felt a heavy weight on his body, and his body's movement speed was reduced. The gravity has changed. Qin Feng looked up and saw a familiar face appear in his sight. It was none other than Mengyu from Lin Hai No. 2 Middle School, whose special ability could control gravity. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, a bitter smile appeared on Mengyu's face. Although both of them had come out from Lin Hai City, their positions were different now, and there was nothing Mengyu could do about it when he struck out. Shoo! Shoo! It was also at this moment that a cracking sound rang out, and Qin Feng instantly felt a coldness come over him. Only to see an ice spike emitting a white mist flashing through mid-air, speeding towards his location. Schoolgirl, you're really ruthless with this. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. But since it's like this, then I won't hold back. Qin Feng muttered a low sound from his mouth, then his hands lifted up and transformed into the shape of a pistol pointing forward. Bang! Bang! In the next instant, a basketball-sized ball of thunder quickly coalesced and slashed through the air at breakneck speed, colliding with those ice spikes. At the same time, Qin Feng reached out and grabbed the weighted undershirt on his body, then yanked it off. Boom! The ground trembled violently and a deep pit appeared beside Qin Feng. This. One of the students at the edge of the deep pit's teeth chattered and his body trembled violently. He didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if that thing had landed on him just now. How heavy of a weighted undershirt was he wearing that he landed in a deep crater right out of the ground? The three Yang Hongs who were watching the battle from the side were also twitching at the corners of their mouths at this time. The lowest cultivation of the three of them, Yang Xian, was in the middle of the seventh stage, and with a glance, they could tell that Qin Feng was wearing a 6,000 kilograms weighted undershirt. Could it be that he's been wearing this during the morning test? Yang Hong said with some uncertainty. Well, like it. Yang Xian was also a bit skeptical. Swish. Just as the crowd was shocked, Qin Feng, who had unloaded his weight, instantly felt his body lighten and his figure scurried out at great speed. At this moment, the gravity changed by Mengyu's supernormal ability was dispensable to him at this moment. Not good. Right at this moment, Mengyu's heart trembled, and then, without the slightest hesitation, the entire person quickly drifted toward mid-air as his feet stomped on the ground. The abnormal power gravity manipulation could not only change gravity, but also unload the gravitational pull of the ground. You're not looking for death. Looking at Mengyu, whose body was floating in mid-air, the several instructors all shook their heads. Boom! In the next moment, only a thunderball emitting a furious aura was seen streaking by at great speed, arriving at Mengyu's side in an instant. At this moment, his body was floating in mid-air, unable to avoid it, and he ended up being blasted backwards by the exploding thunderball. After resolving Mengyu, Qin Feng's body flashed and disappeared once again. At this moment, he was like a real lightning bolt, making it impossible for anyone to sense his position. Right at this moment, Shuyu, who was standing at the edge of the thunder swamp, seemed to have sensed something and frowned. In the next instant, she only felt a trace of coolness coming from her neck. You're out. A hot breath appeared in her ear immediately afterward. Instantly, a blush appeared on Shuyu's fair face. Found you. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Shoo! Shoo! Immediately afterward a sound of air braking rang out, only to see a silver flying dagger tearing through the air towards Qin Feng behind her as he sped towards her. At this moment Lin Xiaoqian was also pushing her spiritual power to the extreme, and there were more than 30 densely packed flying daggers. The flying daggers had almost made their move when Qin Feng had just shown up, and at this moment, they were already less than 10 meters away from him. Even with his amazing speed, it was impossible to completely avoid all the attacks of the flying knives. However, the next scene caused a look of horror to appear on Lin Xiaoqian's face. Only to see that just as those flying daggers were about to land on Qin Feng, they suddenly paused. Although it was only for an instant, it was also managed to escape by Qin Feng. Little girl, what are you up to? Joey Yang's angry roar sounded in his ears, but at this moment, Lin Xiaoqian was acting as if she hadn't heard it. Was that spiritual power just now? Chapter 89 Overwhelming Victory. Crackle! Crackle! Ear-piercing thunder and lightning rumbles continuously resounded on the field, and amongst the crowd of students, Qin Feng's figure was like nobody's business. Every time his figure flashed, a student would fall. Gradually, as time passed, there were fewer and fewer figures still standing on the field. Could it be that it was my illusion just now? Lin Xiaoqian muttered out of her mouth with a bewildered look on her face. Just now, she had sensed a strong spiritual force surging out from Qin Feng, blocking those flying daggers. At this moment, there was also Tang Yun who had the same thought as her. He's also a spiritual numinous master. Tang Yun gave a cry in her heart with a shocked expression. Her cultivation far exceeded Lin Xiaoqian's, so her judgment of spiritual power was also more precise. She was quite certain that just now the trajectory of those flying daggers had indeed been interfered with by a spiritual force that was released by none other than Qin Feng. Although she was already very certain in her heart, the matter was too unbelievable and she decided to make a judgment after looking for Qin Feng in private. After half an hour had passed, there were only 3 Lin Xiaoqian left on the field at this point, and the other students either fainted or were lying on the ground with painful faces. All of them had withdrawn from the battle. Evolution points 400. To Qin Feng, the low combat power of these students didn't bring him much evolution point gain, adding up to a total of only 400 evolution points. But something was better than nothing. System, give me more points. With a thought, Qin Feng directly added all of his evolutionary points to that ranked spiritual battle skill he had just acquired. Ding! Consuming evolution points. Nimbus Soul Rush reaches the minor achievement realm. Instantly, as if enlightened, a subtle sensation appeared in Qin Feng's mind. It's your turn next. After his battle technique was upgraded, Qin Feng looked up at the 3 of them, Lin Xiaoqian. Compared to the others, these 3 were several times stronger in battle, and correspondingly he had gained more evolution points. Finally, there are no more people in the way. Lin Xiaoqian said in a cold tone, and then strong spiritual power surged out of her mind. Only to see silver flashes around her body, another dozen silver flying daggers flashed out and floated in mid-air, emitting a buzzing sound. Puffing. Puffing. On the other side, Zhou Yang's body was surrounded by wild winds, and between his hands waving, an invisible wind blade like a crescent moon tore through the air and sped towards Qin Feng's location. Swoosh. Shoo. At the same time, a silver aura appeared around Qin Feng's body, which swept by at a rapid speed and surrounded him in an encircling manner. On the other hand, Shikuan, who was waiting to start, was also slowly approaching towards Qin Feng. His body's qi and blood were rolling around, just waiting to seize the opportunity to send out a fatal blow. Lin Xiaoqian's 3 were all geniuses, and their fighting sense was far beyond normal. Even though they hadn't fought together before, they quickly found a rhythm and the 3 of them began to join forces to attack Qin Feng. The combined battle power of these 3 even exceeded that of all the other students. However, in response to this, Qin Feng was not the slightest bit afraid, and with a flip of his palm, the black blade instantly appeared. Crack! Cracking! In the next instant, blue lightning wrapped around the black blade. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng's figure flickered as he charged straight towards Lin Xiaoqian's direction. Triple Thunder Blade! A low cry came out from his mouth, and exploding lightning saber awnings burst out from above the black saber. The dozen or so silver flying daggers in front of him were instantly bounced out. And Qin Feng also seized the opportunity and rushed straight out of the encirclement as his figure flashed. Damn, he slipped away again. After seeing that all of the wind blades he had released had fallen short, Zhou Yang suddenly looked unsightly. His own speed was his strong point, but now he was completely suppressed by Qin Feng in this regard. This side of Qin Feng's figure quickly flickered, about to come to Lin Xiaoqian in front of him, but just at this moment, a tall figure blocked in front of him. It is Shikuan. Overlord Fist. Only Shikuan raised his right arm high, then violently blasted it forward. Hoo-hoo! The wind of the fist tore through the air, exuding a furious aura. However, just in the next moment, a look of horror appeared on Shikuan's face, only to see Qin Feng, who was opposite him, similarly raise his arm high. Shikuan was more than familiar with this action. He was precisely the starting position of the fighter's fist. Boom! In the next instant, the 2 fists collided with each other, emitting a violent collision sound. The tremendous force set off a terrifying impact. The surrounding air fluctuated like a tidal wave. And then only saw a figure flying backwards at great speed. It was Shikuan. At this moment, his right arm shook with pain, and it felt like the bones were about to shatter. However, compared to the severe pain in his arm, what Shikuan was more concerned about in his heart was the battle technique Qin Feng had just used. When did he master the Overlord Fist? It was also at this moment that Yang Hong opened his mouth and questioned. With his eyesight, he naturally saw at a glance that the battle technique Qin Feng had just used was none other than the Hegemony Fist, which was exactly the same as Shikuan's. However, the level of mastery was only at the introductory level. The Hegemony Fist is their Sure family's family battle skill, a battle skill created specifically for the Hegemony body, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to master. And it's a battle skill they've never passed on to the outside. Yang Xian said with an incredulous face. He couldn't figure out how on earth Qin Feng had learned this battle skill. Although Qin Feng's mastery of the hegemony fist was at an introductory level, his own physique was stronger than Shirkoan's. So it was Shirkoan who was sent flying out. After resolving the blocker in front of him with a punch, Qin Feng's body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xiaoqian's body. Without hesitation, he held his sword in both hands and was about to swing it towards her. Buzz! However, right at this moment, a strong spiritual force surged out from Lin Xiaoqian's mind, and almost instantly, Qin Feng felt as if his body had been immobilized. Spiritual power can still be used like this? Qin Feng instantly brightened up, then in the next instant, his spiritual power erupted to directly break free from his bonds. Tear! The pitch-black blade landed on Lin Xiaoqian's neck, and the cold metallic sensation caused her face to look unsightly with an expression of unwillingness. And Qin Feng's spiritual power that had just erupted was once again detected by him. At this moment, she was beyond certain that the handsome teenager in front of her was already a spiritual nihilist. Although his spiritual power was not as strong as his own, it was still enough to shock people. How is this possible? She exclaimed inwardly. After Lin Xiaoqian was out, the two remaining Shirkoan were even more defeated. Whether it was in terms of stance speed or physique, Qin Feng was able to suppress the two from the front. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yang and Shirkoan both fell to the ground as well. Surprisingly, they really won? Yang Xian, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, only felt unbelievable. A pair of 100, and which more than one side also had a spiritual nihilist, a special physique, and an S-class alien awakened person respectively. But it is such a lineup, or by the eyes of the teenager, to overwhelming advantage to achieve victory. Chapter 90 Tang Yun gives a gift of spiritual breathing technique. Grade A fire attribute battle skill, Yenji explosion. That's him. Inside the battle technique pavilion, Qin Feng murmured out of his mouth. After defeating Lin Xiaoqian's trio, he came here to redeem his rewards. This time he picked a fire attribute battle skill. A genius indeed. Seeing that Qin Feng had only come to the training camp on the first day and had been rewarded with an A-ranked battle skill, the staff member gave a secret cry in his heart, his face filled with envy. He then handed Qin Feng a battle seal that was flowing with crimson light. After receiving the battle seal, Qin Feng directly turned around and left the place. He was going to set off to Guanyuan province with Yang Hong in the afternoon. Before that, he was going to go to the ferocious beast room to hunt ferocious beasts to earn evolution points. No, isn't he a lightning attributed awakened? How come he exchanged for a fire attribute battle skill? It was also at this moment that the staff member inside the battle skills pavilion looked at Qin Feng's departing back and let out a shocked cry from his mouth. Could it be that he's a dual psychic ability? A bold guess rose in his mind. Instructor Tang? And at this moment, Qin Feng, who had just stepped out of the battle technique hall, saw a familiar figure standing there looking at him with a smile on his face. The person who came was none other than Tang Yun. It's true that the matter of me becoming a spiritual thinker was exposed. Qin Feng, who saw the visitor, said in his heart. He knew that he had exploded his spiritual power one after another in the battle just now, and it would definitely be detected by Tang Yun, who was also a spiritual nihilist. Of course, in itself, he didn't have the idea of hiding it. How much spiritual power has it reached? Tang Yun directly opened the door. It barely reached 102. Qin Feng said with a smile. Indeed. Even though she had already seen the other party's spiritual power that was far beyond normal, she still felt a bit incredulous after receiving Qin Feng's personal reply. S-rank Thunder System psychic ability, a top-notch special physique, and now a spiritual numinous master. Looking at the handsome teenager across from her, Tang Yun felt like he was the favorite of heaven. The three abilities above, no matter which one he possessed, was enough to become a battle king powerhouse. The future is boundless. Tang Yun said in her heart, then took out a white jade slip from within her storage ring and handed it to Qin Feng. This is a breathing method that can increase your spiritual power. You can first comprehend it on your own. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you can always come and ask me. Regarding Tang Yun's gift, Qin Feng didn't reject it, although he felt that he might not be able to use it. After receiving the jade slip, Qin Feng rushed to the fierce beast room without stopping and started hunting the fierce beasts. He chose the highest grade, Class A. Inside were almost all third order ferocious beasts, but most of them were in the early third order, with only one or two in the middle third order. However, for the current Qin Feng, he wasn't the least bit afraid of them, not to mention the mid-third stage, even if they were in the late stage. 2 hours later, Qin Feng, whose body exuded a berserk aura, walked out of the A-ranked ferocious beast chamber. It's out, the great god has come out of the A-ranked ferocious beast chamber. There are all third-ranked ferocious beasts in there, and he managed to last for 2 hours, still truly terrifying. There were a few students around who noticed the blood-stained Qin Feng, and they thought that Qin Feng had exited the fierce beast room because his own stamina was exhausted. No, isn't that direction the B-class fierce beast room? Right at this moment, an alarming voice rang out, only to see that in the sight of a few people, Qin Feng didn't leave this place, but instead turned his head to go to the B-rank fierce beast room. Under their shocked gazes, Qin Feng directly pushed the door and walked in. Could it be? A bold speculation rose in the hearts of several people, and then they immediately arrived at the entrance of the A-ranked Ferocious Beast room. It could be seen that there was an electronic screen on the door, which would display the grade of the Ferocious Beast room as well as the number of ferocious beasts. Class A Beast room, number of beasts 0. Killed, finished. Finished? The Great God has killed all the third-ranked ferocious beasts in the A-ranked Ferocious Beast chamber? For a moment, several people had expressions of disbelief on their faces. It can't be, there are a full 15 third-order fierce beasts inside. I knew that the Great God was strong in battle, but I didn't expect it to have gotten this strong. Joking aside, it can defeat all of us if it's not strong. Gwangyuan Province, Elite Training Camp. Have you heard? It seems like the chief instructor of Jiangnan Province is going to bring his students to challenge us in Gwangyuan Province, and the winning side will receive an A-class battle technique. Don't think about it, not to mention if it's a rumor, even if it's true, with Li Yu and Wei Yan around, this kind of good thing won't fall on our heads. Yeah, these two people are number 1 and number 2 on the battle power list. It's not just luck that they have awakened S-rank supernormal abilities, a little better cultivation talent, and a little stronger battle power. How come all the good things are letting them take over? Okay, don't be sour here, have this effort, might as well go to the gravity cultivation room to polish down the physique. I can hear that the instructor is going to take us out of the camp tomorrow. Office of the Chief Instructor. The two teenagers were looking at Chief Instructor Zhang Chang across the room with helpless faces. After all, Yang Hong is an 8th order grandmaster, we still have to give him some face. So for tomorrow's competition, you guys have to find a way to win, with difficulty, some. Zhang Chang slowly spoke, especially biting the word difficult extremely hard. Chief Instructor, since people have dared to come to our door to challenge us, then what face do we give him? Just directly beat him up violently. One of the teenagers dressed in black said with some disbelief, his tone filled with ill will. His name was Wei Yan, was the second-ranked genius within the training camp of Gwangyuan Province, having awakened the S-class fire ability. Perhaps related to his psychic ability, his temperament was also fiery. Hearing this, Zhang Chang did not get angry and just shook his head. If one of you, as soon as you come up, explodes your full battle power, what if you directly scare that guy away? Although Yang Hong is a water-type awakened person, he has a fire-type sect master and a 7th-ranked spiritual numinous master under his hands respectively. Do you still want an A-ranked battle technique? If you do, give me a good performance tomorrow? Upon hearing the A-grade battle technique, Wei Yan immediately stopped talking. Alright, Li Yu stays, you go back first. Zhang Chang waved his hand. Yes. Wei Yan lowered his head and walked out. With Wei Yan's temperament, it's expected that he'll go all out against the students of Jiangnan Province as soon as he comes up, so you'll be sent up first tomorrow. I knew it. Li Yu had a bitter smile on his face, but for the sake of the battle technique he could only nod his head and agree. That's right, you should also pay attention to tomorrow's campsite mini-competition, this time there is a surprise prepared for you guys. Zhang Chang said with a smile. Li Yu, who heard this, had a flash of anticipation on his face. Although his acting skills were not good, but strength-wise, he was still very confident in himself. It's not just leaving the camp to hunt ferocious beasts, what's so difficult about it? Chapter 91, Qin Feng, luckily I'm not free. Inside the camp, the Fierce Beast Room. No more? Qin Feng looked at the door of the C-Class Fierce Beast Room, on which the number of fierce beasts was clearly displayed as 0. There was no way he could only turn his head and leave the place. After noticing Qin Feng leaving, a few students went up to the entrance of the B-ranked Ferocious Beast Room. Class B Fierce Beast Room, number of fierce beasts 0. Sure enough, all the fierce beasts in here have been killed by him as well. This energy of the Great God is really vigorous, if I would have been unable to hold out a long time ago. Shay, just you still have the nerve to compare with the Great God. Evolution points, 600. Walking out of the Fierce Beast Room, Qin Feng checked his harvest from earlier. The 2 Fierce Beast Rooms had brought him 600 evolution points. If only there were enough ferocious beasts to manage. Qin Feng thought this in his heart. However, he also knew that it was impossible. Those ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Room were all sent by the training camp to be captured alive, which also took some effort. After all, capturing them alive also required transportation, far less convenient than killing them on the spot. It's still necessary to train in the wilderness. Qin Feng's gaze flickered. In this training camp, although there were numerous resources, to him who had already mastered several A-ranked battle techniques, it was still evolution points that were more important. After I finish challenging the geniuses from the other provinces, I'll apply to the instructors to go to the wilderness for training. With this thought in his mind, Qin Feng moved his mind and directly added all of the 600 evolution points he had just gained to that A-ranked battle skill he had just acquired, the Yinji Explosion. Ding! Consuming evolution points. Yen Polar Explosion A, breakthrough to the minor realm. Half an hour later, a black feather fighter flew up from the camp and disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. I've gotten word in advance that there are only 2 geniuses in Gwangyuan Province's elite training camp that deserve your attention. One of them is an S-rank fire ability awakened, and the other one is a spiritual ninja just like Lin Xiaoqian. The two people sitting on the fighter jet were none other than Qin Feng and Yang Hong. At this moment, Yang Hong was giving him information about his opponent. Upon hearing that one of his opponents possessed S-rank fire-type psychic abilities, Qin Feng instantly brightened up. At this moment, he expected his opponent to master an A-ranked battle skill. Compared to the Thunder attribute battle skills, the Fire attribute battle skills he had mastered were not comprehensive enough. However, this was also related to the fact that he had only fused the Red Lotus Karma Flame for a short period of time. But there's no need to be too concerned, the battle power of these two is at most on the same level as Shirkuan, Joey Yang, and the others, and is completely incomparable to you. Saying that, a smug smile appeared on Yang Hong's face. Just wait, Zhang Chang, I'll let you see what a true genius is this time. The Black Feather fighters moved at a fast speed, and in just 2 hours' time, they arrived at their destination. Coming now? Looking at the Black Feather fighter above the camp, Zhang Chang frowned. He had originally thought that Yang Hong would come over early tomorrow morning. Forget it, let's just entertain this guy for one night, then we'll start the sparring directly tomorrow morning. When this guy takes out his A-rank battle skills, directly tell him to get lost. With this thought in his mind, Zhang Chang's chi and blood rolled within his body, and his figure appeared above the camp in a flash. Ha, long time no see, old Yang. A bright laughter came out from Zhang Chang's mouth, and it could be seen that at this moment, he was all smiles as if he was greeting an old friend that he hadn't seen for many years. Don't be polite, let's go for a drink first. Facing Zhang Chang's pleasantries, Yang Hong directly waved his hand. He then reached out and put his hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, and in the next instant, he only felt a black shadow flashing in front of him, and only after the sight in front of him refocused did he realize that they were already standing on the ground. Get him a temporary identity so that he can use the facilities you have here to cultivate. Yang Hong reached out and pointed at Qin Feng. This request was what Qin Feng had mentioned to him on the way, he didn't want to waste a night's cultivation time. Good. For such a small matter Zhang Chang naturally would not refuse, turning his head to one of the people beside him. Little Wang, go and handle this for him. Yes, Chief Instructor. The man named Xiao Wang nodded his head. He was also an instructor within the camp, and his cultivation was that of a 7th rank sect master. Let's go, this time bring me all the good wine you have in your collection. Over here, Zhang Chang's gaze frequently looked towards Qin Feng, trying to sense his realm. However, right at this moment, Yang Hong was the one who put a hand on his shoulder and directly pulled him away. Chi and blood is only at the early second stage, steady. Zhang Chang's mouth revealed a hidden smile, although Qin Feng hadn't released his chi and blood, he was a Grand Master of the 8th rank. Qin Feng's cultivation realm was directly sensed by him. He laughed, tomorrow there will be a time for you old boy to cry. Noticing the other party's hooked up corners of his mouth, Yang Hong sneered in his heart. This is the dormitory area, the next few buildings are empty, so you can pick anyone you want. As for those important facilities within the camp, you can use them directly with this card. Thank you, Instructor Wang. Qin Feng slowly spoke. No need to be polite. Instructor Wang waved his hand, then turned around and left the place. The cultivation level is indeed only at the early stage of the 2nd rank, and at this realm, even if he is an S-class alien ability awakened, he cannot be a match for the two of them, Wei Yan and Li Yu. After all, these two people have a mid-second order and a late second order. After leaving, Instructor Wang thought in his heart. Let's go to the Fierce Beast room first. After seeing Instructor Wang leave, Qin Feng took out a simple map that the other party had handed him earlier, then turned around and walked straight in a direction. Not long after, he arrived at the Fierce Beast room. Just like the Jiangnan province training camp, the Fierce Beasts room here was also divided into 4 grades, A, B, C and D. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng directly walked towards the A-grade Ferocious Beast room. Class of Fierce Beast room, quantity 15. Luckily it's not available. A flash of excitement appeared on Qin Feng's face, then without hesitation, he directly pushed the door and walked in. Half an hour later, he walked out with a blood-stained black knife in his hand, then turned around and walked into the B-ranked Ferocious Beast room. Since all the students from Guanyuan province were over at the Gravity Cultivation room and Body Technique Cultivation room at this time, no one noticed Qin Feng's appearance. And this just gave Qin Feng the opportunity to play. One of the ferocious beasts within the Ferocious Beast chamber could be walking evolution points for him. Not a single head will be left behind. Gravity Cultivation room. This Wei Yin fellow has been in there for 3 hours, right? What a pervert. Obviously a fire ability awakened person, but his physique is also terribly strong, even catching up with the general special physique. In the case of carrying 4 tons of weight, turning on twice the gravity, it's nearly 8 tons of weight. What a pervert. A group of students gathered together to discuss something, and as they spoke their eyes looked towards a gravity cultivation room from time to time. I remember Li Yu's record yesterday was to carry 4 tons of weight and hold on for 3 hours and twice the gravity. It seems that this record is going to be broken today. Chapter 92. Where did this temporary student come from? Li Yu is also a pervert, obviously a spiritual numinous master, but his physique is also uncharacteristically strong. I've heard that he has cultivated in a great horizontal refinement battle skill and has also reached the grand completion realm, and in conjunction with his invisible spiritual power, his battle power is formidable. Even if Wei Yan breaks his record, it would still be quite difficult to surpass him in terms of battle power. I wonder if our Guanyuan province will be able to win the national top prize in the college entrance examination in January. It's hard to say. I've heard that the Xia province side has produced several existences that can be called demons. Although Li Yu's two men are very strong, the victory or defeat compared to them is also unknown. A group of people were discussing something heatedly. It wasn't long afterward that someone let out a gasp. Wei Yan is coming out. The crowd looked in unison, only to see the door of the gravity room open, followed by a sweaty figure appearing in the crowd's line of sight. It was none other than Wei Yan. One could see that at this moment, his entire body was wrapped in a dark red flame, and the skin of his body was as if it was steel, burned red. A blazing sensation emanated from his body. It's still a little bit short, just one more red inferno body and he'll be able to reach the grand completion. Li Yu, wait, I will definitely defeat you to become the strongest student in Guanyuan province. Wei Yan secretly said in his heart, then lifted his feet and dragged his tired body out of here. Ding! Student Wei Yan, 4 tons of weight, twice the gravity, duration 3.5 hours, setting a new record, rewarding 500 points. Right at this moment, a mechanical synthesized tone rang out in the hall of the gravity cultivation room. It was a bit different from the Jiangnan province training camp, where the rules were more stimulating for competition between students. The announcing sound just now was one of them, and in the training here, as long as someone was able to break the rules, it would be automatically communicated. In addition to that, there was also a huge electronic screen in the hall, which recorded the rankings of the various trainings. It could be seen that after the sound of the briefing just now, the interface on the screen followed and refreshed. On the gravity ranking, Li Yu's name was squeezed out and replaced by Wei Yan. Classmate, I admit that your battle power is very strong, and it's just a hair's breadth away from mine. Go back and work harder. I believe that under Chief Instructor Yang's teaching, you will be able to make rapid progress. No, that's too fake. At this time, Li Yu was honing his acting skills in front of the mirror inside the dormitory. It's hard to win and win hard at the same time. Li Yu had a bitter look on his face. This is too difficult. He then began practicing again, and gradually, he began to get better and better, and found the feeling. Evolution points, 800. Not bad. Xin Feng, who had walked out of the Fierce Beast room, couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he looked at the 800 evolution points he had just gained. He then thought for a moment and added all of his evolution points to the spiritual battle skill, Nimbus Soul Charge. Ding! Consuming 800 evolution points, the Nimbus Soul Punch has broken through to the grand completion realm. Listening to the system announcing sound resounding in his head, a smile appeared on Xin Feng's face. One of tomorrow's opponents was a spiritual numinous master, and boosting the numinous speed soul charge was also for just in case. Xin Feng knew that his current spirit was only at the early stage of the first rank, and it would be difficult to inflict damage on an enemy who was also a spirit Nian master. However, all he wanted was just to be able to withstand the opponent's spirit attack once at a critical moment. Next, go to the gravity cultivation room to hone your physique. With this thought in his heart, Xin Feng quickly stepped to the gravity cultivation room. At this time, it was already close to midnight and the place was already empty. And the leaderboard. Xin Feng just glanced at it and retracted his gaze. The first on the leaderboard was only carrying 4 tons of weight, twice the gravity, and 3 hours in length. It wasn't worth his attention at all. Casually finding a gravity cultivation room, Xin Feng walked straight in. Just like last time, triple gravity was on. Instantly, gravity like a small mountain heavily pressed down towards his body. In itself, he was the wearer of a 6-ton gravity undershirt, and under 3 times gravity, it was 18 tons. However, compared to last time, Xin Feng felt that the pressure was much less, and as he tried to move his body, the tearing sensation wasn't as strong as before. After thinking for a while, Xin Feng still chose to adjust the gravity to 4 times. In itself, he had come to the gravity cultivation room to stimulate his body and strengthen it. If the gravity was too weak to serve the purpose of stimulation, then coming here would be meaningless. In the next instant, a Tarzan-like gravity landed on Xin Feng's body. Visible to the naked eye, his body trembled slightly. That's more like it. Xin Feng clenched his teeth and waited until his body was gradually used before he started trying to move his body. Instantly, a familiar tearing sensation hit him, but Xin Feng's movements didn't stop. He knew very well that if he couldn't even withstand these pains, he wouldn't be able to become a truly strong person even with the existence of the system. After an unknown amount of time like this, a warm current appeared within his body. A smile appeared on Xin Feng's face as he knew that at this moment, his physique had once again strengthened. Continue. 4 hours later, Xin Feng, who was drenched in sweat, walked out of the gravity cultivation room. Although a feeling of exhaustion came from his body, his face was filled with excitement. The 4 hours of cultivation had significantly strengthened his physique. Physique, Demon King's body spirit rank progressed 26%. Xin Feng then walked out of the gravity training room, but after turning his head and seeing the body technique training room, he immediately brightened up. He then walked straight in. It wasn't long before he walked out with a smile on his face. Battle technique, Phantom Misty Step A, great achievement. The body technique training room's help for body technique was very obvious, and after he lasted for an hour at level 8 difficulty, Phantom Misty Steps broke through to great achievement. Ding! Temporary student, carrying 6 tons of weight, level 8 difficulty, duration 1 hour, new record. Ding! Temporary student, 6 tons of weight, 4 times gravity, 4 hours, new record. Just shortly after Xin Feng left, the gravity leaderboard and the stance leaderboard in the hall were simultaneously refreshed. Over here, Xin Feng returned to the dormitory area, and after finding an empty dormitory, he went in and took a shower, changed his clothes and walked out. At this time, the time had come to 5 in the morning. Although it was a night without sleep, he really didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still a while before dawn, Xin Feng took out several beast crystals from his storage ring and started absorbing the energy in them. Time flew by, and by 6 o'clock in the morning, one student had already gotten up and started training. A few students came inside the hall of the gravity cultivation room. Just when they wanted to see if Liu had countered Wei Yan. Where did this temporary student come from? 6 tons of weight, triple gravity, and 4 hours in length? Impossible. Chapter 93, You're a guest, I'll let you have a move first. Temporary student? Could it be that any of the instructors or staff members used the gravity and stance cultivation room? Inside the hall, more and more students noticed the temporary student on the leaderboard. 6 tons of weight, 4 times gravity, 4 hours in duration. Under normal circumstances, even a third-order awakened person would not be able to reach this level. The crowd of students debated and eventually agreed that this could never have been caused by any student. Same time. The ferocious beasts inside the ferocious beast room have all been emptied? How can that be? I only sent over a batch of ferocious beasts last night. Instructor Wang, who had just woken up in the morning, received a transmission from the staff in the camp, and instantly his brows furrowed. It's Liu? Or Wei Yan? Instructor Wang secretly guessed in his heart, and unable to find the reason, he could only notify people to send 2 more batches of ferocious beasts over. It's almost time to finish as early as possible to rush to South River Province. Inside the dormitory, a low murmur escaped Xin Feng's mouth. Immediately after that, the black aura that was devouring the beast crystals instantly dissipated with a movement of his mind. Chi blood 501+. After more than an hour of cultivation, his chi blood had increased by almost 30 points, his progress was flying. I'm striving to raise my cultivation to the 3rd rank before the training camp ends, so I'll have a better grasp of taking the college entrance exam. Xin Feng muttered. The college entrance examination he was talking about was specifically for them, the students within the elite training camp, and compared to the ordinary martial arts college entrance examination, their college entrance examination was much more difficult and competitive. He then left the dormitory and headed to the center of the camp. By the time he arrived there, he realized that dozens of figures had already gathered here, all of them being talented students from Guanyuan province. Who is this person? I don't think I've seen him before. Could it be that he's here to challenge us, the genius of Jiangnan province? Xin Feng's arrival attracted the attention of the crowd. A single gaze swept towards him, to which Xin Feng's face was calm, with no ripples in his heart. Right now, he only wanted to hurry up and finish the fight and move on to the next station. Liu and Wei Yan are here. It was also at this moment that I don't know who shouted out, and the crowd turned their heads in unison to look. Only to see 2 teenagers of similar age walking over one after the other. It was the Liu duo. Xin Feng followed the gazes of the crowd as the 2 figures appeared in his line of sight. The one in the lead noticed Xin Feng's gaze and turned his head to meet it. In the next instant, a gentle smile appeared on Liu's face. You're the brother from Jiangnan province, aren't you? My name is Liu. Surprisingly, Liu took the lead in greeting Xin Feng. Xin Feng. Although the other party's attitude was a bit perverse, Xin Feng didn't care too much about it. Old Jiang, don't worry, I've already greeted the people under my hand. This time I'll definitely give you enough face and won't let you lose too hard. After 10 minutes had passed, Zhang Chang and Yang Hong both arrived here as well. At this moment, Zhang Chang was whispering something to Yang Hong, who had a brilliant expression on his face. Losing, there's no way our Jiangnan province will lose. Zhang Chang, I advise you to give your 2 precious students good psychological counseling, or else you won't be able to bear it in your heart if you lose later. Yang Hong spoke with a serious face. Hearing this, Zhang Chang smiled helplessly and shook his head. This mouth of yours, it's still so hard. Liu's cultivation level had already reached the late 2nd stage, and he was also a spiritual nihilist who was claimed to be invincible at the same stage. Even if the student that Yang Hong had brought was an S-rank ability awakened, in a state where his cultivation was only at the early 2nd stage, Liu would still be able to win easily. However, at this time, what he was thinking about was how Liu acted like winning was tough when the difference in cultivation realm was so obvious. The time to test your acting skills has come, Liu. Zhang Chang said in his heart. Zhang Chang, those two boys are the strongest students in your Guangyuan province, right? They don't look too bad, but if they're compared to Qin Feng, they're just average. Yang Hong said in a light tone after his eyes swept over the two figures not far away one by one. General? A late second-order spiritual numinator compared to an early second-order awakened, the former is average? Hearing this, Zhang Chang froze as he glanced at his old comrade beside him with a suspicious look. This guy couldn't have gotten his brain slapped by that demonic Tiger King last time. Whatever, let's swindle the A-ranked battle technique first and talk about the brain later. The two then arrived on top of a high platform, and right in front of it was a ring. Chief Instructor. Chief Instructor. Seeing the two chief instructors arrive, Qin Feng's few people also walked over. Since you guys already know each other, then self-introductions will be dispensed with, so let's get started straight away. Who will you send on your side first, or should I say both together? Yang Hong said in a calm tone. Who's that guy, talking so wildly and wanting Liu and the two of them to go together? Shu, he's the chief instructor of Jiangnan province, an 8th order Grand Master, watch what you say. Che, what's wrong with Grand Master, can a Grand Master act like this, no need. Before these words were finished, they were covered by the companion on the side who reached out and covered his mouth. Shut up you, don't get us involved if you want to die, the jokes of a Grand Master are not something you can afford to make. On the high stage, upon hearing these words, the fiery tempered Wei Yan's face suddenly changed, and he raised his foot to take a step forward. It doesn't even take the two of us, I can scrap. Alone. Chief Instructor Yang is joking, I know that Brother Qin is strong in battle, but wouldn't it be too bullying for us to go together, let me go through with Brother Qin first. Wei Yan on this side was about to open his mouth to say something when he was interrupted by Liu first. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked towards the ring. Whatever. Yang Hong casually waved his hand. Then you go up too, this is an exchange match after all, you don't have to fight too seriously, just about. Good. Qin Feng didn't say anything more as he turned around and walked towards the ring. Nima, you're really capable of pretending. The corner of Zhang Chang's mouth twitched when he heard this. For the sake of the A-ranked battle technique, I'll just be enduring you for a while. Come on, Brother Qin, you're the guest, I'll let you have a move first. Liu in the ring always had a smile on his face, he had already figured out how to perform next. The first thing was to let Qin Feng strike first, then he would take the opportunity to show his weakness and the two would battle him for dozens of rounds first, and then finally he would find the right opportunity to strike and make a close move. Good. Although he felt that the other party's behavior was a bit abnormal, Qin Feng didn't care too much about it. With his strength, this battle would end very quickly. Qi and blood rolled around in his body, and a fiery energy surged out from his body. Crimson flames, as if they were karmic flames from hell, enveloped Qin Feng's body. S-class fire attribute ability, not bad. Zhang Chang on the high platform secretly nodded. However, right at this moment, Yang Hong couldn't help but burst out. Chapter 94, let's take you to test the power of the Red Lotus karmic flame. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Chang's brows furrowed. At this moment, he seriously suspected that Yang Hong's brain was truly faulty. It was only an S-rank fire ability, and being his own student himself, Zhang Chang did not believe that he even knew about his student possessing an S-rank ability. It's fine, it's fine. Facing Zhang Chang's inquiry, Yang Hong immediately waved his hand, only that the shock within him could not dissipate for a long time. S-rank lightning and fire dual system, and also possessing a top special physique. At this moment, Yang Hong's heart was no longer enough to be described as shocked. As his eyes fell on that handsome figure in the ring, Yang Hong's face gradually became grave. Qin Feng's cultivation talent was unprecedented, and if one looked at the entire Grand Xia, one would not be able to find anyone who could match him. When this son grows up, he will definitely be able to lead the Grand Xia, no, lead the entire human race out of their predicament. In today's extraterrestrial battlefield, Battle King powerhouses were the main combat resource. Imagine if Qin Feng's cultivation reached the Battle King realm, with his talent, wouldn't opponents in the same realm be able to be directly crushed? At that time, he alone would be enough to change the battle between the human race and the 10,000 races. Make sure to let him grow up safely. Yang Hong secretly said in his heart. In the ring. With crimson flames surging out of Qin Feng's body, the temperature around him began to rise rapidly. And then, only Qin Feng waved his fist with one hand, and instantly, the crimson flames rapidly converged, forming a flaming fist shadow. Yenji explosion. Boom. Between the air shaking, the flaming fist shadow sped towards Liu on the opposite side. In an instant, Liu only felt a wave of heat pounding on his face, but he was not the slightest bit flustered by this. S-class fire ability is only, Wei Yan who has the same type of ability is not yet a defeat for him. Facing the attack of the flaming fist shadow, Liu only symbolically released a strand of spiritual energy to resist it, and did not even move his body. This is, being belittled. Qin Feng, who noticed the other party's movements, let out a light laugh from his mouth, and then he was only seen reaching out and snapping his fingers. Boom! In the next instant, a deafening explosion rang out. One could only see the light above the flaming fist shadow rise greatly, and then like fireworks, it directly exploded. The violent explosion set off a strong impact, and the surrounding air fluctuated like a tidal wave. The strand of spiritual energy released by Liu was directly swept away. Instantly, accompanied by an impact filled with a burning sensation bombarding him, caught off guard, his figure violently flew backwards. Careless. A flash of shock appeared on Liu's face, and then like a tidal wave of spiritual energy surged out of his mind, and he finally barely managed to stabilize himself at the edge of the ring. Vajra body. Immediately afterward a strong energy surged out from within his body, expelling the intense burning sensation. This is a horizontal refinement battle skill. Looking at the faint golden aura that surfaced from Liu's physical manifestation, Qin Feng was slightly surprised. The horizontal refinement battle skill could hammer the physique of an awakened person. Liu, who was a spiritual numinous master himself, could just make up for his weak physique after mastering an A-rank horizontal refinement battle skill. The acting skills are not bad. Seeing Liu's figure appear at the edge of the ring, Zhang Chang gave a dark comment in his heart before turning his head with a smug face. How about it, this student of mine is not bad, right? A ranked Vajra body and has already reached the grand completion realm. Average. Yang Hong said in a salty tone. The horizontal refinement battle skill was strong, and the difficulty of cultivating it was higher than other battle skills of the same level, but so what? Let alone the fact that Liu had mastered in a great horizontal refinement battle skill, so what if it was S-grade? It could be compared to a special physique. Yang Hong disdained in his heart. I'll see how long you can serve. This guy's battle power has definitely reached the early third stage, so it seems that we can't put too much water in. Liu at the edge of the ring muttered. Sure enough, it hasn't reached the consummate realm yet to utilize the power of the Inferno Extreme Explosion. The eyes of Qin Feng, whose entire body was enveloped in crimson flames, flickered. The essence of this A-class battle skill, Yanji Explosion, was that it could attack the enemy by detonating flames. If it was at the perfection realm, that blow just now would have been enough to blast the careless Liu out of the ring. Let's take you to test the power of the Red Lotus Karma Flame. When he raised his head, two crimson red lotuses were reflected in Qin Feng's pupils. In the next instant, the crimson flames surrounding his body began to boil like boiling water. A palpitating sense of blazing heat emanated from his body. This flame is not ordinary. Liu's eyes stared as a flash of gravity appeared on his face. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng raised his arm and gently waved it towards his location. Instantly, crimson flames surged out crazily, as if they were waves, tumbling towards Liu's location. Can't carry it hard. Noticing the terrifying aura emanating from the crimson flames, alarm bells rang in Liu's heart. Then without the slightest hesitation, his feet stomped on the ground and his body quickly flashed to the side. At the same time, spiritual energy like a tidal wave surged out from his mind, transforming into an invisible spiritual blade that sped towards Qin Feng. Great as spiritual battle skill, transforming divine soldier. Can transform spiritual energy into any form of weapon to attack the enemy. Spiritual attacks were invisible, and even Wei Yan, who had awakened his S-rank psychic abilities, could not detect the defensible spiritual power when fighting against him. I'll have to collect some strength later, or else if I end the fight now, I still haven't given face in place. Liu thought this in his mind, but in the very next moment, he suddenly stared wide-eyed. Surprisingly, he has sensed it. Only to see that at this moment, Qin Feng waved his one hand, and crimson flames directly condensed a wall of fire at the top of his head between rapid tumbling. Flames can't block spiritual power. Although it was a little strange as to why the other party found the spiritual sharp edge, Liu didn't care too much about it. So what if he found it? Can he block it? It was also at this moment that the spirit sharp blade impacted on top of the firewall. Observation is not bad, but judgment is lacking. Old Yang, I don't think this student of yours has ever fought with a spiritual numinous master yet. Zhang Chang slowly spoke. Spiritual power was not physical, and unless one used some special battle techniques, it was impossible to block it. No. Yan Hong, who was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, directly waved his hand. He was also wondering why Qin Feng would use a wall of fire to resist that spiritual sharp blade. Although Lin Xiaoqian and Liu were both spiritual nihilists, they fought in different ways. One was good at using spiritual power to manipulate flying daggers to attack, and the other was good at spiritually transforming soldiers. Just when Zhang Chang and the others thought that the spirit blade would go straight through the firewall. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out on the field. Chapter 95 Terrifying Power of Karmic Fire, Burning Spiritual Energy. Only Liu on top of the ring covered his head and let out a miserable scream, and his body couldn't stop trembling. What's the situation? Is Liu out of his mind? The students below the ring froze as they watched the scene. That's a bit overacted, isn't it? Wei Yan said with a slight frown, somewhat speechless. Swish. But just then, he suddenly saw a black shadow flash past his eyes. He then saw that Zhang Chang, who was still in his seat a moment ago, suddenly appeared above the ring. And Yang Hong similarly appeared beside Qin Feng. Burning spiritual energy? Yang Hong let out a low murmur from his mouth, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at the wisp of white smoke floating up in mid-air. Although he was not a spiritual numinous master, his cultivation of the 8th rank allowed him to clearly perceive that the spiritual sharp edge released by Li Yu had been incinerated. On the other side, Zhang Chang reached out and grabbed Li Yu's shoulder, then his figure disappeared in a flash. Chief Instructor? Qin Feng frowned, somewhat confused. Just now, he only wanted to test whether Red Lotus Karma Flame could block spiritual attacks, but he didn't expect this scene to occur. For spiritual luminaries, spiritual power is their fundamental, especially before the 5th rank. Once the spiritual power is damaged, it will do a lot of damage to themselves. Yang Hong said in a low voice. This? Qin Feng's face revealed a touch of helplessness. If he had known that this spiritual power was so fragile, he wouldn't have used the Red Lotus Karmic Flame to resist it just now. This flame of yours is not ordinary, it can actually burn spiritual energy. In the future, when battling against the human race's spiritual luminaries, unless they are mortal enemies, easily do not utilize this power. Yang Hong said with a serious face. Good. Qin Feng also realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately nodded. Divine Thought Clan, your nemesis has appeared. Looking at the crimson flame that was like a hellish karmic fire, Yang Hong secretly said in his heart. The divine numinous race was a race among the 10,000 races that specialized in spiritual power, and it was unknown how many human prides had been backstabbed by this race and met with untimely deaths. In the entire human race, nearly a third of the spiritual Nian masters were used to deal with this race. And now Qin Feng's appearance had allowed Yang Hong to see the hope of overthrowing the divine numinous race. Swish! It was also at this moment that the two Zhang Changs, who had flashed away, returned to the area. It could be seen that at this time, Li Yu's state was already much better, only his face was a little pale. After taking in a great god condensing pill, the damaged spiritual energy has temporarily recovered. Seeing Yang Hong cast an inquiring gaze towards him, Zhang Chang spoke with a complicated expression. Let's say Li Yu loses this battle, replace Wei Yan. Good. Yang Hong nodded, then the three of them left the ring. The scene that happened in the ring made those students below feel clouded. However, the final result was a little hard for them to accept. Li Yu had actually lost. No, what is this guy Li Yu up to? He lost before this even started. Didn't you hear his screams just now? It should be because that person's supernatural ability restrained the spiritual nihilist, that's why Li Yu lost. A crowd of students were talking. However, probably no one noticed that at the back of the crowd, a strange aura flashed in the eyes of a staff member. Jiangnan Province's Qin Feng, what a supreme genius. The ring. Qin Feng's other opponent took the stage. Looking at the handsome young man across from him, Wei Yan's heart was full of fighting spirit, and he could also see the reason why Li Yu had lost. There weren't too many alien abilities that restrained each other, but they weren't absolute either. Obviously, Li Yu's luck was not very good and he met Qin Feng who possessed an ability that could burn spiritual energy. Fire Dragon Fist. Wei Yan, who was full of fighting spirit, directly launched his attack the moment the match began. Only crimson flames could be seen surging out from within his body, and then he violently swung out a fist as the crimson flames struck out in a smooth manner. The flames tumbled into a fire dragon in mid-air as it rushed towards Qin Feng at great speed. B-class battle technique? Qin Feng frowned, looks like we need to put some pressure on him. With a wave of one hand, the crimson flames surrounding his body instantly burst into flames, cheering as if they were in the midst of his subjects greeting their king. Rumble! Crimson flames squeezed through the air like a wave and fiercely slapped the fire dragon. In just an instant, the crimson flames directly submerged the fire dragon, completely incinerating it. How is that possible? A flash of shock appeared on Wei Yan's face. He could see very clearly that just now, Qin Feng hadn't even used a battle technique. Is there also a gap between S-class exotic abilities? On top of the high platform, Li Yu, who was standing next to Zhang Chang, watched the scene in the ring with a frown on his face. S-rank ability is just a general term, each S-rank ability is different, just like Wei Yan's Red Demon Flame, which is more inclined towards the hammering of the physique, as well as a strong attack power. And Qin Feng's fire-typed psychic ability. When he said this, Zhang Chang paused for a moment, then opened his mouth with a complicated expression. A higher level of power exists in his psychic ability. Above the ring, after seeing his attack being easily disintegrated by his opponent, Wei Yan put away his contempt. Based on the power of his supernatural ability alone, the other party's combat power had already reached the same level as his own. Attack him up close. Wei Yan said in his heart, then his body's qi and blood erupted, and crimson flames exploded underneath his feet. With the help of the impact of the flame explosion, his figure rushed forward at great speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Qin Feng. Without hesitation, both fists wrapped in crimson flames quickly blasted out. In response, Qin Feng frowned, then his right hand quickly probed out and grabbed his arm before the other party could react. In the next instant, Qin Feng violently exerted force between the rotation of his waist and directly swung his body up to heavily smash it on the ground. Boom! The enormous force caused the ground to tremble violently along with it. If this is the only level you have, then just admit defeat. Qin Feng said in a light tone. If he didn't want to learn battle techniques from the other party, he would have eliminated him long ago. Holy! Wei Yan was directly suppressed? No, this genius from Jiangnan province is so fierce. The students below also all froze after seeing Wei Yan being smashed into the ground like a stick. If Li Yu's defeat before was because of his supernatural ability restraint, then what was this scene now? What a fast reaction speed, as well as the strength of his body. Being able to whip Wei Yan up in an instant means that Qin Feng's strength far exceeds his? Zhang Chang on the high stage was shocked in his heart. This old Inbi, on purpose. At this moment, Zhang Chang also reacted, turning his head to look at Yang Hong, who was holding back his laughter on the side, and anger immediately rose in his heart. Bang! Also at this moment, accompanied by a shocking sound, a figure quickly flew out backwards from the ring, and it was none other than Wei Yan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending the A-ranked battle skill, Fire Dragon Binding. At the same time, a system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Chapter 96, South River Province, Wilderness Special Training. S-ranked fire ability, strength comparable to a special physique, and that top-notch battle sense. Old Yang, it seems that your Jiangnan province is going to produce a demon. Seeing Wei Yan being kicked off the ring, Zhang Chang's eyes were complicated. Originally, he thought that Yang Hong was here to deliver goods, but now it seems to have turned into an incoming one. Although he was furious in his heart, he wasn't the type of person who couldn't afford to lose, and directly opened his mouth. Say, what do you want? But first things first, I don't have any fire attribute or ranked battle skills, you know I'm earth attribute. A rank battle skills, I lack that. Yang Hong had a disdainful look on his face, and then he spoke with a twist of words. Old Zhang, as I recall, don't you have a great thunder and fire composite attribute alloy weapon? Hearing this, Zhang Chang's face changed slightly and he was about to speak. I'll trade you an A-ranked spiritual battle skill. Yang Hong's voice sounded again. Deal. Zhang Chang nodded immediately. He knew that he was not at a disadvantage, although dual attribute alloy weapons were worth quite a bit more than normal A-ranked battle skills, A-ranked spirit-based battle skills were equally scarce. The price difference between the two was not too much. What's more, this competition was still a loss for his side, so even if Yang Hong didn't take out his spiritual battle skills, he still had nothing to say. The two then chose to trade on the spot. What Yang Hong took out was an A-ranked battle skill called Spirit Healing. Cultivate well, you have a long road ahead of you. Saying that, Yang Hong handed the battle seal in his hand to Li Yu, who was at the side. Many thanks to Chief Instructor Yang. A smile appeared on Li Yu's face and he bowed deeply to Yang Hong. He didn't expect that he would still have battle skills to take after losing the fight. It was considered an unexpected blessing. Wei Yan, who crashed down the ring on the side, saw this scene and his face was filled with envy, but unfortunately, there was no part for him. Afterwards, Qin Feng also received an A-grade lightning and fire composite attribute long knife. The blade took on two colors, red and blue, emitting a compelling cold aura. At this, Qin Feng naturally would not be polite and directly received the long knife within his storage ring. This time, he had reaped quite a harvest. Not only had he learned a grade of fire attribute battle skill from Wei Yan, but he had also obtained a composite attribute weapon. It's a pity that I didn't learn that battle skill of transforming spiritual energy into a weapon. A flash of regret flashed across Qin Feng's eyes before he left the place in the Black Feather Fighter together with Yang Hong. Inside the boot camp communication group. Yang Hong, at South River Province Zhao Kai, tell your students to mentally prepare themselves and wash their necks, we'll be right there. South River Province Training Camp. Chief Instructor Zhao Kai looked at the message on his cell phone with a slight frown. Come to me, did the Guan Yuan province side lose? Zhao Kai, who had some doubts in his heart, didn't reply to the message at the first time, but opened Zhang Chang's chat box. Zhao Kai, what's going on, old Zhang? Didn't he go to your place? Why is he still so arrogant? Zhang Chang on the other side frowned when he saw the message. Mard, I can't be the only one to suffer, this kind of thing has to come together. Zhang Chang, don't mention it, that spiritual numinous master of mine here, he suffered a spiritual backlash when practicing his battle techniques. Harm me to lose in a great spirit condensing Dan not to mention, but also picked up by this kid Yang Hong. If he goes to your place, you take out my anger for me. Zhao Kai, who heard this, didn't think much and directly believed it. It was true that spiritual luminaries were prone to spiritual power backlash during their preliminary cultivation. Zhao Kai, good, I'll help you kill that old boy's arrogant flames. After confirming that Yang Hong had only won Guan Yuan province by luck, Zhao Kai immediately put his heart down and then replied within the exchange group. Zhao Kai, if you want to come, hurry up, so much nonsense, our side will immediately arrange for students to have wilderness special training. You'd better be able to get here before then, or you'll have to wait a few days. Wilderness special? Yang Hong on the fighter plane frowned. Buzz. Buzz. Just then, the cell phone vibrated again and Yang Hong looked down. Zhao Kai, why don't you let your students participate in the special training with our side? This won't affect our special training, and as for the results, they'll be directly based on the performance of the special training. Of course, if you don't feel up to it, you can also wait until the end of the special training and fight a ring match as well. What do you think? After showing the contents to Qin Feng, Yang Hong spoke. I forgot to tell you that the location of our special training was chosen in the 100 Beasts mountain range, and we need to survive inside for 3 days without carrying any resources. And you need to hunt and kill a large number of ferocious beasts. Those who fail to meet the standard will be directly eliminated. If your student doesn't dare, then forget it. Finally, Zhao Kai added another sentence. I don't have a problem with it. Qin Feng, who was still somewhat hesitant, immediately nodded his head in agreement after seeing a ferocious beast to kill. Just as he had dozed off a bit, someone sent him a pillow. Now that he was worried about not having enough evolution points, going to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts couldn't be better. After seeing Qin Feng nod his head, Yang Hong naturally didn't have any opinions and immediately replied in the group. Yang Hong, it's not just hunting ferocious beasts. What do you not dare to do? Just wait, we'll be there soon. Take the time to hire a counselor for your students for the future. Zhao Kai, forget about counseling, just get your battle skills ready. Chief Instructor. Chief Instructor. It was also at this moment that 2 men and 3 women students arrived in front of Zhao Kai. The geniuses from the Jiangnan province are coming over to challenge you, and the match has been set in this special training for now. Raising his head to look at the 3, Zhao Kai slowly spoke. These 3 people were none other than their top 3 ranked geniuses in the Southern River province. Hearing that someone had come to challenge them, these 3 instantly lit up. As the 3 most outstanding people in the Southern River province, they couldn't find any opponents in this camp other than each other. And the 3 of them had also long since sparred with each other several times, and had long since lost their freshness. Now that they heard that a genius from another province had come to challenge them, they instantly became excited. Whoever wins this challenge will be rewarded with an A-grade battle skill each. Upon hearing these words, the fighting spirit within a few people was completely ignited. I, Sunan, will take this A-class battle skill. Che, just you, don't forget, you only lost to me yesterday. Zhou Zhang said with a disdainful face. Among the 3, that girl was the only one who didn't open her mouth, but that same bright pair of eyes flashed an aura. Alright, you guys go and get ready. Once they arrive, start the special training straight away. Remember, don't be careless. If the situation is really wrong, the 3 of you can join forces. Yes. The 3 nodded, but in their hearts, they didn't care about Zhao Kai's words at all. Geniuses were all full of pride. Not to mention the fact that the 3 of them were already at odds with each other, making them join forces was unlikely. 2 hours later, a black feather fighter appeared above the camp. It's finally here. Chapter 97. The power of pretending has not reduced at all. You go back to the camp first, and come pick us up in 3 days. Yang Hong spoke to the fighter pilot before pulling Qin Feng along with him to jump off the fighter. In the next instant, 2 black shadows fell from a high altitude and appeared directly in the center of the camp. Finally, we're here. If we don't come, our special training will start straight away. Zhao Ping's voice rang out. At the same time, the students who had already assembled in the center of the camp threw curious gazes towards the 2 Yang Hongs. However, most of them landed on Qin Feng. Is this the genius who came to challenge us? Sunan and Zhou Zhang had gathered together and were carefully sizing up Qin Feng. This look is not bad, it's on par with me, but I just don't know what the strength is like. Sunan cupped his chin and muttered. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but blank him. The strength definitely won't be too bad. After all, it's Chief Instructor Yang who personally brought them here. If it's too bad, he would be too embarrassed to take it out. I heard that he defeated a genius from Guanyuan province. We'd better not be careless. Who cares, he's definitely not my opponent anyway. I'll reserve this A-class battle skill first. As he spoke, a confident smile appeared on Sun An's face. Let's just go our own way. A flash of heat flashed in Zhou Zhang's eyes. Although they all had good family backgrounds and there was no shortage of A-class battle techniques, who would mind having more A-class battle techniques? On the other side, after briefly counting a few sentences with Yang Hong to each other, Zhao Ping turned his gaze to Qin Feng, who was on the side. Cultivation is only at the early 2nd stage? Instantly, he frowned, and then the same thought as Zhang Chang before him rose in his mind. A solid win. It was important to realize that all 3 of Sun An's cultivation levels had reached the late 2nd stage. Even though geniuses could fight across ranks, the 3 of them were equally geniuses. Between geniuses, trying to defeat an opponent across realms was simply as difficult as climbing into the sky. In order to prevent you from cheating later on, let's make the reward a deal first. Yang Hong opened his mouth. If Qin Feng wins, you'll pass on an A-grade fire attribute blade technique to Qin Feng. This special training hasn't even started yet and you're already thinking of asking for favors. Zhao Ping didn't have the good sense to say. Okay. Yang Hong's maneuver made it seem as if he had really won steadily. Old Jiang, you say, what if all 3 of my students win? If they all win, I'll arrange an A-ranked battle technique for each of them. Yang Hong was disdainful in his heart and immediately opened his mouth. He had complete confidence in Qin Feng's battle power, not to mention that these 3 people's cultivation was at the late 2nd stage. Even if they were at the 3rd stage, they wouldn't be Qin Feng's opponent. Good. Yang Hong's bravado brought a smile to Zhao Ping's face. Then you should prepare in advance, preferably one fire attribute, one earth attribute, as well as one spear technique. Okay, whatever. Hurry up and cut the crap, start the special training straight away. Yang Hong waved his hand and urged. He didn't care what attribute battle skills the other party wanted, there was no way Qin Feng would lose anyway. Good. After receiving Yang Hong's promise, Zhao Ping did not say anything more and turned his head to the group of students who had already lined up. Qin Feng also stood at the back of the line. I will now announce the rules of this wilderness special training. It will last for 3 days, and you are not allowed to carry any other resources other than your own weapon. During the special training, you are required to hunt and kill at least 10 or more ferocious beasts corresponding to your own level, and those who do not meet the standard will be directly eliminated. Saying that, Zhao Ping raised his arm and pointed to the area of his wrist. Each of you have points bracelets, which will record the number of ferocious beasts you have killed, as well as your rank. The more ferocious beasts you kill, the more points you will subsequently redeem. Saying that, Zhao Ping's eyes signaled the 2 staff members on the side. They were then seen carrying 2 large boxes over, and inside the boxes was a metal ball. This metal ball is an amulet for you. In the event of danger, you can directly crush it. When that happens, an energy shield that can last for a minute will appear. The energy shield can withstand a strike from a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. It's for you guys to save your lives. But still, I have to remind you that once you activate the energy shroud, it also means that you are eliminated from the game. To be able to withstand the attack of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, it's really a big deal. Qin Feng scrutinized the metal ball in his hand before receiving it within his storage ring. Now everyone, turn in your storage rings for the time being, leaving only your weapon rings behind. As Zhao Ping's words fell, one student stepped forward and handed over their belongings to the staff. Qin Feng also handed over his storage ring. The training camp was an official organization. This point of credibility was still there. Qin Feng believed that they would not hack their own things. On the other side, Sunan and Zhou Zhang both took advantage of this time to come to Zhao Ping and whispered about something. The cultivation level is only at the early 2nd stage. A flash of disappointment appeared on Sun An's face. With this strength, you still dare to come over and challenge us, you really don't know the heights of heaven. Zhou Zhang, who was on the side, also showed disdain on his face. Early 2nd stage, even if he's an S-class alien, he's no match for us, what a waste of mood. As they spoke, the 2 of them glanced at each other, both revealing a touch of helplessness. The ignorant are fearless, the ignorant are fearless. Yang Hong, who was not far away, could not help but chant in his heart when he noticed the movements of the 2. After recovering all the students' personal belongings, the team started to move out. Their destination was a dozen kilometers away from the training camp, a place called the 100 Beast Mountain Range. Qin Feng similarly followed behind the group and left the training camp. Go old Yang, go to my office for tea and talk about which few battle techniques you're preparing. Ha! Yang Hong, who heard this, sneered. You'd better prepare a psychiatrist, I'm worried that those geniuses won't be able to take the blow later. It's already this time, why are you still pretending with me? Those few students of mine have all reached the late 2nd stage of cultivation. Hearing this, Yang Hong's face was bland, without the slightest change. Truly, after so many years have passed, your power of pretending has not diminished in the slightest. Alright, off to drink tea. Yang Hong, who didn't want to communicate with him anymore, directly waved his hand. Now he just needed to sit and wait for 3 days, then the battle skills arrived and directly rushed to the next stop. Now that he had a rough understanding of Qin Feng's battle power, he could only say that he had his hands full when dealing with those 3 people from Sunan. Let's go, have some tea. The 2 quickly came inside the office. It was also at this moment that Zhao Ping seemed to have thought of something and spoke in a low voice. There is one thing that I still want to tell you. Seeing the other party like this, Yang Hong also got serious. This wilderness special training, in addition to those ferocious beasts, there is also. Instantly, Yang Hong's face changed violently and he directly exploded. Zhao Ping, UING. Chapter 9800 Beasts Mountain Range. Don't panic yet, didn't I prepare metal balls for them that can withstand the attack of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast? Not to mention, aren't there still the 2 of us here? Don't worry, nothing can go wrong. Hearing this, Yang Hong was still a bit uneasy. This is a gathering of geniuses from the entire Southern River Province. In case something really goes wrong, how will you explain it to Daxia? In response, Zhao Ping was smiling faintly. Don't make a big deal out of it, these geniuses are high-minded, I'm only doing this to suppress their arrogance. Besides, those things they will have to come into contact with sooner or later, now it's just a bit earlier. Nima, people go on similar missions in their sophomore and junior years, you're good, senior year hasn't even graduated yet, and you've already arranged it for them. And the 100 Beasts Mountain Range covers an area of at least 100 kilometers, right, it's impossible for you, a Grand Master, to take care of it. Yang Hong, who said here, paused for a moment as if he had reacted. Good fellow, you're counting me in. That's not true. At those words, Zhao Ping immediately waved his hand. You just happened to catch up, even if you didn't come, I contacted the 2 nearby city lords and asked them to help look after it together. With that, Zhao Ping's words changed. If you're really uneasy, just call that kid back and wait for our special training to finish before we start the ring battle. At those words, Yang Hong couldn't help but blank him. Forget it, it's useless for me to worry here, with your guy's nature. Since you dared to do this, I think you must have full certainty in your heart. I'd better drink my tea here in peace. Don't worry, those guys are all deep in the mountain range and are not too numerous. It's that 8th rank Beast King that's more troublesome. I'll have to go keep an eye on him. Put. Yan Hong, who hadn't finished a mouthful of tea, directly sprayed it out. Other side. Qin Feng's group had arrived in a dense mountain range. The 100 Beasts Mountain Range, a huge mountain range that covered an area of more than 100 miles, in which ferocious beasts were densely packed and filled with danger everywhere. Although the Jiangnan province training camp was also established in a mountain range, the Yang Hong of that time had carried out a large-scale cleansing of the ferocious beasts in that mountain range. Even that Beast King among them had been driven out, so the level of danger there was not high. But the 100 Beast Mountain range in front of us was not the same. In order for the students to experience the true wilderness, so Zhao Ping did not clean up this mountain range. He only greeted the Beast King inside and told him to keep all the ferocious beasts of the 4th rank as well as those of the 4th rank and above under control. Even if they came across the students, they had to avoid them. Deep in the mountains, a figure that was 100 feet tall with a huge body was sitting on the ground. A terrifying aura was released from him. The master of the 100 Beast Mountain Range, the Demon Lion King. Damn Zhao Ping, not to mention occupying my king's territory, now he even wants my king to cooperate with their training. If the Lion Emperor hadn't greeted us and asked us to cooperate, otherwise I would have made you pay. A roar came out of the Demon Lion King's mouth. And there's that bunch of scumbags, running around here making some small moves too. That's just it, let you all kill each other, and when the final battle comes, it will be the time when my beast race rises. Entrance to the mountains. Roar. Roar. Even before entering the mountain range, a loud beast roar had already reached every student's ears. However, those who were able to come here were all geniuses, and they naturally wouldn't be intimidated by these beast roars. Alright, you guys can go in. Remember, once you encounter a ferocious beast that is hard to resist, crush the metal ball at the first opportunity. A middle-aged man said to the group of students. Huang Mingho, one of the instructors of the Southern River Province, his cultivation was similarly a 7th rank zone master. Got it, Instructor Huang. The few people at the front of the group, Sunan, waved their hands with a disinterested expression before directly lifting their feet and walking into the mountain range. Seeing this, the other students also followed in large strides. The mountain range covered an extremely wide area, and the 100 or so students among them who went in were soon divided into small teams. There were also some students who were more confident in their own strength and chose to act alone. As the crowd dispersed in all directions, Xin Feng at the back of the group revealed himself. He, who didn't recognize a single person here, naturally wouldn't choose to form a team. After recognizing a direction, Xin Feng also flashed and rushed over. 5 minutes later. Still really ferocious beasts all over the place. Raising his head to look ahead, Xin Feng let out a low murmur from his mouth. It could be seen that directly in front of him, a large group of ferocious beasts exuding a ferocious aura appeared. These ferocious beasts had their mouths wide open, and their mouths were constantly secreting saliva, emitting a fishy odor. One must know that this was only the outermost part of the mountain range, but even so, these beasts were at least first-order beasts. Even at the back of the beasts, there were 2 2nd-rank beasts. Looks like we've come to the right place. Facing the siege of a group of ferocious beasts, Xin Feng didn't have a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he was getting more and more excited. To him, these ferocious beasts could be walking evolution points. Roar! It was also at this moment that a low roar emitted from the mouth of the 2nd-ranked berserk demon bear at the back of the group of ferocious beasts. The other ferocious beasts, as if they had received an order, all bared their teeth and lunged towards Qin Feng's position. Come on! Essence flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, and blood tumbled within his body, and the power of the red lotus karmic flame was about to gush out crazily. Bang! However, right at this moment, a cracking sound rang out, and then Qin Feng saw a basketball-sized mud bomb rushing out from the back at great speed, ruthlessly crashing into the group of ferocious beasts in front of him. The mud bomb was so powerful that the huge impact instantly sent several ferocious beasts in front of it flying out. Bang! Bang! Immediately followed by several more air-breaking sounds, several mud bombs descended from the sky and landed in the midst of the ferocious beasts. A dozen or so ferocious beasts were resolved in the blink of an eye. And then a silhouette swept past Qin Feng. It was none other than Sunan. No need to thank, haha. Sunan's figure moved quickly and left the place with a smile. Interesting. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. Why don't we finish him off here and reap some interest first? He thought this in his mind, but then shook his head. It's better to forget about it. After all, this place is filled with ferocious beasts. It would be bad if something happens after I defeat them. It was also at this moment that the 2nd-ranked berserk demon bear had already arrived in front of Qin Feng, raising its huge bear paw and slamming it downwards. Giggling. But in the very next instant, a black aura flashed, and the bear paw flew straight out. Giggling. Giggling. After several air-tearing sounds followed, the huge body of the berserk demon bear was directly split into pieces and turned into chunks of meat that fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a second-order ferocious beast. You have gained evolution points. It's a pity that I didn't bring that ranked longsword with me. A regretful sound came out of Qin Feng's mouth, then holding the black blade in his hand, he finished off the remaining second-ranked ferocious beast with a single slash between his rapid movements. Chapter 99. Playing Thunder with me, you're still far from it. How's it going? Did you test out his battle power? In the mountain range, two figures converged. It was none other than Sun An and Zhou Zhang. Don't worry, that person's battle prowess is average. Just now he encountered a group of first-order ferocious beasts. They all froze there for half a day. Sun An waved his hand and said with a disinterested face. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang also smiled helplessly. It seems that my opponents are still the two of you and Luing. Luing was the only girl amongst the top 3 ranked students in South River Province. After hearing Lu Ying's name, even Sun An's face revealed a flash of gravity. Just wait, this time the first place will definitely be mine. Sun An's eyes flickered with battle intent. The two then parted ways. After determining that Qin Feng could not pose a threat to them, they were now rivals and naturally would not act together. The other side. In a dense jungle, a figure was running wildly at breakneck speed. This figure didn't hide his breath. The strong qi and blood power surged out from his body, and the surrounding ferocious beasts were pulled by the qi and blood, and they all roared angrily and chased after him. For the beasts, the awakened person's qi and blood power was a great tonic. Swallowing the qi and blood power into their bodies would increase their cultivation greatly. 10 minutes later, the figure slowly stopped, and it was none other than Qin Feng. Almost there. Looking at the densely packed huge figure at the back, Qin Feng let out a low murmur from his mouth. There were nearly 30 ferocious beasts, and 5 of them were all of the second rank. Yenji explosion. Qin Feng was not polite. Crimson flames surged out crazily as his body's qi and blood tumbled. When his right arm was raised and gently waved, the crimson flames immediately rolled away like a wave, directly drowning the ferocious beasts in the front row. Afterwards, Qin Feng stomped on the ground with both of his feet, and his entire body quickly retreated backwards. Boom! In the next instant, a violent explosion sounded, only to see crimson flames explode like fireworks. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a beast crystal was scattered on the ground. With just one move, all the ferocious beasts were all blown to pieces. The level of the ferocious beasts in the periphery is still too low. Qin Feng frowned lightly. With his current battle power, dealing with these first-rank and second-rank ferocious beasts was no different from chopping melons and cutting vegetables. We can't delay here, directly head to the depths of the mountain range. With this thought in his heart, Qin Feng no longer hesitates. Blue arcs of electricity entwine around his body, and with a flash of his figure he rushes towards the depths of the mountain range. Time passed quickly. 4 hours had passed since the students entered the mountain range. The sun set, dusk fell, and the dark night began to slowly descend. Qin Feng's figure appeared in the middle of a dense forest as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. It's already nearly 10 kilometers deeper into the mountain range. He glanced down at the electronic map on his integral bracelet. It could be seen that at this moment, he was drenched in blood and exuded a tyrannical aura. He had killed his way through this journey. Along with the nightfall, the ferocious beasts within the mountain range began to become active. Normally, when awakened ones hunted ferocious beasts in the wilderness, they would return to the wilderness base or find a secluded place to rest after nightfall. There were too many variables at night, so Qin Feng was also prepared to find a place to rest. Clean up the nearby ferocious beasts and then just find a place to rest for the night. Qin Feng began to patrol the surrounding area. By this time, the sun had completely disappeared, the color of night enveloped the land, and the surroundings became silent in an instant. The sudden quietness made Qin Feng a little less adaptable. Ow! It was also at this moment that a deafening wolf whistle rang out. Qin Feng's eardrums swelled, and when his body tensed up, his legs snapped and flashed to one side at great speed. Just at the moment he had just dodged away, a huge object appeared at the position where he had just stood. Sharp claws tore through the air, emitting a whirring sound. Phew! Qin Feng let out a light breath from his mouth, so close that the sharp claw was about to land on his body. Looking up, what caught his eyes was a giant wolf that was more than 4 meters tall. The giant wolf's body flickered with a faint blue aura, and strands of electric arcs surged out from within its body. Thunder-Tooth Wolf, late 3rd stage. A stern aura flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. This Thunder-Tooth Wolf was the strongest battle force he had encountered so far. Even the feeling that Li Yuntian gave him back then wasn't as strong as this Thunder-Tooth Wolf. Looks like I've mistakenly entered its territory. Qin Feng said in his heart, his body's battle intent just rising. Crackle! Crackle! It was also at this moment that a dense roar of thunder and lightning rang out, only to see the Thunder-Tooth Wolf's mouth open wide, and terrifying thunder attribute energy gushed out from his mouth. It eventually condensed into a huge ball of thunder that sped towards Qin Feng. Hee hee, playing with me with thunder, you're not even close. A cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. In the next instant, the chaotic divine lightning was instantly activated as terrifying lightning surged out from his body and converged on top of the black blade in his hand. Immediately after that, Qin Feng's feet moved quickly, his phantom misty steps were instantly utilized, his body was like a ghost, easily dodging the lightning ball attack at the same time. His body also arrived in front of the thunder-toothed wolf in an instant. Ow! Seeing that this human even dared to come close to him, a roar of fury came out of the thunder-toothed wolf's mouth, and then he raised his sharp claws to stab violently. Triple Thunder Blade! However, right at this moment, Qin Feng let out a low gulp from his mouth, followed by a quick swing of the black blade in his hand. A terrifying energy converged on top of the black blade, like a thunderclap. The lightning blade burst out and collided with the sharp claws of the thunder-toothed wolf. Put! In an instant, red blood splashed out, only to see the sharp claws of the thunder-toothed wolf instantly being torn apart by the lightning blade awnings, followed by the blade awnings' unabated aftermath blasting onto its gigantic body. Crack! Crack! Terrifying lightning attribute energy instantly attached itself to the thunder-toothed wolf, raging madly. Fear appeared on the thunder-toothed wolf's face, and without the slightest hesitation, it directly erupted the energy within its body, and the explosive lightning surged out, trying to withstand the attack of the lightning blade awnings. While Qin Feng, who noticed this scene, had a smile on his face. The power of chaotic divine lightning was above ordinary lightning, and the lightning attribute energy within the thunder-toothed wolf would not only be unable to harm it, but would instead become the chaotic divine lightning's nourishment. Crackling! Crackling! Only to see that under the supply of lightning attribute energy within the thunder-toothed wolf, the lightning blade aura became even more radiant, and eventually directly tore a huge gash in its body. It's over! Bang! It didn't take long for the thunder-toothed wolf's huge body to fall heavily to the ground. After resolving the thunder-toothed wolf, Qin Feng found a cave nearby and prepared to rest and recuperate for the night inside. However, not long after he went inside, a conversation entered his ears. Mard, the top doesn't know what to think. They have to do some kind of sacrificial ceremony here. Don't they know that this neighborhood is the South River Province training camp? There is a Grand Master and 2 Grand Masters within that training camp. If they discover our existence, pinching us to death would be as simple as stepping on an ant. Chapter 100 Celestial God Cultist, Celestial God Transformation. What's the situation? Could it be that there are other forces in this 100-beast mountain range? Listening to the sounds of conspiracy outside the cave, Qin Feng frowned, then looking at the firewood in his hand that hadn't been lit, he immediately threw it aside, then with a flash of his body, he hid behind a boulder. Ta! Ta! A sound of footsteps followed. Don't complain, this time the adults above have said that as long as we can successfully complete this mission, they will give each of us a reward of 1 drop of 10,000 races essence blood. A group of 3 people walked inside the cave. Qin Feng, who heard this, had also guessed their identities. Surprisingly, they're from the Heavenly God sect? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. One should know that the 100 Beasts mountain range was a special training place specially selected by the training camp for the students. If the Heavenly God sect's people were really ambushed here, then if they came over, wouldn't they be sheep in a tiger's mouth? Whatever, let's first see what exactly their purpose is before making plans. With a dark voice in his heart, his entire body's qi and blood collected, and his breathing became faint. The essence blood of all races, the ones that can be distributed to us, are also those of the lower yellow rank. The benefits are still not all letting the people above fish it out. A man with a short stature kept complaining with his mouth. It's good to have essence blood, it's hard to believe that you still want essence blood of the Xian rank. Beside him, a man clad in a black robe spoke. In the Heavenly God sect, the essence blood of the 10,000 races was a holy medicine that could allow them to shed their bones and break the limitations of their own talents. Essence blood also has a grade distinction, respectively, Heaven, Earth, Xian, Yellow 4 grades, and each level has a lower, medium, and upper grade. Someone is here. Suddenly, the one who hadn't spoken exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the other 2 also became alert. Come out. The man's gaze just now landed on a boulder, and a low gulp came out of his mouth. Then he raised the blood-colored long knife in his hand, and between the qi and blood rolling around in his body, he violently swung it forward. Tear! In an instant, a blood-red blade aura burst out from above the long blade, and between tearing through the air, the long blade heavily chopped on the huge stone. Boom! After an explosive sound, the boulder was instantly torn apart by the blade, transforming into countless pieces that splashed towards the surroundings. Swish! At the same time, a figure flashed out from behind the boulder and appeared in front of the 3. It was none other than Qin Feng. Qi and blood externalization, 3rd order awakened one. Qin Feng's gaze was cold, his eyes like knives. The Heavenly God sect's followers were devoid of conscience, and Qin Feng wouldn't have any soft hands when dealing with them. So young, could it be a genius within the training camp? After seeing Qin Feng's young, handsome face, the 3 of them immediately changed their faces. Kid, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Where is your instructor? One of them opened his mouth to Qin Feng to test the waters. Right behind you. Hearing these words, the man from earlier immediately turned his head to look behind him, but in the next instant, he knew that he had been tricked. Kid, what are you doing? Yenji explosion. Just as he wanted to open his mouth to threaten Qin Feng, an intense blazing sensation suddenly appeared. The temperature began to rise rapidly, and the originally cool cave became like a furnace in an instant, emitting extreme heat. Crimson flames surged out from Qin Feng's body like a tidal wave, the red lotus karmic flame being crazily catalyzed by him. Flames like waves tumbled towards the location where the three were. Kill him. Seeing this, the black-robed man shouted angrily, then raised his hand and violently swung a blade forward. The blood-red blade aura flashed out and slashed fiercely towards the crimson flames on. He wanted to split the flames with one slash. Snort! Snort! However, in the very next moment, he froze, only to see that the moment the blood-red blade aura came into contact with the crimson flames, it was directly incinerated and turned into a wisp of gray smoke that dissipated. No, there's something odd about this flame. The black-robed man instantly sensed the abnormality and wanted to quickly retreat towards the back, but it was obviously too late. After devouring the blood-red blade awnings, the crimson flames rushed straight towards him, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of him. It then drowned his body like a raging wave. Ah! In the next instant, an ear-piercing scream rang out, only to see the black-robed man's entire body enveloped in crimson flames. Under the ravages of the terrifying heat, the black robe was instantly burned, revealing its original appearance. This is? Looking at the monster in front of him that was covered in silver-colored fish scales and had a fish head on top of its head, Qin Feng's heart was jolted. Heavenly God transformation! It was also at this moment that two low voices came from the side, only to see the remaining two people's qi and blood rolling around inside their bodies, and then a wave of energy emitting an evil aura surged out from their bodies. Immediately after that, their bodies underwent a huge change. From their original normal human bodies, they turned into monsters just like the fishmen. Genius of the human race, killing you is enough for one of us to exchange a drop of essence blood. A hoarse voice resounded within the cave. Oh yeah? But before you do that, you should look at your companion, who doesn't seem to be in very good shape. Qin Feng sneered. Upon hearing this, the other two immediately turned their heads to look at the fishman from earlier, only to see that at this moment, the crimson flames had already spread all over his body, and the breath on his body was beginning to rapidly decline. Save. There's something odd about this flame. The two of them were startled, but they didn't pay any attention to the man's death, and surrounded Qin Feng with one on the left and one on the right. Ha! For this scene was not unexpected by Qin Feng. The Heavenly God sect was originally an evil organization that did nothing wrong, and its internal followers were all suspicious of each other, with no camaraderie to speak of. Finish it as soon as possible so that we can still rest for a while in time for dawn. Qin Feng said in his heart. Then the crimson flames on his body rose up and transformed into two thick fire pythons that sped towards the location of the two men respectively. He could already tell that the power of the red lotus karma flame existed some sort of restraint against these Heavenly God sect members. 1 minute later. A sacrificial ritual to summon the souls of all races? Qin Feng frowned. What level is the cultivation of the person in charge of your team? He asked to the man in front of him whose black knife he had held against his neck. Aside from him, the remaining two men had both turned into a charred corpse at this point, a thick black smoke coming out from the corpse, emitting a fishy odor. The person in charge of leading the group has a cultivation level of 4. Well. The man was about to open his mouth to say something when he suddenly started spitting out blood. Qin Feng quickly took a step backwards as his gaze landed on the man's feet, only to see a pattern made of blood appearing there. Bloody, tyrannical, and evil auras emanated from the pattern. Also at the instant the pattern appeared, the man's body was like plastic meeting a blazing fire, directly transforming into a puddle of blood and water that merged within the blood-colored pattern. After absorbing all the blood-red pattern's light soared, and eventually a blood shadow appeared in front of Qin Feng. Humans really are the most fickle animals, signing a blood-soul contract and still daring to betray it. How pathetic. What do you say, Junior? Saying that, the blood shadow fiercely raised his head to look at Qin Feng, and it seemed as if there were blood flames pulsing in those hollow eyes. Chapter 101 Sacrificial Ceremony, Deacon hiding in the shadows. A particular race among the 10,000 races? Looking at the bizarre blood shadow in front of him, Qin Feng did not have the slightest bit of panic on his face. He could sense that the blood shadow's cultivation level was only at the early 3rd stage, and it did not pose much of a threat to him. Junior, your talent is good. If you choose to join the 10,000 clans, I can keep you alive. Is there any benefit to joining the 10,000 clans? Qin Feng asked with interest. By joining my 10,000 clans, you can obtain the 10,000 clans' essence blood, break through the limitations, and control supreme divine abilities. Essence blood of the 10,000 clans, become a monster like a few of them? Qin Feng said with disdain on his face. Do you think that with my talent, I need to utilize an external object like the essence blood of 10,000 races? Qin Feng's words also caused the blood shadow to fall into deep thought. After a short period of silence, the hoarse voice resounded once again. What they've absorbed is only the essence blood of inferior races. If you are willing, I can reward you with a drop of my blood race's essence blood. My blood clan is one of the top 10 races of the 10,000 clans, and in the future, if you excel in your performance, I can even help you remodel your bloodline so that you can become a part of my blood clan. Oh. Finished? Xin Feng said indifferently, if you're done, I'll give you a ride. After the words fell, 2 red lotuses were reflected within Xin Feng's pupils. In the next instant, the temperature around him began to rise dramatically as crimson flames surged out madly from his body. This is? It was also the moment the crimson flames appeared that the Blood Shadow's figure trembled, as if a flash of shock appeared on his face. Boom! In the very next instant, the crimson flames were like a tumbling wave, directly slapping against the Blood Shadow. The terrifying flames directly drowned it. Snort! Snort! Wisps of blood smoke floated out from within the flames until they completely dissipated. Jia Jia! The karmic fire from hell has finally appeared in the world. Accompanied by an evil hissing sound, the Blood Shadow was eventually completely incinerated by the crimson flames and completely turned into nothingness. The Red Lotus Karma Flame came with the power of purification and was inherently the nemesis of these evil spirits. Not to mention that this Blood Shadow's cultivation was only at the early 3rd stage. Even if it was at the later stage, Xin Feng felt that the Red Lotus Karma Flame would be able to directly suppress it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the blood creature and gaining 200 evolution points. It was also at this moment that the system broadcast sounded in Xin Feng's mind. Surprisingly, there are 200 evolution points? Xin Feng was a bit surprised, knowing that he only had 100 evolution points when he killed those 2 just now, and they both had the same cultivation level. It's hard to believe that there's a bonus to evolution point gains for killing creatures of all races. Xin Feng's eyes lit up, and his heart became even more desirous for the domain. He then placed his gaze on the 2 corpses, and after a slight hesitation, he also gave them a direct burn. If the strongest congregants within the 100 Beast Mountain range are only of the 4th rank, then the training camp should know of their existence. Is that what was prepared for us? Xin Feng thought darkly in his heart. Looks like we'll have to focus on these heavenly god cultists tomorrow. With this thought in his mind, he opened the system panel. Ability, Chaotic Divine Lightning S+, Red Lotus Karma Fire S+. Level, Early 2nd Stage. Blood, 511+. Spirit, 108+. Physical, Spiritual Order Demon King Body Elementary 28%+. Battle Technique, Thunder Swamp A Perfection, Phantom Misty Steps A Grand Completion, Triple Thunder Blade A Minor Completion. Talent, Infinite Swallow Level 1, can swallow energy of any attribute to enhance cultivation. Evolution Points, 1300. The evolution points he had recently gained had basically been used to enhance his battle skills, so there was no significant increase in chi, blood, spirit, or physique. In terms of battle techniques, the Great Thunder Swamp that he had mastered at the very beginning had already reached the consummate realm, and the remaining few great battle techniques that were introductory were small. Since the Red Lotus Karma Flame has a restraint on those devotees already of the 10,000 races, then for the time being, let's raise the fire attribute battle techniques first. System, add some Inferno Extreme Explosion. Ding! Consuming 700 evolution points, Yenji Explosion is upgraded to a grand completion. With the remaining 800 evolution points, Xin Feng added them all to that fire attribute grade battle skill he had learned from Wei Yan, the Fire Dragon Binding, and also brought it to barely a minor completion. After the battle skill was upgraded, Xin Feng's own battle power rose once again. If he exploded with all his might, Xin Feng estimated that his own battle power could barely reach the early 4th stage. Still, I have to accumulate evolution points as soon as possible and start raising my spirit once I've leveled up all my battle skills. Xin Feng muttered under his breath, then took out a beast crystal with a faint blue aura flickering from his pocket. It was precisely the beast crystal of the Thundertooth wolf that he had killed earlier. If only Fatty was here, he could still have a roast. With this thought in his mind, he decided to go back and take some time, looking for Fatty to learn the roasting technique. On the other hand, deep inside the mountain range, inside a hidden cave, my lord, Li San, and the 3 of them are lost. A figure knelt on one knee and respectfully said to a person in front of him, I've gotten word that those talented students from the training camp have entered the mountain range for special training. Li San and the others should have encountered those students. Special training? So we're suspending the ritual? No, why pause it? They are all the best geniuses in the Southern River Province. As long as we can solve them, then we will gain huge contribution points, and at that time, we will even be able to exchange them for Earth-ranked essence blood. As he spoke, a frantic expression appeared on the man's face. Training camp students? Isn't there a great master and 2 patriarchs guarding this training camp? If we make a move against those students, surely they won't sit still? A flash of panic appeared on the face of the man kneeling on the ground. Ignorant, I have long since reported our actions to Lord Protector, and he has already sent a Lord Deacon to aid us. You only need to deal with those students, don't think much about anything else. A Deacon Lord is coming. Only after hearing that there were reinforcements did the man's heart gradually relax. Alright, more offerings are needed for the sacrificial ceremony, so you guys hurry up and get moving. Yes, my lord. The man's figure disappeared in a flash. After seeing that person leave, Su-hai took out a transmitting note and carefully transmitted a voice. Lord Deacon, the students from the training camp have already entered the mountain range. When will you arrive here? 10 minutes later. Buzz. The transmission note vibrated, and Su-hai hurriedly placed it to his ear. I've arrived in South River Province, act as usual, I'll step in at the critical moment. Su-hai, who had received a satisfactory reply, immediately showed a touch of joy on his face. Just wait, when the operation is completed and I obtain the Earth rank essence blood, it won't be long before I can become a deacon as well. Outside the 100 Beasts mountain range, a hidden location. A bunch of minions who don't know the heights of heaven, but are only at the 4th stage of cultivation. How dare they risk doing such a thing? They are simply looking for death. Zhang Hao, who had rushed over from Linhai City, had a cold smile on his face. He was the deacon Su-hai was talking about. How could he not know that killing these elite training camp students would earn him a huge amount of contribution points? But one must realize that this place was a gathering of geniuses from a province, and since Xia dared to let them train in the wilderness, how could they not be well prepared? Without even having to think about it, this operation would 100% fail. Humph. Zhang Hao had a disdainful look on his face, and he had already figured out that he would just hide in the shadows and observe, and he would withdraw at the first opportunity once there was anything out of the ordinary. Now that his cultivation was about to break through to the 8th stage, he would never risk his life because of this. Chapter 102, 3 People Encountering an Ambush. The night was silent. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east, shining brightly in gold. Are you sure you don't want to go over there now? Training camp, inside the chief instructor's office. Yam Hong frowned slightly and spoke slowly, his tone revealing a touch of worry. After all, within the 100 Beasts mountain range were the followers of the Heavenly God sect, and there was also an 8th order beast king. Once anything happened to those students, both he and Zhao Ping were to blame. What's the hurry? The 100 Beasts mountain range is right next to the training camp, such a small distance. If there's really a situation, you and I will be able to arrive in an instant. And that beast king, I've already warned him, don't worry, that beast won't dare to mess around. Compared to the anxious Yang Hong, at this moment, Zhao Ping still had a cloudy look on his face. Buzz. Buzz. But just then, the cell phone he had placed on his desk vibrated twice. Picking up the phone and taking a look, Zhao Ping's face revealed a touch of gravity. Those beasts have started to show their heads. Hearing this, Yang Hong's face changed slightly. Let's hope everything goes well. Inside the mountains. Roar. Roar. A resounding beast roar rose up on the field, only to see a behemoth gathering together, and was hissing non-stop as it chased after the blue shadow in front of it. The first few ferocious beasts exuded a furious aura, all of them were 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts, and the rest of them were at least 2nd-ranked. With such a large battlefield, even a 3rd-order awakened one would have to avoid the front line for the time being. But at this moment, the blue shadow in front of him was like an idle stroll, not moving slowly, directly treating the group of ferocious beasts at the back as pets to be played with. Only after another half an hour in this manner did Qin Feng slowly stop. After looking at the rear where nearly hundreds of ferocious beasts had almost converged, a flash of excitement appeared on his face. Next, the hunting moment has arrived. Crackle! Crackle! Ear-piercing thunderous roars rang out as a thick blue arc of electricity surged out from Qin Feng's body, the power of the chaotic divine lightning instantly energized. Blue lightning lingered around his body, as if his subjects were greeting their monarch, cheering and jumping for joy. Thunder Spear! Qin Feng raised his right arm, and instantly, a dozen or so thunder spears quickly coalesced in mid-air as lightning tumbled. Tear! Tear! The thunder spears that emitted a berserk aura were like lances that had been thrown out, tearing through the air and fiercely blasting towards the beasts in front of them. Boom! Boom! Under the violent bombardment of the thunder spear, a ferocious beast was overturned and fell heavily to the ground. Swish! At the same time, a figure like lightning swept out at extreme speed, directly charging into the beasts. It was Qin Feng. At this moment, his whole body was surrounded by lightning. Holding a black sword in his hand, like a ghost, he rushed into the beasts and started a one-sided fight. In less than half an hour's time, all the ferocious beasts, including those 3rd-order ferocious beasts, all fell to the ground, and a rich bloody odor spread out in this area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the ferocious beasts. And gained evolution points. Ding! And in the center of the beasts, the blood-stained Qin Feng opened his mouth to reveal a smile after hearing one of the system broadcasts ringing in his head. It's a pity that I didn't bring my storage ring, wasting such a large quantity of beast crystals. Qin Feng looked at the corpses of the ferocious beasts all over the place, a touch of regret appeared on his face. Subsequently, after taking out the beast crystals of a few 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts, he also disappeared in a flash. Keep going deeper. Meanwhile, another location deep within the mountain range. Roar! A resounding tiger roar rang out, only to see a body 5 meters tall, as if the size of a heavy truck. The arm-sword tiger stood on the field, exuding a berserk aura all over its body. On the opposite side of it was a petite figure. One of the 3 best students in the South River Province, Luing. Facing the arm-blade tiger whose body was several times taller than her own, there was not a trace of panic in Lu Ying's eyes, and her fair face was filled with perseverance. In her hand, she held a silver-colored lance, and a sharp aura emanated from it as silver aura flowed above the lance. S-rank Divine Warrior System ability, Silver Feather Divine Lance. Roar! Right at this moment, the arm-blade tiger tilted its head and let out a roar, and then only saw its body's aura soar as it violently charged towards the front. With its huge body like a truck, Lu Ying looked incredibly small in front of it. However, Lu Ying was not the slightest bit flustered, gripping the silver gun in his hand and meeting it head-on. Swimming Dragon! Only to see Lu Ying's feet moving quickly between them, the whole person was like a nimble swimming dragon, and while dodging the sharp claws of the arm-blade tiger's attack, he came directly in front of it. In the next instant, the silver aura on top of the spear rose greatly. Cloud-breaking lance! The lance stabbed out, the air bursting where it passed, as if it was going to tear the heavens apart, stabbing directly into the arm-blade tiger's torso. Poof! In an instant, red blood splattered, and the pained arm-blade tiger instantly fell into a frenzy and began to launch a fierce attack on Lu Ying. In response, Lu Ying once again utilized the body technique that was like a swimming dragon, perfectly avoiding every attack. 5 minutes later. Bang! Accompanied by a violent shocking sound, the huge body of the arm-sword tiger fell heavily to the ground, splashing a puff of smoke and dust. It could be seen that countless deep pits appeared on the huge body of the armed sword tiger, and blood with a fishy odor flowed out from there. This was a mid-third stage ferocious beast with strong battle power. Phew! Lu Ying, who had finished solving the arm-blade tiger, let out a light breath from her mouth, her tense body gradually relaxing. Her cultivation was only at the late second stage, and she was already able to kill a mid-third stage ferocious beast, nothing less than the name of a genius. Gotta speed up, I don't want to fall behind those two. Lu Ying muttered softly, then after taking out the beast crystal, he carried his spear and was about to leave the place. Shoo! However, just at that moment, a cracking sound rang out. Lu Ying's face instantly changed, and without the slightest hesitation, her figure flashed to the side at great speed. Only to see in her original standing position appeared a sharp blade, above the blade hidden green liquid dripping. Little sister, your reaction is quite fast. A rough voice rang out on the field, followed by a 5-member squad appearing on the field. Who are you guys? Lu Ying's beautiful eyebrows frowned, and an ominous premonition rose in her heart. We are here to deliver a chance to you. As he spoke, a cruel smile appeared on the face of the big man in the lead. Same time. Sun An and Zhou Zhang, who were rushing on their way, were also stopped by a group of people respectively. Alert in their hearts, they immediately realized the abnormality, and without hesitation, they were about to quickly escape. But those people naturally wouldn't let the cooked duck fly away. The two sides engaged in a fierce collision. Chapter 103 Heavenly God Sex Ambush, Genius's Reactions. Swimming Dragon Steps. A soft shout came from a dense forest, only to see a somewhat delicate-looking figure running wildly through the dense forest. That flexible figure was as agile as a swimming dragon. Little girl, you won't be able to escape. If you tie your hands now, you'll still be able to suffer a little less later. The threat of that rough big man came from behind him. Lu Ying naturally paid no attention to this, unless he had a pit in his brain to believe the big man's words. The cultivation of the big man has reached the middle of the third stage. If it's just one-on-one, Lu Ying is not afraid of him, except that the several people following him, their cultivation has also reached the early third stage. Facing such a lineup, even she had to avoid the front line for the time being. Relying on her mastery of a Deshang-A-ranked body combat skill, Lu Ying gradually distanced herself from these people. However, compared to her, Sun An and Zhou Zhang were not so lucky. Only to see that at this moment, these two had already fought with those heavenly god cultists. Earth-shaking fist. A bellowing cry came out from Sun An's mouth, only to see him violently swing a fist at a congregant in front of him. An earth-colored light shone above his arm. Boom! The fist landed heavily on that congregant, and the tremendous force instantly sent his figure flying out, and then he landed heavily on the ground. Giggling. However, right at this moment, a cracking sound rang out, only to see that on Sun An's right side, a silver aura tore through the air and sped in. Sun An's face changed slightly, then without the slightest hesitation, his body's chi and blood erupted, and his supernatural power surged out like a tidal wave. Rumble. Between the trembling of the ground, a wall of earth quickly rose from the ground and blocked his side. Boom. However, in the very next instant, the silver aura blasted onto the earth wall, and instantly the earth wall shattered, turning into countless pieces of mud that splattered towards the surroundings. And Sun An's figure also took the opportunity to dodge to the side. Ha! Ha! It could be seen that at this moment, his chest was heaving together as he panted heavily. Responding to the attacks of multiple people one after another, the power of the supernatural energy in his body had already consumed most of it, and if it continued, sooner or later he would be dragged to death by these people. Obviously, his cultivation is only at the late second stage, but his battle power is straight up to the late third stage, worthy of being one of the best geniuses in the Southern River Province. Among the several people, the leading man's face revealed a touch of madness. If we were to sacrifice a genius like you, we would definitely be able to summon an even stronger spirit of the 10,000 clans. Together, this kid won't last long. With his order, the other few congregants once again launched a round of attack on Sunan. On the other side, Zhou Zhan was also in a crisis at this time. Like Sunan, he was facing the siege of several congregants at the same time, and he could only barely support himself by constantly erupting the power of his supernatural abilities. However, if he kept going like this, he would inevitably lose when his own power of supernatural energy was depleted. The situation gradually became anxious. Lord Leader will surely avenge us. You're so full of crap. Xin Feng looked at the strange figure in front of him with an icy face, his eyes filled with killing intent. His entire body was covered in black scales, his face was hideous, and his hands had turned into a pair of black sharp claws. Xin Feng couldn't figure out why someone would choose to turn themselves into this inhuman and ghostly appearance for the sake of power. Shaking his head slightly, he then flickered and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of that person. Stabbing. The black blade in his hand that was covered in blue electricity instantly chopped out, transforming into a lightning blade that landed at the man's neck. Put. In an instant, the sharp blade cut a large gash, and dark red blood burst out. Well. After only being able to let out a cry of pain, the man covered his neck and fell to the ground. It could be seen that there were 4 other corpses around Xin Feng. These were the Heavenly God sect members who had come to attack him, and they had all been easily killed by him now. It's a pity that this person didn't sign the so-called blood soul contract, or else he could have earned some more evolution points. Xin Feng muttered. It seems that the Heavenly God sect has also sensed our arrival and started to take the initiative. But if all the sect members possess third-order battle power, the other students might be in danger. According to this, the instructors should be nearby. Whatever, if we encounter them, we'll take them out. Who are you people and what do you want? A 3-member squad encountered an ambush from the Heavenly God cultists. Facing the followers whose cultivation level was at least at the early 3rd stage, their squad did not have any power to fight back at all, and one of them was seriously injured just as soon as both sides came into contact with each other. Heh, naive brats, today is the day you die. Looking at the 3 people in front of them who were like lambs to the slaughter, the eyes of several religious people showed ferocity. For this kind of genius who had awakened high-level psychic abilities, they were inwardly incomparably jealous, and it was precisely because of this jealousy that they had come to this point. A few religious people walked towards the 3 with a sardonic smile on their faces. Quick, crush the metal ball. The short-haired man at the head of the 3 students immediately bellowed, and then crushed the metal ball in his hand without hesitation. The other 2 immediately made the same move. Instantly, a transparent energy light shield wrapped the bodies of several people. Those big shots at the training camp are really generous, and have equipped you with life-preserving things. A congregation member's eyes were cold, and then he violently swung a fist forward, the strong power of chi and blood surging out crazily, eventually condensing into a blood-red fist shadow. The blood-red fist shadow shattered the air and heavily bombarded on top of one of the energy light shields. I'd like to see how long this thing can last. The other few devotees also exerted their full strength and launched attacks against the energy light shield. What should we do? This light shield won't last long. Are we all going to die here today? One of the girl's eyes misted over, her face filled with fear. The other 2 were in a similar situation. This was the first time they had encountered the Heavenly God cultists head-on, and the fear within them began to magnify infinitely. The same scene happened to several other student squads. Before this, each of these talented students were high-minded and pretentious. Each of them thought that they were the sons of heaven, and even though they were suppressed by the Luing trio in the training camp, it didn't make their inner arrogance dissipate much. Most of the students thought in their hearts that the 3 of them were just lucky to have awakened their S-class psychic abilities. But they never realized in their hearts that it was equally due to luck that they themselves could appear in the training camp. Facing the crisis, a metal ball was crushed by the students. However, there were also some students who showed ruthlessness, and the chi and blood in their bodies surged crazily, ready to fight for their lives with those devotees. It's almost time. If we continue, we'll overplay our hand. Huang Mingho, the instructor hiding in the shadows, had a gloomy face and then gave the order to act to the special communicator in his hand. Chapter 104, Classmate, need help? Swish. Swish. As Huang Mingho's order was given, a figure in military uniform appeared in the mountain range and started to rescue those students. Damn, there's even an ambush? Quickly go report to Lord Leader and inform him to interrupt the sacrificial ceremony and hurry to evacuate. The guards in military uniforms were all 4th Order awakened, and those 3rd Order congregants didn't have the slightest power to fight back against them, and were directly suppressed. At the same time, 2 figures arrived high in the sky of the 100 Beasts mountain range, and it was none other than the 2 of them, Yang Hong and Zhao Ping. By this time, Zhao Ping was also worried that he had accidentally played it off. Saved. We don't have to die. The faces of the rescued students all showed the celebration of having been saved. However, the next words from the guards directly brought their mood down to the bottom. Congratulations, you are eliminated. Yeah, just now most of the students had crushed the metal ball and lost their qualifications for special training. But just now, we ran into the heavenly god cultists, not the ferocious beasts. A student opened his mouth with a defiant face, trying to defend himself. The guards didn't pay any attention to this and were just looking at them with eyes like idiots. The silence of the guards was slamming the hearts of all the students. Yes, if the ferocious beasts were enemies, were the followers of the celestial god sect not enemies? Come on, let's go see how those little guys are doing. High up in the sky, after seeing that the scene was under control, Zhao Ping also gave a greeting and headed to the depths of the mountain range with Yang Hong. However, before leaving, Yang Hong turned his head and glanced in a direction outside the mountain range. Strange, could it be that it was my illusion just now? He said in his heart, but at this moment, he who was concerned about the safety of Qin Feng and the others did not think much about it, and turned around to follow behind Zhao Ping. Two great masters, damn Li Hai almost got him killed. Outside the mountain range. At this moment, Zhang Hao had a palpitating look on his face. Just moments ago, Zhao Ping and the two of them flew past almost right above his head. If he hadn't reacted quickly, hid his breath in time, and hid inside a cave, he might have been discovered by them by now. Not to mention that he hadn't broken through to the 8th rank yet. Even if he did, facing two Grand Masters at the same time, he would only be sent to his death. After sensing that the aura of the two Yang Hongs was getting farther and farther away from him, without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Hao directly left the place with a flash of his body. There was no doubt that this action had already been detected by the training camp in advance, and the reason why he had kept Li Hai and the others was just to give these students a chance to hone their skills. In the meantime, deep within the mountain range, at this moment, Li Hai was still looking crazy, and it could be seen that there was a blood-red altar in front of him. The altar was built with a special red wood, and from afar, it was incomparably oozing. In the middle of the altar, there was a deep blood-colored pit with a diameter of 5 meters. The pit was covered with thick blood, emitting a stench that was difficult for ordinary people to endure. Next to the deep pit, there were several believers who were dropping a ferocious beast corpse into the deep pit. As soon as the corpse entered the deep pit, it would be drowned by the thick blood and eventually become part of the pit. My lord, several squads have already lost contact. Are those instructors from the training camp starting to make their move? Just then, a congregant ran over in a panic and reported to Li Hai. Hearing this, Li Hai's face changed slightly, then he coldly waved his hand and said, "All right, I know, tell the others not to panic, Lord Deacon is nearby, he will step in when the time comes." After saying that, he turned around and walked off to the side alone, taking out a sound transmission stone and began to send a message to Zhang Hao. "Lord Deacon, have you arrived? The training camp seems to have discovered our actions. In order to ensure that the sacrificial ceremony can go on smoothly, do you think it's time to make a move? Deaconess de." 10 minutes later. Li Hai, who was delayed in getting a reply, gradually turned ugly. Damn it! After a series of several angry curses, Li Hai's face gradually became maniacal. "Even if you don't come, I'm going to hold this sacrificial ceremony normally, and when I succeed in summoning the souls of the 10,000 races, everyone here will die. Everyone, speed up your movements for me, capture all the living beings within the mountain range and sacrifice them to Lord Blood God." Explosive blade. A loud shout came out from Zhou Zhang's mouth, only to see that at that moment, he was holding a long blade wrapped in crimson flames in his hand, and then he violently swung it forward. Instantly, a Zhang long flame blade aura burst out from above the long blade. Rumble. The flame blade emanated a terrifyingly high temperature, shattering the air as it heavily bombarded a figure in front. Ah! In an instant, a miserable scream rang out as the flaming blade awnings directly tore apart his body, and a rich burning smell spread out towards the surroundings. The man then fell to the ground with a face of pain. It could be seen that the 5 people who had originally surrounded Zhou Zhang had turned into 3, with 2 of the congregants having been seized by him and resolved. However, at this time, he had almost reached his limit, his body trembling and his aura plummeting. "How about it, old Yang? This student of mine is not bad, right?" Surrounded by 5 third-order sectors, he still managed to kill 2 of them back. High above the sky, Zhao Ping opened his mouth to Yang Hong, who was beside him, with a smug look on his face. "It's just average." At this, Yang Hong bristled with disdain. In his opinion, if Qin Feng had encountered these 5 believers, not to say that he could easily suppress them, at the very least, he wouldn't have made such a mess like Zhou Zhang. "With this whole body of yours, all that's left is a stiff upper lip." Zhao Ping shook his head helplessly. Roar! It was also at this moment that a deafening beast roar came out from the depths of the mountain range. "It's that beast." Zhao Ping's face stared, then he spoke. "I'll leave this place to your old Yang first, I'll go talk to that beast." As the words fell, Zhao Ping directly disappeared in a flash. "Now that you're panicking, it wouldn't have been better to have done the same as me and kicked that beast out?" Yang Hong muttered under his breath. He then lowered his head and focused his attention on the bottom. It could be seen that at this moment, Zhou Zhang had already been pushed into a desperate situation, and his body's qi and blood and the power of his supernatural ability had both been overdrawn to the point where he had almost reached his limit. If it wasn't for the fact that the few followers wanted to capture him alive, Zhou Zhang would have already been killed. Almost there. Just as Yang Hong wanted to make a move to rescue him, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. This kid is here, looks like I don't need to do anything. Classmate, do you need help? Below, a few of the religious were about to launch a final round of attack on Zhou, when suddenly, an unfamiliar voice entered the ears of a few people. The three of them sniffed and looked, only to see a handsome figure standing there smiling at them. Chapter 105, Son and Who Wants to Cry? Ding Wu, go over and kill him. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, a low cry escaped from the mouth of the congregant with the highest cultivation level. Yes. A devotee immediately turned around, holding a sharp spear, and rushed towards Qin Feng's direction. Brothers, be careful, he's a third order awakened. Zhou Zhang immediately opened his mouth and warned. You'd better mind your own business first. Blood-drinking chop. As he spoke, the congregation member with a cultivation of the middle third stage raised the long knife in his hand and slashed down viciously at Zhou Zhang's location. Instantly, a blood-red blade burst out from above the long knife, tearing through the air as it sped straight towards Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang's face instantly changed, without the slightest hesitation, immediately raised the long knife in his hand. Crimson flames surged out from his body, covering the silver blade. Explosive flame slash. In the next instant, the long blade slashed down fiercely, and the flame blade on struck out in a smooth manner, colliding with the blood-red blade on. Boom! The two strands of energy collided with each other, emitting a violent rumbling sound. At this time, Zhou Zhang was already close to exhaustion, and the power of the flame blade aura was far less powerful than just now, and was ultimately crushed by the blood-red blade aura. However, at this time, Zhou Zhang had also moved his body and dodged the attack of the blood-red blade awnings. Ha ha! He, who was already at his limit, only felt a strong sense of dizziness coming from him after forcibly making the explosive flame blade, and his body staggered as if he would fall to the ground at any time. Knock him out. A congregant stepped forward and raised his arm about to blast a punch towards Zhou Zhang. Bang! However, right at this moment, a silhouette violently swept past him and flew backwards at extreme speed. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was none other than the religious man named Ding Wu. Only to see that at this moment, he was covering his chest, half squatting on the ground, and in the next instant, violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, the two remaining believers showed grave expressions. The next instant. Heavenly God transformation. Two loud shouts sounded at the same time, and then the two religious men's bodies swelled, and the skin on the surface of their bodies was covered with dark yellow stones. In the blink of an eye, the two men's bodies turned into 3-meter-tall monsters. This is? Zhou, who saw this scene, was shocked as he could sense that in this state, the battle power of those two had a substantial increase. While feeling grateful in his heart, his face also revealed a look of worry. Brother, why don't you go first? He looked at Qin Feng with a bitter smile on his face. However, just in the next moment, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Only to see that at this moment, Qin Feng stomped on the ground with both of his feet, and his entire body was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, charging straight towards one of the congregants. Overlord Fist. Qin Feng's right arm was raised high, his waist rotating with a fierce force, his right fist carrying a terrifying impact, like a cannonball, blasting out. Boom! The explosive fist wind shook the air and heavily bombarded the congregant with the highest cultivation level. Instantly, those dark yellow stones on his body were directly shattered, and his 3-meter-tall body was like a kite with broken strings, flying backwards at great speed. This. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Zhang's mouth was wide open and he could not even speak clearly. Run! Seeing this, the remaining congregation member did not hesitate in the slightest, as he turned around and was about to run wildly towards the distance. Fire Dragon Binding. However, just at this moment, a low voice rang out. He then only felt a terrifyingly high temperature rise from beneath his feet. In the next instant, he only saw a fire dragon coalesced from crimson flames emerge from the ground and wrapped right around his body. In just an instant, the stone block on the surface of his body, which was comparable to a C-grade alloy, began to become charred and blackened at a speed visible to the naked eye under the burning of the fire dragon. In less than 10 seconds, the stone block directly turned into a cloud of black ash scattered on top of the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing. And gained evolution points. Ding! 2 consecutive system broadcast sounds rang out, and the congregant who had just been blown away by Qin Feng's punch had also collapsed on the ground at that moment, losing his vitality and becoming a corpse. In less than 2 minutes since Qin Feng had arrived here, the 3 followers had all been disposed of. FCK Sunan, is this the person you said wouldn't dare to move in the face of a bunch of first-order ferocious beasts? Zhou was roaring furiously inwardly. The few people who had pushed themselves into a desperate situation were thus easily resolved by Qin Feng with a few moves. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, Zhou Zhang also knew that the other party's battle power was far beyond his. It seems like there's no hope for a class battle techniques. Kid, there's more over there. Right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Qin Feng's ears. It's the chief instructor. Qin Feng immediately looked up and saw a figure floating high above the sky. Sure enough, even if I don't come, nothing will happen to this guy. Qin Feng said in his heart, then his body flashed towards the direction Yang Hong had pointed out. Hey brother, wait for me. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang on the side immediately moved to follow, but at this time, he was already close to his limit and his speed was simply unable to keep up with Qin Feng. In no time, he couldn't even see Qin Feng's back. Finally knocked this kid out, a genius with S-class psychic abilities, this should satisfy Lord Leader's requirements. Alright, late is late, we'd better bring this kid over as soon as possible, Lord Leader has been waiting for us. A few of the congregants murmured with their mouths, and then one of them shouldered the stunned Sunan and rushed towards the depths of the mountain range. What's the situation? Why hasn't the instructor made a move yet? Have I lost my mind? Sunan, who was pretending to be dizzy, couldn't help but cry out in his heart. If that's really the case, I might as well fight for my life just now. Humph. Still pretending to be dizzy, cunning boy, mustn't scare you long. Yang Hong in the high altitude gave a cold snort from his mouth. With his cultivation of the 8th rank Grand Master, those small movements of Sunan naturally could not be hidden from his eyes. That's why he didn't make a move to rescue him just now. But that was also based on the fact that those few religious people wanted to take him alive. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng's figure appeared behind these few people. Is this a preparation to sacrifice him? Looking at Sunan, who was being carried on his shoulders, Qin Feng had a vague guess in his heart. He did not choose to rescue him at the first opportunity, but instead hid his breath and followed behind a few people. By following them, he would be able to find the lair of this group of heavenly god cultists, the location of the sacrificial ceremonies offering. Qin Feng decided to go straight to their lair. At this moment, he didn't have any worries. Yang Hong was staring at them from high in the sky. Even if he really encountered any danger, he would be the first to strike. Just do it and be done with it. Qin Feng's face was showing excitement. The lowest cultivation of these congregants was at the early 3rd stage, which could bring him a large amount of evolution points. However, at this moment, compared to the excited Qin Feng, Sunan, who was pretending to be dizzy, wanted to cry a little. Chapter 106 Third Order Disciple who was like a chicken in Qin Feng's hands. Half an hour later, several members of the congregation brought the fainted Sunan to a stop in front of a huge cave. The cave was 2 stories high, and a strong, fishy odor wafted out from within the cave. Marred, if I wait any longer I'll be sacrificed by them. The strong smell of blood made Sunan instantly wake up. He knew that if he continued on, he might have to really plant himself. Without the slightest hesitation, the chi and blood in his body surged and was about to explode. Bang! But right at that moment, along with a loud bang, a sharp pain came from the back of his head. It's over. After the last 2 words burst out of his mind, he completely lost consciousness. Humph. Naive brat, do you really think that we didn't see that he was faking a faint? A congregant put away his fists with a disdainful face. With this kind of mind, you deserve to have S-ranked psychic abilities. With that, he waved his hand in greeting. Let's go over and sacrifice this kid. The sacrifice ceremony should be just about done. Several people were then about to lead Sunan into the cave. However, just at this moment, a blue shadow flashed out. Crackle! Crackle! Accompanying the appearance of the blue shadow was an ear-piercing roar of thunder and lightning. Prick la! The sound of thunder and lightning breaking through the air rang out. Only a lightning spear was seen tearing through the air and landing on one of the congregants. In an instant, the sharp lightning spear directly penetrated his body, and red blood burst out. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and it wasn't until the congregant fell to the ground with a face of pain that the other congregants reacted. Fire dragon binding. The next instant, at the same time as a low drink sounded, a religious man looked down at his feet. Instantly, a crimson flame emitting terrifying heat surged out from the ground beneath his feet. Before he could make a move, the crimson flame had already transformed into a fire dragon that wrapped around his body. Ah! The terrifying heat emanating from the fire dragon scorched his body, causing him to tilt his head back and let out a miserable scream. Who is it? Get out! In the blink of an eye, however, the 2 congregants had already fallen to the ground, losing their fighting strength. The remaining 3 instantly began to tense up, the chi and blood in their bodies tumbling about to directly unleash the heavenly god transformation. Swish! It was also at this moment that a figure wrapped in blue lightning flashed out, rushing towards the several of them like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the figure had already rushed to the front of the several people, and the black blade in his hand that was wrapped in blue lightning transformed into a lightning blade and chopped forward. Triple thunder blade! As if carrying a thunderous might, the lightning blade ripped through the air and slashed viciously straight towards one of the congregants. In his haste, the devotee hurriedly took up the weapon in his hand and crossed it in front of his chest, trying to use it to resist the attack of the lightning blade. However, the moment the 2 came into contact, he only felt a terrifying force descend. In the next instant, his body was like a kite with broken strings, flying backwards towards the back. Rumble! Almost at the same time, a terrifying thunder and lightning roar rang out, only to see a blue thunderbolt as thick as a grown man's thigh descend from the sky. Between the thunder and lightning roars, it ruthlessly split on the religious man who was carrying Sunan just now. Crackling! Crackle! In that instant, the thunder and lightning exploded endlessly, only to see the religious man convulsing and eventually collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Feng stretched out his left hand, thunder and lightning converging at his fingertips as he delivered another ball of thunder. The thunderball roared and exploded directly like a bomb. With a loud boom, the head of the congregant was instantly blown apart like a watermelon. Bang! The violent explosion set off a strong impact, and Sun En's body on the ground was affected by the wave and was directly thrown out several meters away, eventually landing heavily on the ground. Well! The sharp pain coming from his body made Sun En gradually regain consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, and after seeing the scene in front of him clearly, he directly froze in place. You're awake. Only in his line of sight, Qin Feng easily stabbed a black knife surrounded by lightning into the chest of the devotee whose cultivation was at the mid-third stage. And then he turned his head to show him a smile. I should be dreaming. Sun En muttered under his breath. Hiss. But in the next instant, the sharp pain coming from his back told him that this was reality. No dude, are you early second stage? How is it that a mid-third order congregation is like a chicken in your hands? What's going on out there, you guys go check it out? It was also at this moment that a loud shout came out from within the cave, followed by several silhouettes walking out from within. Luo Lu? And Wu Er. Just as they came out, a few people noticed the still intact bodies on the ground. Did you two kill them? A middle-aged man with a stern aura emanating from his body raised his head and placed his gaze on the two Qin Fengs. An early second stage and a late second stage? A genius from the training camp. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and a stern aura flashed through. Heavenly God transformation. In the next instant, a violent blood-red energy surged out from his body, wrapping around his entire body. Blood-red sharp claws, his facial features became hideous, and a blood-red unicorn horn on top of his head, completely losing his human form, he had turned into a monster. Medium race, blood-horn race. Go all out and finish these two as soon as possible to complete the sacrificial ritual. A hoarse voice came out from his mouth, and then he only saw his feet stomping on the ground, and his entire body exploded out like a cannonball. The speed was extremely fast, like a bloody shadow. Heavenly God transformation. The dozen or so figures following him also all threw back their heads and roared. Tyrannical auras surged out from within them, and in an instant, they all turned into monsters. Quickly? Seeing this scene, Sun En's face changed violently. Just 5 congregants had already forced him into a desperate situation. Even if Qin Feng's battle power was stronger than his, there was no way he could be a match for these monsters in front of him. Especially the red monster in the lead. Before he executed the Heavenly God transformation, his cultivation had already reached the late third stage. At a preliminary estimate, his battle power had even reached the 4th rank now. Even Yang Hong, who was high in the air, was staring at this moment, his body's qi and blood surging, ready to strike at any time. However, unlike them, at this moment, Qin Feng was getting more and more excited. Looking at the blood-red figure rushing ahead, he did not have a trace of fear in his heart. What he had was a strong will to fight. Yenji explosion. Boom. Accompanied by a low cry, crimson flames emitting a terrifying aura surged out from Qin Feng's body. The crimson flames were like karmic flames from hell, emitting a palpitating aura. In the next instant, Qin Feng flung his one hand. Crimson flames instantly rose up, as if they were waves, rolling towards the front. Facing the onslaught of flames, the blood-red figure violently swung a claw forward, wanting to tear the flames apart. However, in the next instant, a flash of pain appeared on his face. Chapter 107. You can't even withstand this kind of small scene. Ah! A miserable scream came out from the mouth of the blood-red figure, and with a hideous face, he violently retracted his hands, while his figure stormed back several steps. Snort! A wisp of red mist floated out from his hands. What the hell is this flame? A hoarse voice came out from the mouth of the blood-red figure. Qin Feng didn't give him much time to react. As his arm swung, crimson flames instantly burst forth, lapping towards the front like a wave. Spread out and surround him. The blood-red figure shouted, and then his figure dodged the crimson flames attack with a flash and attacked towards Qin Feng from the other side. Ah! Although he dodged it, a few of the congregants weren't so lucky, only to see 2 congregants enveloped in crimson flames, and instantly threw back their heads and let out a miserable scream. Swish! Right at this moment, a red shadow appeared on Qin Feng's side. It was the blood-red figure from earlier. Die! Blood Demon Claw! One could only see that at this moment, his face was hideous, and his 2 blood-colored sharp claws ruthlessly grabbed towards Qin Feng's body. Boom! However, in the very next instant, a figure flew backwards at extreme speed, and it was none other than the blood-red figure. It could be seen that at this moment, he had a face of pain, and there was also an obvious collapse in his chest. Qin Feng, on the other hand, withdrew his fist with a calm face. Sun En was shocked. That blood-red figure's cultivation level was at the late 3rd stage, which was more than a large realm higher than Qin Feng, who was at the early 2nd stage. This unbelievable scene, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Explode for me. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng let out a low gulp from his mouth, and then he stomped on the ground with both of his feet, and his entire body retreated backwards at extreme speed. Boom! In the next instant, all the crimson flames in front of them exploded like fireworks. The violent explosion set off a terrifying impact, and countless rubbles fell within the cave. Those few believers who were enveloped by the crimson flames were instantly torn apart by the explosion, their bodies torn apart, and they couldn't die anymore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining evolution points. Several system broadcasting sounds rang out in Qin Feng's mind for a while. System, add all the evolution points to the A-ranked battle skill, Fire Dragon Binding. With a thought, Qin Feng gave an order to the system. Ding! Consuming evolution points. Battle skill Fire Dragon Binding reaches the perfection realm. Instantly, a wave of subtle knowledge appeared in Qin Feng's mind. At this moment, he only felt that he had already practiced the Fire Dragon Binding battle skill for several years in general, and was incredibly skillful. Qi and blood tumbled within his body, and the power of the Red Lotus Karmic Flame was instantly catalyzed. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 3 fire dragons simultaneously sprang out of the ground, charging towards the 3 congregants at breakneck speed. On the other side, the blood-red figure with the highest cultivation slowly stabilized his stance. Is this the genius of the human race? The battle power is really terrifying. At this moment, he had already been shocked by Qin Feng's terrifying battle power, and for a moment, he actually froze directly in place, not daring to act rashly. Even he who was in the late 3rd stage was shocked, and those other devotees who were only in the early 3rd stage were even more so. Fear was on everyone's face. Pervert, what a total pervert. Seeing this scene, Sun and couldn't calm his heart for a long time. He thought about how he hadn't been able to fight back when he faced the 5 religious people just now. And now Qin Feng was the one person directly pressing down on a dozen or so religious people. This kid, he's gotten stronger again. Yan Hong, who was high in the sky, muttered. 1 minute later, all of the believers on the field collapsed to the ground, a charred odor emanated, and several charred corpses lay on the ground, emitting a black smoke. Just at this moment, a figure appeared in the air not far away, and it was Zhao Ping. Mard, that beast is really, what's wrong with roaring, it has to be kicked a few times to be honest. Saying that, Zhao Ping had also arrived beside Yang Hong. At that moment, he had also noticed the 2 Qin Fengs on the ground, as well as the corpses of those heavenly god cultists. However, after sensing another evil aura within the cave, he frowned. Old Yang, since you made a move, what's there to keep alive? Just directly exterminate all these scum. Hearing this, Yang Hong shook his head. I didn't do anything. You didn't? Zhao Ping frowned tighter. Could it be that Sun and broke through to the 3rd stage and killed these congregants? That's not right, his realm is still at the late 2nd stage? Stop it, old Yang, it's hard to believe that all these people were still killed by your students. Congratulations, you guessed right. Yang Hong said in a light tone. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the lowest cultivation of these congregants is at the early stage of the 3rd order, your student is only at the early stage of the 2nd order, it's impossible for him to do this. Zhao Ping spoke in an incomparably certain tone. What's the situation outside? It was also at this moment that inside the cave, Li Hai, who had sensed the fight outside the cave, changed his face slightly. At this time, the sacrificial ceremony had already reached its end, and as long as a portion of the energy was being invested into the deep pit, the spirit of the 10,000 races would be successfully summoned. Li Hao, take a few people to check the situation outside. Yes. As the words fell, a bloated, incomparably obese-looking man got up and led a few members of the congregation towards the outside of the cave. Seeing Li Hao leave, Li Hai's face eased slightly. The other party's cultivation had reached the late 3rd stage half a year ago, and he had also mastered an A-rank battle skill. It was the strongest in terms of battle power amongst all the congregants present, except for him. Incoming. Zhao Ping on this side still wanted to speak out against Yang Hong, but after sensing the aura of Li Hao's several people, his face changed, and the qi and blood in his body rolled over as he was about to make a direct move. Wait. However, right at this moment, Yang Hong opened his mouth to stop him. What are you waiting for? Could it be that old Yang you want to let Qin Feng deal with that guy? His cultivation is at the late 3rd stage, If he is performing the heavenly god transformation, his battle power can even reach the early 4th rank. Qin Feng he can't be. Boom. Zhao Ping over here wanted to continue saying something, but just in the next moment he directly froze. Only to see that above the ground, Li Hao's body fell heavily to the ground, with several obvious fist marks on his body. Special physique? Zhao Ping was shocked in his heart. He had just seen with his own eyes that Qin Feng had blown Li Hao away with just one punch. Next, with an incredulous expression on his face, Qin Feng's figure below flashed rapidly, and a dozen seconds passed. Together with the several people brought by Li Hao, they all lost their vitality and fell to the ground as corpses. Even though Zhao Ping was an 8th order grandmaster and had even traveled to the extraterrestrial battlefield more than once, the scene in front of him at this moment still left him stunned and speechless. Calm down. Calm down. You can't even take this little scene. Old Zhao, this character of yours isn't calm enough, you still need to practice. Same time. Li Hai inside the cave also seemed to realize that something was wrong. He moved his gaze out from within the blood-red deep pit and landed on one of the congregants surrounding the deep pit. Chapter 108 The Blood Clan's Heavenly Pride, Bloodslayer. My lord, has Lord Deacon not come yet? There's already news coming in that those instructors from the training camp have all arrived within the mountain range. Yes, my lord, the sacrificial ceremony hasn't been completed until now. If Lord Deacon doesn't come yet, Justice people won't be able to stop those instructors from the training camp. Inside the cave, after throwing all the corpses into the deep pit, an anxious look appeared on the face of one of the congregants. Soon, Lord Deacon will be. Soon. Li Hai muttered with his mouth. Just before the words were finished, his figure began to move quickly, and he arrived in front of one of the congregants like lightning. Bang! Immediately after that, he blasted out his fist to blow this congregant directly into the blood-colored deep pit. Ah! Instantly, a miserable scream rang out. Only to see that the congregant was directly drowned in blood and water after falling into the deep pit, and he was silent in an instant. When the other congregants saw this scene, all of their faces changed. Run! Then I don't know who shouted out, and then all the believers all flashed towards the outside of the cave. However, they were only at the early third stage. How could their speed be compared to Li Hai, who was at the early fourth stage? Bang! 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 After a short 10 seconds or so had passed, all of the nearly 20 believers present were pushed into the blood-colored deep pit by Li Hai. For a time, the blood water within the deep pit rolled over and began to boil like boiled water. Boom! In the next instant, a pillar of blood-colored light that reached nearly 10 meters in diameter surged out from within the deep pit. The pillar of light contained a terrifying energy that directly pierced through the mountain and appeared high in the sky. This is? At the same time, Xin Feng's figure appeared within the cave. He frowned slightly as he looked at the blood-colored pillar of light in front of him, in which he sensed an incomparably evil energy. A genius of the human race. Today is your end. Li Hai also noticed Xin Feng's arrival, but he didn't make the first move. Instead, he looked at him with a cold smile on his face. Swish! It was at this moment that a figure suddenly appeared behind Xin Feng, and it was none other than Yang Hong. The sacrificial ceremony has been completed. Prepare to evacuate this place. Yang Hong spoke with a calm face. To him, the sacrificial ceremony in front of him was only sacrificing some low-ranked ferocious beasts, holding up a fourth-ranked spirit of the 10,000 races. An existence of that level could be destroyed with the flip of a hand. Chief Instructor, among the same level, is the 10,000 races stronger or our human race? Yang Hong, who heard these words, was slightly stunned, but then he noticed the flash of fervent battle intent in Xin Feng's eyes. You brat, could it be that you want to fight with the spirit of 10,000 clans? I want to try. Xin Feng nodded. A flash of thought flashed across the eyes of Yang Hong, who heard this. Ignorant humans, the might of the 10,000 races is not something you can understand. The one I summoned is an adult of the Blood God race. There is no one who can defeat the Blood God clan amongst the same rank. Li Hai's maniacal voice rang out. Noisy! Yang Hong frowned and raised his hand to crush Li Hai to death. However, right at this moment, this guy suddenly made a shocking move, only to see his figure leap high up, and even jumped directly into the bloody light pillar. GGG. Let me become the carrier of Lord Blood God and welcome the arrival of the Blood God. After a burst of wild laughter, his vitality completely dissipated. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of Xin Feng and the two of them, the pillar of blood-colored light began to converge, eventually turning into a blood cocoon that was 3 meters tall. Looking at the blood cocoon in front of him, a flash of hesitation appeared on Yang Hong's face. Although the sacrificial ceremony had been completed, with his strength, he could still crush this blood cocoon with one hand. At the same time, what is old Yang up to? After seeing Yang Hong and Xin Feng delay coming out, as well as the evil aura within the cave not dissipating, Zhao Ping frowned tightly, and then his body flashed to the cave. Blood cocoon, is it the blood soul that was summoned? A low murmur came out of his mouth, and then Zhao Ping turned his head to look at Xin Feng. He had already guessed what Xin Feng was thinking. Kid, the blood race is one of the 10 major races of the 10,000 races. This race is extremely good at manipulating blood and has strong battle power. Even ordinary clansmen can fight with the same class of people who have S-class alien ability awakenings. You have to think about it. Aha! In response, Xin Feng nodded heavily, his eyes filled with battle intent. Just now he had already learned about the nature of this sacrificial ceremony from Yang Hong. The so-called sacrifice ritual was to summon one of the 10,000 races and then they would possess a carrier. No matter what realm the summoned 10,000 races themselves were in, after being summoned, their cultivation realm would not exceed that of the carrier itself. Just now, Li Hai's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the 4th rank, so the cultivation level of the blood creatures that would come out later would be comparable to his at most, and might even be lower. Good, then let me see your true battle power. A flash of anticipation also appeared on Zhao Ping's face. With him and Yang Hong around, even if Xin Feng was truly undefeated, there wouldn't be any accidents that would occur. It's just right to take this opportunity to let the other students see the creatures of the 10,000 races as well. Zhao Ping, who had this thought in his heart, directly took out his communicator and then spoke. Bring all the students to the depths of the mountain range. If you do this, you're not afraid that those students of yours will be devastated and fall flat on their faces. At those words, Zhao Ping was the one who directly waved his hand. Jade is not cut, not a weapon, although these boys have good cultivation talent, but they also need to go through some polishing. If they can't even take this blow, then there's no point in cultivating them. Just as the two of them were speaking, the blood cocoon began to tremble violently, then shattered open like an eggshell, followed by a youthful figure appearing in front of the three of them. The youth looked not very old and had a head of flamboyant red hair. Blood slaughter, it's actually him? Yang Hong and the two of them were slightly stunned, and then a flash of gravity appeared on their faces. Blood slaughter, the most outstanding young generation amongst the blood clan. According to the age of their blood clan, this fellow had only just reached adulthood and possessed battle power at the level of Battle King. Terrifyingly talented, even when placed amongst the heavenly prides of the 10,000 races, he was a top-ranked character. It's better to forget about it and just kick it to death. As he spoke, Zhao Ping took a step forward and was about to make a move. However, he was pulled back by Yang Hong. Let him try, it's not too late to do it if it doesn't work. No, this is a blood slaughter. In the extraterritorial battlefield, looking at the entire human race, there are no more than 2 hands that can fight with him among the same rank. But right now, Xin Feng is a big realm behind him. Do you think this can even be fought? Zhao Ping glared. I can definitely fight, even if I can't, I can still accumulate some experience. The tough-talking Yang Hong also became less confident at this moment. It was also at this moment that Blood Slaughter slowly opened his eyes, a pair of blood-red eyes reflected within his pupils, emitting a bizarre red aura. Chapter 109, Xin Feng, you're not bad either. 8th Order. It's a pity that this carrier is too weak and will only allow me to maintain my realm at the late 3rd rank. It's a pity that this trip has been in vain. Blood Slaughter muttered under his breath. That pair of red eyes stayed on the 2 Yang Hongs, while Xin Feng on the side was directly ignored by him. Then let him try. In the end, Zhao Ping was convinced, and immediately afterward, the 3 of them turned around and walked out of the cave. Surprisingly, they didn't directly strike to wipe out my consciousness? Is it because you want to use me as practice for those human geniuses? A flash of thought flashed across Blood Slaughter's face, and then he too raised his feet and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, Zhou Zhang and Lu Ying also arrived here at this time. Compared to what happened to the 2 Zhou Zhangs, Lu Ying's situation was much better. She also encountered the ambush of the religious people, and at the beginning, she broke out of the encirclement by virtue of her stance, and at the back, she even succeeded in killing a few people in return. At this time, the gazes of several people were also focused on Blood Slaughter, who came out of the cave. This is the blood race creature that the chief instructor was talking about. How come it looks similar to our human race? Sunan said with a curious face. This is just their incarnation, the blood race's essence is all a drop of blood. Zhou Zhang, who was at the side, opened his mouth to explain. As expected of a descendant of the Battle King family, he knows just how much. Sunan gave him a thumbs up. In response, Zhouan was wearing a bitter smile. Their Zhou family had produced a Battle King, but that was 100 years ago, and at that time, that Battle King had also died in battle on the extraterritorial battlefield. Alright, the few of you all cheer up, that guy is a bloodline pure blood creature, opportunities like this don't come around often. Zhao Ping opened his mouth and reminded. At the same time, the nearby guards brought the other students over. For a time, hundreds of gazes fell on Blood Slaughter at the same time. Heh, ignorant human. A cold smile appeared on Blood Slaughter's face when he saw this. Gazing around, his eyes eventually rested on the 3 Sunan people. Of the younger generation present, only these 3 had reached the late 2nd stage of cultivation. Of course, they were also not placed in his eyes. Even if these geniuses of the human race could cross the ranks, he could do the same. Ha! Hurry up and get started, after the fight this king has to go back to his seclusion and cultivation. Blood Slaughter yawned, with an appearance of not being able to raise his spirits. Who wants to fight against this blood creature? I sense a terrifying energy contained within his body. His cultivation has reached the 3rd rank at the very least, right? A 3rd order blood creature, only the 3 of us here, Sunan, can barely fight him. The crowd of students were talking, in their minds only the 3 Sunan could barely engage Blood Slaughter. However, in the very next instant, a figure quickly scurried out and appeared in front of Blood Slaughter like lightning. It's him, that genius from Jiangnan province. Wasn't it said that his cultivation level is only at the early 2nd stage? How can he be allowed to challenge the blood creatures? Is it possible that the battle prowess of blood creatures is lower than that of ferocious beasts of the same rank? After seeing that it was actually Xin Feng who was going to fight against Blood Slaughter, all of the faces of the crowd showed expressions of surprise. Early 2nd stage? Are you guys humiliating this king? Looking at Xin Feng in front of him, Blood Slaughter's face was filled with disdain. In response, Qin Feng did not have any expression on his face, and the power of the Red Lotus karmic flame was instantly activated as his body's qi and blood tumbled. Crimson flames surged out from Qin Feng's body, surrounding him. A terrifyingly high temperature emanated from the flames as they tumbled. Fire Dragon Binding. Qin Feng waved one hand, and in an instant, a blazing heat surged out from underneath Blood Slaughter's feet, followed by a fire dragon made of crimson flames converging out of the ground. The fire dragon swayed its body, winding towards Blood Slaughter's body. This flame is not ordinary? Right at this moment, a murmuring voice rang out from the side, and the one who opened his mouth was none other than Blood Slaughter. And the figure entangled by the fire dragon had already dissipated into a cloud of blood shadows. Interesting. After easily dodging the fire dragon's attack, a smile appeared on Blood Slaughter's face as he looked at Qin Feng on the opposite side. Then, he only saw him raise his hand and gently wave it. In the next instant, a handful of blood-colored blades coalesced in midair. Shoo! Shoo! Under his control, the blood-colored sharp blades tore through the air and sped towards where Qin Feng was. Boom! Facing the blood blade's attack, Qin Feng waved his hands, and between the rapid tumbling of crimson flames, a wall of fire quickly coalesced and blocked in front of him. Bang! Bang! The blood blades bombarded on top of the firewall, making a violent collision sound. Buzz! It was also at this moment that a red shadow suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes, and it was none other than Blood too. Only to see that at this time he clenched his hands into fists and violently smashed out a fist towards the front. In response, Qin Feng was not the least bit afraid and raised his hand to meet him with a punch. Boom! The two fists collided, emitting a violent tremor. With the two men's bodies as the center, an invisible airwave suddenly appeared, spreading out in all directions. The terrifying impact sent all the rubble scattered on the ground around them flying out. No, he's blocking this? The surrounding students were shocked. Whether it was the blood-colored blade just now, or this punch from Blood Massacre, most of them could not block it. At this moment, they also realized how ridiculous their previous thoughts were. The battle power of the blood race was not only stronger than the fierce beasts, it was even more than twice as strong. Sun An's three faces showed bitter colors, especially Lu Ying. After all, the first two had seen Qin Feng's terrifying battle power, only this was the first time she had seen it. Equally shocked were the two Yang Hongs. In fact, just now when Blood Slaughter unleashed the blood-colored sharp blades, both of them had already prepared to strike. However, they did not expect that his attack was easily parried by Qin Feng. On the field. Human, you're good. Looking at the black-haired teenager in front of him who easily blocked his punch, a flash of surprise rose in Blood Slaughter's heart. I didn't think that your human race could still have a teenage heavenly pride like you. You're not bad either. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly as a flash of excitement appeared on his face. He already had a deep understanding of the benefits of killing the creatures of the 10,000 races, and the Blood Slaughter in front of him had a higher cultivation level, a stronger combat power, and gained more evolution points. Ha! A mere second order awakened, how dare you judge this king? Blood Slaughter let out a light laugh, followed by an instantaneous change in his face. Originally, I thought that I was unlucky this time, being summoned over to run into two great masters, but I didn't expect that I would run into you, the human race's heavenly pride. If I can snuff you out in the cradle, it would be considered a great enemy for my 10,000 races to be resolved in advance. As the words fell, Blood Slaughter's figure shook. A blood-red energy that emitted a terrifying aura surged out from his body, and his aura rose greatly. Retreat for me! Blood Slaughter shouted, instantly exerting force between his taut body, wanting to send Qin Feng flying out. Overlord Fist! In response, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't back down, his entire body's muscles bulging as the power of the Demon King body was utilized to the extreme. Chapter 110 Sweaty Battle, Qin Feng who hasn't finished yet. Boom! As the two Qin Fengs began to erupt, two strong auras collided together. Rumble! Rumble! Air explosions continued to ring out, and at this moment, the air around them tumbled as if it was a tidal wave. Swish! Swish! In the next instant, the two of them took a step back at the same time as if they had agreed to do so, but immediately afterward, they collided together again. Boom! Boom! A violent collision sound rang out, and every time the two of them clashed, a violent tremor would be emitted. The strong impact spread around, tall trees and boulders several meters high were all affected and collapsed. Boy, is this Qin Feng still human? The physique is surprisingly so terrifying? And that Blood Slaughter, didn't they say that the fleshly bodies of the blood race aren't strong? The few people in Sun and completely froze in place. The two of them had caused such a commotion by fighting with their physique alone, and they dared not imagine to what extent their battle power would be enhanced if they were to use the power of their supernatural abilities. The blood race's physique isn't strong. It also depends on who one is comparing it to. Their so-called physique isn't strong, it's just compared to the other 9 races out of the 10 major races of the 10,000 races. If singled out, the blood race's physique is also comparable to our human race's special physique. Zhao Ping's serious voice reached the ears of several people. His words also caused the expressions on the faces of the 3 Sun Ans to become grave. It was only at this point that they realized what kind of group of monsters their forefathers, outside the domain, had faced. The races that did not specialize in physique alone could already be compared to special physiques, so one could imagine how terrifying the physiques of those races that did specialize in physique were. As the three most outstanding people in the South River province, they all had good family backgrounds, and they had shown excellent talent since they were young, and they had practically come to this point with a roar of bragging and cheering. But now the scene in front of them was telling them that there was an unbridgeable gap between themselves and the real geniuses. Qin Feng's own cultivation level was clearly only at the early second stage, lower than theirs, but his battle power was far beyond the three of them. Even if the three of them joined forces, they could not possibly be Qin Feng's opponent. On the field. As time passed, the battle between Qin Feng and Bloodslaughter became more and more intense. In terms of physique, Qin Feng, who possessed the Demon King body, grew more and more courageous as he began to gradually gain the upper hand. With a wide-open attack, his two fists were like two cannonballs that kept blasting out, forcing Bloodslaughter to keep retreating. What kind of physique are you in the end? At this moment, Bloodslaughter was getting more and more alarmed the more he fought. Looking at the entire 10,000 races, there were no more than 10 physiques that could suppress their blood race with pure physical strength. However, the Qin Feng in front of him had done so with a cultivation level even lower than his. It could be seen that at this moment, tiny cracks appeared on the surface of his body, and his flesh was on the verge of collapsing. Sure enough, this body is still too weak, it can't even be compared to my blood god body. Bloodslaughter's face changed slightly. He knew that he couldn't continue like this, or else by the time this body collapsed, his consciousness would have to revert back to his original body as well. Blood Shadow Walk. After the two sides collided once more, Bloodslaughter seized the opportunity and a blood-red mist surged out from his body, and then his body transformed into a blood shadow and retreated violently towards the back. Want to run? Qin Feng, who had sensed the other party's movements, immediately reacted. At this moment, he was incomparably excited, since awakening his supernormal abilities and evolving his physique into the Demon King body, he had never had as much fun as he did today. Before this, whether it was with Lin Xiaoqian's trio, or Li Yu and Wei Yan from Guanyuan province, he hadn't let go of his hands and went all out to fight. He was worried that once he broke out his full strength, he would kill the people outright. However, after running into Bloodslaughter today, he had experienced a good fight. How could he let Bloodslaughter go just like that when he couldn't get enough of it? Crack! Crackle! A thunderous roar rose up on the field, only to see a blue arc of electricity surging out from Qin Feng's body. Blue lightning lingered around his body, cheering as if his subjects were welcoming the arrival of their king. S-ranked Thunder System ability? Thunder and Fire, dual S-ranked psychic abilities? Zhao Ping at this moment suddenly widened his eyes filled with disbelief. Prior to this, he had only seen Qin Feng use his fire exotic ability. He turned his head to look at Yang Hong, who was on the side, and in his eyes was jealousy that he did not hide in the slightest. Yan Hong, who noticed the other party's gaze, also raised his head in triumph. Swish! On the field, under the stimulation of lightning, Qin Feng's entire body cells began to become active, his speed skyrocketing in an instant. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, chasing straight towards Bloodslaughter, but in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Bloodslaughter's body, followed by raising his right arm high and fiercely blasting out a punch. Overlord Fist! Boom! In an instant, the explosive wind of the blasted fist scattered the air with an explosive sound. The punch landed heavily on Bloodslaughter, and the immense force directly blasted him out. It's time to end it, Qin Feng muttered. At this moment, he surprisingly felt a bit sorry for himself. Opponents that could make him enjoy himself like this were rare. Human, I admit that your physical body is very strong. Even if we look at the entire 10,000 races, I'm afraid that those who are able to suppress you with their physique amongst the same rank is only the barbarian god race. However, you have to know that my blood clan specializes in more than just physical bodies. After the words fell, a terrifying evil power surged out from Bloodslaughter's body. Talented divine ability, Blood God's Wrath. A loud cry came out from his mouth, followed by a dense blood aura enveloping his body before spreading rapidly in all directions. The speed at which the blood aura spread was very fast, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's body was enveloped. And then in the next instant, Qin Feng's body trembled violently, directly stopping in place. At the same time, Yang Hong and Zhao Ping's two faces gradually became gloomy after seeing Qin Feng's body enveloped in red aura. The blood race's talent can manipulate blood, especially a direct lineage with a pure bloodline like Bloodslaughter. When he was still a war general, in a battle, he was surrounded by a war king leading 10 strong men of the same level as him, but in the end, it was with this talent that he managed to kill his opponent back. Zhao Ping muttered out of his mouth. It was important to know that whether it was an awakened or a strong member of the 10,000 races, as the cultivation level got higher, the gap between each level would become wider and wider, and it would become more difficult to cross the ranks. But Bloodslaughter was able to kill a battle king at the level of a battle general, which was enough to see the horror of his talent. Talent aptitude is even more than the power of supernormal ability. Only S-class supernormal ability can barely fight against it. As for Qin Feng, who also possessed dual S-rank psychic abilities and a special physique, Zhao Ping believed that if he was at the same level as Bloodslaughter, he would definitely be able to fight against him, or even suppress him. But now, one of them was at the early 2nd rank, and one was at the late 3rd rank. The difference in realms was too great. So at this moment, he felt that Qin Feng should be defeated. Yang Hong on the side at this time, his body's qi and blood rolled over, the power of his supernormal ability was calling out, and he was already ready to strike at any time. Boom! But in the very next instant, a ball of crimson flames appeared in the sight of the two. Chapter 111, Qin Feng, this blood clan's battle power is just average. It is? A flash of shock appeared on the faces of the two Yang Hongs. Only to see that in their line of sight, a crimson flame that was like a karmic fire from hell appeared. The crimson flame exuded a terrifyingly high temperature, directly engulfing the blood aura and melting it into a wisp of blood smoke. How is this possible? A look of disbelief appeared on Bloodslaughter's face. It was important to know that blood aura was his natural aptitude, and under normal circumstances, as long as the body was covered by a blood aura, then the blood in its body would be at his mercy to manipulate. In that situation, with just a thought, he could stop the flow of blood throughout his opponent's body, or even draw it out of his body. The power of qi and blood was the source of an awakened person's power, and even the power of supernormal abilities had to echo with qi and blood. If the qi and blood weren't strong enough, it would be difficult for even an S-rank supernormal ability to explode into too much combat power. And the power of qi and blood is closely related to the blood in the awakened person's body. Once the blood is controlled, the awakened person is also like that lamb, at the mercy of others. In addition to those whose cultivation far exceeded his, as well as those few existences with terrifying talent, Bloodslaughter's natural aptitude had never missed a beat. It's because of this flame. Bloodslaughter's gaze landed on top of the crimson flame, and a palpitating sensation emanated from the flame. The blood aura he released was directly incinerated by the flame the moment it stood around it. This scene in turn made Bloodslaughter think of the blood-colored sharp blades he had released earlier. Those sharp blades were similarly easily blocked by the crimson flames. This flame has a great restraint on my blood clan's abilities. A murmur escaped Bloodslaughter's lips, and a strong killing intent rose in his heart. This person must be gotten rid of, or else in the future, when he grows up, he will definitely be a great enemy of my blood clan. Put up a fight. If we can't kill him this time, it will be hard to encounter such an opportunity in the future. Saying that, a terrifying aura was released from Bloodslaughter's body. His body's blood aura rose greatly, as if it had transformed into a substantial sea of blood, filled with a bloody, brutal aura. Is this guy crazy? With such an outburst of power, his body will soon collapse. Yang Hong said with a grave expression on his face. He even wanted to directly make a move to suppress Bloodslaughter, but when his eyes landed on that handsome figure, he decided to observe for a while. Boom! The Bloodslaughter, whose blood chi had risen greatly, stomped on the ground with both of its feet, and during the violent force, the entire person exploded out like a cannonball. After his own natural aptitude was easily restrained by the other party, Blood too knew that it was difficult for those abilities of the blood race to cause substantial damage to Qin Feng. With no other choice, he could only choose to use his physical body to fight once again. Come! Seeing this, Qin Feng was also once again excited as the power of the Red Lotus karmic flame began to converge, eventually all of it disappearing into his body. With that, he raised his fist and charged up to meet Bloodslaughter. Boom! Boom! Violent explosive air sounds rang out once again as Qin Feng once again battled with him. The power of the Demon King's body itself was stronger than Bloodslaughter's current body, plus his current state of mind had become extremely unstable. Under these circumstances, Bloodslaughter began to lose ground, and cracks began to appear on various parts of his body, with red blood flowing out from there. Bloodslaughter's aura began to weaken. This won't hold up? This isn't as resistant to a beating as I thought, is it? A disappointed expression appeared on Qin Feng's face. Damn it! Seeing that he had been belittled, the expression on Bloodslaughter's face gradually became hideous. If it weren't for the fact that this body is too weak, I could crush you with a single finger. Bloodslaughter opened his mouth and shouted. In response, Qin Feng only opened his mouth indifferently. Come on then, come and crush me, punk. After the words fell, he raised his right arm high, then violently swung a fist forward. Overlord Fist. With a loud shocking sound, Bloodslaughter's body once again flew backwards. This time Qin Feng didn't give him another chance to catch his breath, his palm flipped and the black blade instantly appeared in his hand. In the next instant, blue arcs of electricity surged out from Qin Feng's body as he rushed towards Bloodslaughter like a lightning bolt, followed by a violent swing of the blade. Triple Thunder Blade! Crackle! Crackle! Berserk blue lightning converged on top of the black blade, exuding a terrifying might. Like a thunderclap, the black saber slashed at extreme speed, and explosive lightning saber-ons erupted out. It slashed down fiercely towards Bloodslaughter's body. Tear! In an instant, that already tattered body was directly torn apart by the lightning blade, and a hideous wound appeared. Rumble! Berserk blue lightning wreaked havoc on Bloodslaughter's body. Just wait, I will find you. In the end, after an unwilling hiss, Blood Slaughter's consciousness quickly dissipated. The original Lehigh's body also turned into a tattered corpse, with lightning flickering on the corpse and a charred odor emanating from it. One, surprisingly really won. Zhao Ping was stupefied, unable to believe the scene in front of him. An early stage of the second rank, defeating a late stage 3 blood slaughter. If this was placed in the past, whoever would dare to say this would probably think that person was crazy. But now he was witnessing this scene with his own eyes. Not bad, let's just say it's worthy of being my Yang Hong's student. Also at this moment, Yang Hong's voice came from his ears, and one could see that at this moment, he had a bashful face. It was as if what Qin Feng had just defeated was just an ordinary awakened. Not bad, your sister. Look at the entire Grand Xia. No, even within the entire human race, there's no more than a handful of people who can make it this far as Qin Feng, one counting. Zhao Ping roared furiously inwardly. This blood race, the battle power is just average, the physique is slightly stronger than the average awakened, it's that natural aptitude that's a bit weak. It might have something to do with his bloodline being impure, a true blood race shouldn't be that weak. Qin Feng muttered under his breath. Although Qin Feng didn't speak loudly, the two of them were grand masters. For a moment, the corners of the mouths of the two who heard this twitched. Impure bloodline? So weak? Although Qin Feng's words sounded a bit vanilla, they were at a loss as to how to refute them for a moment. Yang Hong and the two of them glanced at each other and eventually slowly adjusted their emotions and walked up to Qin Feng. He is just an ordinary clan member of the Blood Clan. Among the 10,000 clans, people stronger than him abound. You still need to work harder. In order to not let Qin Feng's heart grow arrogant, Yang Hong began to speak against his conscience. It's just as I thought, this blood slaughter really isn't strong. After hearing Yang Hong's words, Qin Feng nodded and quickly adjusted his state. Although Blood Slaughter's battle power wasn't outstanding, the words his innate aptitude still attracted him. One must know that he himself possessed a natural divine ability. I wonder if I can learn the 10,000 races' innate divine abilities. Qin Feng thought this in his heart. In the meantime, extraterrestrial space, within the Blood God Star. A red-haired youth sat cross-legged in a secret room. In the very next instant, the youth violently opened his eyes. Chapter 112. Only children make choices, I want them all. Put. Blood Slaughter, who had just opened his eyes, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his evil face filled with disbelief. I actually lost to a human whose cultivation is more than a great realm below mine. Blood Slaughter opened his mouth, his tone filled with shock. What in the world is that crimson flame? To think that even my natural aptitude was easily cracked by it. A crimson flame appeared in Blood Slaughter's mind, and a flash of scorn flashed through his blood-red eyes. Blood Slaughter. It was also at this moment that a majestic voice rang in his ears, followed by a tall figure appearing in Blood Slaughter's line of sight. The clan leader ordered you to travel to. The man opened his mouth and was about to say something, but he froze when his gaze fell on the smear of blood at the corner of Blood Slaughter's mouth. He knew that Blood Slaughter had just been summoned. Could it be that you've encountered a high-level awakened of the human race? The man said in a shocked tone. In response, Blood Slaughter just shook his head and didn't say anything more as he directly got up and left the place. Soon, Blood Slaughter's figure arrived in front of a large hall filled with blood mist. The Blood Ancestor Hall. A number of blood races' ancestors inhabited this great hall. Normally, unless there was the kind of thing that could shake the foundation of the Blood Clan, only then would these ancestors be alarmed. Blood Slaughter begs to see the old ancestors. Blood too cried out as he knelt on both knees. Rumble. Rumble. In the next instant, the blood mist rolled over and a terrifying aura emanated from within the hall, followed by the blood mist dispersing and a ladder paved with blood appearing. Seeing this, Blood Slaughter got up and walked up the ladder. Blood Slaughter, are you injured? No, you suffered a serious injury when you were summoned? Did you encounter a human supreme? A majestic voice resounded within the great hall. No, old ancestor, I am. Blood Slaughter then told the whole story of his encounter this time. When he finished speaking, a deathly silence fell over the great hall. Crimson flames, karmic fire from hell. That is the nemesis of my blood. Kill, this person must be strangled in the cradle before he grows up. A voice filled with killing intent echoed within the great hall. Blood shadow. Swish. After the words fell, a figure suddenly appeared beside Blood Slaughter. It was a figure whose entire body was wrapped in a blood-red mist, emitting a bloody aura. Blood Slaughter, step back, I will handle this matter. A majestic voice rang out. Yes, old ancestor. Blood Slaughter bowed slightly and turned around to exit the great hall. In the Blood Clan, the status of the old ancestor was above all else, and even if he was a Battle King powerhouse, he would not dare to disobey. And the infiltration work against the Blue Star human race was also led by these old ancestors, which was also the reason why he didn't go directly to the Patriarch. The Blood race's patriarchs were focused on the extraterrestrial battlefield. Jie. 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 Being able to defeat a late third stage blood slaughter at the early second stage, and also possessing the ability to restrain my blood clan's natural aptitude. This sun must be removed. Inside the Great Hall, Blood Shadow had also learned of what had just happened to Blood Slaughter. Alright, go contact the one from Great Xia and ask him to dispose of this person as soon as possible, and notify the Heavenly God sect to give them full assistance. A majestic voice rang out. Yes. Blood Shadow nodded respectfully. By the way, is there any news about that item? Not yet. Blood Shadow shook his head. Since 10 years ago, when that item appeared in the world, we have placed countless eyes within Blue Star, Great Qin, Great Ming, and Great Xia, the three countries, in order to search for this item, but up to now there is still no gain. Moreover, I just recently received news that those few kingdom lords of the human race seem to have sensed our movements. Ha! Human race, weak race, no need to care about them, keep searching. The existence of that kind of item is simply not something that the human race can grasp. Even if it is obtained by them, they will not be able to use it at all. It's possible to get in touch with those few beast race emperors in the Blue Star, their power can still be utilized. Yes. Blood Shadow bowed and exited inside the Great Hall. Dacha territory. Inside a small courtyard that was built in an ancient manner and filled with an ineffable mood. Assigning me a mission at this time, are you worried that I won't be exposed fast enough? Forget it, for the sake of the Blood Soul Jade, I'll help you guys out this once. 100 Beasts Mountain Range. After Qin Feng finished resolving blood slaughter, this special training ended here. Without a doubt Qin Feng was the first place winner. Sunan, Luing, and Zhou Zhang, as the three most outstanding people in South River Province, the three of them together weren't enough for him to fight alone. With that, the group began to return to the training camp. Inside the camp, a spacious training room. I'm also a fire attribute awakened and specialize in blade techniques. I have 2 A-rank fire attribute blade combat techniques here. 1 red flame frenzy blade and 1 circular shield blade slash. Think about it, which one do you want to learn? Zhao Ping stood with his hands behind his back and slowly spoke. With Qin Feng winning the first place in the special training, he was also going to honor his promise and teach Qin Feng a grade of fire attribute blade technique. A thought flashed across Qin Feng's face, then he spoke. May I ask Chief Instructor, what are the characteristics of these 2 battle techniques? Zhao Ping secretly nodded his head. There were some people who relied on their good cultivation talent and cultivated battle skills without the slightest consideration. As long as they were powerful, they would cultivate them. However, in the end, they realized that the battle skill was not suitable for them, because their blindness also wasted a lot of time for nothing. The Red Flame Berserker Blade is the main killing blade, similar to the Triple Thunder Blade that you have mastered. A 3rd order awakened person can even wield the blade towards the 4th order if they can master it to the perfection realm. Zhao Ping, who said this, paused for a moment. Fighting beyond the ranks did not seem to be attractive to Qin Feng. Even if this guy didn't cultivate any battle techniques, with that terrifying Thunder and Fire S-rank supernatural ability alone, as well as his special physique, he would be equally capable of fighting beyond the ranks. Cough. Zhao Ping coughed twice and continued to speak. The circular shield blade slash can attack and defend. It is a 2-way battle skill, and in terms of attack, you have already mastered the Triple Thunder Blade, so I would suggest that you pick this battle skill. The 3 of them, Sunan, who were on the side, were envious when they saw this scene. If they wanted to obtain a ranked battle techniques at the training camp, they had to obediently accumulate points to exchange them. But Qin Feng could not only learn them for free, he could also pick the ones that suited him. Facing Zhao Ping's suggestion, Qin Feng nodded and then slowly spoke. Chief Instructor, can you rehearse these 2 battle techniques live? I want to compare them properly. This kid, he has a lot of heart. When Yang Hong, who was on the side, heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He was very clear about how terrifying Qin Feng's cultivation talent was. As long as Zhao Ping practiced in front of him a few times, maybe both battle techniques could be mastered by him. Only children make choices. I'll take both the Red Flame Frenzy Blade and the Circular Shield Blade slash. Qin Feng said in his heart. Chapter 113, Truly Defeated by Qin Feng, Successful by Qin Feng. Inside the training room, Zhao Ping held a long metal sword in his hand, his body's qi and blood surged, and his eyes flashed with sharpness. Watch this. Qin Feng was focused, his eyes staring at Zhao Ping without blinking. The one who had the same action as him was also Zhou Zhang, who also possessed S-rank fire ability and used a weapon that was also a sword, so this battle technique was something he could learn as well. The next instant, only to see Zhao Ping's aura on the field change violently, crimson flames emitting a berserk aura surged out from his palm and attached itself to the long blade. Zhao Ping began to rehearse the Red Flame Frenzy Blade. Because it was a rehearsal, his movements were put very slowly, and his every move was watched by Qin Feng. Although Zhao Ping's movements were not fast, Qin Feng felt a terrifying might condensing from it, and every time he struck out his sword, it was exquisite to the extreme. Not only was there the extreme control of the fire attribute energy, there was also the relaxed blade technique. Boom! Boom! The red flame blade main whistled in all directions, displaying a notable power. As it continued to be rehearsed, the might emitted by the red flame blade mansion became even more terrifying, and with a single slash, it seemed as if it was going to tear apart space. Qin Feng stared intently at Zhao Ping's every move, and in the end, he even directly closed his eyes and began to rehearse on his own in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending the Grade A Fire Attribute battle skill, Red Inferno Mad Blade. It didn't take long for the system announcement to resound in Qin Feng's mind. Instantly, his eyes snapped open and a brilliant aura flashed from his eyes. It was at the same time that Zhao Ping's movements stopped, and the next thing he knew, he started practicing the circular shield blade slash again. Just like what he had just said, this battle skill was a combination of offense and defense, and between the quick swings of the long blade in his hand, it directly transformed into a circular shield to block in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host's independent realization. Not long after, this battle skill was also successfully learned by Qin Feng. How about it, have you figured out which battle skill to choose? After the drill was over, Zhao Ping stepped forward and spoke. I choose the Red Flame Berserker Blade. For the current Qin Feng, both battle skills had been comprehended, so it didn't matter which one he chose. Good. Although Qin Feng didn't follow his own advice and chose the circular shield blade slash, Zhao Ping didn't say anything more and directly handed him the battle seal of the Red Flame Mad Blade. Everyone had their own choices, not to mention that Qin Feng wasn't even his student yet, he wasn't qualified and wouldn't interfere with anything. This kid, I guess he's already learned it all. Yang Hong, who was on the side, couldn't help but give a dark voice in his heart. Are you guys sure you want to fight against Qin Feng? Zhao Ping looked at the three of them, Sunan, with a slight frown on his face. Just a moment ago, the three of them had offered to engage in a one-on-one duel with Qin Feng. There was no doubt that they had no chance of winning, but in the end, Zhao Ping chose to respect the opinions of several people. Immediately afterward, he mentioned this matter to Qin Feng, asking for his opinion. I have no opinion. At this, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. The challenge of Sun En's few people was a delivery of evolution points to him. The two sides then began to fight against each other. Under Qin Feng's deliberate control, he gave these people a little bit of face, and didn't directly eliminate them as soon as they came up. The first one to take the field was Sun En. This one knew deep down that he wasn't Qin Feng's opponent, so he exploded his full power right off the bat. He was worried that if he didn't explode now, he wouldn't even have the chance to do so later on. But even so, he was easily suppressed by Qin Feng and lasted less than a minute before falling out of the ring. Zhou Zhang was in a similar situation. His battle power was comparable to Sun En's Divine Soldier System abilities. And when Luing ascended the ring, Qin Feng instantly brightened up, his pitch-black eyes landing on the silver feather divine lance in her hand. Divine Soldier System abilities were even rarer than Thunder System abilities, and for a while Qin Feng was also interested. It was only after exchanging dozens of moves with Luing that he defeated him. It's over, Sun En and the three of them all lost to that genius from Jiangnan province. It seems that this time around, the national top scholar has nothing to do with our Southern River province. Look at what you're saying, even if there's no this person, there's still those people from Xia province, their battle power is also extremely strong, I just don't know if they can defeat this person. The crowd of students below the ring were talking, while at that moment, Qin Feng and Yang Hong had already boarded the Black Feather Fighter and headed to the next stop. The border of South River province, which was hundreds of kilometers away from the Hundred Beasts mountain range. Zhang Hao's figure appeared here. Blatantly disobeying my orders and abandoning the operation without authorization, Zhang Hao, are you looking for death? Ha! Looking at the message sent by his superior, Protector He, within the communicator, Zhang Hao opened his mouth and let out a cold laugh. Now he knew exactly who was behind the operation in the Hundred Beast mountain range. He Xiangdong, you old thing dared to count on me. A murderous intent flashed across Zhang Hao's eyes. In itself, he felt that the action against the Hundred Beasts mountain range was ridiculous, having a leader whose cultivation was only at the early stage of the 4th rank to perform a sacrificial ceremony against those students in the training camp. Who didn't know how much Grand Xia valued those talented students, with each training camp equipped with a Grand Master and 2 Patriarchs? Against such a lineup, even if a protector came, he wouldn't necessarily be of any use, let alone the fact that he was just a deacon with a cultivation level of only the 7th rank. At this moment, Zhang Hao was incredibly glad that he hadn't shown his face in the Hundred Beasts mountain range operation, or else he would be in a state of uncertainty right now. At this time, he had also reacted to the fact that this ridiculous operation was most likely prepared for him. Hide first, wait until your cultivation reaches the 8th rank, and directly go and slaughter that old fellow He Xiangdong. With this thought in his mind, Zhang Hao disappeared in a flash. Dongnam Province Training Camp. What's the matter, little girl, is that all you can do? Just like that, you still want to surpass Qin Feng? Ha, what a disappointment, a 16-year-old spiritual numinous master, nothing more than a false name, just a little girl with a bigger temper. All sorts of taunts emanated from Tang Yun's mouth, and as she spoke, waves of spiritual energy surged out from her body like a tidal wave, fiercely pressing down towards a figure in front of her. It could be seen that the one standing in front of her at this moment was none other than Lin Xiaoqian, only at this moment, she looked somewhat wretched. Her body was trembling, her clothes were covered in dust, and even her small, white face was stained with mud. Facing the oppression of Tang Yun's spiritual power, she didn't have any resistance at all, and would be crushed down if she wasn't careful. But even so, she was gritting her teeth and holding on, especially when she heard the name Qin Feng. Her body, which was close to its limit, would even give birth to a surge of strength once again. Interesting, it's really true that defeat is also Qin Feng, and success is also Qin Feng. Essence flickered in Tang Yan's eyes. She had sort of found a way on how to train this little girl. On the other side, Shi Kuan and Joey Yang were similarly undergoing special training. The similar scene was that they both had a belief in their hearts, which was to improve their strength and defeat Qin Feng. Chapter 114. How come all the little girls nowadays have such big tempers? 10 days later. Old Shui, we're leaving. We'll come back to your Dongshan province to hang out again sometime, haha. Yang Hong waved his hand at a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. Good, good. At this, Shui Fu responded with a leathery smile, but turning his head he cursed in a low voice. Martyr still come, this time all pitched me 10 a grade god condensing Dan, let you come again, I'm a dog. On the black feather fighter. Qin Feng turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window with a look of regret. Unfortunately, there's only one more stop. Within these 10 days, he and Yang Hong had traveled to a total of 5 training camps. He had gained a great deal of resources during this period. In terms of battle skills, he wasn't lacking for the time being, so the latter few training camps were replaced with other resources. He had obtained no less than 20 A-grade concentration pills alone, which could raise his mental power, and there were quite a few other resources as well. With regards to the God Condensing Dan, Qin Feng had only discovered later that he could directly use his innate divine ability Infinite Swallow to devour the energy within the God Condensing Dan, which would raise his spiritual power even more than if he took it directly. Within these 10 days, his qi and blood had once again increased, coming to 680, and his cultivation had successfully advanced to the middle of the second stage. On top of that, there was also significant progress in both spirit and battle techniques. Spirit had reached 300, reaching the late first stage. The 2 battle techniques that he had learned from Zhao Ping, the Red Flame Mad Blade and the Circular Shield Blade Slash, had both reached the grand completion realm as well. The other A-grade battle skills had basically reached the perfection realm. There was also the fact that he had also newly mastered an A-rank lightning attribute body combat skill called Thunder Flash. This battle skill was considered an advanced version of the Thunder Steps, and when fully activated, his body was like lightning, reaching up to 100 meters in an instant. At a preliminary estimate, Qin Feng felt that he should be able to reach the early 4th stage when he exploded with all his might, or even the mid-4th stage if he was fighting for his life. At this time, Yang Hong took out his cell phone again, edited a message and sent it to the training camp exchange group. Yang Hong, at Wang Shi, old Wang Ah, get ready to receive the driver. By the way, get that A-rank spiritual battle skill you treasured ready, ha. Soon several messages popped up consecutively in the exchange group, but compared to before, they were not as frequent anymore. There were several other training camps that Qin Feng and the others had yet to visit, and the chief instructors there were clamoring in the group to go to them. However, in training camps like Guanyuan Province and Manhwa Province, which had been challenged by Qin Feng, those chief instructors were all as if they had disappeared at this moment, and were all offline in the group. Yang Hong, who saw this scene, had a smug smile on his face. These old fellows, one by one, they're convinced now. The main hit was a dozen without a squeak. And these chief instructors have their own little minds, just like Zhang Chang back then. When there were other chief instructors from other training camps inquiring about the results, there were all sorts of reasons that kept coming up, either accidental injuries or Yang Hong being too mean and playing tricks and all sorts of things. Anyway, they just don't say how Qin Feng's real battle strength is. Not only that, they kept encouraging the other chief instructors to continue provoking. What each one of them thought was that the loss must be eaten by everyone together. Wang Shi, ha, Sha Yang, I did not think you really dare to come. Although one of the little ones in my camp has gone off to the wilderness to train alone, but a few others are enough to beat your Jiangnan province. Hurry up and come, old man, I'll be waiting for you. So chief instructor, now that you've gone to the wilderness to practice, that battle power must at the very least reach the late 3rd stage. I'm afraid that only old man Wang can teach such a demon. Yeah, I'm the strongest student, the battle power only reached the middle of the 3rd order, completely incomparable. Wilderness adventures. Yang Hong murmured out of his mouth, then he turned his head to look at Qin Feng. Just a day ago, Qin Feng had also mentioned to him about going to the wilderness for training, only to be rejected by him. The wilderness was incredibly dangerous, especially since Qin Feng had already appeared in multiple training camps, and there was a high chance that his information had been exposed to the group of lunatics from the Heavenly God sect. In such a situation, even if Qin Feng's battle prowess was strong, he wouldn't dare to let him go through the training alone. However, now that there were even students in Xia province who had already made this step, Yang Hong was also in a tangle at this time. With a complicated mood, the two of them quickly rushed to the Xia province training camp. Just like the other provinces, the training camp in Xia province was also built in the middle of the wilderness. Old Wang. Yang Hong led Qin Feng to jump out of the fighter and arrived at the center of the camp. Little Yang, you're here. Only to see an old man with a full head of white hair and a burly figure appear in front of the two. The old man looked hale and hearty despite his age, walking with a dragon stride, and his vigor did not lose to the young. This is your student, doesn't look good. Wang Shi turned his head and landed his gaze on Qin Feng. With his cultivation level, he naturally sensed Qin Feng's cultivation level of the middle second stage. Heh, it's not bad. Anyway, fighting all the way here, I haven't come across a few capable fighters yet. Facing the provocation, Yang Hong naturally wouldn't be soft and immediately disliked back. This temper of yours is really the same as back then. Let's go, I'll take you around first and show you a long way around. What's there to see here? Hurry up and call those talented students of yours over and prepare the battle techniques on the way. Although he said this on his lips, Yang Hong still followed Wang Shi around the campground. Qin Feng also followed the two of them and began to survey the surroundings. Soon, he discovered something unusual. Compared to other provinces, none of the students here paid much attention to his and Yang Hong's arrival. It was obvious that they were confident in themselves. At this time they are in the center of the camp, surrounded by several students practicing battle techniques and polishing their physiques. One of them, a young girl with a double ponytail, attracted Qin Feng's attention. The young girl was a water ability awakened, and at this moment, she was practicing her battle skills. Only to see that as the young girl moved, a strong water attribute energy surged out from her body. Wow! In an instant, a light blue stream of water sprang out from the ground, eventually coalescing into a water dragon several feet long. Aang! The water dragon tilted its head and let out a dragon's roar, and then as its body swam, it actually flew directly into mid-air. S-rank alien ability, a ranked consummate battle technique, early third stage cultivation. Qin Feng said in his heart. The strongest student cultivation he had encountered along the way to kill over was the late second stage, and the only one who had reached the third stage was the young girl in front of him. Worthy of the Xia province. He then prepared to turn his head and withdraw his gaze, but just then a chirpy voice rang out. Have you seen enough? After the words fell, only to see that water dragon in mid-air violently turning its shape and charging straight towards Qin Feng's location. Looking at the water dragon that was sprinting towards him in front of him, as well as the young girl with an angry face within his sight, Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. How come all the little girls nowadays have such a big temper? Chapter 115, sure enough, only oddballs can give birth to oddballs. This little girl really doesn't know the rules. The movement of the water dragon also caught Wang Shi's attention, and the expression on his face instantly became serious as he pretended to look angry. However, there was no intention to make a move to stop it. Old man! Yang Hong also cursed in his heart when he saw this, but his face revealed a smirk. After all, he is a young man, still not stable enough. After seeing that Yang Hong unexpectedly did not make a move to stop him, Wang Shi frowned. The young girl who had made a move was named Lan Xian, a student ranked in the top 3 in Xia province, with strong talent. Her cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 3rd rank, and her battle strength was even close to the 4th rank. The water dragon in mid-air was an A-ranked battle technique called the water dragon dance, and Lan Xian had already mastered it to its full realization. Even a late 3rd stage awakened would not dare to carry it hard. Wang Shi secretly mobilized his body's qi and blood and prepared for rescue. Although both he and Yang Hong were mocking each other and being sarcastic on the surface, if Qin Feng was really injured because of this, if it was spread out, wouldn't some people say that he, Wang Shi, had taught a very rude student? And at this moment, Qin Feng looked at the water dragon in mid-air, his body's qi and blood rolled over, and the red lotus karmic flame called out. Barrier of wood. But just then, a low voice rang out across the field. Boom! Qin Feng then only felt the ground under his feet begin to tremble violently, followed by a row of thick wooden pillars bursting out from the ground, forming a wooden wall blocking the water dragon. Boom! In the next instant, the water dragon slammed into the wooden wall, making a violent collision sound. Surnamed Ma, are you looking for death? Seeing that her water dragon was blocked by a wooden pillar, Lan Xian instantly turned her head and transferred her anger to a figure. It was a teenager with long black hair. Don't be angry, Xiao Xin, it's just that people come all the way to us to ask for advice, we can't be too rude, can we? Facing the young girl's anger, the teenager said with a gentle smile on his face. He then turned his head to look at Qin Feng, only to see that the row of thick wooden pillars had quickly landed below the ground. Hello classmate, my name is Ma Sun, her name is Lan Xian. Same as Li Yu. First courtesy, then military. Looking at the teenager with a gentle smile in front of him, Qin Feng felt that this scene was somewhat déjà vu. Qin Feng. The others had already declared themselves, so Qin Feng could only open his mouth and say his name. Hey, surname Qin, this time this guy mustn't blocked a blow for you, next time you won't be so lucky. Right at this moment, Lan Xian opened her mouth to provoke. You can try. Qin Feng looked towards the other party with a faint smile on his face. You. Qin Feng's couldn't care less attitude instantly angered her. A light blue energy immediately surged out from her body, about to launch another attack on Qin Feng. Xiao Xin, don't be angry, even if you want to make a move, you have to wait until you're on the ring. Seeing this, Ma Sen, who was on the side, quickly came to Lan Xian's front, wanting to stop her. Surname Ma, get the hell out of my lady's way, or I'll even beat you up. Little. Wow. Over here, Ma-sen was still about to say something else. A blue water dragon had already quickly surged out from the ground, turning into a water chain that wrapped towards him. In response, a green aura immediately surged out from Ma-sen's body, followed by a branch that surged out from the ground and collided with that water chain. Surnamed Ma, I've endured you for a long time, I have to beat you up today. Lan Xian's face was furious, then she directly launched a fierce attack on Ma-sen. Xiao Xian, don't be angry, I'm just. Ma-sen shouted Xiao Xian while fending off his opponent's attacks. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. This Ma-sen, could it be love brain? These two guys, again. Ma-sen is also, that little girl is flat, in the end what attracts him, every day around her, nothing always like to get up and get beaten. With his talent, if he can concentrate on his cultivation, his battle power might not be worse than that guy. Hey, one thing leads to another, besides, isn't the little girl the same, independently awakened S-class water system psychic ability, now only 17 years old has broken through to the third stage. The other students in the surrounding area, who seemed to have already seen this scene in front of them, got up and distanced themselves from Lan Xian and the two of them. Old Wang how did you teach two oddballs here? Yan Hong, who witnessed this scene, naturally would not let go of this opportunity and immediately spoke out in mockery. With a character like this, a mind like this, I'm afraid that when you go to the battlefield of the heavens in the future, you won't even know how you'll die. Alas, it seems that old Wan your teaching level is lagging behind. Why don't you send them to me? I guarantee that within a week, I'll give them a good cure. Oh, that teenager is Marshal Ma's youngest son, that young girl is Blue Ice's daughter. If you feel you can educate them well, you can just take them away. Wang Shi said in a light tone. Surprisingly, it's the offspring of those two oddballs. Sure enough, only oddballs can give birth to oddballs. After hearing the names Marshal Ma and Blue Ice, Yang Hong immediately changed his face and then spoke. These two people were with him in the first session, but that character, as well as the style of action, is difficult to say. However, their cultivation talent is the top. Two people are S-class special ability, early breakthrough to the King of War, and now it is perennial in the extraterritorial battlefield with all the races to kill. Forget it, for the sake of former classmates, I'll discipline you guys for you. Yang Hong muttered under his breath. Qin Feng, subdue them. Yang Hong directly turned his head and spoke. And Wang Shi, who was on the side, directly froze in place after hearing these words. No, Xiao Yang and the two of them have both reached the third stage of cultivation. Lan Xian is an independently awakened supernormal ability and also has a special water elemental body. Not to mention Ma-sen, his natural wood spirit body, when paired with his S-rank wood alien ability, his vitality is strong, not to mention his battle prowess is also extremely terrifying. You want Qin Feng to subdue both of them at the same time now? Wang Shi looked at Yang Hong with a strange look. I remember if you were given a slap on the head by the Black Demon Tiger last time, Is there any reward for beating them? Before Wang Shi could finish his words over here, Qin Feng's voice rang out. No, could brain problems be hereditary? Wang Shi was extremely speechless in his heart, then he looked at Qin Feng. Kid, did you not hear what I just said? Both of them can be third order awakened? Heard that. Qin Feng nodded. Hear that, then? Is there a battle skill reward? Seeing that Qin Feng was acting like a dilettante, only thinking about the rewards, Wang Shi immediately took a deep breath. He had already decided that he would later transfer a psychiatrist from within the military region to give this pair of teacher and student a good treatment. As for now, there's a reward, as long as you can defeat both of them at the same time. Ranked battle techniques are at your disposal. Chapter 116, Once Xiao Xian fell, Xiao Ma went ballistic. Water wolf devouring. Accompanied by a chirping sound, only a raging mass of blue water flowed out from the ground. Wow! Wow! As the water tumbled, it transformed into several fierce-faced water wolves tearing towards Ma-sen's location. Xiao Xian, stop, I just don't want you to lose your manners in front of outsiders. Ma-sen opened his mouth to say something while summoning a branch to fend off the water wolf's attack. Surname Ma, I don't care, either get out of my way or let me beat you up. Lan Xian attacked without stopping, raising her hand. It was a dozen water wolves that quickly coalesced, forming an encircling momentum to surround Ma-sen. In response, the expression on Ma-sen's face also became serious. Both of their cultivation levels were at the early third stage, and with Lan Xian's violent temper, wouldn't it be a loss of face if he really caught the opportunity to violently beat himself up? Thorn twine. A green aura flickered on Ma-sen's body, and a strong aura of life emanated from him. Poof! Poof! In the next instant, only a thorn full of barbed thorns sprang out from the ground, as if it was a flexible long snake, rushing towards those water wolves. Crackling! Crackle! It was also at this moment that a roar of thunder and lightning rang out violently, and immediately afterward, he only saw a blue figure that looked like lightning galloping in, instantly appearing in front of Ma-sen. The blue shadow was none other than Qin Feng, only to see that his entire body was surrounded by blue lightning at that moment, with ear-piercing sounds of electric arcs jumping emanating from his body. Classmate, you! Ma-sen's face changed violently. He didn't think that Qin Feng in this state was here to make small talk with him. Without the slightest hesitation, under his control, several thorns swayed their bodies like a long whip and viciously lashed towards Qin Feng's body. On the other side, Lan Xian's face was immediately delighted when she saw that Qin Feng's figure had unexpectedly appeared in the middle of the two of them, and then she maneuvered the water wolf to tear towards him. The two people who were originally still at loggerheads turned their spearheads towards Qin Feng at this moment. However, Qin Feng was not the least bit afraid of this, and his eyes were like moments, flashing a blue lightning bolt. Thunder flash. The next instant. Rip it. Qin Feng's figure instantly transformed into a bolt of blue lightning and disappeared into thin air. Where did it go? Lan Xian's eyebrows frowned lightly as her gaze looked around, trying to find traces of Qin Feng. Xiao Xian, be careful. But right at this moment, Ma Sen suddenly shouted out. Zip! Zip! Right after his words fell, Lan Xian only felt a surge of electricity coming from behind her. Water blade slash. Without the slightest hesitation, Lan Xian reacted at the first opportunity. Only to see her raise her right arm and violently swing it backward, and in an instant, a water current chopping strike erupted from her right arm. However, in the very next instant, Lan Xian's expression was stunned and her body froze directly in place. Crackle! Crackle! Only a blue arc of electricity was seen surging across the surface of her body, and Lan Xian only felt a strong sense of paralysis rise throughout her body. Water-guided lightning. Qin Feng had only released a portion of the power of the chaotic divine lightning onto her, but he hadn't expected it to produce an unexpected effect. Lan Xian, who possessed the body of a water spirit, had a physique that was different from normal people. Her physique had the characteristics of water. The tension of water, its fluidity, all of these were originally her strengths, but now they had also become her weaknesses. The terrifying destructive power of the chaotic divine lightning became even stronger after being spread by the water. Successfully solved 1. A soft murmur escaped Qin Feng's mouth, and then he kicked Lan Xian and sent her flying a dozen meters away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining evolution points. Soon after, the system broadcast sounded. Xiao Xian. Rumble. However, right at this moment, the ground shook violently, followed by a thick branch that sprang out from the ground. The thick branch was like a scaly dragon with teeth and claws as it circled its body and swept towards Qin Feng. Facing the attack of the thick branch, Qin Feng was not afraid in the slightest. His right hand flipped and the black blade instantly appeared in his hand. Immediately, he only saw his feet stomping on the ground and rushed up to face the thick branch head-on. Giggling. Giggle. Rip it. Immediately after, a lightning bolt flashed by, and then only saw the thick branch immediately turn into several pieces and fall to the ground. Your student's strength isn't bad, to be able to burst out with such battle power at the middle of the second stage. Even amongst a group of students with S-rank psychic abilities, it's still considered to be amongst the best. Wang Shi said in a flat tone. Even after seeing Lan Xian eliminated with his own eyes, the expression on his face did not change much. This little girl, her battle prowess is average. However, Yan Hong wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity, and immediately spoke out in mockery. Water system powers are already restrained by the lightning system, plus that little girl is arrogant and gullible. It's not unexpected to have such a result. Wang Shi's face remained bland, but then he spoke with a twist of words. You are well aware of the power of the water spirit body. If this little girl can get serious, even if the thunder system restrains the water system, she won't just lose so easily. Yan Hong, who heard this, disdainfully skimmed his mouth. You'd better wait until she's on the extraterritorial battlefield and gets killed by the 10,000 races before saying this. You brat. Hearing this, Wang Shi smiled helplessly. In fact, he was also well aware of Lan Xian's weaknesses, just that he hadn't found the right opportunity to make her learn a lesson. Although Lan Xian is easy to deal with, if that kid Ma Sen gets serious, his battle power is terrifying. You'd better prepare healing potions for your student. Wang Shi slowly spoke. Heh, you can also call the psychiatrist to come over. The two men went toe-to-toe, neither one convincing the other. Even though Qin Feng had erupted with astonishing battle power, eliminating Lan Xian from the tournament with lightning speed. But the remaining Ma Sen wasn't that easy to deal with. There was a saying that was circulating in their area. When Xiao Xian collapses, Xiao Ma goes berserk. Since Xiao Xian is out, I no longer have the heart to argue right and wrong. The only thing left is a battle. Ma Sen said in a serious manner. Do you think this is a movie, pony boy? Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Rumble. Rumble. It was also at this moment that the ground began to tremble violently. Only to see terrifying what attribute energy surging out from his body, and in an instant, those branches that had been chopped into several pieces by Qin Feng were covered by a dense green aura. Immediately afterward, these branches began to grow crazily, and after just a few seconds, they grew into a thick branch that was several zhang long. The branch was like a dancing dragon, attacking towards Qin Feng with teeth and claws. Such a big battle, looks like the pony is really angry this time. Every time as long as something happens to that little girl, the pony is bound to explode, and last time, if that guy hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid that only the instructors would have been able to suppress him. This Jiangnan province's heavenly talent can eliminate the little girl, showing that his strength is not weak. What? It wasn't because that little girl was too careless. A crowd of students were talking, and at this moment, they all stopped their cultivation and focused their attention on the battle between the two. Chapter 117, Sheen Foam, so able to pretend. The wood spirit body is worthy of being a special elemental body, and with the addition of the physique, the power of its abilities far exceeds that of ordinary S-class abilities. Looking around at one of the thick branches that surrounded him, Sheen Foam said in his heart. At this moment, Ma Sen's battle power that had erupted was already comparable to that of a fourth order awakened. However, Sheen Feng did not have the slightest fear of this, on the contrary, he became more and more excited. For him, the stronger his opponent was, the more evolution points he would get. Crackle! Crackle! Terrifying lightning power erupted from his body with the black blade in hand, and violent blue arcs of electricity spread towards the surroundings as if it was a tidal wave. Immediately after, Sheen Feng's body flashed like a thunderbolt as he sped towards Ma Sen's location. Phew! Shoo! Accompanying Sheen Feng's movements, those thick branches instantly ripped up and chased towards his figure. Bang! 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 The thick branches kept launching violent impacts on Sheen Feng, but they were all dodged by him relying on his terrifying reflexes. Noticing this scene, Ma Sen's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the next instant, he raised his hand and let out a low drink from his mouth. Binding of wood, wooden prison. Rumble! Rumble! In the next instant, the ground began to tremble violently, and then only 4 rows of thick wooden pillars quickly sprang out from the ground, forming 4 tall wooden walls. Sheen Feng's figure was trapped within these tall wooden walls. Rumble! Immediately under Ma Sen's control, the 4 tall wooden walls began to rapidly close in, quickly forming a prison cell. Thorn Strangle! After the wooden prison was formed, Ma Sen once again closed his hands, and instantly, strong wood attribute energy once again surged out from his body. Within the wooden prison, a thick thorn broke out of the ground as if it was a long snake, rolling its body towards Sheen Feng's body to wrap around. Thunder Swamp! In response, Sheen Feng didn't sit back and wait for death. Between the flashes of thunder on his body, he slapped his palm on the ground beneath his feet. The next instant, with his body as the center, the ground within tens of meters around him was covered by a flash of blue light. Snap! 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 Immediately afterward, a blue thunderbolt sprang out from the ground and fiercely bombarded on top of those wooden thorns around. And with a flash, Sheen Feng arrived in front of a wooden wall with a black sword in his hand. Triple Thunder Blade! Rip! The black blade in his hand was entwined with lightning, emitting a terrifying might, and then he swung it out. Z! Z! Between the lightning surges, a lightning blade burst out from above the black blade, tearing through the air as if it were a heavy blast on top of the wooden wall. Boom! There was a loud bang, and instantly, a huge crack appeared on top of the wooden wall. However, in the very next moment, Sheen Feng's pupils shrunk violently, only to see that in his line of sight, the shattered wooden wall was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wood attribute ability already possessed a terrifying self-healing ability, plus Ma Sen also possessed the body of wood spirit, and the two combined with each other. The wood attribute battle techniques he unleashed were much stronger than the average person. Interesting. The corner of Sheen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly, then like swift thunder, he swung out a blade again, the exploding lightning blade instantly tearing the gap in the wooden wall. He then broke out with a flash of his figure. Seeing that Sheen Feng was able to break through his wooden prison, a flash of surprise appeared on Ma Sen's face, realizing that not long ago, he had used this wooden prison to directly trap a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. Surprisingly, it didn't trap him. A flash of shock also appeared on Wang Shi's face as he stared wide-eyed at the figure whose entire body was wrapped in lightning. Little Yang, this student of yours isn't bad. Being able to develop his supernormal ability to this extent, his future achievements will never be low. This student of yours is also not bad. The wood system that favors assisting was turned into a strong attack system by him. Interesting. Looking at that one thick branch on the field, Yang Hong's eyes flashed with an exquisite aura. He wasn't worried that Sheen Feng would lose to his opponent, it was just that this Ma Sen's battle prowess really wasn't weak. Even if he were to replace Lin Xiaoshan and the 3 of them and fight him at the same level, they would still lose more than win. As for Sheen Feng, the pack won. Bang! Bang! A sound of exploding air rang out, only to see a basketball-sized thunderball coalesce from Sheen Feng's fingertips. And then like a cannonball, it blasted towards Ma Sen, who was standing on a thick branch in front of him. The thunderball broke through the air and drew a curve in the air. Ma Koan raised his hand and waved, and instantly, several thick branches rippled up and began to frantically scramble up, crossing in front of him. Boom! Boom! A thunderball crashed into it, emitting a violent vibrating sound. Just then, Ma Sen, who had noticed something, turned his head violently, and a pair of pitch-black eyes flashing with blue arcs of electricity was reflected within his pupils. It could be seen that at this moment, Sheen Feng was already less than 10 meters away from him, and he could even feel the raging power of lightning on the other party. However, Ma Sen did not care about this. It is just a thought. The thick branches under his feet dragged his body rapidly to the rear withdrew. Classmate, if this is the only level you have, then I think the battle should be over. After once again distancing himself from Qin Feng, Ma Sen spoke with a faint smile on his face. So able to pretend. Qin Feng, who heard this, laughed. At this moment, he noticed that the little girl on the side was glaring at him angrily. Although Lan Xian wanted to step in and join the fray and beat up Qin Feng violently, she also knew that she had already been eliminated from the game. Just now, when her whole body was paralyzed and she lost her mobility, if Qin Feng was a true mortal enemy, then she would have died by now. Surname Ma, for the sake of you helping me beat him up, I'll forgive you. Lan Xian murmured in a small voice from her mouth. It's true, love makes you look like a different person. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, then looked up at Ma Sen, who was tens of meters away. The same words to you. In the next instant, the blue arcs of electricity that surrounded his body scattered in all directions in a flash. N. Is this preparing to admit defeat? Little young, your students have to recognize reality better than you do. But there's no shame in losing to Ma Senior. Wang Shi spoke with a smile on his face. With this look, it was as if Qin Feng losing at the hands of his student was much of an honor. Old Wang, you're afraid that you're not blinded by old eyes. Admit defeat? You feel that I, Yang Hong, can teach such a student? Then what is he? Yang Hong's rhetorical question froze him. However, in the very next moment, his eyes widened violently and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Only to see that in his line of sight, the original Qin Feng's body had been enveloped by a crimson flame. The crimson flame emanated extreme heat, and even hundreds of meters apart, he could clearly feel the temperature rising rapidly around him. Thunder and Fire SS ranked supernatural ability. Wang Shi's eyes widened with some disbelief. Little Yang, you've picked up a treasure. An exclamation of surprise came out from his mouth. Fire Dragon Binding. A low drink came out from Qin Feng's mouth, followed by the next instant, a several feet long fire dragon sprang out from the ground, winding straight towards Ma Sen's body. Chapter 118, What Yi Tianmian, come is also the same on the ground friction. No, what that person used just now wasn't a lightning system ability, how come it's now a fire system? And looking at the power of this ability, the level is not low. A dual psychic ability genius. The crowd of students looked at Qin Feng, whose entire body was shrouded in crimson flames, all of their faces showing shock. Although dual psychic abilities were rare, they were not unheard of, it was just that most dual psychic ability possessors did not have a high psychic ability level. Some who were lucky might have one of their powers at a higher level, and if they were unlucky, they might have both powers at a very low level. And an awakened person like Qin Feng, whose two alien ability grades were both S-class, was unprecedented. On the field. In the face of the fire dragon that suddenly emerged from the ground, a flash of surprise flashed across Ma Sen's face while he reacted at the first opportunity. Only seeing him waving one hand, several thick branches quickly surged and surrounded his figure. Boom! In the next instant, the fire dragon and the thick branch crashed into each other, sending out a violent tremor. Fire overpowered wood, not to mention that the red lotus karmic flame was not an ordinary flame. The moment the fire dragon touched the thick branch, a wisp of crimson flame covered the branch. Ka-bar! Ka-bar! The thick branches began to break apart from the center under the scorching of the crimson flames. Noticing this scene, Ma Sen's face instantly changed, and without hesitation, he first mobilized the power of the supernatural energy in his body and surged towards the thick branch. Only to see a dense green aura gushing out from his body. With the supplementation of the power of the supernatural energy, the broken and thick branches recovered again, and even began to grow further and more wildly. It seemed to be trying to disperse the crimson flames. Red Flame Mad Blade. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng's figure arrived, only to see him holding a black blade, his figure leaping up high, and then he violently swung out a blade towards the bottom. Instantly, crimson flames converged on top of the black blade in his hand as if it was a tidal wave. Boom! A flame blade on that was several feet long burst out. The saber on emitted a terrifying might, and wherever it passed, the air emitted a burst of sound. In the next instant, the blade aura fiercely bombarded the thick branch, and the moment they came into contact, the latter disintegrated as if the earth was crumbling. Ka-bar! Ka-bar! Countless branches and trunks were torn apart by the blade, turning into pieces of crimson wood shavings that splattered towards the surroundings. Some of them even turned into a piece of flying ash under the burning flames before they even landed on the ground. Even though at this moment, Ma Sen was frantically urging the power of the supernatural energy in his body to speed up the recovery speed of the thick branches, he was still unable to withstand the ravages of the crimson blade-ons. In the end, all the branches and trunks in front of him were disintegrated, and the blade-on ruthlessly split on top of his body. Only at this moment did a layer of green light shield appear on the surface of Ma Sen's body. The blade ruthlessly bombarded on top of the light shield, and the huge impact made his body unable to stop flying backwards. It wasn't until a dozen meters later that he slowly stabilized his body. I lost. Ma Sen's face was filled with despondency. He hadn't thought that in Disya, apart from that person, there was still someone who could, with a lower cultivation level than him, defeat him. The green light shield that surrounded his body began to rapidly close up at this time, and eventually transformed into a ring on his hand. Boy, a defense weapon, and it's not even disposable. A flash of envy flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining evolution points. With the system announcing sound resounding in his head, the battle was divided here. Did I read it right? Mason lost? Seeing wrong is gross. You didn't see that the green mango ring on his hand was automatically triggered. That's only triggered when he's in mortal danger. Last time when he fought against Yi Tianmian, this also happened. Could this person's battle power be able to fight that pervert Yi Tianmian? A crowd of students murmured. Wang Shi's eyes were similarly filled with shock. This son's talent is not inferior to Yi Tianmian. Cut. What ye heavenly fate, it's the same as rubbing it on the ground when it comes. Yang Hong bristled with disdain. He felt that Wang Shi's words were simply to gain face for himself. Hurry up, old Wang, take out that spiritual battle skill. Of course, if you feel unconvinced, it's fine if you call a few more people to go and have a go at Qin Feng. Wang Shi, who heard this, couldn't help but give him a blank look. Yi Tianmian was also the student within his camp who had gone to the wilderness alone to practice. In his absence, Ma San and Lan Xian were the students with the strongest combat power here. Both of them were no match for Qin Feng, so anyone else going up would just be looking for a fight. Good. Wang Shi nodded helplessly. It was not until then that he realized why this fellow Yang Hong had dared to talk like that within the exchange group earlier. He had encountered an absolute genius. And those Zhang Chang guys, I said why they haven't been popping up in the group lately, but now it seems that it's because they've all been swept away by you there. Feeling unhappy in their hearts, they have to let the others also learn a bit. Wang Shi shook his head with a bitter smile. You boys, after so many years, this heart is still so small. Hey, this is not what kind of teacher, teach what kind of students. In response, Yang Hong, who heard this, was smiling slightly. Wang Shi had once served as an instructor in the military, and Yang Hong, Zhang Chang, and the others had all spent time under his hand, and were considered half-students. You kid, the green is better than the blue. Wang Shi laughed. Well, isn't this student of yours a dual-system lightning and fire psychic ability? Why does he need a spiritual battle technique? Wang Shi suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Hearing this, Yang Hong was slightly stunned, and then a flash of hesitation flashed across his face. He couldn't say that this student of his was still a spiritual numinous master, could he? He had only learned about Qin Feng being a spiritual numinous master 2 days ago. At that time, Qin Feng wanted to exchange his resources for a god-condensing pill, and when he disagreed, he had no choice but to do so the latter told him about the fact that he was already a spiritual numinous master. At that time, he also felt extremely shocked in his heart. Thunder and Fire Dual S-ranked supernormal abilities, a top-notch special physique, and now a spiritual nihilist. He no longer dared to imagine how terrifying Qin Feng would be when he grew up in the future. He knew that a true hexagonal warrior was going to come out of Great Xia. When Qin Feng grew up completely, he alone could even change the pattern of the world today. Looking at Wang Shi in front of him, in the end, he still didn't reveal the fact that Qin Feng was a spiritual numinous master. We have a little girl there who asked for it for her. Okay. In response, Wang Shi did not think much about it and directly handed over the A-ranked spiritual battle skill called Transformation Divine Soldier. After receiving the battle seal, the two Yang Hongs did not stay too long and directly left the place in the Black Feather Fighter. By now, this exchange battle, which was initiated by Yang Hong, was completely over. Heaven's mandate, your opponent has appeared. Chapter 119 Jiangchang Wilderness Base. On the Black Feather Fighter. Do you really want to do this? Yang Hong looked at the teenager in front of him with a complicated face, only to see that under his gaze, the teenager nodded heavily. Well, I've thought about it, Chief Instructor. With my current strength, there's no point in continuing to stay in the training camp, only going to the wilderness for training will allow me to progress faster. Qin Feng said with a straight face. Alright. With things having come to this, Yang Hong knew that there was no point in saying anything else. Even if he was the chief instructor, he could not intervene in every student's freedom. I've left the training camp for a while, so I can't be accompanying you in the next wilderness training. Good, don't worry, Chief Instructor, I will definitely protect my own safety. Qin Feng spoke. In itself, he was going to go to the wilderness to experience the wilderness, also intending to go alone, if he always had Yang Hong, an 8th Order Grandmaster, following him. Although there was a great sense of security, the meaning of the training would be lost. What's more, Qin Feng himself had some secrets that could not be exposed in front of outsiders. So going to the wilderness alone to train was the best choice for him right now. Hundreds of kilometers away from the campsite, there is a wilderness base outside of River City. You can use that as a starting point and slowly go deeper towards the wilderness. Yang Hong opened an electronic screen on his fighter, and at that moment, an electronic map was being displayed on it. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the place where Yang Hong's finger was pointing, then he nodded. Half an hour later, a handsome figure appeared at the gates of Jiangchang, and it was none other than Qin Feng. In order not to attract attention, Yang Hong dropped him off nearby and then directly left in the black feather fighter. In Daxia, the identity information of an awakened person, as long as it was entered into the system, was traceable throughout the country. So in Jiangchang, Xin Feng was also able to freely enter and exit with his identity information. After leaving the city, based on the memories in his mind, Xin Feng saw a direction and moved to rush over. Meanwhile, on the black feather fighter, Yang Hong picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello? A neutral male voice came from the other end of the line. Huang Kai, this is Yang Hong. Grandmaster Yang, how come it's you? The person on the opposite side instantly came to life after hearing the name Yang Hong, and his tone became excited. I have a student who may be rushing to the wilderness base where you are, if it's convenient. Convenient. Just make sure he doesn't get some unfair treatment, nothing else needs to interfere. Yes. The conversation between the two ended quickly, and then Yang Hong did not hesitate any longer and rushed towards the campground in his black feather fighter. He had brought Qin Feng outside for almost half a month, and at this time, he was looking forward to the changes in Lin Xiaoqian and the others. I hope you guys can give me some surprises, or maybe don't leave Qin Feng behind too much, he said secretly in his heart. A wilderness base outside of River City. Inside a building at the center of the base, Huang Kai on the top floor of the building hung up the phone with an unexpected look on his face. Some time ago, I heard that Senior Yang he's been appointed as the chief instructor of some elite training camp. If that's the case, then this student coming now should be a genius within the training camp. But Elder Yang is also, since he wants me to help look after him, why doesn't he give out his name? Frowning tightly, Huang Kai murmured under his breath. But since it's entrusted by Senior Yang, we still have to do it with all our heart. With this thought in his heart, he immediately lifted his foot and walked out to leave the building. Base entrance. Xin Feng's figure arrived here. Compared to the wilderness base in Linhai City, this base was built in a much more grandiose manner and covered a much larger area. The guards at the entrance of the base alone had cultivations that reached the early third stage. Qin Feng did not feel any surprise at this. Jiangchang, as the capital of Jiangnan province, was also facing pressure from ferocious beasts that far exceeded that of a small city like Linhai City. Qin Feng, who had arrived here, silently lined up to enter the base. The awakened here, each and every one of them exuded a murderous aura, and between the people coming and going, the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. And most of the people here have their weapons in their hands, ready to strike at any time. After walking into the base, what met his eyes was a bustling street. On both sides of the street, there were all kinds of vendors, constantly selling. 4th rank fire attribute beast crystal can be set on top of a weapon to add fire attribute to it at a favorable price of only 300,000 Daxia coins. Everyone take a look, I have pure 4th rank ferocious beast essence blood here, don't 998, just 888. Little brother, is this your first time coming to our wilderness base in Zhongcheng? Just as Qin Feng was surveying the surroundings to see if there was anything he could use, a voice rang in his ears, followed by a thin figure arriving in front of him. Qin Feng looked up and saw that it was an old man with a thin figure and a face covered with grooves. Humph. Qin Feng nodded faintly. Looking at the old man in front of him, a touch of vigilance rose in Qin Feng's heart. This scene reminded him of Chen Lin, whom he had encountered in the wilderness base of Linhai City earlier. Little brother, since this is your first time here, you might not be too familiar with this place. I can be your guide and give you a detailed introduction to the forces within this base as well as the various facilities. Oh, is there a fee? Qin Feng said in a light tone. And the old man who heard this was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Qin Feng to be so direct. But then he waved his hand and said, we're all old and have nothing to do at home, so we come here to pass the time. If little brother is happy and is willing to pay us something, of course it's better, if not, it's not forced. Well, Qin Feng said in his heart, then shook his head. I won't trouble you, old man, I'll just wander around here alone. It wasn't the first time he came to the wilderness base, so naturally Qin Feng didn't need to be introduced. What's more, he wouldn't be staying here for long. He planned to make a casual turn here before heading straight to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. Alright, then I won't bother little brother. Facing Qin Feng's refusal, the old man did not say anything more and turned around to leave the place. How is it that young people nowadays don't know how to respect the old and love the young at all? The world is really going downhill. Come on, oldly, come be my guide and I'll give you 10,000 Daxia coins. Also at this moment, a mocking sound came from the surroundings, followed by a few big men with sharp weapons coming out from the crowd and arriving in front of Qin Feng. Little brother, hurry up and leave, these guys are not to be messed with. The old man reminded Qin Feng in a low voice, and then immediately turned around and revealed a pleasing smile to the several big men. A few adults, I was wrong, this little brother is not here for the first time, let's change to the next target while we're at it. Saying that, the hand he had behind his back, he even waved it at Qin Feng, signaling him to leave as soon as possible. Chapter 120 Wilderness Base, 4 Great Fifth Order Awakened Ones. This world, it's really a world of. It's really true that everywhere you go, you can come across such a deal. Looking at the several ferocious hulks in front of him, Qin Feng's face revealed a touch of helplessness. From the moment the old man appeared, he had detected a hint of abnormality. Perhaps this old man didn't have a bad heart and was just coerced by these big men, but it didn't matter to Chin Fong. Old man, get the hell off to the side, you found this one target after most of the day, and you still can't bear to do it. You're really not good enough to accomplish anything, but you're not good enough to lose anything. A big man with a hideous scar on his face directly stepped forward and pulled the old man aside, and then looked at Chin Fong with a ferocious look. Kid, I'm not going to talk too much nonsense with you. 100,000 dasha coins for one person, let you go. Chin Fong looked up at the big man in front of him, a coldness flashing through his eyes. Apart from the old man, there were a total of 5 people on the opposite side of the room, each of them holding sharp weapons and exuding a ferocious aura. Opening your mouths is 500,000 dasha coins, you guys have a big appetite. Chin Fong had a cold smile on his face. Kid, if you don't pay, you don't want to leave here safely today. Does anyone care about killing people here? Facing the big man's threat, Chin Fong didn't care and turned his head to the old man who had been peeled aside and asked. The old man who heard this was slightly stunned, then said with a worried expression. Little brother, in the base although there is a rule that you can't kill people, said the old man here paused for a moment, and then spoke as if he was reminding. But if it's just some small conflicts, the management of the base won't pay any attention to it. Oh. Meaning as long as no one gets killed, right? Aha. The old man nodded with a feigned understanding. It seems that a few of you are quite lucky. Chin Fong turned his head and refocused his gaze on the few big men in front of him. When the man closest to Chin Fong heard this, his face flashed ferociously, and then he stopped talking nonsense, gripping the machete in his hand. He was ready to make a direct move. Swish! However, at this moment, there was someone who moved faster than him. This person only felt a black shadow flashing in front of him, and immediately afterward, he felt a shocking pain coming from his chest. And then his figure flew backwards directly. How dare you make a move? The remaining few people looked at their companions who flew out backwards, and for a moment they actually froze directly. In this base, they are accustomed to being a bully. Like today, I do not know how many times this kind of hook has been done, but there has never been in front of the eyes of this teenager so rigid. Kid, you are looking for death. The rest of the few people immediately showed vicious colors, and Chin Feng's actions had completely enraged them. Boom! Boom! Chi and blood erupted within the bodies of several people as they raised the sharp weapons in their hands to unleash a fierce attack on Chin Fong. Several of you, alas, little brother, be careful. The old man on the side saw this scene at this moment, and his figure retreated backward while opening his mouth to remind him. This young man is going to have bad luck. Truly, the young man is still too exuberant. Isn't it just dasha coins? Take it out to break the bank and things won't have developed to this point. All around, whether it's those who set up stalls, or passers-by are shaking their heads, sighing in lamentation that Chin Fong should have gone soft. However, in the very next instant, each of them stared with wide eyes. Bang! 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 Only to see that in their eyes, that teenager who was about to be taught a lesson was at that moment kicking all those big men out one by one. Special physique? The crowd of onlookers were shocked in their hearts as they clearly saw that Chin Fong did not have a single trace of supernatural power in his body when he struck. Those few big men were all third order awakened, and the highest cultivation had even reached the middle third order. But it was in this situation that they were still easily kicked out by Chin Fong. This is a true genius. The crowd was shocked in their hearts. Roll! Don't let me see you guys in the base in the future. I'll beat you up every time I see you. After sending several people flying out, Chin Fong opened his mouth and shouted, his voice mixed with the power of chi and blood, like rolling thunder, exploding in the ears of the crowd. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd looking at Chin Fong changed. If before, the crowd would have felt contempt because of Chin Feng's age, then now, that contempt was replaced by gravity. Those few big men also clearly recognized Chin Feng's terrifying battle power at this time. Without hesitation, a few people helped each other and left the place in quick steps. Only that old man, at this time the eyes are complex, when the gaze falls on Chin Fong, a desire to speak. But in the end, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, he stepped forward and spoke. Little brother, you'd better hurry up and leave. These people are all from the Blood Bear gang. Now that they've suffered a loss from you, they'll definitely call for revenge on you when they come back. Seeing that Chin Feng's face expression did not change after hearing this, the old man added another sentence. Within this base, counting the base's manager, there are a total of 4 Fifth Order awakened, and the Blood Bear gang's gang leader is one of them. Upon hearing this, a strange aura flashed across Chin Feng's eyes. His current cultivation level was only at the middle of the 2nd stage, and he was 3 big realms away from the 5th stage, so even if he exploded all his power, he would not be able to fight against him in the short term. However, this does not mean that he is afraid of that person. Even if he can't fight, he still can't run. With the consummate level A class battle skill Thunder Flash, Chin Fong was certain that even if he faced a 5th Order awakened person, he would still be able to retreat in one piece. Old man, why don't you help me introduce these 5th Order awakened within the base? Chin Fong spoke with interest. A flash of hesitation flashed across the face of the old man who heard this, but as a banknote with a face value of 10,000 dasha coins appeared in Qin Feng's hand, his wrinkled old face suddenly bloomed into a bright smile. Reaching out to receive the bill, he directly spoke. Little brother, you've asked me, but you've asked the right person. I've been within this base for more than 10 years, and there's nothing I don't know about people and events big and small. Before I introduce these people, let me first tell you about the forces within this base. Within this base, aside from the official forces of the base that represent the official Xia, there are also 3 forces that are not weaker than them. One of them is the Blood Bear Gang, and the other 2 are the Green Fire Gang and the Tomahawk Gang. And these 4 Fifth Order Awakened are the ones who master these 4 forces. The base manager's name is Huang Kai, and his cultivation and battle power is also the highest within the base, reaching the mid-5th rank. As for the other 3, their cultivation is only at the early 5th rank. They are, respectively. Perhaps it was the 10,000 dasha coins that made the old man open up his words. At this moment, he was rambling on and on, even telling which gang leader had taken several lovers. Alright, old man, I know. In the end, it was Qin Feng who spoke up and interrupted him. Chapter 121 Ferocious Beast Demon Valley. Even if Qin Feng was stupid, at this moment, he was able to detect the several pairs of strange eyes around him. He looked at the old man in front of him with a smile on his face and slowly opened his mouth. Old man, I wonder what position you hold within the Blood Bear Gang. Qin Feng's words caused the old man to faintly stare, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. Still, you've been seen out by little brother. With that, the old man directly took a step back and bowed slightly to Qin Feng. Old man Li is here to make amends to little brother for what happened just now, and the information that was said just now will be taken as compensation for little brother. Hearing this, Qin Feng's face revealed a cold smile, then he directly waved his hand and said, a word of advice to the old man, it's better to do fewer such hooks in the future. After all, not everyone has a good temper like me. After saying that, Qin Feng also stopped talking and directly turned around and left the place. It's a pity, such a juvenile heavenly pride. If we can befriend him, the future Blood Bear Gang will have one more thing to fall back on when they gain a foothold in Jiang City. Looking at Qin Feng's back, a flash of regret flashed across the old man's face, and then he could only give up. Pass the order down, warn all members of the gang that they are not allowed to find trouble with that person just now within the base. After the words fell, he immediately added another sentence. It's the same when you go out of the base. Yes, Vice Master. A 4th Order Awakened who prefers to do this kind of unseemly deed. I don't know what kind of quirks he has. Qin Feng on the other side shook his head helplessly. He had long since seen the cultivation level of that old man, and the reason why he didn't break it down to his face was just curiosity as to what they were trying to do. Hey, don't miss it if you walk by. The first roast in Jiangchang, secret roast meat material, excellent taste, full of flavor, definitely a good choice for your wilderness picnic. Walking, Qin Feng heard a special shouting sound. Other people are selling energy fluids, weapons, and elixirs. Here it's good, selling grilled meat ingredients. Speaking of roasted meat, Qin Feng was also reminded of Su Yuan, that fatty. I should have known to go back to the training camp first and bring that guy with me. Qin Feng muttered under his breath, then walked over to the stall and purchased some grilling ingredients as well as a set of grilling tools. This time he was going to stay in the wilderness for more than half a month. Although awakened people were strong in battle, their body structure was similar to that of normal humans, and they even had to ingest more energy than normal people because they had to boost their qi and blood. Although there are also researchers who have researched energy liquid that can be used as food, but that kind of colorless and tasteless thing, how can it be compared to grilled meat? After leaving from the barbecue meat stall, Qin Feng went around the base again and purchased some healing potions, then he directly left the base and headed to the wilderness. It was also shortly after he left that the base's administrator, Huang Kai, suddenly gave an order. Any new faces that entered the base, geniuses between the ages of 18 and 20, were to be met by him personally. Huang Kai wanted to find Qin Feng through this method. But obviously the results were going to disappoint him. Could it be that the person this fellow Huang Kai is looking for is that little brother? On the eastern side of the base, the main camp of the Blood Bear Gang, Old Man Li muttered under his breath. How about it, second uncle? If we can hook up with Yu Xiao through the Chen family this time, then it will be just around the corner if we want to gain a foothold in Jiangchang. Only a man aged around 30 years old was speaking with an anxious face. Li Liang, the Blood Bear Gang's gang leader, a genius who had broken through to the 5th rank at the age of 30. And he was none other than Old Man Li's own nephew. The Chen family has fallen from favor. The only reason they can have some say in Jiangcheng is because they rely on the blessing of the Yu family. As for hooking up with Yu Xiao, Xiao Liang, you have to know that there is no free lunch. I know, but... Well, let's leave this matter alone for now and wait. Before Li Liang could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Old Man Li opening his mouth. Your main task now is still your own cultivation. The only way to do what you want to do is to be strong yourself. Outside the base. Fierce Beast Demon Valley, let's pick this place. Qin Feng held a map in his hand and murmured. The map was distributed with the general distribution of ferocious beasts around the surrounding base. Xin Feng took a rough look at it and eventually chose a place called Fierce Beast Demon Valley, where the highest ferocious beasts were only of the 5th rank, which just happened to be suitable for the current him. After taking a look at the direction, Xin Feng's mind moved, his body flashed with lightning, and then his figure disappeared as if it was a bolt of lightning. 2 hours later, Xin Feng's figure arrived in front of a huge valley. Standing here, Xin Feng only felt a desolate aura coming over him. In front of his eyes was the huge canyon spreading with curved mountain paths, as well as the thick fog that emitted a gloomy and cold aura. The grass and trees within the valley were growing abnormally, and huge trees nearly 1,000 meters tall could be seen everywhere. Xin Feng's expression began to tighten. This was completely different from before, whether it was the Black Forest Mountain Range during the entrance examination or the 100 Beasts Mountain Range during the special training in South River Province. There were people from the training camp protecting him there, but at this moment, he was empty behind him, only himself. As for Linhai City, it was just a small city, and the level of ferocity outside its city could not be compared to here at all. Phew! A deep breath was exhaled from his mouth, and then Xin Feng directly lifted his feet and walked into the valley. It didn't take long for Xin Feng's eyes to condense, and immediately afterward, he only saw a behemoth appear in his line of sight. A berserk aura pounced on his face. With his right hand stretched out, a long knife that flashed with both red and blue light appeared in Xin Feng's hand. It was precisely that, a great thunder and fire composite attribute alloy weapon. Holding the long knife in his hand, Xin Feng exuded a stern aura, his gaze like a torch as he stared deathly at the behemoth in front of him. It was a late 3rd stage black-horned giant rhinoceros. In the next instant, Xin Feng violently swung out a knife towards the front. The sharp blade tore through the air and heavily cleaved onto the black-horned giant rhinoceros. Put! The sharp blade directly tore apart the thick layer of scale armor on the surface of its body, and dark red blood burst out from there. A knife down, the black-horned giant rhinoceros instantly realized the terror of the young man in front of him. Without hesitation, its body shape will be turned towards the distance to disappear. In response, Xin Feng naturally would not let it leave. Crackle! Crackle! Thunderons flashed on his body, and azure-colored lightning was attached to the long blade, followed by a fierce swing. Tear! Lightning blade awnings burst out from the blade, ruthlessly slashing at the huge body of the black-horned giant rhinoceros. The exploding lightning instantly tore its body apart, and after a few seconds passed, accompanied by a loud bang, its huge body collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing. And gained evolution points. Xin Feng stepped forward to receive the corpse of the black-horned giant rhinoceros into his storage ring, and then his body flashed as he rushed forward again. At the same time, inside the training camp in Jiangnan Province. Chief Instructor, where is Xin Feng? I want to challenge him. Chapter 122, Chen Family's Movements. What, didn't come back, stayed in the summer province training camp? Can it be that the chief instructor of Xia Province saw that the great god's talent was too good and scooped it up? It shouldn't be. Our Jiangnan Province is not much worse than Xia Province. Besides, with the great spirit's talent, it's not the same to train there. Looking at the crowd of students talking below, Yang Hong's face was calm. Although in this training camp, whether it was the staff, the instructors, or these students, all of them had received back tuning from the official forces, and the theory was that there would never be any defections from the human race. However, Yang Hong knew that this was only a theory. The hearts of people are malicious. Who can guarantee that there are not some ulterior motives in here? In order to ensure Xin Feng's safety, he did not expose his whereabouts, just said that he stayed at the training camp in Xia Province. Humph. Luckily he didn't come back, or else I must let him see how powerful this young lady is. Lin Xiaoqian muttered under her breath. A flash of regret also flashed across the faces of Shi Kun and Joey Yang on the side. During the time Xin Feng was away, the three of them had played hard to get to cultivate. The progress was tremendous. All of them had reached the early 3rd stage in terms of cultivation, and their battle techniques had likewise made new breakthroughs. It seems like you guys haven't slacked off during the time I was gone. Yang Hong's awe-inspiring eyes scanned the crowd below, then he spoke again. But just this bit of progress isn't enough. In the Xia Province, the average cultivation of the students there has already reached the middle of the 2nd stage. You guys are still far from it. Saying that, he turned his head to look at the 2 Tangyuns on the side. Notify down, tomorrow the wilderness special training will begin. Each person needs to kill more than 10 ferocious beasts that are comparable to their own realm. Those who fail to meet the requirements will be directly expelled from the training camp. Yang Hong's words also caused the faces of the crowd of students to change. Some were eager to try and were ready to show off their skills, while others had a worried look on their faces, fearing that they wouldn't be able to meet the requirements. However, those who were able to come here were the best of their peers, and it was just a matter of killing a ferocious beast of the same realm as themselves, which most of them were able to do. Yang Hong then said a few more words of motivation, and after leaving Lin Xiaoqian and the 3 of them alone, he let the group disband. Come, let me test your cultivation progress. Xin Feng stayed in Xia Province? Jiangcheng, Chen family. Family head Chen Bao muttered softly from his mouth, and a brilliant aura flashed in his eyes. Family head, didn't we just receive a transmission from the Xia Province side saying that Yang Hong has already left with Xin Feng? Now this is? A trace of doubt flashed across the face of Chen Bo, the butler at the side. In response, Chen Bao just waved his hand and said, "All right, Uncle Chen, you can step back, don't interfere in this matter." "Yes, family master." Uncle Chen bowed and retreated. Chen Yi. Along with Chen Bao's words, a dark shadow flashed out from the shadows and fell to one knee. "Master. There's news that someone saw a black feather fighter staying near Jiangcheng today. Go to the wilderness base outside the city and investigate if there's any news of Qin Feng." "Yes." The black shadow that received the order flickered and disappeared into the room. "Dare to kill my Chen Bao's son, I will make sure you die." A flash of gloom flashed across Chen Bao's eyes. "Family master, Miss has returned." "Well, Xiaoro is back, have her come see me." "Father, Yushao's patience is limited, he said he hoped you would." "Good. I'll inform your aunt to make a trip home tomorrow, and for the rest, let Yushao decide for himself." Nightfall. Inside the wilderness base. "Alas, it's been a day of searching, and we haven't seen the person that Senior Yang said, 'Forget it, we'll continue searching tomorrow.'" Saying that, Huang Kai showed a touch of helplessness on his face. He naturally didn't dare to slack off the slightest bit on what Young Hong had explained, so he had basically been searching for Qin Feng this day. Only the rightful owner was already hunting ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast Demon Valley, so naturally it was impossible for him to find him. Lord Huang Kai. Just as Huang Kai was about to return to his quarters to rest, an unfamiliar voice came from behind him. "Who are you?" As he turned his head, a figure clad in a black robe appeared in Huang Kai's line of sight. "Family head Chen Bao asked me to greet you." The black-robed man spoke. "The Chen family." Huang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a strange aura. "I don't have any friendship with your family head. If there's something to talk about, get lost if there's nothing," Huang Kai directly said. He was already very displeased with the Chun family's style of behavior, and he naturally would not have a good face towards them. "The family head wishes for your help in finding someone within the base, and if it comes to fruition, there will be heavy thanks." "I refuse." Huang Kai rejected directly without thinking, then turned around directly. "Scram, after following me, directly exterminate your heavenly god cultists," Huang Kai said in a domineering manner. As the officially appointed base administrator of the Grand Xia, he was not at all afraid of a Chen family that had already lost its patriarch. Besides, who didn't know a few patriarchs anymore? A stern aura flashed in the eyes of the rejected black-robed man, who then turned around and left the place. At the same time, "Gangmaster Li, our family head is eager to enter into a partnership with you, but we may need your help now." Upon hearing the words of the black-robed man in front of him, a complex look flashed across the face of the Blood Bear Gang master, Li Liang. If it was according to his own wishes, he was very willing to cooperate with the Chen family. Although the Chen family was in decline, they had embraced the thigh of Yushao, and as long as Yushao didn't fall, then no one in Jiangcheng would dare to touch their Chen family. According to his own idea, it is to first get in touch with the Chen family, and then find a chance to contact Yushao. However, today, Old Man Li's words had also alerted him in his heart. "Please go back and bring a message to the Chen family master. I will keep an eye on the young geniuses who have been coming and going to the base recently. There are news will notify you first." In the end, Li Liang decided to drag his feet for now. After all, if he refused, it would almost be equivalent to tearing his face off with the Chen family, and that would not be conducive to the development of their Blood Bear Gang. Good. After receiving Li Liang's reply, the man didn't stay too long and turned his head to leave the place. Half an hour later, the leader of the Green Fire Gang, Chang Yan, looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a smile. "Last time, your family had promised to help me get rid of that fellow Li Liang. It's been almost half a year since then, and there hasn't been a single movement. Why do you still have the nerve to come to me now?" Chang Gang Master is really joking that Li Liang's cultivation has already reached the late 5th stage. It's not that simple to kill him. But this time is different. If you can help find that person, our family master will personally help you Green Fire Gang swallow the other two gangs. Ha! In response, Chang Yan sneered, not believing a single word of this statement. However, in order not to tear his face off with the Chun family, he still opened his mouth. "Say, what does your Chen family want me to do this time?" The same scene appeared at the Tomahawk Gang. Chapter 123, Found You. "Are you sure it's him?" Inside the base, a black-robed man asked the man in front of him, pointing his finger at a picture. Yes. Yes, my lord." The man stuttered a bit because of his nervousness. Still, he couldn't stop nodding his head. The black-robed man then took the photo and looked at the other person on the side. That person was also immediately like a chicken pecking rice, like constantly nodding. "Duh. Man, this person in the photo is the one who clashed with the Blood Bear Gang during the day. We were only a dozen meters away from him. We definitely won't be mistaken," the man said with a horrified face. "Okay, I got it. Then, my lord, are we allowed to?" Pust. Before the man could finish his sentence, a red blood aura appeared at his neck, and in the next moment, it fell to the ground covering his neck. Blood visible to the naked eye trickled out of his neck like running water. "You." Surprisingly. In. Put. The other person hadn't finished speaking and also collapsed in the next moment, covering his neck. These two people were both traders within the base, their cultivation was only at the second rank, and they didn't have any power to fight back in front of the black-robed man. After easily killing the two men, the black-robed man skillfully cleared the battlefield before quickly leaving the base under the shroud of night. Sure enough, it's him. Gather all the 4th-ranked dark guards of the clan and tell them to go outside the city to intercept Qin Feng. In addition, inform Old San and the others who are outside the city to keep an eye out. Shen Bao, who had said this, paused for a moment and then continued. Forget it, it's better to leave them alone for now. 3 days later. Under the night sky, a figure sat cross-legged in front of a fire. Crackle! Crackle! The crimson flames scorched the firewood with an explosive sound. The figure was none other than Qin Feng, who had already spent 3 days within the fierce beast Demon Valley, exuding a ferocious aura. There was also a grill set up on the fire, on which the thigh meat of the black-striped panther was dripping with oil, emitting a rich fragrance. Qin Feng tore off a piece of meat and directly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing on it. This barbecue material is good, but it's still almost as good as Fatty's handiwork. While eating, Qin Feng compared them in his mind. Soon, the piece of thigh meat that weighed a dozen pounds all entered Qin Feng's stomach. After eating his fill, he started checking the evolution point gains of the past few days with a thought. Evolution points, 4,000. The number of evolution points came to a new height. The current one only gained about 100 evolution points for killing a ferocious beast of the same level as him, and if he was a large realm higher, he would be able to gain 200 evolution points. A flash of thought appeared in Qin Feng's gaze as he wondered how the evolution points would be distributed. First, I'll raise all the battle skills I currently master to the consummate realm, then I'll raise my spirit to the second rank. With this thought in his mind, he opened the system panel. In terms of battle skills, that spiritual battle skill that he had just learned had also reached the minor achievement realm, and the other Thunder Swamp, Triple Thunderblade, Thunder Flash, Fire Dragon Binding, and Yenji Explosion had all reached the consummation realm. Qin Feng placed his gaze on those two fire attribute blade battle skills. System, add the battle skills Red Flame Frenzy Blade, Circular Shield Blade Slash and raise them to the perfection realm. Ding! Consuming a total of 3,000 evolution points, raise the Red Flame Frenzy Blade, Circular Shield Blade Chop to the perfection realm. Accompanied by the instant the system announcement sounded, two different sensations appeared in Qin Feng's mind. As if enlightened, in a mere 10 seconds or so, he thoroughly digested these two streams of epiphanies and successfully mastered the Red Flame Mad Blade, Circular Shield Blade Slash of the perfection realm. Surprisingly, I directly consumed 3,000 evolution points. Qin Feng let out a soft murmur from his mouth. He felt that as his cultivation continued to increase, these evolution points were becoming less and less valuable. System, add all the remaining evolution points to the Transformation God Soldier. Ding! Consuming 1,000 evolution points, the spiritual battle skill Transformation God Soldier has reached the grand completion realm. Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes, followed by spiritual energy surging out of his mind like a tidal wave. Under his control, the invisible spiritual energy began to constantly change in mid-air. One moment it turned into a spiritually sharp blade, and the next into a heavy hammer. After practicing briefly for a while, Qin Feng withdrew his spiritual power. The current me is still too weak in terms of spiritual power, I can't utilize it until I have to. Qin Feng said in his heart. He hadn't forgotten the scene when Liu's spiritual power had been heavily damaged by the Red Lotus karmic flame. Although spiritual luminaries were strong in battle, their spiritual power was very weak in the early stages. Most spiritual masters, before their cultivation reached the 5th stage, would usually choose to use their spiritual power to manipulate flying daggers or other sharp weapons to attack their enemies like Lin Xiaochen did. Doing so would not easily damage one's own spiritual energy. Currently, his spirit was not even at the 2nd stage. Qin Feng was only using it as an aid for the time being, and was still focusing on his own physique and supernatural abilities when fighting. Find a place to rest for the night and continue tomorrow. Qin Feng said in his heart, then reached out and erupted a force of qi and blood, crushing out the fire. He then disappeared in a flash. Swish! Swish! It was also shortly after he left that a dozen figures appeared at the same time. All of these people were clad in wide black robes that covered their faces. The fire was just extinguished not long ago, it should be nearby, split up and look for it. The leader, Shen Yi, opened his mouth and whispered. Swish! Swish! After the words fell, the crowd scattered in all directions and began to search in all directions. Shen Yi, on the other hand, stayed where he was and took out a sound transmission stone. Fierce Beast Demon Valley. He slowly spat out 4 words, and then he put the sound transmission stone back. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's pitch-black eyes, who had just found a hidden cave, flickered. He vaguely sensed a hint of abnormality. It was too quiet in this neighborhood, knowing that he had already spent 2 nights within the Fierce Beast Demon Valley. Once night fell, the ferocious beasts within this demon valley all looked as if they were in heat, and their animal roars were incessant. But today was exceptionally quiet. Could it be that all the ferocious beasts around here have been cleared? An incredible thought rose in Qin Feng's mind. The outskirts of the fierce beast Magic Valley. Gangmaster, do we really have to help the Chun family? Didn't you say that he even set us up last time? A young man with a puzzled face opened his mouth to Chang Yen at the side. Gang, we didn't do anything, I just brought you guys here to hunt ferocious beasts. Chang Yen said in a light tone. Also, in the future, say what you should say and keep your mouth shut if you shouldn't. Oh. The young man nodded. Hunting ferocious beasts, there's no need to call all 280 people within the gang to guard the various exits of the ferocious beast Demon Valley, right? Swish. A dark shadow appeared at the entrance of a hidden cave after sensing the rich power of chi and blood within the cave. Found you. A hoarse voice came out of the black-robed man's mouth, but in the very next instant, a piercing blue aura appeared in his sight. Chapter 124 Cat and Mouse Game begins. Stabbing. In the black-robed man's shocked eyes, the piercing blue aura kept enlarging and eventually transformed into a ball of thunder that emitted a furious aura. Thunder gun, it really is you. However, right after seeing the thunder ball, the black-robed man was not surprised but delighted. The Thunder Lance was the Chun clan's family battle skill, very few outsiders could master it, and amongst the information they had obtained, the person who had killed Chen Feng had mastered the Thunder Lance battle skill. Facing the attack of the Thunderball, the black-robed man was not afraid in the slightest. Strong chi and blood power erupted from within his body. Raising his hand, an ally lance appeared in his hand. Between the swings of the lance, earth-colored energy converged on top of the lance. The black-robed man had absolute confidence in his strength, but his cultivation had reached the early 4th stage. As for Qin Feng, he had sensed that he was only at the middle of the 2nd stage. There was a difference of almost 2 great realms from him, and even if he was a genius, it would be impossible for him to fight him across 2 great realms. However, he soon realized that he had miscalculated. Boom! Just as he swung his spear and was about to send the thunderball flying out, the blue light above the thunderball rose up, followed by a direct explosion like a bomb. Instantly, a terrifying impact spread out in all directions, and the surrounding air fluctuated as if it was a tidal wave. The black-robed man's figure retreated violently, but there was someone faster than him. Only to see a figure whose entire body was wrapped in blue lightning like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of him in an instant. How is that possible? The black-robed man was inwardly shocked. The speed that Qin Feng had just erupted, not to mention a 2nd order awakened, even he, a 4th order, might not be able to catch up. Overlord Fist. Qin Feng didn't give him much time to react as he raised his hand and violently blasted out a fist. The exploding fist wind tore through the air like a cannonball, heavily bombarding the black-robed man. Boom! Instantly, a violent collision sound rang out, and the black-robed man felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed heavy truck. An irresistible impact caused his figure to stop flying backwards. Boom! Accompanied by a violent tremor, only the black-robed man's body was seen crashing heavily into a huge piece of mountain. His body fell heavily to the ground, and intense pain instantly spread throughout his entire body. However, before he could get up, Qin Feng's figure arrived in front of him like lightning and stomped on his chest. Who are you people? Qin Feng's pitch-black eyes emitted endless coldness as he spoke in an icy tone. From the black-robed man's performance just now, it was obvious that he was rushing towards himself, only that Qin Feng was a bit confused as to which side of the force would be chasing after him. Knowing that he had only entered the fierce beast Demon Valley a few days ago, and these people were able to find his location, it was obvious that the other party's forces were definitely not small. First of all, the several major forces within the base were directly ruled out by him. Although the Blood Bear gang had clashed with himself, at that time, that old man wouldn't have waited until now if he really wanted to deal with him. What's more, the black-robed man in front of him was not dressed like those within the base. Ha! Facing Qin Feng's questioning, the black-robed man responded with only a cold laugh. Seeing this, Qin Feng also knew that it was impossible to ask anything. Bang! Without hesitation, his foot powered up, and the kick carrying Chaos Divine Lightning directly stomped his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an early 4th stage awakened, earning 300 evolution points. Listening to the system announcing sound resounding in his head, a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Swish! Swish! It was also at this moment that several figures attacked from all directions, arriving in front of Qin Feng in an instant. Without exception, these people were all clad in black robes, hiding their figures. Looking around at the several black-robed people whose bodies exuded strong chi and blood power, Qin Feng didn't have a trace of panic on his face, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with killing intent. He had never been a good person, let alone the fact that these black-robed people had come from a bad place. Crackle! Crackle! Qin Feng lifted his foot and took a step forward. The chaotic divine thunder was pushed with all his might as terrifying thunder power surged out from his body. A blue thunderbolt lingered around his body, as if his subjects were greeting the arrival of their monarch, cheering and jumping for joy. A palpitating berserk aura emanated from Qin Feng's body. At this moment, all the black-robed men were shocked by the terrifying power of thunder from Qin Feng's body. Don't be intimidated by this thunder, his cultivation level is only at the 2nd stage, he's just bluffing. One of the black-robed men said with disdain in his mouth, then with a flash of his figure, he attacked towards Qin Feng with a long alloy sword in his hand. In response, Qin Feng was not the least bit afraid. A pair of pitch-black eyes flickered with lightning aura, followed by a flip of his palm. A long knife flickering with two types of red and blue light appeared in his hand. Giggling. Just at this moment, an air-breaking sound rang out, only to see that the black-robed man had already arrived in front of him, his sharp blade tearing through the air and slashing fiercely towards Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng also raised his hand and swung his sword to meet him. Clang! The moment the crisp sound of metal collision sounded, the black-robed man's face changed drastically. He only felt his tiger's mouth shaking and cracking, and a huge force that was hard to resist came from him. It should be known that Qin Feng, who possessed the Demon King body, his physique was already much stronger than the average awakened, and at this moment, the power of chaotic divine lightning was added to it. His power had already reached a terrifying point. Triple Thunder Blade. After easily blocking the opponent's attack, Qin Feng fiercely exerted his strength, like a thunderclap, and the exploding lightning blade struck out in a smooth manner, directly sending the long blade in the black-robed man's hand flying out. Tear! In the next instant, the lightning blade tore through the air and ruthlessly blasted at the black-robed man. In an instant, a charred black corpse appeared on the field. The rest of the black-robed people instantly changed their faces when they saw the scene, and then without the slightest hesitation, these people turned around and were about to flee the place. In response, Qin Feng naturally would not let them leave. How could he let go of the evolution points that were delivered to his door? Crack! Crackle! Surrounded by lightning all over his body, his gaze landed on one of the black-robed men, and in the next instant, his figure flickered under the pitch-black night sky as if it were a bolt of lightning. 2 minutes later. Bang! The last black-robed man was also resolved by his slash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing. The cultivation level of these people were all at the early stage of the 4th rank, bringing him similar evolution points, a total of 5 people, contributing 1500 evolution points to him. This was much faster than him hunting ferocious beasts. For a while, Qin Feng was actually a bit unfulfilled. He turned his head towards a direction and a strange aura flashed in his eyes. Qin Feng could detect that there was someone else hiding in the shadows at this moment, only that he couldn't find the specific location of the other party for the time being because they were hiding extremely deeply. However, Qin Feng didn't care about this. He knew that as long as the other party kept following him, then sooner or later, he would be discovered by him. The game of cat and mouse, it's begun. A cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. Chapter 125 Intercepting Green Fire Gang Members. Shall we continue to follow the target? A black-robed man spoke to Chen Yi. There's no need. With the battle power of a few of us, even if we follow them, we'll only be sending them to their deaths. Let's go, we're not needed here anymore, there are others to take over this mission. Saying that, Chen Yi left this place with a flash of his body. The others take over? The remaining few black-robed men looked at each other in dismay. As the Chen family's secret guards, they had not heard that Chen Bao had sent others to intercept Qin Feng. However, as Chen Yi was their boss, they naturally did not ask too many questions, and a few of them disappeared in flashes. Same time. Marred, so many people didn't manage to take care of a second-order awakened person. I think the Chen family is really completely ruined. Chang Yan, who was guarding the fierce beast Demon Valley, changed his face when he learned that Chen Yi and the others had missed. Pass it down, have all the members of the gang return to the base immediately, and all keep their mouths shut, don't say anything that shouldn't be said. With Chang Yan's order, the 280 members of the Green Fire Gang left the place in great numbers. At this moment, Chang Yan's face was gloomy. For the sake of the Chen family, they had offended a young genius with unlimited potential. In itself, Chang Yan thought that the Chen family had deployed a dozen or so secret guards with cultivation at the 4th rank, and killing a teenager was a sure thing. That was why he chose to cooperate with the Chen family. Damn Chen family, this is completely on their thieving ship. We're from the Green Fire Gang, and we're only here with orders from the gang leader to hunt the ferocious beasts. A middle-aged man looked at the black-haired teenager in front of him with frightened eyes. It could be seen that beside the young master there were 2 other figures that had collapsed to the ground. Those were the middle-aged man's companions. However, at this time, they had already lost their vitality and turned into 2 corpses. The young man was none other than Qin Feng, his eyes cold and exuding a coldness. He just happened to meet these 3 people, who saw that they were not very old, and were ready to kill people to get rid of them. And the result was obvious. How many of you have come to the fierce beast Demon Valley? Qin Feng said in an icy tone. A flash of hesitation flashed across the face of the middle-aged man who heard this. Zip! Zip! Seeing this, Qin Feng stretched out his right hand, comparing it to the shape of a pistol, and aimed it at him, blue arcs of electricity flickering at his fingertips. All of them, all 280 of us from the Green Fire Gang have been summoned here by the gangmaster to hunt the ferocious beasts. Hearing these words, an aura instantly flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Little brother, just now is really just a misunderstanding. I swear, as long as you let me go, I will definitely not retaliate. Pust. The middle-aged man over here wanted to open his mouth to say something, only in the next instant, a blue lightning bolt ran through his chest and red blood burst out. With that, his body fell to the ground with a thud. For this kind of person who wanted to plot against himself, Qin Feng wouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Those who insulted others would be insulted by others. These people are doing the killing of people and goods, then they should be prepared to be killed. Green Fire Gang? Qin Feng frowned. He could be certain that this Green Fire Gang and those black-robed men must be related. There was a high possibility that they were in cahoots. A stern aura flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. He did not intend to sit around and wait for death. Since the entire Green Fire Gang had come out to hunt ferocious beasts in this ferocious beast demon valley, it was normal for the ferocious beasts to be brutal and kill a few people back. Thinking this way in his heart, Qin Feng's body flashed with blue aura. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, instantly disappearing in place. Shortly after he left, several ferocious beasts appeared and devoured the corpses of the middle-aged men. Over here, Qin Feng's figure flickered as he rushed towards the outside of the fierce beast demon valley, and before long, a small team of 5 appeared in front of him. The leader was a bald man with a cultivation level at the late 3rd stage. Upon seeing the few people, Qin Feng's breath surged and thick blue electric arcs surged out from his body as if it was a tidal wave. Crackling. Crackle. Terrifying thunderous sounds emanated from him. Who are you? The bald man and a few others were instantly attracted by the thunderous sound and turned their heads to land their gazes on Qin Feng. Prick la. However, in the very next instant, several people instantly widened their eyes, only to see a thunder spear emitting a furious aura tearing through the air, speeding towards the position where several people were. Bang! Bang! After the thunder spear, several basketball-sized thunderballs followed closely behind, like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of several people in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 In the next instant, a violent explosion rang out, and under Qin Feng's maneuvering, the thunderballs exploded violently like a bomb. The violent explosion set off a terrifying impact, and amongst the 5, only the bald man with the highest cultivation barely managed to withstand the impact of the explosion. The rest of them all fell to the ground with a wailing face, and some even lost their lives on the spot. At this moment, the bald man's face was horrified. Little brother, we are the people of the Green Fire Gang, we have no grudges and no hatred with you, why do you want? Rip! Without waiting for the bald man to finish his sentence, he saw a thunder spear emitting a furious aura arrive in front of him. In a panic, crimson energy flickered on the bald man's body, and crimson flames surged out from his body, coalescing on top of the long blade in his hand. Flame chop! A low cry came out from his mouth, only to see his arms powering up as he violently swung a blade forward. Crimson flames surged out from above the long blade, transforming into a flaming blade mane in midair. Boom! In the next instant, the thunder spear and the flame blade mane collided heavily together, and in an instant, along with a violent collision sound ringing out at the same time, the surrounding air fluctuated as if it was a tidal wave. Immediately afterward, the bald man's body was like a kite with broken strings, flying out backwards. Swish! In the next instant, Qin Feng's figure arrived in front of the bald man like lightning, raising the long knife in his hand that was flickering with reddish blue light and slashing it violently. Put! In an instant, a hideous wound appeared at the bald man's neck, and red blood gushed out from there like a stream of water. Well! After only having the time to let out a cry of pain, the bald man's body directly collapsed to the ground, turning into a corpse. After resolving the bald man, Qin Feng did not hesitate as his body flashed and left the place. Not long afterward, a small team appeared in front of him once again. There was no communication. Qin Feng still directly exploded his power as soon as he came up, and in less than a minute, the squad members all collapsed on the ground with wailing faces. This time Qin Feng didn't kill them all, he only seriously injured them. As for whether or not they could survive in the end, it was up to their own luck. Gangmaster, we received news that many of our brothers were attacked before they had the chance to withdraw from the fierce beast demon valley. Already a dozen members have all died there. Soon after, Standing Rock received news of the attack on the members. I'll go check it out. Chanyan's face changed slightly, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. Chapter 126 Boosting Qi and Blood, Targeting the 3rd Stage. Go back and tell your gang leader that I will slowly settle this score with him. After settling his squad again, Qin Feng looked at the one left alive with a cold gaze and said in an icy tone. After saying that, he didn't wait for that person to reply before directly leaving with a flash of his body. The leader of the Green Fire Gang was, after all, a 5th Order awakened, and Qin Feng knew that if he continued on, he would definitely be detected by the other party. His current cultivation level was only in the middle of the 2nd rank, a huge difference from the 5th rank, so if he really encountered the other party, it would also be more troublesome. Swish! Not long after Qin Feng left, a figure whose body was entwined with invisible air currents arrived. It was none other than Changyan. Still a step too late. Looking at the several corpses that had fallen around him, Changyan's face was gloomy. At this point, the beam between their Green Fire Gang and Qin Feng was completely knotted. It's imperative to raise the Qi and blood as soon as possible. Deep within the fierce beast demon valley, in a hidden location, Qin Feng's figure appeared. At this moment, he was wearing a grave expression. He knew that the forces behind those black-robed men who had attacked him would never let him off so easily. The reason why those hiding in the shadows hadn't made a move yet was simply because they were afraid of his strength. However, Qin Feng knew that they would never remain sitting ducks. There was a high possibility that the other party had already sent a stronger battle force to rush over. Moreover, there was also the threat of the Green Fire Gang. According to the information given by Old Manly, the Green Fire Gang, apart from the gang leader who was a Fifth Order awakened, there were also 2 deputy gang leaders whose cultivation had reached the late Fourth Order. With his current battle power, it would also be troublesome if he encountered these 2. So at this moment, Qin Feng decided to raise his qi and blood first. If he could raise his cultivation to the 3rd rank, then even if he faced the late 4th rank, he would still have the power to fight. Evolution points, 3,000. A large portion of the evolution points were gained from him killing those black-robed men, and most of the rest were contributed by those members of the Green Fire Gang. System: use evolution points to raise the transformation god soldier to the perfection realm. Qin Feng gave a command to the system with a thought. Ding! Consuming 1,800 evolution points, Spirit System Battle Skill Transformation Divine Soldier reaches the perfection realm. After the system announcing voice fell, a special power of sensation instantly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. He slowly closed his eyes and accepted the knowledge earnestly. It wasn't long before he snapped his eyes open, and a brilliant aura flashed from his pitch-black eyes. It's time to raise my Qi and Blood next. System: add all the remaining evolution points to Qi and Blood. Ding! Consuming 1,200 evolution points, Qi and Blood increased by 120 points. Boom! The instant the system broadcast sounded, a popping sound emanated from Qin Feng's body. A rich Qi and blood power appeared within his body, and at this moment, Qin Feng's face flushed red and his muscles tensed. It was as if he was a tyrannical dragon, exuding a berserk aura all over his body. A moment later, as his body completely absorbed the Qi and blood power, only then did the raging aura on Qin Feng's body slowly converge. Qi and blood, 810. Late 2nd stage now. Qin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the strong Qi and blood power in his body. He couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. The current him was completely enamored with this feeling of becoming stronger. Continue, and strive to break through to the 3rd stage in the shortest possible time. Qin Feng muttered, then took out a dozen or so beast crystals from within his storage ring. These were all 3rd rank beast crystals, all of which were 3rd rank ferocious beasts that he had hunted and killed within the ferocious beast demon valley. The natural aptitude infinite swallow was unleashed, and instantly a black aura suddenly appeared, enveloping all the beast crystals. After 10 seconds or so, Qin Feng sensed a strong energy appearing within his body, and this energy was still expanding. It wasn't until a sense of expansion appeared in his body that Qin Feng stopped swallowing infinitely. He began to digest the energy within these beast crystals. The Qi and blood division of a 2nd stage awakened person was 400 in the early stage, 600 in the middle stage, and 800 in the late stage. As long as the Qi and blood reaches 1001 can break through to become a 3rd order awakened. Although he had just broken through to the late 2nd stage now, Qin Feng was certain that it wouldn't take more than 2 days at most for his Qi and blood to reach 1000 and break through to the 3rd stage. A night without words. Early in the morning, along with a round of golden sun rising from the east, dazzling golden aura shone on the earth. Qin Feng inside the cave also slowly opened his eyes. It's still a little bit short. A soft murmur escaped his lips, and then he got up and left the place. Qin Feng knew deep down that the current him had been targeted by an inexplicable force, so it was not suitable to stay in one place for a long time. What's more, he also needed to hunt ferocious beasts to earn evolution points. Jiang Chang, inside the wilderness base. After half a night of tossing and turning, Chang Yan also returned to the base with the remaining members of the Green Fire Gang. However, at this moment, his face was as gloomy as water. Gang Master. We still can't get in touch with the Chun family. Just then, I came to whisper beside Chang Yan. Damn Chen Bao, this is taking my Green Fire Gang for what it is. Chang Yan gritted his teeth. I'll go to the city myself. After Chang Yan dropped a sentence, he directly moved to leave the base and rushed towards Jiangchang. Judging by Chang Yan's behavior, their actions last night shouldn't have gone that well. It looks like he's been punked by the Chen family again. Blood Bear Gang leader Li Liang said with a smirk on his face. As the 3 major gangs within the base, the Blood Bear Gang, had always been at odds with the Green Fire Gang. At this moment, he was even already thinking in his heart if he should take this opportunity to completely end the Green Fire Gang and take over their territory. The Chen clan is after a young genius, and Huang Kai is also looking for a young genius. Could it be that they are looking for the same person? Compared to Li Liang, whose mind was filled with only thoughts of occupying territory, at this moment, Old Man Li was clearly thinking more. Chen family. Huang Kai. Young genius. Old Man Li's eyes flickered with essence, and he knew that this was an opportunity to take a stand. The Green Fire Gang, which had already chosen the Chun family, was not looking good today. Come with me to meet Huang Kai. Old Man Li looked up and said to Li Liang. Huang Kai, what's the point of seeing him? Li Liang, who heard this, was a bit confused. Old Man Li also shook his head with a helpless face when he saw this. Forget it, I'll go alone. By the way, recently reduced contact with the Chun family, as well as have the members of the gang try not to leave the base. After instructing a few sentences, Old Man Li directly left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Li Liang. At the same time, a dozen figures appeared at the entrance of the Fierce Beast Demon Valley. No, what on earth was Lord Deacon thinking? To deal with a senior student, do we need to call all of us leaders over? It even invited you, the commander, over as well. A lean man with a goatee said to the person beside him with a helpless face. Lord Deacon naturally has his reasons for acting, we only need to carry out the orders. Not to mention that after this mission is completed, each of us will be able to obtain a drop of yellow rank upper essence blood. Killing a senior student to obtain a drop of yellow rank upper grade essence blood, what's the difference between that and picking it up? Chapter 127 Young Master of the Chun Family. Alright, all of you shouldn't overthink things. Since Lord Deacon called us all over to deal with that senior student, it's enough to prove that his battle power is by no means ordinary. All brace yourself, don't get caught in the gutter. Right at this moment, a lean youth slowly spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, the people who were discussing around him instantly closed their mouths. Yes, Lord Commander. The crowd respectfully said. Let's go, and meet this senior student who has made Lord Deacon think so highly of him. Zheng Ming gave an order, and the group all flickered, turning into a dark shadow as they rushed towards the inner Fierce Beast Demon Valley. At the same time, deep within the Fierce Beast Demon Valley, a huge thing appeared in front of Qin Feng. Its body was as tall as a truck, covered with dark red hair, and between its open mouth, 2 rows of sharp fangs emitted a cold light. Dark Demon Earth Dragon, mid-4th stage, rumored to have a trace of true dragon bloodline in its body, its battle strength is several times stronger than that of beasts of the same stage. Roar! The Dark Demon Earth Dragon looked at the weak human in front of it and threw back its head to let out a roar. With that, it raised one of its sharp claws and probed out towards the front. Tear! Sharp claws tore through the air and violently stabbed towards where Qin Feng was. Facing the attack of the sharp claws, Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Thunderflash was instantly unleashed, and his figure disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Crackling! Crackle! In the next instant, a furious roar of thunder and lightning rang out as the power of the chaotic divine lightning was fully activated. A thick blue arc of electricity surged out from Qin Feng's body, lingering around him emitting a violent aura. Thunder Spear! With that, Qin Feng waved one hand, and instantly, blue lightning surged out from his body, condensing into several thunder spears in front of him. Swoosh! Shoo! The thunder spear tore through the air and transformed into a blue aura that blasted fiercely towards the body of the Dark Demon Earth Dragon. Roar! Facing the thunder spear's attack, the Dark Demon Earth Dragon let out a low roar, and then its mouth opened wide, a high temperature emanating from its mouth. Immediately afterward, crimson flames gushed out from there. Rumble! The crimson flames surged out at great speed, and in the blink of an eye, they coalesced in midair into a crimson flame mass that reached a diameter of 10 meters. Bang! Bang! The thunder spear sped past, and in an instant, it was engulfed by the flaming mass. Boom! It was also at this moment that the huge body of the Dark Demon Earth Dragon was running towards Qin Feng from the other side at a terrifying speed. Worthy of being a mid-4th ranked ferocious beast, both its battle sense and reaction ability are far superior to that of a 3rd ranked ferocious beast. A stern aura flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Judging from the behavior of this Dark Demon Earth Dragon, he already possessed a certain level of intelligence. However, right at this moment, the Dark Demon Earth Dragon's body trembled violently, and a flash of pain appeared on his face. It's injured. Qin Feng instantly detected an abnormality. His gaze landed on the abdomen of the Dark Demon Earth Dragon, only to see that the color of the fur there was a bit different from the rest of the location, as if it had been dyed with blood. Since this is the case, let's end it as soon as possible. Thunder Swamp! Thunderons flashed on Qin Feng's body, and then he slapped one hand on top of the ground. In the blink of an eye, with his body as the center and a range of nearly 50 meters around, the ground was all covered by a touch of dark blue energy. Crackle! Crackle! Immediately afterward, a blue thunderbolt sprang out from the ground. The area of nearly 100 meters was all covered by blue lightning, and from afar, it looked like a sea of thunder. Along with Qin Feng's cultivation level rising, the Thunder Marsh also began to reveal its true power. Snap! Snap! A streak of thick lightning sprang out from the ground and bombarded the Dark Demon Earth Dragon. Under Qin Feng's control, the thunderbolts were all focused towards the abdomen of the Dark Devil Earth Dragon. Roar! Soon a flash of pain surfaced on the Dark Demon Earth Dragon's face as it tilted its head back and let out a roar as it once again spat out a ball of crimson flames towards Qin Feng with its mouth open. Boom! Facing a huge flame mass that reached a diameter of nearly 10 meters, Qin Feng looked calm without a trace of fear on his face. It was as if he didn't see this flame mass, still standing still. Until the flame mass submerged his body. Ding! Detecting energy with the same attribute as the Red Lotus Karma Flame, is it to be devoured? It was also at this moment that a system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Devour! Xin Feng moved with a thought, and then he only saw the huge flame mass begin to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it finally disappeared completely. Xin Feng, on the other hand, felt an additional fiery energy within his body, which was eventually devoured by the Red Lotus karmic flame. Xin Feng vaguely felt a slight change in the Red Lotus karma flame, at which point a bold idea rose in his mind. If the chaotic divine lightning and the Red Lotus karma flame are allowed to keep devouring energies of the same attribute, then in the end, wouldn't they evolve into a higher grade of supernormal ability? Xin Feng thought this in his heart. On his system panel, there was a plus present behind both of these powers, which meant that they could still evolve. It was only that Xin Feng had also tried, and even after investing thousands of evolution points, he didn't feel the slightest change in his powers. In the future, if I have the chance, I can look for some heavenly materials with lightning and fire attributes to try it out. He thought this in his heart. It was also at this time that the life of that dark demon earth dragon had reached its end. He had already suffered a heavy blow, and after being bombarded by lightning strikes one after another, his body was unable to withstand it, and he eventually fell heavily to the ground with a thud, letting out a violent tremor. I heard that the vertebrae of a dark demon earth dragon is exceptionally hard and flexible, worth millions of dasha coins. Looking at the corpse of the dark demon earth dragon in front of him, Xin Feng stepped forward and directly received it within his storage ring. Xin Feng didn't know what grade the storage ring given to him by City Lord Chuzhen was at that time. Anyway, by now he had put dozens of ferocious beast corpses in it, and the space inside was still very empty. After collecting the corpse of the dark demon earth dragon, Xin Feng turned around and prepared to leave the place. Swish! Swish! However, just at this moment, several figures flashed and arrived in front of him. Who are you people? Xin Feng was instantly alert, his body flashed with blue aura, emitting a berserk aura. Don't be nervous, little brother, we are also a squad that came here to hunt ferocious beasts. We came here to tell you that that dark demon earth dragon was wounded by us, so can you give us its corpse? As compensation, we are willing to pay you 500,000 dasha coins. Among the several people, a middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke with a smile. I refuse. At this, Xin Feng did not think about it and directly shook his head and refused, jokingly, if you say that you are the one who injured him, I will believe it. If you really have the strength, don't let the dark devil earth dragon get away. Kid, don't be ungrateful, giving you 500,000 dasha coins is already looking up to you. Right at this moment, among the several people, a young man said with a haughty face. You are? Xin Feng turned his head to look and frowned. I am the young master of the Chen family, Chen Yu. Chapter 128, if you want to make a move, do it as soon as possible, I'm in a hurry. The young master of the Chen family? Xin Feng laughed as his gaze fell on Chen Yu's face, realizing that he bore a 3-point resemblance to Chen Feng. What do you mean? Looking at the contemptuous smile on the face of the handsome teenager in front of him, Chen Yu instantly frowned. In Jiangchang, other than those few big families, no one had dared to belittle their Chen family so much. Kid, you're not from Jiangchang, right? Chen Yu opened his mouth to question. No. Xin Feng didn't deny it and nodded. Ha! True enough. After receiving an affirmative reply, Chen Yu once again had an arrogant expression on his face. He looked up at Xin Feng in front of him with a disdainful expression. Countryside brat, if you're sensible, hand over the corpse of the dark demon earth dragon to me, or else there will be serious consequences. Do you still want to kill me? Xin Feng slowly spoke. What's the point of killing you? Chen Yu had a cold smile on his face, then he directly opened his mouth to give orders to the several guards at the side. Kill him and snatch the corpse of the dark demon earth dragon for me. Young master, third master, and the others are still waiting for us to rendezvous, if we waste too much time here. Before the guard at the side could finish his words, he met Chen Yu's eyes that were filled with killing intent. I said, kill him. Chen Yu said word for word. Yes. The guard who opened his mouth showed a touch of helplessness on his face, but he could only choose to follow Chen Yu's orders. He took a step forward, holding a long, sharp sword in his hand as he walked towards Xin Feng. Young man, seeing that your cultivation has reached the late second stage at a young age, your talent is outstanding. I wonder which city you are from. At those words, a cold smile appeared on Xin Feng's face. I'm from a small city, you can rest assured that I don't have any forces behind me, so if you want to make a move, do it as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry. The guard looked at the calm-faced teenager in front of him, and a sense of foreboding vaguely rose in his heart. What's the point of wasting words with him, just do it. Chen Yu urged from the back. By this point, the guards were also riding a tiger and could only choose to take action against Xin Feng. Only to see his figure disappear in a flash, and by the time he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Xin Feng. Earth-splitting split. The earth-yellow light flashed above the long knife in his hand, the muscles on his body tensed, then he swung the long knife violently, and in an instant, earth-yellow blade-ons burst out from above the long knife. Tearing through the air in general, it fiercely chopped towards Xin Feng's body. The movement is too slow. Xin Feng shook his head, and then his feet powered up, his figure was like a ghost, dodging the blade attack while instantly arriving in front of the man. Overlord Fist. A low cry came out from his mouth. His dark eyes emitted endless coldness, and his right arm was raised high like a cannonball, violently blasting out towards the front. Seeing that Qin Feng actually dared to get close enough to launch an attack on him, the guard's face stared, and in a panic, he raised his left arm to use his elbow to block. In the next instant, fists and elbows collided. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, the surrounding air fluctuated as if it was a tidal wave. And let Chen Yu a few people feel shocked, in this moment, Qin Feng's figure is not the slightest movement, that guard is staggering, enough to fall back toward the rear more than a dozen meters. A cry of pain escaped from the guard Wang Ding's mouth, his face filled with disbelief. It could be seen that Wang Ding's left arm was trembling violently, and the internal bones had all been shattered. How is this possible? A shocked cry escaped from the mouth of a middle-aged man standing beside Chen Yu at the back. One should know that Wang Ding's cultivation level was a mid-4th stage, which was 2 major realms higher than the teenager in front of him. Fire Dragon Binding. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng let out a low drink from his mouth. Immediately afterward, a crimson glow appeared on the ground beneath Wang Ding's feet, and almost instantly, he sensed a terrifyingly high temperature coming from beneath his feet. Boom! Before he could make a move, in an instant, a fire dragon condensed from crimson flames sprang out of the ground. Terrifyingly high temperatures emanated from the fire dragon, and wherever it passed, a wisp of white mist filled the air. The fire dragon circled its body and wrapped around Wang Ding. Ah! In the next instant, a heart-rending scream emanated from Wang Ding's mouth, and at this moment, his face was hideous, and a wisp of white mist emerged from his body. After a few seconds, a burning odor appeared on the field, and Wang Ding had turned into a corpse. The middle-aged man's face was filled with disbelief. Just now, Qin Feng's movements were too fast. Even if he wanted to go to the rescue, it was too late. And at that moment, Chen Yu's face changed violently after seeing his guards being killed. Kid, you dare to kill someone from my Chen family. Ha! What is the Chen family? Are you only allowed to kill people and not allow others to kill you? Chen Yu, who heard these words, instantly showed a flash of anger on his face and then directly said, "Together, give me the opportunity to slaughter this brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven." After receiving the order, apart from the middle-aged man who stayed behind to protect Chen Yu, the remaining 3 guards simultaneously held sharp weapons and from all directions, surrounded and attacked towards Qin Feng. Chen family, not bad for coming from the same family, raccoons of the same tribe. Qin Feng's face showed coldness, then with a flip of his palm, a long knife flashing with red and blue light appeared in his hand. Then his body flashed with blue light, and he charged straight up to meet the 3 people. Clang! Clang! For a while, shadows flashed on the field, and the sound of crisp metal clashing kept coming. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to kill them. These 3 guards were all at the mid-4th stage of cultivation, just enough for him to test his current level of combat power. Meanwhile, facing the attacks of the 3, Qin Feng didn't show the slightest disadvantage. Every time his body flickered, he was able to perfectly avoid the attacks of several people. The middle-aged man behind Chen Yu saw this scene and showed a grave expression on his face. He turned his head to Chen Yu, who was at the side, and said, "Young master, this teenager's battle power is not ordinary. I think we should leave this place first and wait until we rendezvous with the 3rd master before finding an opportunity to deal with him." His words, however, caused anger to rise in Chen Yu's heart. "Surname Wu, I'd better figure out my position. I said kill him. What are you still standing here for? Come together." Chen Yu opened his mouth and shouted. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man could only sigh in his heart, and then his body's chi and blood rolled over. Holding a long spear, his body flickered as he approached towards the battlefield of the few, ready to wait for an opportunity to make a move. On the field, the 4 figures clashed together from time to time, although it was a pair of 3. At this moment, Qin Feng was performing with ease. Red Flame Mad Blade. After a crimson flame saber aura forced back the 3, dark blue thunder aura surged out from Qin Feng's body. The lightning flash was instantly activated, and Qin Feng's figure instantly disappeared into a thunderbolt. Prick la! A blue thunder shadow flashed past the middle-aged man, and instantly, the middle-aged man's face changed violently. Not good. A cry of alarm came from his heart, and then he violently turned his head toward his back and ran wildly, but it was already too late. Chen Yu, whose cultivation was only at the late 2nd stage, had already been pinched by Qin Feng's neck with one hand and picked him up like a chicken. Chapter 129. The Chen family's young master. It's not like he hasn't been killed before. Well, I am young master of the Chen family. You dare to kill me? Chen Yu, who had his throat pinched, spoke indistinctly, as if he was trying to deter Qin Feng with the Chen family behind him. However, it was obvious that he was overthinking it. It's not like I haven't killed the Chen family's young master before. Facing the threat, Qin Feng sneered. What you're saying is. Click. Without any more nonsense with Chen Yu, his hand exerted force to directly pinch off his neck, and then casually threw it aside as if it was trash. You actually killed him? How dare you? Seeing Chen Yu being killed, a look of horror appeared on the faces of the remaining few guards. As Chen Yu's guards, now that he was dead, they, the guards, would have to face unimaginable punishment back at the Chen clan. While the middle-aged man who was closest to Chen Yu at this time was looking skeptical, he slowly looked up at Qin Feng and exclaimed in shock. You are the one who killed young Master Chen Feng. Congratulations, you got it right, but there's no reward. Qin Feng said in a light tone. Come together, bring this brat's body back, the clan leader might forgive us. Right at this moment, one of the guards shouted. Swish! But in the very next instant, a figure covered in blue arcs of electricity appeared in front of him. Triple Thunder Blade! After a low drink, Qin Feng fiercely incised a blade forward. Blue lightning surged out from the sharp blade like a tidal wave, condensing into a lightning blade on in midair. Boom! Just before the man could react, the blue blade awnings had already roared in and slashed heavily on his body. Crack! Crack! Blue lightning wreaked havoc on its body, and after just a few seconds had passed, its body collapsed to the ground, turning into a charred corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a mid-4th stage awakened person, gaining 400 evolution points. The system announcing sound rang in Qin Feng's ears. With that, his head raised and his gaze landed on a few other people with killing intent. Explode with all your might and surround him. It was also at this moment that the middle-aged man suddenly let out a low cry, and then he only saw a strong chi and blood power surging out from his body. Seeing this, the remaining two men also erupted and stepped forward to begin a fierce attack on Qin Feng. However, at the very next moment, the middle-aged man was directly turning his body around and dodging towards the distance. The middle-aged man knew very well that with the current combat power displayed by Qin Feng, it was simply impossible for the three of them to take the other party down. And he was the only one present whose cultivation was at the late 4th stage, and his speed was also the fastest. As long as the other two could delay for some time, then there was a chance that he would be able to escape from here. However, before he could run out far, a dense sound of thunder and lightning surging came from behind him. Zip! Z! In the very next instant, a figure whose entire body was wrapped in blue lightning appeared in front of him. Thunder, fire dual ability, battle power that can fight across two great realms, who the hell are you? The middle-aged man was shocked in his heart, as he looked back, only to see that the two guards just now had all collapsed on the ground at this point, turning into two corpses. It doesn't matter who I am, you only need to tell me what the Chen family sent you here for. Qin Feng slowly spoke. The appearance of Chen Yu's group also reminded him of something. The Chen family's base camp was in Jiangchang, and those black-robed men who chased him last night, as well as the Green Fire Gang, were most likely sent over by the Chen family. As for Chen Yu and his group, judging from their behavior, they didn't recognize him, so Qin Feng guessed that they should have other purposes for coming here. Humph. Did you think I'd tell you? Facing Qin Feng's questioning, a cold snort escaped from the middle-aged man's mouth, his eyes filled with disdain. Qin Feng didn't care about this, he had already thought of a means to make the middle-aged man obedient. Kid, I admit that your battle prowess is strong, but still, don't be too arrogant. After the words fell, a dense green mist was suddenly released from the middle-aged man's body, while he himself stuffed a pre-prepared elixir into his mouth. This green mist is made from the poison in the body of the 6th-ranked ferocious beast, the poison queen spider. Without an antidote, even a 5th-ranked awakened person would not be able to resist the erosion of the poison. The middle-aged man had a sardonic smile on his face. This poison was his treasure in the bottom of his box. If it wasn't to save his life, he wouldn't have taken it out at all. Even the antidote, he only had one. The green mist spread quickly and it didn't take long for it to submerge Qin Feng's figure. Success! Watching Qin Feng being wrapped in the green mist, the middle-aged man's face instantly revealed a flash of joy. Are you ready to open the champagne? However, right at this moment, a voice filled with disdain rang out, followed by a ball of crimson flames appearing in the middle-aged man's line of sight. Z! Z! Under the scorching of the crimson flames, the green mist was instantly dispersed and a vacuum appeared with Qin Feng's body as the center. The Red Lotus Karma Flame came with the power of purification. Even the blood race's innate aptitude couldn't shake Qin Feng in the slightest, let alone this tiny poison. Qin Feng, who possessed the Red Lotus Karma Flame, was invulnerable to all poisons. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was inwardly shocked, and then reacting, he stomped on the ground with both feet and was about to withdraw towards the back. However, someone else was faster than him. Fire Dragon Binding. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a large amount of crimson flames gushed out from the ground. The crimson flames coalesced into 3 fire dragons as they tumbled. Blazing heat emanated from the fire dragons. Immediately under Qin Feng's maneuvering, the 3 fire dragons simultaneously sped towards the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's body chi and blood rolled over, the wind attribute of the power of the supernatural energy surged out crazily, and he was about to quickly escape from here. Nianju Soul Charge. Qin Feng let out a low gulp from his mouth, followed by a wave of strange energy surging out from his mind, transforming into a spiritual rosary bead in mid-air. Swoosh! Shoo! In the next instant, the invisible rosary beads were like a bullet, whistling and rushing towards the middle-aged man at great speed. The rosary beads moved at a rapid speed, and in just an instant, the middle-aged man suddenly looked shocked, and an unbearable sharp pain appeared in his mind. The power of the supernatural energy that was about to explode also stopped at this moment. In an instant, the three fire dragons seized the opportunity and wrapped around his body at the same time. Ah! The roasting of the blazing heat made the middle-aged man unable to resist tilting his head back and letting out a hiss of pain. However, Qin Feng was in no hurry to take his life, but instead used his spiritual power to once again condense several rosary beads. Under his control, the rosary beads began to launch a fierce attack on the middle-aged man's spirit. The pain of a traumatized spirit was far higher than that of the physical body. A mournful scream emanated from the middle-aged man's mouth. Say, why have you appeared in the depths of the fierce beast demon valley? Right at this moment, Qin Feng once again opened his mouth to question. There is a thunder spirit flower nearby that is about to bear fruit. We are here for that thunder spirit fruit. Chapter 130. Qin Feng who wants to be a yellow bird. The intense mental pain was too much for the middle-aged man to endure, and he could only reveal the purpose of his party's visit here. Thunder spirit fruit? Qin Feng frowned slightly, then spoke again. What is the purpose of this thing? The thunder spirit fruit can greatly enhance the power of the thunder system's supernatural ability, and it can even allow the ability to advance. The middle-aged man obediently replied. Upon hearing this, a brilliant light flashed across Qin Feng's face. It could allow for the advancement of supernatural abilities. This was a rare treasure. Where is this thunder spirit fruit located? It's in the depths of the fierce beast demon valley, but there's a late 5th rank thunder fierce beast guarding it there, making it difficult for regular people to approach. Ah! Said the middle-aged man. A miserable scream once again escaped from his mouth. After obtaining the information he wanted, this middle-aged man lost his value, and he immediately stopped suppressing the power of the red lotus karma flame. In the next instant, a terrifyingly high temperature emanated from the fire dragon, directly turning the middle-aged man's body into a charred black corpse. Late 5th stage ferocious beast. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. For him who possessed the chaotic divine thunder, this thunder spirit fruit was likewise of great efficacy. Although it wasn't so much as to allow the chaotic divine thunder to advance, it was something that could make the chaotic divine thunder stronger. It was just that if there was that late 5th stage ferocious beast guarding it, it would not be good for him to get his hands on it. The Qin clan should have sent others to arrive, so we can go check it out and seize the treasure if we have the chance. Even if we don't get it, we can't cheapen the Qin clan. Qin Feng said in his heart, then his figure flashed and disappeared. As for the corpses of the middle-aged man and the others, a ferocious beast would help him clean them up later. Deep in the fierce beast demon valley, a group of a dozen or so people stood guard in front of a huge cave, and at the head of the group was a burly man. Chen He, the third master of the Chen family, and Chen Yu's third uncle. Xiao Yu and the others haven't returned yet? Chen He spoke with a frown on his face. Not yet. The young master has taken a few people from Wang Ding to go after that dark demon earth dragon. A guard beside him slowly spoke. A mere 4th ranked dark demon earth dragon shouldn't be delayed for such a long time. He, go and check what's going on. Make sure to bring Chen Yu over. This thunder spirit fruit will be ripening soon. If you miss this time to take it, the effect will be greatly discounted. Yes. After Chen He's words fell, a silhouette stepped out from the crowd and disappeared between flashes. Third master, I've heard that the student who killed young master Qin Feng has also come to this fierce beast demon valley, and it seems that the family master is sending people after him. Right at this moment, a silhouette came beside Chen He and spoke in a low voice. Don't worry about that matter, second brother will take care of it himself. We just need to seize the thunder spirit fruit to raise the level of our powers for Xiao Yu. Qin Feng even managed to die in a small place like Linhai City. He is also a waste. Chen He said in a cold tone. When the thunder spirit fruit ripens, we'll be responsible for holding that thunder horned beast, and Xiao Yu will go pick the thunder spirit fruit. As soon as he takes the thunder spirit fruit, we'll take him and leave straight away. Don't get entangled with this beast. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Half an hour later, He Yu's figure returned. Upon seeing that she was the only one to return, Chen He immediately frowned. Didn't find anyone? Yes. After looking around the neighborhood, I didn't see young master and the others. He Yu said expressionlessly. This kid, what's the point of running around at a time like this? Chen He said in an angry tone. Third master, look. Right at this moment, an alarming voice rang out. Chen He, who heard the sound, looked up, and along with a dense roar of thunder and lightning, he only saw a deep blue thunderbolt surging out from within the cave. Everyone sensed a violent energy appearing in the cave. The thunder spirit fruit is ripe. Do it! Chen He immediately shouted, and in the next instant, his body flashed with silver-colored thunder aura, emitting a furious aura. Swish! Chen He's figure was the first to rush up. He Yu, go fetch the thunder spirit fruit, and after you do, go directly to look for Chen Yu so that he can take it at the first opportunity. Yes. Whoosh! Just as Chen He's figure was about to rush to the entrance of the cave, a loud beast roar came out from inside. Immediately afterward, only a blue figure with a huge body was seen scurrying out from within the cave. Surrounded by blue lightning all over its body, with a huge blue horn sprouting from its head, it was that late 5th stage thunderhorn beast. Prick la! Facing Chen He, who rushed forward, the Thunderhorn beast directly launched an attack, only to see a thick blue thunderbolt burst out from that Thunderhorn. The blue thunderbolt was exceptionally swift, but in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Chen He, and eventually bombarded his body heavily. Crackling! Crackling! For a moment, thunder and lightning exploded on Chen He's body. Silver-colored thunderbolts and blue thunderbolts were fighting each other. Swish! Swish! At the same time, the other dozen or so guards all rushed forward, exploding their chi, blood, and supernatural power to unleash a fierce attack on the Thunderhorn beast. Most of these guards were at the late 4th stage, and although their cultivation was not as high as the Thunderhorn beasts, they were better in numbers. A full dozen of attacks emitting a berserk aura landed on the Thunderhorn beast and also managed to enrage it. Roar! The Thunderhorn beast roared and charged towards the several people. Thunder punishment! It was also at this moment that Chen He let out a loud cry from his mouth, only to see silver-colored lightning flashing on his body, followed by a silver-colored thunderbolt descending from the sky and ruthlessly splitting on the Thunderhorn beast. Boom! The blue and silver rays collided with each other, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Taking advantage of the Thunderhorn beast being lured out, a silhouette quickly flickered and appeared within the cave. Looking at the round blue fruit emitting blue thunder in front of him, he did not hesitate for a second and directly reached out to pluck it off and place it within the storage ring. At this moment, the Thunderhorn beast seemed to have sensed the scene, and without the slightest hesitation, it turned its body shape to chase towards Hiyu. Stop! However, right at this moment, Chen He's body flashed with a silver aura, once again erupting a terrifying force, blocking the Thunderhorn beast's breakout with the strength of one man. As for Hiyu, he also took this opportunity to quickly flash away from the area. It's already started. Just at this moment, a figure not far away murmured and arrived. It's none other than Qin Feng. Sure enough, it's a late 5th stage ferocious beast, and that 5th stage lightning awakened person. Silver-colored thunderbolt, somewhat interesting. That? Suddenly, Qin Feng's gaze rested on Hiyu's back. Those guys are buying her time to escape, in that case? Could it be that the thunder spirit fruit is on her? A brilliant aura flashed across Qin Feng's face, then without the slightest hesitation, his figure flashed and he started chasing towards Hiyu's position from the other side. Mantis catching cicadas, yellow sparrow at the back. This time Qin Feng planned to make himself a yellow sparrow. Because Chen He and the others were focused on the Thunderhorn beast at this moment, they didn't notice Qin Feng's appearance. Chapter 131 Arrival, Thunder Spirit Fruit. Lord Commander, after searching for so long and still haven't found that brat, do you think, could it be that he has sensed something and left this fierce beast Demon Valley ahead of time? Several figures converged together and spoke to the lean youth Zhang Ming. No, I have already sent people to secretly guard the various exits of the Demon Valley, and I haven't received a transmission yet, so that brat is definitely still within this Demon Valley. Zhang Ming said in a low voice. Keep going deeper, he should be moving deeper into the fierce beast Demon Valley. Yes. The group's figures flashed and disappeared. Roar! A resounding beast roar resounded on the field, only to see a Thunderhorn beast, whose entire body was covered in blue lightning and whose head bore a huge horn of lightning, tilt its head and let out a roar. At this moment, it had already sensed that the Thunder Spirit Fruit's aura had disappeared. In order to wait for this Thunder Spirit Fruit to mature, it had waited here for several years, but now it was destroyed by this group of humans in front of it. Crackle! Crackle! Blue lightning as thick as an adult's arm surged out from its body, spreading out in all directions. At this moment, the Thunderhorn beast only wanted to kill all the humans in front of it. Ah! Third Master, help me! At once, a miserable scream rang out from the field. The cultivation level of these guards around them was only at the late 4th rank, and they were simply unable to fight against the 5th rank Thunderhorn beast in terms of battle power. The reason why they were able to restrain the Thunderhorn beast in the beginning was because Chen He was a 5th order awakened. Facing the pleas for help from the several guards around him, Chen He's face was calm, and he had no intention of coming to his rescue at all. In his eyes, these guards were just pawns of the Chen family. When a pawn lost its own value, then it was time to discard it. Chen He's gaze flickered, his body flickered with silver-colored thunder aura, and then he directly turned his body around, like a bolt of lightning, and vanished towards the distance. At this time, Hiyu had already left peacefully with the Thunder Spirit Fruit, so there was no need for him to continue to tangle with the Thunderhorn beast. What he had to do now was to get away as soon as possible and then go to join Chen Yu and the others. As long as Xiaoyu's psychic ability can advance to S-class, then there is hope for the rise of my Chen family. Chen He murmured in his heart, and a flash of anticipation appeared on his face. However, he probably didn't know that Chen Yu, who he had high hopes for, was already a corpse at this point. On the other side, Qin Feng exerted his phantom misty steps with all his might. His body was like a ghost, silently following behind that sinister shadow. At this moment, Qin Feng realized that the silhouette in front of him seemed as if he was looking for someone. Could it be looking for Chen Yu? A brilliant light flashed before Qin Feng's eyes, and then he did not hesitate any longer. Crackle! Crackle! The chi and blood in his body tumbled, and the power of the chaotic divine lightning was instantly activated as a blue thunderbolt surged out from his body and surrounded his body. Thunder flash. In the next instant, Xin Feng's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot, lightning like arriving behind Hiyu. Xin Feng didn't stop for too long, and after dropping a sentence, he directly flashed away from the place. If you want to know Chen Yu's whereabouts, follow me. Who are you? Hiyu, who was wearing a black mask, stared at the color of her face as a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes, but after noticing that the chi and blood power in Xin Feng's body was only at the late second stage, she relaxed her guard. Dark Night Sneak. After a low cry, only a wisp of black mist surged out from her body, surrounding her and enveloping her figure. From afar, it looked like a black mist moving rapidly. Grade A Shadow System ability. Hiyu in this state was extremely fast, and 5 minutes later, she caught up with the lightning-like figure in front of her. Who are you? Where is Chen Yu? Hiyu looked at the handsome teenager in front of him and said in a cold voice. There's no need to rush, you'll see him soon. Xin Feng said indifferently. Pretending to be a god. Hiyu frowned, and in the next instant, he only saw his figure flash, holding a black dagger as he rushed towards the front at great speed. Fire Dragon Binding. Xin Feng was prepared for this, his feet stomped on the ground and his figure withdrew towards the back, while two Zhanglong fire dragons sprang out from the ground. The fire dragons exuded a terrifyingly high temperature and circled their bodies to block Hiyu's front. Heh, how can the power of a mere flame stop me? Facing the fire dragon's interception, Hiyu had a disdainful look on his face, and when he raised his hand, the black dagger in his hand slashed forward violently. Black energy surged above the dagger, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a Zhanglong shadow blade. Tear! In a flash, the shadow blade cut through the air and ruthlessly slashed on top of the fire dragon in front of it. In Hiyu's opinion, the cultivation level of Xin Feng, who was only at the late second stage, would not be too powerful at all to unleash a battle technique, and would definitely not be able to block her attack. However, in the very next instant, she stood still and stared in disbelief. Only to see that after the shadow blade and the fire dragon charged together, it began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, but in just a few seconds, it directly turned into a black mist and dissipated. How is this possible? Hiyu was inwardly shocked, but in the very next moment, she only felt a terrifyingly high temperature rapidly attacking her. She only saw two fire dragons violently impacting towards her, and wherever they passed, white mist filled the air. Having already seen the terrifying power of the fire dragons, Hiyu didn't dare to resist them, her figure flashed and quickly withdrew towards the back. Brush! But right at this moment, a blue shadow appeared behind her like lightning. It was none other than Xin Feng, only to see that at this moment, he was holding a long sword in his hand, with lightning ons densely covering the blade. Triple Thunder Blade! With a low shout, followed by Xin Feng violently swinging out a blade towards the front. Crackling! In an instant, a dense thunder and lightning roar rang out, only to see lightning explode above the long blade, and lightning blade-ons burst out. SRA! The blade ripped through the air and arrived in front of Hiyu in an instant. Dark Shadow Chop! Facing the attack of the lightning blade, Hiyu didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, her body's chi and blood erupted, and her dark shadow ability was pushed to the extreme by her. In an instant, a dark shadow blade quickly coalesced. Boom! Accompanied by a violent collision sound rising, dark shadow, thunder and lightning, the two raging energies collided together. Instantly, a terrifying impact appeared, and the surrounding air fluctuated as if it was a tidal wave. In the next instant, a figure flew backwards rapidly, and it was none other than Hiyu. Before she could stabilize herself, two fire dragons bullied their way up, and with a swift and thunderous momentum, they wrapped around her body. Ah! The horrible burning sensation caused her to tilt her head back and let out a scream. Xin Feng didn't hold back in the slightest, the fire dragon continued to power up, and after a few seconds, a charred corpse lay on the ground, emitting a strong stench of scorching. After resolving Hiyu, Xin Feng went up to the corpse and removed the storage ring from its hand. At this moment, Xin Feng was a little curious, what kind of material was used to forge this storage ring, even the power of the Red Lotus Karma Flame couldn't melt it. After removing the ring, Xin Feng easily broke the original spiritual imprint left by Hiyu. Got it, Thunder Spirit Fruit. With a thought, a round fruit glittering with blue lightning appeared in Xin Feng's hand. Kid, you're looking for death. However, right at this moment, a violent shout rang out. Chapter 132 Shocked Chen He, Killing Heart storms out. Inside the Jiangchang Wilderness Base. Old Manly, I didn't expect you to dare to refuse the Chen family's invitation. The head of the base, Huang Kai, looked at the old man in front of him with a surprised expression. In Huang Kai's impression, Old Manly and his nephew Li Liang, both of them were very ambitious. The Chen family's solicitation was considered an unrivaled opportunity for them. Chief Huang, you are joking. You should know better than me what the Chen family's people are. The priority now should be to figure out if the teenager that the Chen family is going to deal with is the person you are looking for? Old Manly slowly spoke. A stern aura flashed through Huang Kai's eyes who heard this. I hope it's not, otherwise, the Chen family might be in trouble. Mobilize the Blood Bear Gang's men and have them all head to the Fierce Beast Demon Valley. I'll also bring my men over there and we'll gather there. Good. Old Man Lee nodded heavily, then immediately got up and left the place. This Old Man Lee does have a pair of discerning eyes. Looking at the other parties somewhat hunched back, Huang Kai muttered. With that, he stopped hesitating and immediately moved to mobilize the guards within the base. To him, this was Grandmaster Yang Hong's mandate, if that teenager was really the person Yang Hong was talking about. And if anything happened, Huang Kai couldn't dare to imagine what crazy things that instructor of his would do. Same time. Inside Jiangcheng, the Chen family. Family Master, Chang Yan from the wilderness base is here, saying he wants to see you. Chen Bo, who had a head full of white hair, stepped forward and said in a low voice. Tell him to wait, just tell him that I'm receiving Yu Shao, and I'll see him when I'm done. Chen Bao waved his hand full of unconcern. He knew very well what Chang Yan's intention was, but he didn't weigh himself. A small green fire gang, did he still want to run to him to raise an offense? Ridiculous. In Chen Bao's heart, even though the Chen family had fallen, it was not comparable to a small mongrel like the Green Fire Gang. What's more, now that Chen He and the others had gone to grab the Thunder Spirit Fruit, as long as Chen Yu was able to raise his alien ability level to S-Class, then a Grand Master would appear in their Chen family, recapturing their past glory and even going to the next level. At that time, not to mention the tiny Green Flame Gang, even a descendant of a battle king like Yu Shao, he wouldn't put it in his eyes. In his heart, the so-called Yu Shao was nothing more than a playboy who loved beauty. Against this kind of person, as long as one slightly exerted some means, one could easily control him. Inside the Fierce Beast Demon Valley. Zip! Zip! A dense sound of thunder and lightning surging rang out, only to see a figure surrounded by silver-colored lightning all over his body appear in front of Qin Feng. His was none other than the third master of the Chen family, Chen He. Second rank? Chen He, who had arrived here, immediately had a shocked expression on his face after noticing that the cultivation level of the teenager in front of him was only at the second rank. He was a mid-fourth rank, and because he was equipped with the Shadow System ability, his battle power was stronger than that of an awakened of the same rank. However, he was killed by the second-ranked teenager in front of him. This son is extraordinary, he must be stifled, or else he will be a great enemy of my Chen family in the future. Chen He's killing intent increased greatly in his heart. This luck is really a bit bad. At this moment, a bitter smile also appeared on Qin Feng's face. He hadn't expected Chen He to chase over so quickly. Fifth-ranked awakened person, still of the lightning system, without a doubt, the Chen He in front of him was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Die for me. Obviously, Chen He didn't have any thoughts of communicating, as silver thunder flashed on his body as he raised his hand. Stabbing. Instantly it was a thick silver-colored thunderbolt that tore through the air and sped towards Qin Feng. Crackling. Crackle. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng released the power of chaotic divine lightning at the first opportunity. Ear-piercing thunderous roars emanated from him. A blue thunderbolt lingered around his body, as if his subjects were greeting the arrival of their king with cheers. Boom! In the very next instant, the silver thunder heavily bombarded above Qin Feng's body. Instantly, he only felt an irresistible impact descending upon him, as if he had been rammed head-on by a heavy truck, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Ding! Detected energy with the same attributes as Chaos Divine Thunder, is it to be devoured? It was also at this moment that a system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Devour. Without hesitation, he instantly unleashed his innate divine ability Infinite Swallow. Only a wisp of black aura appeared on the surface of his body, and the silver thunder that emitted a terrifying aura was also covered with black aura. However, this silver thunder was after all unleashed by the fifth-ranked Chen He, and even Infinite Swallow could not devour it in a short period of time. However, it was fortunate that there was chaotic divine lightning suppressing the silver thunder, and for a time, the silver thunder was unable to harm Qin Feng. But the terrifying impact was still too much for him to bear. Bang! Bang! Qin Feng's body flew backwards at extreme speed until he crashed through several thick trees before he slowly came to a stop. Surprisingly, it blocked it? Looking at the teenager in front of him who was barely stabilizing his form, Chen He instantly stared at his face. It was important to realize that the strike he had just made was almost considered an all-out strike, except for the fact that he had not used any battle techniques. At this moment, the killing intent in Chen He's heart rose to the extreme. Silver Snake Wild Dance. Its hands lifted up and the silver lightning on the surface of its body instantly exploded, transforming into a silver snake with a huge body that surrounded towards Qin Feng. Looks like we'll have to fight for our lives this time. Qin Feng's face was gloomy. A fifth-order awakened person was like a rift valley for the current him. It was difficult to cross. But even so, Qin Feng didn't have the intention to sit back and wait for death. With a flip of his palm, the long red-blue blade instantly appeared in his hand. In the next instant, crimson flames like those from the karmic fires of hell and blue thunder that emanated a berserk aura. Two very different energies appeared on top of the long sword in his hand at the same time. The power of the chaotic divine lightning and the red lotus karmic flame were unleashed at full force by Qin Feng at this moment. Thunder, fire, two different attributes of energy. The moment they appeared, Qin Feng felt that they were repelling each other. At this moment, he could only use this a great thunder and fire composite attribute long knife in his hand as a medium to barely catalyze the two energies at the same time. But even then, Qin Feng had a feeling as if what he was holding in his hand wasn't a long knife but a bomb that would explode at any time. Shoo! Shoo! It was also at this moment that several air-breaking sounds rang out, only to see that dozens of thunder snakes made of silver thunderbolts converging had already surrounded Qin Feng. Several of these thunder snakes leapt up high, swinging their bodies to launch an attack on Qin Feng. Battle! A color of madness appeared on Qin Feng's face, then he violently swung the long knife in his hand, and in an instant, the thunderflame blade slashed through at extreme speed. Bang! Bang! The moment those few thunder snakes came into contact with the blade, they were directly fixed in place, and then they exploded like balloons. This is double S rank thunder and fire abilities? Infused thunder and fire together? Chapter 133 Devouring the Thunderhorn Beast. Bang! Bang! The field. Holding a long sword wrapped in chaotic divine lightning and red lotus karmic flame, Qin Feng began to launch a fierce attack on the surrounding thunder snakes. The moment all the thunder snakes came into contact with the long blade, they would either be directly detonated or devoured by the chaotic divine lightning. Chen He, who was not far away, completely froze when he saw this scene. He had never thought that there were still people who could resist the attacks of a 5th stage awakened at the 2nd stage. It was impossible for even an S-ranked ability to make it this far. However, the young master in front of him was in possession of dual S-rank psychic abilities, and Chen He had a horrified look on his face. Throughout the entire Grand Xia, one could not find a second person who possessed a double S-rank psychic ability. However, at this moment, Chen He also noticed that the two strands of lightning and firepower emitting a terrifying aura on top of the long knife in Qin Feng's hand had become more and more violent. From this, it could be seen that these two strands of energy were not that easy to control either. Let me see just how long you last. Chen He showed a vicious look on his face and then released a terrifying silver thunderbolt once again. Crackling. Crackle. Between the explosions of thunder and lightning, a thick silver thunder was like a thunder python, swinging its body towards Qin Feng to attack at extreme speed. The speed of the thunder python was extremely fast, and within moments, a thunder python arrived in front of Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng held his long sword in his hand and violently slashed forward. Boom! In the next instant, the long blade landed on the thunder python, instantly emitting a violent collision sound. The collision of the two set off a strong impact, and even Qin Feng was shaken backward by the tremendous recoil. The thunder python had gathered terrifying silver thunder inside, to be even more terrifying than the previous thunder snake. Not only that, at this moment, Qin Feng only felt a burst of pain coming from his right arm that was holding the long knife, and the tiger's mouth at the palm of his hand was cracked. No, we have to find a way to get out of here. If this goes on, we'll have to be planted here. Qin Feng's face sank. The 2nd rank fighting the 5th rank was still too difficult for the current him. However, it was clear that Chen He would not let Qin Feng leave so easily. He had already made up his mind to put him to death. Roar! However, right at this moment, a resounding beast roar rang out, followed by a huge blue figure running from the distance. Crackle! Crackle! Along with it came the deafening roar of thunder and lightning. It's that thunderhorn beast. Qin Feng's face immediately revealed a joyful expression. Damn it, the power of the outburst was too great and lured this beast over. The arrival of the thunderhorn beast caused Chen He's face to change violently, then without the slightest hesitation, he began to fully utilize the power of the silver thunder within his body. Stretching out his hands, he aimed at the direction where Qin Feng was. Silver Thunder Prison! A loud cry came out from his mouth, followed by terrifying thunder power surging out from his body, racing towards Qin Feng's location. Crackle! Crackling! Silver lightning rapidly converged around Qin Feng's body, forming a lightning prison in the blink of an eye, trapping him in it. Rumble! Almost at the same time, a thick blue thunderbolt descended from the sky, ruthlessly slashing down towards Chen He. Damn it! In an instant, Chen He's face changed violently, and then without the slightest hesitation, silver thunderstorms erupted on his body, and his figure withdrew a dozen or so meters away towards the back in an instant. He then turned his head and glanced unwillingly at Qin Feng, who was trapped within the silver thunder prison, and finally turned his head and turned his body into a silver lightning bolt and left the place. His cultivation was at the mid-5th stage, far from being a match for a late 5th stage thunderhorn beast, and if he continued to stay here, he would also be at risk of falling. Compared to killing Qin Feng, his own life was obviously more important. And he didn't think that Qin Feng had much hope of surviving, realizing that not only was he now trapped by the silver thunder prison, he also had the thunderhorn beast on the side. He didn't believe that Qin Feng would still be able to get away in the face of such a situation. Inside the silver thunder prison, at this moment, Qin Feng was also frowning. What Chen He had thought of, he had likewise thought of. This silver thunder prison was a bit tricky for him, but he still had a way to get out of it. But at this time, outside the silver thunder prison, there was still a late 5th stage thunderhorn beast guarding it. It was the biggest threat to Qin Feng. Thunderhorn Beast, a special rare creature, rumored to have evolved from a heavenly thunder, with its body made entirely of lightning convergence. General beasts can spit out human words at the 7th stage, and at the 8th stage, they can take on human form. However, the Thunderhorn Beast is different, it can only transform into human form at the 10th stage, which shows the horror of its talent. Boom! Just as Qin Feng was thinking about how to get out safely, a blue aura suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and it was none other than that Thunderhorn Beast. Only to see its huge body directly impacting on top of the Silver Thunder prison. The Silver Thunder prison that made Qin Feng feel tricky was torn apart like a thin sheet of paper the moment it came into contact with the Thunderhorn Beast. And then the huge body of the Thunderhorn Beast directly crashed into Qin Feng's body. Bang! In an instant, his figure was like a cannonball as it flew straight backwards towards the back. Shoo! During the process of flying backwards, the right arm that had already collapsed could no longer withstand the power of the Chaos Divine Lightning and Red Lotus Karma Flame on top of the long sword, and the long sword came out of his hand and landed on the ground to the side. Swish! However, the Thunderhorn Beast's movements were obviously faster, and it had already arrived in front of Qin Feng once again just before his form had landed on the ground. Stab la! The huge lightning-sharp claws violently grabbed towards Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's pupils shrunk at the sight. Without the slightest hesitation, the power of chaotic divine lightning was once again activated. Crackle! Crackle! Blue arcs of electricity instantly enveloped his entire body, and Thunderflash unleashed, about to prepare to flee the place. However, the Thunderhorn Beast's movements were one step faster, and its sharp claws directly disappeared into his body. Qin Feng's pupils shook, but in the very next instant he sensed something unusual. The imagined pain of his body being penetrated did not come. He looked down and saw that the sharp claw that should have landed on his chest had directly penetrated his body at this moment. Qin Feng frowned, and when his eyes landed on the blue arc of electricity on the surface of his body, he instantly brightened up. It's because of the chaotic divine lightning, he said in his heart. The Thunderhorn Beast's body was all made of lightning convergence, and the chaotic divine thunder was known as the head of all thunder. Any lightning would be suppressed in front of the chaos divine lightning, especially a pure lightning creature like the Thunderhorn Beast. Realizing this, a bold idea immediately rose in Qin Feng's mind. Only to see his feet lightly clicking, his entire body was like a ghost that had disappeared into the huge body of the Thunderhorn Beast. Ding! The lightning power with the same attribute as the Chaos Divine Thunder has been detected. Is it devoured? It was also at this moment that a system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Devour! Without hesitation, Qin Feng directly gave the order. In the next instant, with Qin Feng's body as the center, a wisp of black aura appeared out of nowhere. The black ons seemed like a small, agile snake as they began to spread out within the Thunderhorn Beast's body. And at this moment, the Thunderhorn Beast also detected a touch of abnormality after seeing Qin Feng not enter his body. Chapter 134 Huang Kai and the others rushed to the fierce beast Demon Valley. Boom! Boom! A violent collision sound came from the depths of the fierce beast Demon Valley, only to see a huge blue figure rampaging up in the valley as if it had gone mad. It was none other than the Thunderhorn Beast. What is this beast mad about? A figure looked at the frenzied Thunderhorn Beast in front of him from afar, and with a cultivation level of only the late 4th stage, he didn't dare to approach at all. Swish! It was also at this moment that a lean young man arrived beside this person between flashes. It was none other than the Heavenly God Sect Commander Zhang Ming. Lord Commander. The man bowed slightly and spoke. Other than this beast, only a few charred corpses have been found in this neighborhood, and nothing else. Zhang Ming nodded his head indifferently. He had also noticed the commotion caused by the Thunderhorn Beast. Looking up to see his gaze fall on the huge blue figure, a flash of scorn flashed through his eyes. Although his cultivation had also reached the late 5th stage, he didn't have much of a chance of winning against a pure lightning creature like the Thunderhorn Beast. That kid is only at the 2nd rank. If he was really in this area, he would probably have been trampled to death by this beast. Hearing this, Zhang Ming also nodded faintly. Even in the case of a heaven-defying genius, it would be impossible for him to be able to defeat this 5th-rank Thunderhorn Beast in front of him at the 2nd rank. Bypass this area and continue deeper. After observing again for a while, Zhang Ming opened his mouth and gave the order, and then his figure flickered and disappeared in place. Seeing this, the other person's figure also flickered and followed. Not long after they left, the Thunderhorn Beast that was frantically destroying the surrounding mountains suddenly stopped its movements, only to see a color of pain emerge on its face. Then that huge body fell heavily to the ground with a thud. In a place that could not be seen by the naked eye, inside the body of the Thunderhorn Beast, at this time this place was already covered by a black aura, and the black aura was still spreading. Qin Feng's figure was inside the black on. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his consciousness, his eyes were tightly closed, and from time to time, a palpitating energy emanated from his body. As time passed, the huge body of the Thunderhorn Beast began to gradually shrink until it finally turned into a 5-meter-tall thunderball. Crackle! Crackle! Terrifying thunder power emanated from the thunderball, and all the surrounding ferocious beasts showed fear on their faces. A giant python with black scales all over its body and a body more than 10 meters long appeared near the thunderball. 5th ranked ferocious beast, the ink jade python. The ink jade python looked at the thunderball in front of it that was emitting a terrifying aura, its pair of snake pupils emitting coldness. As a 5th ranked ferocious beast within the fierce beast demon valley, the ink jade python was cognizant of the thunderhorn beast. With a flash of scorn in its eyes, it still circled its body and left the place. However, this was its territory after all, so it didn't go far, it just hid nearby, ready to wait for an opportunity. The entrance to the fierce beast magic valley. Huang Kai and Old Man Li each led a dozen or so men to this place. The people they brought with them were at the lowest cultivation level of the late 3rd stage, the elites within the base. Li Liang, who was the gang leader, had not yet figured out what was going on, but at this time, he also followed them. It's Huang Kai and the Blood Bear Gang's gang leader Li Liang? How did they come here? A few heavenly god cultists hiding in the shadows noticed them. As believers from the vicinity of Zhangchang, they had also been mixing in the wilderness for years, so they were no strangers to Huang Kai and the others. Without hesitation, he immediately took out a voice transmission stone to pass the message to Zhang Ming. Lord Commander, inside the wilderness base. While the congregants over here were passing on information, Huang Kai and Li Liang were simultaneously turning their heads to look in the same direction. Someone. Boom. Without hesitation, Li Liang stomped on the ground with both feet, his tall body exploded out like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a dense bush. Roll out. With a loud shout, Li Liang violently raised his arm and swung a fist forward. Boom! In an instant, the explosive fist wind shook the air apart, emitting a violent air explosion. In an instant, several figures flashed out from within the bushes and retreated towards the back in a hurry. However, Li Liang was a 5th order awakened, so how could he let them escape easily? His tall body quickly took a few steps forward and instantly came behind one of them, directly slamming his fist out. Bang! The powerful punch heavily bombarded the man's body, directly sending him flying out a dozen meters away. The remaining few people's faces changed violently when they saw this, followed by not the slightest hesitation. Heavenly God transformation. Several people shouted at the same time, and a wave of energy emitting an evil aura surged out from within them, their bodies transforming into monster-like forms in an instant. People from the Heavenly God cult. Li Liang's pupils instantly shrunk, killing intent rising in his heart. Leave one alive. Just then, Huang Kai's voice rang out. Yes. Li Liang nodded his head, and then his tall body was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, charging towards the location where those few religious people were. Why did the Heavenly God cultists appear here? Could it be that they also came for that youngster? At this moment, Huang Kai's brows were furrowed and a flash of gravity flashed across his face. He felt that things were getting more and more complicated. The Chen family, the Heavenly God sect, if these two forces were dealing with the same person, then there must be some kind of ulterior secret between them. Bang! It was also at this moment that Li Liang walked over with a person in his hand. Say, what are you guys doing here? As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Huang Kai's body, pressing down fiercely towards this congregation. The congregation member of just the 3rd rank was simply unable to resist the pressure of this aura, and a look of fear immediately appeared on his face. It's Commander Zhang, he told us to guard this place and notify him at the first opportunity if anyone comes in or out. Commander! Alarm bells rang in Huang Kai's heart. As we all know, in the Heavenly God sect, the 4th order can be called the leader, the 5th order of the commander, the 6th order of the great commander, and the 7th order of the deacon. A 5th rank commander who came to this fierce beast demon valley must have an ulterior secret. Even without Yang Hong's instructions, when he came across the Heavenly God sect's actions, Huang Kai would still stop them at all costs. With that, after letting this religious man sleep for a long time with a single punch, Huang Kai and his group no longer hesitated and immediately flashed into the fierce beast demon valley. The two 5th order awakened in the base have rushed over? Zhang Ming over here's face changed violently after receiving the news, and after a slight hesitation, he immediately took out a sound transmission stone. Lord Deacon, the senior student you mentioned has not been found yet. And the person in charge of the River City Wilderness base has rushed over with another 5th order awakened, so perhaps they have already noticed something. Do you think our operation should continue? Zhang Ming spoke tentatively. To him, although this operation was important, preserving himself was the most important thing. He had reached the 5th rank at the age of less than 35, and it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the 7th rank in the future. He was not willing to risk his life here. The operation continues, I'll be on my way.